a modern youth, finds himself transported to the realm of Pokémon. He has also assumed the identity of Ash, who is participating in the semifinals of the Sinnoh League at the Lily of the Valley Conference. His formidable opponent, the legendary Pokémon trainer Dialga, possesses a nightmarish Pokémon and a Latios. Dialga effortlessly defeats Ash's 6 Pokémon, with merely a day remaining until the semifinals. Now, inhabiting Ash's body, how should he confront the powerful legendary trainer? Chapter 1. Transmigration and Preparation. Sinnoh Region, Lily of the Valley Island. The venue for the Sinnoh Region League competition gathers contestants from around the world who have earned 8 badges in the Sinnoh region. In the contestants' resting area at the Lily of the Valley Conference, a young boy slowly awakens, rubbing his head and pondering, "Where am I?" As he clutches his aching head, a flood of memories not belonging to him surges into his mind. Pikachu, a yellow and black electric rodent, startled by his movements, jumps in surprise. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupts the moment, and a girl enters, accompanied by a small blue penguin. "Ash, hurry! The groupings are about to begin. You need to check it out." A girl with blue hair and a white hat rushes in, urging him onward. "Ash!" The boy is momentarily bewildered. "Hey, slow down, Dawn." Without another word, the girl drags Ash away, offering him no chance to respond. Ash muses inwardly that such a girl might be undesirable to anyone. As they proceed along the path, he organizes his thoughts and confirms that he has indeed transmigrated, now embodying the eternally youthful Ash from the animated series. Observing the unfolding plot, he realizes this is none other than the scene of the Lily of the Valley Conference in the Sinnoh region. Sinnoh League? Lily of the Valley Conference. As Ash walks, he absorbs the memories, questioning which battle he is currently engaged in, whether against Shinji or Dialga. Arriving beneath a large screen, they halt their steps, where the groupings are about to commence. 4 player avatars are emblazoned on 4 cards, and an announcement echoes through the air. We shall now commence the draw for the semifinal matchups. The cards spin rapidly, revealing Ash's and a legendary Pokémon trainer Dialga's avatars. Match 1. Ash vs. Dialga. Match 2. Random Trainer A vs. Random Trainer B. The match times are subsequently announced, one in the morning and another in the afternoon, with a final scheduled for the following day. Upon seeing the matchups, the group returns to their room. Pikachu sits quietly by their side, aware that Ash needs to remain calm and contemplate his strategy for the impending battle. After a moment of deep thought, "Ash, you're about to face a trainer utilizing legendary Pokémon. He possesses a Darkrai, having effortlessly defeated all gym leaders in previous league matches. His strength is formidable." Brock appears from seemingly nowhere, cradling a pink egg that is drinking milk. Indeed, Ash, aside from revealing his Darkrai, the rest of his Pokémon remain a mystery. "What are your plans?" Dawn, feeling urgency, inquires. The more intense the battle, the less you can afford to act recklessly. Pikachu, showing concern, offers comfort. "Brock, what if we brought back Charizard and the others? Wouldn't that increase our chances? They are our strongest allies. Do they have a fighting chance against Darkrai and other unknown Pokémon?" Ash ponders for a moment, asking Brock about their best partners and strategists from Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and now Sinnoh. "Ash, I understand your thoughts and intentions. Returning Charizard, Snorlax, and Sceptile would be the most prudent choice. Brock considers that summoning these Pokémon is the best course of action. Yes, both Pikachu and Charizard have records of defeating legendary Pokémon, and their experiences against Articuno and Regice are invaluable. The current Ash is no longer the same as before. He intends for his old companions to join the fight. What about the others? We still need 2 more. Brock is aware that Pikachu will undoubtedly take part, so he asks for clarification. "Pikachu, rest well for this battle. Await my good news," Ash expresses to his initial partner, the ever-loyal Pikachu. "Pika, Pika." Pikachu shakes its fist in protest, indicating its discontent with being sidelined from crucial battles. "Ash, why do you seem a bit different?" Brock queries, puzzled. "Pika." Pikachu nods in agreement. "Does Ash have Charizard? I don't recall seeing it among the Pokémon that were sent." Little Guang, cradling the Pokémon, expressed his confusion, noting that virtually all of Ash's Pokémon had made an appearance prior to the tournament's commencement, yet Charizard was conspicuously absent from that list. Ash exchanged a brief, knowing smile with Brock, who thought to himself, "Who among us does not possess a hidden trump card?" Charizard is Ash's most formidable partner, currently training in the Charizard Valley of the Chengdu region. It has participated in numerous battles, including those in the Silver Conference and other significant tournaments, Brock elucidated. As for the other 3, How shall we decide? Brock delegated the decision-making authority to Ash. Ash fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, all his viable Pokémon had been summoned, yet he felt a twinge of hesitation. If only he had traversed to the Sinnoh region right from the outset. In the battle against Shinji, Infernape sustained considerable injuries, so it cannot participate. If only Garchomp could undergo another evolution, I would undoubtedly bring it along. This is quite a dilemma, he mused. The Sinnoh region's ace, Infernape, being injured, would surely be unable to compete in the forthcoming matches. Pikachu, let's keep you as a backup for now. I need to ponder my options, Ash declared as he exited the room, strolling outside and lost in thought. Having traversed to this world without a system is quite the predicament. If only I had arrived in the Sinnoh region at the beginning, but instead, I have plunged directly into the storyline. Ash lamented as he meandered through the jungle, utterly exasperated. While others who crossed over typically began their journey in a new region or received Pikachu as their starting companion, he found himself facing a legendary Pokémon right from the start. A headache indeed. Suddenly, he slipped and fell, having failed to notice a hazard beneath his feet. What on earth? Ash exclaimed, rising with a disgruntled pout. His gaze fell upon an object in the pit. A beautiful orb glimmered before him. Ah, it must be fate. I shall take it, he concluded, deciding to claim the intriguing find. Chapter 2. Healing and New Companions. Let us elaborate on the classification of the elves' power levels. Novice, level 110. Ordinary, level 120. Intermediate, level 130. Advanced, level 140. Elite, level 150. Gym Leader, level 160. Pseudo King, level 170. King, level 180. Pseudo Champion, level 190. Champion, level 100. Level 3 Deity, level 120. Level 2 Deity, level 140. Level 1 Deity, level 160. Ultra Divine Beast, level 180. As I meandered through the forest, I lost track of time, yet the air remained refreshingly pure, untouched by pollution. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of Pokémon frolicking about. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from a distance. It was a sound of distress, presumably from a bug-type Pokémon. Without hesitation, Ash dashed towards the source of the sound. Upon arriving at the scene, he beheld an elf ensnared by a capture net. Its orange wings and white underbelly immediately captured his attention. Could it be the fiery moth of legend? What was it doing here, and why was it bound? Ash, hailing from a future era, instantly recognized this Pokémon from the Unova region, often referred to as the incarnation of the sun, a bug fire type known as Volcarona. Pikachu, Iron Tail, he commanded, but his companion had not followed him. Well then, let us see who I have with me. He reached for his belt. Feeling only one Pokeball. Torterra? I can't believe I brought this mobile artillery. Torterra responded joyfully. All right then, Leaf Blade, cut that net. Ash instructed, nodding in acknowledgement. Torterra unleashed 2 swift leaf blades, effortlessly severing the capture net. Upon glancing at the Volcarona within, Ash noticed its frail condition. It must have been trapped for an extended period. Ding. The strongest trainer system has been activated. Please check your rewards, host. The system materialized at this moment. Does it have any healing potions or Pokemon food? Hurry up, Ash eagerly remarked upon noticing the system's arrival. There are. They are already in your pocket. The system replied without hesitation. He retrieved a healing potion and gently applied it to Volcarona's wounds. The Pokemon remained silent, but when Ash presented it with some food, it devoured it ravenously. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Ash chuckled, growing increasingly fond of Volcarona. This Pokemon was exceedingly rare in the Unova region, with only one known to be in the possession of Champion Alder. System, do you have the ability to view Pokemon data? Ash mused. Please check for yourself. Volcarona, type, bug, fire, level, 62, Pseudo King. Potential, champion, ability, flame body, status, famished, exhausted, affection level, 60, can follow your commands. Moves, fiery dance, bug buzz, hurricane, heat wave, flame charge, quiver dance, sleep powder. A Pseudo King level Volcarona with champion potential? This Pokemon's future achievements could be remarkable, Ash thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In the animated series, Darkrai managed to battle with the likes of Lizardon, reaching at most the King or Pseudo-Champion level. But it was certainly not a true divine beast. Volcarona, are you full? Would you like to come with me? It's quite perilous for you to wander alone in the wild, Ash invited, observing the now satiated Volcarona. Volcarona regarded the young trainer before it, feeling an odd sense of fondness for him despite lingering hesitation. It flew a short distance away, signaling for a battle. Torterra, do you understand? Ash inquired of his sole Pokemon. Torterra nodded affirmatively. Torterra, Type, grass, ground. Level, 54. Ability, overgrow, moves, leaf blade. Leaf storm, energy ball, stone edge, earthquake, protect, rock climb. While Torterra's stats were somewhat lacking, it was still a formidable opponent. This Volcarona is no ordinary creature, Ash remarked. Volcarona, begin with quiver dance, followed by bug buzz. The sound was jarring and disconcerting. Leaf storm, Ash commanded. Unaffected by the distraction, a vibrant green tornado surged toward Volcarona. In response, it unleashed a fiery dance. Protect and see if you can withstand it, Ash shouted. The attack was narrowly blocked, but Torterra endured the impact. With a resounding cry, Volcarona summoned the sun's brilliance above. Is it a sunny day? Could it be? Ash's realization dawned on him. Solar beam, prepare, he called out, disregarding everything else. Torterra remained motionless, perplexed, as if questioning whether it could learn such a move. What? You don't know solar beam? What about sunny day? What moves can you use? As he observed Volcarona completing its solar beam charge, Ash felt a sense of urgency. Following his command, Torterra propelled itself forward, causing numerous plants to erupt from the ground. Where did Ash go? Brock and Misty, concerned about Ash's prolonged absence, decided to search for him with Pikachu in tow. The wild plants managed to mitigate some of the solar beam's impact, but Torterra still sustained significant damage. This time, it lay still, having lost its fighting capability. You are free now. I must return. Be cautious not to get captured again, Ash said with a hint of reluctance as he recalled Torterra, bidding a bittersweet farewell to Volcarona. Yet, Volcarona did not depart. Instead, it flew toward Ash. You wish to accompany me? Ash understood its intent. Volcarona nodded, acknowledging this trainer. Volcarona's affection level increased by 30. The system chimed in. I look forward to working with you, Volcarona, Ash said, retrieving a Pokeball to capture the magnificent creature. Was that Pokemon just now? Brock and Misty had fortuitously witnessed the entire ordeal with Volcarona. We can discuss it on the way back, Ash replied with a subtle smile. Chapter 3. Gathering the strongest team. The trio, along with Pikachu, returned to the Pokemon Center, where they entrusted Torterra to Nurse Joy for treatment. They found a place to sit down. Gently stroking Pikachu's small head, Ash recounted the events involving Volcarona to his companions. Earlier, I captured a Pokemon you both witnessed. Allow me to introduce it. It hails from the Unova region and is known as Volcarona, a bug fire type, Ash explained succinctly. The Unova region? We're not very familiar with it, so we lack knowledge about the situation there, Brock remarked. That region is the birthplace of Pokemon butlers and is steeped in the legends of the black and white heroes, Ash summed up. Are you planning to head to that region next? Brock inquired. Indeed, that is precisely where I intend to go next, Ash replied candidly, revealing his upcoming destination. Brock, would you consider joining me once more? Ash extended the invitation directly. Let me ponder this for a moment. Xiao Gang hesitated, for he had previously set his own goals and was contemplating a return to Nibby City. I shall first contact Professor Oak. Xiaoji stood up and made his way to the telephone, dialing the number for the Oak Research Institute. Ah, Xiaoji. Congratulations on reaching the semifinals of the Lily of the Valley Conference. Professor Oak greeted him as soon as the call was connected. Thank you, Professor. I will strive to do my best in the upcoming matches, Xiaoji replied courteously. I've also heard about your opponent, who is utilizing Darkrai. What Pokemon do you intend to use? Professor Oak wasted no time and got straight to the point. Please, Professor, could you have Miss Kiko return Charizard? Is Snorlax awake? And what about Lizardin? Xiaoji articulated his requests first. Lizardin and Charizard can be arranged. However, Snorlax is unable to participate due to his current condition. Professor Oak informed him directly. How is Infernape faring in your care? Upon hearing the professor's words, Xiaoji temporarily set aside thoughts of Snorlax. It's fully recovered. Are there any others? Professor Oak continued, reaching out to Xiao Jian and Charizard in the valley. There are two more, but I am somewhat hesitant. My opponent is a legendary Pokemon, and I cannot be certain about the others I might face. Xiaoji expressed his uncertainty. Send out Heracross. Darkrai will employ moves like Black Hole and Hypnosis. Your Heracross can counter with Dream Talk, Professor Oak suggested. Are you implying that I shouldn't use Pikachu? Professor Oak discerned the undertones in his words. Indeed, Xiaoji conceded. And what is the last Pokemon you possess? That only makes 4, Professor Oak recalled. Realizing that aside from Pikachu and the confirmed 4, there was still one more. My newly captured Pokemon from the Unova region, the embodiment of the sun, Volcarona. Xiaoji revealed without reservation. Very well, Professor Oak did not press further regarding its origin. I will contact you later this evening. Charizard should arrive by then. Xiaoji hurriedly ended the call. Hey, you brat. Professor Oak's expression darkened. System, there should be a novice gift pack, right? Xiaoji recalled the system and inquired. Novice gift pack opened. Congratulations, you have received a Keystone X1, a Mega Stone for Charizard, a Charcoal, and a level 65 Zeraora. The system's gift materialized before him. Opening the Zeraora's data, he read, Zeraora, type, electric, level, 65, potential, champion, friendship, 255, max, status, energetic, ability, volt absorb, immunizes against electric-type moves, enhances its speed stat. Moves, close combat, thunder punch, agility, power-up punch, cut, electric terrain, plasma fists, volt tackle, iron tail, protect, high jump kick, aura sphere, electro ball, swords dance, bulk up. Such a vast array of moves. Once Charizard arrives, I shall prepare for its mega evolution, rectifying the regrets from the previous series. Xiaoji took a seat before the two companions. Is the lineup confirmed? Xiao Gang inquired. The lineup is set. Volcarona, Charizard, Lizardin, Heracross, Infernape. And the last one remains a secret. Xiaoji decided to withhold the revelation of the mythical Zeraora for the time being. Heracross? You intend to use Dream Talk against Darkrai? Xiao Gang expressed surprise upon hearing the lineup. Indeed, it is no wonder you are aware of my strategy. Having traveled through so many regions with me, Xiaoji silently commended Xiao Gang. As night fell, he returned to Torterra and gathered all his Pokémon. Heading to a small training ground. Everyone come forth. Xiaoji tossed 5 Pokeballs. From left to right appeared Charizard, Lizardin, Heracross, Volcarona, and Infernape, along with Pikachu. Charizard. It has been a while. You have grown stronger. Xiaoji marveled at the nearly 2-meter-tall Charizard before him. Roar. Charizard responded proudly. Infernape, Volcarona, Lizardin. Allow me to introduce Charizard, one of my companions from my journey in the Kanto region, one of my earliest Pokémon, and among my strongest allies. Xiaoji introduced Charizard to the others. Heracross, having met Charizard before, shook its hand in a symbolic gesture. Charizard, type, fire, flying. Level, 71, friendship, 255, max. Can Mega Evolve. Ability, solar power, moves, flamethrower, dragon claw, steel wing, cut, fire blast, heat wave, dragon tail, dragon claw, flare blitz. With the arrival of Charizard, the overall strength of the team has risen significantly, with all Pokémon, including Volcarona, being above level 62, Lizardin at a level of 65, on par with Zeraora, and Pikachu at level 68. Tomorrow's battle is against a legendary Pokémon. Let us all fight with our utmost effort and leave no regrets. I humbly ask for your cooperation. Xiaoji bowed deeply before his Pokémon. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. Chapter 4, Semifinals against Dakdo, Part 1. Xiaoji took a moment in the preparation area to calm his nerves. His first official competition after traversing through time was against the enigmatic legendary Pokémon trainer, Dakdo, who had only revealed 2 of his Pokémon thus far. In this battle, aside from Lizardin and Heracross, he would utilize all new Pokémon, while his opponent's choices remained uncertain. Xiaoji, the match is about to commence. Please follow me. A staff member approached the resting area to inform Xiaoji. Understood, Xiaoji replied, wasting no time in heading out. Following the staff's guidance, he arrived at the platform, which began to rise slowly. The lift carried Xiaoji gracefully to the battlefield, where Dakdo had already taken his position. Now commencing the battle between Trainer Dakdo and Trainer Xiaoji. The rules are 6v6. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon is unable to continue fighting. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. The match begins. Dakdo threw out a Pokeball, releasing a Pokémon that was entirely gray-black with a red neck. Indeed, it is Darkrai. Infernape, you're up. Xiaoji, witnessing the scene reminiscent of the original series, showed no surprise and called Infernape to the forefront. Scan. Darkrai, type, dark, level, 69, ability, bad dreams, moves, abbreviated. Description. This Darkrai lacks divine duties and is merely an ordinary Darkrai. The bad dreams ability? As long as it doesn't put me to sleep, my stamina will remain intact. In the audience, Team Rocket, disguised as staff members, sold snacks and beverages while watching the match unfold. Little brat, letting Infernape lead? What are you thinking? Meowth remarked, slightly exasperated at the sight before him. Darkrai, use Dark Pulse. Dakdo initiated the assault, sending forth a dark purple wave. Infernape, jump and use Flamethrower. Some moves would undoubtedly be ineffective. Xiaoji opted for familiar techniques. Wow, it's so fast, Xiaoji exclaimed, astonished by Darkrai's swift movements. Infernape, Fire Oath. Pillars of flame surged from the ground. But just as they seemed to trap Darkrai, it burrowed underground to evade once more. Xiaoji gritted his teeth in frustration. Darkrai black hole. A black sphere hurtled towards them. What? So fast. Infernape was struck. Dream Eater. The imposing figure of Darkrai surged forward, its eyes shifting from a pale blue to a deep violet. Infernape, awaken! Ash exclaimed with a hint of desperation, fervently hoping for a swift revival. As the smoke cleared, Infernape lay on the ground. Dakdo closed his eyes and remarked, as long as one is well suited, this Darkrai is unbeatable. Ash gritted his teeth in frustration. Infernape has lost its fighting ability. Darkrai emerges victorious. Please present your second Pokémon. Ash, the referee announced. This Darkrai is formidable. Ash's Infernape was no match for it. And a sense of concern washed over Dawn. Ash recalled Infernape for a well-deserved rest, praising its excellent performance. It's time for someone else. Charizard, it's your turn, Ash declared, summoning Charizard, whose entrance exuded a regal aura, entirely distinct from his other Pokémon. Charizard, after your last encounter with Articuno, surely you crave another battle? This time, aim for a different opponent, Ash commanded, gesturing toward Darkrai. Charizard nodded in agreement, signaling that it was ready for such a challenge. Dakdo, puzzled, questioned, what do you mean? Breaking news. We have just learned that Ash's Charizard triumphed over Articuno during a battle at the Battle Factory in the open area, the announcer exclaimed with palpable excitement. Can we not be so ostentatious? Ash muttered, his eyelids twitching. Dakdo's eyes involuntarily flickered. His adversary's Charizard had defeated Articuno. Ash, do you have such accomplishments? Dawn glanced at Brock, who simply replied with a succinct, indeed. Charizard Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws glimmered green as it soared forward. Darkrai Shadow Force. Sensing the impending threat from Charizard, Dakdo realized this Pokémon was not to be underestimated. The two attacks collided, causing a significant cloud of smoke to envelop the arena. Darkrai. Follow up with Dark Void. Dakdo sought to avoid prolonged entanglement. As the explosion erupted, Ash decided to take a gamble, unleashing a water attack from XY to counter Darkrai. When the smoke dissipated, Charizard remained, panting heavily yet resolute. Darkrai has lost its fighting ability. Charizard secures the victory, the referee declared, astonished that anyone could defeat Darkrai. The crowd erupted in cheers, unable to believe that Darkrai had been vanquished. Dawn was elated, while Pikachu's concern surfaced. If it were to battle, it might not fare as well. Celebrating too soon. This is only the second Pokémon. What will come next? Brock pondered anxiously. Dakdo silently recalled Darkrai, acknowledging. It has been a long time since anyone has forced me to summon my second Pokémon. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. I don't care how many you send forth. I shall handle them all, Ash thought, feeling a wave of worry as he beheld Dakdo's confidence. Go Latios. A Pokémon resembling a jet soared into the arena, its blue underside gleaming as it ascended rapidly before descending. Latios. Ash remained unfazed. In the original manga, Latios was indeed the second Pokémon, boasting a level of 69 and possessing dragon and psychic attributes with the ability Levitate. Charizard, return for a moment's respite. Ash called back his Pokémon, conserving its strength for later. Zeraora, prepare for battle. He tossed out a Premier Ball, revealing a striking Pokémon adorned in yellow, black, and hints of blue. Zeraora faced Latios with an expression of disdain. What is this Pokémon? I've never seen it before. Professor Oak, watching the live broadcast, was captivated by Zeraora's entrance, drawing the attention of researchers across various regions, all perplexed by its sudden appearance. Is Ash preparing for his sixth Pokémon? Dawn exchanged glances with Brock, surprised by Ash's hidden prowess. This is a mythical Pokémon, Zeraora, which has only been documented in the Alola region, but that was centuries ago, the announcer relayed, echoing champion Cynthia's voice from Sinnoh. Zeraora, electric terrain. Ash initiated the battle by enhancing the power of electric-type moves. Dakdo appeared slightly flustered, not anticipating such an opponent. Latios. Light of Purity. Latios darted into the sky, unleashing a white beam as it dove down swiftly. Thunder Punch. Zeraora's arms crackled with electricity as it struck to defend itself. Although Zeraora managed to block the attack, it was forced back several steps. Lightning Kick. Ash reacted promptly, launching a counterattack. Dragon Pulse. Dakdo aimed to leverage speed to conclude the battle swiftly. Volt Tackle. Zeraora's Volt Tackle surpassed Pikachu's power. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket's headquarters in the Kanto region, a man in a suit stroked Meowth, watching the match unfold. A mythical Pokémon? Fascinating, he mused. Gene, check if we have anyone in the Sinnoh region. I need more information about this Pokémon. The suited man was none other than Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. No, we have no branch there, nor anyone assigned to tasks in that area, Gene replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Giovanni drummed his fingers on the table, then noticed three familiar figures. Look at those 3 selling snacks. Isn't that Jesse, James, and Meowth? He remarked, spotting the trio in the audience. They reported a year ago that they were heading to Sinnoh, but there has been no news since. Jean recalled something. Assign them a new mission. Follow that trainer closely. I want data on that mythical Pokémon. Allocate 2 of our bred Pokémon to assist them. It was a serendipitous twist of fate that the trio had appeared on-site after reporting to Sinnoh. Understood, boss, Jean acknowledged, setting off to relay the orders. The battle continued. Chapter 5. The Semifinal Match against Dakdo, Part 2. Zeraora, enough playing around. Swords dance to enhance your power, then follow up with a boosted punch. Ash commanded, preparing for the next round. Such speed. Dakdo cursed under his breath, watching Latios' rapid movements. What business do you have bringing a legendary Pokémon to battle? Latios, clean shine. As Latios evaded Zeraora's relentless pursuit, it executed a sudden stop, unleashing a soft pink wave of light. Zeraora managed to shield itself with a barrier of green light. Latios. Ultimate impact. A powerful strike descended upon Zeraora. Plasma Fist. Although Ash had seen it in the animation, witnessing it live was a first. With the boosts from Swords Dance and Electric Terrain, its power was formidable. Latios could not withstand the onslaught, succumbing to Zeraora's counterattack as it delivered a boosted punch to conclude the battle. Latios has lost its fighting ability. Zeraora emerges victorious. Please present your next Pokémon, Dakdo. The referee announced, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. I never imagined you were so adept at concealing your strength, Dakdo mused, admiring Ash for compelling him to reveal his 3rd Pokémon. Meanwhile, the trio of Meowth received a communication from headquarters. What are you 3 discussing? You've been following this trainer who uses mythical beasts, yet he has never summoned one. Are you certain? The report from the trio reached Truebird, who was astonished to learn that they had been trailing Ash. According to their accounts, the mythical beast had appeared quite unexpectedly. We are certain, Meowth replied candidly. As the scene shifted, the focus turned from Truebird to the stoic Banmu. You 3 will continue to follow this individual. I require comprehensive details about this Pokémon. We will send you the necessary equipment and new Pokémon as well, Banmu instructed, his expression devoid of emotion. The trio, intrigued by the mythical creature, became increasingly invested in their mission. And how long have you been shadowing this, Ash? Banmu inquired further. From Kanto, the Orange Islands, Johto, Hoenn, the Battle Frontier. And now Sinnoh, Kojiro summarized. What did you say? Banmu was taken aback. The trio had nearly faded from memory, yet they were capable of delivering substantial surprises. He had never anticipated that a boy with a mythical beast would be under the watch of his subordinates, a revelation that utterly astonished him. Compile a report detailing your observations over the years and submit it to me, Banmu said. His curiosity piqued about this Ash and his experiences. Understood, boss. The trio replied in unison before ending the call. My 3rd Pokémon is this one. Go forth, Heatran. A creature with 4 claws and a body engulfed in molten rock emerged. Is this the Fire-Steel Pokémon, Heatran? Ash was bewildered, expecting one of the legendary birds, but instead confronted with this formidable foe. Just don't summon a legendary beast next, Ash muttered, feeling a tingle of apprehension. Return, Jolteon. Ash called back his eager Pokémon, wary of a potential Suicune or Articuno appearing. Charizard, you shall take the stage. Once more, Ash sent forth his fiery companion. A fire attack against fire, is it? Heatran, use Lava Plume. Darko commanded, and Heatran unleashed its signature move. Why is it so hot? Koharu remarked as the temperature rose. Heatran thrives in volcanic environments, and its lava plume not only boasts immense power but also extreme heat, Brock explained, wiping sweat from his brow. Charizard, is this temperature manageable for you? Ash asked, glancing at his Pokémon. Charizard responded with an assuring look. Let us end this quickly. It's becoming unbearable, Ash declared, recognizing the escalating heat. Use Flamethrower. A massive column of fire erupted from Charizard's mouth. Dragon Tail. Charizard attempted to counter, but the flamethrower struck true. What? That had no effect? Ash was taken aback as the explosion ensued. The battlefield, ravaged by lava plume and fire attacks, was left barren and desolate. What? Still no effect? Ash frowned at the unscathed Heatran, perplexed by the situation. Heatran, level 70, flash fire ability? ISNT that flame body. Ash mused, realizing too late that the fire attacks only invigorated Heatran further. Darko smirked. ISNT this merely a tickle for his Heatran? It's time to conclude this battle. Use Stone Edge. Pillars of rock formed around Heatran and launched forward. Steel Wing deflected. Ash found himself troubled by the rock-type move. Heatran, finish this with Lava Plume. Darko commanded confidently, as he surmised Ash had no water-type Pokémon. Charizard, hold your ground. Though the lava plume approached swiftly, Charizard managed to maintain its defense. Final strike, explosion. Ash decided to gamble, as Charizard reached its limit. Both Charizard and Heatran collapsed simultaneously. Charizard and Heatran have both lost their combat capabilities. Both trainers are to send forth their next Pokémon, the referee announced. Charizard, you did your best. That last battle was terrifying, Brock said, feeling emotional. After all this time following Ash, Charizard had rarely faced defeat since it began to heed Ash's commands. Little buddy, Charizard has grown so strong. Meowth couldn't help but wipe away tears of joy from the audience, having witnessed Ash's journey. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon, yet hesitated to send out their next fighters. My fourth Pokémon is this. Come forth, Suicune. Darko released the embodiment of the North Wind, another of the legendary beasts. Lizardin, you shall take the stage. Ash decided to keep Jolteon for now, allowing Lizardin to test its mettle. Fortunately, it's only level 70, Suicune, otherwise it would be even more challenging. Beep, Charizard has leveled up to 72. The system chimed in. Ash was pleasantly surprised by Charizard's upgrade at this critical moment. Suicune, use Water Pulse. A blue orb was launched forward. Lizardin, Leaf Blade. Lizardin swung its leafy appendage, but the Water Pulse proved formidable, forcing Lizardin to retreat several steps. Lizardin, Sunny Day? The sunlight intensified. Solar Beam, Fire. Suicune, use Hydro Pump. The two powerful moves clashed, leaving both Pokémon panting heavily. Suicune, recover. Darko had a trick up his sleeve, using the opportunity to restore some health. Quick attack, another Leaf Blade. Ash aimed to capitalize on Lizardin's speed advantage. Suicune, not waiting for Darko's command, swiftly dodged, proving itself as the embodiment of the North Wind. Lizardin, return. Jolteon, it's your turn. Ash called, opting for a Pokémon that could match Suicune's speed. Electric Terrain, Plasma Fists. Ash wasted no time, unleashing a powerful attack that struck true. Recover. Darko aimed to give Suicune a chance to restore its health, but Ash was determined, don't give it the chance. Iron Tail. With a hard-fought struggle, Ash's team was battered, and he had no idea what Darko would bring out next. Suicune has lost its combat capability. Jolteon is victorious. Darko, please send out your next Pokémon, the referee stated dutifully. I can hardly believe it. Ash's Jolteon has defeated Suicune, meaning Darko's Pokémon have now lost 4 combat capabilities. The announcer exclaimed excitedly. Truly impressive, reaching the semifinals. Now, let us see how you handle my next 2, Darkrai said with a sinister smile, recalling Suicune. Chapter 6, Semifinal Battle against Darko, Part 2. Darko, gazing at Ash, who had bested 4 of his Pokémon, found himself at a loss for words. His journey had been remarkably smooth, having secured a ticket to the Sinnoh League solely with Darkrai. Ash gazed at the still motionless Darkdo, feeling a twinge of confusion regarding why he had yet to unleash his Pokémon. Was he contemplating forfeiting the match? Regigigas, I entrust you with this challenge. Suddenly, Darkdo's eyes snapped open, and he tossed forth a Premier Ball. Out emerged a Pokémon over 3 meters in length, its entire body encased in steel, with 7 pulsating red dots adorning its face. The Steel Titan? Ash found himself in a predicament. Brock observed the newly appeared Pokémon, lost in thought. What does this mean? Dawn inquired, perplexed. In the Sinnoh region, during the battle at the Battle Pyramid, this very Pokémon had made an appearance, unfortunately leading to a defeat. Truly a troublesome opponent. Brock recalled that match at the Battle Pyramid. Pikachu chimed in alongside him. Regigigas, is it? Be cautious, Zeraora. This adversary is formidable, Ash warned. Taken aback by yet another encounter with the Steel Titan. Are you implying you've faced it before? Darkdo questioned. Indeed. I encountered it while challenging the final facility at the Battle Frontier, the Battle Pyramid, Ash replied candidly. As a Steel-type Pokémon, it excels in both fighting and Fire-type moves. Zeraora, unleash your Plasma Fists. Zeraora concentrated its power in its left hand and swung ferociously. Regigigas, use Giga Impact. An orange wave of energy surged forth. Zeraora managed to channel its green aura to withstand the attack. A red dot locked onto Zeraora's forehead. Electromagnetic Cannon. Regigigas launched a silver wave from its hand. There's no escaping this. Brace yourself. Ash understood that battling the 3 legendary titans had imparted some knowledge of their moves, especially the combination of Lock-On and the Electromagnetic Cannon, which left a lasting impression. The Electromagnetic Cannon struck true, yet Zeraora persisted. Zeraora, deliver a final strike with your Thunder Punch. Ash was left with little choice. This level 71, elite tier Regigigas was a tough opponent. Regigigas, use Hyper Beam. It appeared Darkdo was prepared to settle the match with a single blow. As the smoke cleared, it was ultimately Zeraora who succumbed, but the power disparity between elite and semi-elite Pokémon was markedly vast. Zeraora has lost its ability to battle. Regigigas is the victor. Trainer Ash, please select another Pokémon, the referee announced after a brief inspection. You performed admirably in your first battle. Now, it's time to rely on your other companions. Ash reassured Zeraora. Its debut performance, standing firm against both Latios and Regigigas, was commendable. In that case, I choose you, Volcarona. Ash released the fire moth he had captured just yesterday, declaring, with your fiery body, I refuse to believe you cannot withstand this. The Pokémon Ash has sent out is none other than Volcarona, the embodiment of the sun from the Unova region, a truly rare sight to behold. The announcer stammered in excitement. In the Unova region, Alder was also watching this battle. I never imagined I would witness a trainer with a Volcarona, such nostalgia. He exclaimed, Regigigas, use Rock Tomb. Dakdo remained remarkably composed as he faced the fire moth. Shadow Clone. Volcarona deftly evaded the rocky confines. Quiver Dance. The combination move amplified both its speed and attack. The sound of its shrill cry piercing the air. Lock on Giga Impact. A red mark illuminated above Volcarona's head. Defend. Ash had a strategy in mind. Create some distance. Volcarona, use Fiery Dance. Utilizing the aerial advantage, they began to reposition. Hyper Beam. A white light surged forth as Regigigas charged with astonishing speed. Shadow Clone. Once more, Volcarona employed its clones to evade. Volcarona, unleash Flamethrower. It was time to employ a powerful move. Ordinary fire-type attacks would likely prove ineffective. Regigigas, use Iron Defense. A silver glow enveloped Regigigas, bracing for impact. Can it truly withstand this attack? Ash felt a pang of frustration. This is, he lamented. Ash, I am here to assist. A voice echoed in his mind. Is that you, Latios from the Water City? As the voice materialized, a young girl's figure came into view. Correct, but no rewards for you. The playful demeanor of Latios etched itself into his memory. Return, Volcarona. Ash, surprised by Latios' support, hastily recalled Volcarona. What are you planning, Ash? Dawn inquired, bewildered by his actions. Latios, you shall join the fray. A red and white Pokémon descended from the heavens, resembling Dakdo's Latios, albeit on a smaller scale. Where did this little Latios come from? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, Meowth mused, trying to recall its origins. I remember Ash encountered Latios and Latios only in one location. The water city of Altamari, with the sister Latios, Jessie recollected. What brings Latios here? Brock was equally astonished, recognizing it as the guardian of Altamari. His reaction startled those nearby. Brock, what? Dawn attempted to inquire further, but Brock silenced her with a glance. Latios. Type, Dragon, Psychic. Level, 74. Ability, Levitate. Held item, Latiosite. Friendship level, 255, max. Moves, Dragon Claw, Dragon Pulse, Mist Ball, Recover, Illusion, Telekinesis, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Light Screen, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, Farewell Gift. Latios. Let us battle together. Ash's gaze was resolute. How is it possible I didn't gather any intel on this kid possessing a legendary Pokémon? Dakdo cursed inwardly. Latios, Hyper Beam. The match commenced with a powerful strike. Regigigas, Hyper Beam. Both Pokémon unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The collision of Hyper Beams yielded little effect, as Ash aimed for a swift resolution. Mist Ball. Iron Defense. Ultimately, Regigigas collapsed, barely managing to take down this Pokémon. Now, Dakdo has but one Pokémon remaining, while Ash has two left. What could be the final Pokémon? The announcer exclaimed, astonished by the semifinals championship-like intensity. Dakdo remained taciturn, recalling Regigigas and producing a purple ball inscribed with the letter M. A Master Ball. Ash, Brock, Cynthia, and Chairman Sam Allen were taken aback. This ball guaranteed the capture of any legendary Pokémon. What would the final Pokémon be? What kind of Pokeball is this that has you and Pikachu so exhilarated? Dawn queried, confused by the excitement emanating from Brock and Pikachu. It's a Master Ball. How does he possess a Master Ball? Meanwhile, Kenna was also observing the match, having kept a close watch since Zeraora's appearance. Gather all available data on Dakdo, Kenta instructed Jean, glancing at him. Boss, there's absolutely nothing on Dakdo's records. Jean had anticipated Kenta's request, but found himself empty-handed. Aside from gym battles, all other information was non-existent. Additionally, Meowth and the others reported back with data on Latios, confirming it to be the guardian Pokémon of the water city of Altamari. Jean handed over another document. These three have traveled to so many places. Banmu was astounded. Even he had never ventured to the city of water, yet one of his most junior employees had somehow managed to do so. Summon those three back from the Kanto region immediately. I must inquire about this matter, he commanded. It was high time that Banmu paid close attention to these three individuals whom he usually disregarded. Dakdo tossed a pokeball, and a colossal creature with outstretched wings, a magnificent blue and white bird, materialized before the onlookers. Is that an 88 level, quasi-champion Lugia? Ash speculated, believing that the final Pokemon could be a near-deity level creature, the sea god Lugia, far exceeding his expectations. Latios, however, was an uncertain factor. As he gazed up at the suspended Latios, he expressed his concerns. No worries, came the mental reassurance from Latios. Do not overexert yourself, Ash thought. Feeling the weight of uncertainty, Latios gleamed with radiance, yet Latios lacked any electric-type skills. Lugia, Hurricane. Without any visible movement, Lugia unleashed a tempest. Quick attack, evade. Ash could only watch as the formidable strike approached. Ultimate impact. Ash resigned himself as the colossal move was unleashed, anticipating it to be merely a playful distraction. Lugia, Hyper Beam. Dakdo, showing little patience, initiated a major attack. Reflect. Ash hoped it would hold firm against the assault. The Hyper Beam struck Latios squarely, inflicting considerable damage. Can the system facilitate Mega Evolution? Ash inquired, given that Latios bore a Mega Stone. Affirmative, came the succinct response from the system. Latios, Mega Evolve. Ash touched the keystone embedded in his wristband, resonating with the Mega Stone Latios held. A Pokemon adorned in hues of white and purple emerged, Mega Latios. Meanwhile, in the Kalos region, Champion Karuna was watching this segment unfold and promptly set off for the Sinnoh region. What? Latios can Mega Evolve? Daigo, who was mining stones near the island of Yulongqing, was astonished by the message sent by a friend. He had never anticipated witnessing the Mega Evolution of a legendary Pokemon. Banmu watched the scene with exhilaration. Latios, Ultimate Impact. Ash commanded, not holding back. In the air, an explosion erupted as Dakdo countered with his signature move. Latios, Recover. Ash felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Despite the enhancement of Mega Evolution, Latios was still only at level 79, not yet a champion. Latios has lost its fighting ability. Lugia is the victor, the referee announced. Ash recalled Latios and withdrew the Fire God Moth's Pokeball. It has to be you. Fire God Moth. Regardless of the outcome, Ash could only hope, determined not to concede until the very last moment. The anticipated result was inevitable. The Fire God Moth was overwhelmed by Lugia's might and fell. I declare the finalist to be Dakdo, the referee stated, casting a sympathetic glance at Ash as he announced the final outcome. What an exhilarating match. Congratulations on reaching the finals. Ash approached Dakdo to shake hands. You are a formidable opponent. I hope we have the chance to battle again in the future, Dakdo replied graciously. Thus concluded Ash's journey at the Yulongqing conference in the Sinnoh region. Following the award ceremony, Dakdo seemed to vanish without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 7 ends with the gathering of illustrious figures. The Sinnoh League, the Yulongqing conference, officially drew to a close as the sacred flame extinguished. True to the original storyline, Dakdo, with his Deoxys, swept through the finals to claim victory. The final battle paled in comparison to the semifinals, as he failed to defeat even a single Pokemon. In the conference room, Ash, Brock, and Serena were retained by the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, alongside President Samaranch. Cynthia, please, speak plainly. You are treating me as if I were a criminal, Ash remarked with a serious expression. Cynthia took a seat and began, where did you acquire that Jirachi? Not only within the league, but various dark forces have also set their sights on your Jirachi and Latios. Cynthia found herself increasingly perplexed by the youth before her. Suddenly, the door burst open. Cynthia, Ash is a trainer from the Kanto region. He does not deserve to be interrogated by you. A red-haired man in a cloak stormed in. The newcomer was Ado, the champion of both Kanto and Chengdu regions, a dragon-type master and Pokemon investigator. I say, Mr. Ado. Even a child understands the courtesy of knocking before entering. Cynthia scolded him sharply, her temper flaring as he barged in unannounced, questioning her authority. Long time no see, Mr. Ado, Ash and Brock greeted, recognizing this champion-level trainer from their last encounter in the Hoenn region. Yes, we can reminisce later, Ado replied curtly. As a dragon-type master, I merely wish to inquire. I have a profound interest in archaeology, and I merely read about your Jirachi in a book. Cynthia emphasized the title of dragon-type master with pronounced weight. I am a dragon-type master, not a flying-type master, Ado retorted in anger. Then, Mr. Ado, aside from Dragonite, do any of your other Pokemon possess the dragon-type? Cynthia pressed, targeting his sore spot. Can Gyarados or Aerodactyl be counted as dragon-type Pokemon? You merely have 2 Dragonair to bolster your standing, she continued mercilessly. After a barrage of pointed remarks, Ado found himself speechless. The door swung open once more, this time with a gentler demeanor. Oh, everyone is here. A man donned in a miner's outfit and helmet entered. Daigo, why are you here instead of mining stones? Ado, Cynthia, and ADEK were all taken aback. Mr. Daigo, you too? Ash greeted him, noting that all the champions, except the one from Kalos, had gathered, including Daigo, the former champion known for his love of collecting stones. Haha, I was just mining stones when I received a call from Ecology, and here I am. Daigo chuckled, having watched the match with keen interest in Ash's possession. Young lad, may I have a closer look at the stone you hold? Daigo asked, eyeing Ash's wristband. Mr. Daigo, you have a keen eye. I only have this one stone, Ash replied, surprised that Daigo had noticed the keystone. He removed it and handed it over. Indeed, it is a keystone. Daigo took it and retrieved a brooch from his pocket to compare. This shall serve as a token of our first meeting. Daigo tossed out a megastone. Is this the megastone for Lizardin? Satoshi recognized it through the subway. You actually know about megastones. A woman, adorned in a white hat and sunglasses, entered the scene. Another keystone. Could you be Miss Karenai, the champion of the Kalos region? Satoshi identified her by the stone hanging around her neck. Yes, I recognized it because I possessed the megastone for Charizard, Satoshi admitted without reservation. Esteemed seniors, I shall address each of your inquiries in turn. Satoshi felt quite uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the crowd. Miss Cynthia, I saved the injured Zeraora in the Baidu forest through a peculiar tunnel, where ruins stretched for miles. Satoshi fabricated a story based on the events depicted in the later Sun and Moon series. I see. I must make a trip to Baidu forest. Cynthia expressed her interest. Latios, I met in the water city of Chengdu. She is one of its guardian deities, and we forged a bond. I had not anticipated her timely support. Fire God Moth, come forth. Satoshi released Fire God Moth. Fire God Moth, what a surprise. Attica reminisced about some past events. Mr. Daigo S. Ace, Metagross. And Miss Karenai S. Ace, Gardevoir, can indeed Mega Evolve, right? Having watched the anime, I am well aware. I wish to engage in a friendly battle with you. Daigo declared, revealing the purpose of his visit. I feel the same, Karenai concurred. Mr. Ado, what brings you here? He inquired, glancing at the Kanto champion beside him, who also looked puzzled. Just checking if anyone is causing you trouble, Ado replied candidly. There are not many trainers from Kanto, and in the Kanto League, the top 3 spots are largely dominated by trainers from other regions. Mr. Daigo, Miss Karenai, after the competition, we will seek an opportunity to battle, whether with Charizard, Lizardin, or Latios. All are quite fatigued. After some contemplation, Satoshi declined the battle with both of them. Chapter 8 concludes, marking the end of the Sinnoh region journey. Surrounded by a multitude of champions bombarding him with questions, Satoshi found it a bit overwhelming. Before such prominent figures, he felt like a fledgling chick, merely listening. Fortunately, they did not press him further, and he departed with Hikari and Brock from Lily of the Valley Island, returning to Twin Leaf Town to recuperate, signifying the conclusion of his journey in the Sinnoh region. Meanwhile, the trio from Team Rocket, having followed them, also returned to Twin Leaf, utterly exhausted. At this moment, a red and white Pokémon flew overhead, carrying a white bag. Is that not the messenger bird from headquarters? Meowth recognized the approaching Pokémon as the one responsible for delivering messages from headquarters. The messenger bird descended, presenting the trio with 2 Pokeballs and a letter. Musashi and Kojiro suddenly recalled the new Pokémon their boss had assigned them during their earlier communication. Meowth picked up the letter and began to read. These 2 Pokeballs contain your newly assigned Pokémon. Upon receipt of this letter, return to headquarters as swiftly as possible for a new mission. Musashi and Kojiro each released their Pokeballs, revealing 2 unfamiliar Pokémon. Kojiro sifted through a stack of small cards to identify them. Aha, one is a ghost-type Mismagius, and the other is a grass-type Deerling from the Unova region. Kojiro compared and explained. It seems that a gym leader from the Sinnoh region also possesses a Mismagius. Meowth recalled. Give me the Deerling. The ghost-type ISNT quite suitable for me. Musashi stepped back. All right, Kojiro readily agreed, as he was open to any Pokémon. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator they carried began to ring, displaying the headquarters number. The trio exchanged anxious glances before answering. Satoshi, Hikari, and Brock returned to Hikari's home in Twin Leaf Town, where Satoshi and Brock had already purchased tickets for their return to the Kanto region for the following morning. Inside the room, a jolt of electricity struck Satoshi precisely. Zap! Early in the morning, Satoshi was awakened by Pikachu's electric shock. Pikachu, feeling slighted for not being allowed to battle, decided that this would be the method to rouse Satoshi. Pikachu. Satoshi was annoyed. Hurry up and get up, Brock urged as he entered the room. Satoshi, realizing he had no choice, finally got out of bed. After washing up and having breakfast, they stepped outside to find all of Satoshi's Pokémon resting and playing in the yard. Everyone, thank you for your hard work during the Sinnoh League. Our opponents exceeded our expectations in strength, Satoshi expressed apologetically, looking at his 6 Pokémon, including Pikachu. In the original story, it took 6 against 2 to barely secure a victory over Dakdo's Darkrai and Latios. This time, all main forces participated, including the supporting Latios and the newly captured Fire God Moth, both performing exceptionally well in the competition. After chatting and frolicking with his Pokémon for a while, Satoshi returned home. Satoshi, your next journey depends on you. I cannot accompany you to the next region. Brock entered, holding a pink egg. Are you planning to become a Pokémon doctor? Satoshi guessed Brock's intentions. Yes, Brock nodded. Over the years, I must thank you for your guidance and companionship. I have learned so much, Satoshi said graciously, acknowledging that Brock had been his companion for the longest time. Traveling with you has opened my eyes to many things. From our journey starting in Kanto's Nibi City to now in Sinnoh, forging a deep friendship between the two. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Coming. May I ask who it is? Hikari opened the door, only to stammer mid-sentence. Who is it? Hikari's mother stepped out. A man dressed in a brown coat, with a white beard, gray hair, and standing over 6 feet tall, appeared before them, emanating an exceptionally strong presence. Professor Yamazaki, what brings you here? Satoshi asked the man at the door. They invited Professor Yamazaki to sit in the living room. I see you have not yet departed. Satoshi, have you decided which region you will venture to next? Professor Yamazaki inquired. Not yet. I am considering either the Unova or Kalos region. Satoshi shared his thoughts. If you choose the Unova region, please deliver this to the Pokemon Center in Deerling Town, Professor Red Cedar. Professor Yamazaki produced a box and handed it to him. What is this? Satoshi asked curiously. Professor Red Cedar is my student. It contains items she needs. I was uneasy about sending it through the mail. Hence I asked you to make the trip, Professor Yamazaki explained, without disclosing the contents. Understood, Professor Yamazaki. Satoshi accepted the task. Professor Okido, our journey in the Sinnoh region has concluded, and we will set off for Masera Town tomorrow. Approaching the phone, Satoshi made a call to Professor Okido to update him on the situation. Stay safe. I watched the Sinnoh League competition, and you did your best, Professor Okido remarked. Avoiding unnecessary chatter. I will send back the Pokemon you stored with me, and I will transmit them to you soon, Professor Yamazaki added. As Satoshi's Pokemon captured in Sinnoh were kept at the Yamazaki Research Institute. Alright, Professor Okido received the message. 2 doctors resumed their discussion on academic matters. And Ash found himself unable to interject, leading him to withdraw from the conversation. Ash, you're planning to head to the Unova region next, aren't you? Dawn approached him. Uh-huh. Ash replied absent-mindedly. That day, Dawn's mother and Professor Rowan were also present as they celebrated Ash's achievement of reaching the top 4 in the Sinnoh League and Dawn's remarkable performance in the Grand Festival. The following day, Dawn bid farewell to Ash and Brock at the harbor, with Piplup and Pikachu sharing in the sentiment of parting. The next destination was indeed the Unova region, a determination firmly set in Dawn's mind. Chapter 9. Homecoming and meeting Serena. The two spent over half a month aboard the ship, arriving at the port of Leaf Town in the evening. They took a night's rest at the Pokemon Center, as the experience of drifting on the ship had proven quite uncomfortable. The next day, they parted ways in Leaf Town, but Ash did not rush to leave. Instead, he leisurely wandered about. His last visit to Leaf Town had been when he departed from the Kanto region en route to Sinnoh, and he had also set off for Hoenn from this very place. Pikachu, how many memorable spots do you think we can reminisce about in Leaf Town? Ash mused, glancing down at Pikachu. Pikachu. The little Pokemon responded, seemingly expressing joy, though it was unclear what exactly it conveyed. Suddenly, 2 attacks surged towards them, Dark Pulse and Leaf Storm. A Dream Eater and a Servine? How could a Pokemon from Unova and one from Sinnoh appear here? Ash was bewildered. Neither of these Pokemon existed in Kanto. A boisterous laughter interrupted his thoughts. Since you earnestly sought my guidance, came a voice. I, Jesse, shall generously impart my wisdom. And I, James, shall strive to protect world peace. Jesse, the embodiment of love and truth, and James, the charming yet genuine antagonist. Meowth. That's right, chimed in Meowth. We are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. The white hole beckons us towards a radiant tomorrow. Enough with the opening lines. I'm tired of hearing them, Ash remarked, impatiently digging into his ear. You too, with your elite-level Pokemon? You can't even match a gym leader's strength. I wonder where you caught them. What a waste. Ash scoffed. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. He commanded, genuinely reluctant to face this trio again. Mirror coat. James hastily defended as the thunderbolt ricocheted back, leaving him somewhat astonished. Hypnosis. Ash's Pikachu fell asleep. There's another word I didn't get to say. Incineroar. Inferno overdrive. Ash, observing his slumbering Pikachu, threw out another Pokeball. Dark Pulse, block it. He was baffled at how the Rocket team had acquired such competent Pokemon with impressive skills. Servine, Sunny Day, Solar Flare. Jesse added, launching an offensive. Ash was momentarily stunned at their tactical coordination. Incineroar, Devastating Drake. In a swift motion, Ash countered, negating the Solar Flare. Mirror coat. James attempted to defend once more, but the disparity in their power was evident. This feels so annoying. Ash grumbled as the trio of imbeciles retreated, a shooting star streaking across the sky. Goodbye. Ash waved farewell to the departing Rocket team. He took Pikachu to the Pokemon Center for recovery and decided not to linger in Leaf Town any longer, preparing to set off back to Pallet Town. Thus, Ash embarked on his journey back to Pallet Town, passing through Celadon City without making any stops, heading straight home. When Ash returned to Pallet Town 2 days later, he noticed Pikachu was utterly exhausted, and he felt a twinge of guilt for the relentless travel they had endured, arriving 5 days ahead of schedule. Upon reaching home, he burst through the door, exclaiming, "I'm back." Awaiting him was a Clefairy. "Ash, you've returned." Hanako emerged from the kitchen. "We have a guest." She alerted him. A guest? Aside from Professor Oak and Misty, who else could it be? Upon entering the living room, Ash did not see Professor Oak or Tracy. Instead, his eyes fell upon a girl with long yellow hair and a pink hat, seated on the sofa, grooming a small yellow fox Pokemon. "Ash, you've returned?" The girl dropped the fox and came running over, her excitement palpable. "Excuse me, who are you?" Though Ash recognized her at first glance, he was taken aback. She was Serena, his childhood friend from the Kalos region, the heroine of XYZ. "Oh, you must be Ash." A disheveled man in a blue shirt emerged from the restroom. "Aren't you Professor Bertalo from Mier City in the Kalos region?" Ash quickly identified him. "Indeed, your performance with Latios' Mega Evolution in the Sinnoh League caught my attention, which is why I took the liberty of visiting," Professor Bertalo said, extending his hand graciously. "And who is she?" Ash gestured towards Serena, perplexed. "You." Serena puffed up her cheeks, clearly annoyed at being pointed at. "Serena, calm down. We are guests," Professor Bertalo intervened, sensing her irritation. "Serena? That name sounds familiar," Ash pondered, recalling past memories. How delightful it was that he still remembered her. Serena felt a surge of joy. She had not expected this somewhat oblivious boy to still have her in his thoughts. "Ah, I remember now. You were the girl who cried over those tadpoles at summer camp a few years back," Ash exclaimed, recalling the incident vividly. That summer camp had planted the seeds of affection in Serena's heart, as Ash had come to her rescue after she fell and scraped her knee. "You. How embarrassing," she retorted, flustered. "Your mother was right. Girls grow up too fast," Professor Bertalo mused, shaking his head with sincerity. "Doctor, that's not fair." Serena blushed, eager to retort. "Just kidding. I remember you. Always crying." Ash chuckled, reminiscing about how timid and tearful Serena had been. They had spent nearly every moment together during that brief 7-day camp. "Can I see Latios?" Professor Bertalo interjected, breaking the nostalgic reverie. "Sure, let's head outside," Ash agreed, as the house was rather small for such a gathering. Once on the lawn, Ash released all his Pokemon: Charizard, Incineroar, Monferno, Jolteon, and Latios. "Wow, Charizard, you're back in Pallet Town." Charizard seemed contemplative, gazing into the distance. "Charizard, are you thinking of returning?" Ash asked, noticing Charizard's hesitant demeanor. Charizard nodded, indicating that its training was not yet complete. "Keep pushing forward. I hope you grow stronger by the next recall," Ash reassured, understanding the lingering frustration Charizard felt about the recent battle. The two, man and Pokemon, shared a fist bump. Despite the physical distance between them, their bond of friendship would remain eternal. "This is Pokemon food. Make sure to replenish your energy on the journey. Please send my regards to Miss Kiko and all the folks in Charizard Valley." As he watched Charizard take off, he handed it a bag filled with Pokemon food for energy replenishment along the way. Once Charizard flew out of sight and returned to the grassy area, Professor Blatalo became intrigued by Zeraora. If it weren't for Ash's intervention, he would have unleashed a plasma fist right away. Zeraora, disliking such unsolicited attention, retaliated in kind. "Ash, are these your Pokemon?" Selena emerged, cradling a Fennekin, utterly astonished by the multitude of Pokemon before her. "Let me introduce you. This is Pikachu, my first Pokemon and my longest companion," he said, lifting Pikachu for the introduction. Unable to resist the adorableness of Pikachu's cheeks, Selena felt compelled to pinch them. "So cute," she exclaimed as she cuddled Pikachu. You should be careful." Ash started to warn, but before he could finish, a surge of electricity shot forth. Oh dear, Pikachu, she's a guest. There's no need for a thunderbolt so casually. Ash chided with exasperation. Pikachu sheepishly turned its head. The thunderbolt had considerable force, leaving Selena feeling a tad dazed. Are you all right? Ash asked, cautiously helping her up. I'm fine, Selena replied, her face flushed. Chapter 10, Preparations Before Departure. The Return of Squirtle. Together with Professor Blatallo, they arrived at Professor Oak's research lab, where the professor had been waiting for quite some time. Their relationship was one of mentor and mentee, despite their differing research focuses. Ash, have you considered visiting the Kalos region for your next adventure? Professor Blatallo invited as they settled into their seats. I'll have to think about it, Ash replied, subtly indicating his reluctance. Congratulations, host, on achieving a top 4 finish at the Yulongqing conference, employing more tactics than those featured in the original anime, and defeating more legendary Pokémon. A gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? The system's notification appeared. Yes, open it and see what treasures await. Ash's interest was piqued. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Electrium Z for Pikachu, 1 Dragon Fong to enhance Dragon-type moves, and a random semi-legendary in its basic form, along with 2 Ultra Balls. The system's rewards were indeed generous. Random semi-legendary Pokémon is being drawn. Please wait. A semi-legendary? In the original story, Ash had only 3 semi-legendaries by the end of his journey. Dragonite from the 1st generation, Garchomp from the 3rd generation, and Dragapult from the 5th generation. He eagerly anticipated what Pokémon the system would provide. A Dragapult. A green figure exclaimed as it flew out. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Dragapult from the Galar region. The system chimed again. Dragapult. Type, Dragon. Level, 1. Friendship, 255, max. Pokémon gifted by the system always start with maximum friendship. Ability, Infiltrator. Moves, Shadow Ball, Dragon Pulse, inherited. Ice Beam, inherited. Dragon Dance, inherited. Nice to meet you, Dragapult, Ash said, unable to resist giving the little one a gentle pat. It seemed that Dragapult was quite fond of its trainer already. Ash, since you're planning to visit the Unova region, we should set off together in a few days. I want to pay a visit to Professor Redwood. Professor Oak chimed in unexpectedly. All right, Professor, Ash replied. Can I join you? Selena asked. Aren't you from the Kalos region? Ash inquired, puzzled. I haven't decided which direction to take yet. I'm just exploring for now. Selena replied apologetically. Professor. Ash turned to Professor Blatallo. Her mother has given her permission, Professor Blatallo affirmed. Which Pokémon are you planning to bring? Professor Oak asked. I'll take Pikachu and Zeraora. If I need any others, I can swap. Ash had already considered this, planning to also bring Dragapult along. Pikachu. His starter Pokémon cheered in approval. Selena, eager to travel with Ash, decided to remain in Pallet Town. While Professor Blatallo collected data after Ash showcased the mega evolutions of Lizardin and Latios before departing from Pallet Town. In his room, Ash examined the map of the Unova region, determined to familiarize himself with the area and prepare adequately, as he would be navigating without Brock's assistance this time. What are you looking at? Selena asked, having approached from behind without him noticing. I'm studying the map. I should get acquainted with the Unova region. Ash replied casually without turning around. Squirtle, a voice called from behind. Selena, what is that Squirtle in your arms? Ash turned to see the Squirtle she was holding. This is a Squirtle that Miss Junshaw brought back, a proud retiree. I felt a connection and decided to keep it. Selena said, lovingly cradling the Squirtle. Miss Junshaw brought back a Squirtle? Ash was taken aback, realizing it could be the same Squirtle from the firefighting team. Without a second thought, he dashed outside. At the entrance of Professor Oak's lab, Ash spotted the dashing Miss Junshaw and recognized her as the one to whom he had entrusted Squirtle years ago. Ash, it's been a while. Miss Junshaw greeted with a salute. Is the retired Squirtle really mine? Ash asked, trembling with anticipation. Yes, all the Squirtless alongside it have evolved into Blastoise. It felt pointless to remain in the team, so it requested retirement and returned, Miss Junshaw explained. A small, agile Squirtle wearing sunglasses approached Ash, followed closely by a few familiar Pokémon, a Fire Mouse, a Bulbasaur, and a Bayleaf. It's been so long, Squirtle. Welcome home. Ash exclaimed as he scooped Squirtle into his arms. Squirtle. The little Pokémon chirped happily. Squirtle. Type, Water. Level, 51. Held item, Everstone. Friendship, 225. Ability, Torrent. Moves, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Aqua Jet, Ice Beam, Tackle. Wow, it hasn't evolved all this time because it was holding an Everstone. Achieving gym-level prowess as a Squirtle is quite impressive. The return of Squirtle was merely a delightful interlude. In addition to studying the Unova region's map and planning his route. Ash devoted time to bonding with his Pokémon. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Giovanni sat in his office. 3 hours earlier, he had summoned the Meowth trio and learned that a trainer utilizing mythical Pokémon hailed from Kanto, specifically from Pallet Town. Following this, young rascal had exposed him to numerous legendary Pokémon, including the events of New Island from years past. Banmu was far from composed. The extraordinary experiences and vast knowledge of his subordinates left him at a loss for words. Your next destination is the Unova region, where a mission awaits you, and someone will be coming to find you. Banmu produced an envelope and placed it upon the table. Ash and his companions were about to embark on their journey to the Unova region, this time not by ship, but by a direct flight to the vicinity of Littleroot Town. Professor Oak, donned in vacation attire, beach shorts, large sunglasses, and a wide-brimmed straw hat, was met with Ash's bemusement. "Professor, are you off to work or on holiday?" Ash remarked, unable to suppress his exasperation at Oak's appearance. "Sometimes, one must take a moment to unwind," Professor Oak replied nonchalantly. Chapter 11. Unova Region, A New Journey. As the group arrived at the seaplane landing site near Littleroot Town in the Unova region, the afternoon sun was already waning. Serena, ever the curious soul, chattered excitedly as she observed the unfamiliar Pokémon surrounding them. At that moment, ominous clouds loomed over the sea, and a shadowy figure flickered within the clouds. "Is that Zekrom?" Ash thought to himself, startled. He had assumed they could escape the narrative of the anime. Yet here he was, confronted by it once more. Zekrom. Type: Dragon, Electric. Ability: Terravolt, Exclusive. Level: Unknown, one of the legendary dragons of Unova. Strength undetectable due to the host level. Moves: Fusion Bolt, Exclusive, Thunderbolt, Dragon Claw. It was described as one of the guardians of the Unova region. Zekrom's power was unfathomable, and it was wise not to provoke it. "I haven't provoked it. Why has it come out?" Jirachi leaped from its Pokeball, gazing at the aerial apparition, sensing a palpable aura of battle. "Don't act rashly. That's a legendary Pokémon on par with Lugia, an elite-level beast with dual dragon and electric attributes. Do not entertain thoughts of confronting it," Ash urgently cautioned, fearing Jirachi might unleash a thunderbolt. "Really?" Jirachi retreated a couple of steps upon hearing Ash's warning. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and the massive shadow gradually faded away. Ash sighed with relief, grateful that the situation did not unfold as it did in the original storyline. He stole a glance at Pikachu's status. Pikachu. Type: Electric. Ability: Static. Item: Electrium Z. Level: 15, 68 in the original. Moves: Volt Tackle, Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack, Thunder, Electro Ball, not yet mastered. Pikachu, the iconic Pokémon from the original series, was now constrained by level limitations in this new region, capable of battling legendary Pokémon, but also susceptible to being outmatched by novice trainers. With Jirachi at level 67, Ash felt relieved that it hadn't been affected by the level cap. Otherwise, the defeat would have been catastrophic. In the shadows, 3 figures clad in dark attire and cloaks observed. "Little brat, they've indeed arrived in the Unova region," Jesse's voice remarked as they spied on Ash and his companions. "Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We must adhere to the plan," James replied. "Meowth, they have tasks assigned by the headquarters, and there's no need to clash with our rivals." Just then, a speeding jeep screeched to a halt before them. A woman stepped out, dressed in a white lab coat, her golden hair catching the sunlight as she approached Professor Oak. "Professor Oak, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's been quite a while." The newcomer was none other than Dr. Yu, the one responsible for distributing starter Pokémon in the Unova region. "Dr. Yu, it has been too long. I hope I am not intruding," Professor Oak replied warmly. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Yu from Littleroot Town in the Unova region. Similarly responsible for the distribution of starter Pokémon," Professor Oak explained as he exchanged pleasantries with Dr. Yu, introducing Ash and the others. "Greetings," the group replied in unison. "Welcome. You must be tired from your journey. Please, follow me back to the research facility for some rest," Dr. Yu invited without delay, ushering everyone into the vehicle. As they sped along, they encountered numerous Pokémon from the Kanto and Kalos regions that they had never seen before, flocks of Pidove, seasonal deers galloping through the grass, and the like. At that moment, Dragonite emerged from its Pokeball, savoring the warm breeze. What a delightful sensation. Dragonite soared into the air, curiously surveying its surroundings. "Doctor," you gazed up in astonishment. "Is that a Dragonite? Where did it come from?" Recognizing the Pokemon immediately, she inquired further. "I have a Dragapult, which is its final evolutionary form," Ash casually replied. "I captured it inadvertently and researched quite a bit to discover it hails from the Galar region." "How do you know about it?" Ash asked, intrigued. I have a Dragapult, which is a dragon-type Pokemon and its final evolution, Dr. Yu elaborated. Impressive, Ash. You possess such a rare Pokemon. Don't you wish for me to study it? Professor Oak exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement. It's only a few days old. If it were in your hands, I doubt I could bring it out again. Why don't you study Dr. Yu's Dragapult instead? Ash rolled his eyes, knowing Professor Oak's obsession with Pokemon research. An hour later, they finally arrived at Dr. Yu's research facility. This is where I conduct my research, she indicated as everyone disembarked and entered the building. Releasing Jirachi from its confines, Ash left Dragonite outside to play while Jirachi kept watch. Professor, the new trainers set to depart today have arrived, a researcher approached. Oh, is it already that time? Dr. Yu glanced at the clock and began to prepare. Ash followed her to meet the new trainers, who, as in the original series, included a boy named Shuri. Hello, Dr. Yu. I am Shuri. One of the trainers setting out today, the boy introduced himself confidently. Greetings. Congratulations on embarking on your new journey, Dr. Yu replied courteously. This is the Pokédex, which catalogs the Pokemon in this region, allowing you to access their abilities and moves. She handed him a Pokédex. Next, you may select your starter Pokemon, Dr. Yu gestured towards 3 Pokeballs on a table. They were Grass-type Snivy, Fire-type Tepig, Water-type Oshawott, a small green snake, an orange and black piglet, and a blue and white Pokemon with teary eyes appeared before them. Are you a novice trainer as well? Shuri inquired, glancing at Ash, who was accompanied by Pikachu. My name is Ash, from the Kanto region, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Ash introduced himself briefly, examining the Pokédex with Pikachu. Are you sure you come from another region? Your Pikachu is only level 15, Shuri remarked dismissively. Come on, that is a bit harsh, Ash retorted. I choose Snivy, Shuri declared after evaluating the 3 Pokemon, settling on the Grass-type Snivy. Here is Snivy's Pokeball, along with 5 empty Pokeballs and a badge collection case, Doctor. You presented a tray containing the mentioned items. As Shuri recalled Snivy, he prepared to take his leave. Shuri, I challenge you to a battle in the Unova League, Ash declared. I'll be waiting for you, Shuri replied confidently. The Emperor, without turning back, uttered a remark. What a peculiar temperament, muttered Ash. Pikachu nodded in agreement with this statement. They prepared to return to Professor Oak to discern their activities. At that moment, a powerful bolt of lightning resounded outside. What is happening? Ash had barely settled back in his room when the voice of Zeraora reached him. Leaf Storm, echoed the voice of the Emperor from outside. Zeraora, cease at once. Serena's voice soon followed, prompting Ash to rush outside. Serena, what is going on? Upon exiting, Ash found Zeraora shielding Serena and Dragapult, standing opposed to a Toxtricity. Are these 2 Pokemon yours? The Emperor inquired as he observed a green Pokemon that eluded the Pokédex's scan, piquing his interest. Indeed. Allow me to introduce them. This is Zeraora, and this Dragapult is also my partner, Ash replied. Why can't the Pokédex identify them? The Emperor asked, somewhat perplexed. Zeraora is a Pokemon from the Alola region, exceedingly rare in the world. To my knowledge, I am the only trainer possessing one. As for Dragapult, it hails from the Galar region and is of the Dragon type. The champion, Raihan, possesses its final evolution, Ash stated, noting the Emperor's lack of hostility. What an enlightening experience. Until we meet again, Unova League, the Emperor waved dismissively, recalling his Toxtricity and departing. That evening, during dinner, Ash expressed his desire to embark on a journey through the Unova region, prompting smiles among the group, as they had anticipated this request. Chapter 12. The arrival of Dawn and her first capture. The next day, bidding farewell to the 2 professors and his mother, Ash set forth on a new adventure with Serena. Last night, Professor Yu had presented Ash with the new region's Pokédex and badge case. Noting that Professor Oak did not possess any Pokédex from this area, Ash also handed over the box given to him by Professor Sycamore to Professor Yu. Given your current strength, challenging the gym in Santalon City would be akin to bullying. You should redirect your path towards the eastern city of Celestial, Professor Yu advised, suggesting an alternative route for Ash's first gym challenge. Celestial City houses a psychic-type gym. Exercise caution. The gym leader is none other than one of the Elite Four, Cassiopeia's sister. This gym ranks among the top 5 in the Unova region, he further cautioned. Understood, Professor, Ash replied, exhibiting no objections. For a single Zeraora could indeed sweep the competition, yet he recognized the need for caution against a psychic-type gym. Meanwhile, at the seaplane docking area, a trainer cradling an Oshawott arrived. Unova region, here I come. It was none other than Dawn, who had forsaken her plans to participate in the Hoenn region's grand festival to join Ash on his journey in Unova. Oshawott appeared quite delighted. observing her unfamiliar surroundings. She felt somewhat lost, unsure of her next move, until she noticed a phone nearby and dialed. Professor Sycamore, I have arrived near Pallet Town in the Unova region. Could you please guide me to Professor Yu's laboratory? Since she was unfamiliar with the area, she sought assistance from Professor Sycamore, lacking the contact number for Professor Yu. Dawn, what brings you over there? Professor Sycamore was taken aback, recalling that just a few days prior, she had intended to travel to Hoenn. Dawn lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, while Oshawott found her demeanor amusing. Upon receiving a glare from Dawn, it ceased its antics. I will get in touch with Professor Yu. Stay put. Professor Sycamore discerned Dawn's intentions. At Professor Yu's laboratory, a video call rang. Oh, is that Professor Sycamore's call? What brings you here? Professor Yu, having stepped out briefly, was surprised to see Professor Oak organizing data in the background. What brings you to call, Sycamore? Professor Oak casually answered the call. Is that you, Oak? Where's you? Professor Sycamore inquired, taken aback by the sight of Oak. I'm currently in the Unova region for some matters. Professor Yu just stepped out. Is there something I can relay? Professor Oak briefly explained. Could you possibly head to the nearby seaplane terminal to pick up Dawn? She has gone over there. Professor Sycamore detailed the situation. Is she the partner who traveled with Ash and Sinnoh? Professor Oak recalled. Indeed. I will head there immediately, he concluded before hanging up. An hour later, Professor Oak arrived at the port in a car borrowed from the laboratory. Dawn, spotting a familiar figure seated on a bench, called out, Professor Oak? Surprised to encounter a familiar face, she approached. What brings you here? Professor Oak asked as he stepped out of the car. I wanted to travel with Ash in this region, so I came, Dawn replied, slightly embarrassed. They both climbed into the car. I received a call from Professor Sycamore. Professor Yu just left, and you arrived a bit late. Ash has already commenced his journey early this morning, Professor Oak informed her. I didn't expect to be late. That's unfortunate, Dawn lamented. You must have pulled an all-nighter, he observed, noting her dark circles, an indication of her overnight flight. All right, I'll follow your lead, Dawn acquiesced, acknowledging her exhaustion. In the forest, Ash and Serena found themselves at a fork in the road, each holding a map, leading to a disagreement. According to my map, if we go left, we can reach Celestial City, Ash stated confidently after glancing at his map. My map indicates we should go right, Serena countered, unwilling to concede. Celestial City is to the right. What are you two arguing about? A woman interjected, pointing out the correct direction. Young man, your map is outdated and hasn't been updated, she remarked, disregarding their bickering as she examined their maps. Thank you for the advice, miss. May I ask who you are? Ash inquired, noticing the woman carrying a basket. I'm here to gather herbs. If you follow this right path for about 2 days, you will arrive there, she instructed. Thank you. They both expressed gratefully. The woman, one of the top 4 in the Sinnoh League and a competitor who had defeated 5 legendary Pokémon, murmured to herself as she observed Ash and Serena departing. It appears the first gym battle is destined to be against me. Unbeknownst to Ash and Serena, the woman they had just encountered was none other than Cresselia, a trainer from Celestial City and the sister of the Elite 4 member, Cassiopeia, one of the foremost psychic-type trainers in the Unova region. Let us set up camp here for the night, Ash suggested as they reached a lakeside and the sky darkened. Sounds good, Serena agreed. Lacking experience in this aspect and largely deferring to Ash's decisions along the journey. Zeraora, Dragapult, Fennekin, Squirtle, they released their respective Pokémon, ensuring their meals were prepared before allowing them to roam freely. Let us retire early. We have miles to cover tomorrow. After dinner, they tidied up and shared stories of places they had visited over the years. In the dead of night, the rustling sound in the grass, though subtle, captured Zeraora's attention. Rather than disturbing the slumbering group, Zeraora stealthily approached the source of the sound. A spirit resembling a candle appeared before him, its lower body shimmering white and possessing a single pale yellow eye, with a purple flame flickering atop. It seemed to be lost, for otherwise it would not have ventured into such a place. The spirit, known as Ling, gazed defiantly at the formidable Jalora, who was surrounded by swirling purple flames, and launched an attack. Jalora, feeling the impact at the struck location, merely touched it, bemused. Was this merely a scratch? It was neither painful nor irritating. A jet of flame erupted from the little creature's mouth, prompting Jalora to retaliate with a powerful thunder punch. Pikachu, who had been peacefully slumbering, was jolted awake by the fiery assault and remained dazed. Glancing around, he noticed the only fire type in their party, the Fire Fox, sleeping soundly, ruling it out as the culprit. But wait, where had Jalora disappeared to? Pikachu hastily shook Ash awake. What happened? Ash mumbled, still half asleep. Another jet of flame surged forth. Striking true, But the Firefox remained oblivious, definitively not responsible for the chaos. Who on earth is using jets of flame at this hour? Ash grumbled. He surveyed the area again. The only fire type, the Firefox, was still in deep slumber. Thus, he dashed toward the source of the commotion, where Jalora was locked in confrontation with a candle-like spirit. What is this? A chandelier? Ash recognized it instantly. Chandelier. Type: Ghost Fire. Level: 22. Potential: Champion. Ability: Infiltrator, Hidden Ability. Status: Lost, Hungry, Furious. Skills: Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Ball, Flamethrower, Scare, Minimize, Psychic. A ghost type, indeed? Ash felt intrigued by the chandelier before him. Jalora. Use Plasma Fist. He was determined to capture this spirit. However, the disparity in strength compelled Ash to instruct Jalora to temper its attack. Go Pokeball. Ash tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the spirit. Chapter 13. Encounter with a gym trainer in Celestial City. Having captured Chandelier, Ash provided ample Pokemon food and a few energy cubes to satiate its hunger. The little creature devoured the food with great haste, evidently famished. The commotion naturally stirred Serena from her slumber, and upon observing the ghost-type Pokemon, she took a few cautious steps back, seemingly apprehensive of its presence. Hey Ash, you haven't captured that Chandelier, have you? She stammered. Ash casually replied. Congratulations, host. You have captured your first Pokemon in a new region. Reward: Chandelier, potential upgraded to champion. +1 Dark Stone. Not a bad haul, but could you spare some Alliance coins? Funds are running low. In this world, staying at Pokemon centers was free, providing complimentary food and healing for Pokemon. However, daily necessities and travel supplies still required money. Upon hearing the host's request, 10,000,000 Alliance coins will be provided, to be spent before the conclusion of your journey in the Unova region. System: shouldn't you be the ultimate trainer system, not the ultimate wealthy system? Ash mused silently. Just round it off. You're quite ruthless. He observed the reward had decreased by 1 digit and complied. Over the past few days, they had traveled intermittently. Aside from their journey, training their Pokemon remained essential. Pikachu, facing Chandelier, unleashed a thunderbolt. In return, Chandelier responded with Will-O-Wisp. Pikachu, seasoned from countless battles, easily evaded the ghostly flame, delivering an electric shock in retaliation. Chandelier then split into a multitude of copies. It can use Shadow Clone too? Ash was taken aback. Pikachu. Use Iron Tail on the ground. Pikachu leapt, its tail gleaming as the ground collapsed, causing all but the original Chandelier to vanish. Chandelier retaliated with Flamethrower, launching a powerful fire column. Unable to evade, Pikachu crouched down to avoid the attack, but Chandelier's onslaught continued with a Shadow Ball. Dodge swiftly, Ash urged, seeing Pikachu momentarily dazed. Alright, stop. We're merely training. He swiftly intervened to prevent further conflict. After administering medicine to both Pokemon and enjoying lunch, he assessed their current location. Serena, at our current pace, we should reach Celestial City by tomorrow afternoon. The gym trainer isn't around, so we can take our time. Ash calculated their arrival based on their location. Ah, it's you. A woman approached, accompanied by a Galade. I didn't expect to see you again. Ash responded. Are you headed to Celestial City? The woman inquired, glancing at their map. Yes, I hail from the Kanto region and have chosen the Celestial Gym as my first gym. Ash stated earnestly. The Psychic-type gym badge isn't easily earned, you know, the woman replied with a slight smile. Galade beside her seemed to concur. Excuse me, who are you? What do you mean the Psychic gym badge is hard to obtain? Ash felt a twinge of annoyance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the gym trainer of Celestial City, Gardevoir. Surprised? The woman playfully gestured. What? Ash and Serena were taken aback, not expecting to encounter a gym trainer. I am truly honored. During the Lily of the Valley Conference semifinals, I defeated 5 legendary Pokemon, and my first gym is the one you seek, Gardevoir teased. Ash and Serena were rendered speechless by such praise. My battle rules are 2v2, and one of my Pokemon will be Galade. It's quite strong. So don't let me down, Gardevoir stated seriously. Your other Pokemon won't be a Gardevoir, will it? Ash recalled that in the original story, the Elite Four's Gardevoir was a key player, and assumed Gardevoir's sibling would be similar. Prepare a Mega Evolution Pokemon. It's been ages since I've fought a Mega Evolution battle. Gardevoir remarked directly. What will you do, Ash? Serena asked with concern. This is quite a challenge, Ash sighed. Various psychic types could Mega Evolve, including Galade, Gardevoir, Alakazam, and Metagross. Leaving him a bit bewildered. Think it over slowly. I'll be waiting for you at the gym. She rose and departed with Galade. What now, Ash? Serena inquired. Let us call back Lizardon. Latios has returned to the Water City. Ash felt a bit helpless. He had 3 Mega Stones, but only one Pokémon was available. Latios had come to bid farewell before they departed for Unova, unable to remain away for too long. As the two continued their journey, they arrived in Celestial City, marked by a lake that never froze, even in winter, quite a marvel. They reached the Pokémon Center, where Ash contacted Professor Oak. Ash, long time no see. How is your journey in Unova going? Gary appeared on the screen, while Professor Oak seemingly hadn't returned to Kanto. All is well here. Please send Lizard in. I need it for my first gym battle. Ash explained his request. All right, just a moment. Gary went to fetch Lizard in. 10 minutes later, Gary returned with the Pokémon. Lizard King, I shall transmit it to you now. Do be sure to check. As Xiao Jian spoke into the phone, he placed the Pokeball onto the transporter. Lizard King, I have received it. Has the doctor not returned yet? Xiao Ji inquired, holding the Pokeball. The doctor's flight is scheduled for this afternoon. He will arrive by tomorrow morning. I hope to hear good news from you. Let us stay in touch, Xiao Jian replied. Once outside in the training arena, Xiao Ji declared, Lizard King, you are the one. He tossed the Pokeball into the air. Chamo. The Lizard King brandished its leaf blade arms. Name, Lizard King. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Level, 68. Potential, King. Held item, Lizard King Mega Stone. Moves, Dragon Claw, Solar Flare, Leaf Blade, Leaf Storm, Frenzy Plant, Sunny Day. Seed Bomb, Dragon Tail. Lizard King, it has been a while, Xiao Ji remarked, gazing at his longtime companion. Chamo. The Lizard King expressed discontent at having been replaced by Xiao Ji during their last competition. Alright, this is the first gym in the Unova region, the Psychic-type gym. It's not merely a teleportation. Xiao Ji reassured. Is my bond with Lizard King strong enough? Xiao Ji queried the system, closing his eyes. Indeed, it is sufficient. The system responded affirmatively. Lizard King, Mega Evolve. Xiao Ji and Lizard King exchanged glances, touching the keystone in his hand, triggering Lizard King's transformation into its Mega Evolution. Mega Lizard King, type, Grass. Dragon, ability, Lightning Rod. Level, 73, level increased by 5 after Mega Evolution. Potential, King, held item, Lizard King Mega Stone. Moves, Dragon Claw, Solar Flare, Leaf Blade, Leaf Storm. Frenzy Plant, Sunny Day, Seed Bomb, Dragon Tail. Let us have a warm-up match. Zeraora shall be your opponent. Xiao Ji released Zeraora. Lizard King, Frenzy Plant. Vines burst from underground, aiming to ensnare Zeraora. Zeraora, Aura Sphere. With both hands, Zeraora concentrated energy to break through the vines. Lizard King, Leaf Blade. The leaves on Lizard King's arms sharpened to a deadly point. Zeraora, Electric Terrain, followed by Plasma Fists. Xiao Ji continued to issue commands with composure. Lizard King. Sunny Day, Solar Flare. The Solar Flare required time to charge. Zeraora, Quick Attack, use Exploding Fists. Zeraora moved with remarkable speed and agility, unleashing a brilliant ray of sunlight. Enough. We have a match tomorrow. You two should cease this brawl. Xiao Ji intervened, exasperated by the spirited clash between the two Pokémon. Chapter 14. The gym's first battle, a defeat. The Tiandong Gym, one of the few Psychic-type gyms in the Unova region, is led by a trainer who is the younger sister of the Psychic Champion, making the number of trainers who can obtain a badge exceedingly rare. In the Unova region, at the League's office, the Psychic Champion leisurely tended to her Pokémon. For a girl who values beauty and cleanliness also desires her Pokémon to be splendidly groomed. Leah, there has been an incident. A staff member burst in without knocking, breathless. What has happened? Gabriella inquired casually. Miss Lycan is set to battle a contestant who recently reached the top 4 in the Sinnoh region's Lantern Cup, but the staff member struggled to catch their breath. Is it merely a top 4 contestant? Why the fuss? Gabriella replied without turning her head. This individual is quite exceptional. It is Dakdo, the champion of the Lantern Cup, who defeated 5 legendary Pokémon. The staff member quickly elaborated. Huh, what are you saying? Gabriella's demeanor shifted as she pondered the implications of this news. The fact that a trainer who had bested 5 legendary Pokémon chose her sister's gym for their first battle in the Unova region was significant. Gabriella had watched the top 4 match of the Lantern Cup, recalling Dakdo's competition against Xiao Ji, had it not been for the last Pokémon. The level 1 Divine Sea God, Lugia, appearing, the championship would undoubtedly have been claimed by Dakdo. Oh no, she thought to herself. She could not rush to the scene immediately as the journey was lengthy. When is the battle scheduled? Gabriella hurriedly asked. At 9 o'clock, in an hour. The staff member replied promptly. At the Tiandong Gym entrance, Xiao Ji and Serena arrived punctually as agreed. Welcome to my gym, Xiao Ji. The door opened automatically before they could knock, revealing Gabriella. Miss Gabriella, it is a pleasure. I look forward to our gym battle. Xiaoji said nervously. As he had only previously challenged the Psychic-type gym in Goldenrod City, and Psychic-type Pokémon were notoriously formidable. Come in. Gabriella gestured politely for them to enter. The two took their positions in the battle arena. Now commencing the battle between Tiandong Gym Trainer Gabriella and Challenger Xiaoji from Pallet Town, Kanto. The match is for the gym badge, following 3 vs 3 rules. The battle concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer continue battling, and only the challenger may substitute Pokémon during the match. The referee announced from the sidelines. Isn't it supposed to be 3v3? Xiaoji's heart sank. It seemed he had been deliberately misled that day. Come forth, Metagross, Gabriella announced, opting not to send out her Galade. Pikachu, you shall lead the first battle. Xiaoji called forth Pikachu, recalling the numerous instances in the original series where Pikachu triumphed over Metagross. Pika, finally, I get to battle. Pikachu had been eagerly anticipating this moment, yearning to unleash its prowess. Metagross, Psychic. The Metagross floated into the air, its eyes glowing blue as it launched an attack. Pikachu, quick attack to evade, followed by Thunderbolt. Observing Metagross's level at 34, Xiaoji knew it was no weak opponent. Mystical Shield. Metagross's powerful Thunderbolt was absorbed by its protective barrier. Metagross, follow up with Meteor Mash. The Metagross bent its arms, shooting forth a blue beam. Pikachu, Iron Tail, to block. Despite being at level 30, Pikachu, seasoned from countless battles, struck Metagross squarely on its head with a precise Iron Tail. Seizing the moment, Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt. That was clever. Teleport. Metagross skillfully evaded Pikachu's attack with a swift teleport. Teleporting Metagross is quite rare, Xiaoji muttered. Psychic, lift Pikachu into the air. Metagross's eyes glowed brightly as it levitated Pikachu. Hyper Beam. It prepared to deliver a powerful attack. I still have a plan, Xiaoji said, tapping his nose. With the speed of their attacks, he commanded, Thunderbolt. As Metagross executed Hyper Beam, its psychic attack was retracted, providing Pikachu the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Encased in electricity, Pikachu charged toward Metagross, enveloped in smoke, obscuring the scene. Both Metagross and Pikachu have lost the ability to battle. Both sides may now send out their second Pokémon. The referee announced, observing the fallen Pokémon. Well done, Metagross, Gabriella remarked, slightly surprised by the outcome. Pikachu, take a good rest, Xiaoji said, cradling the injured Pikachu and handing it to Serena while retrieving a healing potion. Galade, prepare for battle. Gabriella indeed sent out the Galade he had encountered that day. Zeraora, you shall be my choice. Xiaoji summoned Zeraora to the battlefield. This must be the phantom beast that my sister spoke of. As I gaze upon the emerging Jirachi, memories of my sister's descriptions flood my mind. Aerial Ace, Swords Dance. The aura surrounding the Aerial Ace intensifies, enhancing its offensive prowess. Mental Blade. The Aerial Ace's hands morph into blades, slicing through the air. Jirachi, Electric Terrain, Counterpunch withstands the onslaught. This Aerial Ace is already a level 61 Pokémon. One must tread carefully. Aerial Ace, Swords Dance, coupled with close combat. Truly, the Aerial Ace is a formidable physical attacker, each move resplendent, yet devastating. Plasma Fists. Jirachi unleashes a barrage of electricity with its fists, charging forward. Aerial Ace, let us resolve this quickly with Mental Blade. Observing the stalemate between the two Pokémon, it is imperative to finish this swiftly. Jirachi, let us try again with Plasma Fists. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Ash understands this as well. Jirachi, having perceived Ash's intentions, swiftly engages in close combat. Seizing the opportunity, it delivers a final blow with Counterpunch. Timing is crucial, and Ash acts decisively. The Aerial Ace, overwhelmed by Counterpunch and Plasma Fists, succumbs to defeat. Aerial Ace, combat capability lost. Gym Leader, please present your final Pokémon. The referee recognizes the exhaustion of both combatants. Return, Aerial Ace, you've done well. Jirachi, take a moment to rest. You've put forth great effort. Noticing the weary Jirachi, Ash opts to recall it. Ash, it has been nearly 2 years since I've been able to utilize my third Pokémon. Regardless of whether you can overcome it, my badge is yours. Miss Gardarina presents a Master Ball with sincerity. Meanwhile, Gardarina observes the match closely. A Master Ball? Is my sister truly going to use it? Holding the Master Ball in her hand, Gardarina wishes Ash good fortune. An opportunity not to be missed. Let us proceed. Ash retrieves the Pokeball of his Lizard King. The Aerial Ace prepares for battle. An alternate-colored Aerial Ace emerges, adorned with a Mega Stone on its arm. A shiny Aerial Ace? Ash feels a surge of anxiety. He had considered all possibilities the previous night, yet he never anticipated encountering a shiny Pokémon. Miss Gardarina. The shiny aerial ace is entirely unexpected. Ash furrows his brow tightly. It is not merely the shiny aspect that astonishes him, but rather that the level 76 aerial ace, upon mega evolution, morphs into a champion, an insurmountable obstacle. Lizard King, it's your turn. Gazing at the megastone, Ash realizes he must take a gamble. Aerial ace. Lizard King. They both initiate mega evolution simultaneously, otherwise, they stand no chance. Aerial ace, mental cut. The aerial ace unleashes a flurry of luminous blades. Lizard King, with a flash of speed, lunges forward with Dragon Claw. Ash knows he can only stall against a champion-level Pokémon. Is this truly effective? Mirror Coat. A barrier materializes, rendering Dragon Claw ineffective against this defense. Knife Hand. Leaf Blade. Close combat resumes. After several dozen exchanges, both Pokémon are panting, equally matched in speed and power. The close quarters battle, coupled with their fierce assaults, has significantly drained their stamina. The sun blazes down with increasing intensity. Sunny day, could he be planning something? The final strike. Mental cut. Solar flare, unleash. Ash realizes he has no choice but to expedite the resolution. Two attacks are launched simultaneously, each vying for supremacy. The victor shall emerge triumphant. Lizard King, combat capability lost. The aerial ace claims victory. Witnessing the fallen Lizard King post-mega evolution, the referee announces, I shall return to the Tiandong Gym. I will have my revenge. Ash silently recalls Lizard King, who is now quite fatigued, and with only Jirachi remaining, they are left in a precarious state, likely to fall together. Departing the gym with Serena. What? Is he truly leaving just like that? Gardarina expresses her surprise. She had prepared the badge. This boy certainly has a distinct personality. Gardarina, observing through the camera, nods appreciatively. This boy is indeed intriguing. Chapter 15, Reunion. The defeat at the Tiandong Gym weighs heavily on Ash's spirit as he entrusts his 3 Pokémon to Nurse Joy for treatment, plunging into contemplation once more. Ash, how do you plan to proceed? Serena finds herself at a loss for words of comfort. Perhaps a brief journey first. Once my strength has grown, I will return to challenge again. Is there a suitable gym to consider next? Ash sighs deeply, contemplating the prospect of challenging other gyms to fortify his skills. He is not particularly concerned about acquiring this badge. You're indeed at the Pokémon Center. At that moment, Gardarina approaches, noticing Ash's despondency. Miss Gardarina, what brings you here? Ash inquires. It has been 2 years, and you are the first trainer to push me to this extent, my shiny aerial ace. Now a champion-level Pokémon post-mega evolution, your Lizard King's endurance is commendable, and I recognize your strength, Gardarina asserts. She retrieves a badge from her bag and presents it to Ash. This is the Cold Moon Badge, a testament to your victory over me at the Tiandong Gym. This, Ash hesitates to accept. Why the hesitation? Just take it. Gardarina insists, placing it firmly in his hand, leaving him no choice but to accept. The trio engages in conversation. Since she assumed control of the Tiandong Gym 5 years ago, only 7 trainers, including Ash, have earned badges, all of whom have shone brightly in the Unova League. Where do you plan to go next? Gardarina inquires. Do you have any recommendations? Ash seeks the gym leader's insight. To the northwest lies the Snowflake Gym. The shortest route. Head north to Shiba City for the Shiba Gym, or venture south to Cloud City for the Cloud Gym. Gardarina enumerates 3 locations. Let us go to Shiba City. I'm intrigued by the museum there and its fossils, Serena proposes. Then it's settled. We shall head to Shiba City. Ash, having read the original story, is equally fascinated by the exhibits. At the Shiba City Pokémon Center, Xiao D contacts Professor Red Cedar to inquire about the young man named Ash. Professor, he didn't head to Sanyao City? Instead, he went straight to Tiandong City? Xiao D is astonished. This individual is remarkable, having ventured to a psychic-type gym first. Indeed, according to my database of trainers, he has already secured a badge. Whenever a trainer earns a badge, it is documented. Gym leaders are required to register and upload the information. Professor, you can't be serious. Xiao D is momentarily stunned, struggling to believe it. If you doubt my words, feel free to ask him yourself. His next destination is Shiba City, Professor Red Cedar advises. Having received news of the next destination from Gardarina, 3 days after Ash's departure, Xiao Wang arrives at Tiandong City, accompanied by Pakachama, looking quite worn out. Are you referring to Ash, the trainer who earned a gym badge? He left 3 days ago. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Xiao Wang inquires about Ash's whereabouts. No way. Xiao Wang is on the verge of tears. Had she not gotten lost in the forest, she would have arrived much sooner. Pakachama, Pakachama. The Pokémon has endured considerable hardship alongside Xiao Wang in the forest. Oh, isn't the Xiao Wang. A dark-skinned man with narrow eyes approaches to greet her. Brock? Xiao Guang is surprised to encounter Brock. Weren't you planning to become a doctor? Xiao Guang had been aware of Brock's aspirations, hence her astonishment. I've come to realize that being a Pokemon breeder suits me far better, so I decided to pursue that path, Brock replies, having abandoned his dream of becoming a doctor in favor of Pokemon breeding. However, why do you appear so disheveled? Xiao Gang remarked with amusement as he observed Xiao Guang's untidy appearance. I got lost in the forest and missed Xiao Ji. Miss Joy just informed me that he went to Shiba City, Xiao Guang replied succinctly. Are you not aware that there is a train from Sinnoh City to here? Traversing through the forest must have exhausted you, Xiao Gang, naturally having arrived by train, commented. Why did you not mention it sooner? After all the hardships I endured to arrive here, learning about the train's existence could drive anyone mad. Xiao Gang, is there indeed a train to Shiba City? Xiao Guang looked at Xiao Gang with a forlorn expression. No, you can only travel from Sinnoh City by foot. Otherwise, we would have to traverse the jungle once more, Xiao Gang suggested, noting that if they took the forest route, they might catch up with Xiao Ji more swiftly. Xiao Ji, on your previous travels, did you solely consume rice balls, sandwiches, or bread? Did you not prepare your own meals? After departing from Tiandong City, the two had entered a forest. Gazing at the now stale salina they held. I once traveled with a partner whose culinary skills were exceptional. If it weren't for his commitment to becoming a doctor, I would have certainly invited him along. Xiao Ji reminisced about the days with Xiao Gang, lamenting that had he known to seek out Tiantong in Sinnoh City for an invitation to join, they wouldn't have been stuck with nothing but bread and rice balls every day. Even Pikachu seemed to miss that man. Bo Jamin, Bubble Beam, Bad Frog, Poison Sting. The jungle echoed with two distinct cries, indicating that someone was in trouble. Xiao Gang and Xiao Guang followed the sounds into the thicket, only to encounter a swarm of bee drills. Why do those sounds seem so familiar? Xiao Ji, while munching on a sandwich, recognized the voices as reminiscent of his previous experiences. Stay here, I'll investigate. He gestured to Salina to remain stationary and not wander, then moved towards the source of the sounds. Xiao Guang, Xiao Gang. Upon seeing the two ahead of him, Xiao Ji was momentarily taken aback. What brings you both here? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Candle Spirit, Flamethrower. Lizard King, Leaf Storm. Seeing Xiao Gang and Xiao Guang being pursued by bee drills, Xiao Ji immediately intervened to assist. The buzzing sound intensified as more bee drills converged. Zeraora, Electric Terrain. Pikachu, Zeraora. Double Thunderbolt. The two electric-type Pokemon unleashed their attacks simultaneously, finally dispersing the swarm of bee drills. Is that Zeraora? Could it be? Xiao Guang and Xiao Gang instantly recognized the Pokemon before them. Xiao GX2, the two advanced to greet him. Why have you both come? Have you forsaken your medical careers? Aren't you participating in the Grand Festival? Xiao Ji inquired, puzzled. I believe Pokemon breeding suits me better. Xiao Gang had altered his vocation from the original narrative. I'm merely here to unwind, Xiao Guang fibbed. Do you expect me to believe that? Xiao Ji looked at his arrivals, unsure of what to say. Lizard King, what a surprise to see you here. Xiao Gang was the first to spot Lizard King. In the battle at Tiandong Gym, I used it. The last Pokemon I faced was a Mega Evolved Galade, and it was a shiny one at that, Xiao Ji sighed. You've gotten the badge, I presume? Xiao Gang inquired. This is the Cold Moon badge. Xiao Ji displayed it proudly. Let us take a break. I would appreciate lunch. Xiao Ji said, somewhat embarrassed. No worries. We're quite hungry ourselves, Xiao Gang replied, accustomed to such situations. Xiao Ji, who are they? Upon returning to their camp, Salina asked about the two unfamiliar faces they had brought back. Allow me to introduce Xiao Gang and Xiao Guang, my companions from my journey in the Sinnoh region. Xiao Gang is the former gym leader from Ni by City in the Kanto region, and Xiao Guang is a coordinator. Xiao Ji introduced them to Salina. Hello, I am Salina, she greeted warmly. Salina, hailing from the Kalos region, the birthplace of Mega Evolution. She is my companion on this journey through the Unova region. He then introduced Salina to the others. I am Xiao Gang. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Xiao Guang. I look forward to working with you. Xiao Ji, the Dratini and Candle Spirit are new additions to your team, aren't they? Xiao Gang noted the two newly acquired Pokemon. Indeed, Xiao Ji affirmed. Chapter 16, Special Training in the Forest. With Xiao Gang's presence, the group's meals were no longer limited to monotonous sandwiches and bread. Xiao Gang released his Pokemon, which included the newly evolved Chansey, along with Bad Frog and Swampert. Xiao Guang released all but Bo Jamin, including a Togekiss, a Fire Mouse, and a newly captured Golett in its initial form. Pikachu, Togekiss, and Fire Mouse were all familiar faces, exchanging greetings. Golett, however, appeared timid, hiding behind Xiao Guang. Xiao Ji began to assess Golett's condition. Golett, type, Ghost Ground. Level 12. Ability. No guard. Nature. Timid. Moves. Confusion. Fake tears. Pound. Astonish. Shadow Ball. Seems quite promising. A level 12 Pokemon with a decent move set, he noted. According to our journey, we must traverse this forest and pass through a small town before reaching Shiba City. After their meal, Xiaoji pulled out a map and addressed the group. Xiaoji, are you planning to visit the Shiba Gym? Xiao Guang inquired, glancing at the map. Yes, Selina is particularly interested in the fossils there. Hence, during our stay in Tiandong City, we decided to head that way, Xiaoji explained. Xiao Gang, perhaps we should contemplate another gym. The last I heard upon leaving Shiba City was that the gym was temporarily closed. And I encountered a peculiar green-haired boy with a vine whip, Xiao Gang remarked. Vine whip? Green-haired boy, could it be Xiaodi? Xiaoji recalled a familiar face upon hearing Xiao Gang's description. It seems Xiaodi's vine whip has evolved. By the way, Xiaoji, this is an egg doctor. Hongdo Shan asked me to pass along to you. Xiao Guang retrieved a red and white egg from his backpack. Burning bug, unhatched. Type, bug fire. Xiaoji examined the egg but promptly closed the system and returned it to Xiao Guang. I'll give it back. I already have a Volcarona. Why would I need a burning bug? Xiaoji questioned, puzzled. How did you know this is a Volcarona egg? Xiao Guang asked, intrigued. I was fortunate enough to have seen a Volcarona egg, which is how I recognized it, Xiaoji explained. But, Xiao Guang hesitated. You aren't afraid of bugs, are you? Xiaoji recalled the incident with the cater pie and Misty. Xiao Guang nodded, somewhat resigned. Xiao Gang, would you like to take it? Xiaoji turned to him, knowing that Xiao Gang's strongest Pokemon, Steelix, was not with him, thus compensating for his absence. All right, I'll accept it. Xiao Gang hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to keep it. Then let us postpone our visit to Shiba City and remain here for some special training with our Pokemon. Xiaoji proposed, seeking the group's consensus. With everyone in agreement, having ample supplies, they were well equipped to stay in the forest for a while. Xiaoji, for the next gym, why not consider Qinyuan Town? It has a Steel-type gym, Xiao Gang suggested, holding a travel guide. Steel-type, you say? Xiaoji's interest was piqued. Thus far, he had only encountered one Steel-type gym, the one led by Amy with her Steelix. Welcome back, Dr. Oak. As the Pokemon were fed, Xiao Jian encountered the returning Professor Oak. Ah, Xiao Jian, everything at the lab has been smooth sailing? Dr. Oak inquired, changing into his lab coat. Everything is fine. Ash contacted me yesterday and took the Lizard King, while Green reached out to me and took the Speed Dog. Xiao Jian filled me in on the situation. Ash, that fellow. Hasn't he been in touch for a while? I wonder how he is faring, Professor Oak murmured. Ash challenged the Tiandong Gym and needed the Lizard King, Xiao Jian added. The Unova region's Tiandong Gym? Professor Oak momentarily struggled to recall which one it was. Just then, a video call rang in. Wow, your training is impressive. You even defeated my granddaughter, breaking a 2-year record of no one obtaining a badge. An elderly woman with white hair and spectacles appeared on the screen. What brings you here, old lady? Professor Oak was taken aback by the elderly figure, the grandmother of the Unova region's psychic champion, Cresselia. Is there someone named Ash in your vicinity? She inquired directly. Tiandong Gym, what's your relationship with the trainer? Professor Oak was perplexed. That's my dear granddaughter. The old woman replied, poking the floor with her cane. What? Whose idea was it for Ash to challenge the Tiandong Gym? He is really causing me trouble, he exclaimed. Ah, bless him. Ash sneezed while training his Pokemon. Pikachu, Lizard King, you both rely on speed. Aim to strike your opponents when they least expect it. Focus on enhancing your agility. Pikachu, work on strengthening your tail, while Lizard King should refine his leaf blade technique. Ash first assigned training tasks to his 2 speedy Pokemon. Chandelure and Dragapult. Engage in friendly sparring to improve your physical fitness and skill proficiency. Remember, keep it light. Watching the 2 initial stage Pokemon engage in their simple battles, they showcase their skills. Dragapult unleashed a Dragon Pulse, while Chandelure, quick on the draw, retaliated with a flamethrower. As for Zeraora, it trained independently, venturing into the forest in search of opponents. After all, the only team member capable of matching its prowess was Koharu's Clefairy, which, being a tidy girl, had no desire for battles, hence disregarding its request. Training concluded with a few injuries, and a nearby Chansey was there to provide healing, leaving no room for concern. The group wandered along the forest's edge, but soon found themselves lost. Initially headed for Qinyuan Town, they had inadvertently arrived at a coastal area marked on the map as an ordinary seaside, devoid of any noteworthy attractions. Fortunately, they discovered a Pokemon Center, allowing them to relax for a moment. They promptly contacted Professor Hongdo. Long time no see, Ash greeted as the call connected. Aren't you all supposed to be in Qibao City? Why are you at Yuanlin Coast? Professor Hongdo questioned, puzzled by the caller ID. Doctor, I didn't receive any updates. The Qibao gym is temporarily closed, so we changed our route to Qinyuan town, but ended up lost and accidentally arrived here. Ash admitted sheepishly. Be careful. The gym leader at Qinyuan, Mr. Kong's son, is not someone to be trifled with. He is quite powerful, Professor Hondo cautioned, surprised by their change of plans. By the way, did you receive that egg I entrusted to Brock? She recalled. Doctor, I already have a fire moth. Adding another burn bug egg seems unnecessary, Ash replied bashfully. Burn bug? Professor Hondo was taken aback, for she had no knowledge of what that egg contained. Yes, we got it. Ash and his companions nodded. Doctor, I've accepted the egg. Thank you for the gift. Ash stepped aside and pointed the camera at Brock, who hastily expressed his gratitude. All right, take good care of it. Professor Hondo exchanged a few more words before Ash transferred the Lizard King and ended the call. Since we're at the beach, I want to go swimming, Koharu suggested. Me too, Selena chimed in, eager for fun. Ash and Brock exchanged glances and decided to let the girls have their way, enjoying a moment of relaxation. The evening beach was indeed beautiful, with the setting sun painting the sky as they witnessed the sun's descent. Chapter 17. Two Girls Drown, Dragonair to the Rescue. The following day, the group decided to take a break at the beach, a rare opportunity to swim, as the sea's temperature was quite pleasant. Just as Ash and Brock were lounging on beach chairs, they were startled by Selena and Koharu, who approached wearing a blue swimsuit and a pink one, respectively, providing quite the visual delight. Selena, let us not mind them. Let us go swimming, Koharu urged, dragging Selena towards the sea with a float. We're off. The two girls unleashed their playful spirits. Ash and Brock enjoyed the sunbathing, reveling in the tranquility until fatigue overcame them, and they fell asleep. They had no idea how much time had passed. Help! Help! Distant cries echoed as Selena and Koharu had ventured too far into the water, their strength waning and legs cramping, desperately calling for assistance. Ash and Brock, lost in their slumber, were oblivious to the girls' distress. Nearby, Zeraora, training diligently, heard the cries and observed its trainer still asleep without any sign of waking. Alarmed, Zeraora realized the girls were in danger of drowning and without hesitation swam toward them. Zeraora, help! Selena and Koharu spotted Zeraora approaching, their savior. Suddenly, a swarm of tentacles surrounded them in the water. Zeraora, witnessing the impending threat, prepared to unleash its Volt Tackle to neutralize the situation. Stop! We can't use electric moves in the water, Koharu quickly warned, realizing Zeraora was about to strike. Zeraora understood the implication. Any electric attack would endanger all water-type Pokémon in the vicinity. Instead, it initiated close combat. As more and more tentacle converged, Zeraora felt overwhelmed. Battling a dozen was manageable, but facing an entire horde was daunting. Zeraora, don't mind us. Go for help immediately, urged the girls, their energy draining rapidly. Just then, a series of water gun attacks struck a tentacle that was preparing to ambush. Is that Dragonair? Koharu exclaimed, astonished to see a group of Dragonair appear. One Dragonair swooped down, lifted Selena and Koharu onto its back, gesturing for them to hold on tight. The leader of Dragonair signaled Zeraora to begin its counterattack. Zeraora immediately grasped their intent. Having heard that Ash encountered a group of Dragonair during his travels in the Orange Archipelago, Koharu felt fortunate. Phew, we're lucky to be alive, Selena sighed in relief. The leader Dragonair approached the two girls, intrigued by their conversation. Did you mention Ash? Do you know him? A thought resonated in their minds. Don't worry, this is telepathy, they understood, feeling reassured by the Dragonair's ability to communicate mentally. Ash is our traveling companion. He is over there resting on the beach. Although the specifics of how this Dragonair met Ash remain a mystery, the situation was eventually clarified. The Dragonair swam directly toward the shore, and upon spotting the familiar training ground, a wave of memories washed over it. Suddenly, a powerful hydro pump struck Ash and Brock squarely in the face. Who did that? How inconsiderate. The two instantly snapped back to reality and scanned their surroundings to identify the assailant, expressing their displeasure. Ash, is that Dragonair the one from back then? Brock questioned, eyeing the Dragonair that was observing them from the shore, uncertainty in his voice. I'm not sure either. After our farewell at the Ocean Research Institute, I haven't seen it since, Ash admitted, equally uncertain. Pikachu, however, seemed to recognize the Dragonair, growing increasingly familiar with it, and dashed over. It was indeed a reunion of old friends between Dragonair and Pikachu. It really is. Ash confirmed the identity of Dragonair, recalling it as the one that had accompanied him during his journey through the Orange Islands. Dragonair. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Hydration. Level, 46. Friendship, 255, max. moves, water pulse, ice beam, dream eater, telepathy, hydro pump, safeguard, perish song, rain dance, surf, heavy slam, water jet, mist, scald, ice beam. Are you the same Dragonair from back then? Ash rushed over for confirmation. Of course. I never expected to run into you here. Dragonair communicated through telepathy. You've grown quite a bit and become stronger, Ash remarked, gazing at the Dragonair before him, reflecting on how, prior to the Kalos region, there were hardly any notable water-type Pokémon among those he had captured. The likes of Totodile and Corphish were of average combat prowess, but that young Dragonair had shown remarkable potential, albeit leaving too soon. After a long separation, both trainer and Pokémon had not forgotten each other. So this Dragonair is. Dawn hesitated to inquire, observing the bond between the two. This Dragonair is my partner from the Orange Islands, the leader of its group, Ash explained, gesturing toward the gathering of Dragonair. The young Dragonair, undeterred by its surroundings, greeted Ash and his friends warmly. While the group was engaged in animated conversation, Ash formulated a plan to bring Dragonair along with him. Considering that the water-type Pokémon he had in mind from the original story were not particularly impressive, and Dragonair's strength would be a perfect match. Dragonair, would you be interested in joining me on my journey once more? Ash tentatively asked. Dragonair fell silent, casting a glance at its kin, torn between its desire to stay and the uncertainty of leaving. It's all right. As the leader, you can always reunite with us in the future, Ash reassured, understanding Dragonair's reluctance to part ways with its family, having grown alongside them for so long. After a moment's hesitation, Dragonair swam back toward its group, conversing with its mother. Though the content of their discussion remained a mystery, it appears that Dragonair wishes to travel with you, but it has found a suitable leader among its group, Brock analyzed. Stepping forward, I would like to keep it, but it seems that staying with its family is the more fitting choice, Ash conceded. Despite his desire to train Dragonair as a key member of his team, it seemed a decision had been made. Observing Dragonair bid farewell to its kin, Ash anticipated the outcome. After a brief farewell, Dragonair tearfully departed from its family and approached Ash. Ash, please take care of me. Welcome back, Dragonair. I'm looking forward to our adventures together, Ash replied, surprised at the serendipitous reunion. Pikachu and Jirachi also expressed their excitement, recognizing Dragonair's high intelligence and formidable abilities, including telepathy. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy informed Ash that the leader of the Celadon Gym had called for him and requested a return call. What does Misty want? Brock wondered, noting that the three of them were Ash's earliest companions and mentors, having witnessed his growth. Misty, what's the matter? Ash asked, confusion evident in his voice as he answered the call. Ash, could you lend me a water-type Pokémon? A Kingler, Totodile, or Corphish would do, Misty requested right away. What for? Ash replied, puzzled by her request. I need a Pokémon because all my gym Pokémon were knocked out and sent to the Pokémon Center, including my Gyarados. Misty explained, sounding exasperated. Wow, our future water-type master is having a rough time. Do you need a Swampert? Brock joked as he approached. That would be great. Misty brightened at the suggestion. You should contact Professor Oak. My Squirtle is also available, and Totodile and Kingler should be able to assist you, Ash shared, relaying his Squirtle's availability. Really? I didn't expect such a fortunate turn of events. Misty exclaimed. Dragonair, come out. Ash called forth his Dragonair. It seems you haven't battled in a while. Would you help Misty with a few practice matches? Ash considered that Misty's call had come at the perfect time for training Dragonair. Absolutely. Dragonair confirmed through telepathy. You know Misty. She was the one who trained you in the Orange Islands, Ash remarked to Misty. Ash, where did you meet Dragonair? Misty was taken aback by this delightful surprise. It can communicate telepathically, so there's no need for direct commands. Just a simple conversation will suffice, Ash reassured her. Thank you, Ash. I'm so pleased to have this unexpected opportunity. Misty responded, clearly thrilled. Ash entrusted Dragonair to her, while Brock sent out his Swampert for training as well. Chapter 18, Museum Discoveries. After spending several delightful days playing by the seaside, Ash and his friends reluctantly bade farewell to the long-awaited sunshine and sandy beaches. Uncertain when they would encounter such a place again, having determined the correct path and replenished their supplies, they departed from the area. After days of travel, they finally arrived at the town preceding Dusty Town, known for its fossil excavation activities. Here, many ancient Pokémon fossils could be found, and a small museum was perfectly aligned with Serena's dream of exploring such wonders. Standing at the entrance of the ancient museum, Ash noted how simple yet charming it appeared. In the distance, two familiar figures caught their eye. Team Rocket, who had been absent for quite some time. Meow? I can't believe those two little brats and that girl from Sinnoh have come all the way here, Meowth remarked, peering through a pair of binoculars at the approaching quartet. Let's stick to the plan and not delay the boss's scheme, Jesse instructed, while James checked his computer. Having received orders from headquarters to intercept a shipment of ancient Pokémon that had recently been revived. Wow, this ancient armor fossil is stunning, Serena exclaimed upon coming across the fossil in the center of the museum. Why does that person look so familiar? Ash pondered as he entered the museum. Noticing two individuals, one wearing glasses and a hard hat, and the other a disheveled man in a cloak, arguing animatedly. Aren't those the leaders of the water and steel gyms? Ash recognized. What are these two doing here? Dawn wondered aloud, recalling that the two were indeed the gym leaders from Sinnoh, known for their passion for fossil excavation. As the three approached, Serena had already wandered off elsewhere. Mr. Plum, Mr. Steel, why are you two arguing again? Ash intervened just as the two seemed ready to clash. Ash, they both exclaimed in unison. Piaodai recognized Ash immediately. This is a fossilized pteranodon, isn't it magnificent? He unveiled the fossil he had excavated, showcasing a sharp claw resting upon a slab. This, however, is a fossil of the ice dragon's eyelashes, a rarity exclusive to the Kalos region, far more precious than yours. Donggang refused to concede. You two, father and son, remain unchanged, I see. Can't you settle down? An elderly man approached, accompanied by a lively Lucario. Teacher, the duo exclaimed in unison. Ash was captivated by the Lucario. Lucario. Type, fighting steel. Ability, inner focus. Level, 67. Held item, Lucario Megastone. Aura force activated. Moves, Bone Rush, Aura Sphere, Shadow Clone, Meteor Mash, Swords Dance, Metal Sound, Quick Attack, Earthquake, High Jump Kick. Ash gazed longingly. It seemed he yearned for one. Hey, the little fellow is staring at my Pokemon. That's rather impolite, the old man remarked, observing Ash's fixation. Ash sheepishly acknowledged, indeed. It's significantly stronger than the Lucario of Gym Leader Al in Veilstone City. He truly hoped for a battle against this Lucario. What badge do you possess? The elder scrutinized Ash, sensing he was a trainer. Only the first, Ash replied, still fixated on Lucario. Once you acquire 4 badges, come find me at the Dusty Town Gym. The elder departed with Lucario, leaving Ash momentarily stunned. Wait, are you Mr. Kongshin? Ash finally realized. Unless your first gym badge is from the Twin Dragons, Liyong, or the Tiandong Gym, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me, Mr. Kongshin retorted, fixing his gaze on Ash. I lack the badges from Liyong and Twin Dragons, but I do possess the Tiandong Gym's Cold Moon badge, Ash proclaimed as he retrieved a badge case from his backpack to display. This surprised the elder. What background does this young man have to venture from the first gym to the Tiandong Gym? I am Ash from Pallet Town. Having just arrived in the Unova region less than a month ago, Ash introduced himself. Teacher, Ash indeed has remarkable strength. My father and I have both been defeated by him, Piaodai interjected. I accept your challenge. Shall we battle with or without Mega Evolution? Mr. Kongshin's words silenced Ash's inquiries. Ash hesitated to risk a battle without Mega Evolution. Follow me. I shall show you the ancient Pokémon of the Unova region, Mr. Kongshin beckoned. They arrived at a secluded area behind the museum, not open to the public, dedicated to the study of ancient Pokémon. Is that an archaic bird, the Cradle Lily? Ash recognized the 2 recent Pokémon. To his astonishment, he spotted living specimens. The archaic bird had a flock of smaller archaic birds trailing behind it. Are those blue turtles also ancient Pokémon from the Unova region? Xiao Wang inquired, noticing several turtles lounging by a nearby pool. Those are the origin tortoise and the support bone tortoise, rock and water types, known for their ferocity, Piaotai remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Host's first visit to the Unova region's ancient Pokémon Museum. A special reward of 1 origin tortoise, initial level 15, and an electronic map of the entire region has been granted. The system's notification appeared. Just what I needed. A rock-type Pokémon. This is fortuitous. And an electronic map? Finally, I won't get lost. Friendly reminder. The origin tortoise gifted to you can be found among this group of origin tortoises. Please capture it yourself. One marked with a green symbol is yours. The system added. Ash spotted a green-marked origin tortoise among the grass by a nearby stream and exchanged a glance, confirming it was indeed his desired companion. Mr. Kongshin, I have my sights set on an origin tortoise. I feel a special connection with it. May I take it? Ash inquired as he caught up to the group. Which one? Mr. Kongshin asked, intrigued. If it had good potential, he would have already selected it. Ash pointed to the marked origin tortoise in the grass. Nothing particularly special? How could it catch your eye? Mr. Kongshin responded, curious. Origin tortoise. Type, rock, water. Ability, swift swim, hidden. Speed increases in rainy weather. Level, 15. Potential, king level. Friendship, 255, max. Moves: Scald, Origin Pulse, Water Cannon, Rain Dance, Withdraw, Water Jet, Wide Guard, Bite, Water Pulse. Origin Tortoise, would you like to travel with me? Ash asked, receiving Mr. Kongshin's permission as he approached the Origin Tortoise, extending his hand in invitation. The Origin Tortoise assumed a battle stance. All right, another battle enthusiast, Ash mused, sending out his Litwick, which was on the verge of evolution. As the Origin Tortoise summoned rain, Ash realized it was utilizing its ability to enhance its speed. Litwick, use Shadow Ball, rapid fire, Ash commanded, but he felt caution was prudent amidst the downpour. The Origin Tortoise conjured a series of silver spheres, countering with Origin Pulse to block the Shadow Balls. Litwick, use Will-O-Wisp, Ash urged, feeling the pressure to respond. The Origin Tortoise retaliated fiercely with Water Jet, followed by its own Origin Pulse. Litwick managed to evade just in time. Enough games. You should recognize me by now, so come with me, Ash declared, producing a Pokeball. The Origin Tortoise nodded, allowing itself to be captured in the Pokeball, successfully joining Ash's team. The others congratulated Ash on adding a new ally, and Mr. Kongshin left with a parting remark about meeting at the gym. A phone call shattered the tranquility. Chapter 19, Dusty Town, Steel Gym. After acquiring the Origin Tortoise, Ash reunited with the wandering Selena, who was thoroughly fascinated by the museum and reluctant to leave. Outside Dusty Town, Ash and his companions approached the site of the second gym in the Unova region. They had been undergoing intensive training, unaware of the competition rules, and knew that Pikachu, Zorala, and Litwick were essential for their team. Finally, they departed from the forest before their supplies ran out, successfully completing Litwick's evolution task. Ash's overall strength was as follows: Pikachu, level 36, Zorala, level 69, Origin Tortoise, level 22, Dragonite, level 41, Seadra, level 52, Litwick, level 43. Upon arriving in the Unova region, Pikachu's level had plummeted from 68 to 15, while Zorala nearly broke through the champion bottleneck. Dragonite, in concert with Zorala, sought opponents in the forest, equipped with a lucky egg to boost experience and successfully leveled up, evolving in the process. The recently returned Seadra, though borrowed by Misty, was still formidable in battle. Selena's Firefox and Squirtle, influenced by their surroundings, began training alongside them. Both were just shy of evolving, needing a tad more experience. The Dusty Gym was situated at the foot of a northern mountain in Dusty Town, encircled by forests, with only one path leading directly to the gym. Upon arriving at the entrance of the dojo, Ash encountered Mr. Kongshin just as he exited, and several individuals promptly approached him. Mr. Kongshin, I am here today to challenge you and claim your badge, Ash declared. Very well, follow me, Kongshin replied, leading the group into the dojo without further pleasantries. Chinyuan Dojo. A battle between Mr. Kongshin and Ash, a challenger from Pallet Town. The rules: double battle, utilizing 2 Pokemon each. The match concludes when one side's Pokemon are rendered incapable of battle. Upon reaching the battleground, the referee was already prepared, and after both participants assumed their positions, the rules were announced. Scyther and Bronzong commenced battle. Kongshin was the first to send out his Pokemon. Pokemon Bronzong, type Steel, Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Level, 58. Pokemon Scyther, type Bug, Flying. Ability, Technician. Level, 64. It appeared that Mr. Kongshin was not displaying his true strength, deploying 1 near elite and 1 dojo-level Pokemon, both formidable in their own right. Bronzong, I remember that the Psychic Elite 4 member, Mr. Wusong from Sinnoh, possesses 1, Brock remarked, recalling Ash's encounter in Sinnoh. Zapdos and Frostless, you two shall be my choice, Ash decided. With Zapdos restraining Scyther and Frostless attempting to ensnare Bronzong, the battle commenced. Scyther, target Frostless with Night Slash. Kongshin initiated the offensive. Zapdos, counter with Night Slash as well, and Frostless, unleash Flamethrower on Bronzong. Ash commanded, as Zapdos rushed forward to intercept Scyther, while Frostless followed closely behind. The clash between Zapdos and Scyther resulted in a formidable impact, with neither side yielding. Bronzong, Kongshin signaled, and the Pokemon levitated gracefully, evading the Flamethrower. A Crimson Beam locked on his Zapdos. Lock on. Ash pondered momentarily, realizing it might be prepared to unleash a Hyper Beam. Zapdos, be cautious, he warned, noticing that it was ensnared by Scyther and unable to break free. In mere moments, Bronzong was ready to fire its Hyper Beam. Zapdos, disengage and prepare to defend. Ash strategized, hoping to withstand the impending attack. Just as the Hyper Beam was about to be unleashed, Scyther targeted Frostless with Guillotine, prompting Kongshin to shift his focus. Frostless, utilize Psychic to thwart Bronzong. Kongshin showed no hesitation, directing Bronzong to seize control. Zapdos, establish electric terrain and unleash Fire Punch against Scyther, Ash commanded, having trained extensively during their time together. Scyther, accelerate, Caution declared, as Scyther demonstrated remarkable speed. Ignore Scyther, focus your attack on Bronzong with Oblivion Wing. Ash redirected his strategy. As the smoke cleared, Frostless had activated Mystical Shield, mitigating the attack, leaving Zapdos to fend for itself. Rest well, Frostless, Ash decided, recalling his Pokemon. Zapdos, initiate Electric Terrain, and use Shadow Clone with Plasma Fist. In a blink, numerous Zapdos replicas emerged, all launching Plasma Fists simultaneously. Bronzong sees through the ruse, Caution remarked calmly. It is time to conclude this battle. Bronzong, use Dream Eater and Scyther, execute Guillotine. Although Caution respected Ash's capabilities, he believed the young trainer needed a lesson in humility. What? Ash exclaimed as Scyther's guillotine struck the final illusion, causing it to dissipate. Zapdos, use Meteor Mash against Bronzong, Ash commanded, with Zapdos emerging from underground to flank Bronzong after the Shadow Clone maneuver. The surprise attack connected decisively, incapacitating Bronzong. Zapdos has reached level 70 and learned the move Final Gambit. A system prompt echoed, indicating Ash's extensive training had paid off. Good lad, impressive. But my Scyther is not easily defeated, Caution acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction as he recalled Scyther. Thank you, sir, Ash replied earnestly. The match was thrilling. I misjudged you here. This is the steel badge from my Chinyuan dojo, now yours, Caution said, as the referee presented a yellow badge adorned with metallic designs. Thank you. I've secured the steel badge, Ash stated, feeling a surge of accomplishment. Have you decided on your next dojo? Caution inquired. Not yet, Ash admitted, eager for Caution's guidance. There is a dragon dojo in Twin Dragon City nearby. It may be worth your while, but I suggest heading to Thunderwave City first. As it not only has a dojo but also hosts a fashion show in a month, Caution offered two options. Thank you for your advice, sir. I intend to take my time. I've heard the Twin Dragon dojo is the strongest in Unova, so caution is prudent, Ash responded. Moreover, this is a dark stone. Your Frostless requires it to evolve, and I happen to have one, Caution revealed, producing a box that appeared to have been prepared in advance. You seem to be a Pokemon breeder, correct? Caution turned to Brock. Indeed, Mr. Caution, Brock replied, slightly anxious at being singled out. In a week, there will be a breeder assessment in Flycloud City to the east. You might consider participating. Successful candidates receive a monthly stipend. As for Flycloud Dojo, Fenglu has recently left for training, Caution informed them. Brock's eyes lit up with excitement as he expressed his gratitude. The group bid farewell to Caution and departed the dojo. Returning to the Pokemon Center, Brock, observing the studious Brock, who was engrossed in his research, felt a sense of unease. It was peculiar to see such a burly individual focused on studying so diligently. Chapter 20. The Museum Under Attack. Brock perused various books in his room, and Ash felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering if Brock was cramming for an exam at the last minute. The three individuals refrained from disturbing Brock, who was intent on achieving excellence in Pokemon breeding. Aside from cooking, he also had a day like this, during which the four planned to take a break and travel to Feiyun City. If the journey encountered no obstacles, they would arrive in 5 days. Suddenly, a broadcast announced an urgent notification. The museum in Qiangu Town has been attacked, resulting in numerous injured Pokemon. Due to insufficient personnel, please prepare to receive the injured at Qinyuan Town, Miss Joy. Brock, may I borrow your Chansey? Ash gently tapped on the door, requesting to borrow Chansey to assist. Qinyuan Town only had 2 Miss Joys, one tending to a Happiny and a nearly identical Pokemon, so the number of injured they could accommodate would not be overwhelming. However, what exactly had happened at the museum? Lucky, the Chansey, looked at Ash with a puzzled expression. There are injured Pokemon, and Miss Joy must be quite busy. You can help, can't you? Ash asked, glancing curiously at the round Chansey. Lucky Chansey responded affirmatively, indicating that it could assist with basic bandaging and transporting the injured without difficulty. An elderly man approached. Miss Joy, is there anything I can assist with? Old man Kongshin arrived at the Pokemon Center with a Lucario and a Chansey in tow. Old man, you're here. How wonderful. One of the Miss Joys exclaimed, as if she had spotted a savior. Let us get to work. Old man Kongshin and his Chansey promptly entered the fray, expertly tending to the lightly injured. Miss Joy, we also have a Chansey that can handle bandaging and applying medicine during our travels. Perhaps it could lend a hand? Serena stepped forward to inquire. Lucky Chansey confidently nodded. It can also use Heal Pulse, Ash added. Heal Pulse. Several individuals gasped in surprise. Was this not a fortuitous coincidence? Does Miss Joy's nearly identical Pokemon possess Heal Pulse? Ash inquired, observing the busy Chansey. It might need to mega-evolve first to learn it. Old man Kongshin replied with a hint of resignation. Host, do you remember the stone you found in the Sinnoh region? It can be used to upgrade the nearly identical Pokémon. The system prompt chimed in. Are you referring to the incident with the Infernape? Ash pondered, feeling slightly uncertain. Clever. Feigning a search through his backpack, he produced a small, pink glass orb. You must be the Miss Joy who utilizes the nearly identical Pokémon. This is the Mega Evolution Stone and the Keystone, Ash explained, removing his bracelet and handing the Mega Evolution Stone to Miss Joy. Where did you acquire this? Xiaoguang asked, intrigued. I found it on the road before encountering Infernape. It looked beautiful, so I kept it, Ash replied. Nearly identical Pokémon. Come here, Miss Joy gestured. What is it? The nearly identical Pokémon approached after finishing with its patient. Take this. Miss Joy placed the Mega Evolution Stone in its hands. As the nearly identical Pokémon touched the stone, it sensed the energy within and merged with it. Miss Joy, we can commence. Activate the keystone, Old Man Kongshin noted, recognizing the opportune moment. All right, nearly identical Pokémon, Mega Evolve. Miss Joy illuminated the keystone, and as the nearly identical Pokémon chanted, the Mega Evolution was completed. Pokémon Mega nearly identical. Type, normal, fairy. Ability, heal heart. Occasionally heals the status conditions of allies. Level, 46, 5. Moves, heal pulse, misty terrain, moonblast. Recover, mystic fire, charm, and triple axle. The Mega Evolved nearly identical Pokémon was now on par with the gym leader. Nearly identical Pokémon. Use heal pulse to restore the injured Pokémon, Miss Joy instructed. The nearly identical Pokémon emitted a pink beam of light, and under its healing aura, the Pokémon gradually recovered. The group refrained from interrupting their treatment and exited the healing room. Who could have done this? Old Man Kongshin wondered aloud. Just then, Miss Junsha arrived to check in and address their concerns. A talking Meowth? Ash, Xiaoguang, and Serena exchanged glances, the phrase sounding oddly familiar. A cloud of smoke enveloped them. Did I hear something? Musashi exclaimed. For the sake of tomorrow's world, allow me to answer you, Kojiro added. The future. A white future is the color of sin, Musashi continued. The universe grants justice with the black hammer of the world, Kojiro chimed in. We shall declare our names here and now, Meowth proclaimed. Passionate destroyer Musashi. Dark innocence Kojiro. Infinite wisdom Meowth. Together, in the name of Team Rocket. Ash observed the trio clad in black attire, dismissing their antics. I preferred their previous catchphrases from Sinnoh, Xiaoguang remarked, recalling the earlier style. What is Team Rocket up to? Serena asked, her curiosity piqued. Those three have chased us from Kanto to Sinnoh. They have boundless energy, Ash replied, noticing their pale faces. Who are you referring to? What do you want? Musashi snapped, frustrated. Ash, I heard what you said. Xiaoguang will attack at Xiaoguang's speed. Ash the wind. Xiaoguang the earth. Brock the sky. Don't plagiarize. Musashi could no longer contain her irritation. They had copied their opening lines once before in Sinnoh. And now it was happening again. Only you can speak? We can't mimic you? Serena protested, crossing her arms. Archeops, Stone Edge. Driflin, Shadow Ball. Musashi and Kojiro each released a Pokeball. Much to their surprise, Musashi had captured an Archeops, which was beyond their expectations. Pikachu, Iron Tail, break the falling rocks. Ash commanded, as rocks began to tumble. Lucario, Bone Rush. Old Man Kongshin's Lucario leapt up, forming a light blue bone in its grasp. Hurricane, Musashi commanded nonchalantly. The power of the awakened ancient Pokémon was indeed formidable. Driflin, Hypnosis. Pikachu narrowly dodged the attack. Team Rocket feels remarkably different, Ash thought, sensing something amiss. Agreed, Brock noted. Team Rocket had transformed completely. Their attire, Pokémon style, and entrance were all off. Mission accomplished, retreat. A voice crackled through their earpiece, urging the trio to depart hastily. Will you not stay for a cup of tea? Ash inquired, suspecting they had ulterior motives. You can't keep us here. We're drawing attention while others are seizing what's needed in Xiangu town, Musashi retorted. Is that so? Jirachi, apprehend these three old friends. Ash had no intention of letting them escape. He had already released Jirachi, who swiftly subdued the trio with a flurry of punches and kicks. Why you Kojiro and Musashi stammered. Alarmed. Teacher, the museum has suffered grave losses. A mysterious individual has stolen numerous items, including the dome fossil, Anorith, Cradily, and several regional Pokémon, along with a freshly hatched Aerodactyl and a baby Tyranitar fossil sent from the Kalos region. As the crowd murmured over their losses, a phone call from Piao Tai shattered the tranquility of the scene. What a masterful diversion. Old Master Kongshin, without a doubt. was referring to the recent ambush by the Rocket Team. Meanwhile, in the heart of the United Regions, the headquarters of the formidable Plasma Corps was engulfed in fury. Their territory had been violated by the Rocket Team, and not a whisper of intelligence had reached them, resulting in a torrent of scathing reprimands. How could the Rocket Team infiltrate our domain without any forewarning? What purpose does our intelligence department serve? Roared their leader, Kiki, as he slammed his palm on the table. Chief, it is our negligence. We completely overlooked the Rocket Team's arrival, replied the head of the intelligence department, bowing his head in shame. From now on, monitor the movements of the Rocket Team closely and report any significant actions immediately. Kiki's wrath was not something they could withstand. Once everyone had departed, Kiki remained behind. Lost in thought, more outrageous news soon emerged. The trio from the Rocket Team had escaped, reportedly by digging a tunnel. This was indeed characteristic of the Rocket Team. Upon hearing this, Ash and Brock exchanged a knowing glance. After a day of recuperation, they set out for Flycloud City, where Brock was to participate in the Breeder's Assessment. Chapter 21, An Unexpected Encounter with Emperor Xiao, a 3v3 battle. On their way to Shuaren City, Brock enlightened Ash about the classification of breeders. The ranks included Apprentice, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, Master, and Grandmaster. Prior to accompanying Ash to Hoenn, Brock had already completed the assessment for Beginner Breeder, but had not been informed of the time or location for the next challenge. This time, he was able to apply for Intermediate rank, thanks to a recommendation from Old Master Kong Shun. Old Master Kong Shun was no ordinary trainer. He was also a top-tier Pokemon breeder. Across various regions, there were several Grandmaster-level breeders stationed, but the elite breeders were scarce, with only 4 Master-level breeders across all regions. Old Master Kong Shun handed Brock a sealed letter. Most of the candidates were familiar faces, and very few had the ability to issue recommendation letters. Should a candidate fail to meet the requisite standards, they would be permanently banned from participating in the Pokemon breeder rank assessments, and the issuer of the recommendation would also face repercussions. He possessed the authority to issue recommendation letters and grant permission to skip a rank in assessments. He had recognized Brock's meticulous spirit, which prompted him to issue a recommendation letter. The green vine snake unleashed a leaf storm against the shiny Jengar. A voice from nearby caught Ash's attention, sounding somewhat familiar. Emperor Xiao? Ash thought, surprised to encounter an acquaintance in the forest. Are you Ash? Emperor Xiao inquired, equally astonished. Having not encountered Ash in either Chiao City or Qibao City, only to meet him here. Yes, Ash nodded. How many badges have you obtained? Emperor Xiao asked, scrutinizing him. I just received my second badge, Ash replied, producing the badge for him to see. The Cold Moon badge from the Tiandong Gym? Which gym did you visit? Emperor Xiao asked curiously, not recognizing it at first. This is the Steel Wall badge from the Qinyuan Town Gym, under Old Master Kong Shun, Ash revealed without hesitation. Oh, the gym where the Pokemon was ambushed recently? I've heard about that incident, Emperor Xiao remarked, surprised that Ash had come from there. Yes. How many have you collected? Are you heading to Leywen City or Shuaren City next? Ash guessed. I'm also at my third gym, Leywen City, but since there's no one at the Shuaren gym, I'll have to switch locations, Emperor Xiao replied coolly. Shall we have a battle? A 3v3, with levels not exceeding 40? Emperor Xiao proposed. Not exceeding 40? I only have 2 Pokemon under that limit, Ash murmured. Should I bring out my level 42 Pokemon? He pondered, considering his Dragapult. Emperor Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Litwick go? Emperor Xiao sent forth a Pokemon that Ash also possessed. A level 39 Litwick? Then I'll entrust Pikachu to you, Ash declared, stepping back to commence the battle. Litwick Shadow Ball. Emperor Xiao commanded, launching a barrage of shadowy orbs. Pikachu, use Quick Attack to dodge and seize the opportunity for Iron Tail. Ash instructed. Pikachu was swift, deftly evading the incoming attacks. Litwick, Hypnosis. Emperor Xiao countered, as the ghostly Pokemon's blue eyes glowed ominously. Here it comes again. Thunderbolt. Ash called out, as Pikachu crackled with electricity, launching a powerful strike. Litwick was struck head-on by the Thunderbolt, visibly pained from the impact. Litwick, use Inferno, shouted Emperor Xiao, summoning purple flames that engulfed the area. Pikachu, charge in with Volt Tackle, Ash commanded, as Pikachu, cloaked in electricity, rushed forward fearlessly. Though Litwick lost consciousness, Emperor Xiao remained unfazed, recalling his Pokemon. Green Vine Snake. Prepare for battle, he called, sending out a level 35 Green Vine Snake that intriguingly possessed the Solar Beam attack and was on the verge of evolution. Return, Pikachu, Ash said, summoning his spirited Pokemon back. While Pikachu could handle a 3-on-1 match with ease, he didn't want the experience to be monopolized by one Pokemon. Dragapult. It's your turn. Ash decided, opting for his Dragapult instead of Litwick. How rare to see Dragapult in action, remarked Serena, her eyes sparkling. It was indeed a sight to behold, as Dragon-type Pokemon were a rarity, even more so from other regions. Dragapult is finally entering a formal match. This is Ash's ace. Brock observed. Is this the evolution of that Dreepy you had? Emperor Shio recognized the unfamiliar Pokemon. Return, go forth, double ice cream, he called, summoning 2 intertwined ice cream Pokemon, as snow began to fall from the sky. A hailstorm ability, is it? Dragapult, use Flamethrower, Ash commanded, undeterred by the ice-type Pokemon. Dragapult has learned various moves from other types since its evolution, Ash noted. Double Ice Cream effortlessly dodged the Flamethrower, retaliating with a powerful blizzard. Dragapult, slightly slower to react, was struck directly by the attack. Dragon Dive, Ash called, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Well done, Double Ice Cream. Emperor Shio recalled his Pokemon, choosing not to send out another. Tell me where you captured that Pokemon. I'd like to find one as well, Emperor Shio inquired, his expression revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. This is a quasi-legendary from the Galar region, akin to the single-headed dragon from the Unova region and the round shark from the Sinnoh region. I obtained it from an egg, Ash explained, feeling somewhat helpless in the face of someone eager to capture a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Suddenly, Litwick emerged from Ash's waist pouch, seeking food. It's not mealtime yet, don't rush. Ash sighed, exasperated by his insatiable little companion. You have a Litwick too? Emperor Shio asked, eyeing the familiar Pokemon with curiosity. Yes, it's level 44. Which is why I didn't let it battle, Ash admitted candidly. See you at the Unova League conference, Emperor Shio said, inquiring about Ash's potential route before waving goodbye as he adjusted his belt. Ash, your rival is quite the character, Dawn remarked with a laugh. Ash, however, felt a few black lines forming on his forehead, bewildered by the comment. A few individuals sought refuge by the riverside, establishing a temporary camp. Ash, too, found himself pondering the implications of his arrival, which had considerably altered the narrative. In the Sinnoh region, he had triumphed over 5 Pokemon belonging to Darkrai. While in the Unova region, the female protagonist was not Alice, but rather Serena from XYZ, alongside Dawn from Sinnoh. The gym challenges deviated from the original storyline. Dawn and Serena shared a delightful rapport, their mutual affection hovering at an impressive 89 points, just one shy of a romantic union. The 2 charming young women engaged in laughter and banter, creating a lively atmosphere along their journey. Congratulations, host. You have defeated a formidable rival in the Unova region, and as a reward, you receive 10 rare candies, each capable of elevating a Pokemon by 1 level, though a single Pokemon may only consume 10. Use with caution. Along with a keystone, which links to Mega Stones, enabling Mega Evolution. Not a bad reward, Ash mused, particularly appreciating the keystone. He wondered if Brock could acquire a Mega Stone for Steelix in the future. With newfound determination, Ash pressed onward. After a series of stops and starts, they finally arrived at Strident City. Before the Pokemon Breeder's uniform level assessment, they successfully registered, having learned from the staff that the Unova region hosted this event biennially. With 3 randomly selected examination sites, Flyway City, Twin Dragon City, and Triad City. Given the overwhelming number of over 500 registrants, those who would actually earn a certification were few and far between. Chapter 22, Strident City, a fortuitous discovery. Strident City, the largest metropolis in Unova, boasted towering skyscrapers and housed the region's most significant enterprises. It was home to the Flying-type gym, situated in the illustrious Flyway City. As a pivotal urban center in Unova, the city's skyline was adorned with impressive high-rises, epitomizing its grandeur. The Flying-type gym, along with the Game Freak headquarters, established Strident City as an essential port metropolis, where the Central Park connecting the main thoroughfares served as a favored locale for leisure and recreation. The city attracted countless visitors and trainers from various regions, who flocked to marvel at its beauty. The infrastructure here was exceptionally well developed, with Pokemon centers strategically positioned in 3 areas of the city, complemented by a police station. Miss Juniper was no idle bystander. The local police force was equipped with Herdier, akin to Arcanine, loyal, amiable, well-trained, and quick to respond. Upon their arrival, Brock sequestered himself in his room, entering the final stages of his preparations, leaving no room for relaxation. To avoid disrupting Brock's study, Ash, along with Serena and Dawn, embarked on an exploration of this splendid metropolis, surrounded by the towering edifices that defined it. Ash couldn't help but reflect on how much more aesthetically pleasing this city was compared to Goldenrod City in Johto and Mankin City in Chengdu. Even though Lakeside City had its merits, it paled in comparison. Dawn concurred with Ash's observations, noting that Lakeside was replete with machinery that could rival Flyway City's offerings. The group soon arrived at a facility known as the Pokemon Breeder's House, which also functioned as a quaint shop where one could purchase Pokemon food, energy cubes, Pokeballs, and even offer massages to their Pokemon. After perusing the shop, they found little of interest and were preparing to leave when Serena's attention was captured by something. "Ash, take a look at that glass orb. It seems oddly familiar," she remarked, pointing to a bead perched in a corner. A small, unremarkable black orb came into Ash's view, and at first glance, it appeared nothing out of the ordinary. He sought assistance from the system. "System, what is that orb?" The system remained unresponsive, prompting Ash to wonder if it had fallen asleep or was simply ignoring him. "System, a friendly reminder, this is a keystone. Not all trainers who obtain megastones are guaranteed to possess a keystone. Are you jesting? It doesn't look like anything special," Ash replied with exasperation. "Believe it or not," the system retorted succinctly. The system had never erred in item detection, leading Ash to feel perplexed. He called over a staff member. "Excuse me, could you show me that black orb?" "Ash, you noticed something off about that orb too, didn't you?" Serena inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, there is something peculiar about it," Ash nodded, keeping the orb's true identity to himself. "Hello, are you interested in that orb?" Approached a portly man clad in a suit. It seemed he was the manager of the Breeder's House, accompanied by the staff member from earlier. "I'm quite curious about this orb. I'd like to examine it closely," Ash replied diplomatically. The man presented a box containing the black orb. "How does one activate it?" Ash silently pondered, noting the expectant gazes around him. "What a fool. How did I end up with such a host?" "2 keystones can be activated with a mere touch," the system lamented, disinclined to address Ash further. "What is the price?" Ash asked, delaying the activation. The man exchanged glances with the staff member before extending 5 fingers, stating, 50,000 poke dollars. "Isn't that a tad cheap?" Ash wondered, surprised by the price. "Deal," he decided, swiping his card promptly. After the transaction, the manager couldn't help but inquire, "What kind of orb is this? Have you ever heard of a keystone used in conjunction with a megastone?" Ash responded nonchalantly. "Of course, while megastones are common, keystones are exceedingly rare and typically surface only at auctions," the man explained without hesitation. "Apologies, but I'll be taking this keystone," Ash said, lightly touching the orb to the keystone on his wrist. A blue light enveloped them, transforming the black orb into a soft blue hue, mirroring the keystone in Ash's possession. The manager was left aghast, staring at the 2 keystones in Ash's hand, and promptly fainted. "See you tomorrow, sir," Ash waved as he departed with Dawn and Serena. "Sir?" The manager clutched his chest, overwhelmed. At just over 30, being addressed as sir by a child was too much for him to bear. Afterward, they visited a nearby restaurant to savor the local delicacies of Flyway City. "These fried shrimp are delectable," Serena exclaimed, entering full foodie mode and devouring them hungrily. "Serena is absolutely right," Dawn agreed enthusiastically. "Could you 2 exhibit some decorum while eating?" Ash observed the 2 as they voraciously consumed their meals, feeling powerless to intervene. "Ladies should eat more gracefully. This is quite unbecoming." "Humph, you're not one to talk," Dawn retorted dismissively. "Humph, you're one to talk," Serena shot back. "Fine. Do as you wish," Ash sighed, exasperated by their antics. After their meal, he brought a portion back for Brock, who was still furiously scribbling away in his room, seemingly immobile for over 2 hours. The following day, after breakfast at the Pokemon Center, Ash led Brock to the breeding center, where a long queue had already formed, with many awaiting their turn for the examination. "Come on, Brock, you can do it," Ash and his companions encouraged him. "Don't worry, I'll bring back good news," Brock replied, casting a confident smile as he entered the examination room with his registration form. "How about we sneak into that store and see if we can find any bargains?" Ash proposed, noting that the exam would take until at least noon for those who had taken it together, with results announced immediately after. "When will the gym open?" "If we had enough time, we could easily go and collect some badges," Ash lamented, unwilling to waste time waiting. "Wendy has returned. The gym will officially open in an hour. Want to give it a try?" A man approached, bringing unexpected news. "Thank you, sir," Ash responded with a grateful nod. "I saw you at the grand celebration in the Sinnoh region. In 5 days, the esteemed coordinators Mikuri, Melissa, and Adam will serve as judges, along with a performance to kick things off. Are you interested?" The man directed his gaze toward Dawn. "Time and place." Dawn was pleasantly surprised to hear such good news. The location is the Central Arena in Flygon City, with registration beginning the day after tomorrow, the man informed her. Who would have thought the first grand contest in the Unova region would be held in Flygon City? What a fortunate encounter. Dawn's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's fantastic. I'll head to the Flygon gym first. Dawn, would you like to prepare? Ash asked. All right, I want to accompany you to the gym. I'm off to train. Dawn exclaimed as she dashed away. Serena, would you like to give it a shot? Ash turned to Serena, who was holding her Fennekin. I think I'll pass. Serena blushed, uncertain and hesitant. Then come with me to the gym. We can watch Dawn's training, Ash suggested as he followed her. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the airport near the Flygon gym, where the obstacles from the previous day had been cleared away. Chapter 23, The Infuriating Gym Battle. A string of threes. Outside the Flygon gym, a dozen people had been waiting for quite some time, yet no trainers had emerged. A staff member approached Ash and Serena, holding a device. Greetings. Are you here to challenge the Flygon gym? Please show your credentials, the staff member politely inquired. Yes, Ash replied, presenting his Pokédex. The staff member scanned it and handed Ash a slip of paper marked with the number 11, indicating he was the 11th challenger. Is this gym always this efficient? Ash wondered aloud. Just then, the sound of an aircraft roared overhead. A red jet plane circled before beginning its descent. A woman with red hair and aviator glasses stepped down from the aircraft. According to the anime's description of Wendy, the gym leader was quite eccentric. She was known for her unique approach. Instead of traditional battles, she relied on imaginary battles to determine the outcome based on type advantages, without ever engaging in serious matches. This method frustrated other gym leaders, like Tian Tong, who found it infuriating. This morning, a total of 11 challengers have reserved battles, especially the last one, who possesses both the Cold Moon Badge and the Steel Wall Badge, the staff member informed Wendy. Cold Moon Badge and Steel Wall Badge? Wendy pondered momentarily, unable to recall the origins of those badges. The badges belong to the Tiandong Gym and the Chunyuan Gym. You are about to contend for the third badge. The staff member elaborated. I just checked the records. This challenger hails from the Kanto region and possesses exceptional battle experience. Be cautious. Obtaining Old Master Kongshin's badge is no small feat, the staff member reported, emphasizing Ash's recent achievements in the league, where he defeated 5 legendary Pokémon and quickly climbed the ranks. Is he really that powerful? Wendy thought, realizing she was facing a formidable opponent. Without further delay, the gym battle commenced, with Ash awaiting his turn. Come forth, Honchkrow, Swanna, and Swobat. Wendy summoned her 3 Pokémon, leaving all but Ash bewildered. Send out your Pokémon. Wendy directed the first challenger, extending her hand. Hesitant, the challenger released a Snorlax, a Cacnea, and a Gloom. Wendy closed her eyes, and moments later, declared, You lose. The challenger, bewildered by the abrupt verdict, was dismissed. As challengers continued to step up, only one managed to secure a badge, showcasing a Talonflame, Raichu, and Ninetales. Finally, it was Ash's turn. Miss Wendy, is this a gym battle or merely a game? Is this how a trainer should conduct themselves? Ash inquired calmly. You don't dictate how I run my gym, Wendy retorted dismissively. Zeraora, Dragonite, you're my choice. Ash threw out Zeraora, while Wendy's Pokémon were primarily gym level, with only Swanna at level 61. What's this? Wendy questioned Ash, puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. Dragonite, Rain Dance, Zeraora, Electric Terrain, follow with Thunder. Ash commanded. Dragonite let out a low growl as rain began to pour. Dark clouds gathered, and a bolt of golden lightning struck down. Only Swanna reacted quickly, while the other 2 Pokémon were unable to withstand the onslaught and lost their fighting capability. Swanna, use Brave Bird. Swanna enveloped itself in a blue aura and charged swiftly towards Zeraora. Zeraora, Plasma Fists. Ash, finding the battle dull, aimed to end it swiftly. Due to the significant level disparity, Swanna fell. Miss Wendy, please refrain from such lackluster battles in the future. This has been the most disappointing gym battle I've ever witnessed, Ash stated, stepping forward to address Wendy, who remained silent. Here's the jet badge. I don't wish to see you again. Wendy tossed a feather-like badge from her backpack toward Ash, before running away in tears. Ash, don't you think you were a bit harsh? Your tone was quite severe, Serena remarked, observing Wendy in tears. I merely spoke the truth, Ash replied, his straightforward demeanor shining through. Ash, you. Serena was left speechless. With the third badge successfully obtained, Ash glanced at the time and noted. Let's head back to Brock. We're about done here. Meanwhile, at the breeding center, Brock had emerged as a dark horse, scoring full marks on the theoretical exam and securing first place as a novice breeder. In the practical round, he adeptly solved the examiner's hidden challenges, earning additional points. After a morning spent in examinations, I finally obtained the intermediate breeder's certificate, only to be informed that I must wait 3 years before I may pursue the advanced breeder's certificate. Stepping out of the examination hall, some emerged with a buoyant spirit. while others wore expressions of dejection. Out of over 100 candidates, merely 20 succeeded, with the majority having taken the entry-level assessments. Where are Ash and the others? Brock pondered, having not spotted their figures at the entrance. Did the exam conclude? He inquired as Ash appeared, observing the departing crowd, coincidentally arriving just as the exam wrapped up. So how did you fare, Brock? Ash asked. No issues. I passed the intermediate breeder's exam. Brock proudly displayed his certificate. Congratulations. Serena exclaimed in celebration. Where have you been? Brock curiously questioned. I just earned my badge, but I encountered an utterly unreliable gym leader who I scolded thoroughly. What kind of person decides a battle merely by releasing Pokémon? Ash expressed his dissatisfaction. Ash, isn't it inappropriate to speak ill of others behind their backs? Serena shot him a look, signaling him to cease. The trainer from the blousy gym, Wendy, has come up behind Ash, and her demeanor was far from amiable. Her eyes ablaze with fury. What is there to hide? Did you follow us here? Ash, oblivious to Serena's warning glance, retorted. Perhaps we should refrain from further comments. Brock quickly suggested. Pikachu. Ash tugged at his pants leg. What kind of expressions are those? Ash finally noticed and slowly turned to see Wendy. Ash, little brother. Am I truly that unreliable? Wendy's words sent a chill down Ash's spine. Miss Wendy, when did you arrive? Ash quickly plastered on a smile. Having been caught red-handed speaking ill of her. I was just nearby when you called me an unreliable gym leader. My hearing is quite acute, Wendy replied nonchalantly. Flicking her hair. Humph. Wendy turned away, storming off. With such a temper, good luck finding a husband, Ash remarked as Wendy walked away, not missing the opportunity to mutter a curse. What about Dawn? Brock inquired, noticing her absence. Ash recounted the events surrounding the Grand Festival. Miss Melissa is skipping work again? Brock realized that the gym would soon be closed once more. Indeed, Ash nodded. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, he received a call from the Johto region. Who is this? He asked upon connecting the call. A familiar Pokemon cry resonated. Snorlax? Could it be? Ash and Brock exchanged glances, both thinking of one person. Chapter 24. Reunion. Rivals gradually appear. Xiaoyao, it truly is you. Ash and Brock recognized the girl on the screen, confirming their suspicions. Ash, Brock. It's been a while. I'm about to embark on a journey to the Unova region. See you in 2 days, Xiaoyao stated, clearly intending to attend the upcoming Grand Festival. Stay safe, Ash uttered before hanging up. It seemed Xiaoyao's travels in the Chengdu region had concluded, and she was indeed coming for the Grand Festival, as Brock had surmised. Xiaoyao had secured second place at a major celebration in Chengdu and had heard of the inaugural Grand Festival in Unova, prompting her visit. Who was that? Serena inquired, observing Ash and Brock. That was Xiaoyao, one of my travel companions in the Hoenn region, like Dawn, also a coordinator. After finishing her journey in Hoenn and the Grand Festival, she headed to the Chengdu region, Ash briefly explained. I remember she was called the Hoenn Dancing Princess, right? Serena recalled. Indeed, Ash and Brock confirmed. Meanwhile, at the airport in Macon City, Xiaoyao, Harry, and Shun concluded their major festival and journeyed together to the Unova region for the inaugural battle. Say, aren't you two heading to Sinnoh? Shun remarked, glancing at the stoic Harry, who was dressed as a Gardevoir. Your loud voice piques my curiosity about what the Unova Grand Festival entails, Shun admitted, having heard Xiaoyao mention it. Xiaoyao, I'm with Shun on this, Harry simply stated. Fortunately, Robert didn't come along this time, otherwise. Xiaoyao felt relieved that the champion of the Hoenn and Chengdu festivals was not accompanying them. Beautiful Miss Xiaoyao, are you speaking of me? A gentleman in a suit, adorned with a bow tie, rose gracefully. The three exchanged glances, startled by his presence. The champion of both the major celebrations in Hoenn and Chengdu. Good afternoon, Mr. Robert. What a coincidence. Harry was the first to greet him. On the day Xiaoyao arrived, Ash and Brock went to pick her up, while Serena stayed behind to train with Dawn. Xiaoyao, over here. Upon exiting the airport, Xiaoyao spotted them and rushed over. Long time no see, she greeted, presenting gifts. Indeed. I didn't expect the inaugural Grand Festival in Unova would draw you here, Ash expressed, somewhat surprised. Adam, Brock, arriving a moment later, called to a man dressed in blue. Oh, you must be Brock. Adam, the gym leader of the glass gym in Hoenn, exclaimed, having been invited as a special guest. Indeed. I didn't expect you to be here, Brock replied, shaking his hand. Ash, it's been ages. A man dressed as Gardevoir jumped in enthusiastically. Harry? Shun? Ash was taken aback to see both of them together. The trio did not linger on pleasantries and swiftly departed. Back at the Pokemon Center, they dropped off their belongings and headed to the training grounds, where Dawn summoned her Fire Rock Mouse, preparing earnestly for the upcoming competition. Xiaoyao. Dawn noticed their arrival. Having previously met Xiaoyao during the Macaulay Cup in Sinnoh, Dawn, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be in Unova as well, Xiaoyao remarked. This time, I will not lose, Dawn declared confidently. Let me show you my companions, Xiaoyao said, releasing her pokeballs. 6 beams of light materialized, revealing Blaziken, Glacian, Snorlax, Bellossom, Lantern, and Milotic. Apart from her original Pokémon, Blaziken, Glacian, and Snorlax, the other 3 were newly acquired companions. Dawn was equally unyielding, calling forth Piplup, Buniri, Gothita, and Fire Rock Mouse in succession. Serena, the competition for this grand festival is fierce. Several formidable trainers I encountered during my travels have also arrived, Ash cautioned, emphasizing the significance of the event that attracted numerous spectators and participants. I'll think it over, Serena replied, still somewhat hesitant. Oh, what a beautifully trained Milotic. A voice interjected, drawing their attention. Who is this? They wondered, struggling to place the voice. I'm utterly disappointed, a man in a white hat and green and white attire lamented. He looks somewhat familiar. I feel I've seen him before. Serena mused, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Here's a hint. The champion from Hoenn, the man teased, prompting them to guess. I only remember a certain Mr. Steven. Ash reminisced about Steven, the champion of the Hoenn region, whose most memorable feature was his possession of a dazzling Metagross. How could he be remembered so vividly? The young man's expression darkened. These kids could recall Steven, yet they seemed to forget him. Mr. Makuri, you're still the same, aren't you? Dawn finally recognized who he was. In the Sinnoh region, participating in the Makuri Cup. How could they forget him? Makuri was finally recalled. From now on, you all need to give it your all in the competition. I look forward to witnessing your performances. Best of luck. Makuri waved goodbye and departed, leaving the group to their own devices. Xiaoyao, you must have prepared in advance for this tournament, right? Dawn inquired. Considering that they had received news about the conclusion of the grand celebration in Chengdu some time ago, which meant they should have been ready ahead of time. Of course, I received the news before coming to the Unova region, so I had already trained thoroughly over there. Not just me, Xiaoshun and Mr. Harry have also prepared to shine in this tournament, so you better be careful, Xiaoyao kindly cautioned. That afternoon, all registrations for the magnificent tournament concluded, with a total of 128 participants. Only 32 would advance to the next round after the first phase of evaluations. Each contestant would use 2 Pokémon, scored by the judges, with the highest scorers entering the matchups. Before the semifinals, all battles would be one-on-one, switching to doubles only in the semifinals and finals, adhering to the usual 5-minute time limit. How did Xiaowang get here? Dawn spotted a familiar face, one of her opponents from the Sinnoh region, Xiaowang. But that wasn't all. The bard, Mr. Shangji, was also on the list. Ash noticed the name of the man who favored holding a harp among the contestants. Xiaoyao Dawn. Your opponents are no pushovers, Brock noted, recognizing the man who had used Milotic and Claydol during the Hoenn Grand Festival, advising them to tread carefully. Ash, can I? Dawn turned to Ash, seemingly wanting to say something. Borrow Pikachu, right? Ash discerned her thoughts, recalling past instances of lending Pokemon, which led him to believe she was inclined to use Pikachu. No, Dawn replied, leaving Ash momentarily puzzled. Lapras wouldn't be out of the question either, Ash suggested, considering that she likely didn't intend to borrow either Zeraora or Gengar, as they didn't seem suited for a performance in the grand tournament. I want to borrow Zeraora. Dawn finally voiced her request. Are you serious? Ash hesitated, unsure. Yes, Dawn nodded. What kind of Pokemon is Zeraora? I've never heard of it before, Xiaoyao interjected, intrigued by their conversation. Now issuing a system task. Borrow Zeraora for Dawn's competition. During this period, Zeraora's level will temporarily be reduced to level 61 and will revert afterward. Rewards are unknown. All right, I agree. Ash consented without hesitation, handing the Pokeball to Dawn. Chapter 25. The competition begins. The grand tournament in Striaton City commenced as scheduled, with the arena bustling and filled to capacity, drawing considerable attention. In the days leading up to the event, Dawn and Zeraora had developed an impressive synergy, achieving commendable results with their new combination. Ash and Brock, as spectators, naturally took their seats in the audience. The host, as always, was the ever-charming Vivian, donning a sun hat and equipped with a headset. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Striaton City in the Unova region, where we will host the inaugural grand tournament. We have a multitude of participants, including many skilled trainers from various regions. Vivian succinctly outlined the event. Next, we have our special guests. First, hailing from the Hoenn region, the founder of the Makuri Cup, a top coordinator, and the Hoenn League champion, Mr. Makuri. Makuri made a grand entrance, adorned in splendid attire alongside his Milotic, gliding through droplets of water. Hello everyone, welcome to Striaton City, Makuri greeted with a slight bow. Next, please welcome from the Sinnoh region, the gym leader of the Canalave gym, also a trainer passionate about Pokemon performances, Ms. Melissa. Dawn felt a pang of nostalgia. While other gym leaders were often found at their gyms, Melissa was known for her frequent travels, leaving her gym unattended. Melissa made her entrance in a simple yet elegant purple dress, paired with long white gloves. "Hello, everyone," she greeted as she gracefully ascended from the stage, waving to the audience. "Now, let us welcome Mr. Adam, the current gym leader of the Lily Cove Gym in the Hoenn region, who is also an exceptionally talented coordinator. Many know him as Mikuri's mentor." The host invited the next guest. "Hello. I apologize for my absence at the gym previously," Adam addressed the audience, acknowledging the challengers. "Trainers from every region have gathered here, and we are honored to have a special guest from our Unova region, the Psychic-type master, Miss Cadilia." A white lotus flower ascended from the stage, blossoming to reveal Cadilia in a flowing white gown. "Hello. I'm honored to be invited as a judge for this grand tournament," she announced. "She is Cadilia's sister. How graceful," Brock remarked, his eyes sparkling. "But where's Frogadier?" Noticing Brock's fascination, Ash found it amusing that Frogadier was absent. "Don't worry, Frogadier was sent back to the Nimbasa gym," Brock responded, fixated on Cadilia. While Ash and Dawn exchanged glances, bemused by his fixation. Pikachu used Thunderbolt to snap him out of it, Ash decided, knowing that with so many eyes on Brock, it was best to bring him back to reality. Pikachu understood and unleashed a jolt of electricity, finally subduing Brock's exuberance. Lastly, from the town of Dusty, we welcome a gym leader and a master-level Pokemon breeder, the esteemed Mr. Kongshin. "Hello there," the elder greeted with his usual vibrancy, noticing Ash and giving a subtle nod. Ash was puzzled. Why was this elder joining the excitement as well? All the guests settled into their seats. "Now, please look at the big screen as we commence the 5-minute individual performances in random order," the host announced. "What? I'm first?" Dawn exclaimed, surprised to see her name flash on the screen, not expecting to be the opening act. "Dawn, who will you be using?" Xiaoyao approached, freshly changed into her outfit. "Zeraora, paired with Pachima," she replied, recalling their previous practice where they had performed well together, not anticipating her first performance to be right away. "Hurry and get ready," Xiaoyao urged, having drawn the 22nd position, allowing her time to prepare and adjust her mindset. This young lady's first performance? How intriguing, the elder mused, having observed her traveling alongside Ash. Did he recognize her? Mikuri asked curiously, noting that the elder referred to Adam as old man, indicating a significant generational gap. "That Ash just recently received a badge from me," the elder remarked candidly. "I received one as well," Adam added. "So did I," Melissa chimed in. A few individuals exchanged faint smiles, indicating their familiarity with one another. They divided into 3 small groups, paired with the 3 guest judges, and commenced the first round of evaluations. With so many participants, it was evident that they would not be able to finish reviewing everyone today. Let us witness Xiao Guang's inaugural performance together, while the remaining scores will be assessed separately. The host provided feedback from the judges. "This is acceptable. Jirachi and Bagon, please come forth." Xiao Guang, adorned in a princess gown, made her entrance with 2 specially decorated Pokeballs. Jirachi, Kongshin, and Gardevoir stood up in unison. "Is there something amiss with this Pokemon?" Observing their reactions, Mikoli and the others were puzzled. "Defeat me, and my sister's Pokemon will be this very Jirachi." Both the elder and Gardevoir echoed. "What?" On stage, Bagon and Jirachi exhibited a seamless synergy. "Describing the grandeur of this performance is somewhat beyond my capabilities, so I shall keep it simple." A brilliant aurora marked the conclusion. The scores were not disclosed. Noticing the expressions of Kong Shun and the elder, it was clear they recognized this Jirachi as belonging to Xiao Guang. Her solo showcase appeared precarious. Xiao Gang harbored an unsettling premonition. Do remind Xiao Guang later. She ought not to fear Jirachi in the upcoming battles. One punch should suffice, Xiaoji expressed his concerns. Xiaoji glanced at the Pokemon that had taken the stage. Their levels were not particularly high, primarily consisting of gym-level Pokemon, with only Robert's Milotic possessing any real fighting strength. The solo showcases continued, providing the audience with a visual feast, yet Xiao Guang remained somewhat anxious. Before long, Xiao Yao took the stage, showcasing a combination of Blaziken and Bellissime without deploying Milotic. Xiao Shun, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed, featuring a Sunshiny EV paired with a Alolan Raticate, blending Psychic and Dark types for a distinctly captivating performance. Harry's display was somewhat chilling, with a Cursed Doll in tow and a Night Stalker as well. Couldn't he have chosen a different type? Such a style is best kept to a minimum, as it may easily frighten the younger audience members. After lunch, the group gathered in the lounge to console Xiao Guang. "We didn't disturb you, did we?" came the voice of Miss Melissa from the door. Miss Melissa, they quickly rose to greet her. Xiao Guang. You exploited a loophole in our grand festival rules by using someone else's Pokémon, Melissa stated directly. Well, I only took advantage of the regulations after reviewing them. Xiao Guang thought Melissa was here to confront her. This cannot continue. This rule will be amended immediately following this tournament. Yet, Melissa also bore good news. Your performance this morning was commendable. Your scores are sufficient to advance to the next round. Keep up the excellent work. After encouraging her, Melissa turned to leave. Thank you. A full day passed, concluding the selection process and finalizing the list of 32 participants. Now, I will announce the names of those advancing to the next round. Please direct your attention to the big screen, the host declared to the audience. Robert truly excelled, securing first place, followed by Xiao Shun in second, Xiao Yao in fifth, and Xiao Guang in seventh. Observing the rankings, there were no real dark horses. All participants were formidable competitors. The next announcement detailed the matchups for the second round. As the cards fell one by one, Xiao Guang was set to compete in Group 10, while Xiao Yao would enter in Group 12. Both matches were scheduled for the morning. Xiao Guang was to face Harry, while Xiao Yao would go up against Xiao Wang. Is it suitable for the second round to be so intensely competitive? After a restful night, they prepared themselves for the next stage. Chapter 26 concludes as they departed. With the preliminaries concluded, the first grand festival in the Unova region showcased an array of formidable competitors. It was not merely a standard festival. It had transformed into a grand celebration. Among the 32, nearly 90% had previously achieved accolades at major festivals in other regions. With the names of past champions etched in history, the guests invited were equally impressive, aside from Kong Shun, who enjoyed considerable renown as a breeder. One of the Elite Four was present, and the rest were all top-tier coordinators, demonstrating the extravagant efforts put forth for this grand festival. During dinner that evening, Xiaoji inquired about Xiao Shang, who had traveled with them in the Hoenn region. What has become of him since we concluded our journey in Hoenn? The information had been scarce after their departure. Xiao Yao smiled gently. Xiao Shang has embarked on his own journey. Last I heard, he was in Leaf Town, your hometown. In the Kanto region. Xiao Yao's words surprised Xiaoji, as Hoenn trainers typically did not set out from far-off Kanto. Is that so? Xiaoji thought little more of it. The following day, the second round of competition was poised to commence, with Adam and Macaulay presenting an opening show that captivated many. However, the champion of the Hoenn League remained firmly entrenched in the minds of the audience, particularly the tall and handsome Dawu. Should Macaulay learn of the audience's sentiments, he might very well faint on the spot. As the host announced the start of the matches, the rounds commenced. Each battle was a one-on-one confrontation, with energy bars displayed on the screen, indicating that a depletion meant defeat. The first match featured Xiao Shun against a Psyduck. His opponent unleashed an Electabuzz, and with type advantage, swiftly concluded the duel. The second match was also effortlessly won by a gentleman clad in a suit, who wielded a Milotic, securing his ticket to the next round. Xiao Guang was the first to engage in battle, facing Harry with her Fire Mouse Pokémon against his Gardevoir, his primary Pokémon. Gardevoir. Needle Missile. A flurry of needles was launched, but Xiao Guang remained unperturbed. Flamethrower. A powerful blast melted away the needle projectiles. Absorb Punch. The Desert Gardevoir lunged forward with a green arm. A fierce flame surged forth, depleting all energy and clinching victory. Mr. Harry, you are formidable. I've heard of you from Xiao Yao. Xiao Guang extended her hand for a handshake, only to find Harry in tears, his eyes glistening, presenting a rather unsettling sight. They agreed to meet again in the future for another battle. Unfortunately, Xiao Yao's luck was not as favorable. She faced off against Xiao Wang, who also employed an Ice-type Pokémon, a Beartic. Using her Ice-type EV, the battle was fiercely contested, ultimately concluding with a narrow victory for Xiao Yao. By the end of the morning, the 16 competitors for the first round had been determined, with the afternoon set for the quarterfinals. Xiao Yao found herself pitted against her arch-rival, Xiao Shun, while Xiao Guang faced a more casual opponent. Xiao Yao's battle against Xiao Shun featured their strongest Pokémon, her Desert Dragonfly versus his Blaziken. Xiao Shun launched the first strike with Dragon Dive, showing no mercy. Blaziken, Overheat. The clash of their powerful moves dazzled the audience. Blaziken, Heat Wave. Desert Dragonfly, Dragon's Fury. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the 5-minute timer expired, and the Desert Dragonfly emerged victorious, leaving Xiao Yao to lament her exit from the top 16. Meanwhile, Xiao Guang commanded his Juraura with skillful ease, concluding the battle effortlessly. It's just one competition, Xiao Yao, you can win next time. Don't cry, Xiao Gang consoled, as the sobbing girl resembled a weeping kitten. At that moment, Ash approached with a somber expression, casting a hesitant glance at Xiao Guang. "What is going on with you?" Xiao Guang inquired, sensing something amiss in Ash's demeanor. "The list for the quarterfinals has just been confirmed, and your opponent." Ash trailed off. "Who is my opponent?" Xiao Guang asked, intrigued. "Mr. Robert, who uses a Milotic and a Claydol," Ash revealed, to Xiao Guang's surprise. He was about to face a formidable adversary, one who had previously defeated Xiao Shun. "You can't be serious." Xiao Yao gasped, realizing that this opponent would not be easily vanquished. Returning to the arena, the matchup was set, Robert versus Xiao Guang. Milotic faced off against Xiao Guang's Togekiss, as he opted not to rely on Geriora, instead trusting in his own Pokémon to secure victory. The outcome was predictable. Xiao Guang's Togekiss fell to Milotic, and he too found himself in tears, akin to Xiao Yao. The modern girls seemed prone to tears, leaving Xiao Gang at a loss for how to comfort them. In the meantime, Xiao Shun valiantly battled his way to the finals, with Robert, his opponent, being none other than the rival from the Hoenn region's Grand Festival. Robert wielded Milotic alongside Claydol, while Xiao Shun relied on an Electrike paired with the Desert Dragonfly. Despite Electrike's advantages, Milotic, with its water-type mystique and self-healing abilities, proved more than a match. Ultimately, Xiao Shun faced disappointment as Robert claimed the championship of the Blowing Wind Conference, receiving a ribbon resembling wings. That evening, a celebratory feast was held for Xiao Yao and Xiao Guang to commend their commendable performances, encouraging them to strive harder in future contests. Whether they absorbed this advice was questionable, as they devoured their meals with little regard for decorum. The following day marked a farewell, as Xiao Yao planned to return to Orange Flower City to recuperate before deciding on her next destination. "Xiao Guang, are you planning to head to the Hoenn region as well?" Ash asked, feeling a pang of regret as he observed Xiao Guang preparing to leave with Xiao Yao. "Yes, I want to explore a different place," Xiao Guang replied earnestly. Ash returned to his room, presenting a pristine white egg to Xiao Guang and a green-white egg to Xiao Yao. The white one is an Alolan Vulpix egg, and the other is a Ralts egg with psychic and fairy attributes, Ash explained. These two eggs were gifts from the system. A gesture of reluctance as he watched them depart. Gratefully, Xiao Yao and Xiao Guang embraced the eggs, lingering with hesitation, seemingly lost in thought. "Hey Ash." Xiao Yao and Xiao Guang approached. Chapter 27, A Fortuitous Encounter in the Cave. After leaving Blowing Wind City, Ash and his companions decided on their next destination, Raven City, known for its fashion exhibition and various intriguing locales. "Are you sure we want to traverse this eerie cave?" Selina hesitated, eyeing the foreboding darkness and cold winds. "Crossing this cave leads directly to a town just beyond, which is Raven City," Xiao Gang asserted, glancing confidently at his electronic map. He had little concern about getting lost, as the map provided a clear route, even offering shortcuts at times. Geriora and Dragonair had been borrowed by the professor for research, leaving only Pikachu, who was not suited for the task at hand. During their time in Blowing Wind City, Ash had received a call regarding Geriora. Besides Pikachu, he had also evolved his Litwick, now a ghost fire type known as Chandelure. Pokemon, Chandelure. Type, Fire Ghost. Level, 45. Ability, Infiltrator, can bypass the opponent's barriers or substitutes during attacks. Moves, Poison Mist, Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Will-O-Wisp, Inferno, Overheat, Fire Blast, Psychic, Origin Pulse, Ultimate Impact. He also retained a regular Gyarados, a Dragonite, and a returning Bagon, all worthy of nurturing. With no other option, the trio reluctantly ventured into the cave, which surprisingly was not as dark as anticipated. To their astonishment, the interior was adorned with beautiful, shimmering crystals. "What kind of rock is this? It's stunning," Ash exclaimed, captivated by the glimmering stones. "System, identify this," Ash called out, but received no response. "What is wrong with you, System? You've gone missing again?" he lamented, frustrated by the unresponsive interface. Suddenly, a single-headed dragon Pokémon blocked their path. A Dratini? Ash was taken aback at the unexpected encounter. Dratini. Type, Dragon, Dark. Ability, Vital Spirit. Level, 27. Moves, Dark Pulse, Flamethrower, Bite, Charge Beam. "Ash, you don't actually intend to catch it, do you?" Xiao Gang remarked, observing Ash's eager expression. "I'll leave the Gyarados to you," Ash said, tossing out the Pokeball. With experience from the Sinnoh League, Ash felt confident that he could complete the second stage of evolution with just a bit more effort. "Come on out, Gyarados." Upon emerging, Gyarados clamped its jaws onto Ash's head. Ouch! It quickly leaped off. "Gyarados, use Rock Smash." Gyarados' claws turned white as it struck. Dratini retaliated with a Dark Pulse. "Gyarados, use Dragon Pulse," Ash commanded, sending forth a wave of dragon energy. In a fierce exchange, Gyarados unleashed a flamethrower, showing no mercy. It seemed Dratini was also not one to play by the rules. As Gyarados glowed with blue light, it began to evolve. Congratulations, it's now a Sharpedo. Ash exclaimed joyfully at the sight of his newly evolved Pokemon. Sharpedo used Dragon Claw. Ash glanced at the Pokédex, learning several new moves. However, Sharpedo did not use Dragon Claw. Instead, it soared into the air and executed a powerful Dragon Dive. Dragon Dive? Ash marveled, surprised at the new move learned through evolution. Dratini, sensing danger, began to call for reinforcements. Soon, a three-headed dragon Pokemon charged forward. One Dragon Dive was enough to neutralize Sharpedo's attack. Ash, we should get out of here. The small ones are bringing in the big ones. Xiao Gang urged. I wouldn't mind capturing them all, Ash declared, his bold ambition taking shape. No, Ash, is this really appropriate? Serena said with a hint of exasperation. From a shadowy corner, a towering creature over 2 meters tall, a cream-colored Pokemon, emerged. Ash, have you managed to provoke everyone? Brock observed the unfamiliar Pokemon, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. Is that a Guzzlord? The semi-divine fighter of the Alola region? Ash was taken aback to realize that this single-headed dragon was the offspring of both Guzzlord and Hydreigon. Brock glanced around, spotting several eggs and a heart scale lurking in the shadows. Ash, please show some restraint. As he saw the Sharpedo ready to attack again, Brock hastily intervened. Brock, what is going on? Ash queried, puzzled. Without a word, Brock pointed towards the spot they had just visited, urging Ash to investigate for himself. This is a heart scale? Ash was momentarily stunned. My apologies, I mistakenly thought the single-headed dragon was a wild Pokemon, but I shall return it to you. After a brief bow towards the three-headed dragon and Guzzlord, Ash expressed his decision to abandon the notion of taking Guzzlord. The three of them turned to leave, as he had no desire to disrupt such a family unit. The little single-headed dragon hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding to follow Ash, clinging to his clothing. What do you intend to do? Ash surmised. The three-headed dragon, Guzzlord, and the little heart scale trailed behind them. Rest assured, we shall take care of your child. Ash assured them confidently. The heart scale seemed reluctant, casting a glance back at its parents, wishing to accompany them. Heart scale, why not come with me? Brock expressed his interest in the newly encountered Pokemon. Guzzlord and Hydreigon nodded in tacit agreement, allowing their two companions, Ash and Brock, to depart without any objections. Thank you. Ash and Brock both expressed their gratitude. Ash took the single-headed dragon, while Brock claimed the heart scale, guided by the two little creatures. They navigated through a dazzling array of sights, with the three-headed dragon following them all the way to a cave, where they narrowly avoided getting lost, encountering the resident Pokemon and managing a safe exit. This light stone now belongs to us, a voice echoed. Who are you? Are you Team Rocket? Ash immediately thought of the notorious trio. Since you asked so sincerely, I would typically refrain from answering. However, I shall make an exception and reveal it to you. To prevent the Earth from being destroyed, to safeguard the peace of the planet, and to uphold love and honesty in our villainy, we are the mischievous and playful Team Rocket, led by James and Jesse. A dazzling pink and peach-colored tomorrow awaits us. James. Brock questioned, perplexed. Jesse. Ash chimed in. It's Jesse. It's Jesse. Mispronouncing others' names is quite disrespectful, James retorted. Why should we show respect? After all, Team Rocket hardly boasts many admirable qualities. Ash replied with a resigned smirk. Go, Weezing. James and Jesse unleashed their respective Pokemon. How can they be more incompetent than those three? Their Pokemon haven't even changed. Ash and Brock exchanged incredulous glances at their lackluster abilities. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Single-headed Dragon, Dark Pulse. Heart Scale, Dragon Pulse. The three Pokemon launched their simultaneous attacks, leading to a Haunter appearing before them, effortlessly blocking the assault. We are not those three fools, Jesse scoffed. Haunter, Psychic. Haunter began to manipulate several Pokemon, attempting to recruit them for its own use. Two beams of destructive energy shot forth, interrupting Haunter's psychic control. What? The three-headed dragon and Guzzlord panicked, realizing their parents were still nearby. Let's get out of here. They hastily prepared to flee. Sharpedo, restrain them. We'll hand them over to Miss Junsha. There might be a handsome reward, Ash suggested, eyeing the duo with a glint of mischief. The two, witnessing the approaching Sharpedo, instinctively took several steps back, visibly shaken. With Sharpedo keeping a close watch, they made their way to the nearby town to deliver the duo to Officer Jenny. Such a dreadful mood, James and Jesse lamented. Their spirits dampened. Chapter 28, The Battle at the Town. Upon arriving at the town, they discovered an arena where a competition would take place the following day, open to all regardless of identity. A chubby figure clad in blue and another in white with blue skin were seen practicing. They resembled characters from the original anime, Kinya or something similar. Ash couldn't quite recall. Brock, do you want to give it a try? That battle at the Bugsy gym was rather dull, Ash asked, noticing Brock's eagerness. Sounds like a good idea, Brock readily agreed. Having once been a gym leader and feeling confident in his battling skills. At the registration desk, several staff members were already set up, waiting for participants. They quickly signed up, noting that the number of entrants was relatively low, just over 60. Gentlemen, in this competition hosted by our town, the first 16 matches will be 1-on-1, followed by 3-on-3. Please take note. The prizes are quite appealing, a staff member briefly explained. Since participation in this small-town event was limited, there was no need for extensive arrangements for numerous battlefields. The goal was swift resolution. Furthermore, the registration form indicated that competitors could select 4 Pokémon in advance. Brock pointed to a line on the registration form. What are you planning to do? Ash inquired. I've chosen to recall my Swampert, Ladicolo, and Krogunk, and I'll include the newly caught Magcargo. Brock outlined his strategy. He had captured Magcargo in that cave. Initially a Geodude that had evolved after being defeated. Given the lower level of the heart scale, he didn't plan on using it in battle. What about you, Ash? Brock countered. I'll be using my Chandelure, Pikachu, Dragapult, and the single-headed dragon, Ash replied, revealing his selections, focusing on his higher-level Pokémon. The single-headed dragon was primarily intended for battling weaker opponents, and he chose not to reveal Sharpedo, as the 2 semi-divine Pokémon were already quite conspicuous. The next day, the competition commenced with a total of 105 participants. The organizers decided on a last-minute change, allowing only 16 to advance from the preliminary rounds, with the rest being eliminated. The requirement was straightforward, mayhem. Only the first 16 to earn 5 points would progress, with those achieving 5 points first moving on to the next round. After a brief opening ceremony, the chaos began. Dragapult, prepare for battle. Since it's mayhem, Pikachu can take a break and let Dragapult wreak havoc. Dragapult, Dragon Pulse. The first target caught Ash's attention, a trainer with an Ivysaur, who, despite his quick reflexes, easily evaded the attack. Ivysaur, Leaf Tornado. The opposing trainer immediately retaliated. Dragapult, Flamethrower. A swift and decisive flamethrower attack ensued. The match concluded effortlessly, leaving the opposing trainer somewhat dazed, wondering what kind of Pokémon was this, so fast and incredibly strong. The final blow from Dragon Darts took down an Abomasnow, securing 5 points for Ash, who confidently reported back. Only to learn he was the 10th to qualify and would have to wait a bit longer. Brock, how did you finish so quickly? Upon arriving at the battleground, Xiao Gang was spotted in a rather precarious situation, entangled with an unruly frog. His face turned a shade of purple, indicating that the unruly frog was feeling quite unwell. After half an hour, the 16 successful contenders were all assembled, positioned before the podium, 10 boys and 6 girls. According to reliable sources, one of the girls was the champion of the previous Hoenn League competition, while a boy remarked that the runner-up from the Johto region had also come to partake in this event. When the host introduced Xiao Ji, who had defeated 5 legendary Pokémon to reach the semifinals of the Sinnoh League, the atmosphere shifted noticeably. The host announced, the upcoming matches will consist of 3v3 battles, with no substitutions allowed midway, so everything hinges on luck. The first round commenced in the afternoon, with Xiao Gang facing a bald uncle whose initial Pokémon was a dual-axe dragon. Xiao Gang sent forth his unruly frog, and both Pokémon were of elite caliber, equally matched in strength. The dual-axe dragon unleashed a psychic slice, sending 2 beams of light from its horns. The cheerful Kappa managed to hold its ground. The unruly frog responded swiftly, effortlessly dodging the psychic slice without a hint of disturbance. The unruly frog then executed a tile-splitting move, its hands shimmering in silver as it struck at the dual-axe dragon. However, the opposing boy retaliated with a powerful move that caught Xiao Gang off guard. The unruly frog has lost its ability to battle. Please present your next Pokémon, the referee declared. Cheerful Kappa, prepare for battle, Xiao Gang called out. Gazing at the formidable dual-axe dragon before him, uncertain of his chances of victory given the considerable level disparity. It was apparent that the outcome of Xiao Gang's subsequent battles was predetermined. A single dual-axe dragon could easily dispatch 3 opponents, showcasing its formidable prowess. In stark contrast, Xiao Ji's battles proceeded with relative ease. His opponent was not particularly strong, and his multi-dragon Pokémon swiftly concluded the match, defeating its adversary with an impressive display. Xiao Gang, do not be disheartened. I shall ensure that I defeat that individual in the ensuing matches, Xiao Ji consoled, offering a touch of encouragement. Upon returning to the lounge, he noticed Xiao Gang's melancholy demeanor and reassured him, It was merely a dual-axe dragon. I will handle it. Its combat prowess is mediocre at best. Yet, Xiao Gang's next revelation left everyone speechless. The girl he once admired was, unexpectedly, the girlfriend of the boy he had just faced. The roster of 8 competitors had been finalized, and for the next match, his teammate was yet another anonymous face, one whose name would not linger in memory. Crystal Lamp Spirit, it is your turn, Xiaoji declared as he tossed out the Pokeball. Victory Bell, prepare for battle. Emerged a Victory Bell adorned with a huge flower atop its head. Victory Bell unleashed Paralysis Powder followed by Sleep Powder in quick succession. The opposing girl faced no mercy from Xiaoji. Crystal Lamp Spirit unleashed the fiery letters. He commanded as a large fiery symbol rocketed toward the opponent. Solar Flare launch. The match occurred on a brilliantly sunny day, allowing the Solar Flare to be executed with remarkable speed, requiring no preparation time. Victory Bell has lost its ability to battle. Crystal Lamp Spirit is victorious. Please select your next Pokemon, the referee announced. The boy, realizing that victory was unattainable with his next Pokemon, chose to concede. As the finals approached, his opponent was the one who had employed the Dual-Axe Dragon throughout the tournament, demonstrating unmatched prowess. Dual-Axe Dragon, go! The boy confidently called out. And indeed, the Dual-Axe Dragon appeared once more. Multi-Dragon, you shall take the stage, Xiaoji determined, reasoning that a dragon type would fare well against another dragon type. The Dual-Axe Dragon initiated a powerful move, aiming for a swift resolution. However, Xiaoji remained composed, countering with his own attack. As the two Pokemon clashed, Xiaoji executed a decisive blow. The confrontation was intense, with neither side yielding. Multi-Dragon, Dragon God Dive. A dragon-shaped silhouette surged forward, and in a flash of white light, the Dual-Axe Dragon succumbed, revealing a purple, soft Pokemon, Ditto, which had transformed into the Dual-Axe Dragon. Ultimately, Xiaoji emerged victorious, unexpectedly receiving a set of evolution stones as the champion's reward. Chapter 29, The Thunderwave Gym, Part 1. Xiaoji, how did you manage to get lost on the way to Thunderwave City after all this commotion? Selena complained. After concluding their battles, they departed from the small town, only for Xiaoji to take a misguided route. Enough of that. We finally arrived at Thunderwave City. The fashion show is in 3 days. So we can challenge the gym in the meantime, Xiaoji replied with exasperation, having misread the map and taken an unnecessarily lengthy detour. At the Pokemon Center, the trio entrusted their Pokeballs to Nurse Joy and contacted Professor Rowan. Ah, it's you all. Where have you been? The call quickly connected, revealing Professor Rowan's visage. We just arrived at Thunderwave City, preparing to challenge the Thunderwave Gym. There's also a fashion show here. Xiaoji explained their itinerary and plans in Thunderwave City. Xiaoji, the gym leader, Miss Kiku, is currently unavailable. Her brother is acting as the substitute leader. And he is exceptionally strong, so exercise caution. His Pokemon roster includes not only Unova Pokemon, but also those from other regions. The battle rules are 4 versus 4. So be vigilant during the challenge. Professor Rowan informed them about the current situation at the Thunderwave Gym, indicating that the original gym leader was absent and that the substitute possessed formidable strength. Professor Rowan, do you know which Pokemon the substitute leader employs? Xiaoji inquired for additional information. His name is Raiden, and I know he has a Raichu and an Electabuzz in his arsenal, Professor Rowan replied thoughtfully. Understood, Professor. I've grasped the situation, Xiaoji acknowledged, now somewhat aware that his opponent's Pokemon would likely be predominantly electric types, making them formidable adversaries. He wondered how their strength would compare to the Pokemon from the Sinnoh Lakeside Gym. After a brief rest, the trio prepared to challenge the gym the following day. The anticipation coursed through Xiaoji, pondering what kind of battles he might face from trainers who were not merely characters from the original anime. That evening, they deliberated over which Pokemon to use in the upcoming match. Pikachu, Crystal Lamp Spirit, Sharpedo, and Dratini, though Dratini was primarily there to gain battle experience. The main reliance would rest on the first 3. Upon arriving at the Raven Gym, they explained their purpose to the staff and were warmly welcomed inside. The service was commendable. However, Xiaoji was taken aback by the sight of a trackless ride. Did they truly have to endure a roller coaster ride like at the Purple Jade Gym before facing the challenge? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Xiaoji, this scene feels remarkably familiar, Xiao Gang remarked, gazing at the small car with a sense of déjà vu. The Purple Jade Gym, Xiaoji muttered, recalling the experience. How about we consider another gym instead? I hope we don't encounter another eccentric like Old Man Taixian. Xiao Gang expressed a hint of concern. Quit stalling and hop on, Xiaoji exclaimed, swiftly climbing aboard the small car. Xiao Gang and Selena hesitated momentarily, but eventually joined him. The car began to move slowly, and as it descended a steep slope, The three were left bewildered. I never wish to return to this gym again, they unanimously declared upon disembarking from the ride. Welcome to the Raven Gym. I am the gym leader, Raiden, a voice greeted them. A man with blue hair and clad in black approached to greet them. Mr. Latios, could you possibly cancel this roller coaster? Otherwise, no one would dare to come, remarked Ash, with a hint of sarcasm. I'll have to consider it. After all, I am merely the acting gym leader, Latios replied, offering an awkward smile. The two parties arrived at the battle arena, where the referee was prepared, and both competitors took their positions. We shall now commence the battle at the Lewin Gym. Each trainer may use 4 Pokémon, and only the challenger may substitute Pokémon during the match. The battle concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer continue. I hereby declare the match to begin. My first Pokémon shall be him. Go forth, my electric type. Latios exclaimed as he threw a Pokeball, releasing a predominantly yellow Pokémon adorned with spikes, an evolution of Eevee. I'll choose you, Sharpedo, Ash declared, sending out his ground dragon-type Sharpedo. Seriously? You lead with a ground type? That's somewhat troublesome, Latios mused, surprised by the challenger's choice. Electric-type move, Pin Missile, Latios commanded, only to realize that his electric-type attack was ineffective. Let us switch to another tactic. Sharpedo Stone Edge, Ash instructed, and a barrage of sharp stones flew toward the electric-type Pokémon. Thunderbolt, Latios countered, determined to avoid an early defeat. Iron Tail, the silver-tailed electric type, lunged forward. However, Sharpedo was not to be outdone. It retaliated with Dragon Claw. As the clash escalated, the sharp stone struck, sending the electric type flying. The electric type has lost its fighting capability. Sharpedo wins the round. Please, Gym Leader, send forth your next Pokémon. Well done. Return and rest, Latios said as he recalled his electric type. No wonder you triumphed over the Tiandong Gym. How will you handle this next one? He complimented Ash, eyeing his next choice. Go forth, Toxtricity, he announced flamboyantly as a purple-yellow Pokémon appeared before them. Toxtricity? Mr. Latios, have you been to the Galar region? Ash inquired, taken aback by the encounter with the poison electric-type Pokémon. Indeed, I hail from Galar's Motostoke. This is my starter Pokémon, Latios explained. Toxtricity, unleash your Venoshock upon Sharpedo. A torrent of toxic liquid surged forward. Sharpedo Dragon Pulse. Ash, cautious in the face of this unfamiliar Pokémon, opted for a careful approach. Electromagnetic Wave. A faint electric current surged toward Sharpedo, fortunately having no effect. Lock on Electro Ball. The command left Ash momentarily stunned. Was this a common tactic among gym trainers nowadays? Defend, he ordered urgently. Sharpedo, dive with Dragon Rush. Toxtricity, unleash your overdrive. The two Pokémon collided with equal might. Sharpedo Dragon Claw, in a surprising turn. Their powerful moves negated each other, prompting a switch to close combat. Max Knuckle. Toxtricity's right hand glowed with intensity as it launched a decisive strike. Sharpedo has lost its fighting capability. Toxtricity emerges victorious, the referee announced. Well fought, Sharpedo, Ash said as he recalled his Pokémon, realizing Toxtricity possessed a diverse array of moves. Toxtricity, Electric Terrain. With that, the battlefield became enveloped in electric energy, amplifying all electric-type moves. Pikachu, you shall take the stage. Ash, noting the circumstances, called forth Pikachu, lamenting the absence of Zeraora. Pikachu, it has been too long since I battled. This time, I shall fight with all my might. A voice chimed from behind. Isn't that Zyajor? Ash thought, recognizing the girl before him. I'll finish this match, then you can take over, Latios said, not breaking his concentration on the match. Wait, is that not a bit excessive? Zyajor hesitated, noticing Toxtricity on the field. Pikachu, use Electro Ball. Ash sought to engage in a war of attrition. Venoshock. A fresh wave of toxic liquid surged forth, narrowly missing Pikachu. Quick attack, then Iron Tail. Pikachu darted forward at incredible speed. Max Strike. Toxtricity unleashed a powerful attack. Volt Tackle. Ash's next command was a decisive one. Chapter 30, Lewin Gym, Part 2. Pikachu's Volt Tackle struck Toxtricity directly. But being well-trained and a starter Pokémon under Latios' care, it was not so easily vanquished. Overdrive. A brilliant beam of light surged toward Pikachu, sending it soaring into the air. Maintain your stance and use Volt Tackle. In a fierce exchange, both Pikachu and Toxtricity collapsed, unable to continue. Pikachu has reached level 41, achieving elite status. Excellent. What a wonderful breakthrough. Ash rejoiced internally, relishing the splendid news. Pikachu and Toxtricity have simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. Both the challenger and the gym leader may now present their next Pokémon, the referee declared. Latios recalled Toxtricity while Ash cradled Pikachu, handing it over to Brock for care. This kid is quite impressive, Zyadra remarked, having keenly observed the match. I never expected to encounter someone capable of defeating my Toxtricity. Now, how will you handle this one? Go forth, Electivire. Latong sent forth his third Pokémon, an Electivire, surprisingly not his ultimate choice. Electivire, what a nostalgic opponent, Ash reflected. Recalling the battle against Shinji's Electivire in the Sinnoh League, where it had been defeated by Infernape's fiery resurgence. Mr. Latong, do you possess a Pokémon transfer device? I would like to swap one of my Pokémon, Ash requested, pausing before sending out another Pokémon. I'm afraid not. Only at the Pokémon Center. If you wish to make a swap, we can pause the match, Latong offered, intrigued by Ash's sudden desire to exchange Pokémon. Brock, what do you think Ash is up to? Serena pondered aloud, bewildered. Could he be planning to bring in Infernape for a rematch against Electivire? Brock speculated. Observing Ash's departing figure, guessing the nature of the Pokémon he intended to swap, recalling that only Infernape had triumphed over Electivire in the Sinnoh region. 15 minutes later, Ash returned with a Pokeball, apologizing, sorry for the wait. I'm back. Let us get started. Swift victory is the goal, Latong urged. Infernape, you shall take the stage, Ash announced, releasing his fiery companion, whose fierce spirit was evident. It's Infernape. Mr. Latong, I hope you're ready for a rematch with Electivire, Brock noted, not surprised in the least. Before Ash's arrival, he had already assessed the situation with the Infernape. A level 50 Infernape was more than capable of contending with a level 55 Electrode. Ash intended to utilize this battle to elevate Infernape to gym-level status. However, he cautioned, Electrode, be wary. This Infernape is no ordinary opponent. Volt Tackle, commanded Electrode, launching a powerful attack. Yet, Infernape effortlessly evaded the assault without awaiting further instructions. Infernape, use Meteor Mash. With its right arm glowing brightly, Infernape aimed a decisive blow at Electrode. Block it, was the simple response. As Electrode managed to easily fend off Infernape's concentrated strike. Nevertheless, Infernape was not to be underestimated. It unleashed a flurry of powerful punches against the green barrier that Electrode had established. Infernape, that's enough. Seeing Infernape in such a frenzy, Ash quickly called for it to cease, aware that it could not afford to exhaust its energy needlessly. Now it's our turn to counter. Ultimate Impact. Infernape, let us go. Inferno Blitz. A brilliant blue light enveloped Infernape as it charged toward the Electrode, which was crackling with electricity. The combat experience and skill displayed by Infernape were truly formidable, leaving Rain, Ash's opponent, quite impressed. As the smoke from the collision began to clear, it revealed Infernape standing tall, while Electrode lay incapacitated. Electrode has lost its ability to battle. Infernape has also lost its ability to battle. Please present your final Pokémon. Gym Leader. The referee had certainly witnessed an exhilarating gym battle today. For my last Pokémon, I choose Zeraora, Rain declared, sending forth his final creature. Mr. Rain, you've ventured into the Ultra Wormhole, haven't you? Ash inquired, looking at the familiar Zeraora. How do you know about the Ultra Wormhole? Rain's demeanor shifted to one of caution, as this Zeraora was indeed one he encountered within the depths of the Ultra Wormhole shortly after its birth, which he had rescued. 10 years ago, the mysterious Pokémon that you brought back from the Ultra Wormhole must be you, Ash recalled. Having just spoken with Professor Oak about Rain and learned some intriguing details, the most significant being that Rain had survived the Ultra Wormhole and even captured a Pokémon within. Professor Oak informed you, didn't he? Rain deduced, aware that such knowledge was scarce, especially since Ash hailed from the Kanto region, specifically from Pallet Town. All right, return, Infernape. Zeraora, it's your turn. Ash summoned his own Zeraora to the battlefield. You have a Zeraora as well? Rain remarked, taken aback by the power and presence of Ash's Zeraora, which was far superior to his own. Zeraora, I didn't expect to encounter a fellow companion. Rain's Zeraora initiated contact with Ash's Zeraora. Zeraora, neither did I. How about we skip the battle? We're of the same kind. Let us just have a chat, Rain's Zeraora suggested. Zeraora agreed, preferring to socialize rather than engage in combat, as battling might strain their kinship. Observing their interactions, it became clear that no further battles would ensue, prompting the referee to declare Ash the victor and present him with a badge. This is the Volt badge from the Raven Gym, and it now belongs to you, Rain said, handing over a badge shaped like a lightning bolt. This is my fourth badge. Ash glanced at his badge case, and Rain showed no surprise. Have you decided on your next gym? Rain inquired. Not yet, Ash admitted, uncertain of which gym to visit next, as he was not bound by the original anime's gym sequence. However, it was customary for gym leaders to inquire post-battle. How about the Famba gym? It's the nearest one, Rain suggested. Before we decide on a gym, I'd like to discuss the Ultra Wormhole and Zeraora with you. Ash interjected, eager to learn more about the Ultra Wormhole's mysteries. Of course, Rain readily agreed, showing no reluctance. Once seated, Rain recounted the origins of Zeraora. It was a Pokemon he encountered shortly after entering the Ultra Wormhole, injured and burning with fever. Despite not recognizing it, he felt compelled to help. As for the Ultra Wormhole itself, Rain described it as a place littered with signs of devastation, with shattered remnants of buildings scattered throughout. He provided a brief overview of the conditions within the Ultra Wormhole, though he seemed to withhold certain details, choosing to summarize the scene with a single, succinct statement. After their conversation, the group bid farewell and returned to the Pokemon Center, planning to explore the city the following day, which was hosting a fashion exhibition and show for 3 consecutive days. While this event may not pique the interest of the boys, the girls, driven by their innate desire for beauty, would surely relish the experience. Perhaps it would even inspire Serena to become a fashion designer. Chapter 31, The Fashion Exhibition. A new destination. Ash, have you thought about the next gym? Are we heading to the Twin Dragon Gym? Brock inquired. The Twin Dragon Gym is the strongest, and I'm currently not confident in obtaining Mr. Shaka's badge. I think I'll save it for last, Ash replied, casting Brock a skeptical glance. Fully aware of the formidable reputation of the Twin Dragon Gym and its leader. However, we must finalize our itinerary during our stay in Raven City. We cannot embark without a destination. What about the Yulongqing Gym? Serena suggested. Let us not go there. It's a poison-type gym. And the thought of battling the Toxapex terrifies me, Ash admitted, feeling a bit apprehensive about the idea. Then let us head to the nearby Famba Gym, which specializes in ground-type Pokemon and has a mining facility, Ash proposed, eager to explore and perhaps encounter the legendary Pokemon, the 3 gods of the Unova region. That day marked the fashion exhibition and show in Raven City, featuring numerous renowned designers showcasing their creations. Ash and his companions joined the throngs of attendees, predominantly female, eager to witness the spectacle. Ash, over here, called a delicate voice from the side. Pikachu? Ash, unable to hear, was alerted by his keen-eared partner, who tugged at his pants. What is it? Ash asked, puzzled, as he followed Pikachu's gaze to see a hand waving at them, beckoning them over. The trio approached, somewhat bewildered as they entered a room. Mr. Macaulay, Mr. Stephen, and Miss Karuna, what brings you here? Upon seeing the 3 champions, Ash was taken aback. Isn't this just a fashion exhibition? Why are they here? The trio exchanged exasperated glances. Allow me to introduce you to the renowned Pokemon fashion designer, Paris, Macaulay announced, gesturing to a lady beside him accompanied by a long-eared Pokemon. Unexpectedly, we meet again, she remarked, recognizing Ash and Brock. You know each other? Serena inquired. Just a hint. We met at the Origin City, Ash added, noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of his friends. Ah, now I remember. The fashion event in Origin City was indeed hosted by you, correct? Xiao Gang reminisced about something, recalling that both Xiao Ji and Xiao Guang had attended. Oh, you still remember me, Ms. Bari said with a hint of satisfaction, surprised that so few from Sinnoh could recall her after their separation. This entire outfit is designed by Miss Bari's, and I am utterly enamored with the style she has crafted. Miss Karuna, having abandoned her usual white attire, donned a refreshing and breezy sports outfit. Both Macaulay and Dawu also transformed their usual clothing, opting for stylish ensembles, all crafted by this master designer. Selena, however, was oblivious to their conversation, her gaze wandering around the room filled with garments, completely captivated. Young lady, are you interested in learning about fashion design? Baris approached Selena, who was startled by the sudden presence, having been too engrossed to notice anyone behind her. I just have a bit of interest, Selena stammered, unsure of how to express her desire to learn. I hail from the Kalos region, residing in Mier City. Should you have any aspirations, feel free to seek me out with this business card. Baris handed Selena a silver card. She had just become aware of this girl, her attention thoroughly captivated, and felt that nurturing her talent could yield a remarkable protege. You come from the Kalos region? Selena was taken aback by this pleasant revelation. Indeed, Baris replied, astonished by the child's reaction. I am Selena from Chaosiang Town. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, bowing gracefully. Which starter Pokemon do you have? Baris asked, a hint of disbelief in her tone. This is my initial partner, Finnegan, Selena exclaimed, tossing a Pokeball from which a red and yellow little fox emerged. One of the Kalos region's starter Pokemon. Then there are no doubts about your origin, Baris conceded. The fashion show is about to commence. Let us head to the audience seats. You 3, come along. Baris glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time, and ushered Xiao Ji and the others through a quick passage. The three were pleasantly surprised to have the fortune of watching alongside her. They settled into seats remarkably close to the runway, and before long, the lights dimmed, leaving only the stage illuminated. As the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, it became clear that the fashion show was beginning. Besides Baris's designs, a few other renowned figures had also contributed to this showcase. The lights gradually returned to normal as models began to take the stage, first showcasing Baris's latest creations, followed closely by her most acclaimed pieces from previous years. The fashion show lasted around 40 minutes, culminating with the grand finale of a pristine white gown titled Swan's Dream, which marked the peak of the event. After the runway show concluded, the audience began to disperse, yet Xiao Ji and his companions remained behind. Xiao Ji, I've heard you have 4 badges now. I recommend checking out the newly established fairy-type gym in the Unova region, Karuna inquired as they took their seats. Fairy-type? That element isn't entirely unfamiliar, Xiao Ji replied. Indeed. There's a small town near Snowflake City called Ziyue Town, where this gym is located, Dawu added. Let us adjust our itinerary. We'll head to the Snowflake Gym first, then to Ziyue Town, Xiao Gang suggested, glancing at the map. Although it would require a significant detour, it would provide an excellent opportunity to train their Pokémon. Sounds good, Xiao Ji and Selena agreed without opposition. The three dined with the esteemed figures, while Baris continued to entice Selena to join her team. Chapter 32, Wilderness Training. Having concluded their journey in Raven City, their next destination was a remote town nestled in the west, known as Snowflake City. The journey was not only lengthy, but also fraught with difficult terrain. On the eve of their departure, the group prepared the supplies they would need. Inside the leisure area of the Pokémon Center in Raven City, Xiao Gang remarked, "We'll exit Raven City via the western exit, which leads into a vast forest. Our plan includes training our Pokémon there, and it's a 5-day trek to the next town. We should pack supplies for about 5 to 7 days, and finding food in the forest should pose no problem." He pulled out a small notebook, outlining their intentions. That should be sufficient, Xiao Ji mused, calculating in his mind that the timeline was feasible. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 4th badge, bringing you closer to the Pokémon League competition. Congratulations on receiving a 10-day supply of Pokémon food and a set of energy cubes of various types. The system chimed in at that moment. Cheers to the system. Xiao Ji expressed his satisfaction with the timely provision of resources. They now decided on the Pokémon that would undergo special training. Aside from Pikachu, they would also include Sharpedo, Dratini, Dragonair, and Caracosta, leaving one slot open to assess potential candidates in the forest. This session was focused on training Pokémon that would become their future mainstays. After a restful night, they enjoyed breakfast at the Pokémon Center and contacted Professor Yu to report their whereabouts before setting off. It's so tranquil in the forest. As they departed the bustling city, the serenity of the woodland enveloped them, the air growing fresher. Indeed, many wild Pokémon thrive in such an environment, Xiao Gang concurred. By afternoon, they arrived at a picturesque stream, prompting Xiao Gang to suggest, "Let us camp here," as he surveyed the water source and surrounding area. "All right, everyone come out," Xiao Ji called out, releasing his Pokémon, Caracosta, Dragonair, Sharpedo, and Dratini. Selena's Pokémon included Finnegan and Wartortle. Indeed, she had evolved her Squirtle, who had developed a penchant for challenging opponents and was becoming quite unruly. Xiao Gang's Pokémon comprised Heartscale, Blissey, and Swampert. The plan for this session was for Swampert to complete its evolution into Marsh Stomp, while Caracosta aimed to evolve into Torterra. Dratini was to focus on leveling up, though his evolution level remained somewhat elusive, and they did not anticipate a swift transformation. After their meal, they dove straight into battle practice, with Sharpedo facing off against Dragonair. Despite both possessing Dragon-type attributes, their secondary types differed, one being Ghost and the other Ground. Dragonair unleashed Shadow Ball, while Sharpedo countered with Dragon Claw. Although the Shadow Ball made contact, its effect was minimal. Simultaneously, Sharpedo and Dragonair executed their ultimate moves. The powerful assaults collided, indicating an even match in strength. Both Pokémon, however, seemed to hold back, as if still yearning for more. Sharpedo summoned an orb of light from its abdomen, initiating a move it had frequently practiced during its time as a Carvania, Draco Meteor. As a swarm of meteors rained down from the sky, Dragonair, quick on its feet, evaded the barrage with ease, and while dodging, it launched a Shadow Ball. However, Sharpedo successfully defended against this surprise attack. Sharpedo then distanced itself, preparing a Dragon Pulse. In the midst of a fierce battle, the formidable Dratini unleashed a torrent of flames, prompting Ash to devise various strategies to test his Pokémon's reflexes and adaptability in combat without any explicit commands. "All right, hold on," Let's take a breather and replenish our energy cubes, Ash urged, quickly intervening as his two Pokémon prepared for another round. Next up, Dratini, you shall face Pikachu. Observing the other two Pokémon, Ash noted that Dratini, a recent addition to the team, boasted commendable fighting prowess, inherited from its illustrious lineage of Dragonite and Altaria, which endowed it with the devastating moves, Dragon Rush and Dragon Pulse. Pikachu, it's your turn, he called out. With a swift motion, Pikachu darted in front of Dratini. Having spent time together, Dratini recognized Pikachu as its trainer's first Pokémon and a revered predecessor. Pikachu, undaunted by Dratini's presence, initiated the duel with a powerful thunderbolt. In response, Dratini countered with a crunch, effectively shattering Pikachu's onslaught, and swiftly followed up with a Dragon Pulse. Pikachu expertly evaded the Dragon Pulse with agile footwork. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Ash commanded. Dratini retaliated with Dragon Claw, its claws glowing a vibrant green as they collided with Pikachu's Iron Tail. Aware that this was merely a training session, Pikachu refrained from unleashing its full potential. Dratini's Dragon Claw was inspired by the techniques of Garchomp, as it sought to expand its repertoire of moves. Ash is truly dedicated to training, Serena remarked, grooming her Finnegan nearby. Ash's earnest demeanor was strikingly different from his usual self. Brock observed Ash's growth with pride. Meanwhile, Serena's Squirtle engaged in a challenge with a wild Turtwig. The battle commenced with Squirtle launching an Ice Beam, which was promptly countered by Turtwig's ancient power. It seems my Squirtle has a penchant for combat, Serena mused, feeling a warmth in her heart, envisioning its future evolution into a Blastoise that could assist in resolving various dilemmas. Under Ash's guidance, the Pokémon engaged in their battles with precision, avoiding lethal force while ensuring immediate healing. Turtwig donned a lucky egg, enhancing its combat capabilities and steadily increasing its level. Only upon reaching the elite rank could it evolve. In the span of just a few days, Brock Swampert had amassed a wealth of experience, evolving into a formidable water ground-type Pokémon. Swampert's moveset primarily comprised water-type attacks, but it was now learning Dragon Claw and Dragon Pulse from Dratini and Garchomp to diversify its skill set. However, Dratini required level 50 to evolve into Dragonair, still a long way off from its current level of 34. As the newest member of the team, Dratini was also among the most diligent, observing its companions tirelessly training. Turtwig felt compelled to contribute and joined in, having reached level 35. Yet, the group seemed to have lost their way, struggling to interpret the map accurately. Brock, have you found the correct path? Ash inquired with a hint of frustration as their supplies dwindled. Fortunately, you foresaw this and brought extra food, Brock acknowledged. Realizing Ash could occasionally be reliable. We should exit soon. My food supply won't last much longer, Ash lamented, as his provisions from the system were running low. Chapter 33, Through the Tunnel to Kalos. As they traversed the dense jungle, the group found themselves somewhat disoriented. The electronic map had become unclear, hindered by signal interference. What Pokemon is that? Serena exclaimed, spotting a creature in the grass and rushing over, while Ash and Brock remained preoccupied with the route, completely unaware of her departure. Following the sighting, Serena entered a cave, only to be met with darkness, where Zubat and Woobat roost upon the rocky walls. Perhaps it's best to leave, she thought. A chill creeping down her spine as an ominous feeling enveloped her. In the depths of the cave, two blue eyes glimmered in the darkness. Returning along her path, she noticed Ash and Brock were still engrossed in their map, oblivious to her absence. Serena, let's go, Ash reminded her, noticing her anxious demeanor. Did you encounter something in that cave? He asked, puzzled by her hesitation. I just came from there. You haven't taken a wrong turn, she replied, a hint of fear in her voice. The map indicates that traversing this tunnel will lead us to a town. We need to pause for a moment. This prolonged camping in the wilderness has been taxing, Brock explained. Let's proceed. Serena reluctantly acquiesced, unwilling to abandon their hard-earned path. The trio lit their torches, with Serena positioned between them as Ash and Brock illuminated the surroundings. Do you feel the temperature dropping? Serena inquired, sensing a significant chill in the air. It is indeed getting colder, both Ash and Brock confirmed. Strange, we've been walking for 40 minutes, yet we haven't exited this tunnel, Ash noted. Realizing something was amiss as the temperature continued to plummet, and the tunnel seemed longer than when they had entered. Look ahead, there's a light. We must be nearing the exit, Brock alerted the others, ensuring they stayed together. They moved toward the glimmer, eager to escape the tunnel's confines. Upon emerging, however, they found not a town, but a forest blanketed in snow. The map didn't indicate a forest here. Such a place seems absent from the entire region, Brock mused, consulting the travel guide and electronic map for any matches to their current location. Suddenly, a snow-white creature resembling Ninetales appeared, followed closely by a Glacian and a Doublade. Encircling the trio. Who are you? A voice resonated in their minds. We're lost. We unintentionally arrived here. What is this place? Ash cautiously inquired, noting the presence of 3 powerful Pokémon guarding the area. You are in the Snow Source Forest. We are its guardians, the voice of Ice Ninetales echoed. May I ask, what is the nearest city from here? Xiao Gang yearned to depart early, having discerned the extraordinary nature of the 3 sprites. The Ice Ninetales of Snow Reflection City inquired. What place is this? Xiao Gang felt a tinge of confusion. Isn't this still the Unova region? Selena, naturally aware of Snow Reflection City as the location of the Ice-type gym in the Kalos region, quickly clarified. Snow Reflection City is situated in the northern part of the Kalos region, home to the Ice-type gym. Selena, weren't we traveling in Unova? Xiao Gang asked, bewildered. Selena explained that they had merely traversed a tunnel, hence their unexpected arrival in this location. Could you guide us out of here? Ash implored, feeling disoriented in unfamiliar surroundings. Follow me, the Ice Ninetales replied, perceiving that the trio did not pose a threat, and began to lead the way. Grateful for the guidance, the 3 hurried to keep pace, relieved to avoid unnecessary detours. They arrived in a city blanketed in pristine snow, where Selena informed them that Snow Reflection City was the only place in the Kalos region perpetually covered in snow, presenting a breathtaking winter landscape. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, the trio finally exhaled in relief after their long and bewildering journey. Let's contact Professor Bertalo, Ash suggested. It would be prudent to check in with him now that we are in his territory. Agreed, both Ash and Selena concurred. At that moment, Professor Bertalo's research facility received a visit from Selena's mother, who was eager to learn about her daughter's travels. Madam, Selena is currently in the Unova region, traveling with companions. She has caught the attention of Miss Baris, who wishes for her to learn under her guidance. Professor Bertalo informed the lady while serving 2 cups of coffee. Selena's mother expressed her concern, having not heard from her daughter in over half a month. Suddenly, the phone rang. This is Bertalo, who is it? He answered, noticing it was a call from the Snow Reflection City Pokémon Center. Ash. Professor Bertalo was somewhat taken aback by the caller's identity. It has been a while. We are at the Pokémon Center in Snow Reflection City, Ash explained, describing their current location. Earlier reports indicated you were in Raven City. Why the sudden absence of communication? And how did you end up here? Professor Bertalo questioned, puzzled at their unexpected arrival in his area. It's a long story, Ash began, recounting their journey through the tunnel and their astonishment at how such a small passage could lead them here. And there's more. Upon exiting the cave, 3 legendary-level sprites awaited us nearby, he added, eliciting a skeptical response from Professor Bertalo. There are no flights or trains connecting Snow Reflection City to my location in Miel City. Rest for now, determine the route clearly, and make your way here. It should take about 5 days, he advised, resigned to their situation. Understood, Professor, the trio replied. Selena, your mother is here. You 2 should catch up. Professor Bertalo suggested as the call was about to end. Mom, what are you doing there? Selena was surprised to see her mother on the other end of the line, prompting a heartfelt exchange between them. Once the call concluded, Selena turned to Ash and Xiao Gang, inquiring about their next steps. Our plan is to head to Miel City to find Professor Bertalo, then return to the Unova region. However, Ash began. Are you considering a gym battle? Selena surmised. Precisely. My current Pokémon are primarily dragon types, all of which I intend to replace, Ash confessed, noting that apart from Pikachu and his original Gyarados, he had little advantage. By the way, I just received news that Mr. Fuzai, the gym leader of Snow Reflection, is not present at the gym, Nurse Joy informed them. The group fell silent. What a coincidence, Nurse Joy, Ash said, feeling a hint of disappointment. Mr. Fuzai left yesterday to embark on a training journey, she reminded them, causing Ash's aspirations to once again fall short. Chapter 34. First capture in the Kalos region after resting for 3 days in Snow Reflection City without the arrival of the gym leader. The trio regrettably realized they would not witness the spectacle of the mega evolution of the Glacian. They commenced their journey towards Miel City, encountering numerous Pokémon unseen in other regions. Their Pokédex did not contain entries for many of these unfamiliar creatures. Baba, a goat-like creature with 2 long horns frolicked nearby. That's a Rhyhorn. It can serve as a mount, engage in battles, and even transport items, Selena explained, having been born in the Kalos region and recognizing many Pokémon. Rhyhorn. Type, grass. Ability, herbivore. Level, 41. Moves, Leaf Blade, Vine Whip, Sunny Day, Energy Ball, Leech Seed, Horn Leech, Rapid Spin, Solar Beam, Shadow Clone, Leaf Storm, Super Impact, Attract. Sleep talk. After reviewing the data, Ash felt an urge to capture this elite-level Rhyhorn, impressed by its extensive move set. The Rhyhorn soon noticed Ash's gaze but continued to play, seemingly indifferent to him. Pikachu, go? Ash commanded, initiating his first battle in the Kalos region. Pikachu's fighting spirit surged. Eager for an exhilarating match, the Rhyhorn, perceiving its potential trainer, squinted its eyes, and a pink heart floated towards Ash. Attract? Ash recognized the move from the animated series, recalling its previous challenges with the move during his attempt to capture a Snivy. Pikachu quickly, but before he could finish, Pikachu was struck. Crystar, it's your turn. Ash had no choice but to send out his female Crystar, having opted to retain only Pikachu, Gyarados, Dragonite, and Crystar after their rest. The attract won't work on my Crystar, Ash smiled, observing the Rhyhorn's move. The Rhyhorn had not anticipated facing a Pokemon that countered its abilities, leading to a barrage of paralysis and sleep powder. Flamethrower, Ash called, intrigued by the Rhyhorn's tactical prowess, growing increasingly fond of the creature. The Rhyhorn bleated softly, and the sun above shone more fiercely as sunny day took effect. Energy gathered in its mouth. Is that solar beam? Be careful, Ash, Xiao Gang warned. Right. Light of Ruin, Ash commanded, and although Crystar reacted swiftly, the smoke cleared to reveal an empty space. The Rhyhorn had escaped. Ah, what a pity, Ash lamented, realizing that the Rhyhorn possessed significant potential and would have been a valuable addition to his team. In a nearby forest, the recently departed Rhyhorn watched the trio vanish into the distance before quietly leaving. Up ahead is a town. Let us stop there for the night, Xiao Gang suggested, spotting a small settlement not far away. Good afternoon, Nurse Joy, he greeted warmly upon entering the Pokemon Center. Ash and Selena had grown accustomed to Xiao Gang's amiable demeanor, exchanging exasperated glances. Good afternoon. Are several of you heading to Flightwing City or Mier City? This small town once had two diverging paths leading to different cities. I, for one, am bound for Mier City, though I am uncertain which direction to take. Seeing Xiaojiang in such a state, Ash really felt an urge to give him a good punch. Is that not the case? Where is that troublesome Frogadier? As Ash observed Xiaojiang being unchecked, he recalled how he had prevented such unruly behavior from Xiaojiang back in the Sinnoh region, which left him puzzled. Xiaojiang had sent his Frogadier back while in Snowpoint City. Selina remarked. Well, that explains it. Something feels amiss, and it's a bit disconcerting. Ash commended Xiaojiang for his cleverness. On the large screen of the television, news of the Hoenn region's grand festival was broadcast, showcasing May's victory with her Miss Gardevoir from another region, earning her the second ribbon medal in Hoenn. Gardevoir has evolved. Selina was taken aback by how swiftly the Gardevoir she had caught had transformed. Ash nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. The three of them rested for the night at the Pokemon Center before continuing their journey to Mier City. In the streets of Mier City, a tall structure stood proudly at the heart of the city. This was the Mier Gym, home to the electric-type gym of the Kalos region. To the west of the gym was the Research Institute of Professor Bertalo. I thought you all would arrive tomorrow, Professor Bertalo remarked, somewhat surprised to see them when they found his research facility. We set off early. We still have more to explore in the Unova region, Ash explained. While they contemplated staying a few more days, it was not a feasible option. Well then, why don't you stay the night? You all look quite exhausted, Professor Bertalo kindly insisted, seeing their weary appearances. The trio began to tour the Research Institute, which was modest in size, lacking the expansive grounds of Professor Oak's facility. Featuring only a small indoor area designated for Pokemon habitation, a Garchomp suddenly flew to the professor's side, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Allow me to introduce you. This Garchomp is my Pokemon, Professor Bertalo explained briefly. By a distant pond, a Froakie sat alone on a rock. Professor, that Pokemon seems rather solitary, Xiaojing observed, noticing its uniqueness. This is Froakie. It possesses quite the personality. Many trainers have chosen it, but after a few days, they opted for another, leaving it here. Professor Bertalo replied with a hint of resignation. And what about that Gagote over there? Ash pointed to a nearby Gagote. Gagote. I don't recall having that Pokemon here. Professor Bertalo replied, puzzled. System, is that Froakie the one from the future? And is this Gagote the one we encountered in the forest? Ash prompted the system to check. Froakie. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Bond level, 0. Skills, none. Note. Indeed, it is the future Greninja. Make sure to nurture it diligently. Gagote is indeed the one from the forest. Froakie's gaze met Ash's, and it leaped over, making eye contact with him. Froakie, would you like to travel with me? Ash offered, producing a Pokeball. Froakie trusted its instincts and approached the professor to retrieve its Pokeball. Congratulations, host has obtained the future Greninja, bond level 10. When the bond reaches 100 and evolves into Greninja, Bond evolution can be completed. Froakie, I look forward to working with you, Ash said, releasing Froakie with solemnity. Froak. It responded. Chapter 35, Returning to Unova, a first encounter with Turtwig. At the Research Institute in Mier City, Ash and his companions bid a fond farewell to the professor, preparing to head to the airport for their return to the Unova region. Their next destination would be the Kalos region. Ash mused during the flight, reflecting on how he had captured Froakie ahead of time, and aside from Dragonite and Squirtle, he would soon possess another formidable ally from the water type. At the airport near Deerling Town in the Unova region. Who would have thought we're back at the starting point? Ash remarked, gazing at the familiar surroundings. You lot. Hurry up and get in the car, Professor Redwood called out, having spotted them disembarking the plane. Unable to suppress her curiosity about how they had traversed a tunnel to reach the Kalos region. Professor Redwood, the trio greeted sheepishly, knowing they had inconvenienced her once more. On the vehicle, Professor Redwood learned from their accounts that they had gotten lost and inadvertently entered a cave, and before arriving, she had already sent them the coordinates of that cave. However, after contacting the League staff, they had found no evidence, leading them to doubt the authenticity of their claims. Soon, they arrived at the professor's research institute, where they were surprised to find Professor Oak and Mr. Adike present. Professor, Mr. Adike, what brings you here? Ash inquired, though he had a hunch about their purpose. What else? That tunnel you mentioned has piqued the interest of many, Mr. Adike stated, glancing at the group. I, too, am very intrigued by this matter, Professor Oak added. At Team Rocket's headquarters, boss, we have the latest news from the Unova region, Jinri announced, placing a report in front of Giovanni. You mean to say traversing a tunnel could lead to the Kalos region? You're not pulling my leg with this fake news, are you? Giovanni expressed skepticism, demanding reliable information. Boss, we can confirm that there's quite a buzz in the Unova region, but without precise coordinates, we cannot dispatch anyone, Jinri replied cautiously. Keep a close watch, Giovanni commanded. His interest piqued. Ash, what are your plans moving forward? Professor Redwood inquired, sipping her tea. Perhaps we should start from Sanyao City? Ash suggested, wishing to retrace his steps, beginning with both Sanyao and Chibao cities. That may not be the best fit for you, Professor Redwood retorted, casting a disapproving glance at him, noting he already possessed 4 badges. I agree with the professor, with your Cold Moon and Steel Wall badges. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to go after basic badges, Xiaojiang chimed in. Indeed, that's a valid point, Ash acknowledged. Well aware of the levels of the Sanyao and Chibao gyms, which were indeed suited for novice trainers, challenging them himself would be ill-advised. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Why not accompany me? I plan to head to Yulongqing City. Ash, would you consider challenging the Yulongqing gym? Mr. Adike proposed. But we received news that Mr. Shaka from the Yulongqing gym is currently absent, Ash informed him. No worries. I happen to be visiting that old man. And he's just returned, Mr. Adike replied nonchalantly. Old man. Goodness, he is the gym leader of the Dragon-type gym, the strongest gym trainer in the Unova region. Is it polite to refer to him as simply an old man? They ultimately decided to first venture to Yulongqing City, planning to return Gardevoir and Lizardon should their Pokémon prove inadequate. After resting for a night, they set off early the next morning. Not long after departing, a young boy with a Riolu rushed over, panting. Excuse me, could you please make way? Is the Sanyao gym in this direction? The boy asked, pointing toward Deerling Town. The Sanyao gym? Several individuals discerned that he had undoubtedly lost his way again. I am called Tora, and my next destination is the Sanya gym, Tora proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. You are headed in the wrong direction, Ash remarked, recognizing the careless and hurried demeanor of Tora, his tone laced with exasperation. Oh, isn't that Champion Alder? Tora exclaimed, rushing forward to shake hands vigorously. How many badges do you possess? Ash had not anticipated encountering such a bumbling character prematurely. In the original anime, Ash's battle against Tora, where he was defeated 6-5, represented a significant humiliation in the Unova region. Behold, 5 badges. Tora displayed 5 badges. Indeed, excluding the basic badge from the Sanya gym. Which gym are you headed to? Tora inquired, eyeing Ash and his companions. The Dual Dragon Gym, Ash replied candidly. Count me in. The Dual Dragon Gym is the strongest of them all. Tora's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you certain you can win? Brock expressed skepticism regarding Tora's abilities. Let us battle. I wish to see if I can prevail, Tora stated directly. A one-on-one match sounds good. Ash did not decline. Let's go. First up, Garchomp. A Pokemon wielding a spear emerged. The final evolution of Oshawott. Ash was taken aback by Tora's choice. Zekrom, prepare for battle. Ash threw a Pokeball into the fray. Zekrom, a Mount Goat? Ash was bewildered by the small goat before him, reminiscent of the Mount Goat he had encountered in the Unova region. After nuzzling against the group, The Mount Goat retreated into its Pokeball. Garchomp, Water Gun. Tora impulsively launched an attack at the unfamiliar Pokemon. A water column surged forth. Hydro Pump. The two attacks collided swiftly. As the dust settled, Ash aimed to conclude the encounter with a single strike. Solar Beam now? Garchomp, Dark Pulse. Tora's move followed suit. The Mount Goat gained the upper hand. Tora, you exhibit decent skill, but the Dual Dragon Gym may not be the right challenge for you, Ash remarked. Recalling the Mount Goat and assessing Tora, who appeared rather reckless and careless, hardly resembling a competent trainer. Very well, I shall obediently head to the Sanya Gym, Tora replied, his head drooping in defeat. That is more like it, Ash thought, eager to rid himself of this troublesome character, fearing the chaos that might ensue if Tora followed them. I shall face you in the Unova League, Tora declared, pointing at Ash. I await your challenge, Ash responded, but added, let us see if you can collect all the badges first. Upon arriving at the nearby airport, Alder's private helicopter was prepared for departure. Chapter 36, Dual Dragon City. Pokemon Rampage. Dual Dragon City, a sprawling metropolis near the Land of Dragons, boasted numerous stone statues of dragon-type Pokemon at its center. A helicopter descended gracefully onto a small airport on the outskirts of Dual Dragon City. This is the outskirts of Dual Dragon City. Flying within the city limits is prohibited. Alder informed the group as he disembarked. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Alder. Ash and his companions expressed their gratitude. Having flown for over 6 hours from the Deer Town to Dual Dragon City, the lengthy journey leaving them somewhat queasy. In an underground chamber, a group of individuals gathered around a device, operating it diligently. Doctor, everything is ready. One person saluted a leading scientist. Commence the operation, the leader stated flatly. Is this Dual Dragon City? It seems like a rather ordinary place, Ash observed as he surveyed the modest city. Little one, that statement seems somewhat misguided. A chilling voice echoed from behind. Ash and his companions quickly turned around. Before them stood a man clad in white with a white beard and hair. Having parted ways with Alder at the airport, they were now alone. Who are you, sir? Ash inquired, recognizing Shaka but scrutinizing the stranger before him. Shaka's eyelids twitched. Was this impudent child truly so rude? Had he not received word of someone challenging the gym, he would still be studying in the Land of Dragons. The Dual Dragon Gym in Dual Dragon City was notorious for its formidable challenges. The Pokemon within were of the highest evolutionary forms, and only the most elite trainers possessed the gym badge. I am, Shaka began, intending to introduce himself when a streak of orange light shot toward them. Dark Pulse. Ash froze, bewildered at the sight of a Pokemon unleashing a powerful move within the city. A crimson-eyed Dragapult, a double-headed Hydreigon, and a speedy Arcanine, all with glowing red eyes, wreaked havoc. Zekrom, Chandelure, come forth. Ash hurled 2 Pokeballs, intending to intervene. Dare to cause chaos in Dual Dragon City. Go, Dragapult. Shaka released his Pokemon. Mr. Shaka's Dragapult? Dragapult. Type, Dragon. Level, 75. Ability, Rough Skin. Held item, Dragon Fawn. Moves, Dragon Rage, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Stealth Rock, Cut. Final Gambit, Dark Pulse, Protect, Brick Break, Dragon Dance. Impressive. Ash's initial thought was that if a gym battle were to occur against Dragapult, only Zekrom would stand a chance. Brock, Serena, find Miss Junshaw, Ash instructed, tossing the Mount Goat's Pokeball to Brock. Understood, be careful, Ash, Brock replied immediately. Dragapult. Dark Pulse. Let us awaken them. Shaka began to retaliate. Zekrom, Plasma Fists. Chandelure, Inferno. Ash disregarded caution, commanding his 2 Pokemon to counterattack. On the rooftop to the right, there is a Pokemon controller. Destroying it will release the control. The system silently applauded, recognizing Ash as reliable in critical moments. Host, I will take pride in this. You must be Mr. Shaka, the gym leader of the Dual Dragon Gym. I have just pinpointed the location of the controlling device. The battlefield is yours, Ash approached Mr. Shaka. Be careful. Shaka offered no further words. Having recognized Ash as the upcoming challenger who had triumphed over 5 legendary Pokemon in the Sinnoh League and possessed badges from the Celestial Gym in the Dusty Town in the Unova region. Pikachu, follow me, Ash instructed, and relayed the coordinates provided by the system as he rushed onward. Report, someone is approaching us, a subordinate alerted from the rooftop. Stop them. Our opponent is Shaka, that troublesome old man. The leader's expression shifted at the sight of Shaka. Had he not received prior intelligence that Shaka was absent, he would not have chosen this moment to strike. Damn that old man. Why has he returned now? The leader gritted his teeth in frustration. Lynx, Dark Pulse. Zubat. Air Slash. Ash found himself blocked by 2 Pokemon, one resembling a leopard, the other a common Zubat from the Kanto region. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash smirked at the sight of the two Pokémon, thinking they were merely offering free experience. Go, Pikachu! Two bolts of electricity surged forth, striking the leopard and Zubat, leaving them singed. Are you part of Team Plasma? Ash recognized the individuals before him as members of Team Plasma, the most nefarious faction in the Unova region, their attire mirroring that of the original narrative. A child? You recognize us? One of the figures responded, somewhat taken aback. Well, at least you're less common than Team Rocket. Ash mused nostalgically, recalling the trio of Team Rocket he hadn't seen in quite some time. Achoo! Somewhere in the Unova region, the Team Rocket trio sneezed. With a resounding crash, a nearby wall was shattered. So it's you, Team Plasma, Shaka declared, accompanied by his friend, the fierce Hydreigon. Shaka? The strongest dragon-type gym leader of the Unova region, known to Team Plasma's lackeys, Ash thought, recognizing him. Hydreigon, clear the way, he commanded, and without hesitation, Ash urged Hydreigon to lead the charge toward the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, however, they were met with an unsettling emptiness. What? Ash exclaimed, bewildered. Pikachu pointed toward a helicopter retreating into the sky. They're fleeing so swiftly? Ash was astonished by their training and the speed of their escape. A three-headed dragon-type Pokémon. The infamous Hydreigon emerged with a swift motion, taking down one of the helicopters. Shaka has a Hydreigon, Ash pondered, noting the powerful level 82 dragon as an unexpected trump card. The Hydreigon's speed and strength effectively thwarted the airborne escape. At that moment, Brock arrived with Ms. Junsha. Kid, I can sense the presence of a single-headed dragon from you, he remarked, placing a hand on Ash's shoulder. Yes, I do have a single-headed dragon, Ash replied, feeling a chill run down his spine. Tomorrow morning at 9, I await your challenge, Shaka stated, glancing at Hydreigon before turning away. My battle rules are 3 versus 3, with a minimum level of 65, all fully evolved. Be prepared. Is he the dragon-type gym leader? Serena and Brock inquired, approaching Ash. Yes, tomorrow's battle will be fierce. His Pokemon's levels are quite formidable, Ash replied, swallowing hard. In the Pokemon Center's backyard, Ash released his Pokemon, Pikachu at level 45, Hydreigon at level 70. The Crystal Flareon at level 46, the original Torterra at level 35, and Froakie at level 7. Aside from Hydreigon, do I really need to call for reinforcements? Ding, the system chimed in. Ash, I heard you were in Twin Dragon City? It was Professor Oak on the line. Yes, Professor. I'm considering claiming the 5th badge from the Twin Dragon Gym, but Ash hesitated. I'm here to deliver good news. Your Lizard King has reached level 71 and can assist you. Should I call Charizard back? Professor Oak suggested, presenting Ash with his 2 strongest Pokemon. Ash, bring Charizard back. Shaka from the Twin Dragon Gym is not to be trifled with. Brock concurred with the professor's advice. Quickly, Ash contacted Ms. Kiko from Charizard Valley, only to learn that Charizard was deep within the valley training. Crystal Flareon, how about you take the lead? Ash suggested, glancing at the Crystal Flareon. However, upon witnessing Shaka's Hydreigon, the Crystal Flareon hesitated, retreating into its Pokeball in fear. After some contemplation, Ash decided to call back his Infernape and Lizard King while temporarily returning the Crystal Flareon and Torterra. Why did you summon me, Ash? Lizard King inquired, a touch confused. I'm equipping you with this, Ash said, fastening a necklace around Lizard King's arm, an unmistakable megastone. Relax, feel the continuous flow of energy surging into your body, he reassured Lizard King. As Lizard King donned the megastone, a torrent of energy flooded through him. Lizard King, Mega Evolve, Ash declared, activating the long-unused keystone. Lizard King let out a triumphant roar. What a relief. I didn't expect it to succeed on the first try. Pokemon Mega Lizard King. Level 76, plus 5 after Mega Evolution. Type, Grass, Dragon. Ability, Lightning Rod. Held item, Lizard King's Mega Stone. Friendship level, 255, max. Moves, Leaf Blade, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Frenzy Plant, Seed Bomb, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Leaf Storm, Ice Beam, Energy Ball, Blast Burn. Lizard King, well done. Let us practice your moves, Ash said, nodding in approval. Lizard King could feel the new power coursing through him. Let us start with the basics. Leaf Blade. The blades on Lizard King's arms sharpened. Seed Bomb. He executed the moves flawlessly, a testament to the countless hours spent training at the professor's lab. A girl with purple hair and dark skin, accompanied by a small Pokemon, observed Ash from a distance. Lizard King can Mega Evolve? She marveled, unable to compose herself at the sight of Ash's empowered Pokemon. The next day, Ash arrived punctually at the Twin Dragon Gym, which bore a vintage aesthetic, flanked by 2 ancient statues at the entrance. Ash, good luck. Shaka is truly formidable, Brock encouraged from the sidelines. I know, the dragon-type gym leaders are never to be underestimated, Ash thought. Feeling a flutter of anxiety, yet summoning his courage to approach. Ash, you've arrived. I thought you might shy away, Shaka remarked, standing at the entrance alongside Alice. An old acquaintance from the BW saga. Mr. Shaka, I look forward to your guidance, Ash said. Recognizing Alice with her long purple hair and a small Pokémon perched on her shoulder. I'm Alice. It's nice to meet you. She introduced herself, stepping forward. Pikachu. Ash greeted her simply, feeling that Alice held no particular allure for him. Come inside, Shaka invited, leading them to a somewhat antiquated arena, the battleground of the Twin Dragon Gym. As Shaka and Ash took their positions, a referee stepped forward to announce, I hereby declare the Twin Dragon Gym battle. Gym leader Shaka versus Ash. A challenger from the Kanto region. The rules are 3 versus 3, utilizing 3 Pokémon, with only the challenger permitted to switch Pokémon. The battle concludes when all Pokémon on one side are unable to continue. The battle commenced. Go Zweilous. Shaka's first Pokémon was a Zweilous at level 59. I've researched you. You lack many Pokémon above level 60, Shaka explained, noticing Ash's stunned expression. Crystal Flareon, you're up. Win or lose. Let us give it our all. Ash decided. Zweilous, unleash Dark Pulse. Shaka commanded, initiating the clash. Crystal Flareon retaliated with Flamethrower, the 2 attacks colliding in a spectacular display. Zweilous' steel wings glimmered with a silver light as it approached. Illusion. A faint beam of light shot forth. So swift, Ash thought, narrowly avoiding the attack. We can't confront it head-on. Let's obscure its vision first, he strategized. Hurricane. Shaka uttered casually, dispersing the dark mist. The battle is far from over. The dragon god descends, continuing its relentless assault. Such a fierce onslaught, one strike after another, prompted a spontaneous compliment from Brock. As the oncoming waves of attack surged forth, Shouju found himself with no option but to brace for impact. The Dragon Claw, observing the futile dive of the dragon god, realized that close combat was inevitable. He attempted to create distance, but the double-headed Tyrannosaurus rushed in with alarming speed, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. With ease, the Dragon Claw tore through the defenses of Big Character Fire, maintaining its velocity as it pressed the attack. Damn it, Ghost Fire, he muttered, realizing his previous strategies had fallen short, necessitating a tactical shift. Upon the successful hit of Ghost Fire, scorched marks appeared on the double-headed Tyrannosaurus, indicating a burn, a fortunate turn of events indeed. What a stroke of luck, Ash exclaimed, surprised by the unexpected injury. Stay calm, Dragon God, dive again, commanded Shaka, maintaining composure amidst the chaos. The final blow was unleashed, Purgatory. The climactic clash between the 2 titanic moves resulted in both the double-headed Tyrannosaurus and the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit losing their combat capabilities. Both the Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit and the double-headed Tyrannosaurus are unable to continue battling. Please send forth your next Pokémon, the referee announced, glancing at the fallen creatures. The system chimed in with a notification, Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit, levels 46 and 47. Well done, Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit, take a good rest. Ash said as he recalled it. Rest well, double-headed Tyrannosaurus, Shaka echoed, withdrawing his Pokémon as well. Are you ready for the next Pokémon? They won't be easy to handle, Shaka remarked, eyeing Ash. Mr. Shaka's Pokémon seemed formidable, Selena observed, captivated by the intense battle. Mr. Shaka is my mentor. He is undoubtedly very powerful. Alice chimed in from the sidelines. Indeed, Yaya agreed enthusiastically. Crimson-faced dragon, prepare for battle. Shaka unleashed a new Pokeball, revealing a crimson-faced dragon. Distinctly different from the one they had encountered the previous day, this one boasting an impressive level of 67. How unfortunate. I wish I could have seen my teacher's crimson-faced dragon in action, Alice sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. This is a battle-hardened crimson-faced dragon, the offspring of the one from yesterday. It possesses the move Dragon Rage. Exercise caution, the system warned. Is this the first battle in your hometown? Ash pondered as he retrieved a Pokeball. Could it be that Ash is preparing to summon it? Brock mused uncertainly. Fire God Moth, it's you. The long-absent Fire God Moth took its position, confirming Ash's reference to the first battle in his hometown. Did Ash actually bring it here? Brock marveled, taken aback by the unexpected transfer. Fire God Moth. Shaka was momentarily stunned, having anticipated a Pokémon of the Ice type instead. Crimson-faced dragon, Dragon Claw. Fire God Moth. Bug Buzz. The piercing screech from Fire God Moth unsettled the crimson-faced dragon. Dragon Tail. The tail of the crimson-faced dragon swept through the air, a vivid green. Overheat. A searing flame burst forth. Fire God Moth reacted swiftly, creating distance and retaliating without missing a beat. Crimson-faced dragon, Dragon Rage. Shaka yearned to witness the full extent of this young Pokemon's potential, commanding it to unleash its might. As the command for Dragon Rage was issued, the crimson-faced dragon's demeanor shifted, its blood-red eyes now aligned with its dragon claw strike. Fire God Moth, take to the skies. Ash realized the gravity of the situation. Heat Wave, Shaka ordered, noting the proximity. Crimson-faced dragon, Dragon Tail. The crimson-faced dragon responded with remarkable speed, its tail sweeping through the air once more. Once more, bug buzz. The shrill cry had no effect on the dragon under the influence of Dragon Rage. Return, Fire God Moth, Ash decided, realizing that his attempts were futile and that it would be best to call it back. Lizard King, you'll be the one. He threw the last Pokeball. Witnessing the final glimmer of hope. Crimson-faced dragon, Dragon God Dive. Shaka remained unfazed by the change in Pokemon. Rampaging Flora, let the ground be overrun by verdant growth. Rampaging Flora 1T, stop it, will it? Ash watched as the crimson-faced dragon, still under the effects of Dragon Rage, charged ahead. Just then, the crimson-faced dragon's head swung around, signaling the end of Dragon Rage, a perfect opportunity. Solar Beam, a signature move of the grass-type starters. Waves of green beams surged forth. The recovery rate of this crimson-faced dragon post-Dragon Rage was astonishing, prompting Brock to commend it. Your teacher's crimson-faced dragon is incredibly strong. Many have been defeated by it. Alice remarked casually, swinging her legs. Lizard King, sunny day? Ash prepared for a final effort against the now rejuvenated crimson-faced dragon. Solar Flare. A combination of moves was unleashed, clashing against Shaka's counter of Dragon Pulse. The two attacks collided, their power evenly matched. In the end, the verdict was rendered. Lizard King has lost its combat ability. Crimson-faced dragon emerges victorious, the referee declared. This is troubling. Ash's trump card has been defeated, Brock thought. Realizing that while he was aware of the Lizard King's potential for Mega Evolution, he hadn't anticipated the crimson-faced dragon's extraordinary strength. Damn it. Ash could hardly contain his frustration. This crimson-faced dragon showcased remarkable overall prowess. Fire God Moth, it's you. Ash resolved to make a desperate last stand. Uncertain of what his final Pokemon would be, but recognizing that this crimson-faced dragon had already proven to be a formidable adversary. Dragon Rage. Shaka casually remarked as the Fire God Moth re-entered the fray. Here we go again? He mused. Normal moves may be ineffective. I might as well unleash a powerful attack. If Fire God Moth can explode in flames, I would certainly exploit that opportunity. A green beam of light shielded against the attack. Poison Powder, Paralyzing Powder. Sleep Powder in succession. Ash felt he had no other options against the crimson-faced dragon and resorted to standard moves. Do you really believe such techniques will have any effect on my crimson-faced dragon? How naive. Shaka exuded confidence, having encountered countless opponents without tasting defeat. And what about this next move? Shadow Claw. A wave of black-purple energy surged forth. Fire God Moth can use Shadow Claw? Shaka was momentarily taken aback. Reveal your true form, Zoroark. A dark red and black Pokemon materialized. The illusion Pokemon, Zoroark. Shaka immediately recognized it. Where did Ash acquire this Pokemon? I've never seen it before. Brock and Selena exchanged bewildered glances. Zoroark was, in fact, a gift from the system after collecting 4 badges, boasting a level of 75. Pokemon Zoroark. Level 75. Ability, Illusion. Familiar with the Dark type. Skills include Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Agility, Will-O-Wisp, Night Slash, and Hyper Beam. With the final blow, Shadow Claw sealed the battle. Ash had Zoroark disguise itself as Fire God Moth for this confrontation. Dragon Claw. Shaka was taken by surprise at the emergence of this Pokemon. Crimson-faced dragon has lost its combat ability. Zoroark is victorious, the referee announced. Well done, young man. I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Fire God Moth was merely a disguise, and I failed to notice, Shaka applauded in satisfaction. My last Pokemon, the triple-headed evil dragon, is ready for battle. Shaka unleashed his final Pokemon, the fearsome 3-headed dragon, Hydreigon. Did Mr. Shaka overestimate my abilities? An 82-level Hydreigon presents quite the challenge. Indeed, the 3-headed dragon before me was the very same that had emerged during yesterday's battle. As a gym leader, must I still seek your permission regarding my choice of Pokemon? A piercing gaze directed at Ash left him speechless. Hydreigon, Dragon Goddess Dive. Shaka commanded, initiating the offensive with fervor. The clash of powerful moves ensued, yet the disparity in levels rendered the outcome uncertain. With a serious demeanor, Shaka prepared for the impending encounter. The level gap, being 7 levels and a significant stage apart, proved too much for Zoroark, who was swiftly sent flying. Once more, Zoroark attempted Shadow Break. But Ash recognized the overwhelming odds against him. Dragon Goddess Dive. The three-headed dragon manifested a spectral dragon, hurtling towards them. Zoroark was once again struck down. Unable to continue the fight. Zoroark is unable to battle. The victor is the gym leader, Mr. Shaka, the referee declared. Well done, Zoroark. Rest now, Ash said, recalling his Pokemon with a hint of resignation. Not bad, little one. It's only natural that you couldn't best my Hydreigon, a champion-level Pokemon. Shaka remarked as he approached with his majestic beast. Mr. Shaka, this battle has been immensely enlightening, Ash responded earnestly. Indeed. I am quite pleased to have triumphed over the red-faced dragon, Shaka acknowledged, his praise reflecting the formidable nature of his own Pokemon. This is the legend badge. And it is yours, Shaka said, taking a badge from the tray presented by the referee and handing it to Ash. Mr. Shaka, this? Ash hesitated. Accept it. This badge is truly deserved by you, Shaka insisted with sincerity. Thank you, Ash said, placing it carefully into his badge case. A notification from the system soon followed. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the legend badge from the Twin Dragon Gym, earning the recognition of Gym Leader Shaka. All participating Pokemon gain 1 level. And the aura of the wave begins to awaken. The 6th badge, what are your plans now? Shaka inquired regarding Ash's next destination. I plan to head to Snowflake City first, then to Purple Moon Town. Ash outlined his itinerary. Purple Moon Town? Shaka questioned, pondering the existence of a gym there. I've heard there's a fairy-type gym. Ash replied directly. Oh, so that's where Luzamin's gym is located, Shaka realized. Do you have your Dratini with you? Shaka continued his inquiry. No, Ash replied honestly. Would you like to train it here for a while? Shaka proposed. Huh. Ash was taken aback by the suggestion. Ash, having Dratini train with Shaka will be immensely beneficial for the future, Brock chimed in, supporting Shaka's idea. Can we also train my Gabite together? Ash sought to gain an advantage. You rascal, Shaka replied, somewhat speechless. All right. But once they evolve into their final forms, I'll need to return them, he conceded. Genuinely open to the joint training. Utilizing the teleportation device in the gym, Ash summoned Dratini and Gabite. The two Pokemon emerged, momentarily dazed, yet unfazed by Shaka's commanding presence. These two are quite impressive. They can stay, Shaka noted without any hesitation upon observing their reactions. Ash led them aside, introducing Shaka, the Dragon-type gym leader, as a mentor who could accelerate their growth, assuring them they could return stronger. Do you think this will be successful, Ash? Serena asked, somewhat perplexed. It should be fine. Brock replied, though with some uncertainty. An hour later, Ash solemnly entrusted Gabite and Dratini to Mr. Shaka. Good luck, Shaka responded, his sharp gaze instilling a sense of foreboding in both Pokemon. Chapter 39, The Land of Dragons, The Egg of Riolu. Welcome to my homeland, the Land of Dragons, Alice announced as she led the group to a hillside, gesturing towards a distant town. Ash had left Gabite and Dratini for specialized training with Mr. Shaka and accepted Alice's invitation to visit her childhood home, the Land of Dragons. Is this truly your hometown? Serena asked, gazing around at the abundance of dragon-type Pokemon, including Dratini, Fracture, and others. This is not only my home. It is also Dratini's birthplace, as it was my first Pokemon, Alice said, affectionately rubbing Dratini's head. Dratini, too, expressed joy at returning to its long-lost homeland. Throughout their days together, it became clear that Alice was lively and straightforward. Without the condescension towards Ash depicted in the anime, she confided her aspiration to become the most formidable dragon master, and aside from Dratini, she possessed another Pokemon in need of training, a rather troublesome Druddigon. Dratini leapt from Alice's hair, darting towards a nearby Fracture to greet it. Clearly, Dratini had found an old companion, as it would not have jumped down to initiate contact otherwise. Fracture recognized Dratini, its childhood friend, and approached to exchange greetings and reminisce. After all this time, you haven't changed a bit, still the same as ever, Alice remarked as they wandered through the Land of Dragons. It seems you have been away for far too long, perhaps forgetting the way home, Ash teased from the sidelines. What did you say? Alice, with keen hearing, caught his words and was instantly infuriated, offended that Ash would suggest she might lose her way in her own homeland. Ash, let us keep the comments to a minimum. Brock interjected, stepping between Ash and Alice to prevent any potential conflict. Right, Ash contemplated, recognizing the need for discretion in Alice's territory. Alice, is that you? A girl approached, greeting her warmly. Long time no see, Iris, Alice exclaimed, rushing to embrace her friend. Welcome back. The girl greeted enthusiastically. Through their conversation, the group learned that this girl, Iris, had grown up alongside Alice, helping to manage their family's ranches, and shared a deep bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Like Brock, Iris was also a caretaker, but specialized in dragon-type Pokémon, possessing unique insights into their care. The group followed Iris to her home, where they settled in. Have you seen Grandma yet? Iris asked after their reminiscing. Not yet. We haven't had the chance, Alice responded with a shake of her head. Iris smiled. Grandma holds you in high regard. She believes you possess the potential to become a dragon master. You must strive to fulfill that potential. Oh, come on. Grandma is just teasing me, Alice replied bashfully, rubbing the back of her head. Alice, do you possess any special abilities? Serena inquired, her curiosity piqued. To be recognized as having the potential to become a dragon master indicates there must be something remarkable about you. There is nothing more to say. I can communicate with dragon-type Pokémon through a profound connection of the mind, without uttering a single word, akin to the power of aura or telepathy. Alice gently touched her head as she revealed her background. Alice has returned. An elderly lady entered, leaning on her cane. Alice and Iris quickly rose to their feet, exclaiming, Granny. Surprised, the grandmother observed Ash and his companions. Granny, it seems you've made quite a few friends during your travels. Greetings, Granny. Ash, Brock, and Serena hurriedly offered their respects. No, Granny, you've misunderstood. Ash and his friends are acquaintances I met in Twin Dragon City. I have always traveled alone, without companions. Alice quickly clarified. You remain the same. The grandmother shook her head in resignation, acknowledging that this girl would never change. I received a call from Shaka. Someone took his badge and left 2 Pokémon for him to train and learn. Was it you? The grandmother gazed kindly at Ash. Yes, Granny, Ash replied without hesitation, promptly producing the badge case, which displayed 5 badges neatly arranged. So you even acquired that steel wall badge from that old coot, Kongshin? The grandmother recognized the second badge on display. Indeed, Grandpa's skills are formidable. The Pokémon he used in battle must not have been his main force, Ash explained. Suddenly, a cry from outside pierced the air. Is that the sound of a Bivolt dragon? Iris deduced, recognizing her long-cared-for Bivolt dragon, which was calling out incessantly outside. Iris dashed out to investigate. One Bivolt dragon was calling, but the other was nowhere to be found. The Bivolt dragon tugged at Iris's clothing, signaling her to follow. Ash and the others trailed behind. Iris, that Bivolt dragon seems to be summoning you. You should hurry and see what it needs, Alice observed, noting the urgency in the Bivolt dragon's demeanor. The Bivolt dragon led the way as they followed closely behind. There's the other Bivolt dragon. Upon reaching a lakeside, they discovered the second Bivolt dragon resting there. At that moment, the Bivolt dragon by the lake glowed brilliantly, beginning its evolution. 3-headed dragon successfully evolved. The newly evolved 3-headed dragon gazed into the lake, visibly dissatisfied with its appearance. Oh no, that's the destruction ray. Quick, get away. Brock recognized the gathering energy. 3-headed dragon, please calm down. Iris attempted to approach and soothe it, but the drastic change in appearance from evolution left the 3-headed dragon in turmoil, leading to its rampage. Zeraora, use Plasma Fist. Ash threw a Pokeball forward to assist. The Bivolt dragon retaliated with Steel Wing. However, against the enraged 3-headed dragon, the attack proved ineffective, leaving Ash astonished. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and a bolt of golden lightning struck down. Finally, that seems to be having some effect. Ash, stop. Alice urgently intervened, wishing to appease the now stable 3-headed dragon. Be careful, Ash, he warned, recalling Alice's energetic nature from the original anime, where she darted through the jungle like a wild child. Alice leapt onto the 3-headed dragon's back, embracing its head, closing her eyes to establish a connection. After several minutes, Alice slowly opened her eyes, and the 3-headed dragon had returned to normal. The chaos caused by the 3-headed dragon had finally subsided. Ash, have you awakened the aura? The grandmother inquired, having sensed the aura within him upon their first meeting. Ash did not question how she discerned this. Aura? Ash recalled an encounter with a Lucario in the city of Aludalin, where he had communicated through aura. This child may be of assistance to you, the grandmother said as she retrieved a blue and white egg from within the house, which radiated aura energy. Grandma, is this an egg of Riolu? Ash speculated regarding the egg's origin. Indeed, only those with aura can obtain it. It seems you are destined for it. I gift it to you, the grandmother offered. Congratulations. Host has obtained a Riolu egg. Reward, Lucario Megastone. Thank you, Granny. Ash expressed his gratitude, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected windfall from his outing. As it should be, the grandmother replied with a smile. Chapter 40, a completely different Team Rocket. In the Land of Dragons, Ash received the Riolu egg from the grandmother and set off on a journey with Alice, hoping to share the beauty of the scenery with her. Near a serene lake, they established a camp, which provided an opportune moment to train their Pokémon. Alongside Pikachu, Zeraora, and Zoroark, they brought forth Froakie, Tortuga, and Flareon to join in the training. Zeraora finally found a worthy opponent, while Zoroark transformed into different Pokémon for battle. However, Zeraora struggled to break through the level 71 champion barrier. Froakie and Tortuga, both water types, engaged in a spirited spar, neither yielding to the other, and Tortuga was on the brink of evolution. Unexpectedly, they encountered the trio of Team Rocket. Meow? In the distance. Meowth munched on a sandwich while observing Ash's training, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Those kids really can run. We must be getting close to the land of dragons. Jessie remarked as she consulted a map for nearby towns. Let us not forget our mission. A special dragon Fong from the land of dragons, James reminded them. They had been tasked by Team Rocket's headquarters in the Unova region for some time, yet their encounters with Ash and his friends had been few and far between. They remained steadfast in their original objective of capturing rare Pokémon and Pikachu. With Ash's interference diminished, their previous tasks in the Unova region had been executed with remarkable efficiency, causing the Plasma Gang to suffer several failures. Now, Team Rocket's trio found themselves on the wanted list of the Plasma Gang, hampering their endeavors. As the local forces struggled against an external threat, Jessie's Pokémon included Mewtwo and the evolved Archeops from previous missions. James had a Dusknoir and Brave Bird. Receiving special attention from headquarters, both Jessie and James had significantly bolstered their strengths. Pikachu, use Iron Tail on that Fire Mouse. Fire Mouse, use Mist to obscure our vision. Ash continued his training, noting that Fire Mouse had reached level 34, just shy of evolution, and needed to prepare diligently. Several smoke bombs were thrown, catching everyone off guard. Pikachu, Zeraora, use Iron Tail to strike back. Ash instinctively knew who had arrived, as he was well acquainted with the trio's clumsy tactics. Cough, cough, you little brats. You disregard the rules of engagement, Meowth exclaimed from within the smoke. Brave Bird, use Storm to disperse the smoke, James's voice chimed in. So it's really you three idiots. Long time no see. I thought you had finally left the Unova region. Observing the disheveled trio of Team Rocket, Ash jested. What brings you here, Team Rocket? Curiously inquired Alice. They specialize in stealing others' Pokémon, indulging in nefarious deeds, Brock elucidated, feeling the need to clarify for Serena and Alice, who were somewhat oblivious. In Grasstown, there was an incident where a stone was robbed, and accompanying the thieves was a Meowth. Surely it couldn't be you? Alice recalled a particular encounter during her travels. The wanted poster distinctly mentioned a talking Meowth as part of the thieving gang. Young lady, you have sharp eyes. Meowth boldly acknowledged. Ash, let us apprehend them and deliver them to Miss Junsha. Upon hearing Meowth's forthright confession, Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us take them to the police station. Miss Junsha offers a reward of 300,000 League coins. 300,000 coins? Ash, Brock, and Serena's eyes widened in astonishment at the unexpected value of Team Rocket, making their capture imperative. Pikachu, Jirachi, Thunderbolt. Let us seize them, and I'll enhance your meals. Ash was growing impatient. Don't be too smug. We are no longer the old Team Rocket trio. Duskull Mirrorcoat. Seeing Ash's childish intent to capture them for the bounty, James was determined to thwart their plans. Unleashing a dual Thunderbolt, Duskull managed to mitigate some damage, yet the overwhelming power of a legendary-level Jirachi was formidable. Ancient Bird, Rock Slide. Musashi summoned her Ancient Bird, hurling stones down upon them. Unexpectedly, Musashi's Ancient Bird has evolved? Brock mused, surprised to see the Pokémon he once captured had transformed. The changes within Team Rocket left him bewildered, suspecting they might be imposters. Swampert, Water Gun. Brock released his Pokeball to support the offensive. Sharim, Leaf Storm. Musashi countered with a swift throw of another ball. When did Team Rocket's Pokémon become so powerful? Brock pondered, noticing that the Pokémon they deployed were entirely unrecognizable compared to the past. Sharim, Sunny Day? Musashi's Sharim was in its spring form. No way. Are they employing Solar Flare tactics? Ash scoffed, incredulous that the once bumbling Team Rocket trio now wielded such strategies. If only they could hear you, they'd surely retort. What happened to your manners? Flareon, Fire Spin. Ash watched as Flareon, a Fire-type Pokémon, took charge. The flames erupted from Flareon's back, striking Sharim directly, but simultaneously. The Solar Flare was prepared to launch. Jirachi, Electric Terrain, followed by Thunderbolt. Ash directed Jirachi, who understood his intentions without hesitation, unleashing a Thunderbolt. Swampert, in conjunction with Thunderbolt. Water Gun. Brock seized the opportunity to join the fray. On the opposing side, save for Duskull, the rest of Team Rocket's Pokémon fell. Team Rocket. We happen to be in need of funds. Are you not delivering money right to our doorstep? Ash grinned maliciously at the trio, relishing the bounty on their heads. Little brat, until next time. Musashi and James, sensing the precarious situation, deployed smoke bombs and vanished, leaving behind only a parting remark. What a pity. Capturing them would have netted us 300,000 League coins, Ash lamented. But what exactly is Team Rocket doing here? Is there something special in this vicinity that attracts them? Brock analyzed, noting that Team Rocket's appearances typically signaled the presence of something worth pilfering. In Dragon's domain, there's an ancient dragon tooth rumored to be buried here. Could that be what draws them? Alice speculated, realizing that only the tooth matched Brock's criteria. That artifact is merely a legend. I've never seen it. Nor have I heard Grandma mention it. It's only recorded in books. Alice quickly dismissed the notion, considering it too coincidental. I agree. It's highly unlikely that the tooth is their target, given that no one has laid eyes on it, Ash concurred, asserting that it was improbable for Team Rocket to be fixated on something so elusive. Little did Ash and his companions realize they were mistaken. Team Rocket had indeed set their sights on the ancient dragon tooth, armed with precise coordinates, eager to avoid a rendezvous with Miss Junsha. They had no desire to waste time and energy, as they could always negotiate later. Meanwhile, Ash and his friends continued their training, oblivious to Team Rocket's true intentions. Jirachi reached level 71. Original Gyarados evolved into Ribombee. Froakie leveled up to 16, evolving into Frogadier. After 2 days by the lake, Jirachi ascended to elite level, and both Ribombee and Froakie underwent evolution, yet Flareon showed no signs of evolving, and Ash chose to let nature take its course. Meanwhile, not far from Dragon's domain, unexpected guests arrived. Chapter 41. The Dragon's secret realm having departed from the lake where Ash resided, Team Rocket shifted their focus to Dragon's domain, specifically to a Dragon Valley. Under the cover of night, they stealthily approached the valley equipped with their instruments. They had received reliable intelligence indicating that an ancient dragon tooth, passed down through generations, lay buried somewhere within. Their objective was clear. Aside from the dragon tooth, capturing a few rare Pokémon would be a splendid bonus. Navigating through the darkness, they arrived at a concealed cave, cautiously surveying their surroundings. This is the spot, Meowth affirmed, deftly monitoring the computer, confirming that the signal source was indeed within. Don't you find it strange, Meowth? This is Dragon Valley, yet there are no guards in sight. James voiced his suspicion, noting the lack of any hindrance. You're right. It is indeed peculiar, Musashi concurred, scanning the area with night vision goggles, failing to detect any guards or Pokémon. Once inside the cave, the trio slowed their pace, proceeding with caution due to the heightened sense of vigilance. Meanwhile, within the depths of the cave, another group had already arrived, paving the way for Team Rocket's entry. Boss, just ahead lies the dragon's secret realm. According to our intel, what we seek is inside. One of the subordinates reported to the man beside him. The leader grunted, stepping forward without hesitation, followed in unison by the rest of his team. These individuals bore a unified emblem on their left chests, a shield primarily blue, accented with white and black, identifying them as members of the Plasma Gang, who had frequently clashed with Team Rocket. This time, their target was the ancient dragon tooth from Dragon's domain. The leader was none other than the Plasma Gang's chief, N. Clad in athletic attire, accompanied by 3 masked figures shrouded in white robes, their features obscured by black masks. A shrill alarm echoed across Dragon's domain, startling all those who had been peacefully slumbering. Do not panic. Tell me, what has happened? The elderly matriarch, awakened from her slumber, surveyed the gathering residents, inquiring anxiously. Grandma, the alarm is sounding from the Dragon Valley, replied Changpu, who had ridden in on a 3-headed dragon to deliver the news. Upon hearing this, the matriarch furrowed her brow. The Dragon Valley? Could it be? She thought to herself, realizing the gravity of the situation. Changpu, go to the lake and find Alice. Summon her back for assistance. The matriarch understood that, given the current strength of Dragon Town, they might not be able to withstand the invaders. Understood, Grandma, Changpu replied, setting off immediately. Alice had mentioned prior to her departure that she would be training fairies near the lake, so it was likely she was still there the following day. In the stillness of the night, as sleep eluded them, Shaka approached wearing his pajamas. When did you arrive? The matriarch inquired, looking at him. 2 hours ago. Just for a short stay, Shaka yawned. Despite being younger, he held immense respect for the matriarch and occasionally returned to Dragon Town for a brief visit. Excellent timing. We are heading to the Dragon Valley. I suspect an incursion into the secret realm, the matriarch stated with utmost seriousness. I will set off ahead with the 3-headed dragon. Shaka did not refuse and released the creature, departing first. Within the confines of the dragon's secret realm, the trio from Team Rocket encountered Kikisi. The two sides had clashed countless times in the Unova region, and having their territory invaded by outsiders was a matter of great humiliation. That old fellow looks strangely familiar, Kojiro remarked, gazing at Kikisi as if he had seen him before. The boss provided us with intel on him. Kikisi, one of the behind-the-scenes leaders of Team Plasma. Apart from the elusive N, he is the one who calls the shots in the organization. Meow meow meow. Now I remember. This guy is cunning and treacherous. Why are you three back again? Kikisi had dealt with these three buffoons before and recognized them as the low-ranking members of Team Rocket from the Kanto region. Since the museum incident, he had kept an eye on them, initially expecting to face formidable executives from their organization, but was instead met with these inconsequential figures. Dealing with a small organization like yours does not even warrant our boss's involvement. Musashi dismissed them. Hand over the dragon's tooth, Kojiro insisted, not wishing to waste time. Especially since the situation had already drawn attention from Dragon Town. If they provoked the Dragon Gym leader, they would find themselves in an even more precarious situation. Kikisi thought to himself, indeed, both parties are after the same prize. However, after searching, they found nothing and inadvertently triggered a mechanism. I say, do you all think our dragon's secret realm is so easily accessible? An old man, leaning on a cane, ambled forth. The group realized that there were no guards or traps. Their entry had been too smooth, which contradicted the typical nature of secret realms. But who is this old man? They wondered. Who are you? The members of Team Rocket and Kikisi were astonished. Where had this old man come from? Looking for the dragon's tooth? Do you think you're worthy? The old man emanated an aura that left both parties momentarily stunned. Surrender the dragon's tooth, or I shall consider granting you a dignified demise. Kikisi surmised that this must be the guardian of the dragon's secret realm. The old man cast a glance at both sides, and, seeing their lack of respect, summoned two Pokémon, both of which were of champion caliber. Retreat. Kojiro quickly ordered upon recognizing the formidable creatures. Where do you think you're going, Team Rocket? Shaka had already blocked their escape route, standing before them with a dual-axe dragon and a three-headed dragon. Shaka, old man. The trio from Team Rocket was taken aback. How is he here? Uncle Shaka, Kojiro addressed him, revealing their familiarity. So, Sasaki's eldest son, Kojiro, when did you join Team Rocket? Did Bama send you? Shaka unabashedly disclosed Kojiro's identity. Make a swift escape. Shaka is a trainer from the Dragon Gym, the strongest leader in the Unova region. Kojiro felt a surge of panic at the unexpected encounter. I heard your bounty is 300,000 league coins. I could use some extra cash. Why not do me a solid? Shaka smiled faintly. Before the trio could react, he seized them. Old man, I'm taking these three troublemakers with me, Shaka stated, pointing at the trio, who were on the wanted list. Take them all. I don't wish to see them again. The old man gestured toward Kikisi and his companions, who were similarly undesirable. As the guardian of the dragon's secret realm, he aimed to prevent outsiders from causing harm. Shaka departed with the group, encountering fellow villagers who had come to provide assistance. After a brief explanation, he took them straight to the police station in Dual Dragon City under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Changpu arrived at the lakeside but found no sign of Alice. She must have left ahead of time. In a small town, Alice received a call from Changpu, expressing regret that she had not been found when Changpu had come looking for her. Alice felt a twinge of disappointment, as her group had departed from the lake the previous noon to continue their new journey. At that moment, Ash's Riolu hatched, brimming with vitality and exuberance. Thanks to Ash's aura, which resonated with Riolu's own, the little Pokémon instantly recognized Ash as its trainer. Chapter 42, A Visit to the Snowy Mountains and the First Encounter with Lusha. In the Pokémon Center, Ash exclaimed, "What? We must travel to Snowflake City and cross a snowy mountain?" He looked incredulously at Nurse Joy, seeking confirmation. "Yes, that is the most direct route. If you are coming from Cloudvale City, you can reach it quickly through a tunnel," Nurse Joy patiently explained. "Is Ziyuan Town far from here?" Brock continued to inquire. Considering their next destination, "You wish to visit the Ziyuan Gym? I apologize, but we have received word that the gym leader is currently unavailable," Nurse Joy replied apologetically. "Ash, it seems we have no choice but to head to Snowflake City first," said Serena, noting that regardless of which city they visited first, they would still need to traverse the snowy mountains. Riolu, listening intently to their conversation, nodded in agreement with Serena's suggestion. "But, what are you doing here, little one? You've only just hatched, yet you act like a grown-up," Ash remarked. Riolu's details were as follows. Pokémon. Riolu level 5. Type. Fighting. Ability. Inner Focus. Held item. Lacarionite. Ability. Aura has awakened. Moves. Vacuum Wave. Bullet Punch. Swords Dance. Aura Sphere. After evolution, Shadow Clone, Rebirth. The description noted that this spirited little Pokemon had a strong sense of independence and could communicate with its trainer through aura. When its friendship level reached maximum, it could evolve into Lucario without any level restrictions and could also achieve Mega Evolution. We should prepare our supplies for the snowy mountains, Brock suggested. The others agreed with the proposal, acknowledging the extreme cold and low temperatures of the mountains. In addition to clothing, flashlights, and food tents. What else do we need? Brock inquired, surveying the items laid out on the table. I believe we should retrieve our Pokeballs, someone suggested. Ash cast a glance at the Yaya nestled within Alice's hair. This could work. The unpredictable weather, combined with Ice's inherent advantage over dragon types, warranted consideration. Brock concurred with this assessment. Yaya, feeling the collective gaze of the group upon her, began to tremble slightly, uncertain of what she had done wrong. The group donned their equipment and commenced their trek across the snowy mountains. Following Miss Joy's directions and the guidance of the map, their journey initially proceeded smoothly. However, the expanse of white around them soon left them disoriented. The snowy scenery is undeniably beautiful, but where has the path gone? Alice lamented. I second Alice's sentiment, panted Serena. Trailing behind. It appears there might be a building up ahead. Could it be my eyes deceiving me? Ash observed, squinting into the distance at the faint outline of a structure. Perhaps it's just a mirage, Brock suggested, consulting the map and compass. There's no mention of any inns in this area. Zoroark, responding to Ash's command, was summoned forth in a Pokeball. Zoroark looked around in confusion, unsure of why it had been called out. Transform into a flying-type Pokemon and scout that building. The weather in these mountains can change in an instant. Ash instructed with a hint of exasperation. Zoroark complied, morphing into a Pidgey and soaring towards the indicated direction. Half an hour later, they finally spotted a figure approaching in the distance. Leading the way was Zoroark. A girl clad in a pink winter coat stepped forward. Before she could utter a word, Brock rushed ahead, producing a bouquet of flowers from seemingly nowhere, dropping to one knee and gazing at her with heartfelt affection. However, before Brock could finish his declaration, Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, having grown accustomed to dealing with troublesome foes in the past. Yikes! Brock exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. Well done, Zoroark. Ash remarked with a resigned glance at Brock, recalling Zoroark to its Pokeball. Greetings, I am Ash from the Kanto region. I just sent out Zoroark to request assistance. Ash explained. Hello, I am Lena, the proprietor of a nearby hot spring inn, the girl replied, completely unfazed by Brock's earlier antics. A hot spring on the snowy mountain? Serena's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've dug it out myself and manage it, providing weary travelers a place to rest and soak, Lena briefly elaborated. Suddenly, a red alert blared from Lena's watch, indicating an impending crisis. We can discuss everything back at the inn. Follow me, she instructed, sensing the group's confusion and opting not to elaborate further. At that moment, the wind direction shifted ominously. Without hesitation, Ash and his companions hastened to keep up, intuitively aware of the impending danger. As they approached the building, they had yet to fully survey their surroundings when they hurried inside. That was close. We nearly encountered a blizzard, Lena exclaimed as she forcefully shut and locked the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. Welcome to my Snowy Mountain Hot Spring Inn. Please take the time to rest. A hot spring awaits to alleviate your travel fatigue. Just a friendly reminder. This is not a mixed bathing facility, she added, casting a pointed glance at the now sheepish Brock. Upon hearing this, Brock quickly abandoned any inappropriate thoughts, understanding the message was quite clear. This place is a relief. I've been exhausted from keeping an eye on the gym every day, remarked a girl with vibrant red hair, accompanied by a Shinado and a Sylveon. Lena, these are lost Pokemon trainers. I just went out to rescue them, she explained, her demeanor shifting completely upon seeing the newcomers. Ruska? That name sounds familiar, Ash thought, struggling to recall who it was. I believe Mr. Shaka mentioned it. She is a trainer from the Amethyst Gym, Serena chimed in, connecting the dots. Checking the data on the two Pokemon, they noted, Shinado, level 71, Fairy and Psychic type, ability, Synchronize. Sylveon, level 71, Fairy type, ability, Pixelate. Wow. Is it typical for a trainer from the Amethyst Gym to possess such powerful Pokemon? Ash pondered. You must be Ash. I've heard of you. Your performance in the Sinnoh League Semifinals against Darkrai, battling against 6 legendary Pokemon. Though you were ultimately defeated by Lugia, it was still quite impressive. Ruska approached, acknowledging Ash. Miss Ruska, I look forward to our gym battle, Ash replied earnestly. I'm merely here for a vacation and Haven Tea brought my gym badge. So the battle will have to wait. However, I've heard you possess a mega-evolving Pokemon. I'm eager to witness that, Ruska stated. her intentions clear as she gestured toward Shinado for a potential Mega Evolution battle. Shinado, you say? I hadn't anticipated that my opponent would be this very Shinado, Ash mused, noting the Mega Stone adorning its neck. Very well, my battle rules are 4 versus 4. Prepare yourselves, Ruska declared before exiting. Understood, I must carefully strategize, Ash resolved. As Ash, Brock, Pikachu, Zoroark, and their team enjoyed the soothing indoor hot springs, they relished the opportunity to recuperate while contemplating their upcoming challenge. This is my first encounter with an indoor hot spring in the snowy mountains, Brock exclaimed with delight. Indeed, the Amethyst Gym specializes in fairy types, which poses a significant challenge for my dragon-type companions, Ash acknowledged. Pikachu, Zeraora, and Riolu felt a surge of competitive spirit. Riolu, you still need to observe. You definitely won't be participating in this battle, Ash remarked reluctantly. Indeed, Ash's analysis is spot on, Brock agreed with a nod. Chapter 43. A stormy conjecture returning to their quarters, the group turned in early for the night. However, Ash lay wide awake, listening to the howling winds outside, sensing something peculiar in the air. Brock, do you think this blizzard could be the work of a legendary Pokémon? Ash inquired, glancing at Brock, who was also unable to sleep. Previously, they had encountered similar phenomena, and Ash's first instinct was to suspect Articuno. Articuno in Kanto? It's unlikely it would appear here. But given the conditions, it's not impossible, Brock conceded. If Charizard were here, we would certainly engage in another battle. Ash reminisced about their previous encounters in open fields. You're overthinking it, Brock muttered under his breath. Gradually, the wind lulled Ash into slumber. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he was startled awake by someone shaking him. Ash, Brock, rise and shine. This blizzard feels abnormal, Lena's voice called from outside their door, urging them to wake. Good morning, Miss Lena. What is happening? Brock quickly responded, springing to his feet. The weather is exceedingly strange. A blizzard of this magnitude should not persist for so long, Lena explained. The altitude here isn't particularly high, and even when it snows, it shouldn't last all night like it did yesterday. This blizzard combined with the fierce winds is quite peculiar, she continued. Brock and Ash exchanged wary glances, both beginning to suspect that perhaps a legendary Pokémon was indeed involved. Ash had overheard the conversation among his companions and decided to join them. Could it be Articuno? Was also Lena's first instinct. We are in the Unova region, after all. The likelihood of encountering Articuno is rather slim, Brock interjected. What if it's the Tau trio, Kyurem? Ash proposed another possibility. The notion of Kyurem being a more plausible candidate crossed his mind, as it was indeed one of the legendary Pokémon of the Unova region. Rosa, clad in her pajamas, also joined the discussion. Ash, what's this Tau trio you speak of? Brock inquired, his curiosity piqued since he had never heard of it before. Allow me to elucidate. The Tau trio is derived from the concepts of Yang, Yin, and Wuji in Taoism. Reshiram and Zekrom symbolize the 2 industrial revolutions of humanity, representing civilization itself, while Kyurem embodies the Ice Age, symbolizing primordial civilization. Kyurem can merge with Zekrom and Reshiram to evolve into White Kyurem and Black Kyurem, respectively. Each possesses exclusive moves and skills. When Sally and I first arrived in the Unova region, we glimpsed Zekrom amidst the clouds, and it bore no ill intent. Ash, how do you know so much? Brock asked, bewildered. I did quite a bit of reading about the Unova region before coming here, so I've learned a great deal. Ash replied, feeling somewhat guilty, pondering if he might be a transmigrator. Can you tell us, aside from those 3, are there any other legendary Pokémon? Rosa interjected. Without hesitation. Ash responded, certainly, there are Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, collectively known as the Swords of Justice. Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus are referred to as the forces of nature. Keldeo is a disciple of the Swords of Justice, often hidden away in the mountains. Moreover, there is also Gaisknight. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Brock found himself astonished by Ash's extensive knowledge. Just how much did this guy know? Given the current situation on this snowy mountain, it's highly likely that Kyurem is responsible for it. Regice and Articuno, both Ice-type legendaries, lack the power to cause such a storm. The question remains, where could it be? Ash pondered, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps in the Spiritove Cavern? Lena suggested. That place is forbidden. The temperature within 100 meters can plummet to at least -20 degrees. We cannot take such risks, Rosa opposed. The Spiritove Cavern is a cave deep within the snowy mountains, known for its extremely low temperatures, making it perilous to approach. There have been explorers who ventured there, but none returned. System, can you conduct a comprehensive scan of the snowy mountain? With the violent storm raging outside, they had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. Oh, you ungrateful host. You still remember me, your system? came the system's reply. This statement held no faults. Aside from investigating Pokémon and reaping rewards, Ash had been rather neglectful of the system. Ahem, hurry up. I really don't want to be cooped up in here on such a cold day. Scanning complete. The level 3 legendary Pokémon Kyurem is indeed the source of the blizzard here. Note that this is not the guardian deity of the Unova region, but merely a member of the same family. The system quickly provided its response, revealing that Kyurem had relatives, which was somewhat surprising, yet not entirely implausible. Viewing Kyurem's data, the system continued. Pokémon, Kyurem. Type, Ice Dragon. Strength, level 3 legendary, not part of the Tau trio. Base stats, 660. There was no need to delve further. Even a champion-level Pokémon would struggle against it. The chilling wind howled outside, robbing the group of any desire for sleep as they huddled around the fireplace. Although Sally and Alice remained blissfully undisturbed in their slumber. Why does it feel like the storm has lessened? Ash and his companions conversed when they suddenly noticed the wind's intensity had diminished significantly. Kyurem has departed. Naturally, the storm has subsided. The system's notification appeared. Pushing open the door, they were met with a gloomy sky, light snowflakes drifting down, and the cold wind still biting at their skin. Your two companions have feverish foreheads and are mumbling nonsense. They caught a fever, Lena remarked, glancing into Sally and Alice's room to find them still asleep. Ash and Brock exchanged glances, rushing to Sally's room where they found her flushed face and hot forehead, confirming she was indeed unwell. I remember packing some fever reducers and cold medicine, Brock said, rummaging through his backpack. Ash contemplated that once they awoke, they could head to the nearby town of Purity. But it seemed they would have to postpone their plans. After a night passed, both girls' fevers subsided, and the blizzard outside had ceased, allowing them to depart quickly from the snowy mountain, eager not to linger any longer. Now we begin the transitional chapter for the movie version. It feels like the pacing is a bit too rapid. Chapter 44, Kyurem vs. the Sacred Swordsman Keldeo, Part 1. In the Unova region. Within the forests near the city of Yulongqing, Ash, Brock, and Sally braved the heavy rain to reach the Pokémon Center located in the city center. The rain is pouring, Ash exclaimed, relieved to have made it inside amidst the downpour. Pikachu shook off the water from its fur. Miss Joy, good afternoon. Do you have any rooms available? Brock approached with a friendly demeanor. Yes, we do. Hot water is available at any time. Change into some dry clothes and rest well, don't catch a cold. Miss Joy kindly advised, observing their drenched appearances. At that moment, a painting on the wall of the Pokémon Center caught Ash's attention. It depicted 3 Pokémon adorned with long horns atop their heads. Isn't that Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion, the Swords of Justice? As a transmigrator, Ash immediately recognized the 3 Pokémon in the artwork. Ash, what is special about this painting? Sally asked, noticing Ash had been staring at it for quite some time. Remember, I mentioned the Swords of Justice? That's them, Ash replied. Once they returned to their room and changed into dry clothes, they gathered around. So Ash, what does Swords of Justice refer to? Sally and Brock expressed their curiosity, as they were not well versed in the lore of the Unova region. I've read a fair number of books, but have you ever heard of Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion? Ash countered, intrigued. Well, I must admit, I've never come across records of these 3 Pokémon, Brock confessed sheepishly. The others exchanged knowing glances. They were accustomed to Brock's expertise in researching beautiful women and his proficiency in culinary matters. Allow me to introduce you to the Unova region's level 2 legendary Pokémon, Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion, collectively known as the Swords of Justice. Ash cleared his throat and began. These 3 are level 2 legendaries in the Unova region, on par with the forces of nature. They share a common trait, a heart of justice, possessing exclusive skills derived from their sacred swords. Their sacred sword techniques originate from the long horns that sprout from the foreheads of the 3 sacred swordsmen, allowing them to block or cleave through attacks. Each of the 3 Pokémon is as follows. Cobalion, the leader of the trio, is primarily blue with a tuft of white fur on its chest, possessing steel and fighting types. He is calm, wise, and mature, with distinctive ram-like horns that emphasize his uniqueness. Virizion, resembling a bull, is the heaviest and strongest among the 3, with a somewhat fiery temperament. He possesses high defense due to his dual rock and fighting types, appearing bulky yet surprisingly swift. Blishen, the gentle and graceful girl from the 3 Musketeers, shuns conflict and prefers to dwell by the tranquil waterside. At this moment, Ash paused, glancing at his companions. What expressions are you wearing? Is there something amiss? Both Serena and Brock regarded Ash with an air of unfamiliarity, prompting Ash to scratch his head, pondering whether his words had been inaccurate. I feel like Ash knows far too much. He seems rather unlike the Ash I'm accustomed to, Brock mused, stroking his chin as he reflected on Ash's demeanor, which appeared entirely transformed. Brock, where did you acquire this book? Serena inquired with curiosity. I borrowed it from Professor Oak. It contains these accounts, Ash replied, omitting the fact that it was sourced from a system. Serena and Brock did not dwell on it further. Have I changed that much? How about we grab a bite to eat? I'm feeling hungry, Ash suggested, eager to divert the topic. It's 3:37 in the afternoon. Do you really expect me to believe you're hungry? Brock retorted, gesturing to the clock nearby. Ash found himself at a loss for words. I came across an introduction to the Unova region before I left, which mentioned the Three Musketeers. Serena also saw that segment, Ash stated earnestly, holding the book. When did you develop a penchant for reading? I wasn't aware of this, Brock remarked, having traveled with Ash the longest, yet still finding him enigmatic. People can change. You know, Ash replied, his response somewhat off-topic. Meanwhile, deep within the forests of Yulongqing City, four goat-like spirits convened. The three foremost spirits were none other than the three musketeers Ash had discussed, Cobalion, Terrakion, and Verizion. Cobalion, with a serious demeanor, exuded an air of nobility and calm. Terrakion appeared robust and fierce, a manifestation of strength, while Verizion radiated elegance, nobility, and gentleness. Before them stood a pony-like spirit, their new generation of swordsmen, Keldeo, adorned in a cream-colored hue. To truly become a swordsman, Keldeo must master the sacred sword move. All four spirits shared a fighting type, complemented by their respective attributes of steel, grass, rock, and water. The gathering aimed to train Keldeo in utilizing the sacred sword and unlocking his potential. Keldeo, aware of the training session, sought out the three. He first arrived at a rocky clearing and called out, Terrakion, come forth and battle me. From atop a high rock, Terrakion's silhouette emerged. You wish to fight again? Terrakion's voice echoed, revealing this was not their first encounter. Indeed, let us settle this, Keldeo declared, choosing a nearby rock to stand upon with utmost seriousness. Then let's test this, Terrakion said, showing no mercy as he conjured an orange energy sphere, launching a devastating beam at Keldeo. That's quite ruthless, Terrakion, Keldeo thought, bracing himself as he retaliated with a powerful water gun. Can you escape? Terrakion charged forward, the ground trembling beneath his weight. Rocks began to coalesce around him, and Keldeo swiftly created multiple illusions to counter the assault. Terrakion, despite his bulk, moved with surprising speed. Akin to a rampaging bull, Keldeo, undaunted, expertly dodged, seizing the moment to launch a powerful kick at the unsuspecting Terrakion, sending him crashing into several stone pillars. Keldeo felt a pang of concern, but Terrakion emerged from the rubble, unfazed. Is that all your strength? You still lack experience, Terrakion scoffed. Watch closely, he continued, as a large yellow horn sprouted from his forehead, effortlessly shattering the stones around him. This is my sacred sword. Keldeo gazed in envy at the horn, which extended to a meter in length. He attempted to gather his own energy to form a sacred sword, but ultimately failed. I shall return next time, Keldeo resolved, looking at the motionless Terrakion. Next, Keldeo traversed the forest, searching for his next opponent. On a tree branch by a nearby lake, a verdant spirit rested, sensing Keldeo's approach. Verizion, let us go, Keldeo exclaimed, leaping into the water to confront her. Verizion gracefully leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of leaf storms. Keldeo braced himself against the onslaught. Meanwhile, in the Pokémon Center of Yulongqing City, Ash released his Pokémon, Pikachu, Sharpedo, Shiny Chandelure, Zeraora, and Dracozolt, commencing their routine training. Zeraora practiced its technique against Sharpedo, while Pikachu and Dracozolt, along with Shiny Chandelure, honed their skills in free training. Ash began orchestrating battle drills. Chapter 45, Kyurem vs. Swordmaster Keldeo, Part 2. Keldeo withstood the onslaught of Leaf Storm, its force considerable, before employing Shadow Clone. 5 clones surged forward, launching a successfully condensed water pulse, which appeared promising but was somewhat slow to release. Verizion merely observed, her head glowing momentarily as she formed a green horn, effortlessly dispelling the 5 attacks. Keldeo countered with a water electric cannon, only to have it easily neutralized. Lowering his body and closing his eyes, Keldeo proclaimed, I shall wield sword against sword. However, no glow or sign of power emerged from his forehead, and soon he returned to normal, opening his eyes. What is the matter? Verizion inquired softly. Verizion began to gather a beam of light. Sunny day? Keldeo recognized the grass-type move. Keldeo utilized Shadow Clone to counter the attack, and as Verizion prepared to unleash another leaf storm, Keldeo leaped into the grass, vanishing. On a distant hillside, Cobalion and Terrakion silently observed the battle between Virizion and Keldeo, their expressions stoic. Keldeo, as the heir to the Sword Master, resembled a pony with a cream-colored body and a notably large head, adorned with red mane and deep blue structures resembling eyelashes. Below these structures was a cream-colored, blade-like horn. He had light blue fluff on his neck and behind his head, and a bushy tail of the same hue. Keldeo's deep blue hooves could spray water, allowing him to strike opponents or enhance his speed and leap into the air. At this stage, Keldeo still needed to engage in continuous battles to improve, as he had yet to fully grasp the Sacred Sword move, always falling just short of the necessary opportunity. After concluding his bout with Virizion, Keldeo took a moment to rest before seeking out Cobalion in the forest. Meanwhile, the skies darkened, and a torrential downpour began, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Keldeo, trailing closely behind Cobalion, remained unperturbed by the inclement weather. As the successor of the Sacred Swordsman, it demonstrated unwavering courage, pressing forward without fear. Keldeo maintained its steadfast pursuit, matching the pace of the swift Cobalion, determined to keep up. Upon reaching a clearing within the forest, Cobalion increased the distance between them, a radiant blue light shimmering upon its forehead as a formidable horn sprouted forth. Without granting Keldeo a moment to react, Cobalion struck with ferocity, but Keldeo, well-versed in such training, deftly evaded the attack. "When shall I challenge Kyurem?" Keldeo inquired amidst their training. Recalling the other powerful dragon lurking within the city and forest, a dual-type ice Pokémon capable of transformation. "You are still lacking," Cobalion retorted mercilessly. "With your current strength, facing Kyurem would only result in your defeat." The sacred sword atop Cobalion's head emanated a soft blue glow in the storm, a striking and noble sight, befitting its status as the leader of the three swordsmen. Proud and confident, Cobalion was meticulous in its training. Hearing Cobalion's words, Keldeo felt a crushing blow to its confidence. Lacking mastery over the mysterious sword and not yet a true sacred swordsman, a desire to grow stronger ignited within it. It resolved to confront Kyurem, seeking to prove itself. Cobalion had once imparted that battling Kyurem was a test of true strength, and Keldeo understood that its current abilities were insufficient, necessitating further training. Under the cover of night, Keldeo conceived a bold and audacious plan to seek out Kyurem for a decisive battle. Silently, it departed from their gathering place, venturing towards the habitat of Kyurem. Meanwhile, in the Pokémon training grounds of Latios City, Ash and Serena had paused their training, leisurely exploring the city while Brock had wandered off elsewhere. In a secluded spot, two figures observed Ash and Serena's leisurely stroll, plotting to capture Pikachu in a hidden corner. In their minds, this Pikachu was unique and extraordinarily powerful, and they were determined to obtain it at all costs. A few smoke bombs were hurled toward Ash and Serena. Sharknado, retaliate with Dragon Claw. Seeing the smoke bombs approach, Ash immediately discerned their origin. "You little scoundrels, how shameless." A voice emerged from the smoke. "Who are you?" Serena inquired. The two figures emerged, standing tall. "Since you have sincerely sought my guidance," one said, "I shall graciously enlighten you." To prevent the world from destruction, the other added, "We are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. A white hole awaits us, a bright tomorrow," they declared in unison. "Oh, it's that foolish trio," Ash expressed without a trace of surprise. Having grown accustomed to their appearances, the rocket team's presence here was part of their headquarters mission to investigate the three sacred swordsmen and their prospective successors, as well as the hidden Kyurem, Dream Eater, Hypnosis, Chasepin, Leaf Storm. The two trainers unleashed their Pokeballs, initiating a skirmish as they sought rare Pokémon. Sharpedo, Rock Slide. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Observing the two Pokémon holding their ground, Ash found it incredulous that these three could tame such powerful creatures. Mismagius, Mirror Coat. Defend yourself, Team Rocket. Fennekin, join in. Use Flamethrower. Serena called forth her Fennekin to assist. "Don't think just because you have reinforcements, we do not. Go, Dugong." Musashi released a Pokeball, summoning a Dugong that bore a striking resemblance to Cynthia's. The water gun attack from this Dugong was merely borrowed from headquarters and not truly theirs to claim. Zeraora, Zeraora. Electric Terrain. Ash mused, troubled by Musashi's possession of a Chasepin and now a Dugong. Something felt amiss. Pikachu, Zeraora, Double Thunderbolt. Ash aimed for a swift conclusion, perplexed by Team Rocket's unusual behavior. Dugong, Light Screen. Musashi began to defend. The Dugong, capable of withstanding a Thunderbolt, faltered against the boosted Double Thunderbolt and soon succumbed. After a barrage of fierce attacks, Team Rocket was sent soaring once more, with Pikachu waving goodbye. However, the Dugong remained behind, prompting Serena to approach it curiously. "Let's check its data," she suggested. Dugong, type, Water, ground. Level, 52. Ability, Swift Swim. Status, Injured, Unconscious. Moves, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Ice Beam, Origin Pulse, Rock Slide, Protect. Rain Dance, Surf, Earthquake, Mudshot, Attract. This Pokemon was raised by Team Rocket headquarters and borrowed by Musashi. Still this little one, with commendable skills, she mused. Glancing at Serena, who seemed to lack a protective Pokemon. How do you feel about this dugong, Serena? Ash asked as he observed her tending to the injured creature. It's quite good, Serena replied casually. Why not keep it? It would be a perfect guardian for you, Ash suggested. Upon hearing this, Serena blushed, realizing the significance of such a gift. Meanwhile, Keldeo had arrived at Kyurem's lair, where geometric snowflakes and an abundance of ice-type Pokemon stood guard. Chapter 46, Kyurem vs. Sacred Swordsman Keldeo, Part 3. This desolate factory, shrouded in an icy chill, served as Kyurem's stronghold. The defeated Team Rocket found themselves there as well. It's so cold, Meowth exclaimed, hugging itself against the biting temperature. What is this place? Jessie remarked, sensing the unusual climate and surveying the surroundings. Geometric snowflakes, Doublade? Observing the floating geometric snowflakes and Doublade, it became evident that these two tribes cherished this territory, continuously unleashing ice-type moves. Look, what is that? Musashi pointed from a nearby platform towards a specific location. Is that Kyurem, one of the 3 dragons of the Unova region? Jessie asked, following Musashi's gaze to witness a colossal ice dragon confronting a small, beige pony-like Pokemon. She retrieved a book she always carried, searching for information on the dragon's identity. What about the other one? Meowth inquired, eager for more details. Unclear, no relevant intel was found, Jessie replied, undeterred. Determined. James took out a camera to capture the standoff between the 2 Pokemon, intending to send the footage back to headquarters for their records. At Team Rocket headquarters, boss. Watch this video sent by the Meowth trio, he said as he prepared to rest. Banmu felt a tinge of displeasure as he glanced at the time. What were these 3 rascals up to? Reporting at this hour was unprecedented. If it wasn't of paramount importance, he would send them to clean the toilets. Upon opening the video sent by Zhen Yao, his eyes brightened. It was Kyurem, the dragon of the Tao, and this little pony seemed to be some sort of sprite. Though initially irritated by the interruption, all traces of drowsiness vanished once the video began. After departing, Keldeo had made his way to Kyurem's lair, propelled by the information he had received. Where did you come from, little one? Are you here to challenge me? Kyurem, disturbed, regarded the diminutive Keldeo with a hint of annoyance. Are you Kyurem? Keldeo questioned, gazing at the imposing dragon radiating a chilling aura. Speak of your origins. A piercing gaze from Kyurem fixed directly upon Keldeo. I am the sacred swordsman, Keldeo, he declared with confidence. Kyurem, having never heard of Keldeo, dismissed him with disdain. This little creature claims to be a sacred swordsman? It barely has any fur. With a thunderous roar, Kyurem summoned a multitude of ice pillars around them. Keldeo charged forward, but miscalculated, rebounding off Kyurem's massive form. What are those 3 sprites? Little Jiro inquired, observing 3 figures emerging from the platform. It was none other than Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion. Keldeo's departure had roused them, and they had followed to this location, only to witness Keldeo being flung by Kyurem. Has the battle already commenced? Terrakion asked, his expression darkening. Keldeo had already crossed the threshold. Cobalion watched helplessly as Keldeo was sent sprawling. Virizion wore a worried expression. Kyurem leaped before Keldeo, its massive stature instilling a sense of dread. Is this the power of the sacred swordsman? Kyurem scoffed, unable to believe that this pony-like sprite could be a sacred swordsman, having encountered true ones before who were of an entirely different caliber. The 3 sacred swordsmen in the stands, upon hearing Kyurem's derision, clenched their teeth in frustration, feeling belittled. Silence. Keldeo's fury erupted. It was one thing to be mocked, but to include his mentors in that mockery was intolerable. A wave of water surged forth. But Kyurem countered with a torrent of flames, utterly obliterating Keldeo's attack and sending him crashing to the ground. You are woefully weak. Kyurem advanced step by step. Keldeo, gritting his teeth against the pain, managed to rise. I am the sacred swordsman. The instant those words left his lips, the expressions of Cobalion and the others shifted. How could he utter such a falsehood? This thought resonated among them. The battle continued as Keldeo charged at Kyurem once more. Kyurem, unyielding, unleashed a shadow claw that severed Keldeo's short horn, sending him hurtling to the ground. The 3 sword masters, witnessing this, grew anxious. Terrakion, the most hot-headed among them, was about to intervene when Cobalion restrained him. This is a formal battle. We cannot interfere. I cannot stand idly by, Terrakion exclaimed, leaping down. Kyurem, this ends now. He dashed forward, unleashing a devastating beam towards Kyurem. In response, Kyurem ignited its tail, enveloping itself in flames and transforming. The white Kyurem bore a resemblance to Reshiram, and it was evident that Kyurem was furious. It despised being interrupted during battle, for the consequences could be dire. With tubes sprouting from its tail, connecting to its back, head, and wings, it transformed into an orange hue. Since you have come, you shall all remain. Kyurem glared at Cobalion and the Team Rocket trio. We're in trouble. Little Jiro realized as they found themselves surrounded by geometric snowflakes, now encased in a protective barrier. White Kyurem unleashed a powerful beam directed at the Team Rocket trio and the three sword masters. Within moments, the trio and Meowth were frozen in place, surrounded by floating geometric snowflakes. As Kyurem commenced its assault, Little Jiro hastily fled the scene, reporting the situation to Team Rocket headquarters. This was a battle of legendary proportions, far beyond their capabilities. How could this happen? Keldeo lamented, witnessing his mentors trapped, with only one thought dominating his mind: escape. However, White Kyurem had no intention of granting him that opportunity. It charged, piercing through Keldeo and sending him crashing against the wall. In his frantic escape, Keldeo tumbled down a cliff, fleeing aimlessly. Meanwhile, Ash was experiencing the local train with Serena, enjoying a leisurely outing. Chapter 47, Kyurem vs. The Sacred Swordsman Keldeo, Part 4. A creature with a broken horn and a predominantly beige body appeared atop the train compartment where Ash and Serena were. It didn't seem to have jumped there normally. Rather, it appeared to be fleeing from something, struggling to rise. Is that Keldeo? How did it end up here? Ash mused, recognizing the familiar pony-like sprite. The disciple and successor of the three sword masters, now in a pitiful state. What kind of Pokemon is that? I've never seen it before, Serena queried, stepping forward. From the nearby thicket on the hillside, a figure sprang forth, leaping onto the train, battered and bruised, clearly having endured a fierce battle. How could it be so injured? Serena exclaimed, her heart aching for Keldeo. The Sacred Swordsman's heir, Keldeo, is currently in critical condition, its horn broken by Kyurem's attack. The system rapidly analyzed Keldeo's plight. Do we have any healing potions? They had only brought a few restorative items for their outing. Regular potions would be insufficient for such injuries. Before the system could respond, the danger arrived. Keldeo, spotting the massive silhouette, fainted. Kyurem? Ash stood on the train, stunned as each step Kyurem took froze the compartment in ice. He had never anticipated stumbling into a scene worthy of a cinematic epic. Warning, warning, alert. Kyurem, one of the three legendary Pokemon of the Unova region, has appeared. It can shift between its dark and white forms. The system's red alert blared, marking an unprecedented encounter. This was trouble. Without a fire-type Pokemon to counter Kyurem, Ash was at a loss. Sea Bunny, you go help. Serena called forth the newly acquired Sea Bunny. Both Jolteon and Sharpedo were immobilized by Kyurem's overwhelming presence, while Sea Bunny retreated into its Pokeball. Kyurem opened its jaws, preparing to unleash a devastating beam. Just then, the train entered a tunnel, redirecting Kyurem's attack elsewhere, allowing Ash and Serena a momentary reprieve. How did Kyurem end up here? Ash's expression darkened. A figure with blue hair and a large emblazoned on his attire appeared. Jesse? Ash recognized him instantly. He was not merely an acquaintance, but someone he knew all too well, one of Team Rocket's trio. What are you doing here? Serena inquired curiously. He and I both escaped from Kyurem's assault, Jesse replied, lowering his head in resignation. Meanwhile, the train arrived at the city of Loxian, pulling into the station. At the Team Rocket headquarters, Banmu observed footage and data with growing interest. So, the dragon of the Tao, Kyurem, and the legendary swordsman, Keldeo? Boss, the Plasma Gang has been monitoring our movements. If you plan to head to Unova, please reconsider, one of his subordinates warned, sensing Banmu's fervent ambition. Those fools from Team Rocket have provoked the Plasma Gang. They are now a thorn in their side. Where are those three rascals? Banmu abruptly ceased his drumming on the table, casually inquiring. This video was sent by Jesse. It's the latest report from Loxian City, his subordinate replied. At the Pokemon Center in Loxian City. What? Besides Kyurem, there are three other Pokemon? Upon hearing Jesse's account, Serena learned that Keldeo, along with its companions, had been sealed. I witnessed that battle in its entirety. Kyurem's power was truly terrifying, Jesse remarked, a shiver of fear still evident. He produced a tablet and played the video. Indeed, it featured Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion. Jesse, how do you know? Jesse asked, his curiosity piqued. They are the legendary swordsmen of the Unova region, and Keldeo, currently receiving treatment, is their heir, Ash responded, still haunted by the memory of the battle. It appears you possess considerable knowledge about the swordsman and Keldeo, Ms. Joy remarked after listening to their conversation. I read about them in a book, Ash replied, offering no rebuttal. Ash, weren't you supposed to return later tonight? Brock yawned, gazing at Ash and Serena with confusion, clearly having just awakened. At the Plasma Gang headquarters, Kyurem has appeared in Yulongqing City? Is the intel reliable? A man with green hair and a hat, holding a wine glass, regarded his subordinates. Yes, and according to intercepted information from Team Rocket, the swordsmen have also made an appearance. His subordinate continued to report. Team Rocket again. How intriguing, the man remarked with an inscrutable smile. Send someone to Yulongqing City, he instructed before departing. As Keldeo completed its treatment, it was already evening. Its energy had significantly replenished, yet it remained silent, unwilling to speak. The sky gradually dimmed. Streetlights flickered to life, and Ash and the others wandered through the city center, Keldeo leading the way, accompanied by Jesse, the persistent follower. Just then, as they passed over a pedestrian bridge, dozens of geometric snowflakes surrounded them, blasting icy winds. Geometric snowflakes? Are they Kyurem's minions? Jesse recognized the Pokémon. These creatures are allies of Kyurem. Their presence indicates that Kyurem is undoubtedly nearby. Keldeo finally spoke after a long silence. First, we must deal with the gathering snowflakes. Ash resolved, observing the increasing number of geometric snowflakes. Blaziken, Flame Oath. Ash tossed out a Pokeball, summoning his trusted Blaziken. Blaziken's fist struck the ground, unleashing columns of fire. The geometric snowflakes were all around levels 30 to 50, presenting little challenge, merely offering free experience. However, the geometric snowflakes were not without intelligence. They began using defensive moves as they alternated between hot water, water gun, and water pulse. Keldeo joined the fray, unleashing a hydro pump that took down several geometric snowflakes. A shadow darted from beneath the bridge, a gray figure observing the scene. Where did that flame burst come from? Ash muttered, cursing the reckless aggressor. Is that Dark Kyurem? Upon seeing the Pokémon before him, Ash was taken aback, realizing he had encountered Kyurem in its transformed state. On top of a building in Yulongqing City, 3 individuals clad in Team Plasma uniforms observed the commotion. Is that Dark Kyurem? One of them recorded data on a tablet. Raging Storm. Our mission is to gather data without engaging in battle. Do not forget, a bespectacled man swiftly admonished a companion eager to jump into the fray. Kyurem, why have you come to the city? Ash wished for a peaceful resolution. For it, Kyurem gestured towards Keldeo, standing nearby. Chapter 48, Kyurem vs. the legendary swordsman Keldeo. The end. For it, the outcome between us remains undecided. Kyurem indicated Keldeo. Kyurem, why do you relentlessly pursue me? Keldeo inquired. Having fled from Kyurem's lair only to be hunted down. Prepare yourself. Without further ado, a beam of orange destruction ray was unleashed. Run. That Pokémon is beyond our capabilities. Ash exclaimed, glancing at Kyurem's data with alarm. Pokémon. Kyurem. Type. Dragon. Ice. Abilities. Pressure. Kyurem. Mega Voltage. Dark Kyurem. Turbo Blaze. White Kyurem. Exclusive move. Icebound World. Strength. Level 1 God. One of the Dragon of the Tau and Unova. Status. Furious. Agitated. Deceived. Transformable forms. White Kyurem and Dark Kyurem. The description indicated that Kyurem had been deceived by Keldeo in a battle at its lair, having not learned the mysterious sword. Enraged, Kyurem sealed the other 3 swordsmen during the conflict, allowing Keldeo to escape by mere chance. We must leave. This is no place to linger, Brock urged as he pulled Ash, who seemed frozen in place. Quickly, they fled with Keldeo, but with the assistance of the geometric snowflakes, Kyurem was hot on their trail. At this moment, Brock's backpack began to emit a white glow. No one noticed the commotion inside the bag as they fled desperately forward, with the geometric snowflakes tracking them. Kyurem could swiftly ascertain their location. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Ash commanded, observing the increasing number of geometric snowflakes and ordering Pikachu to unleash a powerful attack. Having been alongside Kyurem for some time, the geometric snowflakes were not easily defeated. They initiated defensive maneuvers, but a few still fell victim to the attack. These geometric snowflakes are quite formidable, Brock noted, recognizing their strength. Ignorant humans, receive your punishment. Kyurem's dark silhouette loomed before them as it unleashed a dragon pulse. Celio? Mirror Coat. Serena reacted swiftly, summoning Celio. However, the chances of its mirror coat withstanding a level 1 goddess attack were minimal. Walls of light formed before Celio, but the dragon pulse was powerful, breaking through all 3 defenses. Celio, Serena lamented, feeling a pang of sympathy. Blaziken, Flare Blitz. Ash could no longer stand by and initiated a counterattack. Amidst the tumult of battle, the fiery blaze monkey unleashed a surge of azure light. intertwining with its cerulean flames. The formidable Reshiram, observing the aggressive little primate, transformed into its white flame form, exuding an icy brilliance as it successfully initiated its attack. The blaze monkey found itself unable to engage, rendered powerless in close quarters. "Damn it, Blaze Monkey, return," Ash commanded, promptly recalling it. Blaze Monkey has broken through to level 70, 71, and ascended to the elite rank. Notifications from the system flickered across the screen. As both sides engaged in a relentless pursuit, Reshiram and the several snowflakes displayed boundless energy, while Ash's team was already on the brink of exhaustion. Needing to guard against Reshiram's onslaught, while remaining wary of the snowflake's maneuvers. Navigating through a dilapidated cavern adorned with crumbling railway tracks and illuminated by shards of ice. They had entered Reshiram's lair. Cobalion surveyed the eerily familiar surroundings. "In my territory, I must extend proper hospitality, lest I be deemed uncouth," Reshiram announced, descending from above to confront the group. "Reshiram, your adversary is me, Ash. You all must leave at once." Cobalion positioned itself protectively in front of Ash and the others, urging them to retreat. Despite their brief acquaintance, Cobalion recognized that Ash posed no threat, having helped mitigate its attacks and facilitated its self-healing. Cobalion was reluctant to see Ash and his companions embroiled in its battle and insisted they withdraw quickly. "Be careful. I will rescue Cobalion and the others first." Observing Cobalion fight alone, Ash released his Jirachi's Pokeball to lend assistance before sprinting towards the area where the three warriors were encased in ice. Indeed, there were Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion, all frozen in place. Ash assessed the three esteemed swordsmen, their solemn expressions fixed on the distance. "Hurry up and break the seal, then support Cobalion," Brock urged, noting Ash's admiration for the icy sculptures. "This isn't Meowth and Musashi, is it?" Serena pointed out a duo appearing to flee in terror, their expressions wrought with fear. "Swampert, Steelix, and Flareon, melt this ice," Brock commanded, producing 2 Pokeballs. "When did Flareon hatch?" Ash questioned, bewildered by the Flareon that had only been an egg the previous day. "When we arrived here, I sensed movement, and upon checking, I found it had hatched," Brock explained. "Pikachu, Blaze." Ash contemplated summoning Blaze Monkey, recalling its battle incapacitation, yet he remained undaunted, having made prior preparations. "Incineroar, Rockruff, Sharpedo. Unleash your flames to thaw the ice." Ash summoned 2 more Pokeballs, fully aware of the unfolding narrative, thus ensuring he was well prepared. "Finnegan, it's your turn." Serena entrusted her sole Fire-type Pokemon to assist Incineroar in melting the ice. Meanwhile, Cobalion did not initiate combat, but instead became lost in reminiscence, reflecting on the diligent training it had received from the 3 warriors, who had nurtured it from infancy towards its goal of becoming a sacred swordsman. The teachings of its 3 mentors lingered in its memory, their stern gazes ever present. With a powerful leap, Cobalion soared through the surrounding ice crystals, its body aglow with light as its horns began to restore. Ash and his companions were drawn to the radiant transformation. Cobalion had seemingly grasped the mystical sword. Undergoing a metamorphosis, Ash mused internally, "Cobalion. Level 77. Cobalion has changed." Serena exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Cobalion's new form. Its once light-hued horns now a deep blue. "Reshiram, the battle has only just begun," Cobalion declared, slightly bowing its body in a gesture of determination, signaling that it was time to settle their long-standing rivalry. "Come, Reshiram, I have no intention of dragging this out any longer. Let us conclude swiftly." Cobalion utilized its speed, leveraging the ice pillars in the arena to evade Reshiram's attacks. The confrontation between Reshiram and Cobalion was imminent, although Cobalion had mastered the mystical sword and completed its transformation. Facing Reshiram still proved somewhat challenging. "This child has grown considerably stronger," the 3 warriors observed, heartened by Cobalion's fearless demeanor. "Oh ho!" Cobalion exclaimed as it prepared to counter the impending thunderbolts, channeling all its energy into the blue horn upon its forehead, which began to elongate dramatically. Cobalion had finally mastered its prowess, and Virizion sighed in relief, recognizing that years of training had not been in vain. The 2 combatants clashed once more, maneuvering and launching attacks from various angles as they readied for the next round. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted their duel. "Reshiram, this ends now." A voice of authority resonated in the ears of both Reshiram and Cobalion as 3 figures leaped down, the freed Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion, the 3 sacred swordsmen. "You 3 old fools, you managed to escape?" Reshiram scoffed at the sight of the 3 warriors, showing no sign of intimidation. "Humph," Reshiram growled, flames igniting fiercely from its tail, as the white light flickered once more, heralding the appearance of White Flame Reshiram. Chapter 49, The Final Battle. The Oath of the Sacred Swordsman. This battle is mine to resolve, Cobalion stated firmly, halting the 3 Pokémon poised to intervene. The conflict had arisen because of it. It was time to bring closure to the matter. Be cautious, Virizion cautioned, momentarily pausing. A true man takes responsibility for his actions. Terrakion nodded in agreement. Recognizing that this battle would serve as a test for Cobalion, who had been under their tutelage for so long, Cobalion remained silent, fixated on the battlefield. As the leader, it understood that the more chaotic the situation became, the more calmness was required. Having completed its awakening form, Cobalion's battle prowess surged, facing the dark Reshiram without trepidation. This time, I shall emerge victorious, Cobalion declared. As it observed the 3 sacred swordsmen, Reshiram sensed no immediate threat from them. Cobalion launched the first strike, firing a water electric cannon. Reshiram effortlessly countered with a dragon claw, deflecting the attack. Oh, Cobalion, witnessing the futility of the assault, initiated Shadow Clone alongside the water pulse attack. Reshiram responded with Shadow Claw, effortlessly neutralizing the water pulse. Cobalion began to dart around the battlefield, seeking the opportune moment for a counteroffensive, relying on cunning rather than brute force. Cobalion, watch out. Terrakion attempted to warn, but Reshiram's onslaught was relentless, offering no chance for hesitation. Reshiram transformed from White Flame Reshiram into Dark Reshiram, its form crackling with purple lightning as it darted about. The decisive moment had arrived. Ash observed intently as Dark Reshiram unleashed its signature move, Cross Lightning, signaling the turning point of the battle. This confrontation was entirely Cobalion's own, with Ash's assistance from the system rendered impotent. Cobalion, unleash a water pulse. Cobalion commanded, launching the attack just as it collided with the Cross Lightning. The clash of powers resonating throughout the arena. The intertwining shades of purple struck the nearby pillars, causing the ice blocks to fall one by one. A testament to the formidable power of the attack. Following a resounding explosion, Keldeo was sent reeling backwards, struggling to rise to its feet. I have lost, Keldeo murmured weakly. Recognizing the vast gap in strength compared to its challenger, Kyurem, and acknowledging the need for relentless training to enhance its prowess. Despite the difficulty, Keldeo managed to stand. As Kyurem approached, albeit still at a considerable distance, having reverted from its dark form. That is a fine sword, Kyurem remarked, admiring the elongated horn atop Keldeo's head. Keldeo was taken aback by Kyurem's unexpected compliment. Without further ado, Kyurem turned and departed into the distance. Once again, Keldeo's body radiated light, shedding its current state to revert to its former appearance. Splendid. Keldeo's horn has been restored, Selena exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the transformation. You have comprehended the essence of the sword, Cobalion stated as he, alongside Ash and the others, approached Keldeo, who had remained silent until then. Indeed, Keldeo replied earnestly. At that moment, the iron framework above the dilapidated factory suddenly collapsed, and signs of further destruction began to manifest around them. This is bad, everyone get on. I will lead you to safety, Cobalion urged hastily. Right, and Ash recalled the 2 members of Team Rocket they had just rescued. But they had vanished in the blink of an eye. Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion took the lead, deftly leaping over the debris, skillfully avoiding the falling rubble. As they executed their thrilling escape, they finally emerged into the daylight, letting out a sigh of relief. I wonder how Meowth and the others are faring, Ash pondered. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Team Rocket, Giovanni savored his coffee, relishing the moment as he stroked Meowth's fur in sheer contentment. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Jeanbird entered, carrying a tablet. Boss, here are the details on the legendary Pokémon from the Unova region sent by Kojiro and the others, including the 3 swordsmen, Keldeo and Kyurem, along with a video of their battle, Jeanbird reported, updating on the latest developments. Giovanni merely uttered a few words in response. Show me. As Jeanbird connected the device, the office's projector began to play the video. Incredible. Such information is surely beyond the grasp of your plasma gang, Giovanni remarked with a smirk, taking a jab at the leader of the plasma gang. The video showcased the transformation between Kyurem's 2 forms, the execution of its unique abilities, and the battle between Keldeo and Kyurem, alongside profiles of Cobalion, Virizion, and Terrakion. Send them Plan 3. We must prepare, Giovanni's expression darkened, revealing the emergence of a new scheme in his mind. Ash and his companions rode alongside the 3 swordsmen, observing as the factory crumbled beneath them. Above, flames and lightning intertwined, while a colossal figure unleashed a powerful move that obliterated everything in its path. The group watched in silence as the structure collapsed, the surrounding temperature plummeting considerably. It seemed Kyurem had vented its fury and chosen a direction to depart, reverting from its white flame form and burrowing underground, sealing the entrance behind it. At last, it is over, Ash exhaled, relieved. The clash among deities was akin to a celestial battle. The four swordsmen, along with Ash and his friends, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. They arrived at an open area. Congratulations, Keldeo. You have completed the trial and officially become a holy swordsman, Cobalion proclaimed first. We must also thank you for bringing Keldeo to rescue us, Virizion added. Ash, you are fortunate to witness our oath, Cobalion continued, extending his congratulations. Thank you. It is our honor, Ash replied, fully aware of what was to come next. He, Brock, and Selena eagerly anticipated this moment of oath-taking. Keldeo, transform into your awakened form, Cobalion instructed, revealing his blue sword. Virizion brandished her emerald sword, and Terrakion showcased his brownish-yellow sword. Finally, it was Keldeo's turn to reveal a radiant yellow sword. The four blades converged, initiating the oath. 1 is weaker than 2. 2 are weaker than 3. 3 are weaker than 4. When the strength of companions unites, true power and courage are born. With the simple oath concluded, it was time to part ways. Cobalion, I believe Keldeo has something it wishes to express, Virizion interjected, sensing Keldeo's hesitation. I understand. Go ahead, Cobalion replied. Having discerned Keldeo's thoughts, nodding solemnly at Cobalion, Keldeo approached Ash. Ash, I wish to travel with you, Keldeo declared earnestly. Ash, though eager to capture Keldeo, found himself without a Pokeball, yet was undeniably tempted by the champion-level Keldeo. Please take care of me, Ash said, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Congratulations, host. You have captured a legendary Pokemon for the first time. Rewards include 1 Ultra Ball, effect, 100 capture rate for legendary Pokemon, and 1 mysterious water droplet. Special reward. Keldeo's power is suppressed to level 71, champion level, and will only recover upon encountering another legendary level battle. Ash glanced at the Ultra Ball and the mysterious water droplet, finding no issues with the rewards, albeit frustrated at the power suppression. Keldeo, please take care of me, Ash said as he retrieved Keldeo with the Ultra Ball, which did not shake at all before successfully capturing it. He immediately released Keldeo again, bidding farewell to the 3 swordsmen while promising that should they ever need him, he would always be there. Chapter 50, The Plasma Gang and N's Appearance. I never expected you, Ash, to have experienced so much, Iris remarked as they departed the snowy mountains. She had learned of Ash's previous journey, including the acquisition of the legendary Keldeo, though she had not released it yet. Thanks to the system's support, Keldeo did not count among Ash's 6 Pokemon, leading everyone to assume Keldeo was stored with Professor Oak. The group, realizing they had ample time, chose not to head directly to Snowflake City, but instead detoured to Pallet Town for a rest. Ash, did you really capture the legendary Pokemon? One day, Ash received a call from Professor Oak, who wasted no time getting to the point. Professor Oak, how did you hear about that? Ash asked, bewildered by the furious expression on Professor Oak's face. It had been some time since he captured Keldeo, but he was curious where the news had come from. Brock, Iris, and Selena were equally puzzled, wondering how Professor Oak had learned about Ash's legendary Pokemon. Then please explain how you acquired Keldeo. The water-fighting type descendant of the 3 swordsmen from the Unova region, Professor Oak pressed, his face firmly planted against the phone. Could it have been her? Ash and his friends shared a look of confusion, suddenly recalling a certain individual, Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center in Rosang City. After parting ways with Cobalion, she had conducted a thorough examination of Keldeo, and upon finding no issues, had returned it to its Pokeball. That singular action. Wait, Professor. What is Nurse Joy from Rosang City to you? Ash suddenly inquired. She is now Miss Joy from the Pokemon Center in Tokiwa City. I had previously visited, so I heard her mention it. Professor Oak did not conceal anything. He spoke plainly. Doctor, Keldeo cannot. Ash had not finished his sentence when a series of explosive sounds erupted. Boom, 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 boom. The Pokemon Center was blasted open, creating a gaping hole. Zubat, Weezing, Houndoom, and Electrike burst in. Who are you? What do you want? Selena instinctively thought it was Team Rocket, but their attire did not match. Little one, I've heard you possess a Keldeo. Hand it over, and we may spare your life, declared the man at the forefront, donned in half a pair of glasses and a cloak. Who is this? Not Team Rocket. Brock observed the dramatic entrance and the Pokemon, realizing they were of a different caliber than the familiar Team Rocket. We are Team Plasma. Our name may have crossed your ears, the man introduced himself. Are you the evil organization that Team Rocket has repeatedly thwarted? Ash recalled hearing about the misdeeds of Jesse, James, and Meowth in this area. The dragon's secret realm, was that also your doing? Alice pondered, remembering the surprise attack on her hometown, the Dragon Village, which seemed to bear their mark. Kid, surrender Keldeo. The figures of two familiar faces reappeared at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. Ash thought to himself, I knew those three would never miss an occasion like this. Is it you? The leader of Team Plasma recognized the trio, who were known for their antics. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Dugong, unleash Ice Beam. Ash and Selena countered swiftly. Miss Gothitelle, clad in a hat and white attire, with green hair and a triangular emblem adorning her chest, appeared, successfully neutralizing the attacks. This is N. The leader of Team Plasma, their king. How did he come to be here? Hand over Keldeo, and also Zeraora. We can negotiate. N's eyes glowed with a crimson hue. If I refuse, what can you do to me? It hardly befits the leader of an evil organization to dirty his hands, Ash retorted defiantly. Miss Gothitelle, employing hypnosis, noticed the lack of negotiation from Ash's group, causing N to lose his patience. Zoroark, use Dark Pulse. Ash threw out Zoroark, intending to buy time. Miss Gothitelle required no commands from N. She began her defense autonomously. Kid, have you forgotten about us? The trio of Meowth, Talonflame, and Deerling joined the fray. Brock, I leave these old friends to you, Ash said, lacking interest in dealing with the trio and allowing Brock to handle them. All right, Swampert, I entrust you with this task. Brock summoned his strongest Pokemon. Hey kid, are you looking down on us? Meowth could no longer contain himself. Miss Gothitelle, use Dark Pulse. Let us finish this quickly. N was visibly furious, yet something felt different. His demeanor seemed controlled, reminiscent of a puppet. Shadow Ball. Ash swiftly retaliated. This Miss Gothitelle was formidable, at peak level 80, showcasing considerable strength. Pikachu, follow up with Thunder Shock. Pikachu enveloped itself in electricity and charged forward. Exploud, use Hyper Voice. A powerful Exploud charged into the fray. Is that Exploud a champion-level Pokemon? And merely glanced and recognized its prowess. Adric, since you're here, why not come out and meet us? N uttered casually. Ha. Team Plasma S in alongside Quillen. This is quite rare. Adric, adorned with Pokeballs around his neck, stepped forward. I knew it. Exploud is indeed champion level. Only your Pokemon remains, Quillen scoffed. We must depart. N was aware of his inferiority to Adric and promptly issued a retreat order. Team Plasma withdrew swiftly, recognizing that retreat was paramount when facing Adric. Meanwhile, the trio from Team Rocket was not so fortunate, as Brock's Swampert overwhelmed them, leading to their defeat. Miss Juneshao arrived, not forgetting to deliver a lively proclamation. Team Rocket was entirely apprehended. Regardless of how powerful their Pokemon were, their ineptitude in utilizing them rendered them useless. Chapter 51. Intelligence, the Proud Ivy Snake. Under Adric's guidance, Ash and his companions arrived at the lodging where Adric resided, nestled closely against the forest, with pleasant air. Mr. Adric was merely on vacation, fortuitously encountering the chaos caused by Team Rocket and Team Plasma. Mr. Adric, the scenery here is splendid, Ash remarked, glancing around with a hint of envy. It's quite nice, Adric replied without a trace of modesty. How many badges do you have now? In 7 months. The Unova League conference will commence, Adric inquired. Not many, just 6, Ash casually replied, displaying his badge case. The legend badge from Shurka? He has a Sharpedo and a Hydreigon. Those are yours, right? Adric recalled the 2 Pokemon he had seen training in Shurka's gym in Twin Dragon City, resembling Ash's. Adric had visited Twin Dragon City to meet Shurka, observing the intense training of Sharpedo and Hydreigon, feeling a sense of familiarity, especially in their battle style and techniques. Has the single-headed dragon evolved? Ash was pleasantly surprised to hear this news. Sharpedo and Hydreigon seemed to have trained diligently, showing no signs of slacking, Brock added. Acknowledging Ash's enthusiasm, Mr. Shurka's training is indeed effective. When Hydreigon and Sharpedo return, they will be reborn, significantly enhanced in strength. I've heard this upcoming conference is no simple affair. The champions from the previous Hoenn League, as well as from the Johto and Kalos regions, will gather for this event. Your opponents will not be trifling, Adric remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Ash. Ash's thoughts echoed with one sentiment, a gathering of formidable challengers. By the way, you must have made the leader of the Choyuki gym cry, right? With your rain dance and electric-type moves, you made her weep for quite some time, Adric teased. Adric's statement was accurate. Ash had indeed taken action against Furo, disapproving of her battle style and giving her a lesson to curb her arrogance. She was unfit to be a gym trainer. A lesson was well-deserved, Ash asserted, completely ignoring Brock, Selena, and Alice's disapproving glances. After all, Furo is a girl. You should have exercised some restraint. Otherwise, no one will ever like a blunt man, was the shared sentiment of Alice and Selena. Host, truly a dog. The system also chimed in agreement, remarking on their thoughts. An ivy snake dashed out from outside the house. You're back again. Adric greeted the ivy snake amiably. Ivy snake, Selena exclaimed, clearly enamored with the small creature. From the original anime, the Tenge snake. Does the host wish for one? The system's dialogue appeared once more. Ivy snake. Type, grass. Ability, contrary. Level, 30. Skills, leaf storm. Energy ball, attract, stun spore, sleep powder, leech seed, vine whip, leaf blade, iron tail, petal dance, sunny day, glare, self-recovery, light screen. It is confirmed. This is indeed the charming Servine from the original anime. The Servine, under Ash's intense gaze, appeared quite uncomfortable, launching an energy ball in response. Ash, caught off guard by the sudden attack from the Servine, found himself knocked to the ground. This particular Servine was unwittingly rescued by Alder in the wild. It possessed a proud demeanor and would not have willingly accepted help had it not been injured. Servine, cease your assault. He is not an adversary. Alder hastily intervened to halt the next attack. Upon hearing Alder's voice, the Servine paused its aggression, turning its head away, refusing to cast another glance at Ash. Ash could no longer contain himself. He had subdued disobedient Pokémon before, yet this haughty Servine dared to treat him this way. My temper is flaring. I cannot hold back. You have personality and spirit, Servine. Come, let us settle this, Ash declared, utterly incensed, pointing directly at the Servine. Ash, wait. Alder attempted to intervene once more. The Servine swiftly darted out of the house and into the open air. Ash hurriedly followed, realizing he had lost his chance. Zoroark, use Shadow Claw. Ash called forth his female Zoroark. Ash, are you overestimating your resources? You're deploying a Zoroark against a mere Servine, Brock remarked, bemused by the choice of Pokémon. That seems like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The Servine narrowed its eyes as pink hearts swirled toward Ash. But it was clear that the move was ineffective. He had anticipated this tactic. Attract is outdated, Ash waved dismissively, surprised by the ineffectiveness of its move. The Servine acknowledged that this trainer had some merit. Ah, Servine, close your eyes and strike the ground. With that command, countless branches and trees erupted from the earth, unleashing petal dance, presumably inherited from its lineage. Enough games, unleash a barrage of shadow balls. Ash observed Zoroark reveling in the battle, ready to bring it to a swift conclusion. One by one, shadow balls were launched into the air. As the smoke cleared, there was no sign of the Servine. What? It escaped? The group stared at the empty battlefield in disbelief. Was this Servine truly that swift? They had not considered that it might possess the move substitute or any high-speed maneuvers. What a pity. It was well-trained and could have been a key player, Ash lamented. Feeling a sense of regret, having come to the Unova region, he had somewhat lost sight of his initial objectives, having yet to capture any of the starter Pokémon. As they returned to the inn, the absence of such a formidable Servine was keenly felt. Ash inquired about potential encounters in the upcoming league conference, and Alder did not withhold information, revealing that the trainer he had faced from the Hoenn region was none other than Ash's former rival, Zeke, who was still accompanied by that Meowth clad in leather boots. Furthermore, the trainer from the Kalos region was known for utilizing a mega-evolved shiny Metagross, identical to the one owned by Steven, raising suspicions of a connection. The trainer from the Johto region was reputed to possess a powerful Lantern, formidable in its own right. Currently, Ash faced two major competitors in Unova, one being the formidable Shady and the other, Kenny. Interestingly, the character by Lou from the original anime had not made an appearance. Ash, do you think you'll be alright? Serena inquired with concern. No worries. I will confront whatever comes my way. If Dakdo challenges me again, I will meet him head-on, Ash replied with unyielding confidence, dismissing them as mere minor obstacles. Chapter 52, Ruins, Re-encounter with Shindai. Mr. Alder, may I request a battle with you? Ash proposed, eager to engage with the champion, knowing that such an encounter would yield invaluable experience. Before challenging the champion, however, one must first claim victory at the league conference, then face the Elite Four, before finally contending with the regional champion. Should you secure the championship at the Unova League, I shall grant you a chance to challenge me, Alder responded, shaking his head in refusal. I have an appointment and shall be expecting a guest shortly. Alder's enigmatic demeanor left the others puzzled about the identity of the anticipated visitor. As a friendly tip, if you're interested in battling the leader of the battle frontier, Ash, you may wish to pursue that challenge later, Alder generously advised. The leaders of the battle frontier were numerous, making it difficult to discern which one Alder was referring to. Ash shook his head in resignation. There were several battle frontiers, and he had only traveled through one region. Could it be Mr. Shindai? Brock speculated quietly, logically reasoning that among the leaders they knew, only Shindai was known for traversing the battle pyramid, indulging his passion for archaeology. Could it be that some ruins have surfaced nearby? Ash casually remarked. Shindai's greatest passion was exploring ruins. His 3 legendary Pokémon, along with the spirit pillar he encountered in the Sinnoh region, were all acquired within such ancient sites. You know Shindai? Alder expressed surprise. I faced him thrice before I could claim victory. What do you think? Ash replied wryly, acknowledging that if not for the possibility of leniency during his match with Regice, he would have undoubtedly faced defeat. It made sense, then, that Shindai effortlessly handled Registeel. Alder had, of course, witnessed Ash's battle against Dakdo and was impressed by his prowess. Beep, beep, beep. The video phone in Alder's room rang. Is Shindai arriving soon? Upon connecting the call, the familiar figure clad in green appeared on the screen. Yes, in the west. Let us meet at the designated area, Shindai stated without much preamble. Beside him stood the serious-looking Shinji, dressed in blue. Shinji, what brings you to the battle pyramid? Ash inquired, noticing Shinji's presence. Ash, aren't you that young trainer? Both Shindai and Shinji recognized Ash simultaneously, their surprise evident in their voices. Since you know each other, we can discuss it further when we meet, Shindai remarked before hanging up the call. As they made their way to the meeting point, Alice and Serena began to inquire about the battle pyramid. It is located in the Kanto region, at the final challenge of the battle frontier, where Shindai, the leader, commands the legendary trio, Regirock, Registeel, and Regice, Ash elaborated. As for Shinji, he was my strongest opponent during my time in the Sinnoh region, Ash succinctly evaluated. He was taken aback to see this young man accompanying Shindai, unsure whether he was there to learn or simply passing through. That must be the battle pyramid, right? In the woods, Team Rocket's trio, fresh from reporting to headquarters, spotted the battle pyramid descending nearby. Could there be some rare Pokémon in the vicinity? Meowth speculated, recalling their previous encounter with the spirit pillar in Sinnoh. Beep, beep, beep. Their communication devices chimed in unison. New mission. Investigate the activities of Shindai near the battle pyramid in Tangqiao Town, Unova. The message was brief, merely an observation task. We'll be in the woods near the battle pyramid's landing site, ready to communicate, Jesse replied. Team Rocket here. Boss Meowth. And the team are right by the battle pyramid. The true bird reported, presenting a message accompanied by images. Let them be mindful of their safety. Banmu replied with his eyes closed, acknowledging the imminent arrival of the battle pyramid in Unova, likely drawn by the legendary Pokémon residing there. Unable to spare anyone for the task, he decided to send Meowth and the others, unexpectedly finding them nearby, making the task exceedingly simple. Upon reaching the battle pyramid, the group noticed that Shindai and Shinji had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Shindai, what manner of Pokémon could compel you to traverse such a distance to my location? Adak enveloped Shindai in a bear hug upon arrival. Adak, you remain unchanged. Not a bit different. Shindai pushed him away, expressing mild disdain. The familiarity between the two was evident, suggesting a long-standing friendship, as their greetings were notably distinct from the ordinary. Unexpectedly, Ash and Brock, both of you are here as well? Shindai looked towards the two, recognizing them as old friends, having crossed paths in the expansive battle zones of Sinnoh's Tojo region. Indeed, Mr. Shindai, I am journeying through the Unova region, Ash stated candidly. Shindai nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Is your visit this time for it? Adak, sensing the conversation had reached a comfortable point, promptly shifted to the main topic. Indeed, there are ruins here associated with it, and I am quite eager to uncover any clues. As you are aware, I have a keen interest in this area. Shindai replied enigmatically. During their discourse, Ash pulled Shinji aside. Shinji, how did you come to be here with Mr. Shindai? Ash inquired curiously, as Shinji typically preferred solitude, which was uncharacteristic of him. Isn't that Shindai? And the person beside him isn't that little brat's opponent, the one with the Electabuzz? Jessie and her companions observed from a distance through binoculars. It seems there is significant movement afoot, Meowth concurred with Jessie's assessment. The Plasma Gang, having departed from Ash's line of sight, remained nearby, observing the scene at the battle pyramid, plotting in the shadows. What Shindai has been entrusted with appears to be rather intricate, and remarked, watching from their aircraft. We have dispatched personnel to monitor their movements, Quake confirmed, having already made arrangements. Chapter 53, The Statues of the Black and White Heroes. I wonder which Pokemon Mr. Shindai has come to study in the Unova region? Brock was the first to inquire. Surely Mr. Shindai isn't interested in studying a certain legendary Pokemon from Unova? Iris, with the curiosity of a child, speculated. Indeed. I have heard tales of the black and white heroes, and there are ruins and temples nearby associated with them. So I sought out Adak to investigate, Shindai straightforwardly responded. The black and white heroes? Serena seemed momentarily perplexed. Mr. Shindai must be referring to the two dragons of the Tao, Reshiram and Zekrom. For they are the only ones worthy of such a title. Iris, possessing some knowledge of the legends, interjected. Could it be that Mr. Shindai wishes to capture one? Ash jested, aware that capturing such powerful entities was no trivial feat, unlike the easily captured Lake Guardians. Ash, your sense of humor is remarkable. Legendary Pokémon are not so easily tamed, Adak admonished lightly, questioning Ash's reasoning. Just then, a Pokeball at Ash's waist flashed, and Riolu emerged. Riolu? Shinji gazed at the Pokémon in astonishment. How did you get out? Ash asked, bewildered. Riolu glanced at Shinji, who tossed out a Pokeball, revealing a robust Lucario. Evidently attracted by Riolu's aura. Riolu. Lucario. The two Pokémon engaged in a lively conversation, their delight palpable, though the content of their dialogue remained a mystery. When shall we set forth? Adak, observing the two Pokémon reminiscing, turned his gaze toward Shindai, eager to know when they would embark. First, I shall take a short rest. We shall commence our journey at 11 o'clock, Shindai replied succinctly. Why do you have such an affinity for late-night escapades? Adak, accustomed to Shindai's habits, questioned, recalling their previous collaborations which often took place under the cover of darkness. The Rocket Team and the Plasma Gang are stationed outside, once we are rested. We can both explore and confront our adversaries. Shindai pressed a button, revealing the Rocket Trio and Plasma members on the screen. Your vigilance is truly admirable. Adak found himself at a loss for words, familiar with Shindai's cautious nature from past experiences. Why does Team Rocket persistently linger? Serena muttered with dissatisfaction, noticing their recurring presence. Moreover, the Pokémon used by Team Rocket seemed markedly different from those previously encountered. Brock, you've finally made the connection, Ash remarked nonchalantly. That night, Shindai utilized a small aircraft within the battle pyramid and, under the veil of darkness, discreetly departed. Indeed, just as we anticipated. They are taking advantage of the night to set out, Jesse, well acquainted with the inner workings of the battle pyramid, noted, waiting patiently. Why is there no sign of movement? What is Shindai waiting for? Meanwhile, the Plasma Gang members were oblivious, their vigilance significantly diminished, many succumbing to drowsiness. Russell, boss, the Rocket Trio vanished 3 minutes ago. One of the underlings monitoring Team Rocket reported. In which direction? Quake, suddenly alert, inquired. Southwest, but the location is 10 kilometers away, leading to some ruins. There are no other places, the underling replied, tapping on his tablet to provide the details. Ruins? Is this what Shindai came for? In pondered aloud, propping his chin thoughtfully. Let us investigate. We've not received any news about Reshiram and Zekrom among the three dragons of Tao. It is time we took a look. And decided after a moment. Awaken those who are asleep, and let us head toward the ruins. Ash and his companions reached the ruins first, which bore a striking resemblance to the ruins in Sinnoh's Celestic Town, exuding an air of antiquity with debris scattered about. Navigating through a narrow corridor, despite holding torches, an unsettling chill enveloped the surroundings, creating a foreboding silence. Upon entering a grand hall, two imposing statues, one black and one white, loomed majestically before them. What exquisite statues! Brock exclaimed in awe. Indeed, they are remarkable. If Miss Cynthia were to visit here, she would undoubtedly be fascinated by these. Ash concurred, recalling Cynthia's background as an archaeologist. Cynthia? Who is that? Serena and Iris, unfamiliar with the champion, inquired. The Sinnoh champion, surely you must know? Brock responded, bemused. The only one I can recall is the red-haired gentleman with the infernape. I believe his name is Paul, Serena recollected. Hey, while others might struggle to remember champions, you've managed to remember a member of the Elite Four, Ash teased. That's one of the Elite Four, the fighting-type Master Paul. And the champion is a stunning blonde beauty named Cynthia, Iris explained, looking at Serena incredulously. Moreover, she is my aspiration, possessing a dragon, ground, and Garchomp, Iris added, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A voice interrupted Alice's reverie. Am I really that renowned? An enchanting voice resonated amongst the crowd, and there stood a golden-haired woman, adorned in mining attire, at the entrance. Cynthia, I thought you were still asleep? Shindai remarked upon seeing her. My apologies for my tardiness. I dealt with a pesky follower along the way, Cynthia replied, releasing a Garchomp into the air. Team Plasma? Noticing the assorted small fish in Garchomp's grasp, Ash recognized them. Enough chit-chat. I invited Mr. Shindai here because I previously explored this ruin and found little of note. I wanted to ensure there were no overlooked areas. Where's Adak? Cynthia, ever forthright, scanned the vicinity, failing to spot Adak. He's with me, guarding the battle pyramid. We couldn't rouse him when we set off, so we left without him. Shindai sighed. The group then began to examine the ruin, situated at its core, surrounded by other vacant chambers with uncertain purposes. In the shadows, Team Rocket observed the situation. I really don't understand why they're here in this ruin. Musashi expressed her dissatisfaction. Bringing Shindai along must mean there's something valuable. Activate the recorder. Once they leave, we'll thoroughly inspect for anything they might have missed, meow. Nyartha's eyes sparkled with anticipation of hidden treasures. Ash, over here. I accidentally touched something. At that moment, torches embedded in the stone walls ignited, revealing statues of Reshiram and Zekrom, inexplicably dragged aside. What on earth is happening? The group stared in bewilderment. Ash, what did you touch? Shinsuke inquired, gazing at Ash. Stop bickering. Look at this image, Shindai interjected, gesturing towards the two statues, where visions began to play out in his eyes. Chapter 54. The Conspiracy of the Two Great Evils. The scene depicted a castle-like structure, the era indeterminate but undoubtedly historical, adorned with the flag of some nation. At the castle's center stood two remarkably similar young men, both with white hair and clad in blue cloaks, accompanied by two colossal dragons, one black, one white. Is that Reshiram and Zekrom? Ash recognized the two legendary guardians of the Sinnoh region, the second of the three dragon deities. If we locate this castle, could it lead us to the whereabouts of the two dragons? And speculated. Realizing that someone could command these two legendary creatures, this was certainly a clue. Indeed, but where could this place be? Kuroki pondered, noting the attire of the figures was decidedly archaic, indicating that a search would require some time. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket's headquarters, Banmu was summoned once more, unable to suppress his fury. What now? Can't this wait until morning? Banmu grumbled, his mood foul as he addressed the pajama-clad Jinbo. Jinbo, equally reluctant, lamented the late-night summons. The Meowth trio is at it again, broadcasting live at this hour. I wanted to enjoy a good night's sleep. Boss. It's a video sent from the trio in the Unova region. If it weren't for Team Plasma's presence, I wouldn't report this now. As he observed Banmu's furious demeanor due to the late-night disturbance caused by the trio's transmission, he quickly retrieved the relevant footage. Tell them to improve their forgery skills. I refuse to believe this is genuine. Banmu scoffed at the video depicting a battle between the two dragons. Boss, this is live footage, not a hoax. Jinbo pointed to the top right corner of the tablet. Is Apollo quite idle? Have him take a team over. I require more detailed information. Faced with the undeniably realistic images, Banmu found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Simultaneously, the members of Team Plasma were equally unsettled. In immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate the location, determined to resolve the matter before other regional factions could intervene. What? I have to go to the Unova region? Apollo, who had just returned from a demanding mission, was still in the throes of sleep when the new task was assigned. Boss personally issued this. The details are in your email. The mission requires you to avoid any conflict with Team Plasma. Jinbo, sensing Apollo's ire, felt some sympathy. As the four executives conveniently found themselves at headquarters, making him the only option for the task, Apollo was left speechless. What mission has the boss chosen to personally oversee? Investigate the precise location of the black and white dragons in the Unova region and find the castle depicted in the image. The requirement is to avoid any confrontation with Team Plasma. Apollo perceived this reconnaissance task as simple and straightforward. Wait, why does the boss seem to have ongoing issues with the Unova region? Apollo recalled the recent actions connected to Unova, feeling utterly perplexed. The footage continued to play, silent, yet unmistakably revealing that the two individuals were indeed brothers, having tamed the black and white dragons. The two colossal dragons unleashed their exclusive moves, colliding with one another. The brothers appeared animated, engaged in an intense debate. Zekrom and Reshiram's onslaught was far from concluding. The intertwining flames and erratic lightning clashed with tremendous force, neither party willing to concede. Riolu. Ash summoned Riolu, who was brimming with excitement. Sho, let us use Aura to check for any hidden chambers. Ash cradled Riolu close to his ear. The little one comprehended. At the same moment, a Lucario emerged from Cynthia's belt, sensing its kin's aura. Cynthia, is that your Lucario? Ash exclaimed, having never seen a champion-level Lucario before. Please assist us in searching for any hidden chambers or passages, Ash requested of the two Pokémon. Lucario. The two Pokémon harmoniously closed their eyes, emanating a soft blue glow. In the northwest corner, there is a hidden compartment containing a patterned egg. The system chimed in. System, I adore you. Host, please be mindful of your behavior. The system appeared exasperated. Is that confirmed? Observing both Lucario and Riolu opening their eyes simultaneously, Ash realized they had unearthed something. Both Pokemon nodded in affirmation. Just then, the footage displayed Reshiram and Zekrom transforming into a gem-like object that fell into the hands of the two princes, abruptly concluding the scene. To locate these two dragons, one must first find this castle. Shindai's interest peaked, shattering the silence. Wait, Lucario, how did you get out? Where did Riolu come from? Cynthia snapped back to reality, spotting Lucario with a look of confusion. Riolu is mine, a gift from my grandmother in the land of dragons, Ash explained. Lead us to the location you discovered. Ash urged the two Pokemon. Did you utilize Aura to investigate? Cynthia realized. Yes, having Aura to scout will certainly be advantageous, Ash confirmed. As Lucario approached the center, a six-pointed star symbol unexpectedly materialized on the ground. There are two recesses for placing items. What are they meant for? Previously encountered in the era of the gods. There were always clues. What could this be? Olier pointed towards a section of the wall, beckoning everyone to take a look. The painting is remarkably lifelike. Almost pulsating with life, Alice couldn't help but exclaim. Those two dragons must be Reshiram and Zekrom, she speculated, observing the massive dragons depicted alongside two shadowy figures. Let us search carefully for any detailed location of this castle, commanded the deity directly. Domalik? In an inconspicuous spot, several ancient characters were discovered. This appears to be a name from antiquity, one that has never reached my ears before. This was also the first time Cynthia had heard of it. Oh, there's an egg here too? Ash followed the system's guidance to the indicated location and triggered a mechanism, revealing a series of white eggs. Item, Reshiram's egg. Ability, unknown. Qualities, unknown. Hatching time. When it recognizes you, it will be born. Description, the offspring of Reshiram, left here in search of a fated partner. An egg? Everyone dismissed it, assuming it to be of no significance, and continued their search. Ash glanced at the others who were ignoring him and chuckled. Just wait until this hatches. It will surely surprise you. Under Cynthia's examination, all potential clues were gathered, and they could return to ascertain the castle's location. Their actions were being recorded live by Team Rocket, while the Plasma Gang was also waiting for the right moment to follow suit. As the exploration of the ruins concluded, Shinji proposed a request for an all-out battle. Ash did not decline. However, Shinji's condition was that legendary and mythical Pokemon could not be used. Chapter 55, Ash vs. Shinji, Part 1. The following day, within the battle pyramid, Ash faced Shinji. A 6v6 full battle. This match was initiated by Shinji, who respected his own stipulations by not using legendary or mythical Pokemon. Do you know each other, Brock, Ash, and Shinji? Serena inquired, noticing the intense gazes exchanged between the two. In the Sinnoh region, during the Lily of the Valley conference, Shinji's Electivire lost to Ash's Infernape. Weren't you aware of that at the time of the reversal gym? Serena smacked her forehead, recalling the moment. I forgot. So they were rivals even back in Sinnoh? The deity, having nothing better to do today, decided to watch the match. Just then, a loud voice interrupted the thoughts of those present. Excuse me. I am here to challenge the battle pyramid. A boisterous voice echoed from outside. Who is that? Ash and Shinji, already prepared, were naturally a bit irked by the interruption. Handle it, the deity instructed his apprentice. Without hesitation, the apprentice dashed outside, as the deity did not want to miss the exciting match. Brock, doesn't that voice sound familiar? Serena pondered, feeling like she had heard it somewhere before. Brock too sensed a familiarity but could not place it. Ash, let us see how much you've improved, Shinji said, observing the commotion. He picked up a Pokeball and continued, it's been a while since we battled. Let us give it our all. Go, Boscodora. Shinji tossed out Boscodora, a formidable opponent from their time in Sinnoh. Boscodora? A troublesome adversary, Ash thought, feeling a bit apprehensive as he hesitated before retrieving a Pokeball from his belt. I'll go with Infernape. Infernape? Interesting, Shinji remarked, taking a moment to appreciate this rare embodiment of the sun. Boscodora, Metal Claw. Shinji initiated the attack. Infernape, Flamethrower. Ash countered swiftly. Boscodora, undeterred by the Fire-type move, deflected it with its metallic claws. Hold your ground. Don't let it gain the upper hand. Heavy Slam. Shinji commanded fiercely, unleashing a powerful move. Boscodora leaped high, enveloped in a silver glow, crashing down heavily towards Infernape. Infernape, Solar Beam. Ash responded, bracing for impact. Boscodora quickly distanced itself, leaving a large crater in the ground. Observing the damage, beads of sweat formed on Ash's forehead. The destructive power of Boscodora, with its heavy metal attributes, was indeed formidable. You've improved significantly, Ash, Shinji observed, noting that Ash had not just progressed but had truly grown stronger. Not bad, Ash replied. Infernape, Use Heat Wave. A fiery column erupted forth. Knowing that prolonging the battle would be detrimental, Shinji aimed for a swift resolution. The two moves collided with equal force. Return, Infernape. Pikachu, you're up. Ash decided to send in Pikachu, who had not battled in a while, but showed no signs of fear against the imposing figure of Boscodora. Volt Tackle, Ash commanded. As Pikachu darted forward. Heavy Slam. Shinji retaliated with no mercy, as the massive Boscodora charged at Pikachu. Utilizing speed, Pikachu evaded the attack, maneuvering around Boscodora. Now Iron Tail. Ash instructed, as Pikachu leapt into the air, its tail glowing silver, crashing down towards Boscodora's head. Boscodora, exploding fist. Shinji ordered, launching a powerful strike in response. Both Pokémon fell to the ground, incapacitated. Shinji, your Boscodora has become much stronger since our time in Sinnoh, Ash remarked. You're not too shabby yourself, Shinji replied quietly. Recalling Boscodora, which was indeed the same one from their previous encounters in Sinnoh. For his second Pokémon, Shinji released a red-faced dragon. Crystar, you're up. Calming Pikachu. Ash entrusted it to Brock and retrieved another Pokeball. Red-faced dragon, Dragon Dance, then Dragon Rush. Shinji wasted no time, unleashing a powerful move. Hold your ground, Crystar. You can withstand this. Ash urged, knowing that Crystar was neither ice nor fairy type, but had to endure the onslaught. Red-faced dragon, don't give it a chance. Shadow Clone. Dragon Claw. Shinji commanded, aggressively pursuing the opportunity. Now, Crystar, unleash a spinning attack. Ash seized the moment, as Crystar twirled, releasing purple flames in the process. The red-faced dragon was unfazed, as the clones vanished, but the Dragon Claw came crashing down. Destructive Beam. Ash retaliated fiercely against the oncoming assault from the red-faced dragon. Dragon Rush. The dragon charged forward, showcasing its high level and combat experience. Say, Shinji, where did you catch that red-faced dragon? Level 62, a quasi-elite Pokémon. Ash noted, astonished by its power. None of your business. I have two more like it, Shinji responded, his expression darkening. Two more? You've prepared two quasi-elite Pokémon? Ash exclaimed, taken aback. Specially tasked with handling your Electrode and the Dragon King Scorpion. Your unconventional approach is causing a bit of a headache for Ash. Out of goodwill. I must remind you that I do not possess either the Electrode or the Dragon King Scorpion. They remain in Veilstone City. Shinji, discerning Ash's thoughts, dealt him a formidable blow. Come back, Crystal Lamp Spirit, Fire God Moth. You shall be my choice. With no alternative, Ash could only summon Pokémon of the same caliber. Red-faced Dragon, Water Cannon. The Fire God Moth adeptly evaded the onslaught by utilizing its aerial advantage. Sleep Powder. It was imperative to avoid a head-on clash. Lulling the opponent to sleep was the priority. Flamethrower. Shinji showed no mercy. You force my hand. Fire God Moth. Unleash your explosive fire-type special move. A trade of 1-for-1 would suffice. This dragon cannot be allowed to remain. Red-faced Dragon, Dragon Dive. Shinji remained expressionless. As the smoke cleared, the red-faced dragon lay on the ground, while the Fire God Moth had not yet lost its combat capability, though it had sustained injuries. Retrieving the red-faced dragon. Shinji prepared to send forth his next Pokeball, from which emerged an individual. Ash, it truly is you. The newcomer exclaimed. Torichu, what brings you here? Ash was taken aback by Torichu's persistent presence. I came to challenge the Battle Pyramid's leader. I've acquired the badge from here, which qualifies me for the league tournament. Torichu declared with excitement. A hush fell over the arena, as everyone stood in stunned silence. You must be joking, Ash said, gazing at Torichu as if he were a fool. Is there something wrong? This is my 7th gym. What is the issue? Torichu displayed his badge case. This individual must surely be lacking in judgment, Shinji thought, equally perplexed by Torichu's lack of awareness regarding his own capabilities. Agreed, was the consensus among the onlookers. Torichu's audacity was indeed remarkable. Chapter 56. Ash vs. Shinji, Part 2. Torichu's arrival was merely a minor interlude. The battle continued. Without a glance at Torichu, Shinji released a Pokeball. Let the battle commence, Staraptor. He cast a glance at the Fire God Moth and threw out a Pokeball. A dragon emerged. Its crimson wings unfurled, its body a striking blue, with sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Return, Fire God Moth. This foe is beyond your capabilities. Ash merely cast a glance, recognizing the presence of a near-elite Pokémon, leaving him to ponder how many Pokémon Shinji had concealed. Infernape, this battle is yours. Face the challenge of Ninetales. Ash switched to another Pokémon, deploying his Sinnoh partner against Shinji. Infernape has made its appearance. It seemed Ash had indeed brought it out. Brock's eyes lit up. The chances of seeing Infernape in battle were exceedingly rare, yet he had managed to guess correctly. Hey, Brock. Is there something wrong with Ash's Infernape? Serena and Alice inquired curiously. The Shinji before them was, in fact, the trainer of Infernape's initial form, the small fire monkey, which Ash had captured after considerable effort. Brock offered no further elaboration, stating simply, I didn't expect you to bring it. Shinji appeared somewhat taken aback. Infernape, let us see the fruit of your training. Flamethrower. Ash did not hesitate, launching directly into the fray. Staraptor, acrobatics. Unperturbed, Shinji commanded Staraptor to utilize its agility. As Ash initiated Flamethrower, Staraptor's claws glowing with verdant light to execute its Dragon Claw. Stop. Use Sonic Punch. Ash observed the rapidly advancing Staraptor without surprise, responding with a direct attack. The two fists clashed, both Pokémon being of near-elite caliber, their strengths evenly matched, and with Ash benefiting from the protagonist's aura. Flamethrower. Dragon Dive. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of their ordinary moves against one another, they both unleashed their ultimate techniques, their figures colliding continuously, with Staraptor appearing to have the upper hand. Reversal. Shinji uttered succinctly, and Staraptor's energy surged, its eyes becoming blood-red. Reversal? This could be troublesome, Ash thought, sensing the impending danger as Staraptor entered a frenzy, amplifying its overall power. Flamethrower. In this moment, Infernape had yet to trigger its blaze ability, opting for a direct confrontation. Alice. Is that Shinji the leader of the battle pyramid? Torichu inquired of Alice, standing nearby. Torichu, you're mistaken. The true leader of the battle pyramid is Mr. Shindai. Brock stated, exasperated by the boy's naivety. Challenging me is acceptable, but... Shindai merely cast a glance at Torichu. Upon hearing this, Torichu's eyes brightened. First, conquer the 6 facilities from the battle factory to the battle tower, and then return to me for a challenge. Shindai's words were a cold splash of reality. Torichu snapped back to attention. Following the conclusion of reversal, Staraptor displayed no adverse effects. Oath of Fire. Ash observed, as Staraptor continued to resolve the battle. Infernape's fist struck the ground, summoning pillars of fire that surged towards Staraptor. Ultimate impact. Staraptor was undeterred. At Shinji's command, it immediately disregarded the flames, a radiant light enveloping it as it charged towards Infernape. Infernape, witnessing the impending threat, ignited the flames atop its head, its gaze ablaze with fierce energy. The blaze ability activated, Infernape unleashed its explosive flamethrower. Seizing the opportunity, Ash initiated a counterattack. Infernape, enveloped in a blue glow, surged forth with extraordinary power towards Staraptor. As the smoke cleared, both Infernape and Staraptor lay incapacitated on the ground, resulting in yet another stalemate. Shinji, you've grown significantly stronger, Ash remarked, genuinely impressed. Still not enough effort, Shinji retorted with a dismissive scoff. Both Ash and Shinji recalled their Pokémon, Ash contemplating that while Shinji remained fundamentally the same, the strength of his Pokémon had far surpassed previous expectations. Shinji, for the next round, let us settle this with a single Pokémon, shall we? Ash declared, producing a Pokeball, determined to expedite the battle and analyze Shinji's forthcoming strategy alongside the potential Pokémon he might deploy. Certainly, let me witness how much you've grown. This time, Shinji produced a great ball, indicating the formidable Pokémon within. Abomasnow, let the battle begin. A green and white Pokémon appeared before the crowd, adorned with numerous icy spines, predominantly white with green accents, accompanied by a snowstorm upon its entrance. Abomasnow, is it? Ash observed the imposing figure with a hint of surprise. This was undoubtedly a Pokémon he had yet to see in Shinji's arsenal, a level 69 Abomasnow, suggesting that this was indeed Shinji's ace in the hole, also bearing the Mega Evolution Stone. However, Ash noted there was no keystone in Shinji's possession. Shinji, can your Abomasnow Mega Evolve? Ash inquired, gesturing towards the necklace adorning Abomasnow's neck. What? Can you make it Mega Evolve? Shinji retorted sharply. Indeed, while Shinji's Abomasnow could Mega Evolve, it lacked the necessary keystone. A regrettable circumstance that prompted him to consider traveling to the Kalos region in search of one. Here, take this. Ash tossed Shinji a pin-like item. There is no need for gratitude. This is merely an extra one I possess. Ash glanced at Shinji, who seemed poised to say something, and quickly interjected. Indeed, this was a gift bestowed by the system upon signing in, and it was the very one Ash had utilized during his time in Sinnoh. This present is one I truly cherish. Shinji seldom exhibited a smile, and it was unexpected to receive something he needed from a longtime rival. Initially, I intended for you to join, but perhaps next time. Ash reluctantly stowed away the Pokeball. Lizardin, prepare for battle. Ash summoned his mainstay from the Hoenn region, Lizardin, a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. With Charizard absent, He had no other choice but to rely on it. Lizardin was entirely green, with razor-sharp leaves adorning its arms. Ash's Lizardin sported an additional bracelet, evidently another Mega Stone, which was the one gifted by Mr. Damut during his time in Sinnoh. Lizardin, bursting with vitality, had rested exceptionally well the previous night. Let the battle commence. Blizzard King, unleash Frenzy Plant. Shinji observed coldly, initiating his attack without a hint of mercy. Lizardin, be wary of the plant's ambush. Employ agility and Leaf Blade. Ash commanded with confidence, his thoughts flowing effortlessly as he directed Lizardin. Wood Hammer. A massive green projectile hurtled towards them. Leaf Tornado. Lizardin's tail unleashed a colossal storm, striking forward, disregarding the incoming attack from above. It was time to bring forth the main event, Lizardin Mega Evolve. Having assessed the situation, Ash promptly initiated the Mega Evolution. Blizzard King, Mega Evolve. Shinji also produced the keystone Ash had given him, completing the Mega Evolution of Blizzard King. The clash between the two Mega Evolutions was a rare spectacle, and Kamadai observed the battle with a nod of approval, recognizing Ash's significant growth and the considerable gains he had made. Brock noted Kamadai's appraisal. Realizing Ash was no longer the naive boy of yesteryears, he had not only strengthened himself, but had also influenced his Pokémon to grow alongside him. Are you not cold? Alice and Serena shivered, their voices trembling. The snowstorm intensified around them. Lizardin, Dragon Claw. Blizzard King, Blizzard. Lizardin's speed was formidable. Few Pokémon could match its pace. And not only was it swift, but its attack power was also exceptionally potent. Chapter 57. End Lucario. The battle between Blizzard King and Lizardin raged on. Both adversaries of equal level and strength. Even under the influence of the snowstorm's effects, Blizzard King held its ground. Blizzard King let out a fierce roar, amplifying the blizzard's intensity. Lizardin remained undeterred by the storm, pressing forward despite the onslaught. Ash, it's getting rather chilly. Lizardin should possess other skills, right? Brock observed the rapid drop in temperature, while Serena and Alice, along with the trembling Kojiro, cautioned him. Lizardin, sunny day? Ash quickly remembered that his Lizardin could summon sunshine. Blizzard King Needlearm. Interrupt the sunny day? Shinji, perceiving the impending threat, commanded Blizzard King to act swiftly. A barrage of green needles shot forth from Blizzard King's back, aimed directly at Lizardin. Lizardin successfully initiated Sunny Day just before the needles arrived. Solar Beam X2. Ash gazed at the now clear sky, issuing the final command simultaneously with Shinji. In their mega-evolved states, both Pokémon gathered the sunlight at an equal pace. The accumulation of Solar Beam required time, and the decisive moment had arrived. Brock and the others were tense. They launched their commands simultaneously. Boom. Under Mega Evolution, the Pokémon's overall strength had surged dramatically, their power magnified considerably. As the smoke cleared, Blizzard King lay motionless, while Lizardin stood panting on the battlefield. Both Pokémon reverted from their Mega Evolution forms. Lizardin has learned the skill, Root, Self-Recovery. A system notification appeared. Lizardin, Self-Recovery. Ash instructed Lizardin. Lizardin began to restore its energy. Shinji, that was an exhilarating battle. It's been a while since I've experienced such a thrilling fight. Ash approached Shinji, who was recalling Blizzard King. You've undoubtedly grown stronger during this time. I won't lose next time. Shinji replied coolly. Where are you headed next? Ash inquired, curious about Shinji's plans. In the original story, Shinji had returned to become a gym leader. I plan to visit the Twin Dragons gym and Mr. Shaka. I might stay there to train for a while before returning to Sinnoh for the gym leader assessment, Shinji said, gazing upwards. Well, good luck. Ash patted him on the shoulder. The keystone, thank you. This megastone is my greatest gain from this journey. The following morning, Kamadai piloted the battle pyramid skyward, watching it fade into the distance. Simultaneously, Shinji bid farewell, and Ash found himself missing his Garchomp and Tyranitar left behind. By the way, when you see Mr. Shaka, please send my regards to my Garchomp and Tyranitar. Ash made his final request. Sure, I'll make sure to do that. Shinji did not refuse, considering it a mere detour. Back at the Pokemon Center, Ash pondered, what is our next move? Do you have any suggestions? The Unova League competition is still some time away. We could explore a bit. Ash looked at the others, seeking their input. Ash, don't you still have 2 badges? Let us head to the Iceris gym. I've been craving their ice cream for ages, Alice chimed in. The system has issued a task to visit Iceris gym and obtain a badge. A quasi-divine Pokemon will be awarded. It can be gifted. Is the system compelling me to go to Iceris gym? I truly do not wish to visit the poison-type gym. Opposition invalid. I have 6 badges. Could I receive a reward? Ash wondered if he could garner some extra benefits. Yes, opening achievement gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have maxed out your intimacy with Riolu. Releasing Riolu will allow it to evolve. Double experience card, applicable to Pokemon below level 40, with no time limit. The system was indeed very straightforward. Ash. Brock shook Ash, who was lost in thought. Let us go to Icirus City and grab that badge while we're at it. Observing the faces of his companions, he decided to follow the plan. Yay. Riolu, come forth. Ash promptly released Riolu. Riolu? Riolu looked puzzled as it emerged. Riolu's body began to emit a blue glow. Has your Riolu evolved? Naturally, Ash recognized this Riolu's origin, having received the egg from the Elder. He hadn't anticipated such swift evolution. A blue-black, formidable Pokemon materialized before them, its eyes bright and full of vigor. Well, pleased to meet you, Lucario. Ash extended his hand toward Lucario. Lucario. Lucario responded enthusiastically. Lucario. Type, Steel, Fighting. Ability, Inner Focus. Level, 25. Held item, Lucario Megastone. Friendship, 255, max. Exclusive move, Aura Force. Moves, Drain Punch, Metal Sound, Aura Sphere, Bulk Up. Swords Dance, Blaze Kick, Close Combat, Dragon Pulse, Meteor Mash, Bone Rush, Shadow Clone, Quick Attack, Reversal. The array of skills is indeed exceedingly vast. Ash's more robust Lucario nodded in acknowledgement. Ash, this is Lucario. I wonder if it can truly rival the one from the Sorrow Gym, murmured Serena. It still lacks a bit. In the future, it may catch up. That old man's Lucario can mega evolve, and I am currently unable to compete on equal footing. Perhaps there will be an opportunity later, Ash replied candidly, recalling that in the original anime, the Megastone for Lucario was obtained under the guidance of that elderly gentleman. Ash, how do you know so much? Brock's voice chimed in. While researching Mega Evolution, I came across information about that old man's Lucario in the Sorrow Gym from the Kalos region, Ash nonchalantly remarked. Is that so? The group cast doubtful glances. Ash felt a wave of apprehension, fearing his transformation was too evident. Even Brock, who had been with him for a long time, had noticed discrepancies. His knowledge of Pokemon tactics and lore had expanded significantly, making him far removed from the naive Ash of yore. Their next destination was determined to be Liyun City, and the group deliberated over their route, estimating a 10-day journey that would take them past the cities of Fanba and Feiyun, allowing for only brief stops without engaging in gym battles. The following day, at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, Hawkeye, which gym do you plan to visit? Ash inquired, glancing at Hawkeye, who was accompanied by a Riolu. The Snowflake Gym in Snowflake City. Wait for me to defeat you, Hawkeye proclaimed, having witnessed Ash's battle with Shinji. Feeling emboldened, suit yourself, Ash muttered, and thus they parted ways. Chapter 58, The First Encounter with Dogeo, A Trip to the Police Station. In the ensuing journey, Ash slowed his pace, for there remained a considerable distance to Liyun City. Pokeball go. A voice resonated through the forest, capturing the attention of the group. Yet Ash felt it was quite peculiar. A figure, grasping several Pokeballs, engaged in capturing a pink seasonal deer without any semblance of a battle. How can you do that? What of your starter Pokemon? Brock interjected, unable to bear the sight of Xiaohai, who was preparing to throw another ball. I am Xiaohai, and my singular aim is to capture every Pokemon in the world. My starter must be the best, which is Mew, the overly arrogant boy declared. In the original anime, Dogeo frequently overshadowed Ash, capturing Pokemon such as Suicune and Ultra Beast, merely to deposit them in the research lab at the Sakuraji Institute without a second thought. Unexpectedly, he encountered Ash early this time. This person looks familiar. I believe I met him during summer camp, the one who boasted about capturing Mew, Serena reminisced. Her recollection was indeed accurate. Xiaohai had been exceedingly arrogant back then. Xiaohai, do you have any Pokemon? Ash inquired. See for yourself, Xiaohai retorted, presenting his Pokédex. Zubat, Pidgey, Spearow, Caterpie, these are all exceedingly common Pokemon. With such a weak roster, you think you can capture Mew? You're delusional, Ash remarked, severely undermining Xiaohai's confidence. Have you even trained them? Ash pressed. I merely captured them. I had no intention of training them, Xiaohai responded, as if it were a matter of course. You are simply outrageous, Iris interjected, unable to hold her tongue. Encountering Dogeo from the original story has successfully enraged the host. How could the host let him off so easily? The task requires releasing all Pokemon he possesses and giving him a good thrashing, with rewards including Z-rings for electric, fire, and grass types, as well as a level 40 Galade. The system chimed in, and Ash, unconcerned about the rewards, was eager to teach Dogeo a lesson. Observing the task, Ash raised his fist, indignant at the boy's remarks. To him, Pokemon were cherished companions, not mere tools to be collected. How could he tolerate such a view? What are you going to do? Dogeo stammered, finally feeling a twinge of fear as he realized he could not withstand a beating. Release all the Pokemon in your possession and accompany me to the police station to explain your actions, Ash stated coldly. Feeling no need to mince words with someone like him, he did not want this Dogeo to continue wreaking havoc in the area. Impossible. These are all Pokemon I worked hard to capture. I cannot abandon them, Dogeo protested stubbornly. Pidgey, use Whirlwind, he commanded, throwing a Pokeball. Pidgey swiftly unleashed a powerful gust of wind. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash countered, initiating his retaliation. Pikachu's electric surge struck true, inadvertently giving Dogeo a new hairstyle. The once jet-black boy now appeared even darker. Ash, this might not be wise. Serena expressed her concern. Don't worry. I'll handle it well, Ash replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the incapacitated Dogeo. Release all the Pokemon you have. Since you did not capture them through battle, I harbor no goodwill towards you as a trainer, Ash declared, turning to leave. No, you cannot leave. Dogeo's expression was one of despair, looking as though he had just consumed something unpleasant. This is the distrust Pokemon have towards you. Since you do not care to nurture them but only wish to capture them, who would recognize you as a trainer? Ash added, delivering a final blow. Upon reaching the nearest town, he handed everything over to Miss June Shah, providing the recordings of Dogeo's confessions, sufficient evidence for repercussions. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, Zearings for electric, fire, and grass types, along with a level 40 Galade. The system's notification appeared, and while the Zearings and crystals proved useful, Ash felt he lacked the energy to train another Pokemon. Could it perhaps be a female Ralts egg? He mused, glancing at Serena, considering it a fitting gift for her. Host, are you planning to gift this to your girlfriend? The system teased. Serena blushed under Ash's gaze, feeling a bit flustered, unsure of what to think. If it is to be a Ralts egg of a specified gender, all Zearings and crystals will be retracted. Do we have an agreement? The system negotiated. You are shortchanging me on my rewards, Ash lamented, reluctantly conceding. Meanwhile, far off in the Kanto region, Dogeo's parents received news of their child's irresponsible behavior towards Pokemon. Expressing their disapproval of merely collecting without nurturing, Ash presented a compelling case. Once he released the captured Pokemon, they departed without a hint of longing. As for Dogeo's fate, that was a story for another time. Ash presented the Ralts egg to Serena, omitting any explanation about its origins, simply stating it was a gift for her. Selena's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. Who would bestow a rare Pokemon, the Ralts egg, as a gift? Such treasures are typically held in the grasp of esteemed families. Was this an act of confession? Alice felt a twinge of discontent. Why was she not included? She too desired such a gift, leaving Ash in a state of exasperation. He promised that there would be an opportunity to make amends later. As night fell, Ash strolled leisurely with Selena, enjoying the vibrant atmosphere of the town, which buzzed with life even after dusk. Chapter 59, Preparations for Battle, Encounter with the Vine Snake. After a brief respite, they set forth again, this time focusing their efforts on training Lucario, enhancing its combat skills and techniques. Their next destination was the Libing Gym, a poison-type venue where fighting types could effectively counter. Lucario, with its Aura Sphere, and Pikachu, wielding Iron Tail, prepared for the challenge. In the heart of the forest, Ash engaged in rigorous training. Pikachu, having previously battled Lucario, served as the ideal training partner. With the aid of a double experience card, Lucario ascended to level 35, gaining invaluable battle experience despite the modest level increase. Pikachu, be cautious. Lucario Mega Evolve, Ash commanded, opting for an unrestrained approach to training. Upon Mega Evolution, Lucario exhibited no signs of losing control. Instead, it maintained a harmonious connection with Ash through their shared aura. Pikachu protested, "You're not playing fair." But to no avail. Without hesitation, Pikachu launched a Volt Tackle, enveloped in crackling electricity, while Lucario countered with a quick attack and a flurry of bone strikes. Observing Pikachu's approach, Ash met it head-on without reservation. From a distance, a small green snake watched the battle with envious eyes. It was the vine snake encountered in Grass Town. Having discreetly followed Ash to this location, as Pikachu neared Lucario, it concluded its Volt Tackle with a precise Iron Tail strike to Lucario's forehead. Lucario swiftly caught the attack with both hands, refusing to relent. Pikachu, adhering to Ash's pre-battle instructions, only delivered a controlled amount of energy. Lucario, tossing Pikachu into the air, unleashed an Aura Sphere while Pikachu maintained its posture to launch an Electro Ball downward. Ash observed the spirited exchange between his Pokemon with delight as he directed their movements. Following their training session, both Lucario and Pikachu were fatigued but otherwise unharmed, replenishing their energy with energy cubes. Brock had prepared lunch by this time. Well done, everyone. The Libing Gym specializes in poison types, and Lucario, you'll be the star. We'll arrive in Libing City tomorrow and challenge the gym the day after. Give it your all. Ash reassured Pikachu and Lucario with a confident glance. Currently, Ash traveled with Pikachu, Lucario, Shiny Litwick, Zeraora, and Zoroark, all training together to determine if any would be suitable additions to his team. Zoroark, resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them, sensing nearby movement. As it saw Ash and the others napping, it quietly rose and stealthily approached a patch of grass where a vine snake was skillfully using its vine whip to gather fruit for sustenance. Not wishing to disrupt the feasting snake, Zoroark chose to observe quietly. Unexpectedly encountering the vine snake, Zoroark's interest waned. It offered some of its own Pokémon food before departing. The unsuspecting vine snake, despite its stealth, was noticed but not captured. Instead, it received food and was left in peace. It seemed this trainer was quite amiable, sparing it from the hardships of survival. After a rejuvenating afternoon nap, training resumed, this time focusing on Zeraora and Zoroark. As Ash prepared for the impending challenge at Libing Gym, uncertain of what Pokémon the gym leader might employ, caution was warranted. Is that the vine snake we encountered earlier? Selena inquired, having recognized the small snake observing them. Vine snake? Ash was taken aback, acknowledging the familiar presence of the evolved form from the original series. Do you wish to travel with me? He surmised, realizing that the vine snake had been trailing them without revealing itself. The vine snake nodded, initially eager for a battle but intimidated by the earlier display of prowess from Lucario and Pikachu. Joining Ash would guarantee sustenance, or rather, the opportunity to grow stronger. Go! Pokeball! Ash exclaimed, tossing an empty Pokeball that successfully captured the vine snake after a few shakes. Congratulations, you have acquired the evolved form of the vine snake, now known as the green vine snake. Rewards include a designated ability modification, a double experience card, and an unlocked level cap of 50. As Ash reviewed the green vine snake's data, he noted its female designation at level 34, with the ability contrary and a diverse skill set. Not bad at all. You've gained 4 levels since our last encounter, though your skills remain unchanged. Let's work hard together. Ash released the green vine snake and introduced it to the rest of his team. However, the green vine snake trembled in the presence of its more powerful companions, feeling somewhat outmatched except for those of comparable strength. Sensing the tension, Ash interjected, "Let's ease up on the pressure. It's now one of us." The green vine snake finally relaxed and cautiously interacted with the other Pokémon, relieved that there would be no immediate confrontation. The remainder of the afternoon was spent gathering around the new addition to their team. Selena, the Ralt's egg is about to hatch. It will be a beautiful little girl, Ash remarked as he settled beside her. How do you know? Selena asked, eyeing him curiously. I possess a unique ability. I can sense such things, Ash replied, hinting at his aura powers, a fact that was hardly a secret. What he did not mention was the system's generous reward of a shiny Ralts, which irked him somewhat. That evening, Ash and Selena ventured out for a delightful excursion, enjoying each other's company and sharing their thoughts openly. Their bond grew stronger, shedding the earlier awkwardness. The following day, after breakfast, they set off for Libing City, finally arriving by evening. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, they were greeted by a sight of numerous poisoned Pokémon awaiting treatment. As rumored, the Libing Gym specialized in poison types, confirming Ash's suspicions. Brock produced a Chansey to assist Nurse Joy in attending to the afflicted Pokémon. Chapter 60, The Libing Gym Battle, Part 1. After learning about the gym trainers, Ash felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. The gym battles were 3 versus 3, with a notorious Weezing that could decisively end opponents. The potency of poison types was indeed formidable, and many challengers had never encountered such a fearsome trainer. The Libing Gym is not an ordinary establishment. Its strength is remarkable. Alice warned. The Liyong Dojo, ranked just below the Shuanglong Dojo, guarantees impressive results in any league competition for those possessing its badge. With the formidable lineup of Zeraora, Lucario, and Zoroark, I have resolved to take this composition into battle. After a moment of contemplation, Ash firmly decided on his team. Ashu. Iris attempted to dissuade him from challenging the Liyong Dojo, but upon witnessing his unwavering determination, she fell silent. Iris, it's best not to bother. Once Ash sets his mind on something, not even 10 bulls could sway him, Brock remarked with a hint of resignation. Very well, I shall refrain from further persuasion. The following morning, the group overslept, awakening to find it well past 10. Breakfast was no longer an option. After lunch, they followed the map to the vicinity of the dojo, only to be greeted by towering skyscrapers. Are we certain the dojo is situated in such an area? Hold on. The dojo is right here, Brock announced, glancing at his electronic map. What they discovered was not a dojo, but rather a dilapidated entrance adorned with the dojo's insignia. Marred by graffiti. Is this truly the dojo? Upon opening the door, they descended a flight of stairs. Bang! Thud! The blaring sound of music assaulted their ears. Was this a dojo or a concert venue? A battle was underway, with a massive Gyarados collapsing to the ground, its hue turning a sickly purple from poisoning. Gyarados has lost its fighting capability. Weezing emerges victorious, the referee declared from the sidelines. The victorious Weezing exhaled toxic gas in jubilant celebration. Do come again. I shall be waiting, remarked a white-haired woman strumming an electric guitar. The challenger, tears brimming in their eyes, recalled Gyarados and departed. Young one, are you the next challenger? The dojo master inquired, fixing her gaze on Ash. I am Ash from Pallet Town in the Kanto region, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Ash introduced himself with pride. Kanto region? How nostalgic. The woman seemed lost in thought, reminiscing about the past. I am Hamika, a trainer of the Liyong dojo, and this is Weezing, my partner whom I captured in Kanto. Upon seeing Weezing, Ash couldn't help but think of Team Rocket's Jessie. Achu. Jessie, currently on a mission, sneezed. Ash, are you thinking of Team Rocket's Weezing as well? Brock observed Ash's expression. Yeah, my dojo battles are conducted as 3 versus 3, with only the trainers permitted to switch Pokemon. How does that sound? Hamika stated directly. Absolutely, Ash agreed. Now, the Liyong dojo trainer, Hamika, faces Ash from the Kanto region. Each trainer will use 3 Pokemon, and the battle concludes when one side's Pokemon can no longer fight. Only the challenger may switch Pokemon. The referee dutifully announced the rules. Hamika, I shall claim your badge as my first prize. Zoroark, you shall be my first choice, Ash proclaimed, tossing out his first Pokeball. Little brother, you're quite confident. My badges aren't so easily obtained. Hamika retorted with a hint of disdain. I possess legendary badges. Do you think I would fear yours? Ash revealed his badge case. What? Hamika gasped, taken aback. Is he here to cause trouble? Boss, this kid is no ordinary challenger. Besides the Shuanglong Dojo badge, he also possesses the Tiandong Dojo's badge, a drummer behind her remarked, his expression filled with concern. Are you certain? Hamika's composure began to waver. There's no mistaking it. I also have the Steel Wall badge, the drummer affirmed confidently. Looks like we have a serious contender. May I change my lineup? Hamika inquired. Feel free, Ash replied without hesitation. Return Weezing. Centiskorch, prepare for battle. Hamika called forth a formidable Centiskorch. Its purple body adorned with long appendages, towering over 2 meters, at level 69, a mere 6 levels below Ash's Pokemon, but still formidable. Centiskorch, use Flamethrower. Hamika commanded without hesitation. Zoroark, use Shadow Claw. Ash countered confidently, fully believing he could secure victory. The Flamethrower was easily evaded as the 2 Pokemon closed in on each other. Toxic Tail, Hamika whispered. A purple tail struck Zoroark without hesitation, leaving it in apparent agony, though fortunately not poisoned. Shadow Burst. Ash seized the opportunity, delivering a swift counterattack. Defend and follow up with Flamethrower. Hamika skillfully commanded, proving her prowess as a poison-type gym leader. Zoroark was engulfed in flames, struggling against the onslaught, while Hamika aimed to end the battle swiftly. Hypnosis. Zoroark initiated a sleep-inducing move. Seizing the moment, it launched a Dream Eater attack, striking true. Centiskorch has lost its fighting capability. Zoroark emerges victorious. Please send out your second Pokemon, Gym Leader. The referee announced after assessing the situation. As expected, that was a commendable performance, Hamika thought as she recalled Centiskorch. Thank you, Ash expressed, hoping to achieve a swift victory. Scolipede, you're up for the second round. I haven't had the chance to use my main lineup in quite some time. Hamika released a Pokeball, revealing Scolipede. Is this the low-key form of Scolipede? Ash blurted out, recognizing the familiar Pokemon reminiscent of those encountered at the Raven City gym. Someone recognized my Pokemon at first glance. This is a first for me. Hamika exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I encountered a similar Pokemon at the Raven City gym and learned that it has 2 forms, high profile and low profile, Ash disclosed without reservation. No wonder. When did Xiaojin capture Scolipede? I must have a battle with her soon, Hamika pondered internally. Scolipede, Thunderbolt. Hamika commanded, launching an immediate attack. Zoroark, ignore it and strike with Shadow Burst. Ash encouraged, not willing to back down. The 2 Pokemon engaged in a fierce exchange of electric attacks, showcasing their skills. Although Ash's Pokemon had a slight disadvantage, Pikachu's extensive battle experience meant that Ash was confident in their capability to secure victory. After numerous collisions and separations, Pikachu's stamina began to wane, while the trembling salamander appeared unaffected, seemingly unperturbed. System: Ash initiated an off-field rescue. Acquiring this badge offers 2 rewards, level 1 and an electric Zeering, Volt Tackle, one of which may be chosen in advance, but the other will be forfeited. The system presented its proposal. Without hesitation, Ash chose the second option. An electric Zeering materialized into his pocket. Pikachu, it's time to shine, Ash exclaimed as he donned the ring. Pika, what are you planning to do, Ash? Serena inquired, somewhat perplexed, as she produced her own ring. Ash promptly placed his cap onto Pikachu's head, causing the ring in his hand to illuminate brilliantly. Together, Ash and Pikachu executed the same dance moves. Surpassing Volt Tackle. We unleash the might of 1,000,000 volts. No, it is even more formidable, our extraordinary power. A surge of vibrant electricity enveloped Pikachu as it leapt. 7 colors of energy converging in a direct assault against the trembling salamander. Hamika stood in awe, bewildered by the 1,000,000 volts attack she had never encountered before. Not only Hamika, but her bandmates, as well as Brock, Serena, and Alice, were all left speechless. The ultimate impact struck. Hamika, with a sense of urgency, braced herself, realizing this little creature was not adhering to conventional tactics. At long last, the trembling salamander succumbed to the ground. Trembling salamander has lost its fighting capability. Pikachu has emerged victorious. Please send forth the next Pokémon, Gym Leader. The referee announced decisively. Well done, trembling salamander, take a well-deserved rest. Hamika encouraged as she recalled her Pokémon. Ash, you have exceeded my expectations. Splendid work, Hamika remarked, her enthusiasm for the match intensifying. She glanced at Ash, pondering the remarkable 1,000,000 volts attack she had just witnessed, as well as the enigmatic ring he wielded. For my final Pokémon, I present to you one I captured in the Kanto region. Although it is quite common, I assure you, you will not guess it, Hamika declared, a smirk gracing her lips. The audience behind her felt a chill. It had been ages since they had seen their leader in such a mood. Could it be that Pokémon? Hamika, I am curious to know what your last Pokémon is. Nidoking? Nidoqueen? Or perhaps a Stunky? Ash teased. None of those, Hamika replied succinctly. Surely it couldn't be a Beedrill or a Mothim, Ash mused anxiously. Beedrill, let the battle commence. Hamika tossed a Pokeball, and a Beedrill, one of the most commonplace Pokémon in the Kanto region, materialized. A Beedrill? This is an exceedingly common Pokémon. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Ash questioned, his skepticism evident. It seemed that even Team Rocket's Butch had a champion-level Beedrill as a mainstay. Was the leader of this dark force truly utilizing such a mundane Pokémon? Was this the essence of Butch's style? Beedrill. Level 66. Ability, Sniper. Item, Beedrillite. Skills, various. The Sniper ability? This could be troublesome. And it can Mega Evolve? It seems that gym trainers nowadays favor each having a Megastone, Ash noted. Pikachu sensed a hint of pressure. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash commanded calmly, opting for an attack with guaranteed accuracy. The buzzing Beedrill was struck by the Thunderbolt, yet appeared unscathed. Beedrill, Twin Needle. Beedrill moved with astounding speed, its twin stingers gleaming ominously as they lunged forward. Pikachu dodge, Ash instructed. Though the Twin Needle attack was not fatal, it did result in a significant drop in Pikachu's stamina. Change stance, Volt Tackle, Ash declared, unleashing his powerful move. Hamika, utilizing her own formidable move, countered with a powerful attack. Pikachu, however, was beginning to struggle, while Beedrill remained active and unperturbed by the Volt Tackle. Pikachu is unable to continue. It has fainted. Pikachu has lost its fighting capability. Beedrill is victorious. Please replace your Pokémon, Challenger. The referee swiftly announced. Pikachu, you did well. Rest now, Ash consoled, acknowledging Pikachu's unwavering dedication as his first Pokémon. Ash, are you planning to send out Zoroark? Serena speculated. I don't know. I'm uncertain about Ash's next move, she continued. Lucario, you're up, Ash decided, entrusting the final leg of the battle to Lucario, confident that he could withstand any potential Mega Evolution from his opponent. Lucario appeared, exuding vitality and vigor. Lucario, I expected your final Pokémon to be Fire-type, yet you chose a Fighting Steel-type, Hamika remarked, somewhat surprised. Wait, this Lucario seems different. It's not even level 40, yet it dares to battle. There must be something special about it, she noted cautiously. Beedrill, proceed with caution, Swords Dance, Hamika commanded, opting to boost her attack power first. Lucario, let us use Swords Dance as well. Ash responded in kind. Pin Missile. Silver needles rained down upon them at high speed. Dodge and counter with Bone Rush. Ash remained composed, as Lucario conjured a blue bone club and swung it to intercept. Evading the pin missile, Lucario's bone struck forward, while Beedrill engaged with its twin needle attack. Energy Ball. Hamika seized the opportunity for close combat, launching a green orb directly at Lucario. At that moment, a blue light emanated from Ash and Lucario, resonating with the power of Aura. Create distance, Aura Sphere. Ash communicated through the aura. Lucario nodded in agreement. Launching an Aura Sphere. What is happening? Lucario is attacking on its own without any commands. Alice observed keenly. This was the power of Aura. Brock recognized it, recalling their previous encounter with a sealed Lucario in Oridorn City. Ralu. At that moment, a small blue and white creature hatched from Serena's backpack, unnoticed by anyone. Prepare to witness my true strength, Ash. Hamika exclaimed, brandishing a purple guitar. Let the melody resonate, she declared as Beedrill Mega evolved, the joyous chords of the guitar accompanying the transformation. Indeed, Miss Hamika is taking this seriously. I shall not hold back either, Ash stated, undaunted by the now formidable Beedrill adorned with numerous long stingers. Lucario Mega Evolve. He produced his keystone, completing the transformation into Mega Lucario. How many times have we engaged in battles featuring Mega Evolutions? Serena, Alice, and Brock accompanied Ash, reflecting on how frequently they had encountered Mega Evolutions. Brock lamented silently, feeling envious. As a gym trainer himself, he had yet to experience such a phenomenon. Beedrill, Toxic Spikes. Hamika commanded, knowing full well that in a Poison-type gym, one could expect to encounter Poison-type moves. Lucario, Quick Attack, followed by Fire Punch. Ash did not wish to prolong the encounter. Facing a Beedrill with the sniper ability was somewhat daunting. The Beedrill unleashed its twin needle attack, not merely 2 needles this time, but 5 elongated stingers, thrusting directly towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Ash caught the Beedrill and hurled it away, invoking Dragon Pulse. Alas, the Beedrill was fragile and fell swiftly, but was it truly that simple? Just before being captured, the Beedrill managed to evade. Sensing its trajectory, Ash steadied himself, closed his eyes, and utilized his aura to discern the opportune moment in the sky. Chapter 62. Brock's Encounter. Spring has arrived. Now was the moment. Lucario, Fire Punch. Ash was not inclined to dawdle any longer. He struck decisively to conclude the battle and return to rest, as the daily ordeal of sleeping outdoors was becoming quite uncomfortable. Hamika, too, had no choice but to take a gamble with her Beedrill, regardless of the outcome. As the smoke dissipated, the Beedrill lay defeated on the ground, signaling the end of the battle. The match had been thrilling, prompting Ash to deploy his strongest Pokémon. Well done indeed. Hamika recalled her Beedrill, offering her praises. Miss Hamika, your Beedrill is the strongest I have ever encountered, Ash remarked candidly, without a hint of modesty. At that moment, a referee approached, holding a plate. This is the certificate from the Victory Gym, the Poison Badge. You truly deserve it. Hamika presented a purple badge with grace. Thank you, Ash replied, accepting it and placing it into his badge collection box, marking his 6th badge attained. Have you decided on the 7th gym? Hamika inquired, driven by instinct and duty. Not yet. We plan to linger a bit longer before setting off, Ash responded truthfully, leaving no detail concealed. The nearby towns and gyms include both Dragonspire and Snowflake. Since you possess the Legend Badge, there's no need to visit Dragonspire. It would be prudent to prioritize Snowflake City, Hamika suggested, knowing the final decision rested with the trainer. Who is the gym trainer? I am Kenny Yong, here to challenge the gym, announced a rather rotund individual with red hair, barging through the door with a force that startled everyone present. I am the gym trainer, Hamika. I accept your challenge, she stated, observing the impudent newcomer with displeasure. Determined to impart a lesson, Ash and his companions did not rush to leave. They were curious to witness Hamika's remaining Pokémon, settling into the audience seats to watch intently. Ding. Challenge completed, Victory Gym. Due to an advance on rewards, the rewards have been rescinded. The system's notification appeared. No problem. It was agreed upon, no objections, was the collective sentiment. Lucario, Level Up Battle, double experience card activated, now at level 35 and 39. Pikachu, level 47 and 49, Zoroark gains 2 experience points. The participating Pokémon S levels began to rise. Kenny Yang's battle commenced with his Pokémon lineup consisting of Cheetah, Hitmonlee, and Zebstrika. In contrast, Hamika's team featured Weezing, Centiskorch, and Dustox, mirroring the anime's roster. Kenny Yang's Cheetah swiftly defeated Weezing, succumbing to poison and losing its battle capability. Centiskorch was even more ruthless, eliminating both Hitmonlee and Zebstrika in quick succession, and when Dustox entered the fray, Zebstrika was swiftly incapacitated by poison. While the brutality was somewhat severe, It at least served to teach that rude individual a lesson. Kenny Young boasted that the victory gem would be his 8th badge, vowing to secure it. After bidding farewell to Hamika and the others, the time had turned to midday. During the competition, Serena had already researched the best dining establishments, noting which restaurants were renowned for their delectable offerings and high ratings. Arriving at an unassuming ramen shop in Victory City, the sign reading ramen. The group exchanged glances at Serena in unison, incredulous. Are you joking? Are you certain we haven't gone astray? Serena, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, replied softly. This is the best ramen shop in Victory City. It doesn't require fancy decor, and it's less crowded at this hour. The group, feeling famished, reluctantly acquiesced. Welcome. Upon entering, they were greeted by a beautiful woman with glasses and an elderly lady preparing ramen. Brock's heart raced to 100 beats per minute. He unexpectedly produced a bouquet of flowers, dropped to one knee, and after a flurry of sweet nothings and a heartfelt confession, left everyone dumbfounded. Lucario. Usebone rushed to snap Brock back to reality. Ash called out. Misty, Max, and the mischievous Frogadier were absent, prompting Ash to summon Lucario. It was not entirely surprising that the girl did not decline his advances, as Lucario retracted the bone. Ash, Iris, and Serena were left in awe. Why? Was the collective thought among everyone except Brock. I shall speak, dear. The elderly lady interjected, leaning on her cane. Grandmother? The girl blushed. And who might you be? The old woman inquired. I am your father's daughter. It is our first meeting, Brock stammered, trembling with anticipation. To his astonishment, the mother had not approached him. Rather, it was her son who had come to visit. I have a connection with your family. We were once close friends. I promised that if the next generation had 2 boys, they would be brothers. If girls, they would be sisters. And if a boy and a girl, then. The old woman left her sentence unfinished. You cannot be that chubby girl from my childhood. Brock recollected a figure from when he was 6 years old. Chubby girl? What nonsense. Ash and the others felt as though they were mere spectators in a drama. System task. Assist Brock in finding true love. Wedding gift package included. System. Mind your own business. I'm not even married yet. He retorted, casting a glance at Serena. Serena, caught in Ash's unwavering gaze, lowered her head, her cheeks flushing with color. They learned about Brock and the girl named Xiaoxin. Both families belonged to prominent lineages and had originally resided in Pewter City. But due to certain circumstances, they had separated. Upon seeing Brock for the first time, she recognized him instantly. Just as they began to forge connections, the door swung open once more, and Hamika burst in. Upon surveying the scene, she paused momentarily and respectfully addressed, Grandmother. Miss Hamika, is there something you need? Ash inquired with curiosity. You lot are far too careless. You've lost your Pokémon without even realizing it, Hamika chastised, pulling out a blue and white Pokémon from her backpack. Ralts? Ash recalled an egg he had once possessed. Oh, when did the egg hatch? Serena immediately checked the incubation container, only to find it completely empty. Ralts approached Serena cautiously. Ash, this gift is delightful, Serena exclaimed, unable to restrain herself, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Serena, mind your manners. There are so many eyes upon us, Ash said, feeling a bit embarrassed as everyone in the room watched the pair with knowing expressions. Serena suddenly remembered they were in someone else's establishment. Ralts, shiny. Level 0, just hatched. Type, psychic. Ability, synchronize. Moves, growl, confusion, telekinesis, hypnosis. This little one is remarkable, boasting 4 skills, several of which are likely inherited, Brock noted. Already dialing the pewter gym, where his brother, Flint, answered, informing him their parents were off traveling once more. It is utterly impossible to make contact. These parents are truly capricious. How did I end up with such parents? On a small island in the Orange Archipelago, Little Gang's parents let out a resounding sneeze, but paid it no mind, continuing to revel in the splendor of the sea, the azure sky, and this rare moment of leisure. Chapter 63, The Return of Pidgeot. After savoring a bowl of ramen, Ash swiftly departed the ramen shop with Alice and Serena, having had their fill of this delightful distraction. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, they retreated to their respective rooms. Ash resumed his study of the upcoming route, though his mind wandered restlessly. Little Gang had encountered true love, which should have been a cause for celebration, yet his journey must persist. System, how about a culinary skill? Ash called out to the system. Gone missing. And at such a crucial moment, no one was present. How dull. System, you truly are a nuisance. Just then, Ash received a call from Professor Oak. Ash, where did you capture that Keldeo? It's quite the battle fanatic, Professor Oak remarked, wrapped in bandages. Near the forest by Yulongqing City, it witnessed the swordsman's oath. Ash confessed. The oath of the sacred sword, indeed a rare sight, Professor Oak exclaimed, astonished. Surely, you have other inquiries, Professor? Ash sensed ulterior motives in the professor's tone. The professor smirked and sidestepped. I hear little gang has found true love? A girl with braided hair, cradling a maril, stepped into view. Mayumi? Ash exclaimed, surprised. She was indeed the companion who had journeyed with him through Kanto, the Orange Archipelago, and Qingdu. She still bore the appearance of a child, unchanged. With a disdainful glance, Mayumi regarded Ash. Little Gang's true love was evidently a childhood sweetheart. No wonder she had accepted without hesitation. Ash, preferring not to reminisce, cut straight to the point. He and Mayumi were all too familiar with Little Gang's temperament, and it was unexpected that he had found a true love in the form of a childhood friend. Is that not Mayumi? Long time no see. Little Gang's voice suddenly emerged from behind. Ash was unaware of when he had appeared. Seizing the moment while Little Gang and Mayumi caught up, Ash discreetly slipped away. Ding. System upgrade complete. Upon returning to his room, Ash received the system notification. Damn system, where have you been? He muttered in mild frustration. Were you off wooing a mother system? Host, what are you thinking? I was repairing bugs and providing an upgrade gift. The system replied with a hint of disdain. Opening the gift, he found, Return of Old Pokémon, Random 1. 10 draws. The 10 consecutive draws commenced, igniting his interest in fortune. In his previous life, 10 consecutive draws yielded 9 thank you for your patronage, nearly causing a heart attack. Union Card X1. Alliance Coins X100, 000. Alliance Coins X10, 000. Leaf Stone X1. Thank you for your patronage X3. Culinary Art Max. Matching Couple Bracelets X1 pair. Awakening Stone X1. System, you must be doing this on purpose. For instances of thank you for your patronage. Ash exclaimed. What is the purpose of the return of old Pokémon? In the original anime, Pokémon released can return one specified Pokémon. Do you wish to proceed? After a moment of contemplation, Ash decided to call back Pidgeot. He had not gone to retrieve it back then, and felt somewhat guilty. Ding. Pidgeot will arrive at Professor Oak's lab shortly. Yes. He checked Pidgeot's information. Pidgeot, type, flying. Level, 45. Ability, keen eye, held item. None, moves, steel wing, air slash. Brave bird, hurricane, feather dance, wing attack, hyper beam. As Ash's initial partner, Pidgeot possessed remarkable battle prowess and served as the leader of the Pidgey family, exhibiting exceptional combat and leadership skills. What is the purpose of the Union Card? Is it meant to pair Little Gang with someone? The Union Card maximizes the intimacy between two individuals, rendering them inseparable. It is suggested that the host utilize it themselves. Bind to Serena. The binding was successful. Meanwhile, Serena harbored a premonition that being with Ash was indeed the best choice. Although they were already in a romantic relationship, they had yet to progress further. Simultaneously, at Professor Oak's research lab, a gigantic silhouette circled overhead. Bulbasaur, sensing the ominous presence, alerted Ash and his Pokémon to prepare to intercept the looming figure. Is someone attempting to ambush us? Keldeo, finishing its training and resting under a large tree, immediately rushed to provide assistance upon hearing the commotion. Not only Keldeo, but also other high-level companions such as Infernape, Sceptile, and Dragapult joined the fray. Infernape unleashed a powerful flamethrower. Sceptile followed suit with a solar beam. Keldeo surged forward with its sacred sword. The massive shadow, sensing an attack, summoned a violent storm. Bulbasaur remained vigilant. Bulbasaur began to gather energy in its back seeds. A solar beam was fired, yet the shadow remained elusive. Talonflame and Swellow, two flying-type Pokémon, soared upward at breakneck speed. Finally, the true form of the shadow became clear, a large beige bird. The two Pokémon recognized it as Pidgeot, the final evolution of the regional bird, Pidgey, from Kanto. What a commotion! Mayumi, helping to feed Pokémon at Professor Oak's lab, heard the ruckus and came out to investigate. Bulbasaur, what is happening? She inquired, most familiar with the Bulbasaur that accompanied her. Bulbasaur gestured wildly, yet Mayumi could not decipher its meaning. Pidgeot, spotting familiar figures below, disregarded everything and swooped down. Pidgeot? At last recognizing the Pokémon, Mayumi exclaimed that it was the very Pidgeot released in the forest, Ash's Pokémon. You didn't go retrieve it, and it found you instead. Ash, you could have done better. Stand down. I know this Pokémon, Mayumi assured, as Pidgeot descended gently. She gently stroked Pidgeot's soft feathers, noting how it had grown stronger since their last encounter. Pidgeot chirped joyfully, eager to reunite with its trainer. However, it had encountered an old traveling companion, drawing ever closer to finding Ash. Pidgeot called out anxiously, longing to see its trainer. All right, I understand you wish to see Ash. He is currently in the Unova region and just contacted me. It will be a few days before he reaches the next town. Can you wait? Mayumi chuckled at Pidgeot's impatience, realizing she had no choice but to soothe it for the time being. Chapter 64. Little Gang and Alice bid farewell. In the Pokemon Center, Ash, Little Gang, Alice, and Serena gathered in the resting area. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Little Gang, do you intend to return to Kanto? Is this a farewell? Ash was taken aback to learn that Little Gang was leaving the group to head back early. I plan to settle down in Kanto with Mayumi. So I am concluding my journey ahead of schedule, Little Gang stated, glancing at Mayumi with resignation. Ash found himself at a loss for words, having no further counsel to offer. Over the years, from Kanto to the present Unova region, it was Brock who had always been by his side, providing care and companionship. Their relationship was exceptionally harmonious. What is going on with you, Iris? Ash pondered, aware that Brock's decisions were generally not to be contested. Yet, he couldn't comprehend Iris's impending departure. Iris, too, found herself at a loss for words. Not wanting to pry, Ash chose silence. Under the moonlight, Ash sat in the park, lost in thought. Suddenly, Serena appeared from behind and wrapped her arms around him. Ash, are you reluctant to see Brock and Iris leave? She murmured. It wasn't that Ash was unwilling. After such a long journey together, the thought of sudden parting felt disconcerting. Brock has found love, and Iris must return to her homeland in a hurry. But fear not, for I still have you, Ash stated somewhat awkwardly. How annoying. Serena blushed, lowering her gaze shyly. The two embraced beneath the moonlight, sharing a tender evening together. The next day, Iris quietly departed, leaving behind a letter assuring them not to worry. Brock, however, chose to remain, showing no intention of leaving just yet. Ash observed Brock's display of affection and felt overwhelmed by the romantic atmosphere, which left him and Serena feeling rather uncomfortable. Determined to prepare for their journey, Ash set about gathering supplies. Previously, many cooking utensils had belonged to Brock, and Ash felt too shy to ask for them. Fortunately, the tents and other necessities were readily available. That evening, as they prepared to leave, the two of them tallied their supplies to see what was still needed. Brock approached Ash. Since we must part ways, I have nothing much to offer. But here are some Pokemon food recipes and potion-making methods I've compiled. I hope you find them useful, he said, handing Ash a small notebook filled with essential information. Thank you, Ash replied, recognizing the depth of Brock's dedication and expertise in Pokemon care reflected in the densely written pages. Brock took a moment to bid farewell. Misty, what brings you here at this late hour? After seeing Brock off, Ash received a call from Misty, sensing something was amiss. He feigned calmness. It's 10 o'clock at night. You know, macho. Misty temporarily suppressed her anger. This was not the time for arguments. Glancing at her Pidgeot, she asked, Ash, before heading to the Orange Islands. What promise did you make? Promise? Ash pretended to be oblivious. Pidgeot, I don't want you anymore. Why not stay with me and enjoy a life of luxury? Misty's Pidgeot affectionately nuzzled against her, displaying a close bond that left Ash gritting his teeth at the sight of such betrayal. Misty had encountered Pidgeot in the forest, and after seeing how well it had adapted, she had hoped to return it to Ash, only to find him in his typical oblivious state. Pidgeot, welcome back, Ash said, a faint grimace on his face. Pidgeot, along with Pikachu and Butterfree, had always been loyal and obedient, often sent out for reconnaissance missions. Pidgeot gazed at the familiar Ash and Pikachu, eyes brimming with tears. Brock is returning to Kanto with his partner. When will you bring yours around for a visit? Ash teased, diverting the conversation. Misty was still processing the news of Brock having a partner, and the fact that he was returning to Kanto left her shocked. Brock has found true love? She thought, momentarily forgetting her earlier intentions. Enough of this. Misty, send Pidgeot to me. Let us have a proper reunion. Ash chuckled at Misty's flustered expression. System notification, Misty's favorability rating towards me. Misty, one of my earliest travel companions and the Cerulean gym leader, currently has a favorability rating of 95. Host should strive to improve this. It seems that novice trainers in Kanto are faced with a daunting challenge right from the start. I received Pidgeot's Pokeball. Thank you, Misty, Ash said as the Pokeball arrived. The call ended. Let us meet an old friend, he said to Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu was excited at the prospect of reuniting with an old companion. Arriving at the training grounds, Ash threw the Pokeball. Pidgeot, it's you. Pidgeot. With a commanding presence. Pidgeot emerged, embodying the majesty of a returning king. Welcome back. Ash gently caressed Pidgeot's feathers, noting how much larger it had grown since their last parting. Still so gentle. He remarked. What Pokemon is this? Serena inquired as she stepped forward. Allow me to introduce you. This is Pidgeot, one of my earliest partners in Kanto. If it weren't for my duty to protect the Pidgey and Pidgeotto, I would have brought Pidgeot back much sooner, Ash proudly proclaimed to Serena. Serena stroked Pidgeot, marveling at its soft feathers. Pidgeot, I look forward to working with you, she said warmly. Pidgeot nodded, acknowledging Serena. Let us get some rest. We have another early start tomorrow, Ash noted, glancing at the time. It was already quite late. Chapter 65, Special Training. In Viridian City, after bidding farewell to Iris, Ash and Serena prepared to continue their journey, as they still had gym challenges ahead. The Youth Cup and the Unova League awaited their participation. Just as they entered the forest beyond Viridian City, Brock received a call from Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, informing him that someone was looking for Ash. A white-haired old man appeared before him, Mr. Shaka from the Dragon Gym. Aren't you Brock? Where's Ash? He asked, recognition dawning on him. Ash has already set off. I'm staying in Viridian City as I prepare to return to Kanto, Brock explained. At that moment, two Pokémon appeared beside Mr. Shaka, one with 3 heads and the other resembling a scythe-wielding creature. Garchomp? Hydreigon? Brock exclaimed, immediately recognizing the 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Indeed, I have kept my promise. Both are at the near-peak level of power. They have participated in many gym battles recently, gaining ample real-world experience. Mr. Shaka praised his Pokémon highly. Had you called earlier, Ash would still be here. I just sent Iris off 2 hours ago, Brock lamented. Such a shame, Mr. Shaka replied, feeling regretful that he had missed his chance to return them directly. Ash, meanwhile, was walking through the forest when he suddenly sneezed, not giving it much thought. By midday, they found a clearing where they set up a fire and prepared the food Ash had cooked, causing Serena to feel quite hungry. When did you become such a skilled cook, Ash? I had no idea, she exclaimed while eating, her expression one of satisfaction. Heh, this is my first attempt at cooking. I didn't expect it would turn out this well, Ash said, scratching his head shyly. With the culinary skills bestowed by the system, the Pokémon relished their meals with evident delight, including the aloof Snivy, who appeared to thoroughly enjoy the dining experience. As Lucario was savoring his food, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wave bomb directed towards the nearby bushes. The other Pokémon, witnessing Lucario's sudden action, became alert. Lucario, what's going on? Ash inquired, observing Lucario's vigilance. Could it be Team Rocket? Meanwhile, far away in Snowflake City, the trio sneezed simultaneously, unaware of who might be thinking of them. Are you Kenny? A chubby figure emerged from the bushes, struck by the wave bomb. It's Kenny, he replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice at being misnamed. Did you manage to acquire the toxic badge from the victory gym? Ash asked, scrutinizing him. I didn't win. I lost in the second round, Kenny replied, lowering his head. So, you're also participating in the league tournament? Kenny grasped the crux of the matter, surprised to find that the person before him would be a future opponent. Yes. I have 2 badges, and I just need 1 more for my entry ticket. Ash showcased his badges proudly. The Dual Dragon Legend badge, the Steel Wall badge from Dusty Town, and the Cold Moon badge from Winter City. What kind of trainer are you? Kenny mused, noticing that Ash possessed several prestigious gym badges from the Unova region. I'm Ash, from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. He introduced himself succinctly. I'm Serena. From Azalea Town in the Kalos region, Serena chimed in, greeting him as well. Are these your Pokémon? Kenny glanced at the field, noting Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu, Pidgeot, Zarude, Snivy, Lucario, and the rare Chandelure. Indeed, Pikachu, Pidgeot, and Zarude were brought from Kanto. The others I encountered here, Ash replied directly. How did you obtain the toxic badge? Kenny, momentarily diverting his envious gaze, asked curiously. My Pokémon were different from yours. I faced the main team of Hamika and narrowly won. Ash refrained from divulging too much information. Suddenly, an inappropriate noise interrupted, causing Kenny to feel embarrassed. He had followed the delightful aroma only to be caught off guard. Hee, feeling hungry? Come join me. Ash invited him to sit down and share a meal. Another serving, please. Another serving. Another serving. Kenny devoured 5 individual meals before finally feeling satisfied, prompting Ash to mutter under his breath. Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? Ash, I think I need to replenish my food supplies, Serena whispered. This guy's appetite is enormous. Agreed. Fortunately, it's not far from Victory City. A quick trip won't hurt, Ash replied. Kenny wiped the grease from his mouth and addressed Ash. Train with me. I need to prepare for my battle at the Victory Gym. Determined, Kenny resolved not to wander aimlessly anymore. He was intent on securing his 8th badge. Ding! Assist Kenny in training. Receive 1 Everstone. Release your Pokémon. I want to see their capabilities. Ash accepted without hesitation, eager to gauge Kenny's strength. Kenny unleashed 5 Pokeballs, a Zebstrika, a Shiinotic, a Leopard, an Inteleon, and a Kingler, of which Ash recognized 3, with the Inteleon appearing to be his starter Pokémon. Ash assigned Inteleon and Shiinotic to Lucario, while Pikachu took on Zebstrika, and Chandelure faced Liepard. Pikachu and Zebstrika were of similar levels, focusing on speed training, with Pikachu employing Iron Tail and Volt Tackle in alternating turns. Lucario and Shiinotic engaged in practice with fighting-type moves, executing techniques like the Hand Blade and Farmer's Triple Punch with ease despite a 10-level difference. Moreover, Lucario utilized his aura to gain insight into his opponent's actions. Chandelure, facing the similarly dark-type Liepard, unleashed a barrage of fire-type moves such as Flamethrower and Inferno, alternating attacks with precision. Seeing the Pokémon train diligently, Kenny couldn't sit still. He picked up a nearby rock and began his training, despite his size. He was surprisingly agile and resilient. 3 days flew by swiftly. Zebstrika mastered the ultimate charge, while Pikachu taught it Volt Tackle. Shiinotic grasped the basics of the Farmer's Triple Punch, and Liepard significantly improved its speed. Although their overall strength had increased considerably, the gym battle still seemed precarious. The trio returned to Victory City to replenish supplies and restore their Pokémon's strength. "You are Ash?" Nurse Joy recognized him at first glance. "Yes, Nurse Joy. Is there something you need?" Ash inquired curiously. "You should contact Mr. Shaka." On the day Brock left, he received a call from Mr. Shaka saying you had departed. "But it seems you have returned," Nurse Joy smiled. "Mr. Shaka is looking for me?" Chapter 66. Brock's Plans, The Return of the Dual Dragons. Mr. Shaka sought him out. Did that mean Garchomp and Dragapult had finally completed their final evolutions? These two pseudo-legends required a high evolution level, Garchomp at level 48 and Dragapult at level 64. Now that both Pokémon had returned, they must be at least level 64. Dialing the Dual Dragon Gym's number yielded no response. It appeared no one was present. "Ash, what's going on?" Serena asked, holding her Ralts as she observed Ash's anxious demeanor. Without turning around, Ash muttered, "Both Garchomp and Dragapult have evolved. I need to find Mr. Shaka to retrieve them." Ash inwardly cursed the situation. Why was no one answering the phone? It was exasperating. Surprised by the promising information upon their return to Victory City, Serena suggested, "Why don't we stay here for a while and try to contact Mr. Shaka?" Ash nodded, realizing that was the only option. Arriving at the training grounds of the Pokémon Center, Kenny was still adjusting his Pokémon to their optimal states. Meanwhile, Brock received a call from Shaka, learning that Shaka would be traveling to other regions and could not take Garchomp and Dragapult with him, so he had sent them over. "Garchomp, you've grown much stronger than when you were a Gabite. I presume you've been training hard with Mr. Shaka," Brock observed as Garchomp sparred with Swampert, noting the significant improvements across the board. Glimpsing his former partner Dragapult reuniting with his old friend, the now-evolved Scalchop, Brock felt relieved. Scalchop had finally evolved. Stimulated by Dragapult's presence, and their bond remained strong. "Scalchop, make sure to learn well from Dragapult," Brock planned his future endeavors. Considering opening a restaurant and managing the pewter gym effectively, Brock proposed to the Kanto League to continue serving as the pewter gym trainer. But he needed to undergo assessments and recommend new talent. He was unafraid of the assessments. Steelix and Swampert were his mainstays, and he had no worries there. As for recommendations, he considered reaching out to Chairman Samalanch and the Dragon-type Elite Four member, Drayton. Both were old acquaintances. "I'm so hungry." Kenny accidentally stumbled into a ramen shop where Xiaoxin was working, bursting through the door. "Boss, 10 bowls of ramen," Kenny shouted as he entered, disregarding whether anyone was inside. A fierce Garchomp emerged, finding the shop deserted, perfectly timed for its search for a meal. The hunger of Kenny Yang dissipated in an instant. Encountering a Pokémon of such stature while merely seeking ramen was utterly unexpected. The Garchomp turned away, seemingly in search of someone, for it was indeed a Pokémon, not a human, and thus lacked the ability to procure food on its own. "Welcome to our establishment. Would you care for a bite?" Brock approached, momentarily taken aback by the rotund figure before him. "Aren't you the one who travels with Ash?" Kenny recognized the bespectacled man. Growing increasingly familiar. Wasn't he the one who adventured alongside Ash? "Aren't you the one who failed the challenge at the Victory Gym, Ken? What was it again?" Brock's memory sparked. "Is it so hard to remember my name?" Kenny sighed, exasperated by the frequent misremembering. "I guess I'm just fortunate to be mistaken so often. By the way, is Ash still at the Pokémon Center? Would you like to meet up?" Kenny, slurping his ramen, delivered the significant news. "Really?" Brock was pleasantly surprised to hear such delightful tidings. "Indeed, Garchomp and Hydreigon will soon reunite with Ash. Isn't that splendid?" Brock exclaimed to the two Pokémon that had just arrived. "Chomp! Roar!" Kenny instantly lost his appetite. It was one thing for Garchomp to belong to Ash, but Hydreigon as well. This was a hellish opening act for the league competition. "Come back, Brock, return them to their Pokeballs." After exchanging a few words with Xiaoxin, He promptly made his way to the Pokemon Center. Brock hastened to the Pokemon Center, inquiring with Nurse Joy, and learned that Ash was in the training area. Rushing there without delay, Ash, Serena, Brock called out from a distance, spotting the duo training their Pokemon. Brock, Ash and Serena were taken aback by Brock's unexpected appearance. Here, these 2 Pokeballs are for you. Mr. Shaka entrusted me to deliver them. Brock produced the Pokeballs. Brock, are these the 2 Pokemon? Ash pondered. Eyeing the Pokeballs. Yes, you now possess 6 Pokemon. It's time to send 2 back home and reunite, Brock said nonchalantly. Garchomp, type, ground. Dragon, level, 62. Potential, champion. Ability, rough skin. Moves, crunch, dragon pulse, stone edge, dragon claw, brick break, dragon dance, Draco meteor, earthquake, dark pulse, protect, dig, dragon dance, outrage. Dragon claw, ice beam, flamethrower. Hydreigon, type, dark, dragon, level, 65. Potential, semi-champion. Ability, levitate. Moves, tri-attack, Draco meteor, steel wing, hurricane, dark pulse, hyper beam, outrage, dragon dance. Dragon claw, flamethrower, hurricane, aerial ace. Both Garchomp and Hydreigon had fully evolved, their strengths significantly enhanced, likely due to their participation in gym battles, thus gaining considerable battle experience. After returning the Crystal Lamp and the Vine Snake, Kenny was finally reunited with his 2 old companions. Garchomp, Hydreigon, you shall be my choices. Ash tossed a Pokeball in an arc, and both Pokemon appeared before him. Pikachu immediately approached Garchomp. After all, they were old friends. Beedrill. Brock recognized the massive figure nearby, immediately identifying the Beedrill he had cared for in the past, and approached it warmly. Ash, what are your plans next? Brock inquired. The Snowflake Gym, Ash declared, eager to proceed without delay. Brock nodded, refraining from further discussion. The 2 conversed for quite some time, uncertain of when they might meet again. The following day, Brock accompanied Ash and Serena for a while. Chapter 67, Snowflake City, Team Rocket's Internal Strife. Ash made no stops in Victory City, heading directly to the next destination, the Snowflake Gym in Snowflake City. Since you have inquired with such sincerity, ordinary individuals would not respond. But we shall make an exception. To prevent the destruction of the earth, to protect the peace of the world, and to uphold love and truth in our villainy. We are the charmingly comical antagonists, Yamato and Kojiro. The duo of Team Rocket traversing the galaxy, clad in vibrant red, awaited a rosy tomorrow. Ash shook his head, recalling that, like the Kaji Gym in Chengdu, it was not situated in a city blanketed in ice and snow. It's still early. Let us head to the gym first. After we finish battling, we can enjoy a nice lunch and then rest before continuing our journey. Ash glanced at the time. It was barely past 10. Serena nodded in agreement, finding the lack of snow rather dull and unnecessary for lingering. Ash's true intention was to assess the strengths of Garchomp and Hydreigon. Without further ado, they made their way to the Snowflake Gym, noting the peculiar weather of the city. Upon arriving at the gym's location, a sign at the entrance provided a reminder. The internal temperature is exceptionally cold. Please dress warmly. Thank you. The notice was prominently displayed, ensuring that all trainers were well aware. The message was clear and considerate. However, a further note indicated that the gym leader was absent and challengers should return in 3 days. It seems we cannot challenge the gym now. Let us try again in a few days. Suddenly, a mechanical arm descended from above, and before Ash could react, Pikachu was snatched away. Who goes there? Show yourself. The eerie silence enveloped the area, as this time the enemy remained unseen. In such a scenario, Ash could only suspect one group, Team Rocket. Team Rocket, do you require my invitation to come out? Ash called sternly to the surroundings. From the grass came a rustling sound. This time it was not the usual duo, but rather 2 new figures clad in black Team Rocket attire. How unfortunate. We've been discovered. The blonde woman glared at Ash and Serena with malice. Who are you? Serena, unfamiliar with them, asked. Since you have sincerely inquired, ordinary individuals would not respond. But we shall make an exception. To prevent the destruction of the earth, to protect the peace of the world, and to uphold love and truth in our villainy. We are the charmingly comical antagonists, Yamato and Kojiro. ISNT that Yamato and Kojiro? Ash recalled the names of the man and woman before him. Ash had some recollection of them, similar to the bumbling trio, both part of Team Rocket, though their dialogue left much to be desired. It's Kojiro, not Kojiro. The blue-haired one. My rage is ignited by the constant misnaming. Return Pikachu to us, you 2 insignificant pests. Ash stated firmly, unwilling to waste time and energy on them. Who are you calling a small fry? The insult ignited Yamato and Kojiro's fury. As elite members of Team Rocket, They were far from mere insignificant nuisances. Garchomp retrieved Pikachu. Observing the two individuals unwilling to compromise, he unhesitatingly withdrew a Pokeball. Rattata, Crunch. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Amato and Shotaro were determined not to let this opportunity slip away, intent on capturing the Garchomp. Garchomp, Dragon Pulse. Ash offered no chance for them to react, unleashing a powerful move. Amato and Shotaro were taken aback by the boy's precision. From the very outset, he displayed extraordinary prowess. After several rounds, he decisively defeated Rattata and Houndoom, swiftly dispatching this forgetful duo from Team Rocket. However, he found himself reminiscing about the trio he hadn't seen in quite some time. Having sent the two bothersome foes packing and rescued the ensnared Pikachu, Ash opened the Pokeball only to find Pikachu in a disconcerting state, utterly devoid of energy. "System, what is the situation?" he inquired. "Beep. This is a Ditto. It has been swapped, you fool," the system retorted mercilessly. At that moment, Pikachu emitted a faint glow, revealing a warm, plush purple Pokemon. "Amato, Shotaro, congratulations. You have successfully provoked me. Pidgeot, Garchomp, track down Team Rocket's whereabouts and retrieve Pikachu. I will wait here." Upon witnessing the transformed Ditto, Ash's expression darkened as he promptly dispatched his Pokemon to search. Meanwhile, Amato and Shotaro, clutching the captured Pikachu, fled a considerable distance, fearful of an imminent confrontation. "Isn't that the little brat's Pikachu? How did it end up in Amato's hands?" Shotaro pondered, as he and his companions enjoyed rice balls in a nearby clearing, their attention drawn to the two figures. Indeed, they were holding the swapped Pikachu. "What did you say?" X2 Meowth and Musashi followed Shotaro's gaze and confirmed it was indeed Pikachu. "Capture it and present it to the boss for a promotion and raise," was the collective thought of the trio. Amato, Shotaro, hand over Pikachu. Musashi, Shotaro, and Meowth swiftly obstructed their path. Musashi, Shotaro. The two were momentarily dumbfounded at the appearance of their adversaries, not expecting to encounter them here. "And my name is Shotaro, not Shotaro." Shotaro fumed, irked at having his name mispronounced twice in 1 hour. "You want us to hand it over?" "Absolutely not. Alakazam, Ember, prepare for battle." The two produced 2 pristine Pokeballs. Gengar, Leafeon. Musashi and Shotaro were equally unwilling to back down. Alakazam, Psychic. Gengar, Fire Punch. Amato and Shotaro's Pokemon were of considerable level, well practiced in combat. Leafeon, Leaf Storm. Gengar, Hypnosis. During this time, Musashi and Shotaro had not been remiss in training their Pokemon. Garchomp soared through the air, searching for something, when it heard an explosion nearby. Naturally drawn to the commotion, it flew directly towards it. Shark. Spotting the familiar pairs of individuals and the ensnared Pikachu beside them, it wasted no time in diving down with a Dragon Rush. Where did Garchomp come from? Gengar. Ice Beam. As Garchomp descended from the sky, the battle shifted focus to it. Battle-hardened, Garchomp was undeterred by the Ice Beam, effortlessly evading the attack. "Doesn't this Garchomp bear a striking resemblance to that brat's Gibble?" Meowth mused, drawing a conclusion. Shark. Garchomp recognized the Meowth it had previously bitten, astonished that it remained as troublesome as ever. Without hesitation, Garchomp launched an assault on both sides. Meanwhile, Ash's Pidgeot had returned without discovering any targets, pondering whether Garchomp had taken too long. At that moment, 2 voices echoed from the sky. What an annoying feeling. What an irritating mood. The 2 rocket teams soared through the skies once more. Indeed, they were the ones sent away by the Dragon Pulse. Chapter 68. The Snowflake Gym Battle, Part 1. Pika? Pikachu, having been rescued, rushed toward Ash. That Pidgeot and Garchomp are impressive. A man accompanied by a Beartic observed this unfold from a distance. At the Pokemon Center, Ash brought Pikachu in for a thorough examination, relieved to find it merely exhausted and with no other issues. "Welcome back, Ash. The Snowflake Gym leader, Akuchi, has returned. You can challenge him now. Do remember, the Snowflake Gym is quite cold, so dress warmly," Nurse Joy informed them during their lunch. "Back already? What a coincidence," Ash exclaimed, surprised at the opportunity to challenge the gym ahead of schedule. He contemplated who to choose. Serena, feeling that Snowflake City lacked attractions, inquired eagerly. "Garchomp, Hydreigon, and Superior," Ash blurted out without a moment's thought. Serena was taken aback. "You're sending 2 dragon types to an ice-type gym? Isn't that a bit reckless? Superior is on the verge of evolution, needing only the right catalyst. I want to see the results of my training with Garchomp and Hydreigon," Ash explained, sensing Serena's unease. "Very well, since it's not my challenge, I'll let you do as you wish." Ash exchanged a learning device at the system shop and equipped it on Ralts. Ensuring it could still gain experience even without participating in battles, as it neared the level to evolve into Kirlia. Ash, do you have any Ice-type Pokémon? Serena asked before they set off. I have an Frostless, caught in the Hoenn region after evolving from a Snorunt, Ash replied casually. Reflecting on that Frostless, Ash shivered at the thought of being frozen by it again. Upon arriving at the gym, the previous notice at the entrance was no longer visible. They donned their pre-prepared winter coats and stepped inside, where Pikachu trembled from the chilling wind. Pika, I am Akuchi, the leader of the Snowflake Gym. Who is the challenger? Upon reaching the battle arena, a man on a high platform inquired. Aren't you cold, old man? Ash recognized Akuchi immediately, noting the bare feet and exposed arm. Shivering at the thought. I'm training. You wouldn't understand, Akuchi replied, shaking his head with his eyes closed. Ash positioned himself on the opposite side, ready for battle. The rules of the Snowflake Gym are 4 versus 4. Only the challenger may switch Pokemon. Is there any objection? The referee of the Snowflake Gym, having not seen anyone, allowed Akuchi to announce. No objections, Ash responded, not overthinking the change from the original 3 versus 3 format. I choose him. Go, Vanillux. Akuchi sent forth a Pokemon formed from 2 ice cream cones. Level 55? Ash was taken aback. That is quite a high level. Lucario, you're the one. Ash had underestimated the levels of the gym leader's Pokemon. Vanillux Haze. Akuchi did not rush to attack. Lucario, use Aura Sphere to probe. Ash instructed Lucario to communicate through its aura. Lucario emitted a soft blue glow, searching for the target, then unleashed an Aura Sphere. It's a decoy. Vanillux, shrouded in haze, used substitute. Lucario, engage freely. Ash, unable to discern the situation within the haze, advised Lucario to proceed with caution while engaging in a free battle. Lucario understood Ash's intent and offered a reassuring glance. Amid the haze, the sounds of powerful moves and skill collisions echoed, obscured by the fog. Akuchi exhibited no intent to issue commands, merely observing with a confident demeanor. At this moment, the white mist finally dissipated, and Lucario delivered a powerful strike with its bone club directly onto the AA Dodo ice, rendering it unable to battle. Lucario, having fought beyond its level, advanced from level 2 to level 42. It leveled up. What splendid news. Well done, AA Dodo ice. Akuchi coldly recalled AA Dodo ice. Frostless, the second round is entrusted to you. Without further ado, Akuchi summoned Frostless. What is happening here? Frostless, described in the original work as Akuchi's trump card, has been dispatched so swiftly, and at level 57. Ash felt a twinge of confusion. Akuchi spoke. Ash, you must have noticed. You've obtained the Courage and Twin Dragons gym badges, and now I shall reveal my true strength in this battle. I hope you don't disappoint me. So that was the case. Akuchi had checked his data. His real trump card was still to come. How could he possibly send out only 2 gym-level Pokemon against me? Lucario, return. Pikachu, it's your turn. Without hesitation, Ash opted for Pikachu, a nimble Pokemon, to face the imposing Frostless. Pikachu is brimming with determination. Frostless, use Spikes. Upon seeing Pikachu enter the fray, Akuchi showed no mercy. Spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the air. Pikachu skillfully evaded them with its agile movements. Blizzard, commanded Akuchi, keeping his instructions simple. Pikachu, use Quick Attack, then Iron Tail. Ash, observing the impending snowstorm, issued his command without delay. Bulk up, then unleash Meteor Fist. This Frostless isn't as troublesome as it was in the original work, is it? Ash pondered. Pikachu, give it your all with Iron Tail. Ash could only think of launching a full-force attack. Under the impact of Iron Tail, the Meteor Fist barely held its ground. Pikachu was already panting heavily. Pikachu, for the final strike, use Volt Tackle. Ash, unwilling to waste any more time, called for his ultimate move. As the smoke cleared, a flash of green light appeared before Frostless, and Pikachu collapsed, unable to rise. Did I hold my ground? Ash was taken aback. This Frostless was far more formidable than he had anticipated, boasting an array of defensive moves. He gently retrieved Pikachu, offering a moment of solace. Hydreigon, your first battle post-evolution is now. Ash summoned Hydreigon, which floated gracefully in the air. What is this kid thinking? Has he lost his mind, or picked the wrong Pokemon? This is an Ice-type gym. Such a lack of respect. Akuchi remarked disdainfully, observing the pseudo-legendary Pokemon from his region. Ice-type moves, being super effective against Dragon types, made Akuchi question Ash's judgment. I'll give you a chance to switch Pokemon. This is an Ice-type gym. After all, Akuchi said patiently. I haven't made a mistake. This is the one. Ash replied nonchalantly. Snowfall. The arena began to be blanketed in snow, and the temperature plummeted significantly. Hydreigon, try attack. Ash, undeterred by the worsening weather, initiated his counterattack. The three heads of Hydreigon unleashed beams of light that struck Frostless, who merely bent down, seemingly enjoying a scratch. Hyper Beam. Watching Hydreigon's attack dismissively, Frostless became incensed and retaliated with its own powerful move. Chapter 69, Snowflake Gym Battle, Part 2. Hyper Beam. Ash responded in kind, launching the same move back. Dragon Ascent. As the exchange concluded, Ash aimed to land a finishing blow, and the cumbersome bear appeared somewhat displeased. A dragon's roar descended from the sky. Ultimate Impact. Witnessing the Dragon Ascent, Akuchi felt a sense of helplessness. Did he not care about his reputation? The Ice-type gym being bested by a Dragon-type Pokémon was enough to infuriate anyone. As the smoke cleared once more, Frostless succumbed, unable to continue fighting, and Hydreigon emerged victorious. Return, Frostless. I'll leave the rest to my other partners. Frostless, as one of Akuchi's earliest companions, had clinched numerous pivotal battles. Ninetales, you're up. Akuchi hesitated for a moment before producing a Pokeball. Ninetales. But this is an Ice-type gym, Serena blinked in surprise. It's the Alolan variant, an Ice Fairy type. Ash explained. He thought Akuchi was playing unfairly. He had expected to face either a Glacian or a Snowflake Pokémon, not one from another region. A Pokémon, entirely covered in white with 9 tails, appeared, closely resembling the Kanto region's Vulpix, yet entirely different in its attributes and coloration. Snow began to fall from the sky. Oh no, the snow warning ability. Observing the change in weather, Ash realized it was not ideal for his Garchomp to enter the battle. Hydreigon, use Flamethrower. Ash opted for a type-advantaged move. Ninetales gracefully evaded the attack. Ninetales, Magical Shine. Akuchi watched as Hydreigon began to counterattack. Fairy-type moves, huh? Indeed, they can be quite effective. Hydreigon, dodge. Flamethrower, counter. Ash noted Ninetales' difficulty and felt a headache coming on. Hydreigon could sense Ash's unease, recognizing the formidable challenge posed by Ninetales. Another Magical Shine. Dragon Ascent. Ash decided to go all in. It was either mutual destruction or one of them would fall. No effect? Observing the two Pokémon parting ways, Ash's heart sank. He had not anticipated Ninetales to be so arduous to contend with. This gym battle was proving to be significantly more challenging than before. Return, Hydreigon, Zeraora. It's your turn. Ash recalled Hydreigon, realizing that the harsh weather was not conducive for Dragon-type Pokémon. He hastily switched out Pokémon. Zeraora emerged, stretching with dissatisfaction. Having been absent from battle for far too long, I'll make it up to you after this. Let us set up an electric terrain. Ash understood Zeraora's displeasure and knew he would have to treat it to a good meal later. The ground became covered in a yellow hue, yet the snowfall continued unabated. What Pokémon is this? Akuchi pondered. Zeraora, use Swords Dance followed by Plasma Fists. Without hesitation, Ash engaged in close combat. Ninetales, Rock Slide. Ash commanded, sending several rocks tumbling down from above. Zeraora swiftly dispatched the falling debris with its Plasma Fists, handling the onslaught with remarkable ease. Ninetales, Iron Tail. Zeraora. We'll use Iron Tail too. The two Pokémon's moves clashed rapidly, producing no discernible effect, and the battle continued with a flurry of attacks. One final blow, Ultimate Impact. Ash, growing impatient, unleashed his ultimate move. Ninetales, Hyper Beam. Akuchi, seeing Ash's determination, prepared for a decisive conclusion. Both trainers unleashed their strongest attacks, and in the end, Ninetales fell, unable to continue, while Zeraora, though exhausted, persevered. Ash, feeling a pang of sympathy, swiftly recalled Zeraora. Mr. Akuchi, what other trump cards do you have? Given my knowledge of you, with both Frostless and Ninetales dispatched, your final Pokémon should be a Snowflake Pokémon, right? Ash bravely inquired. Do you know my starter Pokémon? Akuchi did not immediately respond to Ash's recent inquiry, instead opting to pose a counter-question. Is it possible that the Frost Bear is not your initial Pokémon? Ash felt a twinge of confusion. In the anime, the Frost Bear, being the last to appear, should not be as feeble as it had just demonstrated, which was rather peculiar. Allow me to introduce my most formidable partner. Come forth, Ice Demon. A creature with 2 horns atop its head and a snowy white body emerged, exuding a somewhat ominous grin. The temperature of the battlefield, already quite frigid, plummeted further with the arrival of the Ice Demon. Lucario, you shall be my choice, Ash declared without hesitation. For Lucario was in prime condition, while the others were either incapacitated or on the verge of exhaustion. Do you know what it means to never give up at the last moment? Akuchi remarked nonchalantly. I have witnessed the semifinals of the Sinnoh region Lily of the Valley Conference, and it was nothing short of spectacular. Your strength back then could have secured you the championship, but Akuchi trailed off, retrieving a keystone resembling an ice needle from his waist. Must we resort to Mega Evolution? Ash felt a slight headache at the sight of the familiar keystone. Did we not perform splendidly at the Lidding Gym? Akuchi chuckled. Very well, as you wish, Lucario, Mega Evolve. Ash wasted no time, recognizing the rarity of encountering an ice demon capable of Mega Evolution, and resolved to engage in a fierce battle. Ice Demon, Mega Evolve. Lucario, Swords Dance followed by Aura Sphere. Ash took the initiative. A blast of frigid wind swept across the arena. The Ice Demon adeptly capitalized on the terrain, accelerating its speed to disrupt Lucario's movements. Ice Demon, Iron Head. Lucario. Bone Rush. The Ice Demon charged forcefully towards Lucario, who retaliated by swinging a bone club directly at its opponent. The clash between Ice Demon and Lucario was evenly matched. Aura Sphere. Hyper Beam. The two powerful moves collided, and Lucario seized the opportunity to leap behind the Ice Demon. Now Burst Punch. Ash, brimming with confidence, struck decisively. Ultimately, he triumphed over the Ice Demon. This is the Icicle Badge. It now belongs to you. Akuchi handed over the prepared badge to Ash without a backward glance and departed, leaving Ash perplexed about the gym leader's thoughts. Did he believe he had already collected all the badges? Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Ash noted that due to the weather conditions, Snowflake City was poised for a significant snowfall, which would persist for some time. Chapter 70. Rescue amidst the blizzard in the Snowflake City Pokemon Center. Ash and Serena watched the news report predicting the imminent arrival of heavy snow. Ash, perhaps we should stay here for a while. The sky looks ominous, and I fear the blizzard could strike at any moment, Serena remarked, gazing at the overcast sky with a hint of resignation. Agreed, Ash replied. Thanks to the system's alert, he learned that within half an hour, the blizzard would arrive, lasting for approximately 2 days. Thus, the most prudent course of action was indeed to remain there. After their gym challenged the day prior, they had received various provisions from the system, including portable food, indicating that the system had anticipated the current situation. Serena's Ralts, bolstered by a learning machine, evolved into Curlia, which she then equipped onto her combative partner, Squirtle. Serena's Squirtle had a penchant for mischief, often seeking out training matches with her Snivy, resulting in a record of 9 losses out of 10 battles, which left Snivy quite exasperated. The Sharpedo and the 3-headed Dragonite were unlikely to adapt well to the icy conditions, so they were promptly sent back to Professor Redwood. In their room, Ash sipped tea to warm his hands, nestled under the covers while watching the television news. Meanwhile, Serena was fast asleep in another bed, her rosy cheeks endearing. A few Pokemon entertained themselves or rested on the floor, relishing this rare opportunity to relax. Achu, it's truly cold. Ash pulled his clothing tighter around him. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds broke the silence. Ash paid little mind, preferring to avoid venturing outdoors in such frigid weather. Then the phone rang. Who is it? Ash grumbled as he rose to answer the call. Miss Joy. He responded. All right, I understand. I'll be there shortly. After a brief conversation, he quickly changed into thicker clothing, bringing along his Jolteon, Lucario, and Pidgeot, while Pikachu opted to stay behind, fearing the cold. He left a note and quietly exited the room. At the Pokemon Center's front desk, Ash greeted Nurse Joy and the gym leader, Akuchi, who had called him. Ash, here's the situation. An important supply delivery is blocked by heavy snow in the eastern forest, and we can't reach it. I heard from Mr. Akuchi that you have a Lucario, which could scout the area. We would like to request your assistance in a rescue mission. Nurse Joy explained her request. Ash nodded. No problem. I have Lucario with me and can depart at any time. Akuchi readily concurred. Nurse Joy handed each of them a bag containing frostbite medication, 3 bottles of water, and some food for energy replenishment. How will we get there? Do we have a snowmobile? Ash inquired, glancing at their supplies. But noticing the heavy snowfall outside, his curiosity piqued. I'm afraid we don't have a snowmobile, Nurse Joy lamented. It rarely snows heavily here, so there's no need to allocate funds for such equipment. I have a snowboard. Let's go together, Akuchi said, handing Ash a snowboard with a serious expression. Equipped and ready, Ash and Akuchi took a map and donned their goggles and flashlights, setting out against the howling winds and snow. Ash, having frequented ski resorts, was quite adept at using the snowboard, swiftly adapting and closely following Akuchi. Meanwhile, the stranded individuals caught in the blizzard were anxiously awaiting rescue. Their misfortune stemmed from their vehicle breaking down just before reaching Snowflake City, causing significant delays that prevented them from arriving on time. They had sent out distress signals to the Pokemon centers in Snowflake City and the nearby towns, hoping someone would respond and send help. Unfortunately, their clothing was rather thin, leaving them shivering from the cold. This is strange. The map indicates they should be nearby. Where could they be? Akuchi muttered, searching the woods based on Nurse Joy's provided coordinates, yet finding no clues. Lucario, can you sense anything? Ash released Lucario, who began to search, but yielded no results. Lucario shook its head, indicating that the severe blizzard was obstructing its ability to utilize its aura sensing. The adverse weather conditions made locating the stranded individuals exceedingly difficult. As they pressed on through the woods, the intensity of the snow slightly diminished, allowing them to move more swiftly. Lucario, it called out, observing the distant figures ahead. What kind of trainer is this? Does he not even care for his Pokémon? It activated its speed to catch up quickly. At last, in a clearing within the forest, they beheld a vehicle blanketed in snow. The two shared a singular thought: to rescue the occupants. They brushed aside the snow from the windows and gazed inside, where 3 individuals lay unconscious, their lips a ghastly shade of purple from the cold. It was evident that the frigid air had rendered them vulnerable, and the derelict vehicle lacked even a basic heating system, an utter disgrace. Using a shovel, they cleared away the surrounding snow. One of them offered some warm water while the other placed a hot water bottle in each person's hands. Given the dire circumstances, attempting to drive the vehicle back was futile, as visibility was severely compromised, and they could easily become trapped in a ditch without knowing how to extricate themselves. After a while, one of the passengers in the back seat coughed, indicating a return to consciousness, albeit in poor condition. He has a fever, Ash remarked as he felt the man's forehead. The other 2 checked for fever as well, relieved to find none. They requested fever-reducing medication from the system, administering it to the ailing individual, and made him as comfortable as possible within the vehicle. Several hours later, his condition had markedly improved. Hakuchi discovered essential supplies within the vehicle, but the relentless storm made a return impossible. With a determined heart, Ash released his Pidgeot. Observing the inclement weather, Pidgeot seemed to question the wisdom of being called out. Could it truly carry someone back in such conditions? Ash fixed a steely gaze upon Pidgeot, who hesitated momentarily before acknowledging its ability to fly, swayed by Ash's hopeful expression. Mr. Hakuchi, I shall return to Snowflake City with the supplies. Please look after these individuals, Ash stated, leaving behind his backpack filled with food and water. Please ensure your safety, Hakuchi replied, reluctantly agreeing as he watched the robust Pidgeot take flight. With supplies in tow, Ash mounted Pidgeot, who deftly navigated the direction before soaring into the sky. Although Pidgeot's speed was not optimal in such severe weather, caution was paramount. Had he forgotten something? As Pidgeot ascended through the clouds, they emerged into clearer skies, allowing Pidgeot to brush away the snow and press on. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, guided by the system, they descended through the clouds, revealing Snowflake City below. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, Ash jubilantly exclaimed, "Joy, I'm back." To his surprise, a doll-like creature scurried out to receive the supplies he offered, suggesting that Nurse Joy was occupied elsewhere. Chapter 71. The Ruins of the Snow Mountain Outside. The howling winds continued to rage, rendering survival during the blizzard a daunting challenge. One could either huddle indoors or seek refuge in a cave. Serena, Pikachu, and several other Pokémon were gathered around a heater, warming themselves. Upon seeing Ash's attire, they realized he had ventured out to rescue others. Serena playfully chided him for not inviting her along. Seizing a lull in the storm, Ash decided to venture out to retrieve Hakuchi and the remaining stranded individuals. The one who had fallen ill had been stabilized with medication. This time, equipped with goggles, he mounted Pidgeot and set off towards the designated location. After 20 minutes of flight, he spotted the vehicle in a nearby clearing, where Hakuchi was clearing the snow alongside his Beartic and the other passengers. "Over here, Ash," Hakuchi called, waving a red baton to signal Ash as he prepared to land. As Pidgeot descended, Ash recognized familiar figures and gently encouraged his companion to lower their altitude. Upon landing, he immediately began assisting and released Galade, who proved to be a valuable helper. Once the vehicle had safely returned to the Pokémon Center, Lucario was sipping tea, awaiting Ash's return, visibly displeased with Ash's habitual recklessness. "I knew I forgot something. It turns out I neglected you." Ash sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing. He vowed not to make the same mistake again. On the 3rd day, the blizzard had vanished without a trace, giving way to warm sunlight. "Ash, let us set off," Serena exclaimed excitedly, having felt cooped up for too long and yearning for the thrill of travel again. During their confinement, they had been investigating the whereabouts of the final conduit and, after much deliberation, settled on a water-type gym located by the sea. After confirming that no Mega-Evolved Pokémon were present, they felt reassured. Following the map, they faced their first challenge, scaling a snow-covered mountain, a prospect they found utterly exhausting. "Ash, come look. There's a cave," Serena called, interrupting Ash's reverie as he admired the snowy landscape. Pikachu darted ahead, eager to explore the cave. What is so special about a cave? Ash scoffed. Driven by curiosity, Serena ventured inside, noting the shimmering stones adorning the walls. After walking several meters without reaching an end, she encountered 2 forks in the path. Wait, forks? Why are there forks here? Ash queried, following closely behind Serena, equally perplexed by the unexpected divergence within a cave. Hey, Ash whispered stealthily as he approached Serena from behind and gave her a gentle tap. Ah, you scared me, Serena exclaimed, grabbing a nearby stone and hurling it in fright. Ash was caught off guard, taking a hit to the head. Why did you sneak up on me? She scolded, helping him to his feet. It's all right. It's all right, Ash waved dismissively, assuring her he was fine. Have you seen Pikachu? He asked, scanning the surroundings. No, Serena replied, shaking her head. With only the 2 forks to guide them, they were left uncertain of their next move. Lucario, use your aura to probe the cave and see if you can locate Pikachu, Ash commanded, releasing Lucario to assist. Lucario nodded, closing its eyes to concentrate. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on its brow, as if it had glimpsed something terrifying, prompting it to withdraw its aura. System, scan the entire cave, Ash instructed, supporting Lucario, whose frightened expression spoke volumes. Warning, warning, this cave contains ancient ruins from a bygone era, characterized by a labyrinthine structure that can easily lead to disorientation. Pikachu has ventured down the right passage. You must leave immediately. The system emitted a red alert, underscoring the cave's perilous nature. Serena, take Lucario and Jolteon and exit. I will search for Pikachu, Ash declared, tossing 2 Pokeballs to prompt Serena to leave swiftly. Ash, Serena began, wanting to ask something, but Ash urged her to go without delay. Following the system's guidance, Ash traversed nearly 4 kilometers before discovering Pikachu in a corner, relieved yet concerned to find it unconscious. Nearby, the stone walls bore signs of damage. Pikachu, Pikachu, he called, attempting to rouse his friend. System, assist me. Pikachu was merely exhausted, the extent of the damage to the stone indicating it had faced a formidable opponent capable of using Steel-type moves such as Steel Wing or Iron Tail. It appeared that Pikachu's adversary was indeed a strong foe. The system's analysis was swiftly completed. Do you know who did it? Ash inquired. Please step back 3 paces and move to the right 2 steps, quickly. The system responded without directly answering. Confused, Ash complied. Suddenly, the adjacent wall collapsed, revealing a dragon-headed mole, a double-axe warrior, and a ghostly potted plant before him. Observing the Pokémon before him, Ash could not discern their intentions, but instinctively felt that their arrival boded ill. Was it feasible for a Fiero to engage in combat in such a confined space? Zeraora is left to you, Serena, and the shiny Chandelure is yours, Ash declared, tossing out a Pokeball. Stop! A voice rang out. From the stone wall emerged a man wearing a hat and a woman. Who are you? How did you come to be here? The man inquired. Ash hurriedly explained. I am Ash. My curiosity led me here. Noting the duo's guarded demeanor, he recalled the shiny Chandelure. This place is a relic that records the ancient history of the Unova region. We are the guardians of this site, the woman elaborated. Is it related to the Tau Trio? Ash pondered. Are you wondering if it pertains to the Tau Trio? The man seemed to read Ash's thoughts, confirming, yes. But you lack the qualifications to approach the central location. Ash's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Was he truly capable of reading minds? I shall take my leave and not intrude further, he remarked, perceiving their unwelcoming glares. Allow me to escort you, the woman said, grasping Ash's hand and instantly transporting him to the Pokémon Center in Snowpoint City, after which she vanished. Serena was also present. Ash, let's change our course. That place was too eerie, she advised, having been similarly transported. Agreed, Ash replied without hesitation. The uncertainty of returning was unsettling, so he opted for a detour. After a brief respite at the Pokémon Center, they set off again the following day. Chapter 72, Field Training, Part 1. As they departed from Snowpoint City, the weather gradually warmed. Without the biting cold of Snowpoint City weighing on him, Ash felt significantly uplifted. Entering the forest once more, he planned to rest and adjust his Pokémon's condition in preparation for the upcoming Pokémon League and the Youth Cup competition. Although Ash felt this was somewhat unnecessary, he relished the opportunity to unwind in the forest while training. He chose a campsite by the river's edge, unpacking his sleeping bag, table, chairs, pots, and plates. The backpacks of this era were remarkable. Crafted from an unknown material, they could hold an astonishing amount despite their compact size. They were lightweight yet spacious, a testament to the wonders of technology. Pika, Pika, Pikachu sparred with Zeraora nearby. As the elder statesman of the team and Ash's first companion, Pikachu was determined not to lag behind the other Pokémon. Zeraora initiated the battle with an electric terrain, amplifying electric-type attacks, and launched a series of swift punches. Pikachu, initially brimming with confidence due to his small size and agility, playfully evaded Zeraora's strikes, inciting the latter's ire. Ash paid little mind to the skirmish between his Pokémon, accustomed as he was to their antics. Utilizing the culinary skills bestowed upon him by the system, he prepared a fragrant lunch, which drew a curious gaze from Serena, who marveled at how his cooking had improved. Pikachu, feeling mischievous, unleashed a Volt Tackle, electrifying the entire area, sparing only Zeraora, while Ash and Serena, along with the other Pokémon, were caught in the electric onslaught. Ash, bewildered by the sudden jolt, found all the food he had prepared charred to a crisp. Pikachu, remorseful, scratched his head apologetically, realizing the gravity of the situation upon seeing the ruined meal. Serena swiftly recalled her Squirtle and Vulpix, fearing the repercussions. Chikorita managed to evade the Volt Tackle with a quick teleport. This time, Pikachu had thoroughly provoked the ire of several Pokémon, including Gloom, Chandelure, Squirtle, and Chikorita, who all aimed their attacks at him. Excluding Chandelure and Gloom, the others showed no restraint, while Serena's Squirtle and Chikorita hesitated to join the fray. Be gentle. If you injure him too severely, there will be no means of healing, Ash kindly warned, dismissing Pikachu's pleading gaze. Observing Ash's words, the Pokémon launched their attacks. Gloom unleashed a barrage of energy balls while occasionally summoning leaf tornadoes. Chandelure, disregarding camaraderie, fired a continuous stream of flames at Pikachu. Squirtle intermittently executed tackle attacks, while Chikorita, being a girl, opted for a more strategic approach, activating Trick Room to ensnare Pikachu and the other Pokémon, leaving Pikachu with no escape route. Lucario, Zoroark, and Zeraora chose not to engage in the children's skirmish, finding it trivial and the opponents beneath them. Pikachu, recognizing the trouble he had stirred, understood that despite his level, he could not withstand the onslaught from the group. He crouched low, deftly avoiding the leaf tornado, and with a desperate iron tail, he barely managed to fend off the tackle. Yet, the Trick Room rendered him powerless. Chandelure's long-range fire attacks effectively kept Pikachu at bay. Pikachu pleaded for mercy, reminding them that they were all companions on this journey. Let's stop, it's time for lunch. Ash interjected, feeling that the lesson had been sufficient. There was no need for severe punishment. Pikachu sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. After enjoying their lunch under the pleasant weather, Pikachu and the other Pokémon indulged in a brief afternoon nap, relishing the fresh air of nature, far removed from the city's clamor, finding a tranquil spot to rest. Ash settled beneath the shade of a large tree and soon drifted off to sleep, while Serena lay nearby. Upon awakening to find it only 3 o'clock, he realized they could resume training. With a playful idea in mind, Ash glanced over at Serena, contemplating a little mischief. Although they had yet to reach a significant milestone in their relationship, it was nearly time. He picked up a blade of grass and brushed it against Serena's nose. Don't move, he whispered. Unbeknownst to him, Serena was lost in a delightful dream, drooling slightly, indicating she was enjoying something delectable. Host, are you feeling so leisurely? Why not try 10 consecutive draws? At that moment, the system chimed in, eager to join the banter. System? I nearly forgot about you. Ash often neglects the system, handling everything independently, perceiving it merely as a warning and navigation tool. Host, are you being polite? Let's initiate a 10-fold draw since idleness breeds idleness. Let us hope this splendid weather doesn't yield a disappointing outcome of 9 blank draws. Commencing 10-fold draw, please wait. First draw, Mysterious Candy X1. Second draw, thank you for your patronage. Third draw, thank you for your patronage. Fourth draw, thank you for your patronage. Fifth draw, complete compilation of Energy Cube Crafting. Sixth draw, thank you for your patronage. Seventh draw, Skill Disc, Infinite Dragon Claw, Destruction Ray, Rock Slide, Primal Force, Earth Break. Eighth draw, thank you for your patronage. Ninth draw, Dark Stone. 10th draw, Random Pokemon Level 1. Observing the 10-fold draw results, landing only 5 items feels rather lackluster. The Dark Stone is of no use, and the random level increase is promptly utilized. Absorbing the complete compilation of Energy Cube Crafting, the Pokemon level enhancement follows suit. Vine Snake Level 1 evolves to Level 36, initiating evolution now. Not far away, the Vine Snake persists in its rigorous training, honing its moves and power, refusing to yield even a fraction. As a radiant white light envelopes it, the Vine Snake's form grows, its body elongating and thickening. Nearby, the Crystal Mantle and Pikachu watch in eager anticipation, curious to see what the evolution will manifest. With a long, resounding cry, A large green serpent materializes before them. Congratulations, host. The vine snake has evolved into the superior, learning the skills: glare, dragon tail, seed flare, and photosynthesis. The system's notification chimes in. Superior. I look forward to working with you, Ash says, gently stroking the superior and making a solemn promise. Chapter 73, Wilderness Training, Part 2. Superior. I look forward to your guidance. Ash gazes at the newly empowered and larger serpent, unable to resist patting it. Superior. Type, grass. Ability, contrary. Level, 36. Held item, none. Skills, leaf storm, energy ball, attract, paralyze, sleep powder, leech seed, vine whip, leaf blade, iron tail, frenzy plant, sunny day, glare, recover, light screen, dragon tail, glare, photosynthesis. Solar beam. Pikachu? Pikachu observes the transformation of the small snake into a mighty serpent with a sense of foreboding. The superior, noticing Pikachu, executes a glare, followed by a dragon tail. A green tail lashes out, but Pikachu deftly dodges with quick attack. Pikachu's tail glimmers with silver light as it unleashes Iron Tail. Superior. Find it. Ash commands, recalling the moves used by the superior in the original series to counter Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashes a thunderbolt, but it barely phases the superior. Superior, that's enough, release it. Ash interjects. Pika. Pikachu, relieved yet unsatisfied, insists it still has the strength to fight. Do you think you can finish a battle with a few thunderbolts against the superior? It's a grass type, so electric moves aren't very effective, Ash remarks. Exasperated by Pikachu's protests, Pikachu reluctantly accepts the reality that superior is not a Pokemon of Team Rocket. Meanwhile, not far off, two individuals spy through binoculars in their direction. Superior? The final form of the starter Pokemon from the Unova region. Our mission can be accomplished ahead of schedule, Jesse observes, munching on a sandwich while watching the battle between Superior and Pikachu. The headquarters scientist seeks the Unova starters for research, having encountered the final evolution instead of the initial forms, ensuring a significant reward. Meow meow meow, already planning how to utilize the prize. And let us take Pikachu too. James adds, thud, 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 thud. A series of sounds approach, resembling the passage of machinery. A Meowth-shaped robot suddenly leaps into the air towards Ash. Wow, what a gigantic Meowth! Serena exclaims, glancing at the Meowth robot as Ash searches for food, noticing there are no berries left. Only the little girl is present, while the others are absent. Assessing the situation, it appears that aside from the little girl, the remaining Pokemon are mostly here. A perfect opportunity. Who are you? Serena questions, realizing the robot's purpose. An elevator platform rises, revealing the duo. Jesse, since you've sincerely sought my counsel. James, I shall graciously impart my knowledge. Jesse, to prevent the destruction of the world. James, to safeguard the peace of the world. Jesse, we embody love and truth, the forces of evil. James, the charming yet genuine villains. Jesse, James, I am Meowth Meow. Jesse, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. James, a white hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Meowth, and that is how it is, Meow. Team Rocket. As Serena finally recognizes the three figures rising from the platform, she wonders how they seem to be everywhere, truly adept at causing trouble. Superior, Pikachu, will take you. Two iron cages descend from above, ensnaring Pikachu and Superior. Superior. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Seeing Pikachu's Thunderbolt ineffective, Ash isn't present, leaving her with no choice but to fight back. Bang bang. The iron bars remain unscathed. Not a crack in sight. What material is this? The quality is astonishing. Serena exclaims, taken aback by the cage's exceptional durability. Wait. This isn't the time for admiration. Lucario, I need your help. Serena calls out for assistance. Several Pokemon, witnessing Pikachu's capture, prepare for battle. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Zoroark. Use Transform. Jellicent, Hydro Pump. Serena, traveling alongside Ash, commands his Pokemon, which are eager to heed her directives. It's futile. This specially crafted alloy cage is nearly impossible to break. Meow, Meowth boasts, prideful that this is an item provided specifically by headquarters. Ordinary attacks are utterly ineffective. Jellicent. Unleash Flamethrower. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. They direct their attacks at the machine, aiming for a fiery and icy combination. What is happening? Ash rushes back, holding something in his arms and inquiring. The cage can't be broken. Can't this faulty machine withstand electricity? Ash mutters under his breath, relieved that he returned upon hearing the commotion. Host, it's ineffective. This is entirely different this time. It's waterproof, fireproof, electric-proof, and gas-proof. The ventilation system inside is exceptionally well-designed, meaning it has defenses against all threats. This machine is indeed on an entirely different level than before. The system analysis report arrives swiftly. Didn't he mention it's cold-resistant? Ash ponders. Zoroark, transform into an Articuno. Unleash absolute zero. He declares, glancing at Zoroark. Zoroark transforms into a legendary Pokémon for fun. A large blue bird appears. The biting cold wind howled around the machinery. Yet, there was no sign of surrender. Was there none? Transforming into the legendary Shirdolan, unleashing a molten lava storm directly. Observing was futile, a swift alteration was necessary. Thus launching an assault from the very base of the machine. At last, this approach yielded results. Though not a true divine beast, its power was still formidable. A testament to the quality provided by the system. Warnings blared incessantly within the cockpit, every instrument flashing crimson. The final strike, a fiery eruption. Ash, having issued his last command, watched as the robot erupted like a volcano, engulfed in flames. What a bothersome sensation. Farewell, he waved, acknowledging that such advanced equipment was beyond the capabilities of these impoverished souls, unless they had unlocked the iron cage under the system's guidance. The alloy material was exceedingly rare in this world, unattainable for ordinary individuals. There was no time for further contemplation. If the machinery provided by Banmu hinted at Team Rocket's recent significant operations, caution was paramount on their journey. Achu. Far away in Kanto, Banmu sneezed inexplicably, not giving it much thought. Hey, Ash, queried Serena, observing the retreating figures of Team Rocket. Are there any among those three who can construct robots? Enough already. We've faced numerous ambushes from such machines on our previous travels. This time, Team Rocket's robots have undergone a complete upgrade. They are on an entirely different level. Ash replied as he assessed the status of his two Pokémon. Suddenly, a mark on the robot caught Ash's attention. This emblem seemed strikingly familiar. Gazing at the logo, he felt a twinge of recognition, though he couldn't quite place it at the moment. Chapter 74. Departing the forest, relaxation by the sea. That emblem. Why does it seem so familiar? It truly doesn't appear to be something not crafted by Team Rocket's Meowth. He hastily recorded the image, pondering that it might prove useful when the memory returned. Team Rocket had halted on a tree branch in the forest. Where did that little brat's Zoroark come from? Using a legendary Pokémon against us is quite unsporting, complained Jessie's counterpart. How come all the good fortune falls upon that brat? Meowth sighed. That little brat has changed so much we barely recognize him. During both the Hoenn and Sinnoh journeys, he always traveled with the weakest Pokémon. Yet he grew stronger each time. Clearly, we underestimated him this time. James, equally dispirited, found himself unable to continue the conversation. In the forest, training persisted. Serena's Fennekin, alongside her Squirtle, was joined by Chasepin. During this time, Fennekin, having endured for long, completed its evolution into a Delphox. Although its strength paled in comparison to the long-evolved Squirtle, it was still a girl, one who preferred peace over conflict. Squirtle, being the fighter, frequently trained alongside Ash's Pokémon. Rapidly increasing in strength, it was currently the highest-level Pokémon in Serena's possession, reaching level 26. Chasepin maintained a gentle demeanor, disinterested in combat, and somewhat fastidious, ensuring everything was pristine. It often teased the training Pokémon with psychic moves, much to Pikachu's dismay. The training in the forest eventually reached a pause, and guided by the map, they arrived at a seaside locale, where the azure sky met the crystal-clear waters, a rare sight to behold. Nearby, a wooden Pokémon Center stood, suggesting the area was not a tourist hotspot, thus rather desolate. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, an eerie silence enveloped them. Nurse Joy was nowhere to be found. Only a Snorlax dozing nearby. Knock, knock. Ash, reluctant to disturb, gently rapped on the counter. Snorlax? The sleepy creature stirred slightly, but remained in a slumberous state. Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt to wake Snorlax up, Ash instructed, observing the still drowsy Snorlax. Pika? Pikachu looked astonished, clearly incredulous at Ash's suggestion. Don't want to take action? Very well then, Zeraora. Plasma. Ash summoned Zeraora. Stop right there. A figure clad in a nurse's uniform finally appeared. Nurse Joy. So Nurse Joy is here after all. I thought Snorlax was just sleeping. I wanted to help wake it up, Ash sheepishly explained, scratching his head. There's no need. You are the first guest we've had in 2 months. So it's natural for Snorlax to doze off, Nurse Joy clarified. The location is quite remote and unattractive, leading to fewer visitors. Both Ash and Serena concurred with Nurse Joy's assessment. After requesting a room and tidying their belongings, they made their way to the beach. Come on out, everyone. Ash and Serena released their Pokémon. Enjoy your freedom. The weather is splendid. Let's savor this rare vacation. All the Pokemon quickly dispersed, engaging in their own activities. They borrowed 2 beach chairs from the Pokemon Center and settled beneath a tree. Ash, how do I look? Serena's voice chimed in. Turning around, Ash was momentarily taken aback. His eyes wide in surprise, almost drawing blood from his nose. Serena donned a striking red one-piece swimsuit, accentuating her curves. What a stunning sight. Her cheeks flushed. She looked exceptionally lovely. Looks great, really great, Ash managed to stammer out. Serena made a playful face and, accompanied by Squirtle, Zeraora, and Lucario, dashed into the water to play. Meanwhile, Zoroark and Shiny Litwick were indifferent to the scene unfolding. Ash inquired about their opinions before returning them to Professor Sycamore, bringing forth his own Squirtle and Seadra. Squirtle had been recuperating at the lab since leaving the Squirtle squad, and now it appeared quite revitalized. Hello. It's been a while. Squirtle, you look splendid. Ash praised as he observed Squirtle's vibrant demeanor. Squirtle, checking the data. He noted, Squirtle, type, water, strength, 52, held item, Everstone, friendship level, 225, ability, torrent, moves, water gun, hydro pump, water pulse, headbutt, ice beam, tackle. Squirtle, you are officially back. Shall we remove the Everstone? Your former Squirtle squad comrades have all evolved into their final forms, yet you remain in your initial form. Are you still the leader? Ash inquired, gently patting Squirtle. Squirtle, nodding in agreement, Squirtle initiated its evolution. The Everstone fell from it, and a brilliant light enveloped the creature, transforming it into a Blastoise, towering at 2 meters with dual cannons on its back. Blastoise. Assessing Blastoise's status. Blastoise, type, water, strength, 52, held item, none, friendship level, 225, ability, torrent, moves, water gun, hydro pump, water pulse, headbutt, ice beam, tackle, withdraw, rapid spin, shell smash, rain dance. Not bad. Its moveset was fairly standard, but still lacked a touch of flair. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. One of your initial companions, Squirtle, has evolved into its final form, Blastoise. Additionally, a hidden reward has been unlocked, a Blastoise Mega Evolution Stone and an Egg of Froakie, one of the starter Pokemon from the Kalos region in the original narrative. The system rewards have been credited. Serena's Wartortle soon noticed Blastoise in the distance and hurried over. Wartortle, Wartortle, it exclaimed, inspecting Blastoise, puzzled by the presence of this unfamiliar creature. This is your final evolutionary form, Blastoise, one of my earliest companions, Ash introduced. Blastoise greeted them, acknowledging their acquaintance, and resumed basking in the sunlight, relishing the splendid weather. A nap seemed perfectly reasonable. Suddenly, a distant cry for help shattered the tranquility, startling both the Pokemon on the shore and Ash, who was enjoying the sun. Serena. Ash recognized the voice. Lapras, Wartortle, let's go. He leaped onto Lapras's back, summoning the 2 water-type Pokemon to rescue her. Serena had been swimming nearby when, out of nowhere, a whirlpool emerged, threatening to pull her in. Wartortle and Blastoise swiftly arrived, but the rushing waters made rescue impossible. System, do we have oxygen tanks? Ash inquired, preparing for the worst. How many do you require? 2 for now. He replied without hesitation. 2 unlimited-time oxygen tanks and associated basic equipment have been acquired, deducting 50,000 League coins. Thank you for your patronage, the system announced. Help. At that moment, Serena had been dragged underwater, gradually sinking. Ash donned the oxygen tanks and goggles and dove in without a moment's hesitation. It appeared Serena had lost consciousness as she sank deeper. Blastoise and Wartortle followed closely behind. After a tremendous effort, they finally grasped Serena, fitted her with oxygen, and prepared to ascend when a massive shadow loomed over them. Ash's vision darkened, leaving him oblivious to what transpired next. Chapter 75, The Underwater World. A glimmer of hope for home. Ouch! Ash groaned, rubbing his head as he slowly regained consciousness. Huh, how can I breathe here? A glance around revealed a scene of dismembered limbs and destruction. Where was he? Breathing underwater? What was happening? In the distance, Serena lay unconscious, with Lapras, Blastoise, and Wartortle nowhere to be seen. Serena, Serena, wake up, Ash called, gently tapping her cheek in an attempt to rouse her. No response, yet her breathing and heartbeat were intact. She was alive. He pinched her nose, eliciting a faint reaction. Ash, where am I? Serena finally stirred, gradually coming to. I don't know, Ash replied, helping her sit up. There's air here, and we can see Pokemon swimming in the sea. It's quite strange. Everything looks like it has been abandoned for ages. Ugh. What is happening? Serena suddenly screamed, startling Ash as he surveyed their surroundings. Can you be quiet? You're giving me a fright. My ankle hurts. I think I twisted it. Serena exclaimed, sitting down with a blush. Ash approached her, noting the swelling on her right ankle. System, he called out, but received no answer after several attempts. Well, Serena, it's unclear where we are, and we currently have no means of escape. Apologies, he said, scratching his head. With a princess carry, Ash lifted Serena and began moving forward. Serena, clad only in her swimsuit, felt the awkwardness of being so close to a boy. Her head lowered and cheeks flushed, leaving her speechless. They navigated through the ruins of dismembered structures until they reached an imposing hall made of stone, grand and majestic, with a staircase stretching up for several meters. On either side stood statues, one of the sea god Lugia and the other of Paiwan. Who could have constructed such a place in the depths of the ocean? Ash, are you tired? Serena asked, feeling embarrassed by his hold. I just realized how heavy you are. Ash teased. Her face reddened further as she protested. You're the one who is heavy. Let us hurry up. I want to leave this place. Damn it, the system is malfunctioning. What a mess, Ash muttered. Ding dong. Host, I apologize for the delay. My connection was disrupted due to magnetic interference. Finally connected. Where are we? Please provide a clear explanation and a way out. Scanning the entire hall. Please hold on. Ash set Serena down and began searching for an exit, knowing that if the system didn't return soon, they might be in dire straits. Please proceed up the stairs and to the right. There is something worth investigating. The system chimed in less than a minute later. Serena, I'll go check around. Stay here and call for me if anything happens, Ash reassured her. Be careful, Serena warned, her complexion pale. Following the system's guidance, Ash ascended the stairs to find the hall peculiar, with 10 intact stone pillars standing without signs of decay. Limited permissions prevent material detection. This is not from this world. The system announced. Of what use are you? Ash retorted, proceeding in the direction indicated. His attention was drawn to a massive circular disc. What is this? A Taiji diagram? The stone carving resembled the Taiji symbol from his past life in ancient China, albeit devoid of color. System, explain, are there other travelers? Why is there a Taiji symbol here? Ash couldn't remain still. This was something that shouldn't exist in this world unless there were other travelers. I suspect your crossing was orchestrated by you, Ash complained. Seeing the system remain unresponsive, he dismissed it. As he touched the disc, a sharp needle pierced his fingertip, causing droplets of blood to fall onto the Taiji symbol, which then regained its original color. What is this? Do I need to possess Chinese blood to activate this? Now issuing the task, advance to the Unova and Kalos regions, compete in the League Championship, and participate in the World Championship to claim victory. What about the rewards? If you wish to return to your original world, strive hard. The Alola region lacks substance. Directly compete in the World Championship. You may additionally bring one person back to reality. Can I really go home? Could this Taiji symbol be a portal for my return? How do I exit? Ash pondered, realizing the urgency of leaving. The full moon night will be your time to depart. When will that be? 3 hours from now. Do you have any food? None. What good are you? Ash grumbled at the system. After leaving the area, Ash reunited with Serena, sharing the clues he had gathered. The two embraced tightly, quietly awaiting the opening of the exit. Chapter 76. Departure from the private island. Host awaken. Do not slumber any longer. The night of the full moon has arrived, and the exit will soon manifest. Please prepare yourself. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when the system's prompt echoed within Ash's mind. Host. A friendly reminder from the system. This place is about to be submerged. If you do not rise, you may as well merge with the sea. For I will conveniently seek out another host. Stop it. Let me sleep a little longer, Ash muttered, annoyed at the intrusion upon his dreams. Isn't that against the law? Very well, the system is now in the process of automatic uninstallation. Host, please take care. Progress, 1-5. Uninstall if you must. Would I truly be lost without you? At this thought, Ash abruptly opened his eyes, sensing that something was amiss. Startled, Serena, who was beside him, also jolted awake. System, we can discuss matters amicably. Please refrain from resorting to uninstallation. Ash pleaded, observing the progress bar reaching 50. You, system, lack any sense of decorum. Ash, what are you doing? I was in the midst of a delightful slumber, Serena complained, having dreamt of a future with Ash. Ahem, I digress. Is my arm a chicken leg or a duck leg? Is it truly that delectable? Just look at the bite marks on your arm. Ash flicked Serena's forehead, pointing at the 2 rows of teeth imprints on his arm, speechless. That hurts, Serena exclaimed, pouting in discontent. And what on earth was that little girl dreaming about last night? Gnawing on her own arm. She must have been famished. Serena's face flushed crimson. The scene in her dream bore no resemblance to Ash's arm. It was clearly, she lowered her head, her cheeks reddening, choosing not to respond further. I have had my fill of this canine affection, the system remarked as the progress bar concluded, dissatisfied. Get lost, system. Go find yourself a female counterpart. Uninstalling, came the system's retort. You shameless entity. I fully comprehend that once you uninstall, all previous rewards and gifted Pokemon will be reclaimed. What fun would that be for me? At that moment, two whirlpools appeared between the statues of Lugia and Mewtwo. Serena stepped back, apprehensive about entering another whirlpool. She had already been frightened by the one on the ocean's surface. How do we proceed? Ding. The whirlpool to the right, belonging to Fiona, is the correct path. The one associated with Lugia, however, has a random teleportation location. It could lead anywhere, perhaps to a towering snow-capped mountain or a dense forest, or... The system elucidated. Serena, what do you think? Ash inquired, noting her worried expression. I believe it should be Lugia. After all, it is vastly superior to Mewtwo. Serena expressed her opinion. Let us proceed towards Mewtwo. My intuition suggests that direction is far more suitable. Ash interrupted Serena's musings. As you wish. The two traversed the teleportation array, departing from that location. The moment they exited, the entire ruin vanished without a trace, sinking to the ocean's depths as the area was once again engulfed by the sea. In a flash of white light, Serena and Ash found themselves on a sandy beach, surrounded by towering coconut trees beneath the blazing sun. Ash gradually awoke. Have we made it out? He exclaimed, exhilarated by the long-awaited sunlight. He roused Serena, who was drenched and had been sleeping. The two trudged forward, struggling to comprehend their surroundings. Where are we? System, provide an explanation. This beach bore no resemblance to the one they had traversed before, entirely unfamiliar. Coordinates have been provided to the host. 3 kilometers southeast lies a private villa where you may seek assistance, the system quickly replied. Are you implying this is a private island? Correct. But no reward will be granted. Regardless, we must seek help. Ash hoisted Serena onto his back and sprinted toward the location indicated by the system. Not far from the villa's garden, a golden-haired woman dressed in casual attire was enjoying afternoon tea, served by a butler. She gently blew on her drink, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, in the nearby jungle, Ash was leading a group toward the villa when they were confronted by a Garchomp, a Lucario, and a Salamence, blocking their path. Wild Pokemon. Ash was taken aback. This is bad. I don't have any Pokeballs on me. These 3, Lucario and Garchomp, are champion level, while Salamence is elite level. We're in trouble. He attempted to communicate with Lucario using Aura. Lucario, the Pokemon questioned, adopting a battle stance. Ash felt a sense of relief upon realizing they had established communication. Yet he maintained a cautious distance. Just as he was about to respond, Serena awoke and recognized Garchomp, feeling a sense of familiarity. Ash, that Garchomp looks somewhat familiar. She whispered. Lucario, are you 3 the Pokemon of Miss Cynthia? Ash inquired, unsure. The 3 Pokemon became increasingly vigilant. Just as he had suspected. I am Ash, Garchomp. We should have met many times by now. Ash introduced himself, revealing his identity. Lucario and Salamence gazes fixated on Garchomp, assuming this creature was allied with Ash. Garchomp indeed had some recollection, though he wondered why Ash was carrying a girl, especially one clad in swimwear. Had they encountered a shipwreck? Garchomp gestured for Ash to follow him. Moments later, they arrived at the villa. Garchomp, don't run off. We are leaving shortly. Cynthia, who had her back turned to Garchomp, recognized the familiar sound and commented on the arrival. Is that really you, Miss Cynthia? Ash exclaimed, at last recognizing a familiar face. Cynthia paused momentarily, taken aback. Why have you brought someone back with you? She turned to see Ash and Serena, both still damp and clad in swimwear. What on earth happened? Did you two experience a shipwreck or a plane crash? How did you end up here? Butler, prepare a set of clean clothes for them. And also bring some fever medicine and ginger tea. Let us not worry about anything else. They need to rest properly, Cynthia commanded decisively. Upon seeing a familiar face, Ash lost his footing and fainted from exhaustion. After ensuring both were settled, Cynthia contacted Professor Oak. What did you say? Ash is with you. Professor Oak was taken aback. Cynthia was on a small island in the southern region of Unova, while Ash had contacted her 5 days prior from a relatively obscure beach in the eastern region. How could he have traveled such a distance in such a short time? Moreover, neither of them had any Pokemon with them, Cynthia added. I am aware. Nurse Joy from that location contacted Professor Rowan, stating that aside from Pikachu, all of his Pokemon had been sent back to Professor Rowan, Professor Oak confirmed. In that case, they can rest and recuperate here for a few days, and I will escort them away afterward, Cynthia promised. Very well. Let us maintain contact. Farewell. Ash slept soundly until noon on the 3rd day, awakening with aches and pains. He found himself dressed in clean clothes, unsure of how many days had passed. Chapter 77. Rest and prepare for departure. Ash awoke in a modest room, simply decorated, evidently a standard guest room. He had been given a fresh change of clothes. Did I really sleep for several days? System? I am here. The host had been in a deep slumber for 3 days, and while all vital signs appeared satisfactory, there were minor concerns regarding dehydration and hunger. Everything else seemed normal. The system's results manifested swiftly. Just as he attempted to rise, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Is this truly what one would deem normal? Little G harbored some skepticism. A knock echoed at the door. Lucario entered, bearing sustenance and water, having sensed Little G's awakening and prepared a meal accordingly. Lucario, he greeted. Ah, you're awake, but your physical condition leaves much to be desired. Lucario communicated via its aura. Little G, wishing to say little, expressed gratitude for the care extended over the past few days. Lucario, it said, do you possess another Lucario? If so, bring it forth for a sparring match. This particular Lucario was quite combative, relishing the opportunity to engage in battles. Little G, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied that his own Lucario was not present. Is it appropriate for a champion-level Lucario to seek me out for a duel with a mere level 40 Pokémon? He took the food offered by Lucario and devoured it voraciously, akin to a famished specter. After days of hunger, this was the first warm meal he had encountered, and it was only natural for him to eat with such fervor. Lucario, where have you been? Training is far from over. A voice from outside called for Lucario. Cynthia, it seemed, had arrived. Entering the room, she exclaimed, Little G, you've awakened. No wonder Lucario dashed off in a hurry. Observing Little G consume his meal with such gusto, Cynthia chuckled. Miss Cynthia, I am grateful for your care these past few days, Little G said between bites, nearly choking in his haste. Slow down. There's no one competing with you for food. Eating like that, one might think you were a reincarnated starving ghost. Once you finish, come find me in the garden, Cynthia said, exasperation evident in her tone. After the meal, Cynthia had been waiting in the garden for quite some time. What brings you and Serena here? I was under the impression you were at a beach in the east. How did you manage to arrive here in just a few days? Cynthia queried, a flurry of questions spilling forth. If not for Garchomp and Lucario's recognition of Little G, she might have considered expelling him. Little G shook his head in resignation. Well, here's what happened. He recounted the events, omitting details regarding his return to his own time and the Taiji diagram, merely providing a vague description of the underwater scene. Cynthia listened intently, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Is there an underwater ruin featuring statues of Mutwo and Lugia? She murmured, her eyes closed in contemplation. What manner of place is this? I have never heard of it before. Why are the builders associated with Mutwo and Lugia instead of Kyogre and Lugia? How peculiar indeed. By the way, Serena awoke a day earlier than you. I wonder where she has wandered off to, Cynthia reminded him. Little G finally recalled that he had not seen Serena since his awakening, yet he did not rush to search for her. Instead, he engaged in conversation with Cynthia, learning that the Youth Cup was scheduled to take place in a month. She had arrived early to relax, and was also a special guest for the event. Little G, I presume you've secured your 7th badge? Cynthia casually inquired. Indeed, the 7th badge is from the Snowpoint Gym. I heard there's a gym in a nearby city for the Youth Cup, so I made my way here, he replied. Cynthia scoffed. You must be referring to the Qinghai Wave Gym. Are you intending to bully the locals? Last time, a fellow with a Riolu was defeated effortlessly by Shaka. This hardly seems like a wise preparation for challenging a gym. It's akin to courting disaster. That Riolu wielder, surely it can't be Huche? She pondered. He did venture to the Twin Dragon Gym, it seems. Furthermore, she continued, now that you're awake, we shall depart the day after tomorrow. I will take you to a Fire-type gym, then onward to the Youth Cup venue. A Fire-type gym, you say? I have heard whispers of a gym resembling a Fire-type one from an anime. It would be delightful to see, Little G mused. Little G, you're awake. Serena exclaimed as she entered from outside. Little G turned to glance at her, and his nose nearly bled from the sight. Had she not donned a bit too little attire? Clad in a loose, white sundress and slippers, she appeared less like a fugitive and more like someone on vacation. Are you stunned? Serena twirled, leaving Little G momentarily speechless. Your Pokémon, aside from Pikachu, remain where they are. All others are with Professor U. I lack a teleporter here. But once we leave and reach a Pokémon Center, you can retrieve them, Cynthia added. Thank you, Miss Cynthia, Little G expressed sincerely, relieved that Blastoise and Wartortle had emerged unscathed. He also gleaned useful information about the Fire-type gym from Cynthia, which was located in Fiery Rock Town, a splendid place for a hot spring getaway, with a dormant volcano nearby. The gym leader was an elderly man known for his expertise with Fire-type Pokémon, a retired champion from the Unova region. It was noted that he possessed a Blaziken and a Monferno as his ace Pokémon, and in his youth, he had a Charizard as his mainstay. Subsequently, Little G and Serena rested for the day, changing into garments provided by Cynthia, preparing for their impending journey. On the eve of their departure, Little G received a call from Professor Yu. Little G, when do you plan to set off? What will be your next destination? If you're heading to Fiery Rock Town, please visit the local Geological Research Institute and retrieve something for me. Professor, your predictive abilities are truly remarkable. My next stop is indeed Fiery Rock Town. I will collect the item from the Geological Research Institute and then rendezvous with you. Professor Yu smiled faintly. Excellent. I appreciate your assistance. I shall end the call now. We will be in touch. Goodbye. The call ended swiftly. Chapter 78. The Hot Spring Town on that bright morning. A speedboat glided across the ocean, carrying Little G and his companions, with Cynthia at the helm, exuding a spirited air that was anything but demure. Little G, fortified by the system's support, sat comfortably, unaffected by the motion, while Serena 3 hours later, they finally arrived at their docking point, where the pier was situated near the tranquil Hot Spring Town, not far from Fiery Rock Town. To enhance the residents' standard of living, a pier had been constructed. At last, they were greeted by a casually dressed woman. Recognizing familiar faces, Professor Yu, Little G, and Serena exchanged greetings. Pikachu. The neglected Pikachu voiced its displeasure at being overlooked. Little G bent down to scoop up Pikachu, apologizing. I'm sorry for worrying you. Pikachu, Pikachu, Pikachu. It protested, waving its tiny hands, questioning whether Little G had been off courting during his absence. Come now, I'm back now, aren't I? Little G replied, somewhat exasperated. I brought your Pokemon with me, and your belongings are at the inn. The Pokemon Center here is already overwhelmed, but I managed to secure a room. After a brief walk of several minutes, a majestic mountain loomed before them, with Fiery Rock Town nestled at the volcano's base. Quite fortunate, aren't you? Traveling with the champion of Sinnoh, Miss Cynthia, a voice interrupted their exploration. A girl clad in a black top and crimson cropped pants, complemented by a pair of flip-flops, obstructed their path. She was Yasha, the fire-type gym leader from the Fengyuan region. While Ash was momentarily taken aback, it was Serena who immediately recognized her. What brings you here? Ash also recognized her. The newcomer was indeed Yasha, the gym leader of Fuyan Town, who specialized in lava worms, lava snails, and coal turtles. I have come to pay a visit to a senior who trains fire-type Pokemon, an equal of my grandfather, to learn from them. Yasha declared with a hint of pride as she cast a glance at Ash. Ash mused silently that their objectives were aligned. He had come to challenge the gym, while she had come for mentorship. Yasha continued, You are here to challenge the Unova region's gym, aren't you? How many have you faced so far? Ash produced his badge case, stating, This is my final gym. Once I acquire the badge, I will secure my entry into the Unova League. My grandfather's badge is not easily obtained. A voice interjected from behind. Who do you think you are, speaking so arrogantly? Before challenging my grandfather, you must first get past us, a boy's voice echoed. Unbeknownst to them, a boy and girl had appeared behind them, sharing a striking resemblance. Who are these two brats? What do they have to do with my chance of obtaining a badge? Ash's expression darkened. These two kids have quite the audacity. This could be amusing. You two. Cease your meddling. Yasha recognized the two children and hurriedly intervened. I intend to teach them a profound lesson. Ash was not one to relent. With Professors Redwood and Cynthia nowhere to be found, only Serena and Yasha remained by his side. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, they found Nurse Joy and collected their Pokeballs. How shall we battle? 1v1 or doubles? Ash scoffed at the two youngsters, dismissing them. They exchanged glances. Doubles. Don't blame me for taking advantage of you. Pikachu and Blastoise, you two are up. Ash decided to have his seasoned companions team up. Fired up, King of Flames. Electabuzz. The two children, one with a fire type and the other with an electric type. Don't say I'm bullying you. Go ahead and attack. Ash glanced at the Pokemon's levels, noting they had just evolved, deeming it unnecessary to take things too seriously. He could afford to indulge them a little. Then we won T-hold back. King of Flames, use Fire Oath. Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. Without issuing any commands, Ash merely exchanged a glance, and both Blastoise and Pikachu instantly understood. Blastoise unleashed a water cannon directly at King of Flames, while Pikachu, utilizing Quick Attack, circled around Electabuzz's back and struck with Iron Tail. This should conclude swiftly. Blastoise. Rocket Headbutt. Pikachu Volt Tackle. Observing the scene, Ash prepared for a decisive strike. As the smoke cleared, the silhouettes of Electabuzz and King of Flames became visible. Strange. Are King of Flames and Electabuzz this swift? At that moment, a Blaziken and a Charizard swooped in to rescue Electabuzz and King of Flames. A top-tier Blaziken with the hidden ability speed boost, and a Charizard with the solar power ability, both of elite caliber. You two little rascals. Without even understanding your opponent's background, dare to challenge? Do you not know your own weight? An elderly man, with white hair and hands clasped behind his back, entered the battlefield. Grandpa. The two children approached, heads bowed as if caught in wrongdoing. You must be Ash from Pallet Town, correct? Both Shaka and Kong Sheng have mentioned you. Your strength is formidable. I never expected you to choose my gym for your final badge. Do you think we old folks are easy to bully? The old man turned his attention to Ash. Good day, sir. I look forward to the gym battle. Ash greeted the sprightly elder with enthusiasm. Who sent you here? The elder inquired with curiosity, as trainers seldom visited his gym, sometimes not for months. Miss Cynthia, Ash replied, sensing the elder's scrutinizing gaze. Ah, that girl recommended you. I've reviewed your past battle records. My Charizard hasn't faced an opponent of your caliber in a long time. Bring your Charizard along. If that's acceptable, the elder acknowledged with a nod. Is that all right? Ash felt a twinge of anxiety at being singled out by the gym leader. Yasha, how did you end up in his company? I wonder. The elder glanced at Yasha, his curiosity piqued. Grandpa Yincheng, you misunderstand. We merely crossed paths. Yasha's cheeks flushed as she clarified. The match is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9. Be punctual, or I shall not wait, the elder proclaimed before departing. Back at the Pokemon Center, Ash inquired of Yasha. How many Pokemon will the old man allow in the gym battle? There can be doubles or 3v3, depending on his mood, given that he specifically requested your Charizard. A 3v3 seems more likely, Yasha explained. Immediately, Ash contacted Professor Oak to recall Charizard, while also sending back Pidgeot. They waited from noon until nightfall, but received no news from Professor Oak. Unable to contain his impatience, Ash called back. Ash, Jike has taken Charizard out for training and cannot be reached. I'm trying to get in touch. I'm not sure what kind of battle necessitates recalling Charizard. The professor informed him, contemplating the situation. Professor, it's for a battle at the Fire Rock Gym in the Unova region against Elder Yincheng, Ash revealed. Yincheng? I recall he was one of the previous Elite Four fire types in Unova, akin to Xiaobo, Professor Oak suddenly remembered. Observing the professor's expression, Ash felt reassured that these elders were indeed acquainted. Be cautious of his Blaziken, as it can mega-evolve, Professor Oak kindly advised. Understood, Professor. I will await your good news, Ash responded, noting that it was nearly time to hang up. His heart raced with anxiety. Where could Charizard be at such a crucial moment? Ash fell into contemplation. He considered his lineup for the next day, Blastoise, Jolteon, and if Charizard returned in time. He would include him. If not, Pikachu would have to fight valiantly. System, if Charizard doesn't return, will my rewards double? Ash asked tentatively. Ding. Host, are you jesting? Unless Pikachu or Blastoise faces 3 opponents without using Mega Evolution or Z moves, doubling the rewards is rather unlikely. The system doused Ash's hopes with cold water. I figured as much. What rewards are there for collecting all 8 badges? Ash pressed on, undeterred. This year's Unova League features 5 leading contenders, with all their information available. Except for the one who uses EV. The rest are not so easily dealt with, the system responded, offering a unique reward this time. ISNT that a touch too mundane? Love it or leave it. The following day, after a restless night, Ash received no news of Charizard's return. Jolteon, Blastoise, and Lead Frog, who was there to soak up experience, as well as Zoroark, were all in peak condition and ready for battle. Before setting out, he double-checked the status of his Pokemon, ensuring he had burn heals and restorative potions prepared. Ash, that elderly gentleman seems quite formidable. Are you certain you're ready? Selena watched Ash, who was thoroughly prepared, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. Even if it's Moltres or NTI, I'll handle them without a hitch. Right, Pikachu? Ash proclaimed with unwavering confidence, glancing at Pikachu, who had just faced off against Regice. If he could defeat the 3 sacred beasts, surely a mere Firebird would be child's play. Of course, who wouldn't have such a glorious record? Pikachu seemed to affirm. Noticing the time was 8:30, Ash decided to approach. 10 minutes would suffice, and it seemed Charizard would not arrive in time. Old man, I'm afraid I'll have to break my promise. At the entrance of the Sky Pillar Gym, Ash and Selena observed the barren surroundings, the temperature significantly higher than elsewhere. Aside from the elder, only he would establish a gym in such a desolate locale. Ash glanced around the familiar area, internally critiquing the elder's choice of location, building gyms atop volcanic craters or over magma flows. A man dressed in staff attire emerged. You must be Ash, the challenger from Pallet Town. The elder has been waiting for you. The gym battle is about to commence. Please, follow me, he gestured invitingly. Thank you, Ash and Selena replied in unison. Upon entering the city, they were greeted not by a reception area or battle arena, but by a staircase leading downwards, reminiscent of the Red Lotus Gym's design. At the bottom, the battle arena was just as Ash had envisioned. Constructed over magma, it radiated a fiery glow and oppressive heat. The elder lounged with a cup of tea, his legs crossed, fanning himself as he savored the atmosphere. "Ah, you've arrived?" He suddenly spoke. "Elder, I entrust the gym battle to you." Ash signaled to Selena to observe from the side, asserting his dominance in the arena. The elder replied, opening his eyes. "A 4v4 battle is acceptable, as is customary for trainers here who seek the final 2 badges. You may use Mega Evolution and Z moves, but only one of each." "No objections?" The elder had no referee. The rules were his to dictate. "None at all," Ash concurred, acknowledging the elder's authority on his own turf. The Z move, which he had only used once before, was now a known factor. "For the first Pokemon, old friend, I entrust you," the elder declared, tossing out a Pokeball. A golden-furred, nine-tailed Ninetales emerged. "Level 66? Is the elder testing me? It doesn't seem particularly formidable," Ash mused, inspecting the creature. Aside from its level, it appeared quite competent. "Zoroark, it's your turn," Ash decided, recognizing the familiar Ninetales and feeling a sense of camaraderie. A level 66 Ninetales with the Flash Fire ability would be manageable. After all, this was the final gym, and its strength was indeed commendable. "Illusion Pokemon, Zoroark, how intriguing," the elder remarked. "Ninetales, use Flamethrower." The elder wasted no time, launching a powerful attack. "Zoroark, use Shadow Clone and follow up with Shadow Ball." Ninetales transformed into a ball of flames, charging forward as Zoroark created several clones, each unleashing a barrage of Shadow Balls. Ninetales leaped gracefully, gathering energy for a powerful attack. Shadow Claw. The strike from Ninetales was formidable, and Zoroark struggled to endure it, showcasing the veteran's enduring strength. As the battle reached a stalemate, Ash observed the elder, who was smiling, offering no commands. "Shadow Blast." Ash countered swiftly. "Ninetales, use Flamethrower." The elder responded in kind, both Pokemon unleashing their most potent moves without reservation. In the end, it was Zoroark who remained, panting heavily, while Ninetales, though fatigued, had fought valiantly and ultimately emerged victorious. Not bad. Quite interesting," the elder remarked. Recalling Ninetales, "I'll clean you up later." He then retrieved another Pokeball. "Incineroar, prepare for battle." A dazzling Incineroar appeared. A shiny Incineroar? The elder possesses such a rare specimen. Ash and Selena were taken aback by the unexpected appearance of this Pokemon. "This is my main Pokemon's lineage. Impressive, isn't it?" the elder boasted. "It seems adequate, I suppose," Ash replied nonchalantly. "Return, Zoroark. It's your turn, Jolteon." Without hesitation, Ash sent forth the electric-type Pokemon. Jolteon. Jolteon expressed discomfort at the sweltering ground beneath its paws. "Ah, a rare Pokemon. How delightful," the elder remarked, his eyes glinting with interest. Just then, the voice of Cynthia echoed from the entrance. "We seem to have arrived late," she announced, entering alongside Professor Rowan. "Shiny Incineroar? Why has he brought it out?" Professor Rowan questioned incredulously. "Jolteon, electric terrain. Thunderbolt." Ash continued the battle, undeterred by Cynthia's arrival. As Jolteon's attack struck the ground, it released a layer of static electricity, spreading a vibrant orange-yellow hue before unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. "Incineroar, use Heat Wave." The elder's command was straightforward, and a wave of scorching heat surged forth, unsettling Jolteon. "Plasma Fist," Ash called, unleashing Jolteon's signature move. Silver lightning enveloped its paw as it prepared its most potent strike. This is the signature move of the mythical Jolteon. "Plasma Fist. It seems formidable," Professor Rowan noted, capturing the moment on his device. "Defend yourself." The elder's composure faltered slightly at the sight of the fiercely charged Jolteon. Chapter 80. The Battle of the Twin Dragons. The elder is ready. "Defend," he commanded, feeling uncertain. The unknown Pokemon, with astonishing speed and unfamiliar moves, warranted caution. Jolteon, however, showed no mercy, delivering a series of powerful punches. Butterfly Dance. The elder realized that such an exhausting battle was unsustainable and retaliated. "Host, take it easy. Do you understand what it means to be gentle? They are of different tiers." The system interjected, unable to watch any longer. Noting the significant level difference between the two Pokemon. "Mind your own business. No matter how troublesome the opponent, I've defeated them all. I refuse to believe that the last one will be Entei or Moltres. Host, there are no legendary Pokemon here. Be quiet." Incineroar, realizing its attacks were ineffective, prepared to unleash its final blow, Solar Blaze. One last strike, Plasma Fist. Ash decided to go all out, signaling Jolteon to unleash its full power. The Elder's command came simultaneously. The collision of the two energy blasts was tremendous. Both trainers were giving their all. Ash regarded the Elder with a calm demeanor, thinking, this old coot isn't even using his main Pokémon. No matter how many he sends out, I'm not afraid. Incineroar succumbed to exhaustion, while Jolteon remained nearly unscathed. Elder, send out your main Pokémon. If you continue like this, you'll suffer a crushing defeat. The Elder silently recalled Incineroar, his expression suddenly sharpening. That was your claim. He produced a Master Ball. Old man, it's been too long since I've had a satisfying battle. Come, let us fulfill your wish today. A Master Ball, Charizard, or Blaziken. Ash's anticipation heightened at the sight of the Pokeball, finally ready to face the Elder's main Pokémon. With a roar, a Pokémon with blood-red wings emerged from the Master Ball. Rayquaza? Ash was momentarily stunned. Isn't this a Fire-type gym? He glanced at the data. Both the Gyarados and the Dragonite are at level 74, equipped with the Megastone for Dragonite. A glance around the surroundings reveals that this indoor setting is hardly suitable for aerial combat. Dragonite, return. Upon witnessing the emergence of Dragonite, he felt somewhat taken aback. Yet he was grateful for his contingency plan. Pikachu, I can't entrust this battle to you, Ash expressed with a hint of regret, subsequently retrieving a Pokeball from his pocket. Hydreigon, you shall be my choice. He released the long-absent comrade, ready to wear down the opponent before engaging in aerial combat. This was the Hydreigon that had undergone training under Shaka, and it appeared to have grown considerably stronger, as noted by the Elder's keen observation. Hydreigon, descend and greet. The three-headed dragon swooped down, lowering its head in acknowledgement, seemingly recognizing the Elder. Good boy. This little fellow trained with me before its evolution. I had no idea he belonged to you, the Elder elucidated. Thank you for your care, Elder. Ash expressed his sincere gratitude. Dragonite, let us test if it has regressed. Dragon Dive, the Elder commanded, initiating a powerful move. Without waiting for Ash's instructions, Hydreigon responded in kind with its own Dragon Dive. Hydreigon, battle freely. In the skies above, the two Pokémon engaged in a fierce confrontation, requiring no input from their trainers. Observing the escalating intensity of the battle, Ash inferred that the Elder was assessing Hydreigon's capabilities and had no intention of intervening. Kid, did Charizard not accompany you? The Elder suddenly inquired. Ash felt a jolt of anxiety. It seemed the truth could not be concealed. Well, Charizard is at Charizard Valley, and Miss Jiko isn't around. So I couldn't get in touch with her, Ash replied with a hint of resignation. Hyrona, go to room 3 and summon that lazy girl, if she's here on vacation. She should have had her fill of leisure by now, the Elder instructed, disregarding Ash. The others exchanged glances, bemused by the Elder's commanding demeanor, wondering how the regional champion could be so easily commanded. Although Hyrona found it somewhat exasperating, she complied without protest. Meanwhile, in the hot springs, two Charizards were luxuriating in the warmth, with their tails comfortably outside the water, enjoying a well-deserved respite. Why are there two Charizards? Hyrona mused as she passed by, glancing at the pair in the hot spring. It didn't seem unusual to her. Her own Garchomp enjoyed a soak as well, so she merely observed before moving on. With a resounding thud, Hyrona kicked open the door, finding Jiko motionless, a smirk creeping onto her face. You little rascal, no wonder I couldn't reach you. Turns out you are here on vacation. If the Elder hadn't mentioned your whereabouts, I would have been none the wiser. Lisa, be quiet. Let me sleep a bit longer, Jiko mumbled, still wearing her sleep mask, assuming it was Lisa who had disturbed her. Hyrona, however, had no intention of letting her slumber in peace and released Garchomp. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Garchomp looked at its trainer in bewilderment, as if questioning her sanity. Are you serious? It seemed to ask, thoroughly confused about whether this was indeed its trainer. Moments later, a shriek echoed through the room, and Garchomp looked on helplessly as it was recalled into its Pokeball. Hyrona, my champion, is it appropriate to disrupt someone's sweet dreams this early? Jiko opined, clearly displeased. It's precisely 10:01 in the morning. Do you really think this is an appropriate hour? She waved a clock in front of Jiko, clearly annoyed. Jiko rubbed her eyes, realizing something was amiss. What are you doing here? I came for a vacation, and no one knew I was here. Hyrona scoffed. Humph, who told me you were training? If I hadn't overheard the Elderess words, I wouldn't have known you were here. Then why are you here? Jiko asked, somewhat bewildered by the unexpected visit. Where's Ash's Charizard? Don't tell me you left it behind. Hyrona recalled the main issue at hand, and reached for the Pokeball. Ash's Charizard? I'm confused. If you wanted Charizard, you could have simply asked without all the theatrics, Jiko replied, not inclined to move, instead reclining once more. Hyrona, uninterested in her antics. made her way to the hot spring, where she encountered the two enamored Charizards, reluctant to disturb their intimate moment. As she was not there to witness such displays of affection. Back at the battlefield, Dragonite and Hydreigon were not exerting their full strength, resembling a test of capabilities rather than a fierce battle, indicating that Dragonite had previously trained Hydreigon extensively. Serena, ever considerate, brought a cup of barley tea, while Ash observed the unfolding spectacle, showing no signs of readiness to direct the battle. At that moment, both Dragonite and Hydreigon simultaneously intensified their auras, their eyes turning a menacing crimson. Oh no, that S-Dragon Rage. Ash could no longer remain composed. Pokémon in this state were notoriously difficult to manage, and trouble was brewing. Just then, Hyrona returned, a Pokeball in hand. Chapter 81. Charizard vs. Charizard. The badge is within reach. Ash, catch. Hyrona tossed the red and white ball to Ash. As he grasped the Pokeball, he felt a familiar warmth accompanied by a low, throaty growl. Thank you, Miss Hyrona. He glanced at the ball, confirming it contained Charizard. Although he was uncertain how Jiko had arrived, her timing was impeccable. The elder observed Ash's smile. This kid is finally ready to summon his strongest partner. Sorry for the wait, Ash stated with unwavering determination. Hydreigon, return. For this final battle, allow me to showcase the prowess of my predecessor. He recalled the slightly fatigued Hydreigon, but did not return the Pokeball to his belt. Hydreigon understands that this last battle is not meant for it, and it obediently vacated the arena. Dragonite, return, the elder commanded, retrieving Dragonite. Charizard, you shall be my choice. Ash flipped his cap backward and tossed the previously held Pokeball. Charizard, fight with all your might. The elder released his Pokeball, and two orange Charizards appeared on the battlefield. Ash's Charizard stood slightly shorter than the elder's, yet its aura was equally compelling. Charizard. Ash attempted to reminisce, but the elder's Charizard wasted no time, unleashing a flamethrower in greeting. Cough, cough. The familiar sequence of events unfolded, with Ash and Serena sharing concerned glances. It's all right. My Charizard is just like that, Ash reassured. At that moment, Lisa entered clad in her pajamas. Roar, roar, roar. The two Charizards were brimming with confidence, showing no regard for their opponent. Charizard, Dragon Claw. The elder initiated the assault, as his Charizard extended its wings, claws shimmering in a verdant hue, charging forward. Dragon Claw. Ash wasted no time countering the attack. Ash's Charizard was no slouch either. Both Charizards were of the same caliber, level 78. Suggesting that Ash had diligently trained in Charizard Valley after their separation. The battle was indeed fierce, with each Charizard exhibiting equal strength through repeated clashes. Dragon Pulse. When close combat proved insufficient, they transitioned to ranged attacks. The elder's command was straightforward. Upon witnessing Ash's Charizard's claws glowing silver, he promptly directed his own Charizard to sever the Dragon Pulse with a single strike. The elder's Charizard was impressively powerful. Ash gazed intently at the venerable old man, who was evenly matched with his most esteemed Pokémon, igniting his interest in Charizard. Charizard, Air Slash, he commanded, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he changed tactics. The old man's Charizard effortlessly evaded the attack without needing any directives. Noticing that the time was ripe for a decisive strike, Ash illuminated the keystone in his hand. Charizard, Mega Evolve. However, confusion washed over him as he observed Charizard remaining in its original form. For a moment, he was taken aback, suspecting that the keystone might be malfunctioning. Ash, does your Charizard have a Megastone? Jike kindly reminded him, noting that Charizard had just been returned. Or would it have acquired a Megastone? A silence enveloped the scene for 5 seconds. Oh no, I forgot. Frantically rummaging through his backpack, Ash finally unearthed the long-forgotten Megastone, unbeknownst to him of its whereabouts. Charizard, catch this, he exclaimed, tossing a dusty orb to Charizard. Let us grow stronger together. Charizard Mega evolved, and a brilliant light engulfed the battlefield, revealing a sleek, blue-black Charizard. Old friend, we cannot afford to lose. The old man stroked his beard, activating the ring in his hand, summoning his own Mega evolved Charizard, which manifested in a vibrant orange hue. A Charizard Y. Ash quickly glanced at the data. Charizard Y. Type: Fire, Flying. Ability: Drought. Level: 78. Level 5. Moves: Flamethrower, Overheat, Solar Beam, Air Slash, Blast Burn, Heat Wave, Steel Wing, Dragon Claw, Cut, Hyper Beam, Thunder Punch. Goodness, the move pool is extensive. But my Charizard is no slouch either. Charizard Dragon Claw. Ash commanded, opting for close combat. Charizard Thunder Punch. A fist crackling with electricity surged forth. Seizing the opportunity, Ash decided to go all out as the close-quarter skirmish yielded little result. As Ash's Charizard lunged towards the old man's Charizard, the latter retaliated with a powerful dragon tail, sending Ash's Charizard crashing to the ground. Then let us unleash Flare Blitz. Ash declared. Oh, you're getting desperate. We shall use Flare Blitz as well. The old man watched the two Pokémon, both poised to collide in a fierce confrontation. The arena descended into chaos, with debris occasionally raining from above. Ultimately, it was the blue-black Charizard that stood victorious. We did it. The badge is ours. Ash exclaimed, admiring the unyielding figure before him. Thank you, Charizard. You've worked hard, he said, approaching his panting Pokémon to offer comfort. However, Charizard seemed indifferent, finding the battle rather dull, yearning instead for exhilarating encounters with legendary Pokémon. Had Ash known Charizard's thoughts, he might have given it a stern talking to, questioning where it expected to find such legendary creatures. Considering his last encounter at the Sinnoh League was merely serendipitous. Could you defeat a Mewtwo or a Lurantis? Or perhaps the trio from the Hoenn region? Well done. Young man, you have earned the right to claim my badge. The old man approached with a smile. Thank you, sir. I have learned immensely today. Ash replied with humble gratitude. Very well. The old man gestured for the staff to bring forth the prize. Here is the symbol of my Fire Rock gem. The flame badge, it is now yours. The old man presented Ash with a badge resembling a blazing flame. Thank you. Ash accepted the badge, placing it in the final slot of his badge case. Now, he merely needed to register at the Pokemon Center for the upcoming competition. Does that girl Hamika also have a badge? He pondered, recalling his last encounter with a dusty moth or a bee drill. The old man glanced at the badge case with mild surprise. A bee drill with the sniper ability? Ash replied candidly. You are welcome to stay the night. It has been ages since I've had such a crowd. It would liven things up, the old man remarked, observing Ash and his friend's unabashed fascination with the badge case. Yay! The group cheered in unison, thrilled at the prospect of staying at the old man's establishment, which served as both a gym and a hot spring inn, a perfect place to rejuvenate. Ding! Congratulations, the host has collected all 8 badges from the Unova region, achieving the feat of becoming a badge holder. Reward: a standalone seaside villa in the Alola region. All formalities have been processed, and 1 Alolan Vulpix, ice, egg, along with an ice stone. Quite satisfactory indeed. It seems I will have my own house in Alola, along with an ice Vulpix egg and an ice stone. That evening, a modest banquet was held at the gym, where Ash's culinary skills, honed over time, shone brightly. The celebration continued late into the night, with the old man partaking in a bit of drink, while also being informed of the imminent youth tournament. It's just a youth cup, right? Winning is surely within my grasp, Ash remarked confidently. Had it been the naive Ash of yore, he would have been subjected to a lecture. Now, he deemed the championship a straightforward endeavor. Chapter 82. A formidable foe from the Kalos region. The following morning, Ash awoke with a foggy mind, realizing he had perhaps indulged too much the previous night. Drinking interferes with important matters, he mused. It was now 7:10 a.m., and most were still lost to slumber. Quietly rising, Ash ventured outside to engage in a brief morning workout, push-ups and frog jumps in succession. Hello, when does the gym open? I am a challenger. A man with a backpack approached Ash, inquiring. You've arrived early. The doors open at 9, and the old man has yet to rise. Ash replied without halting his exercises. Such diligent staff at the gym, up so early for morning training. The man observed Ash's routine with approval. You've mistaken me. I am not a gym staff member. I just completed my challenge yesterday and stayed here overnight. I am Ash from the Kanto region. Ash explained, keen to continue his workout, but polite enough to respond. I'm Yulongqing from the Kalos region, Hiyori City. Nice to meet you. Yulongqing extended a hand. You're also collecting badges for the Unova League, I see. Ash noted the necklace around Yulongqing's neck, recognizing that he too possessed a mega-evolved Pokémon. Indeed. This is my 7th badge. I need just 1 more gym, Yulongqing proclaimed, producing his collection box, revealing 6 neatly arranged badges, including the basic badge and the jet badge, along with several unfamiliar ones. Shall we have a warm-up battle? What do you say? Yulongqing proposed. How about a decisive match? Ash, intrigued by Yulongqing's fervor, could not refuse. All right. They moved to an open area, Ash clad in athletic wear, accompanied by his trusty Jolteon. Here is my Greninja. Yulongqing released a blue frog Pokémon, sporting a long pink tongue. Greninja? The starter from the Kalos region? Ash mused. Jolteon, you're up, he called, sending forth his only battle-ready Pokémon. Jolteon. The Pokémon appeared slightly groggy, still yearning for slumber. This is a friendly match, no need to go all out. Ash assessed Greninja's strength, noting it was formidable. Yet he preferred to hold back. Yulongqing took the initiative. Greninja, Water Shuriken. The Greninja leapt into action, conjuring shuriken resembling water from its hands, launching them in a seemingly erratic manner. Zeraora, Plasma Fists. Observing the listless and somewhat bored Zeraora, it unleashed its ultimate move. Is this Pokemon named Zeraora? That name seems familiar. Yulongqing pondered, a vague recollection flitting through his mind, yet he could not pinpoint it. Greninja employed Shadow Clone, simultaneously executing a Fury Cutter. Yulongqing, with unhurried wisdom, took decisive action. What are you thinking? Is this how you use Plasma Fists? He remarked, exasperated, as he rubbed his forehead upon witnessing Yulongqing's recklessness. He withdrew and opted for a Blaze Kick instead. Ash, not wishing to go all out, altered his strategy. The clash between Fury Cutter and Blaze Kick appeared to favor the latter. However, in sheer might, Zeraora ultimately triumphed. All right, cease this ruckus. Have you considered that some of us might prefer to sleep in this early hour? An elderly gentleman interjected, visibly displeased. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Yulongqing, the gym leader of the Fiery Rock Gym. Despite his age, he retains remarkable vigor. Ash gestured for them to halt, presenting Yulongqing. Good morning, sir. I am Yulongqing, hailing from Seawing City in the Kalos region. I seek a gym battle. Yulongqing reintroduced himself. What brings you here so early? Have you eaten? If not, join me. The old man merely cast a glance in his direction. A discordant sound emerged, causing the group to chuckle lightly. As they entered the gym, Ash's Pokemon were in the midst of breakfast, and Yulongqing unceremoniously plopped down, grabbing milk and bread to indulge. After their meal, they commenced the gym battle. In contrast to Ash's previous match, this one was modified to a 3v3 format. Yulongqing selected Greninja, Garchomp, and Barbecue Shrimp, while the Elder dispatched a diverse lineup featuring Blaziken, a semi-legendary, alongside two gym-level Pokemon, Pyroar and Blaziken. In the climactic battle against Blaziken, the Elder executed a million-ton kick, securing victory. After the match, in the gym's hot springs, Yulongqing inquired, "How did you manage to win, sir?" Somewhat discontented. The Elder's entire team posed a significantly higher challenge. Ash replied, eyes closed. Is that so? He finally recalled where he had seen Zeraora before. It had appeared in the semifinals of the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference. Ash pointed to the keystone around his neck, curiously asking, "Where did you obtain that stone?" Yulongqing seemed momentarily pained, gently caressing the keystone as he murmured, "It was given to me by my grandfather, who claimed it would yield unforeseen effects." Lucario, Ash called out, beckoning his Lucario from a distance. "Do you possess a stone like this one? One that resonates with Pokemon?" Yulongqing contemplated. "I feel like I've seen something similar before, but I can't quite recall." Ash slowly replied, "If we could locate such a stone, one that could synchronize with your Pokemon, your prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights." The two conversed for quite some time, learning that Yulongqing had traversed the Kalos and Hoenn regions before arriving in Unova. He had previously challenged Mr. Xiaka, the gym leader of the Twin Dragons gym, but due to their vast disparity in strength, he was compelled to set his sights elsewhere. After enjoying the hot springs and a light meal, Yulongqing approached with a floating Metagross beside him. He recalled yet another keystone he possessed, now resonating solely with Metagross. Upon identification, it revealed itself as the Metagross Mega Evolution Stone, just as he had suspected, yet it remained unutilized for its ultimate evolution. The following day, Ash and Serena packed their belongings, preparing to take their leave. Charizard would temporarily part ways, awaiting their reunion for the league competition. Of course, that day, Yulongqing challenged the Elder once more, this time summoning several new Pokemon, Swampert, Garchomp, and Alakazam. He narrowly defeated the Elder, claiming the badge, and subsequently set forth on the journey alongside Ash. "Why are you following me?" Ash questioned, annoyed by Yulongqing's persistent shadowing. "I'm heading to the Tringhai Wave Gym. I isn't it on the way?" Yulongqing replied brazenly, unperturbed. "How is that on the way? Serena approached me last night about attending a fashion exhibition and show, yet you never mentioned it was on the way. Besides, you're calling her sister-in-law so smoothly. I'm older than you know. The Qinghai Wave Gym is still quite far. We must head north, then take a direct train from there," Ash thought, feeling an urge to reprimand Yulongqing, who he had only just met days prior. And this guy has a remarkable appetite. He consumes twice as much as Serena and I combined. He must be a pig. Chapter 83, Encounter with Darkrai, aim for the legendary 3. They arrived at a quaint town adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers, an exquisite sight. While Ash merely appreciated the scenery with indifference, Serena and Yulongqing appeared reluctant to depart. "Hey, enough of that," Ash interjected, unable to bear their desire to pick flowers, stopping them in their tracks. A nearby sign read, "Viewing only, no picking allowed." Honestly, Some people just ruin the beauty of the flower fields. They might get caught. Nevertheless, the surroundings were indeed breathtaking. Suddenly, a dark red Pokémon materialized from the ground, silently drifting into view. Ash squinted. Darkrai. Quite a rare sight. He sought a patch of grass and reclined, muttering, Darkrai. Darkrai, this is Unova. What brings the Nightmare Pokémon here? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. System, check this out. Reluctant to move, he summoned the system for assistance. Host. This is Darkrai from the Yulongqing conference. The system's explanation was succinct. Ash's eyes flew open in disbelief. No way. Yulongqing, what are you doing here? A figure clad in a crimson cloak approached, casting a glance at Yulongqing. You are Darkrai? No way. Are you also participating in this Unova League? Yulongqing instinctively took a few steps back, recognizing Darkrai from their previous encounter during his travels in Kalos, where he had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Darkrai's dark void. Unova League, I look forward to battling you again. Darkrai smiled faintly. Ash overheard their exchange. What? Darkrai is participating in the Unova League? Is he not concerned about others coveting the legendary Pokémon? Mr. Darkrai, I too will be entering the Unova League, and I hope we can face each other once more. Ash stepped forward, addressing Darkrai. The elder recognized Ash and Pikachu approaching from behind. I remember you. You forced me to unleash all my Pokémon that time. Darkrai recalled, his gaze fixed on Ash, remembering the only battle where he had nearly faced total defeat. Next time we meet, I hope you want to use him again. I can't handle it. Ash referred to the 6th legendary Pokémon, Lugia, who had unexpectedly joined the fray. It's a deal. Dakdo discerned the overflowing confidence radiating from Ash, prompting him to declare that in their next battle, he would employ 5 entirely new faces, apart from his trusty Darkrai. It was a topic for another time. Surely, you aren't fixated on some legendary creature from the Unova region, are you? Glancing at Dakdo, he couldn't help but inquire further, anxious to know which formidable being might emerge next. Dakdo took a deep breath and replied, I have temporarily relinquished my pursuit of the Unova region's trio of swordsmen, but have set my sights on, gesturing towards the sky as he spoke. The trio of swordsmen? How fanciful. You can't possibly be pondering the Tau trio. Can you? With Lugia in the mix, it's not entirely implausible. My true target is Tornadus, Dakdo stated, casting his gaze towards the heavens with a hint of nonchalance. Tornadus? My dear brother, you possess a remarkable imagination. Who has bestowed such audacity upon you? Yulongqing, perhaps? Tornadus, one of the 3 deities of the Unova region, is scarcely depicted in the anime, leaving one to wonder if it even has a lineage. Its dominion extends beyond mere winds. It commands hurricanes. Legend has it that the deity resides with a wind sack upon its back, possibly the prototype for Tornadus's unique anatomy. Furthermore, Tornadus can transform into a spirit-like form, unfurling a pair of wings. According to ancient texts, it is described as a troublesome azure bird. Summon the data on Tornadus, Dakdo commanded. Tornadus. Type, flying. Power level, level 2 deity, no lineage. Abilities, prankster, unyielding. Habitat, 3 Cloud Island. Description, one of the 3 deities of Unova, known for its irascible temperament. Capable of transforming into a bird-like spirit form. Moves, hurricane, tailwind, protect, icy wind, superpower, air slash, dark pulse. Please add any additional information. Don't even consider capturing a level 1 deity. 3 Cloud Island is far from here. The likelihood of subduing it is exceedingly slim. One wonders what force dares to covet a deity of the clouds. Such audacity is remarkable. A mere board of wood is one thing, but this lunatic is another matter entirely. This trio from Team Rocket serves as a prime example of relentless pursuit of legendary Pokémon, and yet they succeed in their endeavors. Why they are so intent on capturing my Pikachu is beyond comprehension. Wouldn't it be wiser to seize a few legendary creatures and claim their rewards? Yulongqing observed Dakdo with a sense of familiarity and hurried over, proclaiming, You are the trainer who utilized a legendary Pokémon at the Lilac Conference. I wish to challenge you. Ash was momentarily taken aback, pondering the audacity of this individual. His Darkrai had ravaged the Sinnoh League's gyms, and had it not been for Ash, it would have swept through the League Conference without a hitch. Ash contemplated dissuading him. Yulongqing, the Pokémon he wields is no trifling matter. I have faced several of them. Do not overestimate your capabilities. Yulongqing was aware of the strength of his own Pokémon. Did he not understand his own limitations? Very well. Dakdo accepted with enthusiasm. The stage was set for an epic showdown. Dakdo remained resolute with Darkrai, while Yulongqing summoned his Alakazam. Alakazam, use Psychic. Yulongqing commanded, initiating the battle with a powerful move. Decry, counter with Dark Pulse. Dakdo responded. The 2 attacks collided, resulting in a stalemate. Ash recognized that Dakdo had not unleashed his full potential. Dakdo, black hole. A jet of darkness struck Alakazam directly. Alakazam, evade the black hole. Yulongqing shouted in desperation. But Alakazam appeared unresponsive, frozen in place. Dakdo, it is time to conclude this. Dream Eater. Dakdo's eyes glinted as a shadow darted forth, striking Alakazam and rendering it unable to battle. Yulongqing silently recalled Alakazam, his demeanor subdued. Dakdo exchanged pleasantries with Ash before departing, promising to settle their rivalry at the Unova League Conference. Ash felt powerless to console Yulongqing. The ease with which Dakdo defeated Alakazam was surely disheartening. Ash chuckled. Do not be disheartened. This fellow's record of sweeping through battles was broken by me, yet I did not weep as you do. I will emerge victorious at the league conference. Yulongqing retorted defiantly. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. It was Serena. The two rushed to investigate, discovering a swarm of Beedrills in pursuit of her. Ash, seized by a sense of déjà vu, commanded, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. He could not stand idly by, immediately directing Pikachu to unleash its power. Frogadier, Water Shuriken. Yulongqing sent forth his own Pokemon to assist. Serena, relieved at the arrival of her allies, tossed out her Pokeball, summoning Chasepin. Chasepin, use Seed Bomb. She called out, eager to contribute, having dispatched the swarm of Beedrills. Ash learned that Serena had inadvertently disturbed a tree, triggering the mass emergence of the Beedrills. A couple could have been easily managed, but a horde merely necessitated a hasty escape. Ash laughed heartily, advising her, in the future, refrain from kicking trees. You never know what might come tumbling out. That night, Ash rested comfortably, relishing the crisp evening air. The following morning, he awoke to find Yulongqing absent, presuming he had set out early. His attention was drawn to a letter tucked beneath his pillow, revealing that Yulongqing had indeed departed ahead of him, eager for training and experience. They had agreed to face off at the league conference, yet it seemed fate had other plans. Yulongqing had encountered a formidable opponent in the second round and was swiftly eliminated. The stark contrast between his previous league success and this debacle was striking. Simultaneously, Ash received a call from Brock, announcing that he and Dawn would be wed in 4 months, the ceremony to be held in Pewter City. Brock had returned to Pewter City, reapplying for the position of gym leader, fortuitously encountering both Adu and the Ice-type champion, Miss Kona. With their endorsements, the evaluation process was expedited, raising suspicions of favoritism, yet Brock was officially reinstated as gym leader. Chapter 84. The Hatching of Vulpix, a Reunion with Go. Ash and Serena strolled leisurely, arriving at a pastoral expanse teeming with Miltank, Tauros, and stampede buffaloes roaming in herds. This is indeed a ranch. Ash marveled at the vastness of the land. Suddenly, an Incineroar and a Mandibuzz emerged, followed closely by a Boltund, eyeing the duo with malice. Boltund, Mandibuzz, and Incineroar? These 3 Pokemon must serve as the guardians of this ranch, Ash surmised. Beep. Ice Vulpix hatching in progress. Please wait. Lost in his thoughts, Ash was jolted back to reality by the system notification. He retrieved the incubator from his backpack. Where did you acquire this egg? Serena inquired curiously as Ash unwrapped the Pokemon egg. I stumbled upon it in Snowflake City. Ash replied nonchalantly, recalling the incident. After approximately 10 minutes of suspenseful anticipation, a soft cry echoed, and a pristine white fox with 6 tails emerged. Checking the Vulpix's data. Pokemon. Vulpix, Alolan form. Type, Ice. Strength, 0 newborn. Ability, Snowfall. Skills, Ice Beam, Powder Snow, Magical Shine, Iron Tail, Water Pulse. Sally's eyes sparkled with delight, particularly exclaiming, Ash, is this the Ice-type Vulpix? Ash gently stroked the newly born Vulpix, remarking on its robust health. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted the moment. The white Vulpix. I shall take it. A red and white Pokeball sailed through the air. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Ash instinctively ducked, realizing he had a full roster of 6 Pokemon. Who could be so unscrupulous as to throw a ball at a Pokemon they desired? Lucario, find out who threw that ball, and teach them a lesson. Ash commanded, revealing his less-than-merciful nature. Lucario, came the response, as the creature sprang into action. Ouch, stop, please. A familiar voice cried out from the forest. Ash rushed over, only to find it was none other than the notorious Dogeo. You again? I really don't want to see you, Ash muttered, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. You're the one who sent me to the police station. Dogeo, recognizing Ash, clenched his fists in frustration. The last time he was apprehended, his parents had to exert considerable effort to secure his release, and he had not forgotten who had orchestrated his downfall. Since that day, he had become even more reckless, resorting to underhanded tactics to capture Pokemon. Do you think I would ever forgive you? Ash glared at him. Iron Tyrannosaurus, take him down. Dogeo threw a Pokeball, summoning a massive Pokemon. Earthquake. Ash commanded Lucario to enhance its punches, while Pikachu unleashed a Thunderbolt directed at Dogeo. Ash could no longer stand by and watch. He unleashed his full power. Naturally, Iron Tyrannosaurus was no match for Lucario, swiftly ending the confrontation. Pikachu's Thunderbolt struck Dogeo, leaving him charred and disoriented. Ash, isn't this a bit much? Sally expressed her concern. Humph, if he doesn't learn a lesson. He'll think the world revolves around him, Ash replied, casting a glance at the stunned Dogeo, devoid of any sympathy. He retrieved healing items from his backpack to tend to Iron Tyrannosaurus, and before long, it regained consciousness. You're free now, consider switching trainers. This fellow has questionable character. Ash whispered gently to it. Iron Tyrannosaurus had been forcibly captured by Dogeo, snatched away with a simple throw of a Pokeball. It hesitated, unsure of where to go, as it had no knowledge of its original clan in the Kanto region. Ash, why don't you take it? Sally suggested sympathetically. Ash shook his head, considering that if this had been his first journey in Kanto, it would have been a different story. However, he had no intention of keeping such a massive Pokemon now. Leave it to my farm. I'll take good care of it. An elderly man in overalls, wielding a shovel, approached. He was the owner of the farm, housing various Pokemon, including the recently mentioned Rapidash and Infernape. The old man had witnessed Dogeo's disgraceful actions and expressed his discontent. Roar? Iron Tyrannosaurus sought confirmation about staying, uncertain of its future. The old man nodded reassuringly, indicating that it could remain. Dogeo, now awake, was furious to see his Iron Tyrannosaurus leaving him and stormed over, throwing a new Pokeball. Go, Crawdaunt, bring back Iron Tyrannosaurus. With unwarranted confidence, he issued his command. However, Crawdaunt's Crabhammer did not strike Ash's side, but instead landed squarely on Dogeo's face. With a resounding thud, Dogeo was sent flying once more, failing to comprehend why he had been launched away. Ash, this Crawdaunt is also a victim, Sally remarked, observing the battered Dogeo with a distinct lack of empathy. It was evident from Crawdaunt's condition that Dogeo treated his Pokemon poorly. Indeed, it seems that way. I have a Crawdaunt too, but this one appears rather underdeveloped and malnourished. Ash mused, utilizing the system to assess Crawdaunt's condition. Following the old man's guidance, they ventured to the police station to find Officer Junsha, who had news for Dogeo, a second offense. His parents, upon receiving the news, wore expressions of disbelief, wondering how their son had once again found himself in such a predicament. This time, the consequences were far stricter than before. Officer Junsha reported to the Pokemon League, recommending the revocation of Dogeo's Pokemon trainer license. This drove Dogeo into a frenzy. After a day of rest at the farm, Ash and Sally released all their Pokemon, introducing the little Vulpix to the group. While Sally's two Pokemon were of reasonable size, the rest were gargantuan, causing the small Vulpix to retreat in fear. Fortunately, with the comforting presence of Turtwig and Curlia, it began to calm down. The old man had prepared moo milk and various local delicacies. I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional, Sally exclaimed, patting her full belly with satisfaction. Old man, don't you have anyone to help you with such a vast farm? Ash inquired curiously. The old man chuckled, certainly not. At my age, I can't manage it alone. I have two grandsons who are currently out. At that moment, a photograph on the table caught Ash's attention. It depicted a young man cradling an Eevee alongside all its evolutionary forms, with gym badges from both Hoenn and Sinnoh regions framed beside it. Could this old man's grandson also be a Pokemon trainer, particularly one specializing in Eevee? As if in answer, the sound of an arriving airplane echoed outside. Grandpa, we're back. Moments later, two figures approached, and one voice called out, Grandpa, I'm home. The door swung open to reveal a young man with yellow hair, accompanied by an Eevee. Eevee. The brown Eevee leaped into the old man's arms. Grandpa, do we have guests? He said, noticing Ash and Sally at the table. Bagil, you're back. This is Ash and Sally. Ash, like you, is preparing to participate in the Unova League, the old man introduced. Ash recognized the familiar face and the Eevee, realizing that this was the same character from the original anime, who had competed and triumphed in the tournament with his Eevee and its evolutions. Mr. Bagil, it's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion today, Ash said, extending a handshake with a courteous smile. Oh, I am indeed familiar with you, the formidable finalist of the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference, who battled fiercely against Darkrai, if I am not mistaken. Bajir politely acknowledged as he removed his gloves. Ash felt a flush of embarrassment, questioning his own level of fame. I had intended to participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference as well, but due to injuries sustained by my EV, I was unable to compete. Bajir confessed with a hint of regret. But we can certainly face off in the Unova League, Ash eagerly anticipated, recalling the champion's prowess and battle strategies depicted in the anime. How about we engage in a match right now? Bajir suggested with a smile, noting that trainers capable of contesting against legendary Pokémon are indeed a rarity. A splendid idea. The two reached a consensus. Let us settle this with 3 Pokémon each. Bajir led Ash outside. Very well, Ash was excited to decide which Pokémon to send into battle. My first choice is him. Go, Leafeon. Bajir tossed a Pokeball, and a green-patterned Pokémon emerged. Superior, it shall be you. Ash released the Unova region's grass-type starter, Superior. Superior, you say? Quite well trained, I must admit. Bajir was pleasantly surprised to encounter such a Pokémon. Leafeon, use Seed Bomb. Bajir initiated the attack. Leafeon unleashed a barrage of seeds from its mouth. Superior, let us respond with Seed Bomb as well. Ash, observing the straightforward move, decided to counter it directly. Leafeon, being small and nimble, could adapt its techniques, while Superior, despite its imposing size, was not lacking in speed. Superior unleashed Frenzy Plant. At that moment, numerous vines erupted from the ground, surging forth. Leafeon, use Leaf Blade. Leafeon deftly dodged the Frenzy Plant and transformed its forelimbs into sharp green blades. Well done, Leafeon. Ash nodded approvingly. Although Leafeon was 10 levels lower, it still showcased impressive strength. Superior, let us not prolong this. Use Solar Beam. Recognizing Leafeon's resilience, it was prudent to conclude the battle swiftly. Leafeon swiftly burrowed underground just as Solar Beam was unleashed. Leafeon emerged from another spot underground, launching an energy ball. This was the moment Bajir had been waiting for. Superior, use Light of Ruin. Ash seized the opportunity to counterattack. Bajir remained composed and called out, Leafeon, use Sunny Day, Flare Blitz. The combination of Sunny Day and Flare Blitz was instantaneous. Their strongest moves collided, resulting in a cancellation of their effects. Leafeon struggled to rise, but after a moment, it collapsed. You fought valiantly. Rest well, Bajir consoled as he recalled Leafeon. Your Superior is exceptionally strong. How will you handle my Flareon next? Bajir summoned his Fire-type EV. Superior, return. Blastoise, it's your turn. Ash decided to switch out his Superior, sensing trouble against the fiery adversary. Blastoise regarded the diminutive Flareon with a hint of mockery, showing no deference whatsoever. Return, Flareon. I shall entrust this battle to Jolteon. Bajir switched out to Jolteon upon observing Blastoise. Jolteon, do you think you can handle Blastoise? Despite the type disadvantage, Bajir exhibited unwavering confidence. Jolteon, use Thunderbolt. Blastoise, don't be afraid. Withdraw into your shell. Ash remained unfazed by Jolteon's aggressive approach, opting for defense. Blastoise, having experienced various defensive strategies during its time as a Squirtle, was well prepared to withstand both Thunderbolt and Grass-type moves. Thunderbolt struck the shell of the withdrawn Blastoise, which braced itself against the attack. Blastoise emerged from its shell, visibly affected by the previous blow. Blastoise, don't panic. Use Dragon Pulse. Observing Blastoise's discomfort, Ash urged it to regain composure and retaliate. Blastoise fired a powerful Dragon Pulse. Jolteon, use Pin Missile. Jolteon's spine stood erect, unleashing a cascade of needles that struck Blastoise, followed by a supplementary Thunderbolt. Defend yourself, Ash commanded, raising his hand to shield Blastoise. A green light enveloped them, successfully blocking the Thunderbolt. With the stage set, Ash declared, Blastoise, unleash Dragon Pulse. Seeing that the moment was right, Ash initiated a counterattack, the outcome of this critical strike hanging in the balance. Jolteon, Thunderbolt. Bajir remained calm in the face of Ash's determination and met the challenge head-on, undeterred. Blastoise, summon Rain. In the final moments, Ash commanded Blastoise to create a downpour, leaving Serena puzzled about the strategy. Blastoise, severely hindered by its type disadvantage, succumbed to defeat. You fought bravely. That battle was splendid. Rest well. Blastoise had given its all, demonstrating unwavering spirit despite its loss. Pikachu, shall I leave the final blow to you? Ash turned to Pikachu without hesitation. Pika. Pikachu raised its fists, signaling readiness. You're up, Pikachu. Ash flipped his hat backward, preparing to unleash Pikachu. Jolteon. Do not falter, electric terrain. Bajir noticed Jolteon's intention to retreat and quickly pressed the attack. Rain began to fall steadily from the sky, and Serena finally grasped the purpose of Ash's earlier command. Pikachu, take advantage of the stage that Blastoise provided. Use Volt Tackle. Ash directed, watching as the rain-soaked field took shape. Pikachu, enveloped in electricity, charged toward Jolteon. With the rain and electric terrain in play, it was not solely Jolteon's domain. Jolteon, brace yourself. Despite the fierce approach of Pikachu, Bajir maintained his composure and prepared to counter. The two attacks collided, creating a spectacle of power as the smoke cleared. Pikachu stood invigorated, while Jolteon lost its fighting capability. Bajir silently recalled Jolteon, choosing not to deploy Flareon, and slowly approached Ash. Ash, that was a thrilling match. I fear my Flareon cannot overcome your Pikachu. I hope to challenge you again at the tournament, Bajir conceded, recognizing the gap in their abilities. Mr. Bajir, we shall settle the score at the league tournament. Ash replied earnestly, their hands clasped tightly in agreement. Ding. Hidden achievement completed. Faced the champion from the original anime in advance and emerged victorious. Reward, none. System, are you jesting? Do not disrupt this splendid atmosphere. That evening, Ash and Serena rested at the farm, bidding farewell the following morning. Chapter 86, The Youth Cup, featuring Dawn's participation. Ash bid farewell to Bagil and the old man, embarking on his journey towards the venue of the Youth Cup in the Unova region. After several days of intermittent travel, he finally reached his destination. Along the way, he fulfilled Serena's dream of showcasing her fashion designs and encountered numerous trainers for battles. The upcoming Pokemon World Championships Youth Cup is being held in the town of Nimbasa, organized collaboratively by Unova champion Alder and Sinnoh champion Cynthia. The Pokemon Center in Nimbasa was bustling with people, as many were there to participate in the Youth Cup. I'm terribly sorry. Unfortunately, the Pokemon Center is fully booked due to the impending event, Ms. Joy said apologetically to Ash and Serena. How could this happen? Ash exclaimed, feeling a headache coming on from the unexpected turn of events. He pressed on, where can I register for the competition? Ms. Joy smiled and replied, you can register right here. Please present your Pokédex and place it on this terminal. She gestured for Ash to place his Pokédex on the computer before him. From Pallet Town in Kanto, Ash has successfully registered for the Youth Cup in Nimbasa. Please attend the opening ceremony tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The computer's mechanical voice announced. Ms. Joy swiftly typed on the keyboard, Ash. The records indicate you have already obtained 8 badges and are qualified for the Unova League's High City tournament, but you haven't registered yet. Would you like to do that as well? True to her professionalism, she had noticed the oversight. It suddenly dawned on Ash that he had forgotten to register after finishing at the Fiery Path gym. I'm so sorry, Ms. Joy. Here is my badge case. He retrieved the case, revealing the 8 badges neatly arranged inside. All right, please hold on a moment, Ms. Joy said, efficiently completing the registration. The process was quick, and she returned the badge case along with the Pokédex to Ash. However, they still had a pressing issue. Where would they stay? Every nearby inn and the Pokemon Center were fully booked. Serena, how about we rough it out and camp in the wild? Ash suggested helplessly, looking at Serena. He had already indulged her numerous requests during their travels, which had delayed their arrival. Fine, Serena relented, preparing to compromise. As they exited the Pokemon Center, they heard the sounds of a battle nearby, but they had little interest in watching at that moment. Suddenly, a small penguin Pokemon approached Ash, striking a pose and greeting him. Poplio, a wild one, I presume? Ash glanced at it and was about to walk away, having little interest. But if it were an Emperor's Poplio, he might consider capturing one due to its impressive abilities. Don't pull me, Ash exclaimed as the little creature tugged at him, preventing his departure. Pikachu, however, was intrigued and approached the Poplio, recognizing it. Poplio. The Pokemon nodded in affirmation, confirming its identity. Are you Satoshi's Poplio? Is that true? Ash asked, somewhat incredulous. Poplio. The Pokemon responded, looking displeased, and shot a water gun at Ash, splashing him. Sharpedo, Dragon Meteor. Ash called out, pretending to reach for a Pokeball to verify the Poplio's authenticity. At that moment, the Poplio's expression turned pale, and it instinctively darted away. It truly was Satoshi's Poplio. Watching the Poplio retreat in fear, Ash was convinced only Satoshi's Poplio would react so dramatically to the mention of Dragon Meteor. Satoshi, is it really you? Ash spotted Satoshi in the distance and hurriedly picked up the Poplio, making his way over. Ash, Serena, it's been a while. Satoshi greeted them, sharing a fist bump with Ash. Are you participating in this Youth Cup too? We didn't see you while coming to Unova, Ash remarked with a hint of displeasure. I came with Cynthia. She asked the special guest for the opening match, Satoshi replied. Can you defeat me? I'm quite strong, Ash teased, playfully warning Satoshi not to underestimate him, lest she end up in tears after losing. Humph, I'll give it my all. I've caught new partners too. Just you wait, Satoshi declared, determination in her eyes. Huh, new partners? I'm looking forward to it. Satoshi invited them to the hotel that Cynthia had reserved in advance. Ash and Serena sighed with relief, finally able to enjoy a hot shower instead of roughing it outdoors. During dinner, Cynthia joined them. Discussing the competition format, there were 64 participants, with one-on-one battles leading up to the top 8, followed by 3-on-3 until the championship concluded. The winner would earn a chance to battle Alder. This time, 7 participants had acquired all 8 badges, qualifying for the Unova League's High-End City tournament, including Sho, bringing the expected number of competitors to 128. Cheer your best. Cynthia shared this crucial information. Thank you, Cynthia. Your insights are invaluable. Ash expressed his gratitude, recognizing the significance of the details provided. That evening, Ash, Serena, and Satoshi lounged on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky, feeling utterly content. Ash, Satoshi called. Her cheeks flushed, looking adorably cute, while Serena beside her appeared somewhat miffed, lost in her thoughts. Their respective Pokémon had already wandered off to play, leaving them undisturbed. Suddenly, Satoshi leaned in and kissed Ash. Caught off guard, Ash was momentarily stunned. Satoshi's affection level, 100. Serena's jealousy has reached its peak, affection level also at 100. As Ash remained bewildered, he received a system notification. Are you trying to force a harem situation upon me? Not entirely out of the question. Having 2 wives could be quite delightful. Cheeky. Satoshi was then pushed aside by Serena, who promptly leaned in to kiss Ash as well. Oh, I quite enjoy watching you two compete for affection. A scene played out in Ash's mind, accompanied by a thought. Do you both like me? Ash asked seriously, releasing Serena and observing both girls intently. Yes, they both nodded in unison, acknowledging their feelings. It wouldn't be suitable for me to marry you both, would it? Who would be the oldest, and who the youngest? Ash teased mischievously. Upon hearing this, both girls lowered their heads, their faces turning even redder, realizing the absurdity of the question. The next morning, the trio awoke on the balcony, having slept there overnight. Achoo! Ash sneezed, rubbing his nose. Feeling a bit under the weather. They had stayed up late chatting, completely unaware of when they dozed off. And now all 3 were on the verge of catching a cold. A cold? Just take some medicine and drink plenty of water. You should be fine. But it's best to get ample rest. Cynthia observed the trio's condition, choosing not to comment further, but reminding Ash to take care of himself. Arriving at the competition venue, located in the heart of Nimbasa, the arena was where major contests and events were held. Today marked the commencement of the Youth Cup, with the stands filled to capacity. When Ash presented his Pokédex and registration confirmation, he smoothly made his way to the preparation area for competitors. Chapter 87, The Official Competition. The opening match commenced as scheduled, with Alder and a host announcing a lengthy array of seemingly useless information, reiterating the competition rules, causing Ash's ears to grow weary. Ash stifled a yawn, remarking, "This is rather tedious. The host is reminiscent of my former school principal and the school authorities." Dawn cast a glance at the yawning Ash, dismissing his demeanor, as the others were engrossed in the event. Was it appropriate for him to be drowsy here? This time, Serena did not participate in the battle, alas. Aside from her one combative Squirtle, the rest of her Pokémon were more demure, unsuited for the fray. The opening match featured Cynthia versus Gardevoir. The champion of the Sinnoh region faced off against the Elite Four from the Unova region. They were close friends and confidants. In the center of the arena, a white lotus slowly ascended, and as it unfurled, Gardevoir, clad in a flowing white gown, emerged. Cynthia, draped in a cloak adorned with a purple rose at the collar, stood ready. Without any doubt, both competitors revealed their trump cards. Garchomp versus Ms. Gardevoir. A countdown of 5 minutes began on the large screen. This inaugural match served as both a contest and a spectacle, and thus, the 2 combatants exercised restraint, concluding the battle in a draw. The host announced, "Welcome to the Unova region's World Championship Youth Cup in Trident City. Today, 64 contestants will partake in this competition, with the first 3 rounds comprising 1v1 battles, followed by 3v3 contests. Please direct your attention to the screen, as the brackets will be displayed shortly." The screen showcased a flurry of small cards, rapidly spinning, and Ash found himself slated for the first match against a bespectacled gentleman. A short distance away, another man glanced at Ash, scoffing dismissively, clearly unimpressed. Apart from Ash's opponent, the remaining participants gradually vacated the center stage. The host declared, in Trident City, the first round of the Youth Cup commences. Ash versus Dak, with each side permitted to utilize only 1 Pokémon. Let the battle begin. The host turned to Alder, inquiring expectantly, "Mr. Champion, whom do you believe will emerge victorious?" Alder grinned, stating, "Ash, he possesses the capability. Don't ask me why. Just look up the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference." Alder's response was candid, devoid of hesitation, and the microphone was live for all to hear. Returning to the battleground, both contenders took their positions, and the audience buzzed with anticipation. Being singled out by the champion indicated notable prowess. Ash surveyed his opponent and released his Pokeball. For this first match, Lucario shall take the stage. Dakdo Lucario. Remarking, a steel and fighting type Lucario? Intriguing. I choose Emboar. The clash commenced. Emboar, unleash flamethrower. Ash countered swiftly. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. The two attacks collided, neutralizing each other. Lucario, create Shadow Clone and enhance your punches. Dak remained unfazed, commanding, Emboar, use Heat Crash. The fiery onslaught obliterated many of Lucario's clones. Realizing he faced a formidable opponent, Dak instructed, Emboar, withstand the blows with heavy slam. The battle escalated to close quarters. Create distance, Lucario. Use Swords Dance followed by close combat. With the stakes raised, Ash sought to amplify Lucario's attributes for a decisive strike. Dak was not to be underestimated, directing, Emboar, initiate blaze. Emboar, engulfed in flames, charged at Lucario. When the flames dissipated, Emboar lay defeated on the ground. In the first match of the first round, Ash's Lucario emerged victorious, earning him a place in the second round. The host animatedly engaged the audience. Ash glanced back at his opponent before departing the arena, where Dawn awaited him. Well done, Ash, she exclaimed. Thanks. You must stay strong too. Don't lose too quickly, he replied, playfully flicking her forehead. I won't lose, she affirmed. As the rounds progressed, Ash keenly observed the competitor's strengths. In the 10th match, he witnessed a battle between Sho and Bai Lu, featuring Emboar against Superior, pitting the Fire-type leader against the Grass-type leader of Unova. Sho's Servine had evolved, showcasing significant training. After reviewing Superior's data, Ash pondered its current capabilities compared to his own. Ultimately, Sho decisively triumphed, demonstrating far superior strength over Bai Lu's Emboar. Next, would it be Dawn's turn? At noon, Dawn faced a bald gentleman, leaving Ash curious about what sort of competitor he would be. In the afternoon, the same host and the ever-present Alder observed the matches, occasionally commenting. The absent-minded and careless Turtwig was likely to miss this bout. Dawn chose to deploy Ms. Gardevoir, the psychic-type Pokemon she had acquired in Sinnoh, instead of her previously captured companions. Ash eagerly anticipated their match. Ms. Gardevoir, it's time to conclude this battle. Use Dazzling Gleam, she commanded, and her opponent's Kirin Rider fell, granting her an effortless victory. Ash wondered who she had learned such efficient tactics from. It felt somewhat uncharacteristic of her. Serena, watching from the sidelines, felt a twinge of envy, realizing she lacked the strength to challenge Dawn. The first round concluded swiftly, with most competitors securing victories through overwhelming prowess. Among the participants, a lack of standout talent was noted, though many aimed to compete against Alder for the championship title. The battles were a mix of talent, including a competitor with a Magikarp who, after a single slap, sent the girl trainer in tears from the stage. A formidable Milotic appeared in the first round, effortlessly ending its fights in 2 moves without needing a third. Both Ash and Dawn breezed through the first and second rounds, but in the third round, Dawn faced a formidable opponent wielding a female Beartic, a C-class bartender, who proved to be no pushover. Dawn narrowly secured victory. In the third round, Ash encountered his old rival, Sho, with whom he had bonded at Professor Rowan's lab. Their previous encounters had seen Ash emerge victorious with ease. Chapter 88. Facing Sho. The potential appearance of a legendary Pokemon loomed. In the third round, the top 16 advanced to the top 8. Ash had not anticipated facing Sho so soon, which left him pondering strategies for their impending clash. Sho's known Pokemon included Superior, Doublade, Pidgeot, and Chandelure. At that moment, while dining, Sho approached Ash directly. Ash, for our third round battle, I wish to witness the strength of your Superior. Sho was straightforward, eager to test his skills against Ash. Ash was momentarily taken aback. It was quite rare for someone to take the initiative in such a manner, and it seemed that Emperor Shio was brimming with confidence. Very well, I shall oblige you. Let us meet on the battlefield. Without any hesitation, Ash readily agreed to Emperor Shio's challenge, eager to gauge the prowess of his superior, particularly with the highly anticipated dual-colored battle set for the following day. The third round of the competition commenced punctually the next day. Ash's match against Emperor Shio was scheduled for the fourth bout, marking the final contest of the morning, which would determine the ultimate roster of the top 8 competitors. The first match featured Alakazam versus Charizard. Both Pokemon displayed commendable strength, engaging in relentless exchanges of moves without conceding an inch. Charizard, leveraging its ability Flame Body, inflicted a burn upon Alakazam, whose expression reflected the pain it was enduring. With a decisive strike, the bespectacled boy controlling Charizard seized the moment, executing a critical blow. Alakazam was unable to evade the attack and collapsed to the ground. Yes, victory in the third match. The boy nodded in satisfaction, reveling in his triumph. In the second round, Ash encountered a contestant wielding a Milotic, whose attacks were executed with remarkable precision and decisiveness, leaving no room for hesitation. The third round brought forth his comrade, Dawn, who appeared quite serious. Her opponent had previously utilized a Hydreigon in the second round, while Hydreigon was a Dragon-type Pokémon. It was not a legendary, and its prowess among the Dragon-type Pokémon of the Unova region was not particularly outstanding. Dawn opted to deploy a newly acquired Pokémon, a Frostless, which was an Ice Ghost-type Pokémon, evolved from a female Snorunt through the use of an Awakening Stone. Hydreigon, do not fear. Dragon Rush. Her opponent, seeing the Ice-type Frostless, exhibited no sign of trepidation and launched a powerful move. However, Dawn had anticipated this, commanding her Frostless, let it snow, and become concealed. Dawn's Frostless possessed the Snow Cloak ability, allowing it to hide itself during snowy conditions, rendering it undetectable. Hydreigon, do not panic. Unleash Flamethrower. The opponent's Hydreigon unleashed flames in all directions, but to no avail. Frostless, let's finish this swiftly. Ice Beam. Observing that the time for a final assault had arrived, Dawn aimed to conclude the battle quickly, as Frostless emerged from its hiding place. Now, Hydreigon, use Draco Meteor. The Hydreigon reacted with remarkable speed, seizing the opportunity to launch a devastating attack. Frostless evade. Dawn's expression darkened as she realized the threat of the incoming move. She did not wish for the battle to end here. However, fate was cruel, and Frostless was unable to dodge the lethal strike, sustaining a critical hit that ended the match. A Dyke, witnessing the outcome, expressed regret. If only she hadn't faced that trainer with Hydreigon, Dawn would have undoubtedly made it to the top 8. This Frostless still lacks practical experience. Mr. Adyke, do you know Dawn? The host inquired curiously, as few competitors garnered such praise from Adyke. Indeed, I do, he replied curtly, choosing not to elaborate further as he returned his attention to the ongoing matches. Before the fourth match commenced, Ash encountered a visibly disheartened Dawn in the preparation room. He offered words of encouragement, assuring her that if he faced her opponent again, he would ensure that the rival was dealt with appropriately, alleviating her concerns. The time had come for Ash to face Emperor Shio, and the match was about to begin. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before the competition commenced. Superior, this battle is entrusted to you, Ash declared. Superior, it is your moment to shine. They had agreed to utilize Superior for this bout. The anticipation was palpable as both competitors prepared to employ the same Pokémon, the final evolution of the Unova region starter. Superior, leading to an exhilarating battle dubbed the Double Superior Clash, as the host excitedly noted. Adyke observed the match with quiet intrigue, surprised that Ash and this boy named Emperor Shio had both opted for the same Pokémon, likely a prearranged decision. Such occurrences of simultaneous Pokémon usage were indeed rare in competitive battles. Ash, nonchalantly adjusting his ear, was taken aback by the host's exuberance. Superior, Leaf Storm. Let us greet our opponent, Ash commanded, showing no mercy as he launched an attack. Emperor Shio swiftly instructed his Superior to evade and counter with Dragon Tail. The speed of Emperor Shio's Superior was impressive, delivering a swift strike with its green tail. Unfazed, Ash responded, Superior, we shall use Dragon Tail as well. Both Superior executed the move simultaneously, a clash of power and training, with neither Pokémon yielding ground, indicating an equal display of strength. Superior, Leaf Tornado, Ash called, noting that Dragon Tail had proven ineffective. Emperor Shio adapted his strategy, seeking to ensnare Ash's Superior. Leaf Blade sliced through those plants. Ash remained composed as he observed the vegetation sprouting from the ground. Superior's chest gleamed with energy, and it unleashed 2 razor-sharp leaf blades, severing the encroaching plants. Your Superior is quite formidable, Emperor Shio complimented, unable to contain his admiration. Ash modestly replied, Your Superior is no slouch either. Now let us call upon Sunny Day. Solar Beam Fire. The sunlight intensified, and the solar beam was primed for launch. Superior, unleash Solar Beam ×2. Both Ash and Emperor Shio shouted in unison, as 2 beams of radiant light collided in an explosive display. Both Superior, panting heavily, struggled to maintain their positions on the battlefield. Ultimately, Emperor Shio's Superior succumbed to fatigue and collapsed, marking the conclusion of his journey in the Youth Cup. Ash successfully advanced into the top 8, exchanging a firm handshake. Ash and Emperor Shio promised to engage in a rematch in Unova, leaving no room for regrets. After lunch, the afternoon matches continued, with the 5th bout featuring a competitor utilizing the legendary Pokémon, Hydreigon, hailing from the smoke-laden city of Chengdu. As anticipated, Hydreigon effortlessly secured victory in this battle. The trainer wielding a Beartic also advanced into the top 8, with the remaining competitors proving to be formidable adversaries. As the day's events concluded, a dike announced a day of rest before the matches resumed the day after, allowing all participants to exhale in relief. The consecutive competitions had kept everyone on edge, and this respite provided a much-needed opportunity for recovery. Chapter 89, The Proud Dragon Master. The following day was a day of rest. A welcome reprieve from the tension of recent competitions. In the hotel, Ash diligently reviewed information on his opponents, particularly focusing on the trainer from Chengdu, who wielded the formidable Hydreigon. According to the available information, this individual is known as Yulongqing, a contestant in the upcoming United Alliance's Huaihing Conference, wielding a dragon-type Pokémon, with his initial companion being a Charmander. Surely, he cannot be from the same lineage as Adu, can he? Achu. Far away in the Kanto region, Adu, upon hearing his subordinate's report, suddenly let out a resounding sneeze, rubbing his nose to signal for them to continue. Meanwhile, Yulongqing was diligently gathering information for the competition, particularly about a certain individual his uncle, Yulongdu, had advised him to be wary of, Ash from Pallet Town. Ash had a record of defeating legendary Pokémon in previous regional league competitions, necessitating utmost caution. Yulongqing muttered to himself while examining the data. This Ash is no ordinary trainer. He has triumphed over the Dragon Gym, and I had to exert considerable effort to secure that badge myself. It is rumored that he possesses Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, making him formidable indeed. The records indicated that both Sceptile and Lucario were capable of Mega Evolution, and he too was a trainer of Charizard. Yulongqing pondered whether this fellow carried both Charizard and Sceptile with him, considering the likelihood of Mega Evolution in the upcoming 3 versus 3 battles. After much deliberation, Yulongqing resolved his lineup for the next day. For there were indeed few competitors who had faced and emerged victorious against legendary Pokémon. Their strength could not be underestimated. On Ash's side, he had discovered that Yulongqing primarily utilized semi-legendary dragon-type Pokémon, including Dragonite, Salamence, Hydreigon, and Garchomp. He wondered whether Yulongqing would field a team composed entirely of semi-legends. As Xiaowang approached, she remarked, "Ash, have you finalized your lineup for tomorrow's match? You must exercise caution." "Yes, I understand," Ash replied absently, his mind elsewhere. That afternoon, Ash received the matchup for the battles, and to his surprise, Yulongqing appeared in the 4th round, a member of the Yulong family, no less. Ash's expression soured. He had not anticipated facing someone from the Yulong lineage in the quarterfinals, especially not one of such caliber, making him a significant adversary in both the Unova League and this Youth Cup. Xiaowang and Serena gathered around him. "Ash, who do you plan to send into battle tomorrow?" Ash gazed at the Pokeballs in front of him, hesitating. Pikachu, Lucario, Zeraora, Serperior, Garchomp, and Alolan Vulpix. These were all the companions he carried with him. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, he placed a call to Professor Rowan. "Is this Yulongqing the prodigious youth from the Yulong family in Smoky City?" Professor Rowan inquired, recalling Ash's description of the individual. "Yes, that's right. So far, he has only used Hydreigon, and his battle style is both clean and ruthless," Ash affirmed. Professor Rowan continued, "Have you decided on your lineup for this match? Are you considering any new companions?" The professor, discerning Ash's background, spoke directly. "Indeed, I will be trading Serperior back. Please send over Hydreigon," Ash stated decisively. "Best of luck. Give it your all in the competition. I await your good news," Professor Rowan concluded before ending the call. On the following day, the first match featured Ash against Yulongqing, with Yulongdu watching intently from his television, eager to witness the clash between his nephew and Ash. Who would emerge victorious in this bout? Ash versus Yulongqing. "Let me witness the prowess of a trainer who has defeated legendary Pokémon," Yulongqing challenged. "And I shall see just how formidable this generation of Yulong talents truly is," Ash retorted. The host exclaimed, "Wow." The intensity of the competition ignites even before the battle commences. Yulongqing declared, "My first choice is Dragonite. Go Dragonite." An orange Pokémon with small wings and 2 antennae made its entrance. This was the Dragonite from the Kanto region, known for its incredible speed. A semi-legendary Pokémon of both dragon and flying types. Ash observed Dragonite and, uncertain of its endurance, decided, "Zeraora, you're up." Zeraora landed gracefully in the arena. "Dragonite, use Dragon Claw," Yulongqing commanded, having anticipated Ash's choice and sought to strike first. "Plasma Fists," Ash countered. Sensing the warmth of the impending attack and recognizing that the opponent was Adu's nephew, prompting him to grant special consideration in the bout. Zeraora's body glowed with a radiant white light as it concentrated its power into its arms, launching a powerful punch. This was the Plasma Fists, Zeraora's signature move. Captivated by the dazzling display of skill, Dragonite, seemingly unresponsive to its trainer, braced itself to endure the Plasma Fists. After multiple collisions, Dragonite began to sense defeat. Only then did Yulongqing snap out of his astonishment. Dragonite, use Dragon Dance, then Draco Meteor. Dragonite ascended, its body spinning gracefully in the air, transforming into a shadowy dragon that charged toward Zeraora. Ash scoffed at the display. Do you think such tricks will work against me? Zeraora, quick attack followed by Plasma Fists. Deliver the final blow. As the dragon shadow approached, Zeraora accelerated dramatically, readying the powerful Plasma Fists for a decisive strike. The arena felt spacious enough for their grand moves, heightening the anticipation of the crowd. Ultimately, Dragonite collapsed, defeated and motionless, while Zeraora landed safely and steadily. Yulongqing recalled Dragonite, praising its performance. You've done well. Rest now. I'll leave the next battle to my other companions. How will you respond now? Go, Hydreigon. Yulongqing tossed out his second Pokémon, equally a trainer of Hydreigon. Just like Ash. Well done, Zeraora. Hydreigon, it's your turn. Ash called out, having surmised Yulongqing's intention and promptly sending his own Hydreigon into battle. Yulongqing was taken aback by the size of Ash's Hydreigon, larger than his own, and was momentarily speechless. He had not discovered that Ash possessed a Hydreigon. Ash's Hydreigon flew forward, greeting Yulongqing's Hydreigon. Do you two know each other? Ash queried, observing the interaction with curiosity. The two Hydreigon nodded in recognition. Could it be that you encountered my two-headed Dragonite at the Dragon Gym? Yulongqing speculated, and Ash's Hydreigon affirmed, revealing that it had indeed evolved since their last encounter. Since we are old friends, I shall refrain from issuing commands. Let us battle freely, Yulongqing declared, understanding the bond shared between the two. Observing the eager demeanor of both Hydreigon, Ash simply picked up a book and began reading, leaving the battle to unfold naturally. With a roar, the two Hydreigon prepared for a decisive clash. Yulongqing, aware of how formidable Ash's Hydreigon had been before its evolution, now faced its true trainer. Ash, you truly are something else, disregarding the principles of fair play. The battle between the two Hydreigon erupted into a frenzy, while Ash remained absorbed in his book, occasionally chuckling at its contents. 5 minutes later, the three-headed dragon, battered and bruised, lay incapacitated on the ground. I remarked, you see, we are all fellow beings. There is no need to be so ruthless. Do take heed next time. Observing the still unfinished three-headed dragon, Ash chastised with dissatisfaction. You have reduced this Pokémon to a pitiful state, and yet you merely suggest to ease up next time? Is that even human? Yulongdu, watching the live broadcast, nearly smashed his television in disbelief. How outrageous. This three-headed dragon was a prized possession he had acquired at great expense in the land of dragons. And now it lay in such a state. With the third one, Yulongqing, lacking motivation, summoned his initial partner, Charizard. Chapter 90, The Tenacious Charizard. Yulongqing's final Pokémon was his initial partner, a Charizard nearly 2 meters tall, its imposing physique revealing a creature accustomed to rigorous training. Ash noted the wristband adorning Charizard's arm. The Yulong family was indeed affluent. The Keystone and the Pokémon's Mega Evolution Stone were both exceedingly rare commodities in this world, akin to treasures that could only be bestowed by elders or acquired through perilous adventures. Ash also learned from the system that a black market existed in the Pokémon world, where various rare items and Pokémon could be traded. According to the system's intel, located to the west of Tsangmu Town was an area that served as the black market's domain, its opening times unpredictable, offering the chance to unearth treasures for the fortunate. With a tone tinged with provocation, Ash addressed Yulongqing. Your Charizard seems well trained, yet it feels like nothing more than an empty shell. I wonder how resilient it truly is. At this moment, Yulongqing, consumed by rage, hastily defended, my Charizard is the strongest. I will not tolerate slander. As Yulongqing's most trusted and powerful partner, the bond and friendship they shared had been forged through countless battles. Hearing Ash's disparaging remarks about his strongest ally, he retaliated without a moment's hesitation. Yulongdu, witnessing this scene, covered his forehead in exasperation. Could he not see that this was merely a tactic to provoke? Had he been present, he would have rushed in to deliver a few well-deserved blows himself. Ash pondered, as a flying-type champion, how could his nephew be so weak? Clearly, he could not withstand mockery. It was useless. If Yulong had spoken those words, it might have provoked an uproar. Ash recalled the three-headed dragon, casually tossing it back, and sent forth his Zeraora. A flying fire-type Charizard would indeed fare better against an electric-type Pokémon. Yulongqing was taken aback. How could it be Zeraora again? Ash flipped his cap backward and pointed, "Take care of this behemoth, electric terrain." Instantly, the battlefield was enveloped in a radiant yellow glow, enhancing the power of electric-type moves. Yulongqing wasted no time, commanding Charizard to execute Flame Charge. Ash ordered Zeraora to unleash Plasma Fists to conclude the battle. As the silver lightning coalesced once more, Yulongqing remained unfazed, retrieving a green jade flute from his waist. Charizard Mega Evolve. With a press of the keystone on the flute, he initiated the Mega Evolution, transforming Charizard into a blue-black behemoth, still of the Fire Dragon type, rendering electric moves ineffective. How intriguing! Ash clapped his hands in delight. Zeraora, irrespective of what dragon it is. Simply engage with it, Swords Dance, and then finish with a breakneck blitz. Ash regarded the X-shaped Charizard with indifference, launching his assault. Zeraora swiftly completed the Swords Dance, executing a backflip as it hurtled toward Charizard. Charizard, Explosive Fire. Yulongqing commanded with a grave demeanor, delivering his final blow. Ash recognized this move as reminiscent of the one used by the bonded Froakie in the original anime. The ground erupted, rocks and flames erupting forth. Zeraora deftly evaded the onslaught of rocks and flames, its speed unmatched and fear non-existent. Plasma Fists. As Zeraora drew closer, Ash commanded once more to conclude the battle. Dragon Claw. Yulongqing remained eerily calm, showing no signs of fear. The collision stirred up dust across the battlefield, with Zeraora and Charizard locked in a fierce standoff. Neither willing to yield. Charizard, too, persisted valiantly. Final strike, Flame Charge. Seizing the opportunity, Yulongqing aimed to deliver a decisive blow. At such close range, combined with Zeraora's fatigue, it was critical for it to hold on. Hang in there, Zeraora, Ash silently urged, eager for a swift conclusion. However, Zeraora could not withstand the onslaught and succumbed, losing its fighting capability. Ash clenched his fist in disbelief at the outcome. Yulongqing, you are forcing my hand. Rest well. Zeraora, you've worked hard, Ash said as he recalled his fallen companion. Yulongqing eyed Ash, reveal all your tricks, I dare you. Ash hesitated between two Pokeballs, contemplating who to summon. Garchomp, you shall be the one. Deciding resolutely, Ash sent forth Garchomp, a ground dragon type, confident it would have the advantage against Charizard. Though he felt tempted to send out Lucario, he opted against it for the sake of type advantage. Yulongqing regarded Garchomp, casting a glance at Charizard, remaining undeterred. Charizard. Flame Charge. Garchomp, Stone Edge. Once more, they collided. Charizard was pushed back by the protruding stones from the ground, yet it quickly regained its composure. Turning, it unleashed a fire blast directly at Garchomp, which effortlessly cleaved through the attack with its scythe-like claws. Yulongqing furrowed his brow, questioning loudly. Has your Garchomp also trained at the Twin Dragon Gym? He recalled the Garchomp faced during his second challenge at the Twin Dragon Gym, displaying formidable training and unwavering courage. Ash, recognizing this, surmised that Garchomp and the three-headed dragon had once served as sentinels at the Twin Dragon Gym, instilling fear in many trainers. Indeed, Garchomp and the three-headed dragon were both trained under Mr. Shaka at the Twin Dragon Gym. How unexpected to encounter an old rival, Ash remarked with a hint of malice. Garchomp, Ultimate Impact. Garchomp soared rapidly into the sky, transforming into a beam of white light, charging directly at Charizard. Charizard, Explosive Fire. Yulongqing clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a final roar. Garchomp and Charizard clashed in a cataclysmic explosion, while Ash stood composed, unyielding, as the battle reached its zenith. As the smoke cleared, Garchomp stood triumphant, while Charizard, having reverted from its Mega Evolution, lay defeated on the ground. Ash approached Garchomp, exclaiming, an exhilarating match. Your Charizard is formidable. I hope you can go far in the Unova League and engage in battles with everyone. Ash extended his hand. A promise is a promise. Yulongqing cast a glance at Ash, and the two clasped hands together. The host proclaimed, congratulations to Ash for being the first to advance to the semifinals. The match was exceptionally thrilling. Let's give a resounding round of applause for both competitors. The audience in the arena, taken by surprise at the intensity of the contest, clapped fervently. Meanwhile, Yulongdu, watching from the television, exhaled in relief, thankful that Ash had not gone all out. The competition continued, and apart from the individual utilizing Milotic, the rest displayed rather mediocre combat prowess. In this round, the player using Milotic sent forth their second Pokémon, a Psyduck, known for its swiftness and adept use of several psychic-type moves. That afternoon, all four semifinalists emerged before the audience and viewers at home. The matchups for the semifinals were also announced. Ash found himself pitted against a cute girl, feeling a slight sense of relief at not facing that peculiar opponent. The individual wielding Milotic gazed intently at Ash, seemingly lost in thought. Both semifinal matches concluded the following morning, leading into the grand finals against Dakdo. Back at the hotel, Ash lay on his bed, pondering why the girl who used Milotic had been staring at him. Surely he did not know her? His thoughts spiraled into confusion. Chapter 91. The Finals. In the ensuing semifinals, Ash faced a truly adorable girl, unable to resist sneaking glances at her. From the stands, Serena shot him a disapproving glare. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Ash redirected his attention. The girl's sole grass-type Pokémon was a Bellossom, alongside a Budew. Such singular types were easily countered, and Ash wondered what fortuitous circumstances had led her to this battle. Ash released Lucario, remarking, "Handle it yourself," as he began to read. The girl, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration. Was her beauty and charm truly insufficient to catch his interest? She initiated with Bellossom, commanding it to unleash a solar beam. Lucario, with its incredible speed, maneuvered behind and retaliated with a boosted Force Palm. The two Pokémon were evenly matched, each delivering decisive blows. The girl wielding Milotic was named Xiaoyu, hailing from the Unova region's floating cloud city, and possessed extensive battle experience from her travels across various regions. On the eve of the finals, Ash sat in a rocking chair, eyes closed in contemplation on how to confront Milotic. Xiaoyu had only revealed 2 of her Pokémon, leaving the last one a mystery. To combat Milotic, Ash contemplated using Pikachu, recalling its narrow victories in previous encounters at the Hoenn region's Lapis Gym. His lineup for the next day was set: Pikachu, Zeraora, and Garchomp. The following day marked the finals. The host cautiously approached Dakdo, asking, "Mr. Champion, what are your thoughts on this match?" Dakdo merely glanced at the 2 competitors, hesitating before closing his eyes, offering no further insights. The girl named Xiaoyu had emerged as the tournament's biggest dark horse. Xiaoyu, now sporting a ponytail and dressed in sporty attire, appeared both charming and spirited. The host, observing that both competitors were ready, declared, "I announce the finals of the Youth Cup in Longmu Town, Unova region, featuring Xiaoyu against Ash. Let the battle commence." Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Your strength is formidable, but I will not yield. Go, Swampert." A blue Pokémon emerged, the final evolution of the Hoenn region's water starter, Mudkip. Ash stretched his neck, responding, "Swampert, huh? I choose you, Hydreigon." After a moment's thought, Ash decided to alter his choice of Pokémon. Xiaoyu commanded, "Swampert, Water Gun." A torrent of water enveloped Swampert, shooting forth towards Hydreigon. Ash countered, "Dragon Dance, Dragon Dive." As Swampert charged in, Hydreigon transformed into a shadowy dragon, lunging toward its opponent. The 2 Pokémon faced each other, claws locked in a test of strength, neither yielding an inch. "Swampert, arm thrust," Xiaoyu called, focusing its power for a concentrated strike. "Dragon Dance. Use Dragon Claw for the final blow," Ash commanded, his orders succinct and decisive. He trusted in Hydreigon's prowess, recalling their rigorous training at the Dragon Gym. With Dragon Dance enhancing both speed and attack power, Hydreigon unleashed a Dragon Claw aimed at Swampert. Xiaoyu scoffed, "I won't let that work." "Swampert, unleash Hydro Pump." The once aggressive Swampert adjusted its stance, channeling a concentrated beam of energy, surging forth in a straight line. Realizing the danger, Ash thought, "This Swampert's reaction time is astonishingly fast. Hydreigon, focus on defense, avoid direct confrontation," he warned, fearing that Hydreigon might act recklessly. Xiaoyu, observing the distance widen, shouted, "Swampert, use Hydro Cannon." Ash remained unperturbed as the orange energy coalesced. He closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, deciding to gamble everything. Outrage. Ash commanded Hydreigon to unleash its ultimate move. This technique significantly boosted the overall power of Dragon-type Pokémon, plunging them into a frenzied state. In previous tournaments, both Garchomp and Hydreigon had employed this strategy. Now, with blood-red eyes and an overwhelming aura, Hydreigon was a force to be reckoned with. Dragon Dive. Ash seized the moment to strike. Swampert, having just executed an attack, was momentarily vulnerable, and the impending Dragon Dive would be devastating. The outcome was inevitable. In a state of outrage, both the power and speed of Dragon Dive were tremendously amplified, leading to Swampert's defeat. As Swampert staggered, dazed and unable to continue, Hydreigon remained in a precarious state, its blood-red gaze signaling the potential for uncontrollable rage. This is bad. If it spirals out of control, it could lead to disaster. Ash recognized Hydreigon's precarious condition and knew that if it went berserk, it would be troublesome. Return, Hydreigon. In this situation, the safest course of action was to recall Hydreigon into its Pokeball for rest and recuperation, hoping for a favorable outcome. Xiaoyu, witnessing Hydreigon's imminent rampage being curtailed, remarked, as expected of one of the top 4 competitors in the Sinnoh League, "Your strength is indeed impressive. But now that you've lost Hydreigon, how will you counter this?" With that, she produced another Pokeball. "Go, Milotic. Let us end this battle." Milotic, renowned as the most beautiful Pokemon in the world, emerged, radiating brilliance. Its water-type attributes reflecting meticulous care in training and nourishment. "Pikachu, it's your turn," Ash declared, without hesitation sending forth Pikachu to confront Milotic, confident in its vast combat experience. Pikachu dashed directly towards the center of the stage, confronting Milotic. Aqua Ring, Milotic, use Twister. Milotic's tail coalesced into a swirling vortex aimed directly at Pikachu. "This trick again? I've experienced it before, it won't work on me." Watching the familiar move, Ash wore a disdainful expression, having encountered such attacks countless times. Pikachu, facing the Twister, unleashed Volt Tackle without hesitation. Ash, resolute and unwavering, commanded the attack. Surrounded by crackling electricity, Pikachu displayed no fear. It had faced such battles before, and every Milotic that had challenged it previously had been effortlessly subdued. Pikachu. With a swift movement, Pikachu charged toward Milotic. "You think I don't know such trivial tactics?" Xiaoyu scoffed. "I've seen your battle methods." Milotic, counter with Tail Whip. Brimming with confidence, Xiaoyu dismissed Pikachu entirely. "Is that so?" Pikachu grabbed Milotic's tail and unleashed Thunderbolt. Ash, observing his opponent's reaction, anticipated her next strategy and aimed to electrify Milotic thoroughly. Predicting Ash's tactics, Xiaoyu quickly retorted, "Release Hydro Pump." Just as Pikachu was about to seize Milotic's tail, Milotic deftly flicked it, sending Pikachu crashing to the ground. Pikachu, dazed from the sudden blow, struggled to rise, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent. Once more, Pikachu surged forward with high speed, launching a barrage of electric balls, but Milotic deftly evaded, seemingly unperturbed by the feeble assault. Milotic, once more, Twister. Milotic's Twister materialized anew. "Pikachu, dodge," Ash shouted, witnessing Pikachu in a precarious situation. True to its nature as Ash's longest-standing companion, Pikachu heeded the warning and adeptly evaded. "Pikachu, Thunder." Ash could only attempt a sure-hit technique. Dark clouds loomed overhead, rumbling ominously, as lightning threatened to strike. A bolt of yellow lightning descended, striking Milotic, eliciting a pained cry from it. "Recover, Thunderbolt." As Milotic began to regain its strength, Ash pressed the attack, denying it any respite. Chapter 92, Victory, a Single Blow. Continuous Thunderbolt assaults had begun to wear Pikachu down, both in stamina and energy. Ash and Xiaoyu shared a singular thought: to conclude the battle swiftly, for prolonged engagement could severely harm their Pokemon. Xiaoyu was the first to react. Milotic, Hydro Pump. Unyielding, Ash, witnessing Milotic's revitalization and lingering fighting spirit, showed no mercy. Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Both trainers unleashed their respective signature moves, and with Pokemon of nearly equal strength, neither side faltered in their offensive. The clash between Pikachu and Milotic was a spectacle to behold. The finals were proving increasingly intense, as both competitors exerted their utmost. While the commentator passionately narrated the unfolding drama, Ash found the commentator's incessant chatter increasingly irksome, yearning to silence him. As the battlefield smoke dissipated, both Milotic and Pikachu collapsed. Incapacitated, having exhausted their fighting capabilities, Ash gently cradled the weary Pikachu. "You've done well. You've given it your all. Rest now." Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, gazing at the fallen Milotic, tears streamed down her face. Milotic was one of her few key assets, a powerhouse in her lineup. In the earlier rounds, it had effortlessly secured victories, and she had never anticipated such a formidable opponent in this competition, especially one as skilled as Ash, who had a track record of defeating legendary Pokemon and achieving mega evolutions. The strength of her adversary had far exceeded her expectations. "Milotic, return and rest well. Tonight, we shall soak in a hot spring," she whispered soothingly before recalling Milotic and rising once more. "Ash," she choked out, "I admit your strength, but I won't concede defeat. I will fight alongside my partner with all my might." With determination, she sent forth her final Pokemon, the electric-type Electivire, a black and yellow-striped creature. "Another Electivire?" Ash grimaced at the familiar sight, feeling a headache coming on. For the final showdown, "It's you, Garchomp." Ash had anticipated this scenario, should Xiaoyu resort to her third Pokemon. It was unlikely to be a water type. He had guessed various types, but was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Electivire. Dawn, observing Electivire's arrival, felt her eyelids flicker. She recognized it all too well, having encountered it during the semifinals against Shinji's Electivire at the Sinnoh League's lakefront gym. Ash, without Infernape to assist this time. What is your strategy? Dawn asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. I believe in Ash. He can win the championship, no doubt about it, Serena asserted. Having traveled through Unova with Ash, her faith in him unwavering. Xiaoyu, eyeing the ground-type Garchomp, furrowed her brow slightly. Why Garchomp? Shouldn't it have been Superior or Jolteon? Xiaoyu realized she had underestimated her opponent, and this battle would prove to be a challenging endeavor. Garchomp Stealth Rock. Ash remained vigilant, preparing to counter Electivire with an advantageous move. Electivire, don't panic, use Iron Tail. Aware that electric-type moves were ineffective against ground types, Xiaoyu pressed on despite the odds. Electivire's tail gleamed with silver light as it struck. The Stealth Rock attack failed to hit Garchomp. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Ash, observing Electivire's hesitance, encouraged bold offense, urging it to strike fearlessly. Electivire, we shall use Dragon Claw as well. Xiaoyu mirrored Ash's aggressive strategy, launching a similar attack, unsure of its effectiveness. Electivire's repeated Dragon Claws proved arduous, struggling against Garchomp, which merely seemed to warm up. Garchomp, finish it off with Dragon Dive. Ash declared, sensing Electivire's weakness. It was time to conclude the battle without delay. Ultimately, Electivire collapsed, unable to rise again. Ash observed the fallen Electrode, realizing that he had finally triumphed. He silently vowed to persist with unwavering determination in the upcoming Unova League competitions. The host announced, in this edition of the Youth Cup, the champion hails from the Kanto region. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Ash for his victory. Despite the host's lengthy discourse, he had an admirable talent for energizing the audience at pivotal moments, prompting a collective standing ovation. Alder, having received a gleaming silver trophy from the staff, presented it to Ash, congratulating him on his championship and wishing him brilliance in the Unova League, encouraging him to strive ever harder. Both the host and Alder ascended the stage to commend Ash for securing the Youth Cup title. Next, the imminent battle with Alder loomed. Ash entrusted his Pokeballs to Serena and Dawn for immediate healing, as the confrontation with Alder was about to commence. The battle featured Alder's formidable Bouffalant against Ash's Garchomp, which had only recently reached level 70, still a step away from the prestigious level of an Elite Four. This served as a perfect opportunity for Garchomp to gain practical experience and gauge the gap between himself and a regional champion. As the match began, Alder nonchalantly dozed off while standing in the arena, leaving the spectators bemused and helpless. Was this truly the demeanor expected of a champion? With a disdainful snort, Bouffalant roused Alder from his stupor, who then began to treat the contest with the seriousness it warranted. Without needing to witness the proceedings, Bouffalant effortlessly subdued Garchomp with overwhelming dominance, securing the victory. Ash finally comprehended the disparity between champions and Elite Four members. Quietly recalling Garchomp, he expressed his gratitude to Alder before retreating to the hotel. Beep. Congratulations to the host for winning the Youth Cup. Having gained a renewed understanding of one's own strength and shortcomings, and received a black market pass for Cage Town, along with a one-time invitation card to the black market auction with startup funds of 5 million. Please note that prices in the black market are exceedingly high. Exercise caution in your utilization of startup funds. Chapter 93, A Journey to the Black Market. Upon returning to the hotel, Ash secluded himself in his room, ignoring the persistent knocking from Serena and Dawn, leaving them perplexed about his intentions. After deliberating, they decided to leave him to his thoughts. Meanwhile, Ash had another matter to attend to that evening, visiting the black market as indicated by the system to uncover any peculiar treasures. As night descended, Ash, utilizing the enhanced physical capabilities granted by the system, stealthily slipped out of the hotel through the window clad in a black cloak, attracting no attention. Following the system's guidance, he arrived at a forest on the west side of Cage Town. Host, to your left, the house marked as number 32 is the entrance to the black market. There will be someone to guide you inside. The system's prompt echoed swiftly, and to ensure his safety, Ash instructed the system to remain vigilant. Thus, he proceeded cautiously towards the black market, carrying only Lucario, while his other Pokémon remained unaccompanied. Upon reaching the designated house, Ash found it to be a quaint wooden cabin, indistinguishable from an ordinary residence. Knock, 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 knock. Following the secret knock provided by the system, the door swung open. Inside, the space was modest, occupied by a masked figure draped in a purple cloak, obscuring their features, seated before a counter. Behind them loomed a dark door, the contents within shrouded in mystery. The masked individual spoke slowly, proof of passage, uttering for succinct words, their voice indecipherable in gender, yet emanating an aura of intimidation. Instead of replying, Ash produced the passage card bestowed by the system from his pocket and presented it to the figure. The card, a deep blue adorned with 2 yellow stars, was swiftly scrutinized for authenticity. A blue card? You're the third one to arrive tonight. The figure murmured, returning the card. System. What is the significance of this color distinction? Ash inquired, puzzled by the mention of the blue card, wondering if other colors existed. Indeed, host. The passage cards are categorized into 5 colors, ranked from lowest to highest: white, green, cyan, blue, and red. The card's color determines the discounts applicable when purchasing items in the black market. The system succinctly explained the card's purpose. Little one, you're here for tonight's auction, aren't you? The figure inquired, returning the card with a knowing smile. Ash hesitated, recalling the auction invitation, and nodded in silent affirmation. Good luck to you. Tonight's auction promises to be quite lively, the figure remarked, watching Ash with intrigue as he entered the door behind them. Unexpectedly, the champion of the recently concluded Youth Cup had ventured into the black market. How amusing, indeed. The figure observed Ash's departing figure, contemplating. Stepping through the door, Ash discovered that the interior was not the pitch-black abyss he anticipated. Instead, the walls shimmered with luminous objects illuminating the cavern. He continued deeper, realizing he had entered an underground black market. A vast, open space teeming with masked individuals and cloaked figures milling about. Ash ambled through, surveying his surroundings for any hidden treasures. Beep. Item discovered. 1 ice stone. Beep. Item discovered. 1 egg of a Pokémon descended from an Elite Four lineage. Beep. Item discovered. 1 current champion. Beep. Item discovered. 4 bottles of quick recovery potions. Ash activated the system's treasure-finding feature, noting everything was operating normally, yet the mention of a current champion puzzled him. Had the system malfunctioned? Or was it an error in search? To your left, at 11 o'clock. Is that not the current champion of the Unova region, Alder? The system alerted him. And soon enough, Ash's gaze fell upon a masked man who stood out due to his distinctive red hair, none other than Alder himself. It seemed prudent to refrain from approaching him at this moment. Continuing his exploration, Ash unearthed an awakening stone and a miracle seed, yet nothing particularly piqued his interest, prompting him to keep searching. After wandering for over 20 minutes, he stumbled upon an elderly man in a corner, devoid of a mask or cloak. The old man appeared emaciated, suggesting prolonged malnutrition. Trusting his instincts, Ash sensed that this old man was extraordinary. While others concealed their identities, he boldly revealed his true self. Approaching the old man, Ash noticed a makeshift stall before him, displaying an assortment of common healing items, recovery potions, and a few marbles. Nothing particularly remarkable. Curiosity piqued. Ash crouched down to scrutinize the items laid out on the stall. To the left, the third item is a super evolution stone for Polyrath. Behind the old man's pack lies an EV with elite-level potential, offspring of a Vaporeon and a Glacian. The system has provided a result. An EV, you say? Raising a Sylveon seems rather appealing as well. The EV in the old man's hands is male. Are you certain you wish to evolve it into a Sylveon? The system promptly dismissed Ash's aspirations. He chuckled to himself, merely contemplating the notion. Old man, how much for this stone? Ash inquired, directing his gaze toward the drowsy elder while pointing at the mega stone for the coughing. 1 keystone, and you may take it, the old man replied, opening one eye briefly before shutting it again. Ash found it hard to believe the elder was aware this was a mega stone. It was quite audacious to demand a keystone outright. Is there anything else you might accept? I only possess 1. Although Ash could have exchanged it through the system, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately conceding. The elder continued to keep his eyes closed, completely disregarding Ash. What about the EV in your bag? What's its price? Ash pressed on, intrigued by the EV. How do you know I possess an EV? I haven't even taken it out. The old man's eye opened once more, regarding Ash with curiosity. Ash demonstrated his aura powers, showcasing them to the elder, who had no further retort. 2 million alliance coins or 2 rare items, if it's a keystone. The megastones for both EV and coughing will belong to you. After a moment of contemplation, the elder stated his price. Ash, not owning a coughing, decided against it and opted to acquire the EV for 2 million alliance coins. It was not the right time to release EV, as it remained a rather rare entity in this world. Upon completing the transaction, Ash took the Pokeball containing EV and departed the scene. Host, turn right. And after walking 100 meters, you will arrive at the auction venue. I have sensed the presence of rare items, although I cannot ascertain what they are. Please ensure you acquire them. This time, the system's tone was markedly anxious, indicating something exceptional had piqued its interest. Ash hoped the auction would not disappoint. Meanwhile, a Dakdo, who had also come to participate in the auction, stood at a distance. Thus they did not greet one another. Chapter 94. The Auction, Part 1. The auction site was already bustling with onlookers. Some individuals were diligently inspecting their invitations, which were subsequently collected since they were single-use items. The auction venue featured a singular stage, devoid of any tables or chairs, maintaining a minimalist aesthetic. At that moment, a youthful maiden ascended to the auctioneer's position, clad in a black dress and wearing a mask that obscured her features. Welcome, esteemed guests, to tonight's auction. I am your host, Night Spirit. We have a total of 15 items for auction tonight. Please be prepared to bid promptly. Night Spirit's laughter captivated a multitude of infatuated admirers. While some composed individuals remained unfazed by the spectacle, Night Spirit took a box from the staff, revealing the first item, a keystone. Starting bid, 1 million alliance coins. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 200,000. Please place your bids. Ash gazed at the familiar keystone within the box, astonished that it was the first item up for auction. The crowd, initially stunned, soon regained their composure and began to bid. 2 million, an elderly voice rang out, raising the price by 1 million. 5 million, a woman's voice followed, doubling the amount. 600,000 plus a megastone for Bashikatala, Ash murmured. The megastone was a gift from the system, and since he lacked a Bashikatala, it was merely to be offered. Night Spirit cast a few curious glances at Ash. As his bid far surpassed 10 million, megastones were notoriously scarce in the market. Night Spirit surveyed the room, noticing no further bids, and inquired. This gentleman is offering a Bashikatala megastone along with 600,000 alliance coins. Is there a higher offer? The crowd collectively shook their heads. The price was too steep for anyone to match. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring a keystone. After the auction concludes, please approach for the transaction. With a gentle tap of her gavel, Night Spirit announced Ash's victory, marking a promising start. Night Spirit reclaimed the keystone and continued. The second item is a premium quality moonstone, which greatly enhances the evolution of Pokémon. A tray displayed a smooth, lustrous moonstone, significantly more attractive than the usual variety. Suitable for Nidorino and Nidorina as an evolution item. The starting bid for this premium quality moonstone is 500,000 alliance coins, with each increment not falling below 100,000. Please place your bids. Many attendees seemed merely to observe, showing little interest. At that moment, a Dakdo spoke up, stating that his junior had a need. 600,000 alliance coins. Soon after, another voice chimed in, 850,000 alliance coins. 1 million, a Dakdo exclaimed, taken aback that someone dared to contest him for the same item. Refusing to back down, Night Spirit sighed in relief. She had anticipated bids of only 600,000 or 800,000, but this surpassed her expectations. 1 million alliance coins. First call, second call, third call. With a final thud, the deal was sealed. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the moonstone. Noticing the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, Night Spirit signaled to her staff. 3 Pokemon eggs were then brought forth, each differing in color, making it impossible to discern which Pokemon they belonged to. These 3 eggs consist of 1 poison electric baby, 1 Seadra, and 1 that we have not yet identified, Night Spirit announced. Ash, intrigued by the poison electric baby, tentatively asked the system, what do you recommend? The one with the best potential for cultivation is indeed the poison electric baby. The third is a non-viable egg, thus, it is not worth considering. If it were a healthy one, it would be an egg for a Beldum, the system responded. Ash felt a twinge of regret for the Beldum egg. System, is there any way to restore it? He inquired, still hopeful. Ding. There is a restoration potion available. But the prognosis for this egg is not optimistic. The success rate is merely 1, and it comes at a certain cost. The system hesitated before replying. What is the evolution of the poison electric baby? High profile or low profile? Random, came the response. Ash, using a raspy voice, asked, what is the price for the poison electric baby's egg? Not everyone in attendance was familiar with such an obscure Pokemon egg. The majority were unaware of what a poison electric baby even was. Night Spirit, pleasantly surprised by the interest in this foreign Pokemon, quickly added, the seller has one condition. All 3 eggs are available for trade. If anyone is interested, they may propose an exchange. Ash pondered what he could offer in return. At that moment, someone approached him and asked, if you have a Thunderstone, Black Belt, or Lucky Egg, I could trade you the poison electric baby. Ash was taken aback. He indeed possessed a lucky egg. After a moment of hesitation, he produced a lucky egg and a miracle seed. This is the lucky egg, along with a miracle seed. I wonder if it piques your interest? Ash glanced at the miracle seed in his bag, unsure of who to give it to, and decided to part with it. The man nodded towards the host, signaling the successful transaction, as the toxic electric baby's purple egg was handed over to Ash. Along with it, a keystone was also presented to Ash, without any payment being exchanged, and without any explanation, the man departed. Ash stowed the items in his bag and resumed watching the auction. 2 eggs remained. One was claimed by a woman, though the means of her acquisition remained unclear. The egg of the iron dumbbell, however, was left unclaimed, and it was uncertain whether Mr. Stephen had any interest in it. Approaching Mr. Adai, Ash quietly remarked, "Mr. Adai, I'm Ash, and I can confirm that this egg is indeed that of the iron dumbbell. Please contact Mr. Stephen to see if he has any means of restoration." Mr. Adai appeared startled by Ash's presence, clearly not expecting this young lad to be there. "You, young man, are you certain that the iron dumbbell's egg? What is your confidence level?" Mr. Adai inquired further, knowing that the egg of a legendary Pokemon was not easily encountered. Ash whispered, "I'm 100% sure. And it's a dead egg, which should be reparable. Mr. Stephen is the most suitable person for this matter." Mr. Adai hesitated for a moment, observing Ash's earnest demeanor, which seemed genuine. Thus, he turned to contact Mr. Stephen. 5 minutes later, Mr. Adai returned to the scene, stating that he had interest in the egg and requested the terms of the transaction. It appeared that the 2 champions had reached some agreement regarding its acquisition. Ultimately, Mr. Adai discreetly negotiated with the seller, visibly pained, before finalizing the deal. The 3 eggs were successfully sold, leaving the remaining items manageable. Next up was the 4th item, a necklace, presented to the crowd, which undoubtedly included women. The necklace sparkled, featuring a sapphire blue crystal at its center. Night Spirit introduced it as a creation from a renowned jeweler, named the Blue Tier Necklace, boasting a 3-carat blue gemstone. Those interested should act swiftly. The starting bid is 100,000 Alliance coins, with no cap on subsequent bids. Ash stifled a yawn upon hearing the starting price, nearly losing his balance. 3 carats of gemstone, and you start at 100,000? Surely, it can't be genuine. Disinterested, Ash dismissed the notion. "Host, this is authentic. The black market has specialized appraisers to ensure no counterfeit crystals are auctioned, as it would tarnish their reputation," the system interjected. "I suspect it's a fake," Ash retorted, ignoring the system's warning. Soon, the final bid was announced. The necklace was purchased by the same woman who acquired the Seadra for 1.2 million Alliance coins. Ash's eyelids twitched. Truly, the wealthy were abundant. Chapter 95. The Auction, Part 2. The 5th item was brought forth on a small cart, shrouded in a red cloth, exuding an aura of grandeur and weight. Night Spirit did not immediately unveil the item, instead speaking mysteriously. Next up are several Pokemon evolution items, a metal coat, a power booster, and a magma drive. These items are for the evolution of Electabuzz into Electivire, the power booster for the evolution of Psyduck into Golduck, and the magma drive for the evolution of Onix into Steelix, as well as for Scyther into Scizor. Night Spirit's voice resonated beautifully, captivating a multitude of enamored attendees. After surveying the crowd, she continued, "These 3 evolution items will be sold as a package, starting at 500,000 Alliance coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 100,000 Alliance coins. If anyone has items of equal value for trade, please feel free to present them. Now, let the bidding commence." Night Spirit extended her hand, relinquishing the stage to the eager crowd, confident that there were those in attendance who sought these rare evolution items. "I'll take them for 700,000 Alliance coins," exclaimed one enthusiastic bidder. "You think you can snatch them for that? 1 million Alliance coins," retorted another, unwilling to concede. The atmosphere became chaotic as bids soared. "System, check if these individuals are shills," Ash mused, skeptical that they were genuine bidders rather than orchestrating a price hike. "Host, the one who bid 1 million is the son of Old Yen, while the one who added 550,000 is the heir of the Yen family, both of whom are quite inept," the system scanned the crowd and revealed. At that moment, a flash of light emanated from Ash's backpack as a brown Pokemon leaped out. "Eevee, why are you out?" Ash queried, intrigued by Eevee's sudden emergence. Eevee, the little creature seemed not to harbor any disdain for Ash, having witnessed him rescue it from the Pokeball. The short-legged Pokemon pointed eagerly towards the back of the stage, as if drawn to something. "System, activate," Ash urged, unable to resist the expectant gaze of Eevee. Ding! Detected an ice stone and a moss rock, both of which are evolution items for Eevee into Leafeon and Glaceon. "Based on the analysis, your Eevee seems inclined to evolve into Glaceon," the system reported. Ash cradled Eevee, gently asking, "Do you wish to evolve into Glacian? Is something back there calling to you?" Eevee. The little creature chirped happily, affirming its desire. As the auction continued, they arrived at the 9th item, the Ice Stone. A vital item for Eevee's evolution into Glacian. This item was small and unique to the snowy mountains of the Sinnoh region. Night Spirit glanced at Ash's Eevee. Recognizing its eagerness, it was clear someone wanted this item. The 9th item for auction is the Ice Stone, sourced from the snowy mountains of Sinnoh. Essential for Eevee's evolution into Glacian. Interested parties should act swiftly. The starting bid is 100,000 Alliance coins, with no maximum increase limit. Ash promptly declared 150,000 Alliance coins. Most attendees noticed the eager Eevee in Ash's arms and shook their heads, deeming it unnecessary to compete. 150,000 Alliance coins, first call. 150,000 Alliance coins, second call. 150,000 Alliance coins, third call. Ding. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Ice Stone. Please proceed to finalize the transaction. Ash approached the front with his card, accompanied by the impatient Eevee. Ding. Card transaction successful. Before the item could be handed to Ash, Eevee seized the Ice Stone. And with a radiant glow, a blue-white Pokémon emerged. Data review. Glacian, type. Ice, ability. Snow Cloak, hidden ability. Can become hidden during snowy weather. Level, 29. Moves. Blizzard, Hail, Shadow Ball, Mirror Coat. Helping Hand, Ice Fong. Protect, Ice Beam, Quick Attack, Bite. Please take care of me, Glacian. Ash beamed, unable to tear his gaze away. Had he not had a Vulpix, he would have wanted to dote exclusively on this one. Ash affectionately stroked the cool fur of his new companion. Once we finish up, I'll introduce you to the rest of the team. No fighting, okay? Eevee. Glacian chirped, obediently following Ash. Their interaction was but a brief interlude as the auction continued. The 10th item was the Moss Rock, the evolution item for Leafeon, albeit a small piece with somewhat diminished quality. Glacian settled quietly at Ash's feet, remaining tranquil and undemanding. Soon, the auction reached its final 3 items, the highlights of this event. Yulongqing presented a finely crafted box, containing 3 stones whose material was indistinguishable from ordinary rocks. Host, you must acquire these. The stone on the left is the Mega Evolution Stone for Blastoise. The one on the right is for Gardevoir, and the final piece is the Mega Evolution Stone for Latios. System, are you jesting? These mere stones are supposed to be Mega Evolution Stones? Such audacity. I was nearly convinced. If 2 of these stones are for ordinary Pokémon, I could accept it. But the last one for Latios? I stand on my head while washing my hair. Host, I hope you mean what you say and do not waver. The system's dissonant voice echoed. Are you serious? Ash could hardly contain himself. The system's solemnity seemed too real to be a joke. Yulongqing announced on stage that these stones were inadvertently acquired by the auction house, and their purpose remained a mystery, suggesting they could hold collectible value. Thus, the starting bid was set at 10,000 Alliance coins. Ash mused, if these truly are Mega Evolution Stones, Miss Yulongqing, your auction house is in for a significant loss. He called out, 20,000. All eyes turned to Ash. I'm just collecting. I'm bidding normally, right? He said shyly, as the crowd diverted their attention. For 3 seemingly useless stones, no one felt the need to focus further. Adak approached, whispering, what nonsense is this? Are you collecting stones like Dakdo? His voice was low, tinged with dissatisfaction. Ash replied, Humph, have you forgotten my abilities? What appears worthless to others is a priceless treasure to me. Adak's eyes widened, disbelief evident. What on earth are you talking about? Next came the penultimate item. A Pokemon egg. System, when did this become the 4th Pokemon at the auction? Before the system could respond, Yulongqing spoke first. This is an egg from Rayquaza. If nurtured well, it could become a Tyranitar, a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Interested parties, please place your bids, starting at 0, with no limit on increments. The audience was stirred. They had not anticipated a quasi-legendary egg, even if it wasn't T of the dragon type. No one dares to compete with me. 1,000,000 Alliance coins, declared a young master from the Fire family, showcasing his wealth boldly. 1,200,000 Alliance coins. A man from the Ground family countered. 4,000,000 Alliance coins. 8,000,000 Alliance coins. The 2 continued to bid, leaving the audience astonished at the wealth displayed by these prominent families. 12,000,000 Alliance coins. A voice interjected, and Ash recognized it as that of the young master from the Dragon family. Is it proper for a dragon family member to bid on a ground-type Pokémon? The three remained locked in a stalemate, the price climbing steadily as the young masters from the three families argued fiercely, each unwilling to yield. Ultimately, the young master from the ground family secured the egg for 16,500,000. The auction reached its zenith with a transaction price of 16,200,000, proving these young masters were indeed affluent, bidding without a care. The ground family member jubilantly cradled the egg, exclaiming, "Ha! A quasi-legendary Rayquaza egg. I've obtained it." Unfazed, he waved a golden card to complete the transaction. Beep! Payment failed. The auction's finance staff informed him, "Sir, your card has insufficient funds. Please use an alternative." Meanwhile, the staff forcibly reclaimed the Rayquaza egg. "What? Insufficient funds on my card?" The young master exclaimed incredulously, believing the card was a secondary one linked to his father's main account and should have ample balance. "Yes, please provide another card. If not, the Pokémon egg will be auctioned again," the staff reiterated firmly, accustomed to such situations where individuals feign wealth but fail to deliver. "Could I have a few minutes to make a call?" the young master requested, visibly anxious to reach his family head. The staff nodded, granting him only 10 minutes. Failure to pay would result in the egg being re-auctioned. After a hurried call to his father, who assured him that the egg must be secured, the young master received a transfer of funds within 5 minutes. With the payment complete, he departed with the Pokémon egg. Finally, it was time for the last item, which promised to be extraordinary. Yulongqing announced, "The final items are 2 Pokémon eggs, one from the Kalos region, the egg of Chasepin, and the other, a quasi-legendary egg of Mega Sableye from the Kalos region." All gazes fixated on the 2 eggs on stage. Ash noticed the intense interest from the dragon family's young master. "I still need a bit of money. Could you lend me some?" Initially standing in the corner, Ash was approached by the dragon family member, who implored him. Ash, exasperated, replied, "What does your lack of funds have to do with me?" He curtly stated, "No money," and attempted to walk away. "Wait, don't go," the young master insisted. Growing frustrated, Ash handed over the 5 million alliance coins given by the system. "This is all I have, 5 million. Remember to write an IOU." After sending a message to his uncle, Ash added that if his friend was short on cash, he should seek funds from him directly. With the funds, the young master raised the bid dramatically, engaging in a fierce contest with the young heir from the Fire family, Yeshuan, driving the price up to 19,900,000 alliance coins. "Yeshuan, Yulongqing, do you dare to bid higher?" the young master from the dragon family taunted. Yulongqing, the grandson of the fire-type gym leader, was visibly enraged. Yeshuan, however, remained composed, adjusting his glasses as if deep in thought. 21,000,000 alliance coins. "Sir, is 21,000,000 the highest bid?" Yulongqing inquired. Ash recognized the tactic being employed, hoping the young master from the dragon family wouldn't fall for it. In the next moment, 25,000,000 alliance coins. The young master from the dragon family declared, unwittingly stepping into the trap set by the 2 opponents. Ash could only sigh in exasperation, face-palming at the unfolding chaos. He deserves nothing but 2 words, fool. To think he fell for it. Yi Xian, witnessing Yulongqing's gullibility, promptly offered his congratulations. "I relinquish this divine egg. Congratulations to Yulongqing for securing it. Little Qingzi, nurture it well." Yi Xian wore a smug expression as he observed the furious and flushed Yulongqing. It was only then that Yulongqing realized he had been duped, having paid a hefty price for the acquisition. Xiao Ji, meanwhile, discreetly lingered in a corner, recalling his ice EV, wishing to avoid drawing attention. With no other choice, Yulongqing made a call back to his family, spending 25 million to acquire the divine egg, only to be mocked as a gullible fool. Upon returning, he was certain to face a barrage of scolding. After handing over the payment, he returned Xiao Ji's card. Yulongqing took to the stage once more to announce, "Tonight's auction has come to a close. Congratulations to everyone for acquiring your desired items. Shortly, staff members will distribute a new invitation card, which grants entry to the next auction. Thank you all for your attendance. See you next time." Yulongqing bowed gracefully before departing the stage. Simultaneously, Xiao Ji and Yulongqing exited, with Xiao Ji occasionally teasing him about his blatant naivety, expressing admiration for his gullibility. Yulongqing, cradling the egg with a look of despair, could only glare at Xiao Ji in silence. As they left the black market, the sky began to brighten, revealing that it was already past 6 o'clock. "Host, 5 individuals are lying in ambush at the southeast corner," the system suddenly interjected. "Do you know who they are?" Xiao Ji continued walking, contemplating. The final round, those 2 individuals vying for the divine egg, the system specified, identifying Yan Kuan and Yi Xian lurking outside. After about 10 minutes of walking, the pursuers remained closely behind. Xiaoji abruptly turned and unleashed Lucario. Rapid-fire aura spheres from the southwest bushes. Xiaoji commanded without hesitation. The individuals in the bushes were taken aback, wondering when they had been discovered, and hurriedly emerged. Xiaoji grinned mischievously. You two young masters have worked hard following me. Haven to you? Instead of learning good behavior, you've mastered the art of deception. I wonder how old Master Yan educates his grandchildren? Yan Kuan and Yi Xian were somewhat taken aback. How could this guy possess such strong counter-surveillance skills? Yan Kuan panicked, recalling that this fellow knew his grandfather. But then reconsidered. How could that be? It must be a bluff. You can't possibly know my grandfather, Yan Kuan retorted. Xiaoji produced a badge case, revealing the last badge belonging to his grandfather's dojo. You. Yan Kuan was left speechless, realizing that this guy had indeed been to his grandfather's place to obtain the badge. Yet, Yan Kuan remained unconvinced. So what? Do you think just one Lucario can defeat my Charizard? Crush it. The Charizard, visibly around 175 centimeters tall, was quite hefty but lacked muscular development, poorly rated. Haha. Xiaoji laughed, criticizing Charizard for its malnourished appearance and inadequate training. Where does it get its confidence to show off? Charizard, use Dragon Claw to finish this. Yan Kuan, infuriated by the ridicule, commanded. Lucario, engage it in a playful duel, swords dance followed by power-up punch. As Yan Kuan seethed with rage, Xiaoji contemplated teasing him further. Yi Xian attempted to intervene but was halted by the furious Yan Kuan, who aimed to give Xiaoji a proper scolding. Yulongqing, not one to miss an opportunity, released his three-headed dragon to join the fray. 5 minutes later, Charizard was left battered and bruised, devoid of any uninjured spots. Xiaoji and Yulongqing left the two bewildered individuals behind as they departed. Chapter 97. Return to the Kanto region, Brock's engagement. Upon returning to the inn, Xiaoji found that dawn had already broken, careful not to disturb the slumbering Xiao Guang and Serena. In his room, Pikachu was still fast asleep, but rushed over upon hearing the door open. Pika. Pikachu greeted with sleepy eyes. Awake, Pikachu. Let me introduce my new partner, Ice EV. Xiaoji said, noticing Ice EV shyly lingering by the door. Ooh. Ice EV, still somewhat bashful, hesitated to approach, merely calling out as a greeting while hiding behind Lucario, having become slightly acquainted with it outside. At that moment, Serena entered the room, surprised to see Xiaoji already dressed. Xiaoji, why are you up so early? I just received a call. Brock is getting engaged in 10 days. He asked if we would attend. Xiaoji was taken aback by the news. Realizing there was no airport nearby, the closest one was in Fuyuki City, a 5-day journey from here. He hesitated. Considering that the Unova League competition was just a month and a half away, uncertain if he would have enough time, Xiaoji resolved he must go. He was curious about how far along Brock and his fiancée had progressed, wondering if it wouldn't be long before they had children. Absolutely, we must go, he affirmed. After breakfast, Xiaoji contacted Misty in Hualan City to inquire about Brock. I received Brock's invitation as well. We will meet in Nibi City. And look, who is this? After a brief conversation, Misty confirmed she would certainly attend Brock's engagement banquet. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a boy wearing glasses and dressed in green appearing on the screen. Hello, Xiaoji. Long time no see. The boy greeted. Shota? Xiaoji recognized him. This was the boy he traveled with in the Hoenn region, Mei's younger brother, Shota. Yes, long time no see. I'm also traveling, starting from your hometown, Kanto. Shota adjusted his glasses, happily explaining. What is your starter Pokemon? Xiaoji inquired curiously. I received a Charmander from Professor Oak as my starter Pokemon. I just arrived in Hualan City and heard about Brock's engagement, so I decided to stay. Shota explained his situation. Great. Let's meet in Nibi City, Xiaoji said to Misty and Shota. After hanging up, Xiaoji gathered Xiao Guang and Serena to share his plans. First, they would return to Kanto to attend Brock's engagement banquet, and then head back to Unova for the league competition. The three quickly finalized their itinerary. As they prepared to leave, they realized they hadn't seen Cynthia, making it impossible to say goodbye, so they set off. Where are you all headed? A figure in a golden-black coat, Cynthia, blocked their path. Cynthia? The trio was taken aback. A flash of light at Cynthia's waist revealed an Ice EV darting towards Xiaoji's Ice EV. Ooh. The two EVs engaged in a conversation, seemingly unaware of the surprise they caused. Xiaoji and his friends were momentarily startled by Cynthia's sudden appearance. Brock is getting engaged, so we're planning to return to Kanto. Xiaoji explained. Brock's getting engaged? That blockhead, that ironclad man has someone who likes him? Cynthia expressed disbelief, astonished that anyone could have feelings for Brock given his personality. Ahem, Cynthia, the thing is, Brock. Ash hurriedly recounted the circumstances surrounding the meeting of Brock and Dawn, along with some details they were aware of. I have indeed seen Brock's application to resume his duties as a gym leader. Aside from the assurance from that flying-type champion, I have also contributed my share of effort. It is rather inconsiderate of him not to send me an invitation to his engagement banquet, Cynthia remarked. The group finally comprehended why Brock's reinstatement as a gym leader was progressing so smoothly, with the recommendations from both Professor Rowan and Champion Cynthia herself. It was indeed a straightforward process. Moreover, it seems somewhat inappropriate to continuously refer to him as the flying-type champion. He is also a champion trainer, holding titles in both Kanto and Johto regions, she added. There's no need for such formalities. Just take a moment to rest, and this afternoon, we shall travel to the airport together in my vehicle, Cynthia expressed with enthusiasm. Very well, then, Ash and the others concurred without hesitation. They promptly attempted to contact Brock, but to no avail. After a flurry of 10 calls, none were answered. Is he truly that busy? By afternoon, the group boarded a jeep, with Cynthia at the wheel, speeding along the road at a pace that never dipped below 100 km/h. After a 5-hour journey, they arrived at the airport in a nearby city to catch a connecting flight, as there were no direct flights to Leaf City from this location. Meanwhile, Brock was busy shopping for various supplies with Dawn, their camaraderie evident as she had opened a ramen shop there. Since Brock took charge of the Nibi Gym, it had transformed from a mere novice challenge into a formidable venue for trainers. He had several partners and ample energy to traverse multiple regions. The Nibi Gym was notorious in the Kanto region for its rigorous challenges. On Brock's very first day, a trainer from the Kalos region encountered him and fled in tears within 10 minutes. Brock's Pokémon team, consisting of Steelix, Swampert, and Golem, were all of considerable level, leaving the challenger utterly defeated. As Dawn meandered through various shops, she inquired if Brock had sent out the invitations. Rest assured, I am quite reliable in my dealings. I refrained from contacting those too far away to reach, Brock confidently asserted, patting his chest. At that moment, Tsubasa breathlessly approached them. Big brother, Ash just sent a message saying you need to send another invitation. The invitee is none other than Champion Cynthia of the Sinnoh region, and they are preparing to return to Kanto. Tsubasa relayed without pausing for breath. Brock was taken aback. When had Cynthia and Ash become close? Without further ado, he grasped Dawn's hand and hurried back. He felt he had miscalculated. Surely, a busy individual like Cynthia would not return for a small engagement banquet. He quickly sent the invitation to Cynthia's email along with a note. On the flight back to Kanto, Ash fell asleep almost immediately, having had a sleepless night at the black market. He dozed intermittently, waking and sleeping throughout the journey. The flight departed at midnight, leaving everyone in a state of groggy fatigue. As a regional champion, Cynthia was enjoying first-class accommodations, while Ash and his companions were confined to economy class. Serena and Corina leaned against Ash's shoulder, drifting off into a slumber. The flight was scheduled to arrive at Leaf City around noon the next day, which felt quite taxing. The following day, they were awakened by the piercing sunlight. Glancing at the time, it was 8 in the morning. Ash felt quite uncomfortable. The two had apparently dreamt of something that led them to nibble on him in their sleep, leaving bite marks on his arms. Are they part dogs? He mused. Chapter 98, Gathering in Nibi City. In Leaf City, it was now 2:30 in the afternoon. Under Cynthia's guidance, Ash and his companions arrived at an airport on the outskirts of Leaf City. Kanto, I am back, Ash exclaimed excitedly, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Really, how rude. Yelling like a child right upon arrival, a girl with orange hair approached. It was Misty, accompanied by Max. Spotting the duo, Ash quickly made his way over. Ash, long time no see. Max adjusted his glasses and greeted him. He too had embarked on his journey to become a Pokémon trainer, influenced by Ash, and had chosen Kanto as his first destination instead of Hoenn. Pikachu leapt out to greet Max. Pikachu, it's been ages. Max affectionately rubbed Pikachu. Ash, observing the now taller Max, chuckled. Indeed, it's been a while. I heard from May that you changed your initial travel destination without a word, which surprised me. May really does share everything, Max replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, acknowledging his sister's tendency to divulge too much. Cynthia approached Ash. I have arranged everything on my end. A vehicle will take us to Nibi City, and we will arrive around 10 in the evening. Thank you, Miss Cynthia. And I apologize for the trouble, Ash replied sheepishly. Serena, Corina, allow me to introduce you to Max, whom I mentioned during my travels in Hoenn. Aside from Brock and May, he was another travel companion. After catching up, he formally introduced Max, while Misty and Max, having met before, required no further introduction. Hello. I am Max from Orange City. I look forward to working with you, Max politely greeted. Hello. The group lingered at the airport exit for a while before a long SUV pulled up. An elderly gentleman exited the vehicle. Miss Cynthia, the car is ready. Where to? The elder inquired. Cynthia gestured towards him. This is Butler Yun, the caretaker of my villa here. We are heading to Nibby City, if you would be so kind. Of course, everyone, please get in, Butler Yun replied, pressing a button on a remote to open the rear doors of the 7-seater SUV, which was just perfect for their group. As the vehicle rolled forward, Ash and Max struck up a conversation. Max recounted how, when he challenged the Nibby gym, Brock was still away, and he faced Brock's brother Tsubasa instead. Max had brought back his old Ralts from his travels, though it had since evolved into a Kirlia upon his return. After concluding his challenge at the Nibby gym, he headed directly to the Hualan City, where he encountered Misty and the others once more, leading to a renewed journey of gym battles. Despite the disparity in their strengths, Max ultimately lost to Misty Escaritos during their final confrontation. His Kirlia was male and intended to develop into a physically offensive Galade, but he was in need of a Dawn Stone for evolution. Upon hearing about the Dawn Stone, Ash recalled that he possessed one. Searching through his bag, he produced a small pouch and handed it to Max. Your Kirlia should be ready to evolve. This Dawn Stone is a gift for you. Max was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ash to possess a Dawn Stone and hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to accept. Ash remembered a Froca's egg that the system had gifted him earlier and decided that parting with this stone was the right choice. Ash, here is your Greninja back. I borrowed it when it was still in its initial form as a Froakie, and now that it has evolved, it has returned to its rightful owner. Misty recalled something and tossed out a Pokeball. Ash, puzzled, wondered how his Pokemon ended up with Misty. Upon checking the data, he found that Greninja was at level 41, possessing the unique ability Battle Bond, which allows the Pokemon to undergo a special transformation when it synchronizes with its trainer. He noted that the bond level was only at 30, as it had not been by Ash's side for an extended period. The skills listed included Water Shuriken, Cut, Shadow Clone, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Night Slash, Bubble, Mist, Water Bubble, and Quick Attack. The description of the trainer suggested that Ash was not a qualified trainer, as he only realized how much his Pokemon had grown now. Embarrassed, Ash scratched his head and thanked Misty for taking care of it. Misty nonchalantly replied that if it weren't for Greninja guarding the gym, her sisters would have inundated her with badges. She mentioned that it was fortunate that she had taken Greninja out for a trip, otherwise, she glanced at a shivering little Max. The group engaged in conversation, noting that the current Cerulean gym was no longer just about Staryu, Starmie, and Seal. With Misty guarding the gym, managing to distribute even one badge a month was commendable. Ash, with a wry smile, thought to himself that Misty's image as a fierce girl could use some refinement, but he dared not voice it. During the journey, fatigue set in. They had been on a plane for over 10 hours, feeling utterly drained. Sleep soon overtook them. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, they arrived at the Pokemon Center in Pewter City. After stretching their limbs, they felt the discomfort of sitting still for too long. It was now 10:30, and Ash decided not to disturb Brock at that hour. They would rest at the Pokemon Center and visit him the following day. The group nodded in agreement and checked into the Pokemon Center, unaware that Brock was eagerly awaiting their arrival at home, seemingly for naught. The next morning, Ash and his companions enjoyed breakfast at the Pokemon Center. With Brock's engagement party just days away, Ash planned to return to Pallet Town to reconnect with his old friends. Just then, the doors of the Pokemon Center burst open. Who could that be? Everyone instinctively turned to the entrance. Max curiously speculated, could it be those Team Rocket members? The group's collective gaze fixed on Max, silently urging him to keep his mouth shut. Since you've asked with such sincerity, I shall graciously respond. One of the figures said, to prevent the world from destruction, the following is omitted, meow. Two figures emerged from the smoke, clad in black uniforms, flanked by a Mismagius and a legendary bird leading the way. Team Rocket. Ash and his friends exchanged glances with Max, realizing that their absence lately was due to their return to Kanto. Having not seen them for a while, Ash felt a tinge of nostalgia. Little brat? They exclaimed in unison, shocked. This was their first outing after returning to headquarters for training, and they hadn't expected to encounter their arch-nemesis. Isn't that the little brat from Hoenn? And that little girl from the first generation? Meowth quickly recognized Max and Misty. Little girl, have you three forgotten your lessons? Is it amusing to rob every day? Misty's temper flared at the term little girl. The trio exchanged glances, nearly forgetting that this particular little girl was known for her fiery temperament among all the traveling girls. It had been a while since she had fought against them. She thought it was time to test her progress. Go, Blastoise, she called, throwing out a Pokeball. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon. Misty commanded fiercely. James, smirking, retorted. We're not the same Team Rocket as before. Miss Magius, Shadow Ball, Rapid Fire. He was quick to react. Ash, thinking of a swift resolution, called out, Greninja, Water Bubble. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. He sought to assist Misty. Last night, Ash had reunited with Greninja under the moonlight and sent Zeraora back to Professor Oak. Thus there was an extra slot for a Pokémon. This time, Team Rocket felt genuinely transformed, as if they had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Humph. Miss Magius, Light Screen. Legendary Bird. Brave Bird. Ash's eyelids fluttered. Was he being mocked? Did these two clowns really think they could teach the legendary bird a powerful flying-type move? Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance. Team Rocket, you clearly Haven T learned your lesson. Swampert, Hydro Pump. Chapter 99, Recollections. Swampert. The Pokémon that burst in was the final evolution of Mudkip, one of the starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region. At that moment, a man in a casual suit with bronze skin stepped inside. Everyone, it's been a while. How have you all been? Brock, looking exceptionally dapper today, was a far cry from his usual appearance. The little brat from the first generation? The Team Rocket trio exclaimed in unison. You three are as predictable as ever. Failing to change your ways, Brock said with a grin, addressing Jesse, James, and Meowth as if they were old friends. Send out Swampert. He instructed with a casual wave of his hand. Shortly thereafter, a familiar voice resonated from outside. What an annoying feeling, Meow. After dispatching these bothersome foes, Brock and the others settled down. Ash, when did you arrive? If I hadn't contacted Professor Oak, I wouldn't have known you were already in Pewter City. Brock said, visibly displeased. We arrived late last night and didn't want to disturb you. We planned to meet you today, but here you are, Ash explained, scratching his head in embarrassment. My house isn't too small for you, Brock replied, his face darkening again, lamenting the waste of the delicious food he had prepared the previous night. A chorus of laughter erupted among them. Brock, I once again congratulate you on becoming the Pewter Gym leader, Ash said warmly. It's not a big deal. With Mr. Aiden and Ms. Kanna's joint recommendation, and my exceptional performance during the assessment, I managed to secure the position. I also owe thanks to Cynthia, who helped advocate for me, pushing through the opposition, allowing me to succeed smoothly, Brock recounted, reminiscing about the application process. The application was not conducted in Pewter City, but rather in the larger Goldenrod City, where the gym leader assessments were held at only 3 locations: Goldenrod City, Celadon City, and the Indigo Plateau headquarters. Brock opted for Goldenrod City, where he fortuitously encountered Aiden. After learning of his intentions, Aiden opened all the necessary procedures, ensuring everything was expedited. Although the assessment itself was more challenging, Brock breezed through it with the help of his Pokémon, Steelix, Swampert, and Ludicolo. However, the examiner was not satisfied and sought to disqualify Brock, making it difficult for him to assume the role of gym leader. Ultimately, the examiner's plan backfired. The recommendation letter bearing the signature of Dragon-type Elite 4-member Aiden was crucial, and since Kanna had met Brock before, they collaborated to recommend him. The outcome for the examiner was predictable: dismissal, along with a lifetime ban from working within the league, including his family's lineage. Xiao Gang felt a tinge of embarrassment, having encountered such an incident during the gym leader assessment. Fortunately, he managed to pass with flying colors. This marked the beginning of a nightmare for all novice trainers in the Kanto region. Previously, the little Geodude would eventually evolve into a Graveler, and with the addition of Swampert, Tyranitar, Steelix, and Gyarados, the overall strength of the gym soared to unprecedented heights. Today's trainers must contemplate whether to utilize Squirtle or Bulbasaur against Steelix or Tyranitar. If Xiao Gang's mega-evolved Steelix were to be revealed, the difficulty would escalate to a nightmarish level. Originally, there was a formidable female gym leader in Hualon City, and with the emergence of another nightmarish gym, would novice trainers be able to secure their qualifications for the league competition? Xiao Xian has now opened a ramen shop in Nibi City, bringing along Grandma One, whose culinary skills remain intact after a lifetime of making ramen. Reluctant to depart, she was persuaded by Xiao Gang and Xiao Xian to establish a new ramen shop in Nibi City. Ash, have you collected all the badges for the Unova League? Xiao Gang shifted the topic, feeling moved that Ash returned to attend his engagement banquet just before the impending league competition. Yes, I recently secured the final badge and won the Youth Cup in Lunma Town, Ash proclaimed proudly, displaying his badge case and trophy. From the Cold Moon badge of the Heavenly Winter Gym to the Crimson Flame badge of the Fiery Rock Gym, they were all neatly arranged. Xiao Gang, you truly lack consideration. I only received the invitation to your engagement banquet upon arriving in Kanto. Your planning is somewhat lacking, Cynthia remarked, emerging from a nearby room with a book in hand. She casually took a seat, placing the book on the table, and looked at Xiao Gang, teasingly commenting. Who would have thought that the once awkward Xiao Gang could find a partner and even get engaged? Feeling bashful, Xiao Gang lowered his head. By the way, everyone, we've prepared lunch for noon. How about a welcome banquet at my house? It was a plan Xiao Gang had in mind, as guests had traveled from far and wide, deserving of a warm reception. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Xiao Sheng's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he said, I'm afraid I won't be able to join for lunch. I just received a call from my dad. My sister will be arriving at the airport in Kuray City in 2 hours. Xiao Sheng felt a bit awkward. The drive from Kuray City to Nibi City was quite lengthy, as Ash had arrived in Nibi City the previous night after a 6-hour journey. That's fine. My parents are in Kuray City. I'll contact them and have them bring your sister back, Xiao Gang replied, waving his hand dismissively. After a quick phone call, he confirmed everything was arranged. As Ash and his companions arrived in Nibi City, it felt much like before, with little change. Suddenly, a Gyarados burst forth to greet them. Gyarados, it's been a while, Ash said, acknowledging the Gyarados he had captured alongside Xiao Gang. The Gyarados responded with a few low growls, which Ash understood. All right, I get it. Three-headed dragon, come out. Recognizing that these two Pokemon had previously lived together, they quickly embraced. You all catch up, Ash said, falling in step with the others. Upon entering Xiao Gang's spacious living room, he noticed his younger siblings were playing joyfully. Where's Jilang? Xiao Gang asked, scanning the area. Big brother, someone is challenging the gym. You weren't here, so second brother went to handle it, a girl replied. Xiao Gang headed toward the gym, conveniently connected by a corridor to their home. Before long, he could hear voices emanating from inside. I've arrived at the last gym of the Unova League, boasted a confident voice. Both Xiao Gang and Ash paused, a sense of familiarity washing over them. Upon opening the door, they found a boy with an orange headscarf standing beside a Lucario, addressing Jilang. Let me reiterate, this is the Kanto gym, not the Unova gym. You can't participate in the Unova League with a badge from here, Jilang replied, exasperated. What kind of person challenges a gym in the wrong region? How absurd. Recognizing the boy, Ash and Xiao Gang exclaimed in unison, Hugh? Without needing to look closely, they knew it was him. Hey, Ash and Xiao Gang, you're here too? Is this the Kanto region or the Unova region? Hugh confidently inquired. This is Nibi City in the Kanto region. You've gone to the wrong place again, Ash said, face palming in disbelief. What are you all doing here? Hugh asked, intrigued. This is my home. I'm a gym leader, and I'm about to get engaged. I invited Ash to my engagement banquet, Xiao Gang explained, feeling a headache coming on. How many badges do you have? Ash added. Not many, just 6. I'm 1 badge away from participating in the league. I'm pretty impressive, right? Hugh struck a pose, showcasing his badge case. Then explain why you have the bug badge from Chengdu and the regular badge in your collection, Ash said, eyeing the familiar badges, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Wait, does that mean those badges can't be used in the Unova League? Hugh finally grasped the issue. The group collectively sighed. It was clear Hugh was beyond saving. Chapter 100. Hugh's challenge. Ash and Xiao Gang exchanged exasperated glances. To collect badges for the Unova League from Chengdu? Only you would do something like that. Hugh, other region badges are useless in Unova. I have those 2 badges as well. You're being utterly reckless. Ash gently cautioned. Isn't the Unova League held in Yenju City in Chengdu? Hugh asked, still confused. Ash and Xiao Gang exchanged looks of utter disbelief. Was there something fundamentally amiss with him? Meanwhile, Lucario seemed to understand the absurdity of its trainer-esque situation. Ash, since you're here, I challenge you. With Lucario's encouragement, Hugh finally recognized his error and issued a challenge to Ash. I'm not interested, Ash said dismissively, starting to walk away. Hugh, however, was relentless. Unwilling to miss the chance to face another trainer participating in the league, Ash was thoroughly irritated by Hugh's persistent pursuit. Let us settle this quickly. 1 Pokemon will determine the victor. And then please, leave me alone. Ash ultimately accepted the challenge. Ash, Xiao Gang observed the impending battle and realized there was little he could say to dissuade him. Hokuto retrieved a spherical object, declaring it to be his secret weapon, the 3-headed dragon. A familiar Pokemon emerged, the quasi-legendary from the Unova region, the 3-headed dragon, of which Ash was also a trainer. ICV, he decided, but upon preparing to release it, he fumbled for the Pokeball, only to recall that it was entangled with Miss Cynthia's ICV. While Pikachu was busy frolicking with Sho. Lucario, you shall do. Ash summoned Lucario, aware that despite having the 3-headed dragon at his disposal, it would not suffice. Ash has a Lucario? We shall not be defeated. Hokuto and Leoru exchanged glances, intrigued. 3-headed dragon, unleash devastating destruction. Hokuto commanded, eyeing Lucario with determination. unwilling to hold back as he initiated an attack. Quick attack, Bone Rush. A blue aura enveloped Ash and Lucario, silently directing them. Lucario, harnessing quick attack to enhance its speed, materialized a bone-like stick with both hands and struck the three-headed dragon on its head. Ugh! The three-headed dragon emitted a mournful cry, clearly pained by the blow. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Ash pressed the advantage with a follow-up Aura Sphere. Three-headed dragon, use Hurricane. Hokuto quickly devised a counter, summoning a fierce storm. Can this three-headed dragon even create a hurricane? Ash was astonished. With such petite wings, the hurricane's power was significant. Hokuto, what will you do next? Lucario, Mega Evolve. Ash, unwilling to dawdle, decided that even though it was merely a casual battle, a show of strength was warranted. As a radiant light enveloped them, the Mega Stone on Lucario's arm resonated with the keystone in Ash's hand, heralding the arrival of Mega Lucario. Mega Evolution? What is this? Hokuto was utterly bewildered. What do you mean by Mega Evolution? Can Lucario even Mega Evolve? Seeing Hokuto in a state of shock, Ash seized the opportunity. Swords Dance, Powered Punch. Ash commanded, launching a barrage of empowered punches that left the three-headed dragon dazed, sending it crashing to the ground. Your skills are commendable, but you still have a long way to go, Ash remarked as he departed with Lucario, who had reverted from its mega form. Meanwhile, a system notification emerged, stating, Host, your actions were quite ruthless. This time you have thoroughly defeated Hokuto. Mind your own business. I thought you were here to present gifts? Host, rest assured, despite your interference, I guarantee Hokuto will qualify for the Unova League. What? He has 4 badges and has managed to acquire them in such a short time? Are you jesting? Could he be a descendant of some prestigious lineage? Bingo, you are correct. Seriously? At noon, Brock hosted Ash and his companions. With the engagement banquet just days away, they could afford to linger in Nibi City for a few days. The lunch was sumptuous, and the culinary skills were exceptional. Hokuto shamelessly stayed for a meal before bidding farewell. In the afternoon, Brock's parents arrived with May and Professor Okito at Brock's residence. I don't recall inviting Professor Okito, Brock curiously remarked. Professor Okito, clad in shorts and flip-flops with a lab coat, chuckled as he rubbed his head. I came to consult Professor Oak regarding some research matters. I ran into May at the airport and, upon hearing about your engagement, decided to drop by. Brock's father, Uncle Wooning, patted Professor Okito on the shoulder, stating, Guests are always welcome. Tonight, we shall drink until we are merry, displaying a wide grin. Professor Okito, taken aback by Uncle Wooning's warm invitation, stepped back, shaking his hands apologetically. Mr. Wooning, you are too kind. A few drinks are fine, but let us not overdo it. Laughter erupted among the group. At the banquet table, Brock, here's to you. You traveled with Ash back in the day, and now you're getting married. I'll definitely be there for the wedding. After a few rounds of drinks, Professor Okito, feeling slightly tipsy, placed a hand on Brock's shoulder. It is my utmost honor to have you here. Brock blushed profusely, having consumed quite a bit. May and Sho exchanged exasperated looks, watching the two revel in their camaraderie. This evening, Serena did not attend, as this was a private gathering organized by Brock, inviting only former companions and friends, hence she chose not to intrude. Meanwhile, in Masera Town, Professor Oak was engrossed in documents and materials, a bucket of instant noodles beside him. By now Professor Okito should have arrived. Why is he still not here? Professor Oak glanced at the clock on the wall, puzzled. After dialing a phone number, he was met with a deadline. I called earlier, and the result was the same. At that moment, Shota entered, carrying a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Professor, don't wait any longer. Professor Okito is drunk at Brock's place in Nibi City. Noticing Professor Oak's absent-mindedness, Shota placed the coffee down and tidied away the empty noodle container. Drunk? Professor Oak looked at Shota, seeking clarification. Brock is set to hold his engagement banquet in a few days, and Professor Okito just happened to meet Brock's parents. So he went to Nibi City first, Shota explained, having received the news from Kasumi. Professor Oak was astonished. Brock is getting engaged? How was I not aware of this? Shota retrieved an invitation card from Professor Oak's desk, stating, the invitation was sent 5 days ago. I did inform you, but you were too busy to notice. Looking at the disarray of the desk and the disheveled state of Professor Oak, Shota patiently clarified. The next morning, Brock and Professor Okito awoke, both suffering from the effects of their revelry the previous night, having passed out at the dining table and now dealing with sore backs and discomfort. Ash had returned to the Pokemon Center early that night, having consumed a reasonable amount without the chaotic drunkenness that plagued Brock and Professor Okito. Serena entered, cradling Ash's ICV, inquiring, Ash, with only a few days until Brock's engagement banquet, how do you plan to spend the time? As Ash munched on food, He pondered the same question. I plan to return to Professor Oak's lab to check on my old friends and prepare for the upcoming Unova League. I have a plan. I will return to Masera Town to see how my old companions are doing as I gear up for the Unova League. Ash articulated his thoughts. Ugh. Ice Eevee leapt forth, clinging to Ash, as if fearing abandonment. All right. I'll introduce you to my esteemed predecessors. They are my former battle partners. And their strength is formidable. Ash reassured Ice Eevee, warning it not to be intimidated. Ugh. At this moment, Vulpix emerged, immediately feeling jealous and demanding attention as well. You too. Ash sighed, witnessing the rivalry between the two little ones, feeling a headache coming on. He regretted capturing Eevee. At Nibby Gym, he bid farewell to Brock. Xiao Gang, I am returning to Pallet Town to check on the status of my companions and to prepare for the upcoming Union League. After which I will return to attend your engagement. Ash stated directly as he entered. Absolutely, no problem at all. Please extend my regards to Professor Oak and Xiao Jian. Xiao Gang replied casually. Ash, accompanied by Serena and Xiao Guang, set off for Pallet Town, only to be halted by Professor Otamaki, who insisted on joining them. Really? Last night's drinking caused quite the trouble. Professor, are you feeling all right? Ash inquired kindly, observing the weary appearance of Professor Otamaki. Last night, he, Xiao Gang, and Wuning had undoubtedly indulged far into the night. Professor Otamaki waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I'm fine, really. I could manage another 10 crates. The trio instinctively distanced themselves from the professor, anticipating the potential for drunken antics. At that moment, a vehicle approached, and the window rolled down to reveal Xiao Jian behind the wheel. Hi, Ash. Long time no see. Xiao Jian greeted as he exited the car. Xiao Jian, what brings you here? Ash asked, puzzled. We didn't notify the research team. Professor Oak sent me, knowing you all had a bit too much to drink last night. So I came to pick you up, Xiao Jian explained, opening the car door to invite them in. Wait, let us join you. Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng, feeling bored, swiftly called out, having overheard Ash's conversation. Hop in. Xiao Jian welcomed. Once inside the vehicle, as Xiao Jian drove, Ash settled in the front passenger seat, surrounded by a group of cheerful girls, engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Nibby City, Sharona was relishing various delicacies at a food street, holding a two-toned ice cream, enthusiastically exploring the local specialties. She soon found a ramen shop just as it was time for lunch. Dingling. The door swung open, accompanied by the chime of bells. Sharona glanced around, noting the establishment's cleanliness and the presence of several patrons savoring their ramen. Welcome. What would you like to order? A girl with glasses, sporting a ponytail and wearing an apron, approached from behind. Sharona scanned the menu overhead, her eyes darting over the delectable offerings, each dish appearing more enticing than the last. Leaving her indecisive, an elderly lady emerged, her voice ringing out, Well, a rare guest. Sharona, my dear, what brings you to my humble shop today? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sharona turned to see the owner. Grandma Wen, aren't you supposed to be in the Unova region? What brings you to Nibby City? Sharona recognized Grandma Wen immediately. Otherwise, she would not have recognized her at first glance. Grandma Wen retorted, What is it to you where I am, old lady? She then addressed the young woman, Xiao Xian, I'll have the number 2 set, extra wasabi, and a pot of green tea. Hearing this, Sharona realized Grandma Wen still remembered her preferences, but the name sounded familiar. You're Xiao Xian? Xiao Gang's fiancé? Sharona connected the dots as the steaming ramen was served. Yes, Xiao Xian replied bashfully, her gaze lowered. You know Xiao Gang? Grandma Wen pried with curiosity. We're old friends. He traveled through Sinnoh, and his culinary skills are top-notch. I'm here out of sheer boredom to attend his engagement banquet. Sharona replied contentedly as she enjoyed her ramen. Grandma Wen appeared to have anticipated this, saying, I knew it. I was surprised to see your name on the guest list. Sharona chatted amiably, showing no signs of her championship status. After finishing her meal, Sharona paid for her food and mentioned, I have a special gift prepared for you. I hope you will like it. Meanwhile, back at the Quartz Plateau, in the Kanto Region's League headquarters, Du returned to his office looking weary, sporting dark circles under his eyes, overwhelmed by 2 stacks of towering documents. Du, we just received intel that champion Sharona arrived in Kure City the day before yesterday and is currently in Nibby City, though her purpose remains uncertain. A staff member reported, entering with an intelligence brief. Sharona? What brings her to Kanto? Du inquired, his interest piqued. Is there anything significant happening in Nibby City? His subordinate replied, There are no reports of any evil organizations causing trouble, nor is there anything particularly noteworthy, though there is one matter that might be somewhat related. Go on. I'm intrigued by the visit of a regional champion. Du's curiosity heightened. The Nibby City gym leader, Xiao Gang, is getting engaged in 7 days. With the ceremony taking place in Nibi City, the subordinate conveyed. Xiao Gang is getting engaged? Di was taken aback, pondering why Sharona would attend an event of such magnitude. His gaze wandered around until it landed on a crimson invitation that caught his attention. An engagement invitation requesting his presence in Nibi City. Where did this arrive from? He inquired, picking up the invitation. The staff member, trembling slightly, replied, "It arrived last week. You were in the Orange Islands, so we couldn't reach you." Di stroked his chin, commanding, "Reschedule my appointments for those days. I will attend this engagement." The staff member felt disheartened, realizing the magnitude of an engagement attended by 2 regional champions and a league master, pondering whether he should prepare a substantial gift. Chapter 102. A grand gathering in Pallet Town. As Ash and his companions traveled towards Pallet Town, they swayed slightly in the vehicle, gradually succumbing to sleep. The ride was smooth, punctuated occasionally by the delightful sounds of Pokémon, enveloped in the tranquility of nature. "Pika Pika!" Pikachu roused the sleepy Ash. "What is up?" Ash mumbled groggily, stirred by Pikachu's insistence. "Pika Pika!" Pikachu pointed excitedly out the window, fixated on something outside. Ash, following Pikachu's gaze, realized they had arrived at a familiar location, with a large sign outside proclaiming Pallet Town alongside an arrow. Weavee arrived at Pallet Town. The vehicle pulled up directly in front of Professor Oak's research facility. Wake up! Wake up!" Ash called to Xiaoguang, Serena, Xiaoyao, and Professor Otamaki in the back. "Have we arrived?" The others stirred awake, recognizing their surroundings. They all disembarked to stretch their limbs. Xiao Jian had driven steadily. The journey from Nibi City to Pallet Town took over 4 hours. Xiao Sheng exited the vehicle looking quite pale, clearly suffering from motion sickness. Ash and his companions ascended the stairs directly to Professor Oak's research facility. "Come on, bring it on." Suddenly, from a distance, a light blade came slicing toward them. Ash reacted swiftly, calling out, "Pikachu, use Volt Tackle." Without needing to look closely, Ash recognized the persistent challenger, Keldeo, who was always seeking Pokémon battles. He mused that it might be better to leave Keldeo at the research facility to find opponents rather than keeping him around. "Keldeo, you haven't changed a bit," Ash said with a hint of exasperation. "Do you have any stronger opponents? I heard from Lizard King that you have a Charizard, which is incredibly powerful. Where is it?" Keldeo pursued relentlessly, showing no regard for the onlookers. "Lizard King has quite the mouth. Charizard is not at the research facility, but training in the Charizard Valley in Chengdu. I've heard that no Pokémon in the facility can even match you now," Ash explained, hoping to preempt another endless tirade. "Welcome back, Ash." Professor Oak, having heard the commotion outside, promptly emerged to investigate. It had been quite some time since he last saw Ash and his companions, who eagerly greeted him. "Serena and Bonnie have arrived as well." "Welcome, welcome." Professor Oak responded warmly. "Old Man Oak, come, let us settle this once and for all." Keldeo gleamed, brandishing its sacred sword directly at the professor. "All right, Keldeo, no need for chaos. I haven't entered yet." Ash quickly intervened, noticing the Pokemon's eagerness to continue fighting. "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate," Keldeo conceded, retracting its sacred sword and proudly striding away. What Pokemon was that, Ash?" May and Max inquired, astonished by the appearance of a talking Pokemon. "Aside from Team Rocket's Meowth, Keldeo, a candidate among the 3 swordsmen of the Unova region. I encountered it in Latios town and witnessed the oath of the sacred swordman, as well as Keldeo's growth," Ash explained succinctly, omitting intricate details to avoid raising skepticism. Upon entering the room, a Pokemon primarily adorned in purple suddenly leaped onto Professor Sycamore without a word. "Gooey, get down this instant. Don't cause a ruckus." Ash rushed forward to push the clingy Pokemon aside to rescue the professor. Everyone took their seats. "Ash, congratulations on winning the Unova Youth Cup. You did splendidly. Vanquishing that lad from the Dragon family," Professor Oak remarked, having witnessed all the matches of the Youth Cup. Both the Dragon and Oak families are among the formidable clans of the Kanto region. It is rumored that Professor Oak possesses champion-level prowess, having transitioned from a Pokemon trainer to a Pokemon researcher. "Thank you, Professor Oak. I will continue to work hard in the upcoming Unova League," Ash declared confidently, clenching his fists. "Professor, may I inquire about the status of my Pokemon? The competition is fierce, and I require their assistance," Ash expressed his concerns. "Rest assured, your Pokemon are all in fine condition. As for your herd of Tauros," Professor Oak recalled the 30 Tauros Ash owned, unable to suppress a sigh, "as they often wreak havoc and possess boundless energy. I'll go check on them," Ash stated, turning towards the backyard. His eagerness was palpable. Upon reaching the backyard, he was greeted by the sight of his Miltank grazing and Snorlax lounging beneath a tree. Miltank, Snorlax, it's me. I'm back. Ash called out. Miltank, Snore. Both Pokemon awoke and expressed their joy upon seeing Ash. He affectionately patted them, reminiscing about their bond, which remained steadfast despite the time apart. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. A Bulbasaur unexpectedly emerged from a thicket. Bulbasaur, it's been ages. How have you been? Ash exclaimed, his heart warming at the sight of his first companion. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. The Pokemon joyfully responded, thrilled to see its trainer return. Gather all our friends. Ash instructed. Bulbasaur. Understanding Ash's command, Bulbasaur unleashed a solar beam towards the sky, creating a dazzling spectacle as fireworks erupted, painting the heavens with brilliance. At Professor Oak's laboratory, all of Ash's Pokemon recognized the display as a signal to assemble, promptly setting off towards the designated gathering point. Pidgeot was the first to arrive, leading a flock of Ash's flying-type Pokemon, including Fearow, Noctowl, and Honchkrow, followed closely by Scyther and Heracross. The ground trembled as the first to arrive was Ash's Bayleaf, who immediately leaped onto Ash, pinning him down. Bayleaf, you're as energetic as ever. Ash gasped for breath beneath the weight. Upon checking its level, he noted it had reached the evolution threshold but was just shy of a miracle to evolve. All the Pokemon Ash had captured surrounded him, while from Professor Rowan's side, Zoroark, Chandelure, Blastoise, Serperior, and Hydreigon remained in his care. Ash released his Pokemon, Glaceon, Vulpix, Lucario, Zeraora, and Garchomp, including Pikachu, forming a complete assembly. From Kanto, he had Pidgeot, Bulbasaur, Heracross, Charmander, Bayleaf, Noctowl, Donphan, Snorlax, and Lapras. From Hoenn, there were Lyron, Torkoal, Glalie, and Swellow. From Sinnoh, he had Staraptor, Infernape, Torterra, Scyther, Garchomp, and Weasel. Each of Ash's partners from various regions stood alongside the strongest and most remarkable Pokemon, training and battling together, living a life of shared fortune and adversity. The entire day was spent cherishing moments with his Pokemon. By the time dinner was served, when Max came looking for him, Ash was already exhausted, sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. At Ash's home, his mother, Hanako, had prepared a lavish feast to welcome the guests arriving from afar. Chapter 103, Brock's Engagement Party, Part 1. During his few days in Pallet Town, Ash enjoyed peaceful moments with his Pokemon, savoring their precious time together. The day before Brock's engagement party, Ash returned to Pewter City. The event was scheduled for the following evening at a modest hotel, lacking the grandeur of Goldenrod City or Celadon City's opulent establishments. Ash and his friends voluntarily helped decorate the hotel, inflating balloons and adorning the space with vibrant shades of red, creating a beautiful and festive atmosphere. Bang! Seizing an opportunity while Serena was distracted, Ash stealthily popped a balloon behind her, startling her. Ash, you're so annoying. You scared me to death, Serena exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. I can't believe you're still this jumpy, Ash teased. You. Serena stammered, at a loss for words. Inside one of the hotel's banquet rooms, Ash and several girls collaborated to create a perfect engagement celebration for Brock, ensuring it was far from lackluster. Outside, Brock and Olivia, dressed in a light blue striped suit and a red gown respectively, warmly greeted the arriving guests, while Grandma and Brock's parents donned their finest attire. Today, around 40 guests were invited, comprising relatives, friends, and longtime acquaintances. Olivia hoped to gain the approval of both families and witness the ceremony alongside their loved ones. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the sky as a colossal orange dragon descended. Mr. Adon, Brock gazed up at the figure disembarking from the Dragonite. A red-haired man in a burgundy suit carrying a gift. Brock, congratulations, Adon said, recalling his Dragonite and approaching Brock with a smile. Mr. Adon, I thought you were too busy to attend. Welcome to my engagement banquet. Please come in. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xian stepped forward, politely greeting their guests. You all continue. I shall head inside first, Ado remarked casually, greeting Granny Wen before making his way indoors. Is that little Sharona who has arrived? Granny Wen observed a golden-haired girl approaching with a rectangular gift box in hand. Hello, Granny Wen. I hope I'm not late, Sharona said, handing over the present and greeting the elder first. Xiao Gang, Xiao Xian, congratulations. May you two become a blissful couple, Sharona added her well wishes. Thank you, Miss Sharona. Sister Sharona, the couple expressed their gratitude promptly. Miss Sharona, Mr. Ado has just arrived. Xiao Ji is attending to guests inside, in box No. 3 on the left side of the second floor. Xiao Gang gestured invitingly. The flying-type champion arrived so early? Sharona expressed her surprise, not expecting the illustrious champion to be ahead of her schedule, feeling a touch of dissatisfaction. Since the conclusion of the Sinnoh League She had taken to calling Ado the flying-type champion, a habit she found hard to break. At that moment, a jeep rolled up. "Professor Oak? Professor Okito?" Xiao Gang exclaimed upon seeing the two regional professors step out of their vehicle, having traded their customary lab coats for formal attire. The presence of even one of these esteemed scholars delighted Xiao Gang, and he was pleasantly surprised by their simultaneous arrival. "Please, allow me to greet you both." He hurriedly approached the two professors. Professor Oak waved dismissively, saying, "No need to fuss over us old men. Focus on your guests." With that, each presented a gift box to the young couple. "Thank you for coming. It is my great honor. I apologize in advance for any shortcomings in my hospitality." Xiao Gang replied apologetically. Inside the banquet room, why did the flying-type champion arrive so early? Sharona teased as she spotted Ado lounging in a corner with his legs crossed. Ado was rendered speechless by Sharona's provocation. Enduring her incessant references to him as the flying-type champion all day was enough to drive anyone mad. "Really, you two? Quarreling at someone else's engagement banquet while everyone is watching?" At that moment, Kanata, dressed in a sharp suit, entered the room uninvited. "Professor Oak, Professor Okito, you've both arrived," Xiaoji exclaimed, rushing to welcome the two professors, eager to guide them to the main table. "No need for that. We wouldn't dare take the main table. We're merely guests," Professor Oak insisted, quickly declining and settling at the table with Ado and Sharona instead. "Mr. Chow, what brings you here?" called a voice from the entrance. It was Hikari, accompanied by her father, the renowned trainer of the Orange League, who was currently vying for a spot among the Elite Four. "Haha, Xiao Gang's earliest invitation arrived at my house, and I simply couldn't resist coming," Chow replied casually. Taking a seat next to Ado, the two found common ground in their shared age and interests. "Chow, I've heard you're preparing for the Elite Four challenge. How is that going?" Ado asked, pleased to have someone familiar to converse with. "Just one Pokemon short. I haven't settled on which one yet. I need to prepare thoroughly," Chow replied, detailing his team of 5 powerful Pokemon: a Slaking, a Dragonite, a Snorlax, a Sceptile, and a Exploud. His strongest was Slaking, his starter Pokemon, and the most formidable in the gym. Chow's Pokemon were primarily power-focused, making the selection for his challenge somewhat challenging. As they discussed Pokemon training, the others found it hard to interject. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xin continued to greet guests. This engagement banquet featured 4 tables with a selection of common dishes alongside many local specialties from Inai City. To accommodate guests from the distant Unova region, special ingredients had been prepared, showcasing the effort put into the evening's feast. As the clock struck 7, guests began to arrive in succession, and once everyone was settled, the engagement banquet officially commenced. Before the festivities began, Xiao Gang invited Professor Oak to be their witness, to which the professor readily agreed, assured of Xiao Gang's character. Chapter 104, Xiao Gang's Engagement Banquet, Part 2. Once all the guests had gathered, Xiao Gang and Xiao Xian entered the banquet hall hand in hand. Xiao Gang appeared exceedingly nervous, while Xiao Xian blushed as they stepped into the room. The banquet hall was splendid, featuring a small stage, sound equipment, and a projection system showcasing various photos and videos of their affectionate moments together. Professor Oak, dressed smartly, awaited the couple's entrance on stage. Without hesitation, he accepted the role of officiant when asked. Today, Xiao Gang transformed from his usual self, as he and Xiao Xian finally became a couple destined for each other. Xiao Shang, recalling Xiao Gang's previous spontaneous confessions, found it amusing that such antics were no longer necessary. Professor Oak gazed at the couple as they entered. "Today, I am honored to witness the engagement banquet of Xiao Gang and Xiao Xian. They have known each other since childhood, sharing a close bond. Though they were separated for some time due to circumstances, they have reunited after many years. Look at the handsome groom today, and behold, the beautiful bride, gracious and elegant. The two of them are truly a match made in heaven." Professor Oak's praise, whether spontaneous or premeditated, was abundant. Ado Kanata and Sharona shared a mutual thought. This old man sure knows how to lay it on thick. At that moment, the servers presented a few glasses of wine for the couple. Professor Oak continued, "The first glass is to toast the parents, thanking them for their nurturing and care. The second glass is for the couple, wishing them a harmonious partnership and a long life together. The third glass is for all the guests, expressing gratitude to everyone who has traveled from afar to witness this engagement." One by one, the glasses were raised and emptied. Professor Oak skillfully navigated the occasion, and the couple harmoniously participated, feeling immensely honored to have such a renowned professor as their witness. With the formalities concluded, it was time for Xiao Gang and Xiao Xian to toast the guests. Xiao Ji, not wishing to steal the spotlight, quietly observed. The banquet featured a delightful array of dishes: 5 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, a soup, and a fruit platter, representing the couple's future together. Xiaoji had hardly taken a bite, unimpressed with the culinary skills compared to Xiao Gang's own cooking. Meanwhile, others savored the meal with great enjoyment. Xiao Gang approached, saying, "Don't leave just yet. I know tonight's food might not suit your taste. I'll whip up something special for you later." Xiaoji quickly declined. "You should focus on your guests. Don't worry about me. I've got a gift for you later." He recalled the special gift package from the system he had yet to open, filled with surprises for newlyweds. Xiao Gang, feeling slightly offended, replied, "You coming is more than enough. After all this time, do you really think I lack anything?" The two individuals embarked on a journey from Kanto, traversing through Chengdu, Fengyuan, Shanao, and the United Regions, culminating their travels in the vibrant city of courage. Their bond was exceptionally strong, transcending the mere acquaintance of you and I. Ash gestured for him to swiftly attend to the guests, revealing that he had not brought a single Pokémon with him that evening, including Pikachu, all of whom remained at Professor Oak's laboratory. Upon opening the newlywed gift package, a notification chimed. "Congratulations! You have successfully acquired a Boscodora, level 55, and a Mega Evolution Stone." The system remarked, "Are you certain this is meant for you?" The host pondered excessively. "Today, who is celebrating their engagement? Aren't you still just a lonely soul?" "Curse system, you did this on purpose," he retorted. "You bestowed a Boscodora upon someone." The Nibby Gym could be considered a hellish challenge for any trainer emerging from Sinnoh Town. He examined the details of Boscodora. Level 55, ability, heavy metal, aptitude, king, held item, Boscodora Mega Evolution Stone, moves, metal claw, heavy slam, metal sound, giga impact, rock tomb, stone edge, iron defense, earthquake, and giga impact. Another cumbersome creature, Ash mused, as he was known for his swift offensive style. Such a gift seemed incongruous. Brock hoped fervently that Ash would appreciate this grand gift. Approaching Brock, Ash declared, "This is my wedding gift to you," presenting a luxury ball alongside a small box. Brock, perplexed, wondered if a luxury ball was too casual a gift. As Ash handed it to him, Brock impulsively tossed it aside, and Ash was too late to intervene. No. In a flash of light, a nearly 2-meter-tall Boscodora materialized with a roar. Boscodora? Brock was rendered speechless. This was an astonishing gift. What was in the box? Upon opening it, a Mega Evolution Stone emerged, resonating with Boscodora. The roar of Boscodora drew the attention of all present, startling them. Brock quickly retracted, exclaiming, "Ash, your gift is astonishing. Boscodora is still yours. This gift is too overwhelming for me to accept." Brock hastily returned both the Pokeball and the Mega Evolution Stone. Although he was captivated by Boscodora, he staunchly refused to accept the other items. Ash, undeterred, patted his shoulder and insisted, "If we are brothers, take it. You wouldn't want Xiaoxin to be bothered by anyone else, would you? You'd be better off as her protector." Despite Brock's continued insistence, Ash prevailed in urging him to accept the gift. "By the way, when will you and Serena?" Brock cast a knowing glance, his intentions far from innocent. "Ahem, well, the weather is lovely. I think I'll go out to enjoy the moonlight," Ash hastily declared, losing his composure at the mere suggestion. "Hold it. Today is overcast. Where's the moon?" Otto interjected, pulling Ash back in discontent. "Mr. Otto, we haven't reached that stage yet." Ash scrambled to explain. But the more he spoke, the less coherent he became, as a group of onlookers regarded him with incredulity. "Do you think we can believe you?" Meanwhile, Serena was blushing from the inquiries posed by Hanako, who regarded her with an increasingly fond gaze, bombarding her with questions, while Dawn and May stifled their laughter nearby. Kona, seated quietly with a cup of coffee, observed the scene. Mr. Chinley glanced at his daughter and remarked, "Look at Ash. He already has someone. When will you bring someone home? You've been traveling for so long. Haven't you developed any feelings?" May, feeling the weight of her father's gaze, flushed crimson, betraying her true sentiments, and quickly retorted, "Dad, what are you saying?" Chinley, with a knowing tone, responded, "Indeed, a daughter is hard to keep." May secretly harbored feelings for Ash, contemplating that marrying him wouldn't be too bad, though she remained uncertain. "Hey, sis is blushing," Masato teased, observing May's gaze directed at Ash. "Masato." May's fury surged. When one's anger peaks and they call out your full name, it is a clear sign that trouble is imminent. "Sis, I'm merely speaking the truth. Don't be angry, or you'll get wrinkles." Masato fanned the flames of her ire, sending May into a fit of rage. After much ado, Brock's engagement party concluded, and everyone returned to their respective homes. After ensuring that the guests from afar were settled, Brock finally departed the hotel. The following day, Ash, Dawn, and Serena bid farewell to Brock in Nibby City. Xiaoxin's awkward gait hinted at the events of the previous night. After lunch, Ash embarked on his journey to Korea City, this time taking his time and enjoying the scenery along the way. Chapter 105, The Fiery Monkey. Former champion of the P1 tournament. Having concluded their visit to Nibi City, the trio traveled jovially towards Korea City, arriving at Yulongqing Mountain, where they encountered the familiar sight of Pippi and Pikachu performing a dance beneath a colossal moonstone, seemingly partaking in some ceremonial rite. Passing through Hualon City, they did not stop at the Hualon Gym but chose to rest at the Pokemon Center for the night, as Misty was still with Brock, making a visit unnecessary. In a nearby forest, Ash paused to assess his Pokemon's conditions. Zeraora used Body Slam and Slash. Greninja executed Shadow Clone while simultaneously employing Water Shuriken. The battle was between Zeraora and Greninja, who had recently returned to training. Zeraora, enhanced, delivered a powerful right palm strike. Greninja, with a deft movement, conjured numerous clones to execute a simultaneous slash. Ultimately, Zeraora was a beat behind and struck only a clone. Plasma Fist. Ash noticed Zeraora's anxiety and called for an all-out move. Greninja used White Mist with all clones to unleash Water Shuriken. The bond between Ash and Greninja had reached an impressive 85, and they were focused on that aspect of their training. The boundless barrage from Greninja struck a Pokemon resting on a tree branch, attracting the attention of others engaged in battle below. Both Greninja and Zeraora exhibited extraordinary speed, rivaling one another. Zeraora alternated between Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, and Ice Punch, while Greninja skillfully evaded with its remarkable agility and diverse moves. Greninja unleashed a Water Pulse, splashing Zeraora's face, which ignited Zeraora's ire. The electric terrain activated, white lightning swirling around its hands. Oh, Ash thought, sensing the imminent danger. Zeraora, stop. This is merely a training match. There's no need to go all out. As Ash attempted to intervene, Zeraora pushed him aside, causing him to tumble against a tree. Are you alright, Ash? Dawn and Serena rushed to check on him. We need to find a way to stop it, with the electric terrain and Plasma Fist. The power is doubled, and there's no Pokemon Center nearby for healing, Ash expressed, anxiety etched on his face. At that moment, a monkey, swinging down from a tree with a belt around its waist, landed forcefully on the ground, creating a large crater. Infernape. Ash recognized the belt as belonging to the champion of the Kanto region SP1 tournament, questioning how it had come to be here. Boom. Long time no see. My trainer, echoed through the air, and Ash heard those words. Ash rubbed his forehead and remarked, Can you please temper that fiery temper of yours? He gazed at the perpetually hot-headed Infernape. Infernape, with a series of explosive sounds, waved its fists, expressing its dissatisfaction and indicating that Ash, as a trainer, was rather irresponsible and unreliable. All right. I didn't expect to run into you here. Welcome back. Ash extended his hand, attempting to draw Infernape back into the fold. Boom. You think it'll be that easy to have me return? Let us settle this once and for all. Infernape was not inclined to comply easily, gesturing towards Jolteon and Greninja, signaling them to make their moves and show him the strength of the newer generation. Allow me to formally introduce Infernape, one of my earliest companions from the Kanto region. Back then, I chose to stay and train for a competition, continually pushing my limits. Ash presented this fiery-tempered creature to the others. Pikachu stepped forward to greet, and Infernape reciprocated with a high five, signifying that their friendship remained intact. Jolteon and Greninja greeted coolly, as the earlier punch from Infernape had been quite overwhelming. Infernape taunted the two Pokemon, but Jolteon merely cast a disdainful glance at Infernape, deeming it too inferior to warrant its attention, and turned away to sit beneath a tree. Greninja, however, was eager for a challenge, showing no mercy to Infernape. With a flash of white light, it executed a swift strike, attacking with incredible speed. Infernape was incensed by Greninja's arrogance, who gave it such audacity. With a display of strength, it retaliated with a flare blitz. Yet, Greninja's speed was unmatched by Infernape, as they clashed repeatedly. Greninja exhibited no signs of fear or faltering, utilizing its speed advantage to relentlessly pursue Infernape. Ash observed silently from the sidelines. Having learned through the system that Infernape had been left behind by a certain uncle named Fando to train and participate in the P1 competition, which occurred every 3 years, where Infernape consistently claimed victory and garnered numerous accolades. At that moment, Greninja halted, a blue aura enveloping it. Ash sensed something and instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a warm and comforting sensation wash over him. When he opened his eyes again, he stood face to face with Greninja. Greninja? Greninja nodded, and both trainer and Pokemon reached out to touch each other. Ding! The bond between Greninja and the host has been preliminarily established. Bond increased by 14. Current bond value, 99. A brief bond evolution can now be initiated. Ash and Greninja felt a profound connection. Xiaoguang and Serena, witnessing this unfolding, hesitated to approach, fearing that interrupting might lead to unforeseen consequences, so they remained quietly observant. At this moment, Infernape exploded with rage. Who are these people to ignore me? Another sonic punch was launched, but Greninja, eyes closed, effortlessly intercepted it. Just then, Ash opened his eyes, gazing at Greninja, who stood defiantly against Infernape. The two Pokémon exchanged glances. Let us grow stronger together, Ash declared, surprising himself with his newfound confidence as he nodded in agreement with Greninja. Suddenly, a vortex of water spiraled up around Greninja, and moments later, a water shuriken appeared behind it, mirroring Ash's demeanor. Ash provocatively addressed the irate Infernape. Come, little monkey. Show me how much you've grown. Let me witness your true strength. Infernape, unwilling to relent, swung its fist toward Greninja. Greninja, water shuriken. Greninja combined its hands, launching multiple shurikens of water that momentarily hindered Infernape's movements. Infernape retaliated with a flare blitz. Greninja, night slash. Now, Ash and Greninja executed their moves in perfect synchrony, displaying an exquisite harmony in their technique. Infernape, bewildered, pondered the situation. This Greninja, which had seemed so weak before, now appeared to be an entirely different Pokémon, its earlier strikes carrying an entirely different weight. At that moment, Ash shook his pendant, causing it to fall, and the bond evolution with Greninja was officially lifted. System, will you not provide an explanation? Ash's final words before losing consciousness. It has been stated that the bond evolution can only be temporary. Excessive exertion leads to complete depletion of energy, and fainting is considered mild. Ultimately, it's up to you. This 1% is not easily crossed. You'll have to figure it out yourself. The system's voice echoed once more. Ash, Xiaoguang, and Serena rushed to his side, but Jolteon, having been observing the battle, swiftly assisted Ash, gently laying him down. What just happened? Xiaoguang asked. It seemed like Ash and Greninja fused and became significantly stronger. The bond evolution had left Xiaoguang and Serena in awe, speechless at the extraordinary sight they had just witnessed. Chapter 106. Infernape rejoins the team, preparing for the Unova League. Ash had been unconscious for over 2 hours. When he awoke, aside from feeling fatigued, he noticed the sun had begun to set. A fiery mouse was curled up beside him, seeking warmth. Fire mouse, you're burning me, Ash exclaimed, gently nudging the slumbering fire mouse aside with a hint of disdain. Ow! The fire mouse, feeling rejected, remembered the closeness they once shared when it was still a Cyndaquil. Ash rose and scanned the surroundings. Noticing Xiaoguang and Serena were nowhere in sight, not even Pikachu. The only familiar figure was that irritable monkey resting under a nearby tree. Infernape, how about now? Are you ready to yield? Ash approached, observing the disgruntled expression on Infernape's face. Just so you know, I didn't even use my full strength earlier. That was merely a casual attack. Boom. Of course, I won yield. I demand a rematch. Infernape, unchanged from the day Ash captured it, remained as temperamental as ever, showing no signs of reflection. Oh, you. Ash pointed at Infernape's head, exasperated by the stubbornness of this hot-headed creature. He decided to let it cool off. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder and taking Fire Mouse along to search for Serena and Xiaoguang, as their bags were still there, indicating they hadn't strayed far. Hey, Xiaoguang, come on, came Serena's voice from a short distance away, accompanied by sounds of playful banter. Serena, stop fooling around. I'm soaked, Xiaoguang replied, sounding quite annoyed. Pikachu. Laughter from Pikachu chimed in, indicating that they were enjoying themselves. Ash finally made his way through the woods to a riverbank, where he found Serena and Xiaoguang barefoot, splashing about in the water, completely oblivious to Ash's arrival. Ahem. Ash feigned a few coughs, unable to contain himself any longer as he observed the two reveling in their merriment, completely oblivious to his presence. Dawn and Serena were startled, each splashing water in his direction. Ash blinked innocently, drenched like a drowned rat, merely attempting to greet them. Was such a reaction truly necessary? As Serena emerged from the water without so much as a word, she startled both of them. With a look of exasperation, she lamented the lack of a proper greeting, causing the two to jump in surprise, nearly losing their composure. Ash, retrieving a towel to dry off, sighed, I've been standing here for 10 minutes. Is it my fault for not announcing my presence while you two were lost in your own world? Make way, make way. With a sudden thud, Dawn stumbled on a stone, causing both her and Serena to tumble onto Ash. Ash glanced at the clumsy Dawn, at a loss for words. What was this soft sensation? He felt something plush pressing against him. Serena happened to be pinned beneath him, her earlier softness now feeling rather pleasant. Ash suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling he had playfully pinched her a few moments ago. Serena gazed at him with a mix of reproach and shyness, her cheeks reddening further from their earlier encounter. Dawn quickly scrambled to her feet, helping Serena up, her eyes brimming with tears of apology. Ash silently commended Dawn, once a solitary figure. She now had a beautiful companion by her side. Back at the campsite, Infernape was practicing its punches against a tree. Infernape, with the Unova League tournament approaching, formidable opponents await us. Shall we join forces to achieve new heights and accolades? Ash extended an invitation to the tirelessly training Infernape, who remained focused without a hint of relaxation. Really? Infernape responded skeptically, unwilling to engage if the competition proved too weak. Ash shook his head. I have several Pokemon of the same caliber as Zekrom, and you are barely over level 50. You shouldn't be so choosy. Bulbasaur, come forth. Ash had another purpose for visiting the professor's lab. He intended to retrieve Bulbasaur, the last of the 3 original starters from Kanto that had yet to evolve. Don't accuse me of favoritism. Bulbasaur emerged cautiously, mistaking the situation for a battle. It's been a while, little one. Whatever happened to that fiery orange lizard? Infernape greeted, recalling Bulbasaur fondly, not forgetting the fiery lizard from their past. Bulbasaur stepped back, perplexed. Where did this monkey come from? Didn't it leave the team ages ago? Do you still remember Charmeleon? It has evolved long ago and can fly, far surpassing you now, Bulbasaur retorted, teasing Infernape. Infernape distinctly remembered being bested by that very fiery lizard. Listening to the system's translation, Ash felt relieved that the two still recognized each other. He pondered how their reunion might unfold. However, should Bulbasaur refer to Charizard as merely an orange lizard, he mused, he would not intervene when they crossed paths again. Bulbasaur Grass type, level 41, Overgrow ability potential, champion level skills, Leaf Tornado, Solar Beam, Toxic, Vine Whip, Energy Ball, not mastered. Description: as the host's first companion, Bulbasaur possesses innate leadership qualities, adept at resolving conflicts among Pokemon, becoming a leading figure at Professor Oak's lab. Infernape fighting type, level 51 Blaze ability, attack increases when health is low, potential, gym level skills, Fury Swipes, Flare Blitz, Leer, Mach Punch, Cross Chop, Bulk Up, Rock Smash, High Jump Kick, Brick Break, Thunder Punch. Description: an exceptionally temperamental monkey. Infernape's temperament still requires some correction. If left unchecked, Ash would have a headache for quite some time. Thus, Ash set forth on his journey accompanied by his irritable Infernape. They ambled along, eventually arriving at the desolate Leaf City, passing the now-demolished Jinghui Lighthouse, its once majestic silhouette regrettably absent. On board the plane, Ash and his companions gazed at the ascending aircraft, bidding farewell to the Kanto region as they headed toward Unova's Strident City. En route to the tournament venue in Nimbasa City, time was ample, certainly enough for their journey. The flight was smooth, though they occasionally jolted awake due to turbulence. Pikachu, Porygon. Pikachu and Porygon stared out at the fluffy clouds, thoroughly enjoying this rare moment. It was already evening by the time they took off, the sunset casting a beautiful glow, with rosy clouds painting the sky, a truly splendid sight. Chapter 107, Nimbasa Conference, Preliminary Elimination of the Tiger. The Unova League Nimbasa Conference finally commenced. This year's participant count doubled compared to previous years, reaching 256 competitors. The organizing committee decided to change the preliminary rounds from 1 to 2, allowing only trainers who had collected 8 badges to register. At the Pokemon Center for the conference, Ash and his companions, sporting dark circles under their eyes, arrived just in time. It was 4:40 p.m., with only 20 minutes remaining for registration. Good afternoon. Welcome to the competition. Please present your Pokédex and badges. Thank you. Nurse Joy, seated with a doll-like figure, observed the trio's disheveled state and, adhering to her professional instincts, refrained from laughing. Nurse Joy, I wish to register for the competition. Here are my Pokédex and badges, Ash replied, feigning composure while catching his breath. He promptly displayed his 8 badges. Please place the Pokédex here, Nurse Joy instructed, confirming the 8 badges with a gesture. Ding. Ash from Pallet Town. Registration for the Unova League Nimbasa Conference is complete. Congratulations on successfully registering. I wish you the best of luck. The mechanical voice announced the completion of registration. Ash, please confirm your participating Pokemon list. Once finalized, it cannot be altered. The limit is 20 Pokemon. Kindly step aside to confirm your list. Thank you. Nurse Joy handed Ash some currency. Understood. Ash anticipated this requirement and realized he had to lock in his roster ahead of time. He took up his pen and began to write. Pikachu, Superior, Zekrom, Charizard, Zoroark, Greninja, Pidgeot, Hydreigon, Garchomp, Lucario, Sceptile, Infernape, Blastoise, Snorlax, Dragonite, Glaceon, Chandelure, Lapras, and Keldeo. A precedent for locking in Pokemon prior to the league had been established, without specifying a quantity. Ash, here is your Pokédex along with various notes regarding this competition. The opening ceremony will commence tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please arrive early. Ash handed his list to Nurse Joy, who swiftly typed on the computer, inputting the Pokédex information along with the rules and guidelines for the event. Thank you, Nurse Joy. I will certainly be punctual for the opening ceremony. Ash accepted the Pokédex and notes, expressing his gratitude. Not at all, it is my duty. Miss Joy, could you kindly check whether Yulongqing, Xiaodi Dakdo, and Hu Che are participating in the competition? Xiaoji recalled the opponents he had encountered previously and could not help but inquire. Miss Joy swiftly conducted her search and replied. Except for Hu Che, all others are participating. This tournament features a contestant named Beijier, who is competing with a group of Eevee's evolutions. He is the most remarkable and unique participant in this event. It was perhaps for the best that Hu Che was absent, Xiaoji mused to himself, chuckling internally. This time you are late. You need not participate in the competition, no one can obstruct my path. After expressing his gratitude to Miss Joy, Xiaoji, accompanied by Serena and Xiaoguang, left the Pokemon Center and made their way to the nearby accommodations designated for contestants, which provided lodging, dining, and recreational facilities. Serena remarked, Xiaoji, our room is 504 in building number 7. As she walked, she held up the door sign and key. Xiaoguang, referencing the guidebook, stated, tomorrow is the opening ceremony, with 2 preliminary rounds scheduled, narrowing down to 64 for the initial matches. In the preliminaries, only 1 Pokemon may be used. While the initial matches will consist of 3 rounds, all employing 3 versus 3 battles, followed by an all-out brawl. Xiaoji, while already aware of this information, nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining the facade of attentiveness. Charizard was already stationed at Professor Oak's lab, ready for battle. Since Dakdo was participating, he was prepared to engage. Upon entering their room, they found it to be a triple occupancy space, equipped with 3 beds, a large bathtub, and a balcony that offered a splendid view of the nearby ocean, a truly picturesque location. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. As the trio busied themselves with their belongings, they wondered who could be visiting at this hour. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Yulongqing, clad in a red vest, striking what he believed to be a dashing pose. Xiaoji, upon observing the narcissistic display, promptly shut the door, thinking to himself that this fellow was quite adept at intelligence gathering, arriving just after their check-in. Who is it? Xiaoguang and Serena inquired with curiosity. Just a beggar. Xiaoji shrugged nonchalantly. What? A beggar? Is he here to beg? Yulongqing outside was quite perplexed by Xiaoji's lack of hospitality. The following day, the main venue for the competition held its opening ceremony, hosted by none other than the middle-aged man known as Bamboo Light, the same host from the Youth Cup, whom Xiaoji particularly disliked for being both verbose and exceedingly irritating. After an extensive monologue, he invited Miss Junsha to ignite the sacred flame atop the platform, elevating the ceremony to its zenith. Now, please direct your attention to the big screen for the groupings of the first preliminary match, the host announced, gesturing toward the display. The screen illuminated with the portraits of all participating contestants, including the likes of Kenny and Bai Lu, as well as Hu Che. Xiaoji, your first match is at Arena Number 1 against Hu Che at 10:30 a.m. today. Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback by the draw. Surprised to encounter Hu Che in the preliminaries instead of Xiaodi, he thought, well, don't blame me for being merciless. Why am I facing Xiaoji in the first match? Hu Che was bewildered, having lost to Xiaoji twice before. He had not anticipated facing him in the opening round of the league tournament. Arena Number 1, the first round of the second match, was set to commence with Xiaoji against Hu Che. Xiaoji smiled. Hu Che, I was hoping to face you in the all-out battle. It seems that will not be the case now. In the preparation room, Xiaoji expressed his regret. Hu Che clenched his teeth fiercely, retorting, I will definitely win. Do not underestimate me. Xiaoji dismissed Hu Che's misplaced confidence, anticipating his impending elimination. At that moment, a contestant from the previous match rushed out in tears, exclaiming, what kind of person brings a legendary Pokemon to compete? Who can possibly defeat that? Both Xiaoji and Hu Che stood up in unison. Xiaoji remained unfazed, while Hu Che's scalp tingled at the thought of a legendary Pokemon appearing in the preliminary rounds. In the audience, Xiaoguang watched, trembling at the sight of Dakdo, who had just finished a battle in 2 minutes. He was astounded by how much stronger Dakdo's Darkrai had become. Having witnessed Xiaoji's previous match against Dakdo, he could clearly see that Darkray's overall strength had significantly improved since the Lily of the Valley Conference, especially now that it had defeated a contestant so quickly. Now it was time for Xiaoji and Hu Chei's battle. The referee took his position. We are now commencing the Unova League preliminary match, second contest, utilizing a single Pokemon. The match concludes when one side's Pokemon is rendered unable to battle or loses consciousness. I hereby declare the match to begin. Following the rules, Hu Chei released his ace, the final evolution of the pseudo-legendary Pokemon, Hydreigon. However, he felt uncertain about his chances against Xiaoji. Hydreigon, I did not expect that, since I registered my Pokemon beforehand. It shall be Zeraora. In this preliminary round, Pokemon had to be predetermined, and Xiaoji had chosen Zeraora for his matches. The battle commenced. Xiaoji and Hu Chei unleashed their Pokemon, Zeraora versus Hydreigon. Hydreigon, let us take the offensive with Dragon Pulse. Hu Chei, lacking confidence, commanded his Pokemon to unleash its powerful move. Zeraora utilized Quick Attack followed by Plasma Fists. Xiaoji, not to be outdone, instructed Zeraora to enhance its speed. White electricity swirling around its fists, primed to strike. With Zeraora's speed augmented by Quick Attack, it leaped, delivering a powerful Plasma Fist toward Hydreigon. Hydreigon, use Hurricane. Hu Chei, with an unexpected surge of confidence, called for the attack. Zeraora, unimpeded by the Hurricane, executed its move seamlessly. Wave Cannon. Xiaoji observed the widening gap between the two Pokemon and decided to switch tactics. Hu Chei adjusted his orange scarf, declaring, Hydreigon, now is your chance to use Dragon Dive. Is that so? Zeraora, Electric Terrain, Plasma Fists. Xiaoji, having discerned Hu Chei's intentions, was determined to deny him any opportunity. When Dragon Dive collided with the Electric Terrain-boosted Plasma Fists, Hu Chei felt a surge of hope, believing victory was within reach. I'm afraid that's not the case. Xiaoji, I've got this one. As Hydreigon began to falter, Zeraora executed a backflip, landing gracefully in the arena. Hydreigon is unable to battle. Zeraora is the victor. Thus Xiaoji is declared the winner of this match. The referee raised his flag, confirming Xiaoji's triumph. I lost, Hu Chei muttered, feeling a sense of reluctance. He had not anticipated defeat, especially after diligently training since their last encounter in Nibi City, hoping to challenge Xiaoji in the league tournament. The match was thrilling. You gave it your all. Xiaoji reassured Hu Chei, who, as a first-time participant in the league tournament, felt humiliated by his early elimination. Ash, next time we meet, I will ensure your victory. Pray tell, where did you capture that yellow Pokemon of yours? I too desire to capture a Thundurus, though I harbor lingering thoughts of Zeraora. Zeraora, you say? As far as I am aware, I am the sole trainer in possession of this Pokemon, and not only that, it hails from the Alola region, rather than the Unova region. Ash, with a kind reminder, you might as well forget about Zeraora. Mine was a gift from the system. Let us strive together. Upon returning to the preparation lounge, Ash encountered Shudi, who remained as haughty as ever. Their interaction was limited to a brief greeting before they parted ways. Ash, I watched your match just now. Don't get eliminated too quickly. Shudi paused to address Ash. You too, don't be ousted so soon, Ash retorted, returning the sentiment. In the audience section, Ash found Serena and Dawn, who were engrossed in watching Shudi's match. In the first round, Shudi deployed his starter Pokemon, Superior, while his opponent sent forth a Torkoal, whose data indicated it was from the Hoenn region. This Torkoal possessed a diverse array of moves, including Flamethrower, Overheat, and Mist. With formidable defensive capabilities, Superior, fear not, bind its movements with Leaf Storm, then finish it with Dragon Tail. Shudi's battle strategy was decisively executed, effortlessly countering the disadvantageous type matchup. The swiftness of Superior was truly remarkable. Ultimately, Torkoal succumbed to Shudi's Superior, losing its ability to battle. Before exiting the arena, Shudi cast a glance in Ash's direction before turning away. At the Pokemon Center, Ash prepared for his second preliminary match. In this round, Ash was pitted against a trainer named Dino, who had previously battled with a Charizard. Ash had already determined his combatant for this match, Charizard. Revealing a hint of strategy beforehand was inconsequential. He promptly contacted Professor Oak to summon Charizard. Isn't this the runner-up who was defeated by Baji in the anime? How is it that I've encountered both the anime's top 4 and the runner-up in the preliminary rounds? At that moment, Yulongqing approached to draw his opponent, who was utilizing an Infernape named Baijun. Yulongqing, your next opponent is a girl. Don't go too hard on her. Remember to be gentle, Ash advised as he patted Yulongqing on the shoulder. Yulongqing, startled, quickly distanced himself from Ash, exclaiming, Where did you come from? You scared me. TSK, such a timid soul. Ash waved off before departing. The next afternoon, the second round of the preliminaries commenced at Arena 2. Now proceeding with the Unova League preliminary round, second round, match 15. Each trainer will use one Pokemon. The match concludes when a Pokemon loses consciousness. I declare the match to begin. The referee announced. Dusknoir, crush it. Dino, known for his volatile temperament, unleashed a formidable quasi-legendary from the Hoenn region. Dusknoir. Ash was momentarily taken aback, initially expecting a Charizard. 2 quasi-legendaries in a single preliminary match. This is unprecedented. Charizard, it shall be you. Ash declared, flipping his cap before tossing out a Pokeball. Pikachu in the audience expressed dissatisfaction, wishing it had been the one to face Dusknoir. Dino, sensing Charizard's commanding aura, murmured, is this the Charizard that defeated Darkrai at the Lily of the Valley Conference? Yulongqing was equally taken aback, having never seen this Charizard in action during the Youth Cup. Regaining his composure, Dino commanded, Dusknoir, use Phantom Force. Ash countered smoothly, Flamethrower. Dusknoir charged forward, enveloped in Phantom Force, colliding with the Flamethrower. Seize it and throw it, Dragon Rage. Ash instructed, directing Charizard to endure the incoming attack and retaliate with Dragon Rage. Defend. Dino called, easily blocking the assault. Charizard, are you alright? Ash inquired, noticing Charizard's struggle. Charizard nodded, indicating all was well. I must win this battle. Dusknoir, Mega Evolve. Dino activated his Keystone, transforming Dusknoir into its Mega form. A Mega Dusknoir. I didn't anticipate this. This was not my intention to use so soon. You forced my hand. Ash and Charizard exchanged a knowing glance, understanding the situation. Charizard. Mega Evolve. Ash retrieved his own Keystone, initiating Charizard's X-Form Mega Evolution. A Mega Charizard? Why is it blue and black? Yulongqing was now restless. Having his own Mega Stone meant for challenging Ash's Lucario. Charizard's transformation disrupted his plans, as his Charizard was entirely orange. What would he think if he knew I could also Mega Evolve my Sceptile? Charizard, use Blast Burn. Ash commanded without hesitation. Dusknoir, use Shadow Force. Dino responded, both trainers unleashing their ultimate moves. The resulting clash created a tremendous explosion, and as the dust settled, the 2 Pokemon remained locked in confrontation. Dragon Claw. Psychic. Both Ash and Dino pressed forward, refusing to yield. Charizard seized the opportunity to close in on Dusknoir and successfully captured it. Well done, Charizard. Use Fire Spin. Ash knew this was the moment to conclude the battle. No. Dusknoir, break free. Dino sensed the impending defeat, unwilling to accept the match's end. As Charizard executed Fire Spin, enveloping Dusknoir in flames, it slammed heavily to the ground. Dusknoir had lost its ability to battle, showing signs of burns. Dusknoir is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Ash. The referee declared. Chapter 109, the preliminary rounds. The Unova League's Hagiwara Conference's 4 venues, alongside the main venue, spanned 5 days of preliminary rounds, culminating in the selection of 64 contenders for the main event. Ash's first match in the main event was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, pitted against Yulongqing, the arrogant young master he had encountered in the black market. The grandson of Elder Yan. How is he competing as well? Did you hear that my grandson has crossed paths with you? Upon returning to his dormitory, Elder Yan's call came through almost immediately. Ash thought to himself, how quickly did you receive this information, Elder? I've barely settled in. Yes, Elder Yan. I shall leave him with an unforgettable battle, one that will linger in his memory. With that, Ash displayed a mischievous grin. Elder Yan's eyelids flickered, sensing an ominous premonition from Ash's words. A suitable lesson will suffice. I have heard of the previous incident. Well done. As the conversation came to a close, Ash hung up the phone and turned to the computer in his room to gather information about his opponent. Yulongqing was reported to possess a Charizard and an Infernape, and rumors circulated about the presence of a shiny Torkoal and a Blaziken. Additionally, there were whispers of a Water-type Pokemon lurking in the shadows of the tournament, complicating the assessment of his lineup. Ash continued to observe several matches, and in the first round of the preliminary competition, Yulongqing faced off against Kenny, who deployed a Hitmonchan, a Luxray, and a Zebstrika. Yulongqing's Dragonite concluded the battle decisively within 5 minutes. In the third match, Darkrai secured an effortless victory, causing a Dake, watching from the league office, to feel a prickling unease. It seemed the Sinnoh League champion had come to stir trouble in his territory. When the fourth match arrived, it was Ash against Yulongqing. Following the pattern of the previous battle, Ash selected 3 Pokemon, Pikachu, Infernape, and Greninja. The anticipation for this matchup was palpable, as Ash, the former runner-up of the Sinnoh League Lily of the Valley Conference, had a remarkable record against legendary Pokémon. The announcer, Zhuguang, detailed the competitor's achievements, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Yan Kuan, the former Fire-type champion of the Unova region and now the Fire-type gym leader, was no slouch either, having claimed second place in the Hoenn League and first in the Johto League. Zhuguang, as customary, reiterated Yan Kuan's credentials. The audience was eager for a thrilling showdown, and thus he declared, the first preliminary round of the Unova League, Match 4, has commenced. Each competitor may utilize 3 Pokémon, and substitutions are permitted. The match concludes when all Pokémon on one side are incapacitated. Yan Kuan smirked. I've prepared a special lineup just for you. I hope you enjoy it. I'll leave Machamp to you. He was confident that Ash might opt for a rock or ground type, but he was mistaken. Wait, this Machamp is female? Ash scrutinized the data and noted that female Machamps were quite rare. Infernape, you're up. Without hesitation, Ash sent out his Infernape, speculating whether Yan Kuan had chosen Blaziken, only to be surprised by Machamp. Infernape, its power level matched that of Machamp. Infernape, use Cross Chop. Ash took the initiative, and Infernape, feeling irked by the presence of Machamp, surged forward with a punch. Machamp, ignore it. Use Bulk Up. Yan Kuan brimmed with confidence as Machamp's 4 arms launched a simultaneous assault on Infernape, who struggled to keep its distance, ready to unleash fury. Infernape remained composed, sensing something unusual about this Machamp. Infernape, unleash a barrage of Flare Blitz. Ash noted that this Machamp felt different from those he had encountered before. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Host, you've discovered the issue at last. Strike at the back of its head for a decisive blow. This is a Ditto, not a Machamp. The system's message appeared as Ash spoke. Infernape, target the back of its head with Flare Blitz. Ash commanded, directing Infernape to exploit the weakness. Yan Kuan's expression shifted as he realized Ash had uncovered the truth. Impossible. Years of battle experience had honed Infernape's skills. It was no novice. With numerous P1 champion belts under its belt, it was not to be underestimated. Infernape executed a backflip, channeling its Flare Blitz into its right fist, striking Ditto, disguised as Machamp, at the back of the head. The blow was fatal, causing Ditto to revert to its original form. Ditto has lost its ability to battle. Infernape is victorious. Yan Kuan, please send out your next Pokémon, the referee announced after a thorough inspection. Return, Ditto, and take a rest. Charizard, I entrust you with this. Yan Kuan released his initial Pokémon, Charizard, which appeared noticeably bulkier than before. Infernape, take a breather. It's time for the others to shine. Ash-eyed Charizard, pondering whether this would be a generous opportunity for experience. Pikachu, let's administer some electric therapy to this great lizard. You're up. Ash instructed his Pikachu. Charizard, facing such a small rodent, was unyielding. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Yan Kuan barely acknowledged Ash. Soon enough, he would regret his nonchalance. With a roar, Charizard soared towards Pikachu. Dragon Claw primed for action. Pikachu, leap and strike Charizard's head with Iron Tail. Be gentle. Ash watched Charizard's stats and noted 2 words. Garbage, malnourished. The training was abysmal. Pika. Pikachu recognized that Charizard was on an entirely different level compared to Ash's own Charizard. This was merely a warm-up, with its tail illuminating. Pikachu performed a few flips before delivering a crushing Iron Tail. Charizard was struck and let out a pained cry, staggering back. How could a Pokémon of such elite caliber be trained so poorly? Old Master, watching the match from home, witnessed Pikachu's Iron Tail connect with Charizard and sneezed loudly, knowing full well who was thinking of him. Pikachu, no more games. It's time for the final blow. Volt Tackle. Ash remained vigilant, unleashing his ultimate attack. Charizard attempted to block with Solar Beam. Yan Kuan's irritation grew. Damn it, Ash. This kid is ruthless. He shows no mercy. Not only is his attack speed impressive, but his Pokémon-esque training is top-notch. Pikachu emerged from the smoke of the collision, revealing Charizard lying on the ground, its expression one of utter disbelief. Charizard has lost its ability to battle. Pikachu is victorious. Yan Kuan, please send out your final Pokémon. The referee declared after a careful assessment. You're pushing me, Ash. Your chances of winning are slim. Go forth, Blaziken. Yan Kuan's defiance was palpable as he tossed his final Pokeball. A Blaziken, in stark contrast to the previous Charizard, emerged onto the field, its physique and aura far superior. Oh, impressive. You're taking this seriously, Ash thought, offering a silent compliment as he recalled the lackluster performance of Charizard. He had anticipated either a Torkoal or another Pokémon. Pika. Pikachu stood undaunted, viewing the previous battle with Charizard as merely a warm-up. The real battle was just beginning. Blaziken. Level 61, fighting fire type, with king-level potential and the ability speed boost, holding charcoal. Its skills include Sky Uppercut, agility, thunder punch, fire punch, ice punch, blaze kick, cross chop, fire blast, flame charge, and flare blitz. The hidden ability speed boost indicates a swift conclusion is at hand. Yin Kuan commanded, Blaziken. Take care of that yellow-furred nuisance with a mega kick. Ash gazed at the Blaziken, stifling a yawn, remarking on its sluggish speed. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Pika Pika. With a surge of energy, Pikachu enveloped itself in crackling electricity and charged towards Blaziken. In response, Blaziken unleashed a powerful million-ton punch to intercept Pikachu. Ash's opponent, Infernape, observed as Pikachu, despite the electric aura, was hit by a flurry of punches but managed to evade most of them. However, in a moment of distraction, Pikachu was sent sprawling to the edge of the arena, crashing heavily onto the ground. At that moment, Blaziken's speed boost ability activated, and Ash recognized the shift in the battle's dynamics. Pikachu has lost its fighting capability. Blaziken is the victor. Please send out your next Pokemon, Ash, announced the referee as he and Ash rushed to check on Pikachu, who lay unconscious and unable to continue. Rest well, Pikachu. Leave the rest to your companions. Ash gently consoled as he cradled Pikachu in his arms. In that case, what will your final Pokemon be? Is it Zeraora, Blastoise, or Charizard? After all, your Charizard has a history of defeat against Blaziken. Infernape taunted. Prior to the match, he had meticulously analyzed Ash's past battles, favoring quick confrontations over prolonged skirmishes, and had selected Blaziken accordingly. I'm afraid my final Pokemon isn't any of those you mentioned. I want to need them to deal with a minor opponent like you. Ash retorted confidently. What? Infernape's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the Ash he was familiar with? Greninja, you're my choice. Without hesitation, Ash tossed out his final Pokeball, revealing a blue, frog-like Pokemon with a long, pink tongue. Greninja? The spectators, including Infernape, Yulongqing, and Xiaodi, were taken aback by Ash's possession of one of the Kalos region's starter Pokemon. However, something seemed amiss. This Greninja's level was surprisingly low, only at 42. Greninja, take the initiative. Water Shuriken, Ash commanded, and Greninja, faster than Pikachu, appeared before Blaziken in an instant, unleashing a flurry of water shurikens. How swift, Infernape observed, his forehead beating with sweat as he prepared to counter. Blaziken used Thunder Punch. He anticipated Ash's hidden ace. Blade Slash. Ash's voice resonated clearly in Greninja's ears. Let us go, Greninja. Together, we can become even stronger. Synchronizing their movements, a mysterious water aura enveloped Greninja, forming a colossal water vortex around it. What is this? The entire audience, including those watching on television, stood in awe as Greninja transformed, mirroring Ash's actions, with a striking water shuriken materializing on its back. Bond evolution complete. Countdown to 2 minutes begins. What is happening? Infernape wondered, bewildered. Water shuriken. Following its bond evolution, Greninja's speed surged as it seized the water shuriken from its back and launched it without hesitation. Thunder Punch. Infernape, not daring to underestimate the situation, prepared for the unexpected. Blade Slash. Greninja unleashed a final, powerful attack, pushing Blaziken back. Blaziken, forget it. Flare Blitz. Infernape commanded, desperate to regain control. Greninja, it's time to strike. Water Shuriken. Ash issued his final command. The water shuriken in Greninja's hand grew larger, transforming from blue to a brilliant golden hue. Beep. Congratulations on mastering the golden shuriken early. Breaking through the final barrier. Bond value reaches 100. Bond evolution time is cancelled. The bond evolution will not be undone as long as the trainer remains unharmed. The system's voice echoed as the two Pokemon prepared for their final clash, determining the outcome of the battle. Blaziken has lost its fighting capability. Greninja is the victor. Due to all of Infernape's Pokemon being unable to continue, Ash moves on to the second round, the referee declared, observing the steadfast Greninja. Well done, Ash exclaimed, embracing Greninja, who had returned to its normal form, astonished by the breakthrough they had achieved in this battle. Pika. Greninja simply nodded in acknowledgement. With this victory, Ash anticipated a smooth path ahead, free from encounters with Yulongqing and Darkrai for the time being. On the grassy expanse of the regional grounds, Ash summoned all his companions, Pikachu, Charizard, Zeraora, Infernape, Espeon, and Greninja. With no matches scheduled for the afternoon or tomorrow, let us take this time to rest and relax. No training. We've already been active on our way here, especially you, Infernape, he said, addressing the fiery Pokemon. Hey, you were just that same orange lizard from back then. I'm here for a rematch. Infernape growled, irritated. Where did you find this obnoxious monkey? Bring it on. Charizard retorted, recalling their past rivalry. As soon as they emerged, Charizard and Infernape clashed, recalling their history of rivalry rooted in their early days. Ash quickly intervened. Come on, you two. We're old friends now. Let us not hold grudges. We still have matches ahead. And I can't decide who to send out if you both get injured. Ash felt a headache coming on. With these two around, chaos was guaranteed. The following afternoon, Ash arrived at the Pokemon Center to draw his next opponent, a girl from the Flycloud City renowned for her grass-type Pokemon. With just a few words, Ash finalized his lineup: Charizard, Chandelure, and Infernape. In this battle, Charizard would swiftly dispatch the girl-s Sarvine and Flababy, leaving her in tears. I concede, she admitted, sobbing as she left the arena. The match lasted a mere 2 minutes, setting a new record for the shortest battle. How dull. She couldn't withstand the pressure. Ash mused. Chapter 111. Yulongqing arrives, preparing for battle. Straightforward. Both Serena and Dawn echoed in unison. Pokemon. Pachima snickered from the sidelines. In the third round of the preliminaries, Ash faced a local trainer wielding a team comprising a Hydreigon, a Mega Agron, and a Dusknoir. Ash countered with Pidgeot, Blastoise, and Hydreigon, but the battle proved more challenging than anticipated. Pidgeot managed to take down Mega Agron and Dusknoir, leading to a mutual knockout, while Blastoise ultimately wore down the Hydreigon, securing a narrow victory for Ash and advancing to the quarterfinals. However, all three Pokemon sustained considerable injuries, and their participation in future battles would depend on their recovery. Emperor Shio, however, was not as fortunate. In the third match, he faced Bajur's EV squad, and, regrettably, his Monarch Serpent succumbed to the offensive prowess of the Solar and Fire EVs, halting his journey at the round of 16. Now, only 8 competitors remained on the field, and with the final match of the preliminary rounds determining the victors, the next round commenced with group allocations. The large screen displayed the avatars of the 8 participants, swiftly rotating, and the matchups were revealed. First match, Ash vs. Bajur. Second match, Yulongqing vs. Kyrie. Third match, Dakdo vs. Suze. Fourth match, Xiaolin vs. Rick. Ash's pupils dilated. He was to compete in the first match against none other than Bajur, whose EV squad was notoriously formidable, employing meticulous strategies backed by rigorous data analysis. The match was set for tomorrow morning. Ash was already familiar with Bajur, having battled him once before, yet there was much about him still unknown. This time, the stakes were raised as it would be a full-on Pokemon battle, and Ash needed to strategize carefully. Upon the conclusion of the group allocations, Ash returned to his room, contemplating the Pokemon he would bring to the arena: Monarch Serpent, Infernape, Pikachu, and Chandelure. He hesitated over which of the remaining 2 should take the field. The EV and its evolutionary forms, being small and swift, required thorough consideration. At that moment, Charizard burst forth from its Pokeball, volunteering to take on 6 opponents single-handedly. Ash raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Charizard's prowess, yet he said, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I must reserve you for the critical battle alongside Greninja. This match requires careful thought. Ash gently declined Charizard's eagerness, recognizing the Pokemon's combative nature. Charizard, somewhat disgruntled, sulked in a corner. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Ash, assuming it was Serena and the others, paid it no mind. The knocking persisted, leading Ash to rise and investigate, curious as to who it might be. What brings you here? Are you here to gather intelligence? He grumbled upon opening the door to find the rather brash Yulongqing standing there. Wait, don't close the door. Yulongqing quickly interjected, dashing inside as if fearing rejection. The two settled down. Speak your mind. What do you want? Ash picked up a teacup and took a sip. Yulongqing waved his hands. Could you lend me your Charizard's Megastone? I wish to dominate in my next match. Ash, startled, nearly spat his tea at Yulongqing's face, incredulously exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? You think I would lend it to you? Doesn't Dodo King have one? Ash, eyeing the audacious Yulongqing, firmly stated, No, I can't afford to part with it. It's my only one. Undeterred, Yulongqing pressed on. How about I trade you my Megastone for Mega Galade? Ash snorted dismissively. That's hardly comparable to mine. Yulongqing, unwilling to relent, suggested. I could find a mate for your Charizard. Would that suffice? Ash, now exasperated, retorted, My Charizard already has a partner. I have no need for such frivolities. If you have nothing else to say, I might just toss you out. Yulongqing, looking at Ash earnestly, remarked, If we cross paths in battle, show no mercy. I fear my uncle will give me a beating. Ash glared at the shameless Yulongqing. You won't need to worry about your uncle. If you don't leave now, I'll take matters into my own hands. Feeling the tension, Yulongqing shivered at Ash's serious demeanor and bolted away. 5 minutes later, as Ash contemplated his final roster, Another knock echoed through the room. If that's you again, Yulongqing, I swear I'll throw you out. Ash shouted without turning. Cough, cough, Ash. Came another voice from behind the door. Mr. Adike? What brings you here? Ash inquired, surprised to see the red-haired Adike at his doorstep. Well, after this league tournament, I would like to extend an invitation for you to become a gym leader in the Unova region. Are you interested? Adike extended his hands, presenting the offer. Without hesitation, Ash replied, No, I'm a trainer from Kanto. Why would I go to Unova to become a gym leader? That would be absurd. Adike shook his head, understanding Ash's sentiment, leaving him with a parting remark. The door will always be open for you. Feel free to reach out anytime. Ash had yet to finalize his plans, intending to travel through the Kalos region after concluding matters in Unova, preparing for the World Championship. However, the prospect of being a gym leader was enticing, leaving him in a dilemma. While Ash diligently prepared, Bajir was engrossed in reviewing Ash's data and past battle records, deep in thought. He scrutinized the information on his computer, noting that Ash had previously deployed 3 Mega-Evolved Pokémon, Lucario, Charizard, and Sceptile, with Charizard being the most formidable due to its battle experience. The encounters against Articuno in the Battle Frontier and Darkrai at the Ring of Bells demonstrated that this Charizard was on par with Ash's Jolteon, necessitating a cautious approach. Bajir concluded that both Jolteon and Vaporeon must be included, alongside Umbreon and Espeon, as Ash appeared to lack effective counters. Finally, Bajir considered whether Ash's Glaceon would be viable, ultimately deciding that Ash's Monarch Serpent would likely make an appearance. I'll leave the Leafin to you. Bajir summarized his analysis of the potential Pokémon for the battle. However, he had miscalculated. Charizard and Jolteon would not be participating. The final 2 choices were set, and Bajir hoped this match would not disappoint him. Ash locked in his final 2 Pokémon on his computer, pondering the last choice for a decisive conclusion. That night, Ash slept soundly, occasionally chuckling in his slumber, leaving one to wonder what amusing dreams he was experiencing. Chapter 112, Full Team Battle Against the EV Squad, Part 1. The following morning, Ash groggily awoke, glancing at the clock before rolling back over. It was only 8:57 a.m. Oh no, I'm late. He sprang up, hastily getting dressed and rousing Serena and Dawn, urging them not to sleep in. The first match of the day was at 9 o'clock a.m., and with only 3 minutes remaining, Ash realized he would surely be tardy. At the main arena, Bajir looked across the empty space, puzzled. What is going on with Ash? He hasn't arrived yet. The referee approached, declaring, The match time has arrived, and Ash has not appeared. I announced that Bajir is the winner. Just then, Ash's disheveled figure appeared at the entrance, panting heavily. Ha! Ash rushed in, clad in pajamas and casual pants, silencing the crowd for a moment before erupting into laughter. Mortified, Ash glanced at his attire and felt his face flush. I'm so sorry. I overslept. He apologized profusely. Bajil was left speechless. This fellow not only overslept after a late night, but also made a bizarre entrance to the venue, ensuring he would be the headline in today's newspapers. The title was already prepared. Lily's Conference Semifinals, battling the dominator of the frontier, appearing in an odd attire. Bajil couldn't help but chuckle. Ash, did you bring your Pokémon? Bajil was concerned that Ash's forgetful nature might have led him to leave something crucial behind on the battlefield. Rest assured, there's absolutely nothing to worry about, Ash replied, reflecting on his chosen Pokémon. It seemed he was well prepared, even without Pikachu. Yulongqing announced, I declare the first match of the second round of the Unova League, Ash vs. Bajil. Each participant will use 6 Pokémon. A mid-match break will occur when one side loses 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when all Pokémon on one side are rendered unable to battle. The match commenced. Bajil threw a Pokeball without hesitation, calling out, I'm counting on you, Moonlit EV. Ash gazed at the Moonlit EV, a Dark-type Pokémon that hadn't crossed his mind. Perhaps he should have considered the Solar EV instead. The Moonlit variant seemed lacking. Ash tossed out his own Pokeball, declaring, in that case, it's you, Infernape. A fiery monkey materialized on the field, surprising everyone. Ash had sent out the final evolution of his starter from the Sinnoh region, Infernape. Yulongqing's voice was filled with excitement, as if he were orchestrating the battle. Ash wished he could sew Yulongqing's mouth shut with a needle and thread. It was simply too loud. Bajil, noticing Yulongqing's incessant chatter, initiated the attack with Moonlit EV's Shadow Ball. Ash promptly ordered, Infernape, engage in close combat. Infernape, following the command, charged toward Moonlit EV, effortlessly obliterating the Shadow Ball with a punch. Seeing this, Bajil instructed Moonlit EV to use Double Team while simultaneously unleashing Dark Pulse. Ash recognized the opportunity and commanded, Infernape, use Flame Vortex. The Dark Pulse and Flame Vortex collided, with Moonlit EV's duplicates gradually fading away. Moonlit EV nimbly evaded the flame vortex, presenting Ash with an opening to strike. Now is your chance. Close in, Ash urged, allowing Infernape to attack Moonlit EV, which was now airborne and unguarded. But Jill, realizing the danger, quickly directed Moonlit EV use Dark Pulse. Unfortunately, the Dark Pulse failed to activate as Infernape, faster than the eye could see, struck with a powerful punch, sending Moonlit EV flying. Moonlit EV writhed in pain from the impact, clearly suffering from the blow. The referee, after examining the fallen Moonlit EV, announced that it had lost its battling capability. But Jill recalled Moonlit EV, saying, "You did well. My command was slightly off. I'll leave the rest to the others." Ash, I acknowledge your strength. It seems I underestimated you. Ash responded, "You flatter me, Bajil. You're no slouch yourself." Bajil produced another Pokeball, declaring, "Let the battle commence. I choose you, Flareon." Ash was puzzled. Shouldn't you have sent out Solar EV or Vaporeon? Are you sure you didn't T-mix them up? Flareon, with its ability to ignite, seemed an odd choice as Fire-type moves would be ineffective. Ignoring Infernape's fierce battle spirit, Ash recalled it. Seadra, you're up. Ash sent forth Seadra, his companion from the Orange Archipelago, making its debut in the tournament. But Jill, bewildered, thought, where did Ash get a Seadra? I found no records of it. Seadra, strike swiftly. Use Water Gun. Ash commanded, eyeing Flareon as a manageable opponent. Don't underestimate my Flareon. But Jill retorted, as Flareon dodged swiftly and unleashed Thunderbolt. But Jill executed his commands with precision, showing no regard for Seadra, although encountering a Flareon that knew Thunderbolt was a first for him. The Thunderbolt struck Seadra, causing it to cry out in pain, and worse, it became paralyzed. Seadra, use Rain Dance. Ash attempted to command, but stopped short, realizing it would only bolster Flareon's Fire-type moves. Reluctantly, he recalled Seadra, I didn't expect Flareon to know Thunderbolt. This has taken me by surprise. Now, I choose you, Litwick. After some hesitation, Ash summoned Litwick. This is a rare Pokemon. If you're unfamiliar with its name, you might know it as Candlelight Pokemon. Zhukong commented, causing the audience to take a collective breath. Flareon, don't hesitate. Use Flamethrower. Bajil ordered. Litwick, we'll counter with Inferno. Ash commanded. The two flames clashed, creating an explosion that obscured the field. Bajil smugly remarked, Ash, don't forget Flareon's capabilities. Flareon, deliver the final blow with Flame Charge. Litwick, stay calm and hold your ground. Ash responded, feeling anxious as the situation remained unclear. Suddenly, a dark pulse burst through the smoke, leaving everyone bewildered. As the smoke dissipated, both Flareon and Litwick were announced as unable to battle. Flareon and Litwick have both lost their battling capabilities. Please send out your next Pokemon, the referee declared. Great job, both of you. Rest well, Ash said, contemplating what Pokemon Bajil would deploy next. Bajil remained indecisive, showing no intention of releasing a Pokemon. Go, Serperior. Ash took a gamble and sent forth Serperior. I knew you would bring it out. Let the battle begin. Bajil released the Leaf-type EV he had encountered earlier, looking well prepared. Chapter 113, All-Out Battle Against the EV Team, Part 2. Serperior versus Leafy EV. Having previously battled at the farm, Leafy EV proved to be a worthy opponent. Now, in this Grass-type showdown, it would be interesting to see if Leafy EV had grown stronger. Leafy EV, let us take the initiative with Seed Bomb. Bajil feigned calm as he launched the first attack. No need to defend, Serperior, Ash commanded, as Serperior effortlessly swished its tail, deflecting the seed bombs. Serperior, Leaf Tornado. With a mighty roar, Serperior summoned a flurry of plants to ensnare Leafy EV. Having learned from past encounters, Leafy EV swiftly sliced through the oncoming plants with Leaf Blade. Ash gazed at the sky, noting the favorable weather. Serperior, let us create a sunny day. Leafy EV, unleash Solar Beam. Bajil recognized Ash's strategy and prepared for the counterattack. Solar Beam, fire. The two attacks clashed, setting the stage for an explosive conclusion. The commands from both trainers were issued simultaneously, resulting in the successful discharge of two beams of light. As the smoke dissipated, both Pokemon appeared vibrant and unscathed. The majestic serpent unleashed its dragon tail, while the Leaf EV responded with its iron tail. Observing the futility of their powerful moves, the two Pokemon briefly paused. However, the majestic serpent's tail proved superior this time, sending the Leaf EV flying. With a resounding thud, the Leaf EV collided with the wall beneath the spectator stands, rendered incapable of continuing the battle due to the sheer force of the blow. With the Leaf EV unable to fight, the majestic serpent emerged victorious, prompting the referee to raise a flag and declare the end of the round. as Trainer Bajur's 3 Pokémon had all been defeated. Silently, Bajur withdrew the Leaf EV and turned back towards the waiting area without uttering a word. Ash approached the majestic serpent, commending its performance and encouraging it to rest briefly before the next round. The majestic serpent reveled in Ash's gentle strokes, responding with delightful compliance. 15 minutes later, the second half of the match commenced. Ray EV, it's your turn, Bajur declared, tossing out a Pokémon that crackled with electricity, its sharp spines standing erect. Thunder. Ray EV surged forward, brimming with electric fervor. It's time for Infernape, Ash called out, sending forth his fiery warrior once more. The clash between Ray EV and Infernape promised to ignite sparks, given that Infernape had a record of successfully countering electric-type Pokémon. However, the outcome against Ray EV was uncertain. Ash shot a fierce glare at the commentator, Bamboo Light, exclaiming, "Your incessant chatter reminds me of the commentary during the Sinnoh League match, utterly disappointing." Ray EV, electric terrain paired with Volt Tackle. Bajur wasted no time, launching an immediate assault. Infernape, Flame Wheel. Infernape transformed into a fiery sphere, charging towards Ray EV. Ray EV, Volt Attack. The Thunderbolt was effortlessly neutralized as Ray EV executed its newly learned, albeit still clumsy, Volt Attack. Observing the scene, Ash noted its lack of finesse. It seemed akin to how Pikachu had struggled to master Iron Tail and Volt Attack not long ago. Infernape, Flare Blitz. Ash, unwilling to squander any more time, commanded a decisive move to conclude the battle. Come back, Ray EV. I trust you. Sylveon, Magical Shine. Bajur swiftly switched Pokémon, revealing a pink-hued creature. Sylveon? Impossible. Ash gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering a Sylveon, a unique evolution from the Kalos region. He quickly consulted his Pokédex. Sylveon, Type, Fairy, Level, 62. Ability, Pixelate. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Various. Bamboo Light, perplexed by the sudden appearance of the Pokémon, pondered its origin. Where did this Pokémon come from? I only recognize its name, he mused. Ash remarked, I never imagined that, Mr. Bajur's EV team would include a Sylveon from the Kalos region, having successfully evolved into a fairy type. Bajur chuckled. During a visit to Kalos, I too encountered a Sylveon. After inquiring about its evolution conditions, I dedicated considerable effort to achieve this evolution. I hope the upcoming battle will not disappoint me. Ash felt a twinge of anxiety. He had never expected to face a Sylveon. Infernape, proceed with caution, engage in close combat. Ash regarded Sylveon warily, recalling his only experience against a fairy-type Pokémon during a match against an Ice Fairy Ninetales at the Snowflake Gym. Now he faced a pure fairy-type Pokémon. Sylveon, Magical Shine. Sylveon emitted a soft coo before unleashing a dazzling burst of light. Infernape, confronted with this unfamiliar move, hesitated, performing a series of backflips to evade its advance. Sylveon, Fairy Wind. Bajur commanded, launching a powerful offensive. Infernape, Flare Blitz. Ash retorted, refusing to relent, unleashing his most potent attack. Infernape soared upward, cloaked in blue flames, charging towards Sylveon, narrowly dodging the destructive beam of energy. Shadow Clone, Magical Flames. Sylveon divided into several illusions, simultaneously attacking. In the final moments, Infernape succumbed, unable to continue the fight. With Infernape losing its fighting capability, Sylveon claimed victory, prompting the referee to signal Ash to send out his next Pokémon. Well done, Infernape. Sylveon. This will be a challenge. Majestic Serpent, it's your turn. Ash called upon the Majestic Serpent again, resolved to confront Sylveon and end this standoff. Sylveon, Magical Flames. Bajur's spirits lifted at Ash's choice, viewing it as an opportunity to gain experience. Majestic Serpent, Evade. Use grassy terrain to restrict its movements. Ash believed in the Majestic Serpent's speed to dodge effortlessly and aimed to limit Sylveon's actions first. However, the grassy terrain sprouted only to be scorched by magical flames. Useless. Magical Flames. Bajur, brimming with confidence, believed victory was assured. Majestic Serpent, execute Iron Tail. Let us see whose speed prevails. Ash had no immediate strategy, opting for a direct confrontation. Enough. Sylveon, Moonblast. Bajur commanded, launching a powerful attack. Ash felt a pang of frustration, realizing he couldn't simply wear Sylveon down. Seed Bomb. Yet, the Seed Bomb failed to hit, as Sylveon countered with a Fairy Wind, forcing the Majestic Serpent to retreat. Enchanting. Bajur seized the moment, issuing commands without hesitation. However, it proved ineffective, as the Majestic Serpent's female status nullified the enchanting effects. Ash swiftly commanded a Sunny Day attack. No matter what, I won't allow Sylveon to prance around in front of me. It's driving me mad. Moonblast. Bajur maintained his composure, the battle continuing. Simultaneously, both Sylveon and the majestic serpent fell, unable to continue battling, prompting the referee to announce the simultaneous defeat. Well done, majestic serpent. The previous battle was commendable. My oversight cost us. I must rest and refine my experience against pure fairy types like Sylveon. As long as the next Pokémon isn't extraordinarily powerful, I should secure victory. Great job, Sylveon. You performed splendidly. Take a breather. I'll ensure you receive treatment, Bajur remarked as he withdrew Sylveon. Ray EV, let's commence, Ash declared, sending forth his crystal lamp flame. Bajur responded by bringing out Ray EV once more. Ray EV Thunderbolt. Crystal lamp flame, illusion. The two moves clashed, with Thunderbolt striking the crystal lamp flame, but causing negligible damage. The Pokémon spun gracefully, easily neutralizing the Thunderbolt. Spike Cannon. Crystal lamp flame, Big Bang. Ash noted the Spike Cannon posed little threat, so he casually called out a move. Rayquaza, having lost its fighting capability, and the Crystal Flare Pokémon, achieved victory. The referee, witnessing Rayquaza engulfed by the overwhelming force of a giant attack, acknowledged the outcome and announced it. Bajur silently recalled Rayquaza, stating, Ash, you are indeed formidable. But I refuse to concede. Let us see how you handle my final Pokémon. As Ash pondered whether the last Pokémon would be a Solar EV or an Ice EV, Bajur produced a Master Ball. A Master Ball? What Pokémon is this? Ash mused, perplexed. For this final battle, I summoned my strongest partner, Garchomp. A formidable Garchomp emerged before them, not an EV or its evolution, but a semi-divine Garchomp from the Sinnoh region. Surprised, are you? Garchomp was rescued from poachers during its Bagon days and has always been my ace. It seems bringing it was indeed the right choice. Bajur revealed its backstory, leaving Ash astonished. Come back, Crystal Flare Pokémon, I entrust this to you. Go, Garchomp. Ash, without hesitation, released his own Garchomp, confirming his anticipation of a hidden strategy. Ash's Garchomp exuded a commanding presence that overshadowed Bajur's. Ash, you've caught me off guard by possessing a Garchomp. This battle is surely mine, Bajur declared confidently, gesturing with his hand. Let us settle this. Garchomp, use Stone Edge. Bajur swiftly initiated the attack, with stones erupting from the ground. Ash, tipping his cap, commanded, Garchomp. Dragon Dive. Observing Ash's decisive move, Yulongqing and Dakdo in the audience recognized that the moment of truth had arrived. Dakdo closed his eyes solemnly, remarking, I never anticipated this little fellow would grow so strong. It seems I must prepare diligently. The Stone Edge attack posed no threat to the descending Garchomp. Bajur's Garchomp reacted swiftly, effortlessly countering with Dragon Claw. Garchomp, use Draco Meteor. They both commanded simultaneously. The two Garchomps collided once more. Yet it was evident that Ash's Garchomp held the upper hand, overpowering Bajur's in strength. Destructive Death Ray. Ash commanded as the two Pokémon distanced themselves, swiftly launching another assault. Draco Meteor. Bajur exclaimed, seemingly aiming for mutual destruction. A surge of energy erupted from above, exploding into a myriad of radiant bursts. The audience, particularly Pachima, watched in horror, wishing to vanish into the ground, realizing that this was not just any Draco Meteor, but one particularly effective against it. Worry not, it isn't Ash's Garchomp, Xiaowang reassured. It's not as if it will accidentally hit you. Xiaowang recalled that Ash's previous Garchomp had learned Draco Meteor, which was Pachima's nemesis. Go, Garchomp, Dance of the Dragons. Dragon Dive. Ash, eager to conclude the battle quickly, aimed to avoid a war of attrition. Yulongqing, observing Ash's Garchomp still capable of executing Dance of the Dragons, felt restless, suspecting that Bajur's three-headed dragon might also possess such skills. There was a 90% chance they would face off in the semifinals. And Ash's scant data left uncertainties about any remaining trump cards. Bajur's Garchomp, overwhelmed by Ash's, struggled to keep pace, breathless and drained. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded, Garchomp. Dragon Dive. Bajur, sensing the inevitable conclusion, replied, Garchomp, Destructive Death Ray. The two attacks clashed, and the referee confirmed the outcome. Bajur's Garchomp had lost its fighting capability, while Ash's Garchomp emerged victorious. With all of Bajur's Pokémon unable to continue, Ash advanced to the semifinals. The announcer's voice resonated throughout the venue. In the first match of the second round, Ash has secured victory, earning the first slot. After exchanging thanks, Ash and Bajur vacated the arena, handing their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for swift recovery, ensuring no hindrance to the upcoming battles. In the afternoon, the second match commenced, featuring Yulongqing against an opponent from Smoke Ink City. Yulongqing, proficient in Dragon-type Pokémon, led with a Druddigon from the Unova region. while his opponent summoned a Macamp. Yulongqing's Drudigan fought valiantly, dominating the match and swiftly defeating Macamp, Hariyama, and Blaziken, leaving his opponent in disarray. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, Drudigan fell to the 5th Pokémon, prompting Yulongqing to release his Charizard, which effortlessly dispatched the remaining 2 Pokémon. The next morning, the 3rd round began, with the battle between 2 evenly matched Drudigans culminating in a narrow victory for Snorlax, claiming the 3rd slot. In the final match, Dakdo chose not to deploy Darkrai immediately, instead sending out a Shiftry from the Sinnoh region, who was mercilessly overwhelmed by a Grass-type trainer. Following the conclusion of the 4th match, the semifinal brackets were announced. Ash and Yulongqing stood side by side, observing the draw. "I have a feeling we will meet in the semifinals," Yulongqing proclaimed with an air of superiority. Ash rolled his eyes, replying, "One of my Zeraora will suffice to beat you. I don't wish to waste my time on you." Ash spoke candidly, as he had already resolved to face Dakdo again in the alliance, ensuring that neither Charizard nor Zeraora would sustain unnecessary injuries. Bamboo Guang announced, "Please direct your attention to the large screen. The semifinal pairings are about to commence." The avatars of the 8 competitors swiftly rotated. First match, Dakdo versus Xiaolin. Second match, Yulongqing versus Ash. The semifinals consisted of only 2 matches, with a day of rest before the next day's continuation at 8 a.m. If all proceeded as planned, the semifinals would conclude in the morning, followed by the finals the subsequent day. Back in his room, Ash gazed at Pikachu, who was blissfully asleep, shaking his head in resignation. Opening his computer, he reviewed the Pokémon lineup. "What team do you plan to use in the semifinals?" asked Selena, clad in her pajamas, leaning against the chair. Ash did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing Yulongqing's data. The known Pokémon included Charizard, Hydreigon, Dragonite, and Drudigan, all of which had appeared in previous tournaments, while 2 remained unknown. Ash's preliminary lineup consists of Hydreigon, Garchomp, Zeraora, Pikachu, Lucario, and Greninja. Lucario possesses the ability to Mega Evolve, Pikachu can unleash a Z-move, and Greninja is capable of undergoing a bond phenomenon, while Charizard remains as a contingency plan. At this stage of the competition, there are no restrictions on the use of enhancement items, and the Gigantamax phenomenon has yet to be implemented in the Galar region. So for now, there is no cause for concern. However, it seems that Ash's apprehensions are manifesting. "Is there something troubling you, Mr. Adak?" During dinner time, Mr. Adak came to visit. "Ash, you have the capability to Mega Evolve, utilize Z-moves, and your peculiar transformation with Greninja has prompted the committee to have a discussion with me. In the semifinals, only one of these abilities can be used, but the finals will not impose such restrictions." Mr. Adak, compelled by circumstance, sought out Ash, as Ash has a tendency to surprise everyone. "This is unacceptable. Whose idea was this? Is it the Ryu family putting pressure on you to prevent their kin from losing face?" Ash shook his head in refusal. "Sigh, I am merely conveying this information, not negotiating. If it weren't for my insistence, your mythical Pokémon would have been restricted as well." Mr. Adak was well aware of the situation. Indeed, the Ryu family had exerted pressure on the league. If their most outstanding descendant were to suffer a humiliating defeat, it would severely tarnish the family's reputation. Suddenly, a phone rang. "Mr. Dakdo. Mr. Dakdo, Mr. Adak just informed me that unless we prohibit Ryu Aoi from Mega Evolving, I can agree to that. If it helps, I am willing to summon a legendary Pokémon for battle." Without waiting for Mr. Dakdo's response, Ash cut to the chase. He had seen the items available in the system's shop, including those for summoning legendary Pokémon, though the cost was quite steep. Mr. Dakdo's expression shifted. If Ash were to be constrained tightly, they would indeed fear the ramifications of a legendary Pokémon intervening, rendering the match pointless. "Ash, remain calm and do not act impulsively. Await my message." Mr. Dakdo was in a state of panic. Ash indeed had a record of summoning legendary Pokémon, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 115, Semifinals, Bloodbath of the Dragon Legion. The semifinals commenced swiftly. Ash received no response from his friend Dajuo, so he decided to block him, dismissing him entirely. "We are now at the venue of the Unova League, the Hagiwara Conference. I am your longtime friend and host, Takashi, and we have just wrapped up the first semifinal. Did you not find it thrilling?" The host, dressed impeccably in a suit, spoke with great enthusiasm, igniting the crowd's excitement. "Yes," the audience echoed in unison. In the previous match, Darkrai had decisively defeated its opponent, securing a spot in the finals. Now, Ash would face Ryu Aoi. What sparks would fly between these two young contenders? The host began to introduce the participants. In the red corner, hailing from Pallet Town in Kanto, we have Ash, who has reached the semi-finals of the Sinnoh League, the top 8 in the Hoenn League, the champion of the Battle Frontier, the top 8 in the Johto League, an honorary trainer of the Orange League, and the top 16 in the Kanto League. Ash has extensive battle experience, having participated in various regional league competitions. In the green corner, representing Ecology City in Johto, we have Ryu Aoi, the nephew of the Dragon Master Mr. Dakdo. He was the runner-up in the Johto League, the champion of the Hoenn League, and has achieved the top 4 in the Kanto League, making him a leading figure among the younger generation of the Ryu family, showcasing impressive overall strength. I now declare the third round's second match to commence. Contestants, please take your positions. Ash and Ryu Aoi emerged from the platforms, ready to engage. The third round, second match of the Unova League Hagiwara Conference, features Ash versus Ryu Aoi, with both contestants utilizing 6 Pokemon. They may switch Pokemon at any time, and the match concludes when one side's Pokemon can no longer battle. In this competition, Z-moves, Mega Evolutions, and Ash's unique transformation with Greninja can only be employed once. As the match commenced, Ash's thoughts echoed, "Damn it, are these people insane? They are trying to restrict me completely. These wealthy families are attempting to manipulate the competition to their advantage." Ryu Aoi, bewildered, thought, "What have I done to deserve this? Hydreigon, I entrust our first battle to you." Ryu Aoi released his Pokemon. "You have forced my hand. With all these conditions, I will not allow you to exit the battlefield easily," Ash declared fiercely. Ryu Aoi was taken aback. It seemed he had not wronged Ash in any way. In his mind, Ash intently whispered, "System, exchange for the Divine Beast Reinforcement Flute." He could not abide these capitalists. They should not blame him for the ensuing chaos. Beep. Host, remain calm. Did you not see the conditions? Are you sure? Divine Beast Reinforcement Flute. Effect. Upon use, a random legendary Pokemon appears. Strength. Level 1 Divine, after use. The user is weakened for 1 month after the league competition, and the user's Pokemon strength decreases by 10 levels, with a cooldown period of 1 year. Determined, Ash thought, "I do not mind forfeiting the finals. I must teach these families a lesson." Ding. Summoning successful. From the Alola region, the guardian deity, Solgaleo, with divine status. Strength. Level 1 Divine. Retaining memories from the original Sun and Moon series, allowing the host to summon at will. In the Ryu family conference room, the elders stared at the match, fully aware that they had tightly constrained Ash with the intent of forcing a concession. "Solgaleo, you are the one." Ash did not release a Pokeball, but shouted instead, "What on earth is Solgaleo?" The host and all spectators were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. A lion-like Pokemon, predominantly white, materialized before them. The host, slightly flustered, stated, "Ash, this Pokemon is not registered and cannot participate. Please select another. Your rules specify that only one enhancement item may be used, but they do not forbid me from summoning a legendary Pokemon for assistance." Ash exploited a loophole in the competition rules. The host and judges were left speechless. The rules did not address the summoning of Pokemon for reinforcement on-site, and they would need to amend this in the future. Unfazed, Ash challenged Ryu Aoi, "Let us settle this. I will ensure you receive a warm welcome." His tone dripped with mockery and coldness, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard. Ryu Aoi was perplexed. Why not engage in a proper battle instead of summoning an unfamiliar lion to fight him? Far away in the Alola region, Professor Kukui was enjoying a rare moment under the blue sky. "Professor! Professor!" His assistants rushed in, flustered. "What is it?" Professor Kukui inquired, wishing to savor his leisure time undisturbed. "Look at this." The assistant handed a tablet to Professor Kukui. "Isn't that our Alolan sun god, Solgaleo?" he remarked casually. Having seen it before, the assistant nearly wept. "Solgaleo is currently at the Unova League competition, battling." "Is it just battling?" Professor Kukui dismissed it, but then, "What did you say?" "Solgaleo has appeared at the Unova League competition." Hearing this, Kukui stood up in disbelief. Indeed, in the Kanto region's Shinshin town, Professor Oak received alarming news regarding the stringent measures imposed by the Yulong family to restrict Ash's enhancements. As he observed the emergence of a lion-like Pokemon, he wondered, what kind of Pokemon is this? At the competition venue, Adak appeared perplexed. Wasn't it sufficient to simply contain Ash? There was no need to summon an unfamiliar Pokemon for assistance. What kind of Pokemon is this? Yulongqing, on the other hand, was in a dire predicament. He would rather face all of Ash's enhanced abilities than contend with this singular creature. The three-headed dragon, Dragon God, descended. Without hesitation, Yulongqing initiated an attack. "Solgaleo, let us fight together." Ash and Solgaleo shared a profound bond, naturally aiming to teach some heedless individuals a lesson. Solgaleo, the guardian of the Alola region, possessed steel and psychic attributes, ranking as a level 1 deity. Its abilities included the trait Metal Protection and the signature move Sunsteel Strike, a Z move requiring a specific Z crystal, and Meteor Assault, a unique move only it can learn. Solgaleo. Do as you see fit, just incapacitate it, Ash remarked, observing the incapacitated Garchomp, now devoid of combat capability. Yulongqing's thoughts raced. Who on earth restricted Ash to a single Pokemon, only to send a ridiculously powerful lion against me? I swear, if I find out who did this, they will regret it. Solgaleo effortlessly dealt with Yulongqing's Pokemon, dispatching one with a devastating beam of destruction. A subsequent ultimate impact left the opposing Dragonite with audible cracks in its bones, concluding the match in a mere 3 minutes. Witnessing the catastrophic loss of his Pokemon, Yulongqing clutched his heart and fainted. Yulongdu received word of this calamity. His nephew's Pokemon had been decimated in mere minutes, nearly causing him to topple off his Dragonite. The finals were scheduled for the following morning, and Solgaleo chose to remain, transforming into Cosmoem and quietly staying beside Ash. Chapter 116, A Certain Individual. With the conclusion of the Unova League Semifinals, a brief respite ensued. In the afternoon, Ash finalized his lineup: Keldeo, Solgaleo, Pikachu, Lucario, Greninja, and Charizard. These 6 Pokemon represented Ash's most formidable team. Just as he reclined, a knock echoed at the door. "Is that you, Mr. Adak?" Xiao Wang greeted the visitor. "Yes. Where's Ash?" Adak inquired, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness. "Ash is inside. Please come in," Xiao Wang invited, having surmised Adak's purpose. Serena sat on her bed, cradling the transformed Solgaleo, now referred to as Cosmoem, curiously poking at the little creature, intrigued by how such a diminutive being could evolve into the majestic lion. Mr. Adak, Ash, having heard the commotion, rose and was unsurprised to see the visitor. They moved to the small balcony and sat face to face. "Ash, where did you acquire that lion-shaped Pokemon?" "I've never seen it before," Adak asked directly. "That is Solgaleo, a level 1 deity, on par with the 3 dragons of Unova, the land, sea, and sky of Hoenn, as well as the legendary birds, Lugia and Ho-Oh. If it weren't for the Yulong family, I would never have considered bringing it into battle," Ash replied as he raised his teacup and took a sip. Adak shook his head, admitting he had never heard of it. At the Yulong family estate, nestled within a forest near Yamabuki City in the Johto region, Yulongqing, the current patriarch and father of Yulongqing was examining Ash's dossier, with a group of quaking elders standing nearby. "Will you not provide an explanation? I was away for just 2 days, and now Qing's Pokemon are all gravely injured, defeated by an unfamiliar Pokemon. What on earth transpired?" Yulongqing expressed his anger, having merely visited the dragon's secret realm only to return to find his son defeated in the Unova League, with his Pokemon either severely injured or incapacitated. "Patriarch, we merely sought to apply a little pressure on the league. We never anticipated such an outcome." The third elder, responsible for external relations, interjected. "This was a suggestion made by the eldest elder, and it seems that our cleverness backfired." "Foolish. Have you even reviewed Ash's dossier? Do you not recognize the resemblance to a certain individual?" Yulongqing exclaimed, tossing the dossier in front of several elders, with key points circled. The elders were taken aback. They had not considered Ash to possess any significant background. "Let me remind you, if I am not mistaken, Ash is the child of that individual, someone we cannot afford to provoke. Even our Yulong family, alongside the Bamboo family, is incapable of contending with them. You have all acted recklessly." Yulongqing sat down, closing his eyes, lamenting his poor judgment in selecting such short-sighted elders. A chill ran down everyone's spine. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Bamboo pondered over Solgaleo's combat capabilities. This appears to be the legendary Pokemon Solgaleo, known as the embodiment of the sun in the Alola region. How could it be under the command of a boy named Ash? The revelation astonished him, with the appearance of mythical Pokemon in the Sinnoh League and now Solgaleo. He sensed Ash harbored secrets. "Boss, the information you requested has arrived," Jean Yao announced, handing over a folder. Banmu paused, captivated by Ash's dossier, lost in recollection. "Old friend, I had no idea this was your child," he mused, recalling a particular detail. "Where are Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth?" Banmu inquired, having not heard from them since their last training session, nor had they appeared during the tournament. "They have accompanied Lord Apollo to the Johto region on a mission. They can return at any time if needed," Jean Yao explained, puzzled by the newfound importance placed upon them. "Recall them. Await my instructions," Banmu commanded, deep in thought. At Professor Oak's lab, "Kukui, are you implying that the lion hails from your Alola region, the guardian deity?" Professor Oak, upon receiving Kukui's call, was unable to contain his excitement. "Indeed, I was on vacation when my assistant informed me. Initially skeptical, I confirmed the situation afterward, Kukui replied candidly. After exchanging pleasantries, the call ended. Professor Oak fell into contemplation, retrieving a photograph from his drawer, lost in thought. Adak and Ash remained in a stalemate, with Ash having exploited a loophole in the competition rules. Who would have anticipated the deployment of a legendary Pokémon for assistance? Merely witnessing it was a rare occurrence, let alone calling upon it for aid. Furthermore, he had just received word that Ash had finalized his lineup for the finals, featuring 2 legendary Pokémon, Solgaleo and Keldeo, both capable of Mega Evolution, Z-moves, and Bond Evolution. Ash, finding Adak's gaze irksome, remarked, "My esteemed champion, is there anything else? You've now had 10 cups of tea. Are you satisfied?" Adak sensed Ash's dismissal and added, "In the final battle, feel free to unleash your full potential. If I were to restrict you, I suspect both the Unova League headquarters and the Yulong family estate would face your wrath." With that, he departed. Ash watched him leave. While on the other side, Dakdo contemplated Ash's Pokémon, pondering whether the suddenly appearing Pokémon would re-emerge in the final battle and whether Darkrai and his companions could withstand it. Dakdo drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. His journey had been remarkably smooth, save for the encounter with the prodigious Ash during the semifinals of the Lily of the Valley Conference. To his surprise, they were destined to meet once more in the Unova League tournament, and this time, the battle would serve as their climactic showdown. Ash was prepared to unleash his full might, fielding his strongest lineup. Dakdo finalized his roster on the computer, contemplating how best to command his team in the impending battle. That night, Ash found it difficult to sleep. It would be abnormal to slumber soundly before such an intense final. He gazed at the moonlight. Acutely aware that tomorrow's battle was pivotal, he was determined to claim victory. Ding! A new task has been issued. Win the championship without utilizing Solgaleo. Reward: weakness period lifted. Failure: 1 month of unconsciousness. Is the system toying with me? He exclaimed. Ding! Host, do not entertain unwholesome thoughts. The reinforcement flute can only be purchased once. Once acquired, it will no longer be available. The Solgaleo reinforcement flute may be used, but Solgaleo will return to its realm after the tournament, and the timing of its next summoning is left to fate. Ash's eyelids twitched. This system was becoming quite the nuisance. Regardless, he decided to retire early. Victory in the finals was imperative. Chapter 117, Rematch with Dakdo, Part 1. The Unova League's Hogai Conference was set to host the final match today. Above the main arena, fireworks erupted as the host, Takashi, descended gracefully from a helicopter, parachute unfurling as he landed steadily on the ground. Today, Adak sat in the host's seat, while the 4 elite members of the Unova region lurked in the shadows, wary of the potential rampage from the Pokémon of the 2 battling trainers. May and Serena occupied prime seats in the audience, keenly observing the entire affair. The atmosphere was electric as the final match of the Unova League commenced. Both competitors were trainers who wielded legendary Pokémon, and the battle was on the verge of ignition. Who would ultimately emerge victorious? The anticipation was palpable. Takashi's voice resonated with fervor, effortlessly engaging the audience. Ash and Dakdo took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield. This was the decisive moment of the league finals. Featuring Dakdo, the contestant from Unova, against Ash, the trainer hailing from Kanto. Both had previously crossed paths at the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference, where Ash had narrowly lost. Would Dakdo once again hoist the championship trophy, or would Ash seize his inaugural league title? Takashi dutifully introduced both competitors, but Ash could feel the tension rising, veins bulging on his forehead, instilling a desire to retaliate. As the referee approached to announce the commencement of the Unova League finals, he declared, the battle will feature 6 Pokémon, with both sides permitted to freely switch their Pokémon. All enhancement items and Mega Evolutions are unrestricted. Let the match begin. The referee's professionalism shone through. Dakdo smiled confidently. Regirock, I entrust you with this battle. A Pokémon composed entirely of rocky fragments emerged, causing the ground to tremble with its entrance. Ash regarded it with a calm demeanor. This was not his first encounter with the rock fortress. Lucario, you shall be our champion. Lucario assumed a battle-ready stance. Regirock, use Rock Tomb. Dakdo commanded, as Regirock raised its arms, launching a blue orb. Lucario, counter with Aura Sphere. Ash instructed, as Lucario stood firm, unleashing its own Aura Sphere to collide with its opponent's attack. The 2 moves met and canceled each other out. Ash mused silently about the foe Regirock before him, finding it inferior to the legendary Regirock he had encountered before. With a burst of speed, Lucario executed Sword's Dance to enhance its attack power. Ash noted Regirock's weight. It would surely struggle to keep up. Regirock, lock on. A red light enveloped Lucario's forehead. Zap cannon. Counter with Aura Sphere. Ash called, having faced this combination countless times before. Dakdo nodded inwardly, impressed with Ash's growth over their time apart. Regirock, use Hyper Beam. Lucario, use Double Team. Ash commanded, but he had underestimated Regirock. The Hyper Beam swept through, nearly striking Lucario. Bone Rush. Ash was forced to close the distance, conjuring a Bone Club to strike at Regirock. Stone Edge, block it. Regirock retaliated swiftly. Again, use Hyper Beam. Dakdo remained composed, watching as Regirock's orange energy coalesced once more. Lucario Mega Evolve. Ash decided to escalate the battle, disregarding any reservations. Not so fast. Lucario resisted the urge to Mega Evolve, maintaining its form. Ash, sensing the right moment, linked with Lucario through their shared aura. Understood. Use Quick Attack to disrupt its line of sight, then execute Sword's Dance to enhance your punches. Lucario complied, accelerating several-fold with each Sword's Dance, launching a powerful Force Palm. Regirock, use Stone Edge. Dakdo, recognizing the danger, immediately ordered a counterattack. The impact reverberated, striking Regirock directly. Its size and sluggishness became its downfall as Lucario's blow sent it crashing down. Regirock is unable to battle. Lucario wins. Dakdo, please select your next Pokémon. The referee confirmed Regirock's defeat, and Dakdo recalled it. You've become stronger than I anticipated, he remarked, tossing out another Pokeball. Darkrai, prepare for battle. Ah, an old adversary. Ash replied, recalling Lucario. You are not fit to face this foe. He returned Lucario to its ball, opting instead for Charizard. Charizard, take the stage. Darkrai, use Dark Void. Dakdo commanded. Charizard, ignore it and unleash Flamethrower. Flames surged from Charizard, yet Darkrai remained still, effortlessly evading the assault. Darkrai, Ice Beam. Dakdo countered, and Ash quickly devised a strategy. Blast Burn, he shouted, as Charizard's tremendous flames extinguished Darkrai's Ice Beam in a spectacular display. This Darkrai is becoming increasingly troublesome, Ash thought, noting the distinct aura emanating from it, one that felt vastly different from their previous encounter. Darkrai, use Dark Pulse. Dakdo ordered. Charizard, rush in and grab it. Ash shouted, preparing to execute a powerful move. Dragon Tail. Just as he called it out, a sweeping green tail lashed out, striking Darkrai and sending it flying. Finish it off with Dragon Claw. Ash commanded, determined to deliver a decisive blow. Darkrai, concealed underground, effortlessly evaded such maneuvers. Gradually, Darkrai sank into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Charizard, do not panic. Direct your attack towards the ground with Explosion Burn. Ash had no excessive worries, for Charizard trusted both its commander and itself. Without hesitation, it unleashed the Explosion Burn. The blast ignited the arena, yet failed to coax Darkrai out. At that moment, Dakdo's command resounded once more. Black Hole. A purplish-black sphere struck the vigilant Charizard, sending it crashing to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Dream Eater. Seizing the opportunity, Dakdo prepared to conclude the match. But Charizard suddenly rose, retaliating with Dragon Rage, which directly struck Darkrai, rendering it unable to rise again. Dakdo inquired, why didn't your Charizard succumb to sleep? For the first time, Dakdo faltered with this technique. He needed clarification. A secret, Ash replied curtly, refusing to elaborate. Without hesitation, he utilized an item from the system shop to dispel the effects of the black hole, though it came at a cost. Charizard entered a paralyzed state for 3 turns. Not counting the retreat of the Pokeball, Darkrai was rendered incapable of battle, securing victory for Charizard. The referee, diligent in his duties, promptly verified and raised his hand to signal. Well done, Ash. Keep winning. Serena's voice reached Ash's ears, granting him and Shoko a reassuring glance. He resolved to strive further. This time, he must secure the championship at all costs. Ash, impressive. How will you counter this one? Go, Tornadus. Dakdo released another Pokeball, revealing one of the legendary trio from the Unova region, Tornadus. However, Tornadus's eyes bore a sinister crimson hue, indicating something was amiss. Chapter 118, The Rematch against Dakdo, Part 2, for the championship. Tornadus? Gazing at the sky where Tornadus perched upon a white cloud, its most notable feature was a long, spiraled tail adorned with purple and yellow patterns, curving out from the cloud. Tornadus. Type, Flying. Ability, Prankster. Strength. Skills, omitted. Description, this Tornadus was forcefully captured, not willingly submitted. Dakdo could neither fully control nor utilize it. The blood-red eyes revealed that this Pokémon was on the verge of rampaging. System, are you jesting? What do you think? The system retorted succinctly. Charizard, this one seems troublesome. Shall we continue? Ash glanced at Charizard, who recognized the legendary Pokemon's abnormality and responded with a reassuring gaze, preparing for battle. Tornadus' condition is concerning, Adak noted as Tornadus emerged. Charizard Mega Evolve. Without further ado, Ash commanded, knowing he had little confidence against a rampaging Tornadus. Charizard transformed into its blue-black Mega Evolution form. Charizard, ascend rapidly. Ash, watching Tornadus in the air, felt irritation. He was unafraid of aerial combat. Tornadus, unleash a hurricane. The sudden storm struck Charizard, sending it hurtling away without any chance to defend. Regaining composure mid-flight, Charizard adjusted its posture. Overheat, Ash ordered, immediately retaliating as Charizard sensed a slight threat. This Pokemon's strength surpassed his own. One overheat attack was effortlessly countered by Tornadus' Air Slash, dissipating the flames with ease. Tornadus, transform into its Therian form. Observing Charizard falter, Dakdo seized the moment to strike. Ash mused, you think a single command can compel Tornadus into its Therian form? What a farce. If it could, I would have been unconscious for 2 months. Ding. Host. You said it, so it shall be recorded. Go away. Transforming into Therian form is not that simple. Why does your system always choose the critical moments to meddle? As Tornadus glimmered with radiant light, a green bird emerged. Seriously, just by calling out, it transforms into its Therian form? Charizard Dragon Claw. Tornadus, Air Slash. The clash resounded as Charizard was struck, plummeting toward the ground. Yet, true to its battle-hardened nature, Charizard spread its wings just before landing, soaring back into the air to confront the Therian Tornadus. Charizard Flame Charge. Ash was determined not to falter here, urging Charizard onward. Is that all? Dakdo retorted as Tornadus unleashed a devastating attack. Charizard was once again struck decisively. System, I need to know what is up with this Tornadus. It's been weakened for a year. Ash nearly cursed. Was this a joke? Charizard, ascend and seize Tornadus. The fiery vortex enveloped Ash, who felt a slight headache. He knew this was a crucial moment. Use Steel Wing. Dakdo commanded, and Tornadus' wings shimmered silver, unleashing a fierce gale that sent Charizard reeling. In a flash of light, Mega Evolution was undone, leaving Charizard battered and scarred. Charizard, return and rest. It's time for the others to take over. Ash recalled Charizard, clearly aware of its dissatisfaction. Dakdo, you've pushed me. It's your turn, Solgaleo. In a moment of desperation, Ash summoned Solgaleo. A massive lion emerged from a portal, causing the Tornadus above to feel a pressure from its bloodline. Roar. The 4 elite members and Adak tensed, astonished by Ash's swift decision. Dakdo was utterly taken aback. This unnamed Pokemon had emerged, dominating the field and instilling fear in Tornadus. Flying types should be dealt with using electric-type moves. Solgaleo Thunderbolt. Ash commanded, and Solgaleo complied without hesitation, delivering a powerful strike to Tornadus. Final hit, Meteor Assault. Ash, unable to tolerate the situation, commanded another attack, leaving no room for opportunity. The onlookers gasped as Tornadus reverted to its original form, utterly defeated by the terrifying unnamed Pokemon. Dakdo gritted his teeth, incredulous at the spectacle. This lion not only overshadowed him, but exhibited extraordinary strength. He recalled Tornadus and sent forth Latios, a small, jet-like Pokemon of vibrant red, much faster than the Latios Ash had previously recalled. Without issuing commands, Ash allowed Solgaleo to act freely. Although Latios was swift, its power was not on the same level. Solgaleo's ultimate impact decisively ended the battle, leaving Dakdo in stunned silence. The final 2 combatants have arrived at the climactic showdown, Regice and Moltres in the shopping mall, both of whom proved utterly ineffective against Solgaleo. This battle was destined to end in failure for Dakdo. How could Ash, guarded by a legendary Pokemon, so easily relinquish the throne of champion? With Moltres succumbing to exhaustion, Solgaleo emerged victorious, thus crowning Ash, the trainer from Pallet Town in the Kanto region, as the champion of this Union Alliance tournament. Congratulations to him for securing his first championship trophy since his debut in league competitions. As Moltres fell to Solgaleo's relentless assault, Ash waved gratefully towards the podium. In a thatched cottage within the Kalos region, a middle-aged man watched the match intently, accompanied by a shiny Raichu lounging beside him. After the conclusion of the event, Ash approached the podium where Adak personally presented him with a golden trophy and gifted him a Pokemon egg on a personal note. Beep. Congratulations to the host for winning the first championship trophy. Due to the host's final battle involving Solgaleo, a 2-month coma will commence upon returning home to Pallet Town. Furthermore, all rewards for this tournament are voided, and all Pokemon besides Solgaleo used in the last battle will be reduced by 10 levels. System, you truly are mischievous. Ash remarked, realizing that the 2-month coma must indeed come to pass. Beep. New task issued. Formally confess to Xiaowang and Selena, with a reward of a couple's ring set. System, have you made an error? Haven't I already confessed? Beep. The system does not recognize your previous confession. You are required to deliver a profoundly romantic and unforgettable declaration. Cough. Cough. System, you are incorrigible. Wouldn't proposing be a better option? This world doesn't dictate a monogamous system. Beep. The host's determination is formidable. Let's change it to a proposal then. System, you are toxic. Chapter 119. An unexpected encounter with Green, a rescue. The Union Alliance tournament has officially concluded, and Ash gazed at the trophy with a sense of exhilaration surpassing that of his victory at the Orange Archipelago. The trio did not immediately set off for Kanto. Xiaowang and Selena chose to explore the Unova region, leaving behind Charizard, Pikachu, and a recently hatched Axu, while the rest were sent back to Professor Oak. They embarked on a carefree journey. Ah, the seaside is so delightful, Xiaowang exclaimed, donning a new swimsuit, feeling the sea breeze amidst the bustling shore. Axu, Pikachu, and Vulpix also enjoyed the refreshing waters, while Ash and Charizard took a nap beneath a coconut tree. Charizard, are you not planning to return to Charizard Valley? Ash inquired. Why should I go back? I've trained enough over there. It would be embarrassing to lose to a Pokémon of the flying type, especially after my power has diminished significantly. Charizard retorted. Ever since the tournament concluded, it had stubbornly clung to Ash, claiming to have hit a training plateau. Ash comforted Charizard, stroking its head. Next time, just fight back. Don't you want to see your little girlfriend? He mentioned Lisa, Charizard's counterpart from the previous encounter. Charizard relished the attention, as anyone else would have been scorched by its fiery breath by now. I already have children, and you're not even making a move. Charizard's thoughts were translated accurately by the system. What do you mean, children? How come I didn't know? Ash was bewildered. How could Charizard have offspring while he himself was still single? Mind your business, Charizard huffed, turning away in disdain. Ash, come play with us. Selena and Xiaowang approached him as he basked in the sun. Xiaowang wore a blue swimsuit, while Selena donned white, both boasting alluring figures. Charizard, keep an eye on our belongings, Ash instructed, tossing their items to Charizard before joining the two at the water's edge. Xiaowang's Piplup, Selena's Bunnelby, and Wartortle frolicked joyfully in the ocean. Axu and Vulpix, upon seeing Ash, hurried over for hugs. Vulpix, are you still jealous? Ash chuckled, lifting Axu and then Vulpix in his arms. Just then, a man clad in a floral shirt, beach shorts, and a large straw hat approached. I never expected our champion to be so leisurely. Ash squinted, unable to recognize the man behind dark sunglasses at first. Long time no see, Ash, the man said, removing his hat and shades, revealing a spiky hairstyle. Green? Ash exclaimed upon recognizing his childhood friend and rival. Yes, it's been a while. I just completed a task and came here for a vacation. I didn't expect to run into you. They found a spot to sit down together. What have you been researching lately? Ash asked, knowing that Green had transitioned into a researcher. I just finished a research project and currently lack a new objective. How about lending me your Solgaleo for some research? Green inquired, having witnessed the Union Alliance tournament. Not a chance. Solgaleo is merely here to assist. It's not captured. Ash replied, shaking his head. It has already departed, and I still owe the system a 2-month coma. Green nodded in understanding. The two engaged in conversation, with Ash feeling a cold sweat as Green mentioned that Professor Oak was seeking Solgaleo for research. Axu squealed, and Vulpix and Axu tugged at Ash, urging him to join them in play. Are those your Pokémon? Green asked. Yes, one was given to me by Mr. Adak as an egg, and I hatched it. Vulpix was a lucky find, Ash explained. Green smiled knowingly and tossed a Pokeball, summoning a Doublade. Axu. Axu was momentarily intimidated by Doublade's presence, but quickly regained composure, inspecting it curiously. Roar? Doublade misunderstood the situation, thinking it was called to battle, only to be scrutinized by the little creature. Help! Someone is drowning. A panicked voice called from afar, prompting Ash and Green to spring into action without hesitation. They rushed to the scene, only to find that Xiaowang and Selena were missing, while Pikachu, Bunnelby, and Wartortle were anxiously at the shore. Where are Xiaowang and Selena? Ash immediately questioned Pikachu. Pika, they're drowning. Pikachu responded. Bunnelby and I went out to see. Charizard. Ash decisively called out to Charizard, who soared over. Bunnelby, do you know the approximate location? Ash asked as he scanned the water for any sign of their friends. Wartortle. Green threw out his Wartortle, equipping Ash with a set of breathing apparatus and an oxygen tank. My Wartortle specializes in diving and has the necessary gear. Hurry and save them, Green urged. Got it. Wartortle, let us go, Ash replied, and they set off into the water. Ash, accompanied by his Blastoise, donned his breathing apparatus and plunged directly into the depths of the water. Do not inquire how he came to swim and dive. Simultaneously, Ash activated his exploration radar, searching the surroundings without charge. System notification. At 5 o'clock, a distress signal indicates that Serena is sinking. Immediate rescue required. The system displayed rare benevolence. Ash swam in the indicated direction, finding Serena exhaling bubbles as she descended. He gestured to Blastoise, who comprehended Ash's intent, accelerating significantly, and soon managed to catch up with Serena, providing her with an oxygen mask and signaling Blastoise to ascend. Meanwhile, his dugong anxiously awaited Ash's return at the surface. As Ash's silhouette emerged not far away, it swiftly swam over. In haste, Ash placed Serena onto Dugong's back, disregarding any propriety, and promptly commenced administering artificial respiration. Before long, Serena regained consciousness, finally aware of her surroundings. System, location, and speed of dawn. At the cold drink shop west of the beach, enjoying ice cream. Upon hearing this, Ash was utterly taken aback by the unexpected outcome, filled with concern. "Ash, am I alive?" Serena exclaimed, finally recovering, revealing that she had suffered leg cramps and had been desperately calling for help, not anticipating Ash's swift arrival. "It's all right now, let us return to shore." A glance confirmed that neither Blastoise nor Charizard had lagged behind, and they swiftly headed towards the beach. On the beach, Nurse Joy was already attending to the drowning victims, alongside professional divers and Pokémon alike. Once ashore, Serena was immediately escorted back to the Pokémon Center by Nurse Joy, who sent Charizard to retrieve their bags and inform Pikachu and the others that they would reconvene at the Pokémon Center. At the Pokémon Center, Serena underwent a few examinations, revealing no immediate issues, and was advised to rest. Chapter 120, U Research Institute, Team Rocket returns. Dawn learned of Serena's near-drowning incident from others and rushed to the Pokémon Center with a sundae in hand. Ash was at a loss for words. This was hardly a visit of concern, but rather adding fuel to the fire. After spending a night at the Pokémon Center, the three decided to head to Ecology City to regroup before returning to the Kanto region. 10 days later, the trio arrived, weary and travel-worn, at the U Research Institute in Ecology City, only to discover that the professor was absent. Ash proceeded to book a seaplane ticket back to Ecology City, signifying the impending conclusion of their journey in the Unova region. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Axu, Dragon Rage. Ash was diligently training Axu, who had graduated from its infancy, ensuring that training did not falter. Pikachu was the perfect sparring partner. Pika, Axu. The two Pokémon executed their moves with commendable precision, although Axu remained somewhat unrefined in its techniques, delivering softer strikes. Axu. Type, Dragon. Ability, Mold Breaker. Pokémon with this ability can ignore the opposing Pokémon's abilities when using moves, greatly enhancing their combat potential. Level 8. Potential, Gym Leader level. Moves, Dragon Rage, Dragon Claw, Dig, Dragon Dance, Shadow Ball. Axu had inherited Dragon Claw and Dragon Dance, while Dragon Rage and Shadow Ball were learned through skill capsules. Had it not been for the system informing Ash of its potential evolving, he would have sought to return it to Professor Alder. Suddenly, several smoke bombs were launched from above. Pikachu, Iron Tail, Counterattack. Without hesitation, Ash recognized the larger insignia and knew exactly who was responsible. Ho-Oh, Rock Slide. Mismagius, Dark Pulse. Observing the two Pokémon, Ash realized it was the notorious trio of Team Rocket, whom he had not seen in quite some time and oddly missed. Charizard, Overheat. Ash threw Charizard into the fray, and in an instant, it unleashed an overheat attack, sending Mismagius and Ho-Oh retreating. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A boy clad in a tank top emerged, pointing an accusatory finger. Ash recognized the newcomer and silently cursed his luck. "Musashi, I heard their voices. Who are they?" "Kojiro, we arrived at lightning speed." "Musashi, the wind." "Kojiro, the earth." "Meowth, the sky." "Meow." "Musashi, let danger befall the world." "Kojiro, let crises echo through the cosmos." "Musashi, whether angel or demon, as long as that name is called." "Kojiro, anyone who hears it will tremble in fear." "Musashi, Kojiro, Meowth, I'm Meowth, meow." "Musashi, we are the protagonists of this era." "Kojiro, we are invincible." Altogether, Team Rocket, meow? Indeed, the trio had donned sleek black uniforms, a stark contrast to their previous reckless antics, appearing entirely transformed. Dawn remarked, "Your introduction lines have not changed at all. How dull." Ash spread his arms. "These three fools haven't changed a bit. They've been tailing me since the start of my journey and have merely swapped into more visually pleasing outfits." Their banter did not go unnoticed, enraging the trio. Return. Miss Magius, Ho-Oh. The two retrieve their Pokemon. Musashi, allow me to introduce our new partner. This time we shall not lose. Go, Mega Sizer. Kojiro, behold our reborn power. Go. Night Giant. Two brand new Pokemon emerged, both at gym leader level. Ash was perplexed. When had these three become so formidable after such a brief separation? Serena, observing them throw out two Pokeballs, called out, Gardevoir, Dugong, let us go. Gardevoir, Dugong. Ash, Serena, when did Curlio evolve? Serena chuckled, it evolved last night. ISNT today its debut battle? Leave it to me. Musashi stared at Dugong, growing increasingly familiar. You little brat, that's my Dugong. Return it at once. In your dreams. Since receiving Dugong, Serena had taken meticulous care of it, treating it as family, and had no intention of returning it. Gardevoir, Moonblast. Serena wasted no time, unleashing a powerful move. Gardevoir. With a single strike, Gardevoir sent Mega Sizer and Night Giant flying, easily dispatching the two Pokemon. Dugong. Give your previous trainer a taste of destruction, Dark Pulse. Looking toward Dugong, Serena issued the command. A meteor streaked across the sky, banishing Team Rocket once more, leaving behind their iconic catchphrase. How annoying, X3 Meow. System, can I exchange the legendary egg you previously sent me for a Gardevoir Megastone? Ash consulted the system. Having his keystone already and not requiring another from the system. Certainly, the Gardevoir Megastone is now in your pocket. With Team Rocket dispatched, the nearby child watched in astonishment. Upon returning to the Professor S. Research Institute, the child followed inside. Professor, you had just returned. You must be the new traveler, Andy. Setting out today? Oh, Ash, when did you arrive? The yew tree gazed as the boy approached and noticed the inquisitive look on the face of Ash, who had just arrived beside him. Doctor, I arrived yesterday, but you were absent, Ash explained. Hello, Doctor. I am here to receive my initial Pokemon. I look forward to your guidance. Andy greeted with enthusiasm. The yew tree nodded, turning to unveil a small card. Allow me to introduce the initial partners prepared for novice trainers. Chalk is a grass type, Snivy, a fire type, Tepig, and a water type, Oshawott. Each of them is quite a fine companion. Have you made your decision? Andy, however, displayed little interest in the three Pokemon before him and instead turned his gaze towards Ash. Doctor, do you have a Charizard? That older brother's Charizard was quite formidable, and I desire one for myself. Andy's eyes were fixed on Ash's Charizard. Ash blinked in surprise, wondering how he had become part of the conversation. Dr. Yu, taken aback by the request, patiently replied, the initial form of Charizard is Charmander, which is a starter Pokemon from the Kanto region, and I do not possess one here. For now, you must choose from these three. Andy felt a tinge of disappointment and turned to Ash for help. Ash shook his head, indicating that it was impossible, as handling a Charizard was no simple task. Left with no option, Andy chose the most aloof and unapproachable Pokemon, Oshawott, believing that such a Pokemon would surely be on par with Charizard in the future. After bidding farewell to Andy, Dr. Yu and Ash settled down. Ash, first and foremost, congratulations on winning the Unova League Championship. Thus, your journey through the Unova region has come to a close. Dr. Yu declared as he brewed tea. Ash, I appreciate all your care during these days. This Unova League has revealed the true colors of certain individuals, Ash remarked with a smirk. What are your plans now, Doctor? Yu inquired, aware that Ash would not linger for long and was curious about his next destination. I plan to return to Pallet Town to prepare for my journey to the Kalos region. I intend to battle at the Lumiose conference once again, Ash stated with determination. And do take heed. This time, you may only summon Solgaleo for support during battle. A new rule has been added to the League's regulations. Once the participant list is confirmed, it cannot be altered, including the invitation of external aid and legendary Pokemon. So exercise caution, Dr. Yu advised, reflecting on how chaotic this tournament had been, with Ash's Solgaleo overwhelming the competition and leaving a significant impression on the audience. Dr. Yu arranged accommodations for the group, and they would depart for the Kanto region in 3 days. Chapter 1. Return to the Kanto region. Ash, Serena, and Dawn officially bid farewell to Dr. Yu as they boarded the plane back to Leaf Town in the Kanto region. Why didn't the two girls return first to the Kalos and Sinnoh regions? The reason was simple. Their mothers were at Ash's home, and the three mothers were close friends. On the plane, Ash felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Was he about to meet his future mother-in-law? How did it all come together? The plane landed in Leaf Town the following morning, and Ash, thinking no one was there to meet him, prepared to walk back to Pallet Town. Ash, over here, Brock called out, leaning against a car and waving to the trio. Brock, how did you know when we would arrive in Leaf Town? Dawn asked curiously. Pachima. Piplup greeted Brock, who had once fed him. Pika. Pikachu leaped into Brock's arms. Pikachu, Pachima, you both remain as energetic as ever. Also, it's been a while, everyone. I received a call from Tracy informing me of your return from Unova. So I checked your flight information and came to pick you up, Brock said casually, as they were all familiar with each other. Ash, congratulations on finally securing your first championship trophy. Brock congratulated Ash. Hee, thank you. Pikachu and the others worked incredibly hard this time. If it weren't for some mishaps in the last 2 matches, the battles would have been even more thrilling, Ash replied with a hint of bashfulness. Everyone, have you finished catching up? How about giving me a ride? Tracy, dressed casually and accompanied by his EV, strolled over. Tracy? The 4 friends were slightly taken aback by his relaxed appearance. They were accustomed to his usual serious demeanor. Where did you come from, Tracy? Ash inquired, unable to resist adding a comment. I traveled back on the same flight as someone, but that someone didn't notice, Tracy shrugged, looking at the group with a hint of annoyance. Ash felt the familiar disdain from Tracy, reminiscent of their childhood rivalry. No worries, hop in. There's still room for you. Tracy, Brock quickly intervened, knowing that if these 2 rivals started bickering, he would have a hard time mediating. As they got into the car, Tracy voluntarily took the front passenger seat, leaving the back for Ash and the others while he pulled his hat over his face and dozed off. I've already informed Misty and prepared a meal for you all as a welcome feast, also to congratulate Ash on his Unova League victory. Misty will be there too, Brock said as he drove. Ash replied, you're too kind, Brock. I didn't expect you to come pick us up. Brock responded, we've been travel companions for many years. Walking back to Pallet Town without utilizing Charizard or Pidgeot would take you about 5 days, and knowing your habits, you would surely walk back. Ash chuckled, giving Brock a nod of appreciation. He knew him well. Meanwhile, at the airport, Tracy had also come to pick them up, but hadn't spotted them, so he called Professor Oak. Tracy, didn't you see them? Professor Oak was surprised, thinking no one would be there to greet them, or perhaps he had misremembered the flight number. Professor, Ash's flight arrived 20 minutes early. They are already here. You mentioned that Tracy had returned as well, but I haven't seen him. Tracy explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. Come back for now. Did I perhaps misremember the flight number? Professor Oak questioned, slightly skeptical, and instructed Tracy to return. Understood, Tracy agreed, heading back. Where could Ash be headed? Tracy pondered, knowing only the professor and himself were aware of the flight details. Since Brock had contacted him earlier, could it be that Brock had come to pick them up ahead of time? As it turned out, he was also heading to Nibby City, which made it convenient. What is going on with Misty? She has become a nightmare for all novice trainers, Ash remarked as he and Brock discussed Misty. She was training to become a water-type Pokemon master, and Ash wondered why the Cerulean Gym had become such a daunting challenge for new trainers. Misty is no longer the ugly duckling she once was. Ever since she officially took over the Cerulean Gym, she sought out Ms. Kana to learn about training and nurturing water and ice-type Pokemon. Besides her Gyarados and Starmie, she has also trained your Greninja under Ms. Kana, rapidly enhancing her strength. Brock explained. Realizing the implications, Ash understood why Misty had become a nightmare for novice trainers in the Kanto region. Under the guidance of the Elite Four, her Pokemon's overall strength and techniques were undoubtedly on another level. Brock also shared the news that Misty possessed a Machamp with the ability to boost its attributes. The highly intelligent Slowking and a Blastoise, both of which were capable of Mega Evolution. Moreover, the once ignored Horsia had evolved into a Seadra under meticulous training. To everyone's astonishment, the once violent girl has transformed into an eccentric gym leader, Ash exclaimed, recalling their first encounter when she had obliterated Misty's bicycle, leading to Misty pursuing her all the way from Kanto to Johto. Ash turned to Brock and remarked, you, now a gym trainer, can hardly call Misty eccentric. I've heard whispers of you wielding a Boscodora against trainers from other regions, finishing matches in under 5 minutes without even resorting to Mega Evolution, with Steelix and Golem. And then there's the Dragonite. Ash gave Brock a sidelong glance, regretting having handed Boscodora over to him. Brock, brimming with pride, retorted, you've got it wrong. Dragonite had already evolved by that time. We weren't even engaged yet. I used Dragonite in battle, which expedited its evolution. Ash's eyelids twitched, taking a moment of silence for those trainers who fell victim to Brock's one-punch victories. Meanwhile, laughter filled the car, oblivious to the fact that a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon was tracking their vehicle from above. Jesse's voice piped up, we've barely arrived in Unova, and these kids have returned to Kanto. Had I known, we could have set a trap here. James added, the boss's orders demand we keep a watchful eye on them, waiting for further instructions from headquarters. I don't quite understand the need for such caution, but better safe than sorry. Meowth chimed in. After following these kids for so long and traveling to so many places, I've grown somewhat attached to them, meow. As they reached Nibby City, the sky gradually darkened. It was fortunate they returned just in time for dinner. Ash and Brock chatted animatedly, showing no signs of fatigue. At Brock's home, his parents were away on another trip, leaving Misty, along with Brock's siblings, to prepare dinner. Misty playfully teased, I heard from Brock that you traveled with Ash for quite a while. Don't you have any feelings for him? Misty's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. This inquiry from Misty was not without merit. Aside from Brock, she had been Ash's companion for the longest time. She had witnessed Ash's evolution from a headstrong youth to the champion of the Unova League, and she harbored a fondness for him. What are you talking about, Misty? Who likes that wooden block? She quickly regained her composure, attempting to deflect the question. Laughter erupted as Misty's feelings for Ash were evident, though she was too shy to express them openly. Suddenly, the sound of honking echoed from outside, prompting both girls to put down their tasks. Already aware of who had returned. Chapter 2. The celebration feast. The honking continued, catching the attention of those inside, and soon they hurried out. The door was opened by Brock's younger brother, Sinnoh, who was right by the entrance. Welcome back, big brother, Sinnoh exclaimed as he rushed to greet Brock. Sinnoh, it's been a while, Ash greeted, recognizing Brock's younger sibling. Congratulations on winning the Unova League, Ash. Sinnoh beamed, having watched the live broadcasts, especially the matches against Drayden and Dakdo, where a lion-shaped Pokémon had swept the competition, leaving a lasting impression on him. Thanks. I didn't realize I'd gained a little fan, Ash replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. Brock, Ash, you're back. Dinner is almost ready. Just one more dish to finish cooking. Come on in, Misty called out, hurrying to invite them inside. Thank you, Misty. It's been ages since I've tasted your cooking, Ash said, stepping in with familiarity. Sorry for intruding, but mind if I join for dinner? Gary boldly asked as he joined them. Not at all. We've prepared plenty of delicious food. Misty welcomed him warmly, recognizing him as one of Brock's friends. Misty stepped outside. Ash, Serena, and Dawn, welcome back. Misty has prepared a feast. Come and eat. Ash chuckled. Misty, I didn't know you could cook. What a surprise. He recalled her notoriously poor culinary skills, smirking at her slightly changing expressions. Brock interjected, all right, enough teasing. You both shouldn't start arguing the moment you see each other. Let us head inside. He was well aware of their penchant for banter. Brock, when did you get engaged? I didn't receive an invitation. Gary, having overheard the news of Brock's engagement, was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. Brock shrugged. I sent out invitations, but I guess not everyone noticed. Professor Oak likely won't be back. I sent a separate email to you. Didn't you receive it? He realized he had overlooked Gary due to a lack of contact. Are Uncle and Annie traveling again? Ash inquired, noticing the absence of Brock's parents. Brock nodded in resignation. They truly know how to enjoy life. Enough about that. Let us sit down and prepare for the meal. Brock clapped his hands, steering the conversation back to dinner. He pulled Ash to the main seat. Today's dinner is a celebration for Ash's victory as a trainer, his first league championship, and to welcome Serena and Dawn back from their journey in Unova. Lastly, I'm thrilled to announce that a new member will soon join our family. Everyone nodded in agreement with the first two statements, but the last proclamation silenced the room as they gazed at Misty's belly, understanding the implication. Brock, that's wonderful news. Let us raise a toast to the happy couple. May you enjoy a long life together and have a big family. Gary was the first to break the silence, though his last remark drew a chuckle and raised eyebrows. Ash groaned. Is bringing Gary here really a wise decision? Who blesses someone with a wish for a large family right off the bat? Quickly, Ash covered Gary's mouth. Everyone, don't misunderstand. What Gary meant was that Misty and Brock's child will surely be adorably plump. He leaned in towards Gary, whispering, keep quiet. That's not how you give a blessing. Ash hurriedly tried to lighten the mood, as the previous silence had been palpable. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, brushing off Gary's comments as mere jest. The banquet continued, with Ash and the others enjoying their meal in the dining room. Brock had prepared Pokémon food ahead of time for their Pokémon at the gym, as there was limited space for so many companions. Ding dong. As laughter filled the air, the doorbell rang, unnoticed by everyone. Ash expressed his gratitude to Brock for his hospitality during their journey from Kanto to Unova and raised a glass in appreciation while congratulating him on becoming a father. Host. Brock already has 2 kids on the way. Are you not feeling a bit pressured? The system noted Ash's current situation with a hint of dissatisfaction. Hey, I'm still young. The world is vast, and I want to explore more. Ash retorted, disregarding the system's comments. Unbelievable. Do you really consider yourself a mere 10-year-old? The system scoffed. Mind your own business. Indeed, just as before, the side door remained unresponsive to Xiaojian's persistent ringing of the doorbell. However, Sounds emanated from within, confirming Xiaoji's backpack was in the car, prompting Xiaojian to ascertain Xiaoji's presence inside. With no one answering the main entrance, he resorted to the side door of the gym, which was fortunately unlocked. Upon reaching the gym area, Charizard noticed the arrival of someone who was not Xiaoji, thus heightening its alertness. Meanwhile, Shawnade and the Sea Rabbit Beast, alongside Xiaomao's double-headed dragon, were also aware of Charizard's vigilance, while Yaya, the Vulpix, and Pikachu safeguarded their rear as a shadow approached from a distance. Charizard. At first glance, Xiaojian was taken aback by the sight of Charizard standing at the forefront. Roar! Aren't you someone I recognize? Charizard regarded the newcomer with a flicker of recognition, but could not place them immediately. I am Xiaojian. We met at the Research Institute. He explained. I am here to find Xiaoji, but no one opened the front door, so I took the side entrance. Relieved to see a familiar Pokémon, Xiaojian's anxiety dissipated. Pika Pika! Pikachu, recognizing Xiaojian, leaped onto his shoulder. Pikachu, it's been a while. How have you been? Xiaojian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Pikachu. Charizard signaled for everyone to stand down. Under Pikachu's guidance, Xiaoji arrived at the party venue, only to find the table thoroughly ravaged, with not a morsel remaining. Xiaoji's stomach rumbled audibly, filled to the brim with food, but still craving more. The others, surprised by Xiaojian's arrival, approached him. Xiaojian, what brings you here? Xiaoji inquired. I initially came to fetch you all, but Xiaojian got here ahead of me, Xiaojian clarified. Noticing the remnants of food on the table and feeling his own stomach grumble, Xiaojian realized he was quite hungry. Xiaojian, surprised by Xiaojian's intention to collect Xiaoji, apologized. I'm sorry, I was preparing a meal. Having driven for nearly a day, Xiaojian was famished, and once Xiaojian's meal was ready, he devoured it voraciously, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Afterward, Xiaojian mentioned that the professor would host a welcoming banquet the following evening, so there was no rush to leave the next day. Xiaoji, have you confirmed the next travel destination? Xiaojian couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's indeed Selena's hometown, the Kalos region, Xiaoji responded with a nod. I plan to rest well for a while before heading to the Kalos region, Xiaoji added, recalling that he owed several months of recovery to the system. Host, you have a good heart, remembering the extra reward, a 2-month journey in Blue Star, so you won TB board. The time is set for 11, enjoy it well. The system chimed in. Xiaoji's eyelids twitched. He considered this an unexpected bonus. The dinner continued until around 10 o'clock, after which they dispersed. Xiaoji felt awkward staying at Xiaojian's home, so he and the others headed to the Pokemon Center to rest for the night. The following morning, they returned to Jinxing Town. In the Pokemon Center room, Xiaoxia gazed at the moonlight outside, lost in thought. Chapter 3, Homecoming. After concluding their meal in Nibi City, Xiaoji and his companions followed Xiaojian back to Jinxing Town, with Xiaoxia unexpectedly tagging along, her determination evident. System, when we return to Blue Star, what time period will we arrive in? Will it be the same as before? Xiaoji inquired during the car ride, uncertain of the destination for the next 2 months. The system has already set it up for you. A parallel world, Blue Star, magnified 100-fold. Your identity is that of an orphan and one of the contemporary Dragon Kingdom champions. You may choose 3 Pokemon to bring with you. The system's voice resonated. A parallel world of Blue Star, magnified 100-fold, intertwining with the Pokemon universe. How intriguing. The vehicle gradually rolled into Jinxing Town, halting at Xiaoji's doorstep. Outside in the yard, a Sucker Punch doll was diligently tidying up and watering the plants. Upon noticing the car, it promptly approached. Sucker Punch doll, it has been a while. Xiaoji exclaimed as he exited the vehicle, rushing towards the doll. Bari Bari. The Sucker Punch doll appeared overjoyed to see Xiaoji, clearly recognizing him after their long separation. Oh, welcome back, exclaimed Hanako, Xiaoji's mother, as she opened the door, her face lighting up at the sight of her son. Xiaoji, congratulations on winning the Unova League Championship. Achieving remarkable success as a trainer for the first time, Professor Okido emerged from the house, offering his congratulations. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Professor. I will aim for victory once again in the Kalos region, Xiaoji replied earnestly. Indeed, young people should possess such ambition. Professor Okido nodded appreciatively at Xiaoji's spirit. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by an unexpected visitor, aside from Xiaoguang and Selena's mother, a woman clad in a flowing red cloak, drawing the attention of all present. Mom, what brings you here? Both Selena and Xiaoguang exclaimed, rushing toward her, the warmth of their reunion palpable. If I don't come, who knows which troublesome boy might whisk my daughter away? Selena's mother remarked, observing her daughter's growth during her travels, indicating that her culinary experiences had been quite fulfilling. Xiaoji, I also heard from Xiaowang that you took great care of her during your Unova journey. I have no objections to entrusting her to you, Xiaowang's mother said, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she glanced at her tearful daughter. Aunties, it was my duty, Xiaoji replied, unsure how to respond, but managing a cheerful smile. Turning his gaze, he noticed Mr. Adu. Wait, Mr. Adu, what brings you here? Xiaoji inquired, taken aback to see Adu in his home, wondering if he had come to cause trouble for his nephew. Adu sipped the warm tea in his hands. I just arrived this morning. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? You have caused quite the stir this time. All 6 of the main forces from the Dragon clan suffered varying degrees of injury, he remarked with exasperation. Adu lamented how the elderly members of his family had altered the competition rules, allowing Xiaoji to exploit a loophole, never anticipating the involvement of legendary Pokémon in the match. I had an inkling, so teaching those individuals a lesson was quite justified, Xiaoji stated as he took a seat, then noticed the taciturn presence of Adu, who had become somewhat familiar to him. Their acquaintance had begun at the Unova Youth Cup, followed by their encounter in the black market, and now the league championship. Had it not been for Xiaoji summoning Solgaleo, defeating him would have been a simple matter. In preparation for the battle, Adu had deployed his 6 strongest Pokémon, 4 of which were level 71 champions and 2 at the champion level. However, due to Xiaoji's Solgaleo, they had sustained injuries and had not yet recovered, leaving only Charizard and the 3-headed dragon in a stable condition at the champion level. The remaining 2 had suffered injuries that destabilized their foundations, causing them to regress to the quasi-champion level. Xiaoji remarked, next time we meet, I'll go a bit easier on you. Adu's talent isn't to be underestimated. He bounced back quickly, wouldn't you agree? He offered Adu an assuring glance. If you can secure the championship in the Kalos region, you may apply to become a gym trainer in the Kanto region. Rest assured, I can recommend you without any concerns. As the president, and we can all vouch for you. Are you interested? Adu shifted the conversation, extending an invitation. Ash shook his head. Previously, Ataku had extended an invitation. Mr. Adai, I still lack experience. I believe the position of gym leader is not for me at this moment. I wish to explore a bit more. Ash's response was candid. He was reluctant to assume the role of a gym leader. In truth, his thoughts were that after the conclusion of the World Championships, even if he fulfilled the conditions to return, he had developed a fondness for this place and would not wish to leave. After all, he was an orphan on Blue Star, with no ties to hold him back. He further expressed, if my travels are sufficient in the future, I would like to quietly enjoy life before applying for the position of gym leader. I hope you won't refuse me, Ash said with a mischievous smile. Yulongqing nodded, appreciating the sentiment. Professor Oak approached. Ash, Miss Jike just called. Your Charizard and its Lisa have had offspring. How would you like to handle this? Professor Oak was quite practical, seeking the trainer's opinion. Ash replied, let Miss Jike handle it herself. I will send Charizard back to Charizard Valley shortly. Abandoning a wife and children is simply unacceptable. Ash spoke with a hint of irritation. Upon hearing the news, Yulongqing asked, Ash, what about that egg? Your Charizard has excellent potential, and its overall strength is formidable. Would you consider gifting it to my descendants? Yulongqing was eager to acquire a high-quality egg. Pokemon eggs were plentiful, yet those with superior potential were exceedingly rare, as stronger Pokemon tended to produce eggs with greater capabilities. Ash remained silent. Ding, the system advises against giving away the egg. The hatchling will possess champion-level potential, possibly surpassing your old Charizard in the future. You can either raise it yourself or pass it on to your descendants. Moreover, the system senses a mutation occurring within this egg. The emergence of a shiny variant is not out of the question. The system's analysis quickly unfolded. Ash pondered. If the Charmander already had champion-level potential, who knew how much stronger it might become upon final evolution? Furthermore, with the mutation taking place, he couldn't bear to part with it. Mr. Adai, I apologize, but I must decline. Since this is the first offspring of my Pokemon, I believe it is best I keep it, Ash resolved, keeping his true feelings to himself, deeming it unnecessary to share with others. Yulongqing sighed, what a pity. My Charizard is at peak champion level, yet still falls short of true championship. As night fell, the Oak Laboratory hosted a grand celebration. First, they welcomed Ash for achieving his first championship trophy at the Unova League. Secondly, they celebrated Shigeru's impressive research accomplishments and the publication of an important paper. Cheers filled the air. Apart from familiar faces, many residents from Pallet Town attended the banquet. Ash and Shigeru, as the evening's honorees, found themselves inundated with toasts. This time, Brock brought along Zyro, while Xiaoxin, due to her pregnancy, also brought a gift. Ash indulged in plentiful drinks, feeling slightly dazed, and sought a remedy from the system, which ignored him entirely. The banquet concluded amidst lively revelry, and Ash, in his stupor, was unceremoniously carried away by unknown hands. Ding. Commencing the fulfillment of previous promises, a 2-month slumber, while simultaneously initiating the journey in Blue Star, injecting the identity of the Dragon Kingdom's Fire-type champion. One of the 8 Great Kings. Commencing the transition in 3, 2, 1, activate. In his hazy state, Ash heard this proclamation but paid it little mind, as he felt dizzy and unwell. Chapter 5. Arrival in Blue Star, Fire-type champion. Ash awoke once more to find himself in an unfamiliar room, clearly not his own. System, please provide an introduction. Year 1264 of the Pokemon era. A millennium ago, Blue Star underwent a resurgence of spiritual energy, inadvertently expanding hundreds of times. Numerous spatial rifts appeared in the sky, rendering all nearby heat weapons and electronic communication devices inoperative. Months later, various unknown entities emerged from these rifts, which humanity termed beasts. Capable of spewing water and fire, their bizarre moves and skills left mankind in disarray. After decades of conflict, the Dragon Kingdom was the first to uncover the origins of these peculiar creatures, known as Pokemon. Through ancient tablets and relics, they learned methods for capturing these Pokemon and creating food for them. After several years of research, the Dragon Kingdom unconditionally disclosed these findings and promoted them widely. Major nations convened to declare the following year as the Pokemon era. In the ensuing 30 years, through relentless exploration and study, a detailed legal framework was established, and educational institutions integrated Pokemon studies into their curricula. While humans and Pokemon coexisted peacefully, some individuals sought to exploit the situation, prompting the emergence of the first generation of Guardians in the Dragon Kingdom. Seizing this opportunity, the Dragon Kingdom established the Pokemon League and, through multiple selections and studies, formed a lineup consisting of the first-generation champion leader, Zero, alongside the 5 strongest trainers to manage domestic emergencies. The Dragon Kingdom continually refined its system. By the year 402 of the Pokemon era, the kingdom's power reached its zenith, producing 3 champion-level guardians, each founding one of the 3 prestigious Pokemon academies, which became the aspirations of trainers in the Dragon Kingdom. These were Kunlun Academy in Zong Province, the Imperial Academy in the capital, and the Holy Dragon Academy in Jianing City, Xiang Province. Each academy represented the hometown of one of the 3 champions. That is the general situation. The rest you may absorb gradually from the original owner's memories. Ash rubbed his head in disbelief. System, you are quite something. He steadied his emotions as an influx of unfamiliar memories washed over him. The original owner was named Xiaoji, the son of the Fire-type family patriarch from the Magic Capital, gifted since childhood. He was now 24 years old and had triumphed over the then Rock-type champion a year prior, securing his position as one of the 8 Great Kings in the Dragon Kingdom, becoming the 3rd trainer to achieve such a rank before turning 30. The system pulled up the data. Xiaoji Ash. Age, 24. Alma Mater, Kunlun Academy. Current status, Fire-type champion of the Dragon Kingdom. Special abilities, Aura Power, Eternal Power, Dragon Control Power. The latter 2 are provided by the system. Pokemon, Charizard, Mega, still a starter. Infernape, Shiny Blaziken, Rapidash, Blaziken, Mega, Torkoal, Houndoom, and others including Ninetales, Ice, Lucario, Mega, Dragonite, and Pikachu. Friendly reminder, Charizard, Pikachu, Lucario, and Infernape are your previous companions, retaining memories from before. Currently, you possess only 4 champion-level Pokemon: Charizard, Blaziken, Infernape, and Lucario. Looking around, Ash realized he was in an apartment in the Magic Capital, having stormed out after a quarrel with his father. His savings card, credit card, and other overdrawn cards had all been frozen. Feeling his stomach rumble, he sighed, I'm starving. Time to see if there's anything to eat. Pikachu, a little yellow rodent, scampered over, while a large black dog lay sleeping at the door. Pikachu, don't be alarmed. I'm just here temporarily. But I'll be back soon, Ash reassured, noticing Pikachu's anxious demeanor. Pika. With Ash's soothing words, Pikachu began to relax. Opening the refrigerator, Ash found it utterly bare. Is this what it means to be poor? It's a bit too clean, I assent it. There's nothing left to eat. System, do you have anything to eat? He lamented, turning to the system for assistance. Beep, a special gift package for the host has been delivered. Would you like to open it? A beautifully crafted box materialized before my eyes. I opened it. Beep, successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Fire-type, Ice-type, Fighting-type, Dragon-type, and Electric-type Pokemon delicacies, along with an infinite supply of intermediate energy cubes, to be automatically retracted upon return to the original world, an undeveloped quasi-divine nurturing ground map. A black card with unlimited credit, a maglev vehicle, and divine driving skills, capable of seamlessly operating all forms of transport in this world. Beep, beep. I am Xiaoji. What tasks await me? Ash received a call from the Alliance, curious about the new mission. Hello, King Xiao, this is the task dispatch room. We just received a report from the Magical Capital Branch about the appearance of 2 unidentified Pokémon at the 3rd high school. Given your proximity, we kindly request you to investigate. Thank you. A melodious voice resonated from the other end. The 3rd high school, ISNT, that my alma mater? Ash recalled that students in this world could choose their desired Pokémon upon reaching their 2nd year of high school. Those with wealth often splurged on high-quality Pokémon like Quasi-Divines or Charmanders, aspiring to enter the prestigious 3 academies. The less fortunate, however, faced a grim reality. With only a slim chance of entering average institutions, while many were relegated to the most menial jobs. The 3rd high school was indeed Xiaoji's former school, and his own Charmander was a descendant of his father's 2 peak-level Pokémon, Dragonite and Charizard. Let me think. It seems to be quite nearby. Drawing from his memories, Xiaoji realized that the school was conveniently located in a prime district. He decided to take a look and perhaps grab a bite to eat. Hey, Houndoom, don't sleep. How about a stroll? Ash gently nudged the slumbering Houndoom, inquiring. Woo. Houndoom stirred, indicating agreement, while Pikachu boldly hopped onto Houndoom's back. From memory, Ash knew that this Houndoom was the only one he possessed with gym-level qualifications, rescued by his father from Pokémon hunters. Due to its traumatic past, it remained timid and wary of strangers. When Ash was merely 10 years old and had no Pokémon, he had the audacity to plop down on Houndoom while it slept. Surprisingly, Houndoom did not react violently, but instead relished the attention. When his father finally found his son playing with Houndoom, he was both delighted and perplexed. What just happened? Over time, as Ash's bond with Houndoom deepened, his father relaxed his guard, allowing Houndoom to accompany Ash throughout his childhood before the arrival of Charmander. The phone rang again. Xiaoya, this is Xiaoji's younger sister in this world. He is the eldest, with 2 younger sisters, making him the only boy of the Xiao family's current generation. What is up, Xiaoyu? Ash answered the call. Big brother, I'm here to collect a Pokemon egg today, but I wasn't satisfied with the choices at school. Could you help me get one? Xiaoyu made her request clear, being in her 2nd year and eager to select a Pokemon she truly desired. Why don't you ask Dad? Ash inquired candidly. Xiaoyu, on the other end, broke into a cold sweat. It was quite audacious to speak of their father in such a manner. Chapter 6. Returning to my alma mater. Ash strolled down the bustling streets of the magical capital, one of the 7 premier cities of Dragon Country, accompanied by Houndoom and Pikachu. The streets were lively with small Pokémon frolicking about, and occasionally, one could spot flying-type Pokémon like Pidgeys and Spearows soaring freely through the skies. Ash recalled that 3rd high school was his alma mater, and despite the initial reluctance to attend a school that ranked at the bottom, he had chosen it resolutely. Upon enrollment, he exhibited a rare demeanor for a scion of a prestigious family. The Xiao family had sealed an agreement with the school, ensuring that only the principal and his homeroom teacher were privy to Ash's true identity, while everyone else remained in the dark. His father generously donated a brand new teaching building and a Pokémon breeding facility, making it the only public school with a breeding ground for Pokémon eggs. Ash's mother was the 2nd daughter of the Yin family from the imperial capital, also one of the top 5 Pokémon breeders in Dragon Country. From the moment Ash began his studies, he remained approachable, never flaunting his status as the heir to the Xiao family. His academic performance was commendable, earning him various awards in competitions and examinations purely through merit, embodying the quintessential model student. Upon arriving at the entrance of 3rd high school, Ash gazed at the golden letters spelling out the school's name, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. Was it not a tad too extravagant? When he was a student, the entrance was rather ordinary, lacking such opulence. How much had his father invested? Since Ash's precedent, the school had expanded its middle school division, transforming into a comprehensive institution catering to both middle and high school students. Approaching the entrance, he spotted a familiar face, his former homeroom teacher. Mr. Hu, are you here to welcome me? Ash called out to his former teacher, Hu Tao, who was anxiously awaiting someone alongside several other teachers. Hu and his colleagues were awaiting representatives from the Municipal Education Bureau for an evaluation visit, hoping to secure funding for the following year. The 3rd high school had risen from the lowest tier to a respected institution in the magical capital, largely due to Ash's achievements as the Fire-type king. Meanwhile, Hu Tao himself had been promoted from homeroom teacher to the vice principal, now managing the middle school division. Upon hearing someone call his name, a tall and handsome young man, accompanied by Houndoom, approached. You are Xiaoji? The Fire-type king? Hu Tao stammered in disbelief. Where are the Education Bureau leaders? Why is my student here? No, no, no. In your presence, I remain your student. Ash readily extended his hand, eager to shake Hu Tao's hand. The surrounding teachers cast envious glances. Hu Tao was indeed fortunate to have nurtured a student who had become a national champion. Hu Tao felt elated. Ash had once achieved the top composite score in cultural and Pokemon subjects in the magical capital, securing a place in one of the 3 prestigious academies, Kunlun Academy. He had awoken several times in joy during the night. What brings you here, Xiaoji? Hu Tao asked, uncertain if Ash had been dispatched by the Education Bureau. I have 2 tasks. First, I received a notification from the Alliance about 2 unknown Pokemon hatching here, and I came to investigate. Second, my sister is also here, so I wanted to check on her. Ash spoke amicably, with Pikachu and Houndoom patiently waiting beside him. Your sister is? Hu Tao inquired. Intrigued by the Xiao family's penchant for sending such talented progeny to their school, each devoid of the arrogance typical of the affluent. Second year class 4, Xiao Yu, Ash replied. Second year class 4? Is she in your class, Teacher Chen? Hu Tao turned to a young female teacher, seemingly freshly graduated. Teacher Chen had not anticipated that her class would harbor such a prominent figure. Yes, Principal Hu, she is in our class. This morning, many students received satisfactory initial Pokemon, but she has yet to find a suitable one. Beep, returning to familiar grounds, back to my alma mater. Reward, a Liolu egg with king-level potential. System, is this for my sister? Affirmative. Thank you all for your kind intentions, but I have already prepared a gift for her. Is the funding once again insufficient? Xiaoji remarked, observing the expressions of the teachers and others, clearly indicating that the educational budget was lacking. The teachers fell silent, understanding the gravity of the situation. A phone call was made to the old man. Since his alma mater was in need of funds and his sister was present, he presumed the old man would not refuse. After all, the family was not short on money. In the bustling CBD of the metropolis, a middle-aged man clad in a suit was reviewing reports when the phone rang. Was this boy begging for mercy? Upon seeing the caller ID displaying the term ungrateful son, Xiaoji's father surmised the identity of the caller. Hello, Dad. I wanted to inquire if our family has contributed a sum to our alma mater. Xiaoji asked courteously. Why do you ask that? I allocate 50 million annually for educational funds and subsidies for the nurturing center. This amount suffices for several years, Xiaoji's father replied, without hesitation. Since Xiaoji's graduation, he had invested in the education sector and was aware of such matters. Xiaoji looked at his teacher with a puzzled expression. Old Hu, is the 50 million for teaching and the Pokemon Nurturing Center not enough? Even with expansion, surely there should be a surplus of at least 100 million. Xiaoji inquired. Intrigued. What? As the vice principal, I was only aware that the Xiaos contribute 10 million a year, not 50. Observing his homeroom teacher's reaction, it was evident the situation was more complex than anticipated. The old man, my homeroom teacher, who is also the vice principal, claims it's only 10 million. Xiaoji stated, glancing at his helpless teacher and opting for honesty. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoji's father was taken aback by this revelation from his son and immediately instructed his secretary to investigate the recent year's transfer records, all of which were directly deposited into the school's account. Dad, you hung up so quickly. Old Hu, I promised to provide you with an explanation. After all, it is my alma mater, and I will ensure you receive a resolution. I'll first go check on those 2 unidentified Pokemon and deliver Riolu's egg to my sister. Xiaoji walked off, leaving a group of bewildered teachers in his wake. Xiaoji's father proceeded to the finance department, locating the financial director, an astute individual who had previously served as his assistant and was fiercely loyal. Boss, here are the detailed records of our donations to Sanzhong over the past few years. We are certain that the 50 million transfer records are intact. Your signature is required for disbursement, confirming that the funds have indeed reached Sanzhong's account, a bespectacled man stated, presenting a folder containing all the documentation, including receipts and transfer records. Could it be that someone within the school had tampered with the records? This was the only conclusion Xiaoji's father could draw. Xiaoji navigated the nurturing center with ease, where an array of colorful Pokemon eggs were neatly arranged. The backyard housed a nurturing facility for newly hatched Pokemon, a hallmark of Sanzhong, unique among public schools. I am Xiaoji. I received a call asking me to come and take a look. May I ask where I should go? He presented his identification to the staff, indicating his purpose. Hello, Senior Xiaoji. The 2 Pokemon are over here. Please follow me. The young woman, recognizing him from his credentials, immediately acknowledged him as a fellow Sanzhong graduate. Chapter 7. Unexpected Pokemon. Xiaoji followed the staff to the innermost part of the nurturing center, designated for Pokemon habitation. Senior, Those two Pokemon are right in front. Look, the staff member pointed out. Xiaoji observed a peculiar colored Meowth and another Pokemon resembling Rattata, albeit in a different hue. How did Alolan forms of Meowth and Rattata end up here? Xiaoji recognized the two Pokemon and furrowed his brow, recalling that these specimens should be undiscovered. Senior Xiaoji, what kind of Pokemon are these? One looks like Meowth, and the other resembles Rattata, but they appear rather ominous. The staff member timidly remarked. While I am unsure about the Dark-type Meowth and Rattata being here, I will check if there are any similar records domestically, Xiaoji mused. Observing that the two Pokemon were relatively calm and not causing any disruption, thankful they were not a social species, which would have been troublesome. He dialed the Dark-type champion. Yi Qing. Uncle Yi, where are you? Xiaoji cheerfully inquired once the call connected. What do you want, kid? You're not here to challenge me, are you? Came the composed voice of a middle-aged man on the other end, the head of the Yi family in Sichuan province and one of the current 8 champions. The Dark-type champion, Yi Qing. Is that what you think of me? I have found a Pokemon resembling a Dark-type Meowth and Rattata at my alma mater, Sanzhong in the metropolis. I'm not a Dark-type trainer. Would you like to come and take a look? Xiaoji replied politely. Yi Qing, having just completed a task in Min province, found his interest piqued upon hearing about the Dark-type Meowth and Rattata. He hung up and headed straight for the metropolis. All right. I will have the Dark-type champion Yi Qing come to examine this. It is quite fitting. Meanwhile, other school staff and teachers gathered to hear Xiaoji's insights. Old man, is there something you need? While wandering the campus of his alma mater, Xiaoji received another call from his father. On the other end, Xiaoji's father had him on speakerphone. His expression darkened as executives surrounded him, struggling to suppress their amusement at the young master referring to his father as old man. How is your sister's initial Pokemon preparation going? We have arranged a Cyndaquil for her, a solid quasi-champion level. Isn't that commendable? Xiaoji's father signaled the executives to discreetly exit his line of sight as he continued the conversation. Garbage, Xiaoji shot back, feeling that there was a significant gap between the Cyndaquil and the Riolu he had prepared. The higher the initial Pokemon's potential, the greater their future achievements. At the same level, they could easily overpower the competition. What Pokemon did you prepare for her? My daughter's initial partner cannot be subpar, his father pressed. A Riolu egg. It's the child of my Lucario. Xiaoji deflected the credit onto Lucario to avoid suspicion. Although Xiaoji's father had no objections to the Riolu egg, considering the Xiaos were a fire-type family, he mused that an initial Pokemon should ideally be fire-type. After a few casual exchanges, they ended the call. Big brother. A girl with a ponytail wearing school uniform, resembling Xiaoji, hurried over. This girl was Xiaoji's younger sister, Xiaoyu. When it came time to select high schools, she immediately enrolled in Sanzhong upon hearing her brother's endorsement, despite being the top scorer in the previous entrance exams. Here, this is the Pokemon egg I prepared for you, a Riolu egg. Xiaoji presented the egg to Xiaoyu. Brother, is this the child of your Lucario? Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight, overwhelmed by the surprise her brother had bestowed upon her. The system's gift had to be credited to Lucario. Kid, keep your hands off my sister. Xiaoji teased as he adjusted Xiaoyu's messy hair, feeling embarrassed by the attention from the crowd. Not far off, a red-haired boy approached, flanked by a few lackeys, brazenly challenging them. Xiaoyu was the eldest daughter of the Xiaos in the metropolis, the sister of the fire-type champion, and widely recognized as the most beautiful flower of Sanzhong. Little sister, I didn't realize you had admirers. Care to introduce your future brother-in-law? Xiaoji jested. Xiao Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, retorted with indignation, Big brother, who could possibly favor that red-haired brat? He is as unsightly as can be. Yet he is the eldest grandson of the He family in Magic City. The young master from the He family, upon hearing this, was infuriated, exclaiming that a distinguished young master from the He family was unworthy of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, especially after being so publicly humiliated. Young master He, do not take offense. Did not this Xiao Xiaoyu just refer to that lad as big brother? Could it be the Xiao Ji who was promoted to fire-type king a year ago? His younger brother whispered. I care not whether he is a king. My father is the vice principal, and no one can impede me. Go on, Howley, crush that young master He. He threw caution to the wind and prepared for battle. Level 22 Howley? Xiaoji observed with disdain, summoning his Black Luga. Grr. Black Luga assumed a battle stance. Use your brute strength and strike down young master He. Without further ado, he launched an attack. Black Luga unleashed destructive death beam. Xiaoji immediately retaliated. Cease at once. Dragon Hurricane. A voice rang from the heavens as a yellow Dragonite swooped down, dispersing the two Pokemon with a single strike. Grandfather Xin, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiaoji realized it was the esteemed head of the Pokemon department from the Magic City Education Bureau, a distinguished trainer at the peak level of the Kings. Oh, young Xiao, you've certainly grown. Grandfather Xian remarked, nodding at Xiaoji, surprised at how much the once impish child had matured. He had just been enjoying tea at the Education Bureau when news of the financial shortfall at the third middle school piqued his interest, prompting him to arrive just in time to witness the unfolding scene. System, is there a truth token available? 5K each. How many do you require? Xiaoji noted the barrage of messages and thought it was quite absurd. 10, please. 10 tokens have been credited. Grandfather Xian. Regarding the financial shortage at the third middle school, I consulted my father, who confirmed that we have been providing an annual donation of 50 million. A typical school, even with a nurturing facility, should have ample funds. How could it possibly be the mere 10 million mentioned by Teacher Hu? Xiaoji withdrew Black Luga and expressed his confusion. The others exchanged glances. The rapid rise in comprehensive strength and educational quality of the third middle school in just a few years certainly could not have been achieved without the support of the Xiao family. He Qingfeng, provide an explanation. Grandfather Xian, taken aback by the revelations, directed his ire towards a portly man with gold-rimmed glasses and a large gold watch. Those familiar with the elder's temperament knew he was furious. Grandfather Xian, this is slander. We have only received 10 million in funding. Principal, he protested, his eyelids twitching innocently. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. My father has provided me with all the transfer records, original documents, showing the funds were deposited into the school's dedicated account. If you doubt that, I can send someone to investigate. I cannot tolerate such a parasite in our school. The truth token was activated, and Xiaoji resorted to extraordinary measures. Are you certain it was only 10 million? Grandfather Xian pressed on skeptically. No, it was 50 million. The rest was taken by me. I intend to reclaim my losses. As He Qingfeng finished speaking, he quickly covered his mouth. Inform the police. If he does not return the full amount, let the law decide his fate. I suspect this matter is far from simple, Grandfather Xian declared with finality. All present nodded in agreement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 8. Preparations for the exhibition match, excitement in the air. He Qingfeng was taken away for interrogation. The substantial amount of bribery was no longer a concern for Xiaoji, who engaged Grandfather Xian in casual conversation. Grandfather Xian, now that the principal of the third middle school has been taken away, surely the school cannot be without someone in charge. Xiaoji glanced at the timid Hu Tao beside him, seeking counsel from the elder. Grandfather Xian regarded him with keen insight. What? Do you have someone in mind? Xiaoji chuckled and pointed at Hu Tao. There, the current vice principal overseeing the junior section of the third middle school. And also my homeroom teacher, an exemplary educator with years of experience. Isn't that a perfect fit? Grandfather Xian considered Hu Tao, who appeared flustered, and acknowledged Xiaoji's proposal, albeit tentatively, as he weighed the possibility of promoting Hu Tao. At noon, they enjoyed a meal in the school cafeteria, the flavors unchanged, though the auntie's hands trembled just as before. At 2 in the afternoon, they awaited Yi Qing's arrival, who flew in via helicopter. Xiaoji, these two Pokemon do exhibit some characteristics of dark types. However, being normal types, how could they possess any dark energy? Without any pleasantries, Yi Qing proceeded to the nurturing facility, equipped with devices for analysis, and reached his conclusion. I have no idea. Perhaps one of their parents is an uncommon breed. Unlike the typical Rattata or Meowth. It could be a new species from a different region, Xiaoji speculated. It's been nearly half a year since we last met. Shall we find a place to spar? Yi Qing suggested after discussing business matters. How about here? There's a battle arena, and it is my alma mater. Let us have a small exhibition match. Xiaoji agreed. 3 Pokemon each. Yi Qing aimed for a swift resolution. All right, I'll prepare. I only brought Black Luga and Pikachu with me, Xiaoji replied before turning to leave. He approached Hu Tao, old classmate. I plan to borrow your school's arena for a public match with Yi Qing. Would you arrange it? Hu Tao stared at Xiaoji, incredulous. You two, being king-level trainers, wish to hold a public battle at our school, and you don't expect any admission fee? Are you joking? By 3 in the afternoon. The battle arena at Magic City Third Middle School was swarmed with students eager to witness the clash between 2 Dragon Kingdom King trainers. Many students pulled out their phones to share the moment on their social media. Magic City Third Middle School Battle Arena. Fire-type King Xiaoji versus Dark-type King Yi Qing in an exhibition match. The news spread like wildfire, and soon the entrance was congested with citizens and media eager to observe. In Kyoto, at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon League, the news reached the current champion, Yulongqing, who had just emerged from the gym. Yulongqing, the first female champion of the Dragon Kingdom, proficient in fairy types. Had risen to the top 5 years ago with her team of Pokémon, including Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Gardevoir. As she scrolled through her social media, she stumbled upon the announcement of Xiaoxi's match against Yiqing and found it hard to believe. One is in Magic City. But isn't Yiqing on a mission in Min Province? How did they come together? These two are certainly a handful. Lung Sinnoh sighed in exasperation. As the granddaughter of Lung Feng, the current head of the Lung family in the capital, she was an icy beauty, having graduated from a prestigious institution and earned the title of senior Pokémon breeder. Uninterested in inheriting her family's legacy, she had embarked on a secluded journey of cultivation for many years. The confrontation between Xiaoxi and Yiqing was imminent. Yiqing produced a Pokeball. It's been a while. I wonder how strong you've become. Go, my first choice, Scorpy. A deep purple and light purple Pokémon with sharp claws emerged. Yiqing gazed at Scorpy and remarked, Uncle Yi, you're quite bold to send it out again. Didn't the last lesson not suffice? It's time for you to face my Infernape and greet an old friend. Xiaoxi summoned his ace. Knowing full well that their last encounter had seen Scorpy defeated by Infernape's fierce attack. Infernape, recognizing its old rival, wasted no time in unleashing a torrent of flames. The fiery blaze monkey unleashed a powerful blast of flames, effortlessly countered by the Dragon King Scorpion's venomous tail strike. Xiaoxi observed the formidable aura and the ease with which the attack was neutralized. Has the Dragon King Scorpion ascended to the Heavenly King level? It dawned on him that this small scorpion possessed such remarkable talent. He had presumed that only the Dragon King Scorpion had achieved a breakthrough, but to his surprise, both it and Blaze Monkey had now surpassed their previous limits. Yiqing, I had no idea how much training the Dragon King Scorpion underwent to reach this stage. I also didn't anticipate that the monkey had similarly advanced. The Xiao family's expertise in nurturing and training fire-type Pokémon was indeed commendable. Dragon King Scorpion, cross scissors. The Scorpion's claws executed a cross-shaped attack. Blaze Monkey charged forward as Xiaoxi, recognizing the maneuver, scoffed, that's easy to dodge. Destruction Ray. An orange beam shot forth. Both Pokémon were of the same caliber, and their combat experience was unparalleled by ordinary Pokémon. What an exhilarating battle. The surrounding students watched the duel with wide-eyed fascination. Brother, you are the strongest, cheered Xiao Xiaoyu, fervently supporting her elder sibling. Meanwhile, Lung Sinnoh observed the match. I didn't expect one of their Pokémon to have reached the Heavenly King level. Their overall strength has significantly increased. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. An aide entered, holding a tablet, and said, Chairman, the young master is battling Yiqing. Would you like to watch? Xiaoxi's father did not look up and replied, that rebellious child is off battling again. Isn't that his usual behavior? Let him be. He appeared indifferent. The assistant cautiously added, the opponent is the Dark-type Heavenly King, Yiqing. At this, Xiaoxi's father paused, took the tablet, and saw the live broadcast of the match between Yiqing and Xiaoxi. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Whenever two Heavenly Kings clashed, it was always a spectacle. Yet they chose a mere school battleground for their duel. As the battle reached a climax, Xiaoxi heard the term toxic and thought, not good. Blaze Monkey dodged quickly. Toxic is no trifling matter. I suffered greatly because of it in previous battles. Xiaoxi, we're merely sparring. There's no need to take it too seriously. Let us finish this. Yiqing prepared for the final blow, Destruction Ray. Outside, a crowd had gathered, thinking the two were just sparring, without intent to harm. All right. Xiaoxi agreed, having just received a call and wanting to conclude the battle quickly as the area was packed. The two had only intended a casual match, but it had escalated significantly. Blaze Monkey Blast Burn. For the final strike, both Pokémon poured their all into the attack. Once they separated, it signified the end of the battle. Well, we merely engaged in a friendly spar. If you enjoyed it, we can battle again in the future. After a brief handshake, Xiaoxi and Yiqing wrapped things up. Brother, that battle was far from thrilling. Xiao Xiaoyu pouted, clinging to Xiaoxi's arm, eager for another round. If you keep this up, I'll take back the Riolu egg. Xiaoxi shot her a sidelong glance, noticing the egg in her hands, lightly tapping her forehead. You've been spoiled by Dad, just like always. Ouch. Brother, that hurts. Xiao Xiaoyu protested, rubbing her head in discontent. Chapter 9, Father-Son Conversation, New Task. After Xiaoxi and Yiqing concluded their battle, one rode a Charizard and the other a Pidgeot, leaving without a word before reporters and media. Back at his residence, Xiaoxi indulged in a soothing hot bath, fed his Pokémon, and noticed it was already evening. Opening his computer, he checked the news from Magic City. The headline read, Dark-type Heavenly King Yiqing battles Fire-type Heavenly King Xiaoxi in Magic City No. 3. Xiaoxi glanced at the accompanying photo, feeling disgruntled as it obscured his more dashing features. Ring, ring, ring. Old man. Xiao Ji answered the phone, surprised it was his father calling, as he typically did not reach out. What is up? He strolled leisurely, petting his black luja. Is it so difficult to call me father? Xiao Ji's father felt a headache coming on as he regarded his rebellious son. Their relationship could be described as lukewarm. It was common for them to speak so casually. Is it you, brother? Chimed two young girls' voices in unison. Just your scoundrel of an older brother. Xiao Ji's father looked at his two nearly identical daughters with a warm smile. Oh, Xiao Ji muttered. Feeling a pang of jealousy, his father had grown overly fond of his daughters since Xiao Xiaoyu's birth, often neglecting him in favor of them. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, you're to come to my study, Xiao Ji's father stated firmly, having calmed his daughters, his tone suddenly serious. After that, he hung up without further ado. The following morning, Xiao Ji donned casual attire, and his sister Xiao Xiaoyu, who had just begun her summer vacation, was free from any tasks except nurturing her bond with her starter Pokémon and hatching the egg. Name, Xiao Xiaoyu. Age, 17. Identity, second-year student at Magic City No. 3. Rookie trainer, eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Ability, Aura Force, activated, can be wielded when encountering Pokémon with Aura capabilities. Pokémon Riolu, unhatched. Could it be that the Aura Force is a hereditary ability in the Xiao family? It seems different families possess unique superpowers. Brother, where are we going to play today? Xiao Xiaoyu asked, wearing a green dress with a ponytail and knee-high socks. Play? Father called last night, and I need to head back, and you're coming too. Xiao Ji replied, glancing at his sister. Fine, Xiao Xiaoyu said, slightly disappointed. Xiao Ji drove them to the Xiao family estate located on the outskirts of Magic City, a place he was familiar with. Sir, please come in. The security guard at the entrance recognized Xiao Ji and promptly opened the gate without inspection. Thanks. Upon reaching the entrance, he walked inside without knocking. Brother. Two girls, around 10 years old and dressed identically, approached. Xiaoting. Xiaoqing. Long time no see. Xiao Ji accurately recognized his two younger sisters, who often looked indistinguishable. He greeted them with a kiss on their cheeks. Come in, stop dawdling. A serious voice called from inside. Their father, who typically worked in the office at this hour. Old man. Dad. The siblings addressed him differently. Follow me to my study. Their father's irritation was palpable. How could this rebellious son forget his own father? Once in the study, the father and son sat down facing each other. Your grandfather, Yi called, expressing his dissatisfaction with yesterday's battle. Had he not been on vacation with your grandfather, he would have rushed over to trouble you. Mr. Xiao was rather straightforward. Grandfather Yi, you exaggerate. It wasn't enough. One of these days, I'll arrange a match in front of Uncle Yi. A full-scale battle would be no problem. Hearing this, Xiao Ji grinned. Xiao Ji, I was waiting for you to say that, came a chilling voice from the phone. Still engaged in the call. Noticing the caller ID, it seemed both old gentlemen were eavesdropping. Good morning, Grandfather Yi. Grandfather, have you eaten? Xiao Ji forced a smile and greeted them. Old man, I am in splendid health. You needn't worry about me, another voice chimed in, revealing that his grandfather Xiao Yu was also listening. One could easily imagine the two grandfathers inviting their friends, basking under the sun on some island getaway. After a few casual exchanges, the call ended. I have a new task for you. Take a trip to Xiang Province. The fire-type gym leader there is retiring, and his successor is not suitable, so you need to step in as acting gym leader for a few days. Mr. Xiao handed him a dossier. The fire-type gym in the capital city of Sha City? Intriguing. How long will I be there? Xiao Ji glanced through the information. A month. That will be your term. Mr. Xiao replied succinctly. New mission. Serve as the acting gym leader of the fire-type gym. Requirements. Only one Pokemon of the champion level may be brought. 2 of the near champion level, in case a strong challenger appears, and 3 gym-level Pokemon. Additionally, unless the challenging trainer possesses Mega Evolution, you must not engage your Pokemon. Alright, I was feeling rather idle anyway. I'll go, Xiao Ji concurred, anticipating a lively and interesting time ahead. The father and son had a pleasant chat, and it turned out that Mr. Xiao indeed possessed aura power along with his Lucario, confirming that such abilities were indeed a family inheritance. Mr. Xiao also assigned his son the task of awakening Xiao Xiaoyu's aura power during the holiday and helping her master its use. This time, a deputy butler from the Xiao family would accompany them, as the current head butler was aging and somewhat unable to keep up, hence the need for a newcomer. Xiao Ji readily agreed. 3 days later, he set off with the appointment letter, fully anticipating a delightful and bustling adventure. Chapter 10. The journey begins, old classmates. Xiao Ji packed his belongings and set off the next morning with his sister, leaving before dawn. Stinky brother, what are you doing? Waking me up so early for a trip? Xiao Xiaoyu protested, rubbing her eyes, still in a sleep-drunk state. Xiaoji ignored her, slowly driving to the entrance. "Good morning, young master, young lady. Where are you headed?" inquired Grandpa Li, the head butler, who was watering flowers in the nearby garden, watching Xiaoji's car with curiosity. "Good morning. Grandpa Li, please inform my old man that I'm heading to Sha City now. See you later." Xiaoji pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Grandpa Li in a daze. "Isn't it barely 5 o'clock? Why is the young master so diligent?" Xiaoji had grown up under his watchful eye, and he knew all too well the young man's habits and quirks. "Uncle Li, bring me a cup of tea." Mr. Xiao emerged, having changed into a set of pajamas. "Certainly, sir. Just now, the young master took Xiaoyu to Sha City," Grandpa Li reported, bringing a cup of strong tea. What did you say? This ungrateful child has already set off?" Mr. Xiao spluttered. "Isn't it a bit too early? I thought he'd still be asleep at this hour. How could he take his sister with him without a word?" The car had already reached a service area, and Xiaoji shook his sister awake. "Hurry up, or you'll get sunburned." Xiao Xiaoyu, still half asleep, grumbled and fell back asleep after being roused. Observing this, Xiaoji went to a ramen stall under a sign featuring a tendacruel and ordered 2 bowls. Delicious. The chef here is exceptionally skilled. Although Xiaoji had lived a life of luxury, never worrying about food or clothing, he had a great fondness for the culinary delights of the outside world. He preferred local specialties over elaborate dishes made from various ingredients. Despite the presence of Pokémon, human life remained largely unaffected. Many culinary traditions and intangible cultural heritages were well preserved. The Lanzhou ramen before him was his absolute favorite. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and predictably, his sister woke up. "Big brother, where are you? Why am I all alone?" came Xiao Xiaoyu's voice over the phone, indicating she was more awake now. Having been frightened by ghost-type Pokémon in her childhood, she was wary of being alone in enclosed spaces. In the past, at Magic City No. 3, which was a boarding school, unless students within an 8-kilometer radius applied for day school, everyone had to board, including Xiaoji and Xiao Xiaoyu. When Xiaoji attended, the principal was well aware of his background. Both day school and boarding were available to him. Naturally, he chose to board to avoid his grandfather's nagging. Conveniently, the school uniforms were enhanced, with all dormitories outfitted with brand new air conditioning, and 3 new 6-person dormitories were constructed free of charge. At the time, the student population was such that only 2 dorms would be filled to capacity, prompting Mr. Xiao to announce their demolition and the construction of a library and a single-room teacher's dormitory instead. The nurturing center was also established around that time, leading to the principal's commendable achievements, which coincided with the then education director's promotion to deputy director. After a brief exchange, Xiao Xiaoyu appeared, her mouth watering at the sight of the ramen, and she posted a photo of herself enjoying it on social media. To her surprise, the service area offered such delectable food, accompanied by pictures, including one of Xiaoji. Barely 20 seconds passed before the first comment appeared. "Dad, you little rascal, taking your sister to eat unsanitary street food. When I return, I'll have a word with you." "Mom, old man, am I also to blame?" "Furious. Grandpa, Xiaoyu loves it. Why are you two fussing? I had ramen for breakfast too. Is that a problem?" "Bad Chi-Chi, that's big brother. So handsome. I want to have your babies." "Xiao Xiaoyu, dream on. I'll beat you up." "Bad Chi-Chi, Xiaoyu is bullying me, boo-hoo." "Uncle, where are you two going?" "Traveling." "Dad, Xiaoji is going to Sha City, your territory, to serve as the acting gym leader. You handle it. If you come back thinner, I'll have a word with you." "Uncle, big brother, let us talk this over calmly." Xiao Xiaoyu giggled at the social media comments. "Hurry up and eat. We need to get going." Xiaoji nudged her. Okay, she replied, slurping her noodles contentedly. After finishing their meal, the siblings continued their journey from Magic City to Sha City, which would take about 20 hours. Given that Xiaoji was driving alone, they wouldn't reach their destination in a single day. As night fell and they entered Jiangxi province, they exited the highway and headed directly to the hotel run by their family. "Welcome to the Far East Hotel." As soon as they parked, 2 waiting attendants approached them. "Please take us to check in and have the car cleaned. I'll need it tomorrow," Xiaoji instructed the attendant, presenting a silver card. "Xiaoji, what brings you here?" A young man hurriedly approached them. "Li Su, what are you doing here?" Gazing at a familiar figure clad in work attire, my old classmate from high school, who was once my roommate, I couldn't help but ponder how he had fallen to such a state. Vice President Li, the 2 servers promptly greeted. "Prepare 2 luxury sweets and brew some jasmine tea. This is the eldest son of our esteemed host," Li Su commanded briskly. Following this, the 2 shared a hearty embrace. I was taken aback. "You've become a vice president?" Observing my tall and handsome former classmate, I marveled at his rapid ascent to such a position in a 5-star hotel. for 3 consecutive years. My family's hotel has led the 7 neighboring provinces in profit and customer satisfaction. I was promoted in a special meeting at headquarters, despite my mediocre academic performance. My intellect shone through, Li Su boasted with a hint of vanity. Xiaoji nodded, recalling what his father had mentioned about a high school graduate from Jiang province who had remarkable ideas and abilities, leading to an extraordinary promotion. Had I known it was you, I would have directly informed my father to elevate you to a formal position. I've heard much about your achievements. Xiaoji playfully thumped his old friend's chest. Li Su retorted, Humph, you are no slouch either, being one of the 8 kings of the Dragon Nation, the Fire King. I'm merely an inconspicuous pawn, hardly worthy of your attention. He then turned to the side and remarked, This must be your sister, Xiaoyu? I recall you as a little crybaby in our childhood. Have you changed? Li Su, you're annoying, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she took the room key from the server and departed. With laughter, the 2 friends settled down to reminisce, Xiaoji exhibiting no airs, seamlessly slipping back into the camaraderie of their high school days. Since you're here, don't rush off. How about we share a couple of drinks tonight? Li Su suggested. No, I must head to Shushi to assume my role as the dojo master. I have an early start, Xiaoji declined, wishing to arrive early and assess the situation. Very well, Li Su observed Xiaoji's urgency without protest, jesting, can a king-level trainer be easily deterred? Upon entering his room, a standard luxury suite, he noticed the jasmine tea he favored had already been prepared, revealing Li Su's attentiveness. In the dead of night, a sudden and urgent alarm shattered the tranquility, awakening Xiaoji from his slumber. Chapter 11. The Emergence of an Evil Organization. In the Dragon Nation. At the Pokémon League headquarters, the reigning champion, Yulongqing, the Water King, Lu Ku, the Dark King, Yi Qing, the Dragon King, Long Yang, and the Grass Champion, Bailey, were gathered. The alarm reverberated through the base, rousing them almost simultaneously. An A-level alert indicated either a significant occurrence or the presence of an enemy. The other 4, scattered across various locations, were likewise disturbed by the alarm. All personnel at the base sprang into action, taking their positions to ascertain the situation. Yulongqing's expression darkened as she inquired, What is happening? Why sound an A-level alarm in the middle of the night? Is it a false alarm or a real threat? The staff quickly investigated and soon returned with news. Report. It's not a false alarm. The Jiang Province branch has reported sightings of Night Demon Organization members, and their numbers are substantial, led by 2 king-level trainers and 8 quasi-king-level trainers, the staff summarized succinctly. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The Night Demon Organization was a global entity, its true headquarters unknown. They would go to any lengths to obtain what they desired. Yulongqing quickly regained her composure, declaring, This situation must not be handled recklessly. During the last attack on the Treasure Island, they dispatched only 1 king and 2 quasi-kings. This time, the commotion is unprecedented. Has anything significant occurred in Jiang Province? Another female assistant replied, Yes, there are intense fluctuations near City A, suggesting the emergence of a secret realm. Standing resolute, Yulongqing declared, A secret realm? We cannot allow them to seize it. Immediately dispatch reinforcements. Understood. Suddenly, Yi Qing's phone rang, revealing Xiaoji's name. Uncle Yi, I happen to be in City A. I suspect the Night Demon Organization is behind this alarm and is headed toward the Star River Forest. I request backup. The phone slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as he hastily picked it up. Don't act recklessly. Reinforcements are on the way. He hung up before finishing his sentence. Curious, Yulongqing asked, What is going on? It seems rare for Yi Qing to be so alarmed. With a slight smile, Yi Qing replied, Xiaoji is in City A and has discovered traces of the night demons heading toward the Star River Forest. What did you say? The Star River Forest? They all stood in unison. The Star River Forest was a perilous place, nearly a one-way trip since its expansion a millennium ago. Why would the night demons venture there? The phone rang again. Lung girl, what is happening? Why is there such commotion at the Star River Forest where I'm stationed? An elder's voice, accompanied by sounds of a struggle, came through the line. Old son, the Night Demon Organization is attacking. I'm heading there to provide support. Yulongqing responded, a cold sweat breaking out as she realized the gravity of the situation. This elder was a champion trainer from generations past. Having retired after a decade of service, now living in seclusion within the Star River Forest, his whereabouts unknown until now. Looking at the group before her, Yulongqing coldly stated, You heard that, right? We awakened someone formidable. A half-step master-level trainer has been disturbed. We cannot allow the night demons to wreak havoc in our dragon nation. Her expression grim. She added, the previous call was on speaker. Currently, the 5 great powers of Blue Star each had a half-step master-level trainer guarding them. To transcend to a master level, one must initially comprehend one of the 18 attributes, utilizing any of the elemental origins. Truly mastering it to become a master is an immense leap, a symbol of strength. As it stands, among the 8 king-level trainers in the Dragon Nation, only the Electric King, Lei Ying, and the former champion, now the Dragon King, Longyang, possess quasi-champion and champion-level Pokémon. Old Long, you and Yiqing head to City A to assist Xiao Ji. It's imperative that he returns safely. That boy has a penchant for unorthodox tactics. Lung Sini instructed, her demeanor icy. Yiqing was familiar with Xiao Ji, making him a suitable choice for the mission. Longyang, fearing the emergence of a champion-level Pokémon from the enemy, was cautious, while Lung Sini could not leave the capital, so prudence was essential. In the Star River Forest, darkness enveloped the surroundings. What was the Night Demon organization doing here? Xiao Ji, alerted by the alarm, left a note for Li Su and, accompanied by Lucario, swiftly pinpointed the intruder's location. Noticing their tattoos and the scorpion emblem on the back of their heads, he confirmed they were indeed members of the Night Demon organization. From their aura, he discerned 2 king-level adversaries, 8 quasi-king-level foes, and 20 gym-level opponents, an overwhelming challenge. System, conceal my presence and provide 2 sets of stealth gear. Concealing presence. Stealth gear deducted 100,000 league coins, added to storage space. System, you're a menace. He donned the stealth gear, also outfitting Lucario, who, albeit reluctantly, conceded after some persuasion, hanging Charizard's Pokeball around his neck as a precaution. The Night Demon members, clad in purple robes, were led by 2 individuals wearing blood-red masks, followed by 8 in black masks, and the remaining members adorned in gray masks. They swiftly maneuvered through the forest, displaying an unsettling familiarity with the terrain. Xiao Ji gazed at the figures in the distance, cursing under his breath. How do these people possess such remarkable stamina? I can barely keep up. Having trailed them for 2 hours since entering the Galaxy Forest, he noted that they exhibited not even a hint of fatigue. Host, are you familiar with the concept of drawing a tiger away from its mountain? The system's alert sounded. What do you mean? The 10 individuals at the forefront have long since detected your presence. They employed a diversionary tactic, allowing the true assailants to slip away an hour and a half ago. How foolish of you to encounter such a host. The system's voice dripped with sarcasm. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You didn't inquire, did you? Low intelligence, I suppose. 50 kilometers southeast of Shaoji, a clearing in the woods revealed 30 individuals standing together. A figure adorned with a blood-red mask inquired, "Are you certain the one trailing us was a champion trainer? Or perhaps the reigning champion of the dragons?" Moon responded, her voice chillingly calm. "I had the fortune of crossing paths with him before. If I am not mistaken, he is the newly promoted fire-type champion. The eldest grandson of the Shao clan from Magic City, Shaoji. I never anticipated meeting him here. How far do we have left?" The leader asked impatiently, glancing at the masked figure beside him. "Boss, we have 2 routes. The left leads through the Death Marsh, surrounded by venomous creatures, while the right takes us toward Crescent Moon Lake. Legend has it that anyone who ventures to Crescent Moon Lake rarely returns," Chi replied, his gaze fixed on the crossroads that presented a dilemma. "My suggestion is to proceed toward Crescent Moon Lake. Records indicate that it has experienced significant energy fluctuations in the past. I suspect what we seek lies in that direction." A figure with a blade slung over his back asserted. "I concur," the woman echoed. The group swiftly resolved to head toward Crescent Moon Lake. Is this truly the direction of Crescent Moon Lake? What could they possibly be after? Utilizing his aura sensing ability, Shaoji detected the presence of several individuals and was taken aback by their intent on heading toward Crescent Moon Lake. This could spell trouble. Shaoji observed the card in his hand, an item gifted by the system, indicating the gathering place of a quasi-deity, which pointed directly to Crescent Moon Lake. He had not anticipated others aiming to arrive before him. Without regard for what might transpire afterward, he resolutely set off with Lucario, determined to uncover which quasi-deity's faction resided here. He could not allow these nefarious organizations to wreak havoc. Chapter 12. The Encounter at Crescent Moon Lake, Part 1. Ash was racing toward Crescent Moon Lake with all his might, while the system offered no information whatsoever. The towering trees of the Galaxy Forest made it easy to lose one's way, so caution was paramount. Crescent Moon Lake, formed alongside the great upheaval of Blue Star that year, was recorded and remembered as akin to a lake in the ancient Gan province, albeit magnified several times. Adventurers had previously explored this area, and at the lake's center, swirling mists were cloaked in a thick white fog. Crescent Moon Lake served as one of the junctions between the outer and inner peripheries of the Galaxy Forest, connecting with the marshlands along another route. Strangely, The toxic mists had not encroached here, marking it as an extraordinary locale. System, provide me with an explanation. What is so miraculous about Crescent Moon Lake? All communication devices and tools capable of contacting the outside world have ceased functioning within 10 miles of the lakeshore. Offer some clarity. After a long trek. Upon nearing Crescent Moon Lake, his phone signal vanished. This was his first visit, leaving him uncertain. This area is imbued with a powerful energy field. Not a creation of the Night Demon organization, but rather a naturally occurring magnetic field, deliberately safeguarding something. The system's response was succinct. Then explain why both the Aura and Tokiwa powers have also ceased to function. System, experiencing severe interference, currently offline. The system's alerts came in fragmented bursts. System, I wish to extend my regards to your entire ancestry, Xiaoji muttered in frustration. It was futile. At this critical juncture, he would have to rely on himself. With Lucario leading the way, he forged ahead toward his destination. Lucario, guiding them, suddenly halted, a pained expression flashing across his face. Could this wretched magnetic field even affect Pokémon? Observing Lucario's discomfort, Xiaoji sensed that this place was anything but ordinary. Beyond the thicket lay Crescent Moon Lake. What kind of place could it be? Lucario, he called. Are you suggesting there is something over there? Lucario pointed toward the right, a direction that did not lead to Crescent Moon Lake. Uncertain of what lay ahead, Xiaoji decided to retract Lucario and set off immediately. What could it be? As he approached, a colossal banyan tree emerged, reigning supreme among the surrounding flora with its sprawling vines and roots. It stood out distinctly, exuding an air of sovereignty. What an extraordinary tree! While Xiaoji hesitated, all 6 of his Pokeballs emitted a brilliant glow, releasing Charizard, Ninetales, Infernape, Lucario, Houndoom, and Blaziken. Why are you all out? Quickly, return! Xiaoji exclaimed in concern, recalling Lucario's previous distress, hastily reaching for the Pokeballs. However, unlike Lucario, the others stood quietly, captivated by the magnificent tree before them. You all, Xiaoji began to speak, retrieving the system's guidance card, which indicated this very location, hinting at secrets yet undiscovered. Charizard was the first to exhibit a change, its body temperature steadily rising, mirroring the escalating warmth of the surroundings. With a roar, Charizard's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and the flames at the tip of its tail grew increasingly intense. Its aura surged, the inner reservoir of fire-type energy expanding. Is this the peak of the champion level? Xiaoji recalled from the system that Charizard had reached the late champion stage, not anticipating such an opportunity for a sudden ascent to the pinnacle. No, the energy surge has not yet peaked. Could there be further advancement? Charizard's aura escalated from stability to a higher tier in mere moments, the fiery energy intensifying once more. To avert any unforeseen consequences, Xiaoji urged urgently, Charizard, halt. You are on the verge of breaking into the quasi-champion level, but you must not rush. Xiaoji was anxious. While a Pokemon's breakthrough could be beneficial, it required ample accumulation. A failure on the first attempt could complicate the second. A swirling red tornado enveloped Charizard, as the flames and energy around them continued to swell. This is disastrous. There's no stopping it now. Charizard must navigate this on its own. Meanwhile, Lucario sat cross-legged beside Charizard, its pale blue aura emerging gradually, indicating that Lucario's strength and potential were at the mid-champion level. Beep, system restored. Host, why do you not kneel before the grandeur of this system? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Oh, you're back. You are the least reliable system. Perhaps you should uninstall yourself, Xiaoji retorted, reclining against Houndoom, soaking in the sunlight, envisioning how splendid it would be with a pair of sunglasses. Host, do you comprehend what this tree is? The system inquired. Is it merely an ordinary tree? What is so extraordinary about it? I've seen many before. You, system, have a penchant for vanishing, right now? I only wish to focus on Charizard's breakthrough and the enhancement of Lucario and the others' powers. In the realm of Pokémon, there exists a world tree, vigilantly guarded by Mew, which embodies the very essence of this tree. Its extraordinary capabilities include assisting Pokémon in overcoming their limitations, thereby enhancing their strength and significantly improving their potential. Do you not comprehend this? Just wait until Charizard and the others break through. You will see. The system's words abruptly interrupted Xiaoji's thoughts. What? Meanwhile, members of the Night Demon organization arrived at the shores of Moonlight Lake, accompanied by only 5 gym-level trainers, having faced numerous ambushes from various Pokémon along the way, all of considerable strength. The remaining members were those who had successfully escaped. Damn it, why is this forest so eerie? All Pokémon are rendered useless. Electronic devices are completely malfunctioning, and there's no signal. What a nightmare. A woman in the group expressed her dissatisfaction, having expected an easy task, only to be confronted with continuous, unforeseen challenges. The leader surveyed the surroundings. According to the books and intelligence we possess, we have reached the banks of Moonlight Lake. A meticulous investigation is required from here on. Everyone disperse and regroup in 1 hour. The leader's voice was ominously deep. Having already encountered so many bizarre occurrences on the way, who knows what else lies ahead? However, the woman decided to remain behind, plunging into the lake. Believing that blindly searching the forest was futile and that perhaps the lake held some revelations. Moreover, records of those who ventured into the lake and returned safely indicated that something terrifying lurked beneath the waters, so caution was imperative. Every individual who had explored this area had not survived more than 3 to 5 days upon their return, a truly mysterious phenomenon, with many dismissing the tales of ghosts and monsters as lacking scientific basis. The leader of the group observed the woman's actions with a scoff and swiftly ran in a certain direction. The trees here were indeed lush and dense, obscuring the view ahead. It was unclear what species of trees could grow so tall, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the canopy, casting only faint rays of light. The Night Demon organization had been commissioned to explore this place, known as the Forbidden Star River Forest, which has been recognized for millennia as one of the 12 forbidden zones in the world, ranking fourth among them. Somewhat less perilous than the Demon Canyon and the Devil's Prairie, yet still treacherous, as few dared to venture into its inner regions and return unscathed. Chapter 13. The Depths of Moonlight Lake, Part 2. The female member of the Night Demon organization began to dive to the lake's bottom, where the scenery was breathtaking, with numerous water-type Pokémon joyfully frolicking below. She mused, what secrets lie at the bottom of this lake? The water is remarkably clear and pristine, a sight to behold. Why do so many claim this place is cursed? It is utterly perplexing. Simultaneously, Yulongqing and Longyang hastily arrived at the branch location via helicopter. Are we still unable to contact Shaoji? At the entrance of the branch, the heads of both the Gan Province branch and a city were gathered, and upon their arrival, they immediately inquired. Long Tianwang, Yi Tianwang. The last report indicated the destination was 10 kilometers from Moonlight Lake, after which contact was lost, and there was a strong surge of fire-type energy detected nearby. The situation within remains uncertain, and the location is unclear. The head of a city, a woman with short hair and an assertive demeanor, cut straight to the point without any superfluous words. Look at that, old Yi. Entrusting Xie Ling with this branch was undoubtedly the right choice. She is concise and focuses solely on the critical matters. Longyang nodded in agreement, appreciating her efficient and direct approach. Report. Our recently dispatched exploration team has reported that upon entering 10 kilometers from Moonlight Lake, all mobile signals and equipment have ceased to function. The surge of fire-type energy was detected just before the failure. Apart from a few personnel remaining on standby, a 3-member team has already ventured deeper into the forest, one staff member reported. Sun Lao, how far is it to Moonlight Lake? Yi Qing inquired, opening his eyes. Sun Lao replied regretfully, we are not entirely sure about the location within the inner area. Gan Province's A city, being the second-ranking city after the provincial capital, has a decisive leader. Furthermore, the Star River Forest, one of the 12 forbidden zones on Blue Star, is located here. Old Long, I will enter the forest while you remain outside to provide support as needed. Yi Qing prepared to rise, gathering his belongings. Suddenly, the door was kicked open from the outside. Give me an explanation. How could my son have gone to the Star River Forest? Yi Qing, Old Long is here too. The person who barged in was none other than the current head of the Xiao family, Xiaoji's father. After receiving a call from his daughter early in the morning, who informed him that her brother was missing and had gone to find Li Su, only to discover he had ventured into the forbidden Star River Forest. Xiao's father canceled all his business trips abroad and flew directly here. Old Xiao, when did you become so well informed? Long Yang and Yi Qing exchanged glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they had yet to inform the Xiao family, yet he had already arrived. I received news from my daughter that she went to track down the members of the Night Demon organization. So, is there a problem with me coming here directly? Xiao's father hastily sought to rescue his wayward son before the old man could receive any news, fearing he might be beaten by both his father and his wife. What are you staring at? Let us move. With that, he stepped out of the conference room, leaving 2 large footprints on the door, rendering the others speechless. At the bottom of Moonlight Lake, the female protagonist sensed an abundance of water-type energy, yet she could not discern from where this energy emanated. Milotic, Psyduck. 2 Pokémon emerged, both of king-level strength. Signaling to them, the 2 Pokémon quickly grasped their trainer's intent and commenced searching for the peculiarities of this place. The woman would not simply wait idly. She too examined her surroundings, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. Mimi, Milotic called out from a distance, as if discovering something. The woman and Psyduck immediately approached to regroup. The woman hurried to investigate. A massive orb stood atop 4 pillars, a blue sphere at the center, surrounded by pillars adorned with carvings of antlers and serpentine dragons. What is this? How strange. The woman gazed at the water orb, utterly baffled as to what kind of orb was being enshrined here. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the oxygen tank's light blinked red, indicating that an hour had swiftly passed, signaling Psyduck and Milotic to remain in place while she took out her camera to capture clear images. Click, click. After snapping several pictures from different angles, she hurriedly made her way back to regroup. As the leader emerged from the water, he was met with an expression of resentment from the chief, demanding to know what lay beneath the lake that could cause her to lose track of time, his gaze indicating that she owed him an explanation. Boss, take a look at this. The woman handed over the camera, retrieving the primary photographs. You discovered an orb underwater? The chief exclaimed upon examining the photos, his surprise evident. Boss, did you find something as well? The woman perceived the chief's reaction, sensing he had also uncovered something significant. Yes. We inadvertently entered a light curtain in the western mountains and discovered a scepter which bore powers of rock and earth. My Tyranitar has ascended to the elite level, while my leader Steelix has reached the sub-champion rank. Chi-Ji interjected, stating that these attribute energies could enhance our strength. After a thorough discussion among the group, it became apparent that these phenomena had not emerged suddenly. They had likely been present for an extended period, abundant in energy and capable of augmenting the power and potential of Pokémon. Who wouldn't desire such advantages? The leader coldly remarked, we must continue our search. There may be further discoveries. These items must remain in our organization's possession. We stumbled upon these wondrous locations by chance, but surely there are more to uncover. We must ensure they are under our control. Their current mission was merely to locate the habitat of the legendary Pokémon, yet they had unexpectedly reaped such significant rewards. They needed both the habitat of the legendary Pokémon and these attribute energies, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on Xiaoji's side, he urged Charizard, you must hold on. The system indicates you have only a 1% chance of success. I refuse to believe that. Throughout Charizard's advancement, Xiaoji remained vigilant, unwilling to let any mishap occur. Lucario successfully leveled up, and Blaziken also ascended to the elite level. Charizard had to persevere through this critical stage. Suddenly, the fiery tornado before Charizard began to dissipate, revealing its massive form, indicating that Charizard had indeed succeeded in its progression to the sub-champion level. However, the energy radiating from it suggested that it was still in the early stages of this rank, considerably stronger than an ordinary Pokémon, yet still possessing the combat capability to contend with mid-tier sub-champions. Meanwhile, the Ice Ninetales felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As one of the earliest Pokémon to accompany Xiaoji, it felt somewhat dejected, watching the others grow stronger while it needed to exert even more effort. Well, each of you has your own opportunities, regardless. One must seize their chances, Xiaoji comforted, noticing Ninetales' disappointment. As the mainstay of the team, the offspring of a powerful Ice Ninetales must not fall short in strength. Chapter 14, Moonview Lake, The Emergence of the Legendary Pokémon, Part 3. As Xiaoji surveyed the surroundings, Charizard stabilized itself while Houndoom lounged nearby, appearing quite content. System, provide me with some guidance. Where is the location of the legendary Pokémon? I refuse to believe that this solitary tree is the entrance to the secret realm. I wonder what kind of legendary Pokémon might reside here. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Sorry, this requires the host to explore on their own. The system will not provide any hints. You are truly relentless. Blaziken, you're swift. Check the vicinity for any suspicious locations. Houndoom, your keen sense of smell might detect something unusual. Xiaoji assigned the task. In an instant, the two Pokémon darted off to investigate. Meanwhile, Infernape and Lucario remained in deep meditation, undisturbed, while Ninetales leisurely groomed its fur. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. Xiaoji grew increasingly impatient, stifling yawns as he silently guarded the two Pokémon, wondering if Blaziken and the others were taking too long. Suddenly, Charizard let out a fierce roar and unleashed a torrent of flames in a particular direction. Xiaoji barely had time to react before a small figure plummeted from the tree, swiftly disappearing from sight. Charizard, pursue it. The fleeting figure had been too quick for him to identify. Charizard spread its wings and soared into the air, hoping to locate the strange entity. At that moment, the energy surrounding Infernape began to dissipate, its aura surging forth. Congratulations, Infernape. Xiaoji approached to offer his congratulations. He recalled that Infernape had reached the early elite level 6 months prior, and the surrounding environment had facilitated its further advancement to the mid-elite level. Just then, the 3 Pokémon returned simultaneously, and it appeared they had made some discoveries, albeit modest ones. What did you find? Xiaoji quickly inquired. Charizard nodded, pointing to a silver-armored Pokémon with 4 short legs. Shelgon? Observing the irate creature before him, Xiaoji found it hard to believe that the swift figure he had glimpsed moments ago could be Shelgon, as it seemed too clumsy for such speed unless it were in its initial form, perhaps a Bagon. Shaking his head in disbelief, Xiaoji thought, no way. The Shelgon had merely been resting in a cave when 3 uninvited guests arrived, and in a 3-on-1 scenario, it had been beaten. It seemed the creature recognized Xiaoji as a trainer and, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a powerful attack. Caught off guard, Xiaoji narrowly dodged the assault. Utilizing the system and his aura abilities, he swiftly evaded the attack without difficulty. You little rascal, small in stature, yet fierce in temperament, Xiaoji remarked, patting Shelgon's sturdy shell, feeling no anger. Its potential was at the sub-champion level, and he certainly did not wish to overlook such a promising specimen. Shelgon. Type, Dragon. Level, 45. Ability, Overcoat, Hidden ability, immune to weather-related moves. Potential, sub-champion. Influenced by the energy of this area, Pokémon here generally possess higher potential. But sub-champion and champion-level potentials are exceptionally rare. Evolving to their final form may yield a chance for further enhancement. Moves, Dragon Claw, Hyper Beam, Ice Beam, Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower. Iron Head, Psychic, Dark Pulse, Explosion, Bite, Glare, Outrage. Host, you must evacuate immediately. This Shelgon is in a state of rage, and its progenitor is a Dragonite, the leader of its lineage, en route to your location. System, are you serious? I find that hard to believe, Xiaoji replied nonchalantly. It's just a Dragonite. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow loomed overhead, accompanied by an orange glow and crackling electricity. System, you truly have a knack for foreboding. The system responded. I am innocent. Meanwhile, within the Night Demon organization, the leader quietly observed from a cavern, gazing at a brown staff suspended in mid-air, emanating a faint energy. The abundant rock energy in this area presented a significant opportunity for Pokémon enhancement. He had not anticipated such a bountiful yield from this outing. Report, leader. We have made a discovery. A masked figure approached him, interrupting his thoughts. Without turning around, he replied, Yes? Yes, just now. Lord Toad reported that in the southwestern defensive line, an ancient temple has been encased within a barrier. All available offensive methods have been employed, but they proved ineffective. Please advise, the masked man succinctly relayed. An ancient temple? The leader scrutinized the information in his hand, pondering. Based on their intelligence, there had been no indication of an ancient temple-s existence. How could one have appeared out of thin air? The Toad was another elite trainer he had brought along, serving as his deputy and invaluable right-hand man. Let us go investigate. With a roar, a Dragonite descended slowly from the outskirts of the Starry River Forest, while Xiaoji's father, Yiqing, and Longyang followed closely behind. Dad. A graceful figure dashed forward to embrace Mr. Xiao. It was Xiao Xiaoyu. Had it not been for the guards stationed outside, preventing anyone from approaching freely, the reunion might have been more spontaneous. What are you doing here? Mr. Xiao exclaimed, rushing to his daughter. Woo-woo, woo-woo, Xiao Xiaoyu sobbed, using her father's clothing to wipe her tears. His suit was certainly not inexpensive. Do not cry. I have arrived, haven't I? Your elder brother has been too reckless. Stay here with Sister Xiaoling. We will return swiftly. Uncertain of how to console her, Mr. Xiao entrusted his daughter to the accompanying Xiaoling MHM. You must bring something back, Xiao Xiaoyu remarked, her reluctance evident. Lucario, Dragonite, and Jengar were summoned, prepared for any eventuality. Mr. Xiao, Yiqing, Longyan, and 3 quasi-champion trainers advanced towards the interior, unaware of the unfolding situation, hoping for their safety and well-being. Under the waters of Moonlight Lake, a woman from the Night Demon organization anxiously observed Psyduck and Milotic. The gentle flow of water energy provided them with an opportunity to progress further. A faint blue barrier formed, allowing her to breathe freely underwater. Yet, she felt a twinge of regret for only bringing the 2 with her. Success. The mid-stage Milotic surged to the late stage, while Psyduck ascended from the peak of quasi-champion to the initial stage of the champion level. Yes, well done. Chapter 15, The Idyllic Realm of Moonlight Lake, Part 4. Among the individuals brought by the Night Demon organization, the Soul Woman possessed a remarkable identity, being the 3rd ranked among the 8 quasi-champion trainers, specializing in water-type Pokémon. Xiaoji found himself under direct attack from Dragonite's Thunder Punch. Fortunately, Blaziken reacted swiftly, tackling Xiaoji to the ground. Though he tasted dirt and suffered scratches on his arm, he resiliently stood up. Dragonite. It appears this one is the father of that Shelgon, boasting the strength of a peak quasi-champion. Were it not for its limited aptitude, it would have long since broken through to the champion level. Xiaoji glanced at the data. This Dragonite was no ordinary creature. Dragonite. Types: Dragon, Flying. Ability: Multi-scale. Strength: Peak quasi-champion. Aptitude: Quasi-champion. Status: Current leader of the Dragon Scale Secret Realms Dragonite clan. Condition: Ready to strike against anyone who bullies the weak. Skills: Dragon Dance, Claw Sharpen, Dragon Claw, Thunderbolt. Ice Beam, Hyper Beam, Outrage, Flamethrower, Thunder, Hurricane, Thunder Punch, Dragon Ascent, Draco Meteor, Rock Smash. Description: As the clan leader, it is imperative to protect the safety of its kin and, if necessary, drive away invading foes. You have successfully provoked it, and aside from Charizard and Ninetales, the rest stand little chance. What is the Dragon Scale Secret Realm, though? Could the card provided by the system refer to this place? The previous introduction mentioned the Dragon Scale Secret Realm. Could it be the system's indication of a quasi-god position? Or does this secret realm house more than one quasi-god, merely representing a clan? Beep. It is rare for the host to be so astute. The system suggests, calm the Dragonite before you, alleviating its rage. If successful, you may enter the secret realm and take a quasi-god offspring. Your success depends on you. System: TSK. Why does it feel like you have ulterior motives? Xiaoji disregarded it and stepped forward, attempting to communicate with Dragonite using his aura, while also employing his Dragon Mastery for the first time to enhance his bond with Dragon-type Pokémon. Dragonite observed Xiaoji's cautious approach, becoming vigilant. However, the human exuded no malice. Moreover, the energy surrounding him felt remarkably warm and inviting. Dragonite, I sincerely apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. I offer my heartfelt apology for my rash actions. Xiaoji gestured for Charizard and the others to bow slightly, a respectful gesture from a junior to a senior. Dragonite sensed the genuine apology in Xiaoji's demeanor and somewhat relaxed its guard. Host, well done. You have initially gained Dragonite's recognition, shifting its stance from hostility to caution. That is hardly different from silence. Xiaoji tentatively inquired, Dragonite, could you guide us out? We lost our way upon entering and are unsure how to leave. Might you lead us? Dragonite shook its head. What do you mean? I have apologized, so why can't you lead us out? Beep. This is a one-way entrance. It only permits entry, not exit. To leave, you must traverse the secret realm. The system chimed in. Xiaoji pulled out his phone, scanning for any signal from outside, but found none. It seemed they would have to find another way. Dragonite lifted Shelgon, signaling Xiaoji to follow. Understanding the cue, Xiaoji left Charizard and Lucario behind and followed Dragonite. The path forward remained uncertain. Charizard observed as Dragonite soared rapidly, signaling for it to hold on tightly. Although Charizard was not slow, it struggled to keep pace with Dragonite's tail, proving its lineage as a clan leader. Its prowess was undiminished. Suddenly, Dragonite slowed its speed, seemingly waiting for Charizard, before abruptly darting towards a specific point. After a brief 10 seconds, Ash and Charizard reached the previous location. That Dragonite is quite the rascal. Why fly so fast? Is Shelgon not heavy? Xiaoji had exhausted his energy to critique Dragonite. Flying so swiftly. Is it off to find a mate or in a rush to reincarnate? Roar. Charizard pointed ahead where a swirling vortex appeared. Xiaoji hesitated. Should he proceed or refrain? If he chose not to enter, escaping the Starry River Forest would be impossible. He decided to gamble. If he were to perish, so be it. Retrieving Lucario, he and Dragonite flew straight into the vortex. Emerging through the swirling portal, they arrived in a place entirely different from the outside world. The peculiar vortex had vanished. In the distance, a sprawling lawn teemed with various Pokémon. Some soared through the sky, others frolicked across the fields, and some swam in the river, all exuding a sense of tranquility. System, provide me with an exit route. Xiaoji felt somewhat disoriented, unsure of where to go. Just moments ago, both Dragonite and Shelgon had vanished in an instant. Northeast direction. Do you see that large mountain? The one emitting smoke? Head there. The system provided guidance 5 minutes later, directing him with a marker. That must be a volcano. Observing the thick smoke and fiery energy emanating from the summit, Xiaoji mused. Could it be an imminent eruption? Regardless, let us proceed. Once again, they set off. Meanwhile, Mr. Xiao, Yiqing, and Long Yan reached the previous fork in the road, quickly arriving near Moonlight Lake with the guidance of those who had entered before. Mr. Xiao commanded, Lucario, scout the area thoroughly, I want to locate my wayward son. His words conveyed firmness, yet deep down, he harbored great concern for his son's disappearance. Lucario did not act as Zhao's father did. Instead, he was struck by a headache. Not only Lucario, but also the accompanying Dragapult and Jengar began to suffer from a similar affliction, influenced by some unseen force. Who could have imagined that the head of the Xiao family, the evil-type champion Yulongqing, the dragon-type champion Longyang, and a former champion, alongside 2 current champions, would come to pursue someone? What an extraordinary honor. A figure leapt forth, donning a mask emblazoned with the image of a toad. Toad, how could it be you? What kind of person did your Night Demon organization send? Longyang immediately recognized him as one of the 10 kings of the Night Demon organization, ranked 6th, who typically refrained from intervening unless absolutely necessary. It seemed this situation was far from ordinary. Clap, clap, clap. To have the Dragon King remember me is truly my honor, but I must clearly inform you to mind your own business. Toad said with a threatening tone as he clapped his hands. Then let us settle this once and for all, Toad declared, eyeing the group as he prepared to unleash his Pokémon and engage in battle. Toad and I have a long-standing rivalry. You all should leave this to me. Longyang interjected, blocking Zhao's father and Yulongqing, knowing that their enmity had persisted for far too long without resolution. Be careful. They exchanged encouraging glances with Longyang as Zhao's father and Yulongqing swiftly dashed inside. Chapter 16, The Secret Realm of Moonlight Lake, Part 5. On Xiaoxi's side, accompanied by Charizard, they arrived at the volcano. The temperature here was unbearably high, causing beads of sweat to pour down his face, flushing it a deep red. Suddenly, a stream of lava erupted from the volcano, shooting skyward. Although the sight was dazzling, Xiaoxi felt an unsettling premonition, as if something ominous were about to unfold. Charizard, we must leave now, Xiaoxi urged, sensing the terrifying force of the lava, convinced that something lurked within the volcano. Roar! Charizard disregarded Xiaoxi's command and charged toward the molten flow, feeling an exhilarating sense of opportunity in the eruption. In that instant, Xiaoxi was hurled back by Charizard's reckless assault, landing painfully on the ground. A sharp pain shot through his foot, accompanied by the sound of cracking. Fortunately, the fall was not from a great height, or it could have resulted in a severe injury. Ouch! Xiaoxi struggled to rise, but the pain in his foot sent him tumbling back down. He hastily threw a Pokeball, summoning Lucario. Help me up, I've injured my leg. At this moment, Xiaoxi felt the pain acutely. System, I need a splint and some bandages, and if there's anything that can heal me instantly, please provide it. He realized he could not move any further, and Lucario struggled to maintain balance while assisting him. Exchange successful. Sitting on the ground, the system conjured bandages and a splint, directing Lucario to assist in securing his injury, wrapping him up tightly. Is that the legendary Moltres? At that moment, Xiaoxi clearly observed the dissipating lava, revealing a massive firebird soaring above the volcano, unfurling its wings as it unleashed a torrent of flames toward Charizard. Charizard countered effortlessly with Dragon Claw, dispersing the fiery assault. Almost immediately, it followed up with Thunder Punch, determined to prove its strength against the fiery avian. Charizard, stop. You cannot engage that Moltres. Xiaoxi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. This Moltres was one of the guardians of the area, and according to the system's description, it presided over the realm of fire, making its presence formidable. System, what do you mean by pushing me toward the volcano? Was that intentional? Xiaoxi lamented the system's apparent misguidance, realizing that had he not traveled in this direction, matters could have turned dire. Without hesitation, Moltres retaliated with an air slash. Charizard, use Steel Wing for defense. Xiaoxi struggled to rise again, instructing Lucario, while also shouting to Charizard, cautioning it to be wary of the formidable Firebird. However, Xiaoxi underestimated Moltres' strength, as a single attack from the legendary bird sent Charizard reeling backward, crashing to the ground. Xiaoxi painfully approached. Charizard, are you alright? Stop fighting. This isn't a battle you can win. Roar. Charizard, undeterred, bared its teeth defiantly at Moltres. The legendary bird, not wishing to let the confrontation extend further, unleashed a torrent of flames, ready to conclude the skirmish. No. Xiaoxi interjected, stepping in front. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. Salamence, Dragon Rush. Two voices rang out, neutralizing the fiery onslaught as 2 Pokémon appeared in the sky. One, a crimson-winged creature, stood out prominently, while the other, an orange-hued being with petite wings, joined the fray. Old man, Uncle Yi, how did you find us? Xiaoxi exclaimed, recognizing the figures atop the 2 Pokémon, realizing it was indeed the old man and Yulongqing. Uncle Yi and I searched high and low for you, only to stumble upon a large tree and accidentally discover the entrance. Thankfully, we arrived just in time. Zhao's father explained as he leaped down to steady the unsteady Xiaoji. Moltres? How could a Pokemon of this caliber be found here? Yiqing remarked. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Moltres, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is a quasi-champion level Moltres, possessing mastery over the essence of fire. The energy here is extraordinarily rich, which is why its power is so formidable, Xiaoji elucidated. The two men exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by Xiaoji's knowledge. Through negotiations led by Zhao's father, they finally pacified Moltres' wrath. The legendary bird fixed its gaze upon Charizard and Xiaoji, perplexed by how these two had intruded upon its resting grounds. You should apologize. You disturbed Moltres' slumber. What did you do to provoke it? Yiqing scolded, tapping Xiaoji lightly on the back of the head. I'm sorry, Moltres. I only followed a salamence and its offspring in here and ended up lost. Xiaoji bowed his head in apology. Chirp. Moltres scrutinized Xiaoji, seemingly discerning sincerity in his words. I don't wish to pursue salamence any further. Could you assist us in leaving? After entering, the passage has vanished. Xiaoji requested, clearly anxious about being trapped indefinitely. Roar. At that moment, a large crimson-winged dragon approached, soaring from the distance. Is that a salamence? Xiaoji pondered, concerned that the salamence might have come to report them, seeking vengeance. Outside the secret realm, the Night Demon Organization's Toad was effortlessly dispatched by Longyang, who had him under control. As Longyang removed Toad's mask, the figure before him was primarily adorned in purple, glaring fiercely at Longyang. Toad, or rather, I should call you Shanjing Yellen, the current poison-type champion of Country R? I never expected you to be part of the Night Demon Organization. Longyang recognized the individual, recalling their encounter during the first elimination round of the Global Champion Tournament 3 years prior, where he had suffered a humiliating defeat. Bastard, let me go? Toad protested, still attempting to struggle against his fate, uncertain of the whereabouts of Yiqing and his companions. Longyang's mind was consumed by a singular question. Who was the other formidable figure accompanying the two king-level warriors? Meanwhile, the leader of the Night Demon Organization received alarming news about the capture of the Toad. What? The Toad has been apprehended. Who is responsible for this? He inquired with a sense of urgency. It is the former champion of Dragon Country, the current Dragon-type king, Longyang, came the report. The mission to explore Dragon Country had taken an unexpected turn with the deployment of Longyang, a champion of formidable strength. In accordance with the customary practices of Dragon Country, it is improbable that he is alone, the leader stated calmly, observing a massive Pokemon, adorned in sharp green armor, seated in a meditative pose. Indeed, whether we can access the champion-level Pokemon hinges on critical moments, he reflected, reluctant to part ways with his strongest ally. If his Banette could further evolve, it would elevate his standing within the organization. I hope Dragon Country does not arrive too swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. What do you mean? Yiqing and Xiaoyin have yet to return. Longyang exclaimed as he emerged from the forest, only to learn that neither of his two friends had made it out. Yes, King Long, both Yiqing and the head of the Xiao family remain unaccounted for. Xia Ling reported promptly, serving him a warm cup of tea. Chapter 17, The Battle of Strong Ones at Moonlight Lake, Part 6. Longyang, driven by urgency, dialed a number to the headquarters in Kyoto. Old Long, what is the situation? Yulongqing asked, her tone laced with anxiety. I require reinforcements. I have successfully captured one of the two leaders in the forest, the Toad. The identity of the other remains unclear. The Toad's true identity is Kamakami Yorin from the island nation, Long Yen explained succinctly. What about Yiqing and Uncle Xiao? Yulongqing's heart sank. If the Toad had mobilized, the other must be a trainer of at least quasi-champion or champion caliber, and the absence of Yiqing and Uncle Xiao was alarming. I am afraid I lost track of them after capturing the Toad. All communication devices and external contacts became inoperative once we entered, Long Yen relayed. Longyang, what mission necessitated your involvement? At that moment, a towering figure, muscular and imposing, emerged. Wu Yao, what brings you here? Long Yen was taken aback, as each region in Dragon Country harbored quasi-king or king-level trainers concealed within the cities. Wu Yao was recognized as one of the 8 nationally certified gym leaders of Dragon Country, the master of the Yuan Martial Arts Gym in City A king-level trainer with a side profession as a gym instructor and fitness coach. Boss, it has been a while. Wu Yao embraced Longyang warmly and exchanged greetings with Yulongqing. Big guy, since you are here, my sister must be around too, Yulongqing remarked, surprised by his presence. Elder sister, I am doing well. A woman, resembling Yulongqing by 8 parts, approached, greeting them. She was Lung Xin's younger sister, Lung Xintong, the former head of the Guangdong Alliance branch and now the wife of the master of the Yuan martial arts gym, boasting 3 quasi-champion level Pokemon thanks to her sister's tutelage. Lung Xin, observing her perpetually youthful sister, felt a pang of exasperation. You two need to stop chatting and quickly assist Longyang. I fear reinforcements from the closest team could arrive at any moment. Understood, they both responded hastily. The trio re-entered the Star River Forest. Meanwhile, Xiaoji was startled when a Dragonite swooped down. I hope this isn't a revenge attack, he thought. Host, what are you pondering? This is merely a newly evolved Shelmet. The system chimed in. Huh, that Shelmet? I find it hard to believe. It was only level 44 moments ago. How could it have evolved so quickly? Xiaoji questioned, bewildered. Isn't evolution supposed to happen at level 50? The Dragonite approached, exhaling a breath that made Xiaoji instinctively step back. Isn't it a bit excessive for this Dragonite to personally seek revenge? It feels like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, he mused. The system quickly reported. This Dragonite is in excellent health, having surpassed the threshold for champion-level qualifications. It merely requires an opportunity during the Quasi-King phase to ascend to champion rank. Xiaoji's spirits lifted. This was fortuitous. He possessed only 3 Pokemon with champion potential, Charizard, Lucario, and Ninetales, while the rest were limited to king-level capabilities. I wouldn't mind adding this Dragonite to my team, he decided. Dragonite, our previous encounter was merely a misunderstanding. Let us discuss matters amicably. Xiaoji awkwardly bowed to the Dragonite. However, the Dragonite appeared to reject this overture. Roar! Before anyone could react. The Dragonite unleashed a torrent of flames directed at the group, startling everyone with the close-range attack. Charizard disregarded its injuries and boldly intervened, its fiery energy surging once more. Ding! Charizard has mastered the move Counter Scale. Counter Scale? Xiaoji gasped, wanting to intervene but realizing it was too late. He had inadvertently provoked the situation. Xiaoji and Charizard's bond value has reached max. How could the bond value be full? He wondered. Dragonite quickly restrained Charizard. Both Xiao's father and Yi Qing recognized the escalating threat as Charizard, in a furious state enhanced by Counter Scale, began to lose its composure. With a powerful throw, Charizard and Dragonite launched a combined assault against the Dragonite, culminating in an explosive encounter. Charizard, stop! Xiaoji lamented, unable to halt the chaos. The memories of nurturing Charizard from an egg, evolving from a Charmander to a Charmeleon, and ultimately to a Charizard during the King Challenge remained vivid in his mind. Meanwhile, within the Night Demon organization, the leader's Charizard had successfully breached the champion level within half a day's time, completely disregarding the employer's mission. Upon emerging, they serendipitously encountered Longyang and his companions. At last, we have found you, Longyang declared, astonished at how easily they had located the group within this area. The leader regarded the trio with a scoff, saying, to be cornered by 3 king-level trainers is indeed an honor, but do not expect to capture us so easily. Lung Xintong, eyeing the leader's unsightly appearance, waved her hand dismissively. You ugly brute, do not speak too boldly. If I am not mistaken, you are the king of hell. A cadre of the Night Demon organization, specializing in rock-type Pokemon. She retorted, recognizing the symbol of a ghost etched on his forehead. Ha! I am indeed honored to be recognized by you. But do not blame me. Unleash Banette. A massive figure, entirely clad in green armor and towering at 3 meters. Prepared for battle. A champion-level Banette? How could this be? Just 3 months ago, you were merely a quasi-champion. Lung Xintong's eyelids twitched in disbelief. This was trouble. Little girl, I did not expect you to remember me. Without your sister this time, let us see how this battle concludes. The King of Hell glared menacingly at Lung Xintong. The previous battle had been a source of disgrace for him. An unforeseen incident had led to the failure of that mission, leaving him not only humiliated but also on the brink of capture, had it not been for his swift speed and adeptness at concealment. The conflict was once again about to erupt. Cold-hearted Tong's Shine duo, Longyang's Dragonite, and a Machoke were unable to penetrate the defenses of this formidable Banjiras, and the disparity in strength was becoming increasingly evident. On their side, Yi Qing and the others were gradually falling behind. Furthermore, the dense trees here hindered Dragonite from unleashing its full potential. Even the swiftest speed was rendered ineffective. Uncle Long, we're here to assist. A voice echoed from behind. Chapter 18, Moonlit Lake, End. Uncle Long, we're here to assist. The voice rang out again as Xiaoji and his companions emerged from some nearby thickets. Xiaoji being supported by Lucario due to an injury to his foot. Xiaoji, where are you and your father, Yi? Longyang gazed at the newcomers, astonished to encounter Xiaoji, who had been missing for quite some time. My father and Uncle Yi will be here shortly, Xiaoji replied, casting a calm glance at Longyang. You must be Xiao Yi's son, Xiaoji, correct? I never expected to find you here. You were the first to follow me. And I am quite surprised to see you alive, Yinwang remarked with a clap of his hands, truly taken aback. A champion-level Banjiras? At that moment, Xiaoji noticed the enormous figure beside him and immediately recognized the power encapsulated within the green-armored Banjiras. The system hinting that it had gained its energy from somewhere in this vicinity. Charizard, it shall be you. Xiaoji tossed a pokeball with determination. Roar. Charizard's aura surged forth, exuding the commanding presence of a mid-champion. Longyang stood in awe. Had not this Charizard just been at the peak of the elite level a month ago? In just a few days, it had ascended to the champion level. Kid, you too have received a fortuitous opportunity? Yin Wang inquired, observing the fierce energy of Charizard and the intense heat of its fire attributes, deducing something significant. My apologies. It was merely a stroke of luck. I assume you obtained yours in a certain cave? Xiaoji replied nonchalantly. Longyang, observing their exchange, felt utterly bewildered. Banjiras, Rock Blade. Charizard, Steel Wing, strike it away. Xiaoji commanded as Banjiras unleashed its Rock Blade. Without the recent upgrade, Charizard would likely have been instantly obliterated. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. Longyang was not idle either, directing Dragonite to commence its assault. Although he was unclear about Xiaoji's newfound fortune, it was prudent to resolve the battle swiftly by deploying his ace. Do you think adding another Dragonite will turn the tide? You underestimate me, Yin Wang retorted, sending forth a blue Metagross, a creature of champion level. Charizard, 30 degrees to the upper left, evade the Hyper Beam. This Banjiras was no ordinary foe. Without needing Yin Wang's command, it released an orange Hyper Beam, while Xiaoji deftly dodged the attack using his aura powers. Fire it up. Let it explode and burn. Xiaoji observed that Dragonite was locked in combat with Metagross, though they were of the same level. It appeared that neither could gain the upper hand for now. Jengar, Will-O-Wisp. Dragonite, Dragon Rage. The simultaneous calls came from Xiaoji's father and Yiqing, who had delayed their return due to sampling and collecting peculiar items for further research, thus prolonging their involvement in the battle. This is bad. How did those two manage to arrive? Yin Wang's expression darkened. Should they join the fray, he might truly be in dire straits. Crobat, Houndoom, Black Mist. At that moment, several bombs were thrown before them, and numerous Crobat and Houndoom surged forth, unleashing a black mist that obscured everyone's direction. Dragonite, Hurricane. Longyang quickly reacted, but it was too late. Yin Wang had already fled, the Crobat and Houndoom having vanished without a trace. This time, the Night Demon organization had dispatched a quasi-champion level officer to follow behind, anticipating such occurrences to prevent personnel from being captured and to provide a secure retreat. Boss, what brings you here? Yin Wang was pulled into a dense thicket by a figure clad in black, speaking with a hint of trepidation. Humph. The headquarters is extremely displeased with your performance on this mission. However, the discovery of several secret locations may offset your failure to report. Prepare yourself. We shall head to Nightmare Valley soon. The figure did not face him directly, instead speaking in a cold and ominous tone, before vanishing from sight, leaving the area swiftly. Before this individual, Yin Wang trembled in silence, the significance of the black-clad figure within the organization evident. He was far from an ordinary member. On Xiaoji's end, he assisted the injured Tue and his father in exiting the forest. Due to their injuries, their pace had significantly slowed, but after several hours of travel, they finally emerged from the Starry River forest. Brother, have you become a cripple? His sister, Xiao Xiaoyu, had not left her post outside, anxious about her father and brother's safety. Be gentle, I'm an injured party, Xiaoji protested, though upon exiting, he received professional medical assistance for his leg, which had been properly set and bandaged. It seemed he would have to spend some time in bed. Nevertheless, he had amassed a wealth of experience this time. With his companions, aside from Ninetales and Houndoom, all being at least at the initial stage of the elite level, and a peak quasi-champion Charizard in his ranks. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of crisp footsteps approached, as an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, walked over, bearing a resemblance to Xiaoji's father. Grandfather, the siblings exclaimed in unison, eager to greet him. This old man had a somewhat irritable temperament and was often unpredictable, making it essential to approach with caution. Oh, Xiaoji, I have heard from old son about your exploits in the forest. Although you may not have made significant contributions in the pursuit, I am pleased to hear that Charizard has undergone a transformation and growth, the old man, named Xiao Yike, stated, revealing himself to be Xiaoji's grandfather. The father of the elder Xiao Yi. Grandfather, it was merely luck on my part, nothing more. Xiaoji responded, averting his gaze. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lift your head. As a descendant of the Xiao family, you must not bow to anyone. For centuries, our clan has never yielded to anyone, the old man admonished, delivering a light smack to the back of their heads. Xiaoji experienced the privilege of being treated like a VIP. Having left the entrance, a helicopter awaited outside, ready to lift him onto a stretcher. Once aboard, Xiaoji felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and succumbed to slumber. Time elapsed, though he was unaware. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt. Xiaoji, still deep in sleep, remained unfazed by the commotion around him, safely arriving at the hospital. Upon entering the hospital, various doctors rushed to examine him. Aside from the fracture in his right leg, which had been stabilized, he merely needed to rest and recuperate. Chapter 19. Preparations for the return journey. Xiaoji slowly stirred from his slumber, the nurse beside him, changing the water, unaware of his awakening. Where am I? Xiaoji's final memory was of the helicopter taking off, but how did he end up in the hospital? Ah, your leg injury hasn't healed yet. Don't move. It's good to see you awake. You've been in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights, and finally, you've awakened. The nurse, noticing Xiaoji's attempt to sit up, quickly intervened. This young master had been unconscious for 3 days and nights, causing great concern for the elder Xiao. Had it not been for his leg injury and the presence of others restraining him, he would have been swiftly taken to a hospital in the bustling metropolis. The nurse adjusted Xiaoji into a more comfortable position with the help of a control rod before leaving the room. Within 20 seconds, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside, and the door to the ward was forcefully swung open. Leading the charge was a bespectacled middle-aged doctor, flanked by a floral-patterned individual and a doll-like figure. Several other doctors and the previously mentioned nurse followed closely behind. It was at this moment that Xiaoji recognized the man before him as He Yunwei, a luminary in orthopedics. Renowned throughout a city and even the nation for his expertise in traditional Chinese bone setting, acupuncture, and massage. He Yunwei, over the past few days, had not enjoyed a moment of rest. The young master of the Xiao family had been admitted to his hospital, and despite receiving treatment and undergoing a thorough examination on the very first day, he remained unresponsive, causing immense distress. Young Master Xiao, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? He Yunwei inquired with utmost caution, knowing well the weight of the Xiao family. Just as he was about to take a moment to rest, the nurse had informed him that the young master had finally awakened, prompting his immediate visit. I'm perfectly fine, just a bit hungry, Xiaoji replied. Observing the weary expressions and dark circles under the eyes of the doctors and nurses, opting for a more straightforward request. Soon, a bowl of plain porridge was brought to him, devoid of any luxurious seafood or rare ingredients, merely a bowl of white rice porridge from the hospital cafeteria. Xiaoji, indifferent to its simplicity, picked it up and devoured it ravenously as if he hadn't eaten in ages. After finishing, he returned the bowl and added, "Bring me 10 more bowls. This isn't nearly enough." The doctors and nurses exchanged glances, bewildered by the young master's insatiable appetite. Was he a reincarnation of a famished ghost? Just then, the door was once again flung open, and a woman in athletic wear burst in. Mom, how did you get here so quickly? The woman before him was none other than Xiaoji's mother, the icy beauty Yan Mingyu, a top Pokémon breeder. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Mingyu seized Xiaoji by the ear, fuming. You troublesome boy. You're just like that scoundrel Xiao Yi, stubborn as a mule. If I hadn't been abroad, I would have dragged you back myself. Ouch, that hurts. Xiaoji, who feared nothing else in the world, was particularly wary of his mother's wrath. Old classmate, how is my son doing? Yan Mingyu released her grip and turned to He Yunwei. Mingyu, your fiery temper hasn't changed a bit. I still remember the time you hit me over the head with a book, He Yunwei replied, stepping back a few paces. They had been high school classmates, but their paths diverged after just over a year. Xiaoji, overhearing the exchange, silently gave his mother a thumbs up. Impressed by her past exploits. Shall we have a rematch? Yan Mingyu asked, ready for a playful tussle. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. Your son is watching. He Yunwei coughed to ease the tension. He Yunwei then provided a detailed report to his old friend, explaining that aside from the broken leg requiring a few months of recovery and regular checkups, it was best for Xiaoji to remain hospitalized for observation. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji thought, System, can I return home early? What do you say? Certainly, you found a loophole. Do take the time to bid farewell to your family here. You will return to the Pokémon world in 10 days, retaining the current strength of Charizard, Lucario, and Infernape. The system did not impose any difficulties. Can I bring Charizard along? Was Xiaoji's final request. Please, just this once, he pleaded. The system, exasperated, responded, bringing him as possible. but his aptitude will be downgraded by 1 level, from quasi-champion to king level, and Charizard will revert to its baby dragon form. That's too much. I prefer Charizard. The system fell silent, choosing to disregard his complaints. So be it, baby dragon it is. It will be beneficial to nurture him from a young age. A slacker quasi-god won't do either. The ensuing 10 days were spent in the hospital, during which his sister Xiao Xiaoyu also arrived, crying profusely until a simple head pat from Xiao Ji cured her tears. An old classmate, Li Su, also managed to visit. Having coincidentally encountered Xiao Xiaoyu and learned of Xiao Ji's injury, he brought along some ordinary nutritional supplements. Although the Xiao family was affluent, Xiao Ji graciously accepted the gifts. Li Su, I remember you're from Lu province. What brings you here? Through their conversation, Xiao Ji learned that Li Su had not returned home in 5 years and had only seen his parents through video calls, spending the holidays here. I wish I could go home. Business is booming here, and there are plenty of opportunities. I'll have my chance to return, Li Su replied casually. The two enjoyed a pleasant chat, and as they prepared to part ways, Xiao Ji handed Li Su a file. Consider this my gift. Bring your parents and brother here. The company will assist with the paperwork. You're not a child anymore. It's time to think about marriage too. Li Su looked puzzled. What is this? Upon opening the file, he found 2 property deeds bearing his name, located in the heart of a city. His hands trembled at the sight, for despite his promotion to vice president, he had lived a frugal life over the years. Take it. It's a small token from me. A complimentary gift from the company, Xiao Ji said with a smile. Li Su expressed his heartfelt gratitude, astonished by such a fortuitous opportunity. Not long after Li Su left, Xiao Xiaoyu followed in, proudly holding a Riolu. Big brother, my Riolu has hatched. Isn't it handsome? Not bad. It will surely become your mainstay in the future. Xiao Ji nodded, recognizing the Riolu's impressive potential. Yes, Xiao Xiaoyu agreed, looking for a hug. System, exchange for a Lucario Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. Exchange successful. 500 W Alliance coins deducted. Here you go. Xiao Ji presented a box containing 2 stones. One a white-gloved keystone. The other a Mega Evolution Stone embedded in a bracelet. What's this? Xiao Xiaoyu asked, peering inside, unsure. That's the Mega Evolution Stone for Lucario, along with the matching keystone. Consider it a gift from me. There will be a new student competition after school starts. I hope you'll do your best. Xiao Ji encouraged, patting his sister's head. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Xiaoyu beamed with delight. Chapter 20. The Call of the Silver Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On the final day, Ash found himself unable to sleep, lingering in bed, reluctant to leave this place. Filled with treasures absent from the Pokémon world. When he finally opened his eyes, he was back in his familiar room, where his loyal Pikachu was soundly sleeping beside him. Snoring softly. Pika? Pikachu stirred at Ash's movements, awakening to find that it was the day after the grand feast. To others, it was merely one night, but for him, it felt like nearly a month. System, could you clarify? You mentioned the 11th, so why is it just one night? Ash was perplexed by the situation. The system remained silent, refusing to respond. Gently patting Pikachu, Ash said, You can keep sleeping, Pikachu. With that, Pikachu promptly fell back asleep, exhausted from last night's festivities. Ash dressed quietly and tiptoed downstairs. It was 6:15 in the morning, and the dawn was still hazy. As he slipped out the door, he inadvertently stepped on something soft and furry. Hola! The sleeping Jolteon was startled awake. Oh, it's just you, Jolteon. You gave me quite a scare. What are you doing sleeping here? Ash exclaimed, recognizing the Pokémon. Hola! I heard you were going to a new place. Take me with you. Jolteon replied, clutching its sore arm, somewhat displeased with Ash's inattentive walking. Wait, is this why you're blocking my door first thing in the morning? Ash responded, feeling a slight headache coming on. He had intended to only bring Pikachu, Greninja, Noivern, and Charizard, swapping others as needed, but now Jolteon had obstructed his plans. In the anime, Greninja was the strongest warrior in the XYZ saga, and it was the first appearance of Ash's version of Greninja. Before he could finish his thought, Jolteon gazed at him with eager, pleading eyes. Ash felt himself capitulate. Charizard, I'm sorry, but a champion-level Charizard challenging a gym would be a massacre. Under a tree at Professor Oak's lab, Charizard was peacefully asleep until it suddenly awoke, sensing someone had been thinking about it. With Jolteon in tow and accompanied by the newly acquired Noivern, Ash made his way around Pallet Town, finally arriving at a nearby hillside, where he admired the view of the quaint town as the sun began to rise, a rare moment of delight. Host, this is quite a rare good mood you're in, taking your Pokémon to watch the sunrise so early in the morning. In the past, you wouldn't have even considered it. Ash shot a glance at the system. Mind your own business. System, I have a lead on Larvitar. Are you interested in learning more? Without a moment's hesitation, Ash replied, not interested. You're just a scammer. System, I'll ask one last time. Are you sure you don't want it? Absolutely not. The Larvitar from back then is waiting for your return, since you're so adamant about not wanting it. Then, wait, Larvitar? Ash finally caught on. He stammered excitedly. Wait a moment. Are you talking about the Larvitar we encountered during our meeting in the Silver Mountains? System, you said you didn't want it. You're about to. Ash quickly interrupted. Of course I want it. Did you just imply it has evolved? Larvitar hatched from an egg I received and was returned to its mother, Tyranitar, in the Silver Mountains before the Silver Conference. How could I forget? System, if you choose to abandon it, I won't bother with you anymore. At least you have some conscience. Throughout his travels, Ash had encountered numerous reliable and powerful Pokémon, and this Larvitar was among them, crying, gluttonous, and timid. Now evolved into the fearsome Tyranitar. Would it remember the person who once helped it? Before heading to the Kalos region, it seemed imperative to visit the Silver Mountains in Johto, hoping for another fortunate encounter, as a heartfelt bond could surely bridge the distance. Thus, it was decided. Upon returning home, Ash found everyone mostly awake, surprised by his early excursion. Hannah approached curiously, asking, Ash, did you catch a new Pokémon on your outing? Where did it come from? She was quickly captivated by the Noivern, as Ash's Pokémon were familiar to her. But such a small one was certainly new to her. Ash picked it up and introduced, I saved this little one in the woods. It's Noivern from the Hoenn region, and its final form is known as the Bloodwing Dragon, a fearsome creature. Say hello, little one. Noivern turned its head away, refusing to show its face. Well, aren't you a feisty little one? Brock took on the task of preparing breakfast, as his culinary skills were unmatched. During breakfast, Ash remarked, Misty, Brock, do you remember the Larvitar we returned to the Silver Mountains? Misty replied, you mean the one we brought back to its mother, Tyranitar? Her memory was quick, recalling the small green figure. Brock nodded. Indeed, it was just an egg back then, which Ash hatched. It was such a crybaby and timid. Ash proposed, how about we revisit that place and bring the little one back? Misty and Brock exchanged glances, understanding Ash's intentions. He not only wanted to revisit old haunts, but also to bring back an old friend for training. Having previously retrieved Dragonite, Infernape, and Pidgeot, it was clear Ash was serious about this journey to the Silver Mountains. Brock and Misty nodded in agreement, affirming Ash's plan. The original trio was set to embark on an adventure once more. Meanwhile, Serena and Clement did not stay at Ash's home, but opted for accommodations at Professor Oak's lab, as they found it difficult to settle down. Clement bid farewell to Ash, explaining that he could not accompany him to the Kalos region, as he needed to continue his studies and training as a top coordinator. Serena had accepted an invitation from the renowned fashion designer, Miss Paris, to learn costume design in Kalos. They would reunite once they returned to Kalos. At Professor Oak's lab, Ash began to select his companions for the journey to the Silver Mountains. Given the nostalgic nature of the trip and the reunion with old friends, he decided against bringing Jolteon, opting instead for Bayleaf, Donphan, Infernape, Totodile, Bulbasaur, and Pikachu, his companions from the Johto era. Bayleaf was overjoyed to hear they were revisiting Johto, immediately jumping on Ash, pinning him down with affection. Had he not been in good shape, he might have been flattened. Simultaneously, the newly crowned champion of the Sinnoh region, Dawn, was en route to Kanto to visit Ash. Having just triumphed over Robert S. Milotic at a grand festival, she was hailed as the Sinnoh Belle. After bidding farewell to Serena and Clement, Ash and his companions began preparing for their journey to the Silver Mountains. This time, Brock drove, as the distance was significant, and he certainly did not want to walk the long route. Chapter 21, The Silver Mountains, Team Rocket's Pursuit, Part 1. 2 days later, Ash, Misty, and Brock arrived at the outskirts of the Silver Mountains. Venturing further inward, they found themselves at a dead end, with the vehicle pulling into a nearby parking lot. Oh, this place feels so familiar, Ash exclaimed nostalgically, recalling how he had once brought a young Larvitar into the Silver Mountains, only to be besieged by Pokémon hunters and mistakenly identified by a Tyranitar as one of their own. Beep. Host, please be advised, 2 kilometers to the left. Team Rocket personnel are gathering. Please exercise caution. The system's warning alert had activated, and a panel materialized before him, displaying numerous red dots clustered together. Ash's heart sank. Could it be that foolish trio? Indeed, the Meowth trio is among them. According to our reconnaissance, their objective this time is to locate and capture the leader of the current Tyranitar clan. Their gathering place is situated at the top of the map. Please distract the enemy's attention and prevent Team Rocket from discovering the Tyranitar clan's location. Glancing at the Pokémon Center nearby, Ash dashed inside, leaving Brock and Misty bewildered. What's going on? We were all set to head out, and now you're running to the Pokemon Center? Ash quickly returned his Bulbasaur, Totodile, and Donphan, opting instead for Lucario, Zeraora, and Charizard. The enemy's strength was uncertain. It was wiser to proceed with caution. Brock inquired, "What is the rush?" His curiosity piqued, particularly since Ash had brought along a Lucario, suggesting that something significant was afoot. "I possess the aura power, as you know," Ash replied. "I sense danger approaching, which is why I urgently summoned Charizard, Zeraora, and Lucario. My eyelids have been twitching incessantly. I have a foreboding feeling that something is about to happen." He refrained from mentioning Team Rocket. The duo thought little of it. Since returning from the Sinnoh region, Ash had transformed remarkably, almost unrecognizably so. His clarity of thought and logical reasoning had undergone significant change, leaving them to wonder if he had become an entirely different person. As they entered the Silver Mountains, the path remained uneven, the slopes steep, retaining the untouched beauty of nature. Lucario extended its right arm, signaling caution, as if sensing an approaching presence. Summoning a bone from thin air, Lucario opened its eyes and struck in a certain direction, causing a smoke bomb to explode in midair. Could it be Team Rocket again? Misty speculated, her gaze fixated on the smoke. Just then, an audacious figure emerged from the underbrush, a middle-aged man with green hair, wearing an eye mask and a red shirt, exuding arrogance. So it's not Team Rocket. But who is this? Ash and his friends exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the man's identity, especially since the alert had only mentioned Team Rocket. Suddenly, a mechanical arm reached down from above, snatching Pikachu. "Haha, who are you?" The trio was momentarily taken aback as Pikachu was captured, while the green-haired man stood nearby, accompanied by a mysterious adversary. Shadows emerged from the smoke. "Musashi, since you sincerely inquired," Kojiru began, "I shall generously provide you with an answer." Musashi added, "To prevent the world from being destroyed." Kojiru concluded, "To protect world peace." Ash, uninterested in their theatrics, commanded, "Charizard, Dragon Claw. Lucario, Aura Sphere." Recognizing the familiar voices, Ash realized Team Rocket had indeed come looking for trouble. Their balloon was swiftly shot down, and Charizard rescued Pikachu, proving once again how forgetful these adversaries were. "Hey, you little rascals. How rude of you not to wait for us to finish speaking." Meowth protested. Ash dismissed him. "Charizard, send them packing with Dragon Rage." Ash, not one for patience, preferred to return them to their origins rather than entertain their nonsense. The green-haired man regarded the trio and the talking Meowth with growing recognition, exclaiming, "A talking Meowth. Aren't you three the trainers who once encountered the wheezing and the coughing back in Hoenn?" The trio, agile and quick-witted, evaded Charizard's attack but paused at his words. Kojiru remarked, "This guy looks somewhat familiar. Where have I seen him before?" Meowth recollected, "He just mentioned wheezing and coughing. Could he be the one who kidnapped them?" Musashi, confused, asked, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." After a brief explanation, the memory surfaced. It was indeed the same person who had abandoned his early companions to rescue wheezing and coughing. That grudge had not been forgotten. Brock intervened, halting Ash's intent to attack. "I recognize this guy. He is a poacher. He mentioned two individuals who left with a talking Meowth and took wheezing and coughing. It seems our suspicions are confirmed." Ash nodded in agreement, recalling the incident from his early travels in Hoenn, unsure how Team Rocket's Pokémon had transitioned to Sandshrew. Given the circumstances, it was best to withdraw deeper into the mountains. "Listen, kid, I advise against venturing further into the Silver Mountains. It's a one-way trip for you," Kojiru warned, his keen eyes assessing the trio as they prepared to leave. Although they had traveled together for quite some time, it was still prudent to offer a word of caution. Misty, her temper flaring, retorted, "Who asked for your opinion? What do you three think you are? Constantly stealing other people's Pokémon and offering unsolicited advice." The man ignored her, commanding, "Tyranitar, Houndoom, take care of them." Ash, eager to join the fray for some experience, was halted by Meowth. "Hey, kid, take a look at our evolution. We're not the same old Team Rocket trio anymore." Ash, Brock, and Misty exchanged skeptical glances, intrigued by Meowth's confident declaration, and found a large rock to sit upon, eager to observe the spectacle. Kojiru released his Pokémon, Garchomp, Drifblim, and a newly seen Kodia. Musashi summoned Sawsbuck, Articuno, and the long-unseen Snorlax. Observing Team Rocket's lineup, Ash realized this was a result of their internal training. He had encountered Garchomp and Snorlax during his journeys in Sinnoh and Hoenn, while the others were more obscure. "All right, let us see how tough those once naive fools have become." Tyranitar, Houndoom, unleash Hyper Beam. Two beams of orange light shot toward Team Rocket, who remained unfazed. Kojiru retaliated. "Garchomp, use Hyper Beam." Sazbuk, unleash Solar Beam. Musashi, equally undeterred, commanded, Articuno, use Air Slash. Snorlax, follow up with Poison Jab. Ash meticulously examined the profiles of his 4 Pokémon, all of which were of elite caliber. Musashi Snivy had undergone rigorous training to reach a level just shy of the esteemed champion rank. It was truly remarkable how much progress had been made. Brock also sensed the distinct shift in Team Rocket's demeanor. If these 3 were to become serious, he might not stand a chance against them. Observing their fervent engagement in battle, Ash exchanged a knowing glance with Brock and Misty, and the trio discreetly slipped away, prioritizing the search for Tyranitar over remaining as mere spectators. As they ventured forth, they encountered several Team Rocket grunts clad in dark uniforms. Fortunately, their quick reflexes allowed them to evade detection. Chapter 22, Silver Mountain Range, Team Rocket's Search, Part 2. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to clash. Ash and his companions had sown the seeds of enmity with this particular individual during their time in the Hoenn region. The duo of Weezing and Gyarados had been their earliest companions, remaining by their side longer than any others, aside from the ever-reliable Noctowl. It was impossible to deny the bond they shared. Cautiously, Ash and his friends continued their search, pausing intermittently to assess their surroundings, wary of encountering the main forces of Team Rocket. Upon reaching the banks of a small stream at noon, they released their Pokémon for a brief respite and nourishment. Having stocked provisions for approximately 10 days, they prepared for a potential retreat should they fail to locate their objective. Amidst the grass, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on Ash's group. Bayleaf and Blaziken appeared as timid children before the imposing presence of Jolteon and Charizard. Unable to move under their formidable aura, Ash chuckled at the sight. You two ought to temper your presence. You're scaring them. Jolteon and Charizard exchanged puzzled glances, unaware they were emanating any intimidation. Once their Pokémon had finished eating, Ash recalled them, allowing Bayleaf and Blaziken to relax and enjoy their meal. The former shedding a few tears while eating, displaying its sensitive nature. The group pressed onward, armed with the knowledge that their previous location was still a half-day's journey ahead. Should they fail to find anything there, they would need to delve deeper. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket's temporary base, Apollo and Athena, 2 high-ranking officers, led the search for the legendary Pokémon, Tyranitar, known as the Desert Tyrant, believed to be located within the Silver Mountain Range. Report. Signs of a struggle have been detected at the entrance of the Silver Mountain Range. A grunt approached Apollo, presenting surveillance footage from a nearby hidden camera. Apollo opened his eyes. Just a poacher. Those 3 can handle it themselves. If they can't deal with such trivial matters, they should be expelled from Team Rocket. He waved dismissively. However, sir, aside from the poacher, there is a trio approaching our location. The intel indicates one is a trainer from the Nibby Gym and another from the Hanada Gym, along with the recent champion of the Unova League. The grunt handed over a tablet displaying the trio's profiles. What did you say? Apollo stood abruptly, scrutinizing the tablet. Ash's information clearly presented. Ascend immediately, engage stealth mode. Inform our team that if they encounter them, they should retreat and avoid any conflict. What's going on? Athena inquired, intrigued by Apollo's sudden change in demeanor. Look for yourself. The boss specifically instructed us to avoid confrontation if possible, Apollo replied tersely, passing the tablet to her. Apollo was a straightforward individual, while Sakaki had dispatched Athena, known for her intelligence and quick thinking, to assist in this search. Why are you standing around? Move swiftly. Athena commanded the still-dazed grunt, recognizing the gravity of the situation. In less than 5 minutes, all personnel and equipment were evacuated without leaving a trace. 3 aircraft ascended vertically, entering stealth mode. Just after takeoff, they received a call from headquarters, from Jinri. What is happening? The boss is inquiring about your sudden ascent. Jinri, clad in a suit and glasses, questioned with seriousness, wondering what could prompt both Apollo and Athena to reach a consensus on such a critical matter. The situation has been forwarded to your terminal. We require clarification. Athena and Apollo operated the controls to send over the surveillance footage of Ash and his companions. As the screen transitioned, it shifted to a video call with Sakaki. Boss. Sakaki examined the footage and data with intrigue, pondering how Ash's child could possibly be in the Silver Mountain Range. Was he there for an adventure? I understand the situation. While searching, keep an eye on their movements. If our paths converge, avoid conflict at all costs. I would rather fail the mission than have any association with him or that individual behind him. Sakaki stated gravely, fully aware of Ash's potential. Yes, sir. Both Apollo and Athena were filled with curiosity, pondering what sort of individual could evoke such caution from their leader. On Ash's end, they finally reached the location where they had previously parted ways, with the system confirming that they needed to venture deeper into the mountains. Lucario utilized its aura sensing abilities but found no traces nearby, indicating that they might not be in this area after all. Deciding to set up camp once more, the trio, having traversed the mountainous terrain for an entire day, felt utterly exhausted. Brock consulted the map. Ash, further ahead, the Pokémon become increasingly perilous, and their strength is formidable. Have you made up your mind about continuing? Brock regarded the information provided by the professor, uncertain of the specifics within the vast Silver Mountain range, which lay at the confluence of the Johto and Kanto regions, teeming with diverse Pokémon. Let us search for a few more days, but let us not delve too deeply. I have no idea what lies at the heart of this place. Ash had no intention of straying far from his planned route. Misty, equally exhausted from a day of travel, suggested they camp for the night as evening approached. Ash showcased a modicum of culinary skill, which, while still not quite on par with Brock's, reflected significant improvement. The two now regarded Ash with newfound respect, astonished at his culinary evolution. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's trio, having dealt with the poacher, gazed skyward, reminiscing about their past adventures with Weezing and Gyarados. The initial Pokémon gifted to them by Team Rocket headquarters, excluding Jessie, who had left her Houndour behind. Why do you think that kid and his friends have come to the Silver Mountain range? James pondered. Meowth, sounding weary, replied, I dunno, Meow. Meowth began to recall their time accompanying Ash's group prior to the Silver Conference, during which they had encountered a young Larvitar. Since the conclusion of the conference, they had not seen it again. This time, Team Rocket's mission involved locating Tyranidar's clan. Could there be a connection? Without hesitation, Meowth sent a message to Jinri at headquarters, deeming it prudent to report even their suspicions. Meanwhile, Jinri was busy gathering intelligence. Upon receiving an internal email from Meow Meow, a sense of peculiarity washed over me, as the matters discussed therein were directly related to my affairs. Upon opening it, I discovered that Meow Meow elucidated an incident involving Ash and his companions, who had previously encountered a young Larvitar in the Johto region. After a visit to the Silver Mountain range, this young Larvitar had vanished without a trace, and its evolved form had never been witnessed. Consequently, it was surmised that Ash and his companions shared a similar objective with Team Rocket in their current mission, to locate the whereabouts of the long-lost Larvitar. I read through the email with utmost seriousness, confirming that I had not misinterpreted the content, especially given its nature as an internal communication. The conjectures presented seemed highly plausible, considering that several details in the reports submitted by the trio had been glossed over. This coincidence could not be merely coincidental. Thus, I hastily procured my notebook and sought out Sakaki, who was in the gym. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Boss, please take a look at this. I handed him the notebook. Sakaki glanced through it with curiosity, exclaiming, how intriguing. This trio has managed to connect some seemingly trivial matters. I truly underestimated their capabilities. Chapter 23, Silver Mountain Range, a Reunion. After a brief period of rest, Ash and his companions awoke amidst the cacophony of Pokémon sounds, greeted by a rare and splendid day brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, Team Rocket had yielded no results. Any further attempts to infiltrate would result in significant losses. Ash, panting, glanced at the fallen Ursaring behind him, wiped the sweat from his brow, and remarked, why are the Ursaring here so aggressive? Brock replied, it's not even the mating season for Ursaring. Is it typical for Pokémon living in the wild to be so irritable and temperamental? Misty, brimming with excitement, urged, let us leave this area quickly, as she darted behind a large tree, scanning the surroundings. In an instant, Brock and Ash understood that Misty's fear of bugs had not changed at all. Suddenly, a beam of orange light shot up from the nearby woods. Ash focused his gaze, recognizing it as a hyper beam. Let's go check it out. The familiarity of the move was unmistakable. Who would carelessly unleash a hyper beam outdoors? Not far from Ash, a man stood before a massive Bagon, facing a Tyranitar accompanied by a young Larvitar. This man was none other than Apollo, the leader of Team Rocket for this mission, who had finally encountered a mother Tyranitar and her offspring. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Having failed to locate their habitat, capturing a pair would suffice. Tyranitar unleashed a sandstorm, altering the battlefield's weather, while it summoned rocks to hurl at Apollo. Unyielding, Apollo commanded, Bagon, use heavy slam. Bagon transformed into a silver flash and charged forward, while Tyranitar, torn between the battle and watching over Larvitar, found itself overwhelmed. Observing this, Apollo felt victory was within reach and prepared to conclude the skirmish, claiming his prize. Commands for attacks erupted from behind. Charizard, Flare Blitz. Zeraora, Plasma Fists. A red figure and a yellow figure rushed forward without hesitation, their footsteps echoing behind them. Ash spotted Apollo, who in turn noticed Ash. Of course it's Team Rocket. They've come to the Silver Mountain Range for the Tyranitar clan, Ash thought to himself. What is this little guy doing here? The boss explicitly said not to engage with him or his companions. Is he seeking trouble with someone he shouldn't? Apollo, sensing the dire situation, realized the trio's arrival might jeopardize his mission. However, he recalled Sakaki's stern warning against conflict. He couldn't protect himself, let alone his subordinates. Curse it. How did I run into him? Giving a retreat order to his underlings, he recognized that Ash was not someone he could contend with. How disgraceful. He's retreating instead of standing firm against the trio. Brock remarked, somewhat incredulous as he watched Apollo withdraw. Unbeknownst to them, Ash and Misty were equally perplexed. You're free to go now. May I inquire about your clan's location? I once rescued a Larvitar and returned it. I wonder if I might meet it again. Ash communicated through his aura. The recent rescue had eased the vigilance of the mother and child duo, yet the inquiry felt oddly familiar. Roar. Who are you? Tyranitar's wariness surged. Even at the outskirts of its territory, someone was prying into matters, raising suspicions about this stranger. Calm down, Ash urged, stepping back cautiously, fearful of inciting the creature's ire. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the jungle, overshadowing Tyranitar's presence. This imposing sound sent tremors through the earth, accompanied by a cacophony of booming noises, as if something colossal was approaching. Stay alert. Ash noted the absence of a warning from the system, but decided against dwelling on it. He turned to Brock and Misty, who simultaneously ready to pokeball, summoning a Gyarados and a Bagon, both vigilant of their surroundings. Emerging from the foliage was a Tyranitar towering over 3 meters, clad in green armor, exuding an aura of grandeur and formidable presence. Tyranitar, type, rock, dark level, 70 ability, sand stream qualification, champion skills, flamethrower, glare, rock slide, rock tomb, dark pulse, iron defense, stealth rock, earthquake, hyper beam, giga impact, protect, mud shot, iron tail, heavy slam, fire blast, hyper beam, and headbutt. Description: the current leader of the Tyranitar clan. Having taken up the mantle from the previous generation many years ago, this new chieftain possesses exceptional qualifications, an immense stature, and formidable strength, alongside high defensive capabilities. Notably, the Larvitar of yesteryear has grown into a Tyranitar of the desert. Might you not recognize it? As I perused the introduction, the initial details seemed quite ordinary. Yet the final emphasis took me by surprise. Pikachu. Pikachu stepped forward in greeting, appearing as a diminutive figure before Tyranitar, extending a warm welcome. Roar. Tyranitar cautiously cradled Pikachu in its palm, astonished by the serendipitous reunion with a longtime friend, affectionately nudging it, reminiscing about their bond prior to evolution. Ash took the initiative. Tyranitar, it's been ages. I can hardly believe the once crybaby has evolved and grown stronger. Roar. Indeed, I'm doing quite well now, managing the clan and longing for adventures beyond this place. Through their communication, Tyranitar expressed a yearning for the outside world, acknowledging that while the ecological environment here was pleasant, it had vowed to explore once it grew stronger, having been under Ash's care during its formative days. Misty and Brock exchanged pleasantries as well. Tyranitar remembered the one who could cook delicious meals, a culinary talent it adored, and the girl who harbored a fear of bugs. Ash tossed out 2 Pokeballs, revealing a Bayleaf and a Blaziken. Tyranitar's massive presence instilled a sense of intimidation in Bayleaf. Blaziken, are you that little one from before? Blaziken squinted at Tyranitar, its appearance reminiscent of a familiar companion, though uncertainty lingered in its inquiry. Banjiras nodded, pleased to encounter an acquaintance, which made things easier. At the same time, Ash expressed his desire to visit Banjira's tribe and extended an invitation for him to rejoin their ranks. Banjiras hesitated, torn between the call of his duty as a tribe leader and the responsibility of safeguarding his clan from potential intruders. Ash, too, recognized this dilemma and hoped that, akin to the majestic Beedrill, there would be members within the tribe capable of shouldering the mantle of protection. After a day's journey alongside Banjiras, they finally arrived at their destination. Banjiras was thoroughly impressed by Brock's culinary skills, devouring dish after dish as if he had been starved for years. Ultimately, Banjiras chose a successor to oversee the tribe's responsibilities and departed the Silver Mountains with Ash and his companions. Charizard and Zeraora engaged in a friendly sparring match with Banjiras, each evenly matched, as they were to become future allies, avoiding any unnecessary hostility. After several arduous days, they finally exited the Silver Mountains. Exhausted and in dire need of a wash, they arrived at the Pokémon Center, where Ash officially captured Banjiras, securing a near-mythical Pokémon. "Doctor, is there something you need?" he inquired. "I was without signal in the Silver Mountains for days. Just as I lay down, Nurse Joy notified me that Professor Oak wanted a call back." "It's not you I'm looking for," she smiled, shifting her gaze to the girl in pajamas beside her. "Xiaoyao," Ash exclaimed, surprised to see her. In the first chapter, preparations for departure ensue. The girl in the video was none other than Xiaoyao, a companion from the Hoenn region. "Long time no see. What brings you here?" Ash asked, excitement bubbling within him. "I heard you went to the Silver Mountains. Did you find anything interesting?" Xiaoyao playfully inquired. "Well, it went quite smoothly. I managed to reunite with an old friend," Ash responded, nodding generously. "Congratulations. When will you return to Pallet Town?" Xiaoyao asked. Having learned Ash had just returned from the Silver Mountains. "We'll be back in 2 days," Ash replied, unsure why Xiaoyao seemed so eager. "Okay, I'll wait for you," Xiaoyao concluded before abruptly hanging up. Meanwhile, Ash also reached out to Serena, only to find that Miss Barris was not in the studio, regrettably making it impossible for him to learn from her at that moment. Before Serena departed, Ash gifted her a Mega Evolution Stone and a Keystone, leading her to believe they were tokens of affection. Additionally, Misty's love disc had evolved into a Milotic, and Ash presented her with an egg as well. Upon returning to Pallet Town, Brock declined Ash's invitation to stay the night, hurriedly bidding farewell and racing back to Pewter City. Arriving home to an empty house, he found only his pseudo-Wudo tidying up the yard. "Bali, Bali," the pseudo-Wudo cheerfully greeted, indicating that his mother was out shopping and would return later. Ash left his backpack behind and headed to Professor Oak's lab. At the lab, he found Professor Oak and his rival, Gary, leisurely sipping coffee. "Ah, Ash, welcome back. How was the Silver Mountains? Did you discover anything?" Professor Oak inquired eagerly as they settled down. "It went smoothly. Would you like to meet him?" Ash grinned mischievously. Professor Oak's eyes lit up at the mention of the Silver Mountains, recalling how Ash once helped the young Larvitar return to the wild to reunite with its mother. Yes. Both Gary and Professor Oak nodded, their curiosity piqued. Ash was more than happy to satisfy their inquisitiveness. In the courtyard, Ash spotted Hera and Roserade entangled in their usual antics, while Torterra lounged beneath a tree beside Snorlax. With a clap of his hands, Ash called them over. "Everyone's here. It's time for you to meet an old friend. Don't be startled," Ash warned his Pokémon, as they had yet to meet Banjiras, except for Bulbasaur. Everyone was eager to know who had arrived. "Banjiras, please greet everyone." Ash tossed the Pokeball, and the massive Banjiras appeared before them, behaving calmly without a roar. Torterra and Hera's first instinct was to prepare for battle, uncertain of this towering creature's intentions. Professor Oak, gathering his courage, approached Banjiras. "Is this the young Larvitar from before? I hardly recognized you after all this time." Banjiras, recalling the professor, greeted him amiably without the fiery temperament of Charizard. Torterra and Hera soon realized this was the little green creature they had once met and eagerly approached. Ash then released Bayleaf and Blaziken, eager to catch up with old friends. Back inside, Xiaoyao finally made her appearance, now dressed rather than in her pajamas. "Ash, congratulations on your success in the Unova League," she exclaimed. "Thank you. I will continue to strive for more. What are your plans next, Xiaoyao?" Ash inquired about her future endeavors. She mentioned her participation in various Pokémon contests across Sinnoh, Hoenn, and Johto, but currently had no information regarding upcoming grand celebrations. "I'm not sure, but I heard there's a 3-star championship in the Kalos region that piques my interest. I might give it a try." Xiaoyao expressed her intentions. Ash blinked in surprise. "How did you know about that?" "However, I need to return home, so I won't be able to accompany you," Xiaoyao added, aware of Ash's connections with Serena and May, and opting not to intrude. Checking Xiaoyao's profile, Ash noted her high favorability rating. "System, are you suggesting I pursue her?" The two engaged in delightful conversation for a while. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted outside, followed by explosive sounds that drew everyone out of the house. Was someone brazenly attempting to steal Pokémon in broad daylight? They rushed outside, spotting a massive robot emblazoned with a prominent R, Team Rocket. As the glass canopy of the robot opened, 2 figures emerged. "Since you've earnestly sought our guidance, I typically wouldn't respond. But I'll make an exception just for you," the suave villain declared. "In our quest to prevent Earth's destruction and to uphold peace, we embody the essence of love and honesty in our wickedness. Playful and mischievous, we are Team Rocket, James and Jesse." Misidentifying another's name is indeed a profound display of disrespect. Zaya Samling, in a fit of exasperation, had initially intended to acquire a formidable Pokémon upon arriving at this research facility. But he was instantly captivated by an enormous green creature, compelling him to secure it at all costs. Bangila's unleashed a devastating attack, Destruction Beam, while Charizard followed suit with Dragon Rage. Ash issued these commands in rapid succession, for he found both creatures irksome. However, their formidable assaults bore no tangible effect on the robotic adversary, leaving merely faint traces, devoid of any significant damage. Were these efforts futile? Ash mused as he observed the metallic construct, clearly a testament to Team Rocket's wealth. System, what are the weaknesses of this robot? He inquired. Did you notice the rear engine? Target that. It is its most vulnerable point. The system promptly elucidated. Charizard, direct your Steel Wing at the rear engine and dismantle it, while Bangila's creates a diversion with Rock Slide in the front, Ash decisively commanded. Charizard's Steel Wing obliterated the unprotected engine, while Bangila's distracted the enemy's line of sight. Without hesitation, they launched their assault. The mechanized entity erupted in an explosion, disintegrating into fragments, leaving behind a chaotic scene of severed limbs and exposed wiring. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the two individuals had vanished. Looking up, Ash noticed Amato and Zaya Sandling had activated a jet propulsion device to escape. Trying to flee without consulting me, Ash smirked. He commanded Charizard to capture them and deliver them to Miss Shah. The ensuing days unfolded as a delightful holiday, with Ash donning new attire in preparation for fresh beginnings and challenges. This time, Greninja remained with him, while Pikachu, Charizard, Zeraora, and Dragonite were dispatched, with plans to swap out other companions as circumstances dictated. Chapter 2. A new journey in the Kalos region at the airport in Mier City, Kalos. Ash officially set foot on this new terrain. Kalos region, here I come, he exclaimed with exuberance, causing nearby onlookers to regard him with bemusement. Pikachu chimed in, echoing Ash's enthusiasm. Exiting the airport, Ash was greeted by Serena, who awaited with the Luriri gifted by Misty. Serena had already checked in, but alas, Miss Barries was not present. Take it easy, Ash. Be mindful. Everyone is watching, Serena gently admonished. Ever since his return from the Silver Mountains, Ash had felt somewhat out of sorts. Realizing his indiscretion, he swiftly apologized and exited the airport with Serena. Meanwhile, Bonnie continued her tireless efforts as a Pokémon coordinator. Welcome to my hometown, the Kalos region, specifically Mier City, Serena introduced to Ash. After a leisurely tour, they adeptly navigated to Professor Bratano's laboratory. Greeted by the familiar face of a Sharptooth they had encountered once before. Do we have guests? A man clad in a white lab coat, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, emerged. Ash, long time no see. I've embarked on a new journey, and now I've arrived in your territory. I look forward to your guidance, Ash greeted politely. Is that you, Ash? The professor expressed surprise, having not anticipated Ash's swift arrival in Kalos. He had recently received a call from Professor Oak, not expecting Ash to arrive so soon. Bratano warmly welcomed them into the lab, as it was not his nature to turn away guests. In a cafe in Mier City, Team Rocket savored their coffee. A server approached, delivering 3 slices of cake while whispering, "The mission details are in the note. Headquarters will contact you shortly. Good luck." The trio nodded casually, recognizing the server as their contact. They had successfully completed several assignments in the Unova region, unimpeded by Ash's interference, and now awaited further instructions in Kalos. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Apollo, a senior officer, expressed concern. Is it too risky to send them to Kalos to investigate Xerneas and the location of the sealed destructive deity? Sakaki, facing away, responded, the Kalos region is not as tranquil as you might imagine. Let them assess the situation. We will strategize our next move. The Flare team is not an organization to be trifled with, unlike Team Plasma. The others in the office shuddered slightly. Well aware of Sakaki's demeanor and the weight of his decisions, sending the trio was a low-profile maneuver that might yield significant discoveries. They opened the note, which simply instructed them to seek the location of Xerneas, the god of life in the Kalos region, where it lies sealed in slumber. Report any clues directly. No further involvement is required. The trio appeared puzzled. They had no recollection of Xerneas in Kalos. Meanwhile, back at the lab, Professor Bratano warmly entertained Ash and Serena. Ash had brought Zeraora for a thorough data collection, which the professor greatly appreciated, as the data gathered from Zeraora was remarkably extensive. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the laboratory, causing a palpable tension among the staff. The professor inquired, "What is happening? Why has the alarm sounded?" A female assistant rushed in, stating, "Professor, the storage facility triggered an alarm, indicating a possible theft or disturbance." Upon hearing this, Professor Bratano's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, could they have accessed that item? He turned to Ash. Ash, Serena, I apologize, but an emergency has arisen. I must attend to it. Please wait here. Ash waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to panic. This assistant seems remarkably calm while the others are in disarray. I can't shake the feeling that you might be involved in this somehow. The assistant shot Ash a glance. Unperturbed, young man, do not speak nonsense. I have served alongside the professor for many years. I am not that sort of person. That seems improbable. Xiao Jin and I have worked together for years without such behavior. Professor Bratano concurred, firmly believing in the assistant's integrity. System, have you made an error? Ash received a notification indicating that it was indeed this assistant who was responsible. Professor, it appears that this assistant is not who she seems, the system indicated, revealing that the real assistant, Xiao Jin, lay unconscious in the restroom of the laboratory. Ash received a hint and gradually approached the female assistant, Anling, the head of the information department of Team Flare in the Kalos region. Are you not yet prepared to reveal your true identity? Ash inched closer, his gaze fixed intently on the imposter before him. However, this individual remained unervingly calm, showing no signs of panic. I didn't expect to be discovered on my first mission. You truly live up to your reputation as the champion of the Unova League. Nevertheless, that item is of utmost importance to us. I'm afraid I must take it. The female assistant executed a series of backflips, removing a disguise mask that revealed her figure clad in a tight-fitting suit, her short, purplish-black hair adorned with a bizarre mask, concealing her true visage from all who beheld her. How shall I ensure you remain here? Ash inquired, producing a pokeball, ready to capture this individual. Let us see if you possess the capability, she retorted, releasing a cool leopard and a crocodile dragon to shield her front. Dr. Selena, retreat to a safe location. I will handle this, Ash commanded, observing the two legendary Pokémon. Ash, it's my territory under attack. I'll retaliate. You take Selena and leave, Dr. Bratano urged as he summoned his Mega Sharpedo, prompting Ash and Selena to depart. Doctor, you must escort Selena away. Two legendary Pokémon are merely insufficient for you, Ash explained, noting that the Mega Sharpedo was only level 63 while Selena's strongest Pokémon was merely elite level and not fast enough. After a moment of hesitation, the duo left with a parting remark. Hold them off. I will seek assistance. Zeraora and Charizard, you are my chosen ones. Ash released two Pokémon, Zeraora and Charizard, both of whom were among the few he had brought along apart from Pikachu. ISNT that the mythical beast? She remarked in surprise. What a fortunate find. I shall claim Zeraora as well. Defeat them. Cool Leopard. Use Destruction Beam. Crocodile Dragon. Employ Rock Slice. Anling disregarded the surroundings and launched a direct attack. Zeraora executed Cross Slash against Crocodile Dragon, while Charizard unleashed Flare Blitz upon Cool Leopard. Observing that Anling showed no sign of relenting, Ash knew he had to fight to the end. Charizard delivered a decisive blow, while Zeraora struggled slightly. Crocodile Dragon proved difficult to approach. The two Pokémon fought strategically, ultimately bringing the battle to a close. When Ash next sought Anling, she had vanished, leaving behind a ravaged research facility. Chapter 3, Legends, Mier Gym. Doctor, I apologize for the state of your research facility. Ash found Dr. Bratano in the garden, scratching his head sheepishly. Ash, this doctor is at a loss for words. How could a single battle wreak such havoc on the facility? They gathered in a relatively intact room at the back, where Ash's curiosity piqued about the object that compelled an evil organization to go to such lengths to seize it. Dr. Bratano then recounted the origins of the stolen item, a legend from the Kalos region concerning the three revered Pokémon, Xerneas, Yveltal, and the enigmatic Zygarde. The legend spoke of a dynamic balance maintained among the three mythical Pokémon. Should the relationship between Xerneas, the deity of life, and Yveltal be disrupted, Zygarde, the deity of order, would emerge to mediate and resolve the impending conflict. Team Flare had stolen the records pertaining to these two Pokémon and the last known locations of their appearances. Though only a small portion had been taken, Team Flare's intelligence would likely allow them to locate the rest swiftly. I never anticipated being targeted by Team Flare. Thankfully, Ash, your astuteness led you to uncover their identity. Dr. Bratano expressed his deep gratitude, acknowledging that if Ash had not been present, the damage to his research facility would have been far more extensive. Doctor, you must exercise caution moving forward, Ash kindly reminded, knowing that professors from various regions typically possessed a few formidable Pokémon. Professor Oak had Dragonite. Professor Rowan had a Dragonite as well, and Dr. Bratano had taken in a discarded Larvitar, now evolved into a Mega Sharpedo. At that moment, the sound of propellers filled the air, and a woman clad in white descended gracefully from above. Doctor, I heard your facility was attacked by Team Flare? The newcomer was none other than Miss Karuna, the champion of Kalos, who rushed over without a hint of her usual poise, followed closely by her assistant as the aircraft settled. Miss Karuna, you arrived late. The assailant was the leader of their intelligence department, who struck swiftly and vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, I am grateful for your support, the doctor expressed as he approached her in gratitude. Upon hearing the mention of the intelligence leader, known as the Chameleon Witch, Karuna realized the significance of the items at stake. It was uncommon for such a high-ranking member to intervene directly, indicating something of great value was involved. Ash, what brings you here? Karuna's gaze swept the room until it landed on Ash and Selena in the corner. Miss Karuna, I just arrived this morning to check in with the doctor. Only to encounter this robbery, Ash replied, scratching his head, acknowledging that this was his first experience with such an event. I had received word that you would be traveling to Kalos, but I hadn't expected you to arrive so late, Karuna remarked. Selena, do you possess a keystone? Which Pokemon can Mega Evolve? Upon noticing the keystone embedded in a necklace around Selena's neck, Karuna's interest was piqued. Selena blushed and quickly replied, like Miss Karuna. My Pokemon is also a Gardevoir. Karuna nodded, offering no further inquiries. The subsequent focus shifted to the reconstruction of the research facility. As the annual research funding allocated to a representative professor from each region was substantial, thus alleviating any pressure related to the restoration and renovation of the facility. After bidding farewell to Karuna, Ash set off toward the location of the Mier Gym. Dr. Bratano escorted the two to the entrance. A new journey begins. Do you have the Kalos Pokédex? Ash blinked, indicating he did not. This is the Kalos Pokédex. When you have time, visit the Pokemon Center to register for the competition. Dr. Bratano said, handing Ash the Pokédex. Thank you, Doctor. Although Ash did not require the Pokédex, it served as a personal identification tool, so he accepted it. After parting ways, the duo headed toward the city center, with their destination being the electric-type gym located in Prism Tower, the Mier Gym. Ash, the Mier Gym is an electric-type gym, and I've heard that 4 badges are required to challenge it. Don't you think you're being a bit reckless in your haste? Selena kindly cautioned as they walked. With a mischievous smile, Ash replied. It seems that pair of siblings is still adrift outside, and hasn't he succeeded in entering the gym. What is a gym battle to me? I refuse to believe I can't defeat you even if I dismantle your gym. Upon arriving at the center of Mier City, they beheld a towering structure predominantly white in color. This was the Prism Tower, home to the Mier Gym. At the foot of the tower, a pair of siblings sighed wistfully. Glancing at the imposing Prism Tower, their words caught in their throats. Ash and Selena approached, captivated by the beauty of the Prism Tower, awed by its grandeur. One could only surmise that the siblings hailed from a particularly affluent family, as few would establish a gym within such a landmark edifice. Ash and Serena stepped inside, where the interior was densely packed with an array of pipes and circuits, their purpose unknown. Ash addressed the screen above him. I apologize. A mechanical voice responded. Welcome to the Mier Gym. I am Ash, hailing from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. I wish to challenge the gym. Ash spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of excitement. May I inquire how many badges you possess? To challenge the Mier Gym, a minimum of 4 badges is required. I currently hold no badges. What should I do? Ash produced the Pokeballs of Charizard and Zeraora, contemplating a forceful entry, reasoning that it was merely a machine. At that moment, 2 rods emerged, ready to discharge electricity. Zeraora absorbed the current and used Meteor Mash to break through. Ash commanded as he released Zeraora. The current struck Zeraora but proved ineffective. Zeraora's Meteor Mash struck the door, leaving no trace of damage. What material is this, so resilient? The electricity ceased. May I inquire if you are the recently crowned champion of the Unova League from Pallet Town, Ash? The voice echoed once more. Indeed, that is I. Am I now eligible to challenge the gym? Ash inquired with a hint of impatience, intrigued by the gym's ability to access challenger information, especially with a robotic proxy master. Of course, I desire to witness the prowess of the league champion. This time, there was no refusal, leaving Ash somewhat surprised at the unexpected humanity of the robot, Hydronite. The door before him opened, revealing a brightly lit interior, where a robot with a dent on its forehead awaited to greet him. I am Hydronite, the gym trainer of Mier City, and I welcome you to the Mier Gym. The mechanical voice rang out again, cold and devoid of emotion, making Ash and Serena feel somewhat uncomfortable. Excuse me, shouldn't there be another gym trainer? Ash interjected, his curiosity piqued. The original gym trainer has embarked on a journey and invented me to serve as the acting gym master, Hydronite replied, offering little elaboration. Outside the Prism Tower, a pair of siblings watched Ash enter without being expelled, indicating he was a trainer of merit with badges. The boy with yellow hair, glasses, and a backpack was none other than Hitron, the original gym trainer from the source material, currently outside due to an unfortunate incident that left him without a home. The battle between Ash and Hydronite was about to commence, a 3 versus 3 showdown. Chapter 4. The Battle Against Hydronite, Part 1. Inside the Mier Gym, Ash and Hydronite took their positions. Now commencing the Mier Gym battle. Both sides may use 3 Pokemon. Only the challenger may switch Pokemon during the challenge. The battle begins now. A small robot holding a flag stepped forward to announce. Hydronite's eyes gleamed. My first Pokemon is this one. Go, Electra. A Pokeball launched from Hydronite's arm. Electra. Type, Electric. Class, Gym. Level, 57. Ability, Static. Moves, Thunder Wave, Discharge, Volt Tackle, Charge, Dragon Tail, Dig, Rain Dance, Swift. Electric Terrain, Shadow Clone, Heavy Slam, Grassy Terrain, Iron Tail. Isn't this Electra a bit overqualified with its moves? Ash mused, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. A Pokemon capable of Rain Dance is exceedingly rare. How has Hitron trained it, especially with electric terrain? Without hesitation, Ash declared, Pikachu, I entrust this to you. Pika. No problem, watch me take down this lizard. Pikachu sprang forward, determined to make a strong debut in the Kalos Gym battle. Hydronite, is that Pikachu? Electra, use Dragon Tail. Ash felt a jolt of concern. Pikachu, Iron Tail. A green tail swept directly toward Pikachu, who countered with an iron tail of his own. The two Pokemon clashed. Their strength evenly matched. Pikachu dashed swiftly, disrupting Electra's line of sight. Use Volt Tackle, Ash urged, unwilling to delay. Electra, Heavy Slam. Hydronite had a solution ready. Electra stomped firmly, causing the ground to become uneven, making it difficult for Pikachu to maintain balance. Pikachu, jump and use Iron Tail against the ground. Pikachu adjusted midair and struck down with Iron Tail, forcing Electra to leap to evade. Electra, without further instruction. Electra let out a cry as the weather on the battlefield worsened, rain beginning to pour. Ash thought, so we're playing the weather game, are we? Don't blame me. There's a significant difference between a robot's command and a human trainer's. Pikachu, leverage this opportunity and use Volt Tackle. Ash seized the moment, grateful for the advantageous weather, recognizing that rain doesn't favor Electra's terrain. Electra, Solar Beam. Hydronite's expression soured as he realized the need to adapt his strategy. The clash of their moves generated a significant cloud of smoke, from which Pikachu emerged first, with Electra following closely behind. Ash saw his chance. Pikachu, finish it with Iron Tail. With a decisive strike, Pikachu's Iron Tail sent Electra crashing to the ground, its eyes swirling as it lost the ability to battle. Yes. First one down. This Electra was not so formidable after all. The referee swiftly announced. Electra has lost its ability to battle. Pikachu is victorious. Please, Gym Trainer, send out your next Pokemon. Ash commended Pikachu, who responded with a confident gesture, indicating it was ready for the next battle. Return, Electra. You were fortunate this time. Now, what will you do? Go, Electivire. Hydronite released his second Pokemon, the familiar Electivire, a staple of electric-type gyms, as if every trainer had one. Electivire? Can Infernape hold its ground against it? Ash questioned. Pika. Pikachu affirmed, confident that it could match Infernape's prowess. Electivire, use Thunder Punch. Hydronite wasted no time, launching an immediate attack that sent Pikachu reeling. Pikachu, avoid direct confrontation. Use Volt Tackle. Observing that the rain's effect had not yet faded, Ash urged Pikachu to seize the moment and end the battle swiftly. Volt Tackle. Hydronite, however, showed no signs of retreating, pressing forward with his own assault. Use Iron Tail. Although Ash was puzzled about how Electivire had learned Volt Tackle, Pikachu was already significantly weakened from the earlier attacks. Its stamina and speed were evidently diminished. Hitloit seized the opportunity. Now was the moment to conclude the battle with Iron Tail. Pikachu collapsed, and Ash cradled him, presenting him to Serena for her inspection. Pikachu has lost its combat ability. The electric Pokemon has emerged victorious. Please have the challenger substitute their next Pokemon, the robotic referee signaled. Although I did not bring Infernape, I remain undeterred. A Pokemon of near champion caliber can certainly contend with a true champion. It was decided, Zeraora, you shall be my choice. Ash released Zeraora, having kept a watchful eye, noting that Zeraora and the others, Sceptile, Zoroark, were not part of his final team. Otherwise, he would have descended to near champion level, leaving him in tears. Charizard had dropped to level 69, Pikachu to level 52, and Greninja had retreated to its initial form, yet their bond remained intact. Ash observed the electric Pokemon facing Zeraora, pondering the ease with which it might be overwhelmed. Zeraora, Swords Dance, and then let South engage in close combat. He commanded without hesitation. The electric Pokemon steadied itself, and Hitloit, witnessing the paralysis lifting from the electric Pokemon, sounded the horn for a counterattack. A pair of siblings entered the gym unobstructed, the door ajar, and the sounds of battle echoed within. "Brother," the little girl tugged at her brother's sleeve, her voice laced with concern. The boy adjusted his glasses and strode forward confidently. The duo, the Hytron siblings, had come specifically to see if they could discover a way to assist against Hitloid, having noticed Ash's delayed entrance. "Electric Pokémon. Brother, your Electivire has evolved," the girl with the yellow hair exclaimed excitedly. Serena approached them, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Hytron, and this is my sister, Eulogia. I am the true trainer of the Myra Gym, and due to an unforeseen incident, it has become as you see it now," Hytron replied sheepishly. "Hello, I am Eulogia. It is a pleasure to meet you," she added. "I am Serena. If you are indeed trainers, why were you barred from entering? I now harbor doubts about your identities," Serena remarked, her suspicion rising at the sudden appearance of the two claiming to be gym trainers. The siblings were left speechless, pondering how they might prove their authenticity. Serena, growing wary, prepared for battle by retrieving her shiny Gardevoire's Pokeball. Chapter 5, Battle Against Hitloid, Part 2. Ash regarded the electric Pokemon before him, finding it far more formidable than any he had previously encountered. He decided not to delay any longer, raising his hand decisively. Zeraora, Plasma Fists. With the enhancements from earlier, this attack would be significantly more powerful. White lightning crackled around Zeraora, coiling around its hands to deliver a devastating blow to the electric Pokemon, which had received Hitloid's command to launch an ultimate impact. A smirk crept across Ash's face as he thought, "Surely, an ultimate impact cannot withstand my Plasma Fists." What a delusion to think that a signature move is merely ornamental. The two Pokemon collided, and it was evident that Zeraora had the upper hand. Following the electric Pokemon's retreat, Zeraora exploited its speed to land a punishing close-range strike, leaving it dazed. Zeraora, follow up with a backflip and finish with a Plasma Fist, Ash commanded as Zeraora executed the move flawlessly. The electric Pokemon has lost its combat ability. Zeraora is victorious. Please have the gym leader substitute their next Pokemon. The robotic referee called out, somewhat unexpectedly. Ash observed the animated discussions in the audience, where Serena and the Hytron siblings were engaged. Wondering when they had arrived, had they entered alongside him? For your final Pokemon, you cannot possibly win. Prepare yourself mentally. Go, Electrode, deal with this Dragonite. Hitloid declared as he returned the electric Pokemon and unleashed his last Pokemon, an Electrode. Ash stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, "This Electrode doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Why is it the last choice? I expected something like a Magneton or a self-destructing Magnemite." Eulogia, excitedly gripping Hitaron's hand, exclaimed, "Brother, your Electrode has evolved." Hytron, astonished, realized that both the Electivire and Electrode he had left at the gym had evolved. What on earth had transpired during his absence? Ash turned to the audience, spotting the blonde boy and surmising, "You must be the trainer from the Myra Gym, correct? Pay close attention to how this robot differs from the previous one. Especially its head. Think carefully." Hitloid, distracted by Ash's focus on the battle, seized the moment. Electrode, Thunder Punch. Electrode. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Level, 62. Qualification, Near Champion. Held item, Electrode Megastone. Moves, Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Charge, Dragon Tail, Iron Tail, Earthquake, Electric Terrain, Energy Ball, Hidden Power, Power Gem, Flash, Rock Smash. Electrode's qualifications were decent, yet its strength left much to be desired. However, it seemed the Electrode Mega Evolution would not be utilized in this battle. Charizard and Lucario had not been brought forth, and surely this robot could not Mega Evolve. As Ash contemplated, Zeraora had already exchanged several blows with Electrode, fighting autonomously without Ash's guidance. Is this Electrode capable of Mega Evolution, the one with glasses? Ash inquired of Hytron, noticing the Mega Stone dangling from Electrode's neck, indicating its potential for greatness. Hytron remained lost in thought regarding Hitloid's situation and had yet to respond, but Eulogia interjected, "Brother's Electrode can Mega Evolve. But without a Keystone, the Mega Stone is useless." She candidly revealed her brother's shortcomings. Ash mused, this brother seems rather unreliable. How could he remain oblivious to such crucial details? Yet, Eulogia proved somewhat useful at a critical moment. Observing Zeraora toying with Electrode, Ash realized it was time to conclude the battle. "Zeraora, Plasma Fists, finish this," he commanded, watching Zeraora effortlessly play with Electrode, clearly not exerting its full strength. Such a mismatch in power and level rendered the battle less than interesting. A single strike from Plasma Fist decisively ended the contest. If only Electrode could Mega Evolve, it might have added some excitement. Alas, the absence of a keystone was one factor, and the true gym leader was not even directing the fight. The electrode has lost its combat ability. Zeraora is the victor. I hereby declare Ash the winner of this match, the robotic referee proclaimed, raising its flag to announce the outcome. Hitloit, somewhat disgruntled, had to concede. This match had indeed been ruthlessly one-sided. Challenger, here is the Myera Gym badge, the voltage badge. You may leave, Hitloit stated, handing over the badge and dismissing Ash without further ado, having recently defeated many challengers and preferring not to see Ash again. As Ash collected his badges and approached the stands, a man with blonde hair and glasses pondered over the issue at hand, unable to grasp where things had gone awry. He had previously configured a particular function that would allow him to challenge the gym leader in the event of a malfunction, requiring a verbal confirmation. However, despite repeated attempts, the robot he had created had been ruthlessly ejected each time. I am Ash, hailing from the Kanto region, and I must say, your invention leaves much to be desired. Ash remarked as he extended his hand in greeting. I know you. You are the recent champion of the Unova League. The one who decisively triumphed in both the semifinals and finals, the Ash Ketchum. The young girl introduced herself. I am Eureka, and this is my brother, Hitron. Before Hitron could react, Eureka, with an air of familiarity, continued, It's a pleasure to meet you. Ash, who harbored no aversion to befriending allies from the original story, noted that Hitron was an inventor who, disinterested in managing the gym, had designated a robot to take on that role while he focused on his inventions and research. Hitron stood and approached Ash, inquiring, What exactly should I be paying attention to? His lack of comprehension often led him to overlook critical details. Look closely at your robot's forehead. Do you not see a noticeable dent? Does that not spark any thoughts? Ash held his head in exasperation, bemused by Hitron's apparent lack of insight despite the clarity of his brother's earlier remarks. With the hint, Hitron turned to follow Ash's gaze and noticed the indentation. What is that? He pondered aloud. Stepping forward, he commanded, Hitloite, activate combat mode. Hitloite responded. To initiate, a voice password must be provided. Hitron, now calm, reminded himself to maintain his composure. Stay calm. I must remain calm, he repeated. Is there any special prompt or secret phrase we need? Sally inquired anxiously. Hitron, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled the earlier programming and the secret phrase he had used. Could it be that? He clenched his fists and declared, From this day forth, I entrust you. I am Gym Trainer Hitron. With a flash of blue light from Hitloite's eyes, the password was confirmed and the combat mode was activated. Hitron felt a surge of joy, yet he remained uncertain about which Pokemon Hitloite would deploy for battle. Chapter 6. Hitron vs. Hitloite, the Arrogant Heir. With the password validated, the true battle between the gym trainer and the acting gym leader Hitloite was imminent. Hooray, we did it! Ash and his companions rejoiced. Eureka, having previously attempted to enter the gym with Hitron, was thrilled that Ash's prompt had led to the successful unlocking of the password. Ash applauded. Congratulations, Hitron. Let us begin. The rules were set for a 1v1 match. Hitloite's eyes flickered as if capturing a photograph, retracting his right arm. My first Pokemon is this, Go Magneton. A Pokeball emerged from Hitloite's arm, revealing a Pokemon predominantly yellow with black stripes. Ash thought to himself, surprised by Hitloite's choice of Pokemon. Eureka's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Long time no see, Magneton. How have you been? Hitron recognized Magneton as his most frequently used Pokemon during battles, known for its diverse array of moves. Diglett, I choose you. Hitron tossed out a ball, releasing a small gray rabbit with brown accents, its large ears and prominent front teeth indicating its prowess in burrowing. Hitloite commanded, We shall strike first. Magneton, use Sonic Boom. Diglett, catch it with your ears. Hitron ordered. Although Diglett was agile, it struggled against Magneton's spiraling form and was sent flying. Magneton, use Lock-On followed by Zap Cannon. A red mark appeared on Diglett's forehead as Magneton charged a silver beam. Hitron faltered, realizing he had not taught Magneton those moves. Diglett, dig underground. Just as Diglett burrowed, the Zap Cannon struck the entrance, launching Diglett into the air. Ash thought, This is trouble. Magneton can summon rain, although it's a normal type. The combination of rain and electric type attacks is formidable. Can you withstand it? Diglett, use Shadow Clone and Mudshot. Hitron rallied, as dozens of Digletts emerged, launching Mudshots at Magneton. Magneton, use Rain Dance. Hitloite commanded. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain poured down, much to Diglett's delight. Ash, however, was less pleased with the weather. Now Magneton Thunder. Hitloite seized the opportunity to strike without mercy. A bolt of yellow lightning struck down, hitting Diglett directly. Diglett, use Protect. Hitron shouted, as a green shield enveloped Diglett, mitigating the impact. Seizing the moment, Diglett executed a rapid spin, its small paws glowing silver as it dashed forward. Magneton was knocked out, collapsing to the ground. Hitron rushed over, concerned. "Magneton, are you all right?" Magneton, undeterred, smiled reassuringly. Hitloite approached, placing his right arm across his chest, declaring, "I have determined that you are my master. Welcome back, Master Hitron." Hitron rose to his feet, responding, "I have returned, Hitloite. It seems there was an error in my programming, and I apologize for the trouble it caused." He bowed deeply in apology and immediately set to rectify the programming. Accompanied by Ash and his friends, Hitron led them to his workshop, connecting various wires to Hitloite and opening its energy compartment to rewrite its programming. Ash gazed at the complex array of symbols, feeling overwhelmed by the intricacy. "This is quite complicated." As Hitron updated the programming, he muttered, "First and foremost, maintain a humble demeanor and never resort to violence in expelling challengers, regardless of how many badges they possess. Pokémon must be summoned based on the challenger's capabilities. Secondly, after a gym battle, provide challengers with valuable advice, win or lose. Lastly, assist challengers in their growth. This is an indispensable quality for a gym trainer." Once Hitloite rebooted and returned to normal, Ash and Serena prepared to take their leave. "Are you suggesting you would travel with me? Abandoning the gym?" Ash mused, surprised by Hitron's unexpected offer. "Indeed, Hitloite will remain here to oversee the gym. I wish to explore the world as well. Would you mind if I joined you?" The champion of the Unova League, Ash Ketchum, Hitron extended his hand in request. Ash found it impossible to refuse and nodded in agreement. "Of course. Let us embark on this journey together." Suddenly, the door burst open, and a brash young man with red hair swaggered in. "You are from the Dragon Peak of the Johto region, correct? I am here to challenge the gym leader of the Miure Gym." "Dragon Peak? Are you related to the dragon family? Is Dragonqing your kin?" "I am Hitron, a trainer from the Miure Gym. My Pokémon have just fought a match and are utterly exhausted. If you wish to engage in a gym battle, please return tomorrow." Hitron regarded the newcomer with a hint of irritation, sensing a desire to retaliate. "Are all members of the dragon family so arrogant?" Ash interjected unexpectedly. "My uncle is Dragon Dew. What do you intend to do about it?" The brash young man brandished his connection to intimidate his opponent, confidently assuming Ash would capitulate. "Is Dragonqing still in the hospital?" Ash posed a question that left both Hitron and the young man perplexed. "I am nothing like my useless brother, who was frightened by an unknown Pokémon and remains unconscious." The young man scoffed, dismissing them with disdain. Ash took out his phone and dialed Dragon Dew's number. Meanwhile, on the other end, Dragon Dew was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, massaging his Dragonite when the tranquility was shattered by a phone call. "Mr. Dew, do you have a relative named Dragonphone who claims to be the brother of Dragonqing? He has bright red hair and is quite arrogant." "Oh, you wish to speak with him? Go ahead." After a brief exchange to confirm identities, Ash handed the phone to the young man. "Your uncle is on the line." Initially dismissive, Dragonfang's demeanor shifted upon recognizing the familiar number, nearly startling him into submission. How did this kid know his uncle? Receiving a call on his private line was simply unthinkable. Upon answering, the conversation with Dragon Dew left Dragonfang drenched in cold sweat as he treaded cautiously. 5 minutes later, the call ended with a simple apology before he fled in haste. "Ash, do you know the Dragon-type Elite Four from the Kanto region?" Hitron inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "It's nothing much, just a casual acquaintance." Ash waved dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. "The last young member of the dragon family who crossed me is still recovering in the hospital." Ash and Serena naturally stayed in the guest room of the gym for the night, while Hitron and his sister prepared their belongings for the next leg of their journey. Chapter 7. Rampaging Garchomp and Mega Blaziken. At the Miure Gym, Hitron and his sister exchanged a few words before taking their electric dragon and continuing their travels. Hitron, aware of the existence of Megastones, began searching for a keystone. At the Pokémon Center, Ash approached Nurse Joy. "Hello. I am here to register for the Kalos League Challenge." Nurse Joy smiled warmly. "Please place your Pokédex on this screen." Ash complied, placing the device on the designated area. "Ash from Pallet Town, registration for the Kalos League Challenge is complete. You currently hold 1 badge. Please continue your efforts. And good luck," the mechanical voice announced, confirming his registration. "This time, we must secure victory in the Kalos League. Let us go, Pikachu." "Pika," Nurse Joy continued. "Every trainer who completes their registration will receive a badge case. The competition requires 8 badges, so please keep up the hard work." A cute, pink Jigglypuff appeared, carrying a box. "In the Kalos region, Jigglypuff serves as our reliable assistant," Nurse Joy elaborated. "Thank you, Jigglypuff, Ash replied gratefully as he accepted the badge case. Placing the Volt badge in the first slot. Ash, have you decided which gym to challenge next? Hitron asked, noticing the newly acquired badge. Any recommendations? I don't want to face a weak gym. Ash queried, seeking Hitron's guidance. Hitron contemplated thoughtfully. How about the Iceberg Gym? Serena chimed in. I haven't spent much time in Snowy City before, and I was captivated by the snowy scenery. I would love to revisit. That's too far. I'd prefer to save that gym for last. Ash declined the suggestion, fully aware of his intentions. Then perhaps the Fern Gym? I've seen videos of the fights there. They have a fighting-type gym by the seaside. What do you think? Hitron adjusted his glasses, offering a suggestion. The Fern Gym. One of the few places in the anime where mega evolution can occur, is led by the trainer Corny, who specializes in the fighting type. However, without a Megastone, it would be challenging. Let us head there first. Ash pointed to the nearest bug-type gym in Sandalwood City. And thus, Serena and Hitron conceded to this decision. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared from outside, prompting Ash to inquire, what is going on? Shark. Outside, a Garchomp, under the influence of some external control, was rampaging through the city. What is happening? Why is this Garchomp in a state of rage? Ash observed the situation, noticing its blood-red eyes. Please help. My Garchomp has been ambushed and is now out of control. A figure in a white coat rushed towards them. Dr. Bretano? The group recognized him instantly, realizing that this Garchomp belonged to the doctor. Shaman, stop Garchomp. Without hesitation, Serena sent out her Shaman, knowing that Dragon-type moves would be ineffective against a Fairy-type. Charizard. It's your turn. Ash called out his Charizard. Shaman, using Moonblast, launched a direct attack. However, the rampaging Garchomp dodged the attack and retaliated with a devastating Dragon Rush. Charizard, use Explosive Flame. Ash commanded, determined to subdue Garchomp despite its furious state. This time, Charizard gained the upper hand in the assault. But Garchomp's rampage showed no signs of abating. Ash, you must destroy the device on Garchomp's neck. Hitron pulled out a computer, quickly diagnosing the problem. It was indeed the controller on Garchomp's neck that was causing the chaos. Doctor, what is this controller? Hitron inquired. My laboratory has been infiltrated again. 2 individuals and a talking Meowth were responsible for this chaos, Dr. Bretano replied, his tone laced with anger. 2 individuals and a talking Meowth. A talking Meowth? How rare. Eulogia's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of encountering one. A talking Meowth? Could it be? Serena suddenly recalled their conversation, piecing together the clues. Doctor, are those 2 individuals marked with an R? One like this, and the other like that. Selena swiftly thought of the trio and gestured to depict their appearances. Yes, that's them. Indeed, the Team Rocket trio is as persistent as ever. Selena mused to herself. Oh no, Ash exclaimed, observing the Garchomp soaring into the sky. It seemed this creature intended to broaden the battlefield, and at that moment, a luminous sphere began to form in Garchomp's abdomen. This is Dragon Meteor. It absolutely must not be allowed to launch. Charizard Mega Evolve, Ash proclaimed, producing the keystone to initiate the transformation. A majestic, dark blue Charizard emerged. Dragon Claw. Without hesitation, Ash prioritized defense. Charizard can Mega Evolve? Citron was taken aback, astonished to discover that Ash's Pokémon possessed the capability to Mega Evolve. Charizard lunged forward with Dragon Claw aimed at Garchomp, and the aerial clash of dragons was imminent. Blaziken Blaze Kick. At that moment, a command reached Ash's ears. A fully Mega Evolved Blaziken swiftly arrived for assistance. Hey, young lady, stop gawking and lend a hand. The trainer of Blaziken urged Selena, noticing her daze. The more, the merrier. Let's end this battle quickly. Right? Selena murmured, momentarily captivated by Blaziken's striking appearance. Gardevoir Mega Evolve. Selena retrieved the keystone from around her neck and initiated her own Mega Evolution, contributing to the effort. Gardevoir Moonblast. Selena's command was simple yet remarkably effective, and the Moonblast struck with precision. Even Selena can Mega Evolve? Brother, you're out of the loop. Yuliga teased her brother, noticing Citron's stunned expression. Ash gifted it to me. Ash has more than just Charizard capable of Mega Evolution. Selena replied with a grin. What? Professor Bretano was equally astonished to learn that Ash had multiple Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. This was promising news for his research on Mega Evolution. Charizard, use Blast Burn. Blaziken, use Inferno Overdrive. Ash and the masked figure observed as Garchomp faltered, delivering the final blow. Garchomp collapsed, and Professor Bretano hurried forward. However, the device around its neck was too tight to dismantle. Dragon Claw. Ash, undeterred by the device, forcefully destroyed it. Reflecting on how Team Rocket could be both exasperating and occasionally dependable. At Team Flare's headquarters, a man with a vibrant red pompadour stroked the nearby flame lion. Savoring a drink. Boss, we have a situation. We VE detected Team Rocket's presence. A subordinate reported. The man paused his actions. Is the information reliable? He inquired without turning. They only sent 3 grunts. Their destination remains unclear. The subordinate summarized the known details. This isn't typical of Lysandra, the man murmured. Report any developments immediately. If they are not here to thwart our plans, let them be. I have no desire to waste time on them. Chapter 8. The Ancient Pokémon Research Lab, Part 1. Having subdued the rampaging Garchomp, Professor Bratano insisted on keeping Ash and his companions at the lab. As he was fervently dedicated to researching Pokémon Mega Evolution, Ash willingly allowed Charizard to Mega Evolve once more, enabling the professor to gather considerable data for his ongoing studies. The following day, they prepared to depart. Ash, your next destination is the Water-type gym located in the coastal city of Baytown, east of Mier City. It is a paradise for Water-type Pokémon, Professor Bratano advised regarding their upcoming itinerary. Baytown. Ash quickly researched and discovered it to be a renowned tourist city on the eastern coast of the Kalos region, home to many Water-type Pokémon and some rare tourist attractions. All right, I agree to the journey to Baytown, Ash confirmed, setting the course and departing. As they left Mier City, Ash glanced back, recalling it as the starting point of their journey and the future venue for the Kalos League Mier conference. The group traversed through the forest, knowing they would spend several days in the wilderness and thus needed to adequately prepare supplies. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, was curiously surveying the surroundings when it spotted a tail ensnared in vines, piquing its interest. Pikachu waved its tiny hands, urging Ash to look in the direction it indicated. As Ash traveled, he shared stories of their adventures with Citron and Yulongqing. Ash, it seems you've encountered far more than my brother, who is always preoccupied with his inventions, often producing unreliable creations. Yulongqing listened intently, her interest piqued, while Citron felt somewhat embarrassed by his sister's description. Seeing this, Ash quickly chimed in. Although I don't know what kind of inventions Citron has, they must be fascinating, right? Citron? Despite being aware of the inadequacies of Citron's inventions, Ash feigned excitement. Citron noticed Ash's genuine curiosity regarding his creations, sensing the potential for a key moment in the future. After walking a bit further, Yulongqing noticed something green with tendrils, which caught her attention. At first, Ash thought it was merely a plant and paid it little mind. Wait, is that a cradle lily? Ash finally glimpsed the Pokémon in its entirety. It appeared to be a cradle lily, a species thought to be extinct. How could it be here? Cradle lily is a plant-like Pokémon adorned with various yellow markings on its head, neck, and body, with 8 tendrils surrounding its base, capable of extending for attacks. Ash rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't mistaken. Strange, how did this ancient Pokémon from the Hoenn region find its way here to the Kalos region? Did I take a wrong turn, or did a Ditto transform? Checking the Pokédex. Cradle lily. Type. Grass. Rock. Level. 42. Potential. Unknown. Not Ash's Pokémon or inaccessible in the wild. Ability. Suction cups. This ability allows the Pokémon to adhere firmly to surfaces, rendering switching Pokémon and items ineffective. Moves. Seed Bomb. Acid. Root. Ancient Power. Energy Ball. Water Pulse. Protect. Solar Beam. Vine Whip. Leaf Blade. Sunny Day. These moves are quite impressive. Ash nodded in approval at the information and skills displayed, preparing to send Pikachu into battle. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a man wearing goggles approached Ash, blocking his path. Who are you, sir? Ash questioned, eyeing the miner's attire with annoyance. Stop. This is our Cradle Lily from the Ancient Pokémon Research Lab. This child slipped away while we weren't looking. The man explained apologetically. All right, calm down, he said, cradling the Cradle Lily and gently stroking its head. My name is Yai, and I am the director of a research institute dedicated to the study of ancient Pokémon. Would you care to join us? Yai extended a warm invitation. Ash turned to Serena and the others. Shall we go? Yes. They all replied in unison, indicating that a consensus had been reached. Not far away, 2 figures, along with Meowth, were observing Ash and his companions from a hot air balloon. James pulled out a small notebook and remarked, I recall there is a research institute here that focuses on ancient Pokémon. It's worth a visit. Meowth chimed in. Ancient Pokémon, you say? Is that from the same era as Aerodactyl and the ancestral bird of Musashi? At this, Meowth's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished that such a place existed. Musashi, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor. Ancient Pokémon? I'm satisfied with my ancestral bird. No need for anything else. And let us not forget our mission in the Kalos region. Musashi stated coolly, wary that the duo might lose sight of their objective. Perhaps we should capture some ancient Pokémon and send them back to Team Rocket headquarters? This notion resonated among the three, as they resolved to return to their old ways in pursuit of capturing Pikachu. Upon entering the institute, the director guided Ash and his friends through an exhibit of fossils. Small plaques before each fossil identified the respective Pokémon they belonged to. The display was vast and varied, including familiar names like Aerodactyl and Scyther. Next, we shall enter the paradise of ancient Pokémon. The creatures we have revived reside here. Do not be alarmed, the director cautioned before opening a massive iron door. Administering a calming tonic beforehand, hoping they wouldn't be frightened. Ash, filled with curiosity, was eager to see the Pokémon of this institute. Having previously only encountered fossilized Pokémon from Hoenn and Kanto, this time, he hoped to encounter the likes of a baby Tyranitar and an ice dragon. Ash, are you not afraid? Serena tugged at Ash's sleeve, her voice tinged with apprehension. Not at all. I've been to many places like this. It's fine. Ash replied cheerfully, having already witnessed various ancient Pokémon, so he felt no trepidation. Eureka also wore an expression of anticipation, wondering what Pokémon awaited them. Meanwhile, her brother Citron appeared tense and fearful, keeping a safe distance from them. Ash stepped forward and urged Citron, "Why are you so anxious? Come on. Let us go inside and take a look." As Ash nudged Citron, he mused about how Citron seemed to lack his usual courage. "I'm not scared. I'm just a bit nervous." Citron feigned composure as he bravely moved ahead. Ash secretly chuckled at the scene. "Just don't let a ferocious Aerodactyl or some other intimidating Pokémon scare you." Suddenly, a majestic Aerodactyl soared through the sky, proclaiming itself the sovereign of the region, causing the other Pokémon to scatter in fright. By the lakeside, a group of Pokémon, including a Shuckle, Scyther, and a few others, frolicked harmoniously, indicating no signs of conflict. Chapter 9, The Ancient Pokémon Research Institute, Part 2. Within the institute, a machine was operational, capable of reviving ancient Pokémon from discovered fossils. Although Ash had seen such machines in his previous life, this was his first time witnessing one up close, utilizing advanced technology to resurrect ancient fossil Pokémon. He observed the entire process through glass. Suddenly, a red alarm blared through the research facility, heightening everyone's vigilance. "Director, an unidentified robot is attacking our institute, along with a talking Meowth." A staff member rushed to report. "A robot? And a talking Meowth?" The director immediately retrieved a remote control, pressing a few buttons until a television screen appeared, displaying a Blastoise-shaped robot assaulting the protective glass. Had it not been for the robust shield, it would have broken through. Team Rocket. Ash and his companions recognized the familiar emblem and immediately identified the trio, causing the disturbance. The director, curious, inquired, "Do you know them?" Assuming Ash was allied with the outsiders and keeping his distance, Ash glanced at the director. "Know them? Not at all. They're our old foes, pursuing us from Kanto to Kalos, all in the name of capturing Pikachu. Their persistence is remarkable." Ash quickly waved his hands. "It's a misunderstanding. We accidentally ended up here while heading to the Bay City gym. Here's my identification." He presented his Pokédex to the director, who examined it and confirmed its authenticity before returning it. "Let us go check it out." They unanimously decided, feeling that these nuisances were relentless and intolerable. Ash sprinted forward. "Team Rocket, cease this at once. You truly are an unshakable nuisance." James replied, "Hey kid, we merely wish to provide these ancient Pokémon with a comfortable and warm environment." Meowth added, "Get lost, don't disturb us while we're working." Pikachu unleashed a Volt Tackle, while Zeraora followed up with a Plasma Fist's attack. Ash issued both commands in quick succession, believing that the Volt Tackle might just hold, while the Plasma Fist would surely deliver a significant blow. Pika. Pikachu and Zeraora charged in, landing their attacks without a scratch. Ash noticed the robot sustained no damage, and no weaknesses were revealed. The system chimed in. "Host, unfortunately. This time Team Rocket's mech possesses some advanced features. Only brute force will do." Ash, feeling exasperated, replied, "Then how do we dismantle this thing? If only I could call upon Garchomp to tear this scrap heap apart." He contemplated alternatives. If electric-type moves were ineffective, Zeraora could unleash its ultimate impact. Ash suspected Team Rocket would have fortified against electricity, but he was uncertain if the rest could withstand his attacks. Zeraora enveloped itself in a radiant light and charged toward the robot. Ash observed intently, noticing a tiny crack that caught his attention. Could that be its weak point? A surge of excitement coursed through him. He couldn't let this opportunity slip. Ash radiated with blue light, communicating with Zeraora, who acknowledged the insight and spotted the same tiny crack. With a powerful burst punch, Zeraora struck. At that moment, the Team Rocket control room remained unfazed as they pressed a switch, sealing off the exposed area with a metal plate. Ash was taken aback. Such an operation was unexpected. The protective shell of the Research Institute was compromised, shattering under pressure, as 5 Aerodactyls burst forth, their eyes glowing red as they confronted the robot. "You all must leave," the director shouted, alarmed at the sight of the 5 Aerodactyls. It was a hard-earned success to revive them, and he could not allow them to be lost so easily. The 5 Aerodactyls ignored the director, unleashing a destructive beam toward the control panel, seemingly unaffected by the robot's impregnable defenses elsewhere. Ash seemed to grasp the significance of the 5 fossil pterosaurs. "Meowth, capture those 5 fossil pterosaurs." Without a trace of fear, Musashi directed her small hand towards Meowth. "Understood." "Meow?" Meowth promptly extended its mechanical arm in an attempt to seize the 5 fossil pterosaurs. However, their expectations were overly optimistic, as 2 of the fossil pterosaurs unleashed steel wings, obliterating several mechanical arms in an instant. "What?" Watching the real mechanical arms being rendered useless left the trio dumbfounded. Kojiro exclaimed, "Meowth, think of something quickly." At that moment, Meowth found itself at a loss, never anticipating that a few fossil pterosaurs would cause such chaos. The assault from the fossil pterosaurs was far from over. A barrage of destructive beams shot towards the robot, resulting in a tremendous explosion. "What an annoying sensation, X3 Meow." Ash swiftly departed this tumultuous scene, returning to the research facility, where Serena was lovingly cradling a small creature exhaling snowflakes. The Ice Dragon, an ancient Pokémon discovered in the Kalos region, thrives in the frigid northernmost territories. Upon seeing Ash, Serena exclaimed, "This is the Ice Dragon. It has been clinging to me incessantly." Feeling slightly embarrassed, she admitted, "I merely fed this little one a small morsel, and it seems to have taken a liking to me." Ash shook his head, stating, "It's impossible to take it away. There should be a place here that mimics the icy environment. It would be quite troublesome if taken outside." His words extinguished Serena's desire to capture the Ice Dragon. Nevertheless, she gazed longingly at the little creature, noticing the researchers sending her pleading glances. The researcher hesitated, stating, "We already possess one Ice Dragon and its evolved form, the Ice Dragon Titan. The fossil of this Pokémon is exceedingly rare, and the success rate of its revival is alarmingly low. Therefore, I must sincerely apologize." "Well, all right then," Serena replied, feeling a tinge of regret as she yearned for the Ice Dragon to become her new companion, yet understood the challenges posed by climate and temperature for its care. Observing Serena's disappointment, the Ice Dragon turned and dashed away, returning with a white and blue Pokémon egg, signaling it was a gift for Serena. Following closely was the Ice Dragon's evolved form, the Ice Dragon Titan. Ash discerned the little Ice Dragon's intention to offer this egg as a farewell present. Checking the egg, Ice Dragon, unhatched. Type, Ice Rock. Level, 0. Quality, unknown. Abilities, unknown. Moves, Snowfall, Aurora Beam, Destructive Beam. A perfectly ordinary Ice Dragon egg, and the Ice Dragon Titan appeared, expressing its willingness to present the egg to Serena. Ash, with a resigned nod, encouraged, "Serena, accept it. Since the child's mother is willing to give it to you, what reason do you have to refuse?" Serena looked at the director and the researchers, who remained silent yet conveyed their agreement. This egg was a gift from the Pokémon, indicating a bond between them. "Thank you," Serena said, accepting the egg and expressing her gratitude to the mother and child. Meanwhile, deep within Ash's system space, an egg resonated, though Ash remained oblivious to it. The next day, as they set out once more, Eulogia held the Ice Dragon egg tightly, reluctant to let go. The coolness of the egg was quite soothing, especially in the oppressive heat of the weather. Chapter 10, The Hatching of the Ice Dragon and Reshiram. Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Bay City, sharing laughter along the way. During this time, Eulogia acquired the adorable Dakdo from the anime, and Pikachu took great care of it. Passing through a small town, Serena checked on the Ice Dragon's condition and breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that everything was fine. It was a relief that there were no issues transitioning from the icy realms to a temperate climate. Dakdo munched on fallen fruits not far away, while Ash studied the map to determine their next course. Currently, aside from Pikachu, his trusty mount, and Bagon, the rest were at the research facility. Charizard had been called back by Ms. Kiko at the previous town, without any explanation provided. Initially, he intended to bring Frogadier along, but Professor Oak had lost track of its whereabouts. In short, it was missing. He called upon his mount to see if it had made any progress. Bah! The mount bleated, observing the others as they plotted their route, while Dakdo, unperturbed, offered a fruit to the mount. "I have heard of the Bay Gym. The gym leader is not from our Kalos region, but hails from another region, Citron remarked. Ash blinked in curiosity, pondering what kind of person would come from another region to establish a gym here. Eulogia chimed in. The Bay gym trainer is a beautiful sister. Oh brother, you must seize the opportunity. She playfully scolded Citron for attempting to play matchmaker. Beep, Reshiram's presence detected, the system alerted. Ash grew vigilant upon hearing Reshiram's name. Could it be nearby? Calm down, host. The egg you acquired in the ruins is about to hatch. Ash was taken aback. Hadn't it been said that he didn't know when it would hatch? What was going on? At that moment, Serena's ice dragon egg also began to emit light, signaling its impending hatching. Ash theatrically retrieved the Reshiram egg, now enveloped in blazing red flames. The brilliance persisted for 30 minutes, and finally, Reshiram hatched successfully. The little Reshiram, approximately 30 centimeters in height, immediately recognized Ash as its closest companion, nuzzling his palm affectionately, exuding cuteness. Pikachu greeted the new member with enthusiasm, while the little Reshiram, though unable to fly, flapped its tiny wings to greet them. Viewing Reshiram's data, Reshiram. Type, Fire Dragon. Level, 0. Status, newly hatched and exceedingly curious about the world. Ability, Turbo Blaze. Quality, Level 1 Divine. Actual Level 2 Divine. Currently sealed. Can only be unsealed with the acknowledgement of Reshiram, the current guardian of the Unova region. Moves, Blue Flame, Fusion Flare, Dragon Dance, Protect. In a certain location in the Unova region, a pair of blue eyes opened, sensing something. A woman holding a staff also sensed something unusual. How can it be? How could there be a second Reshiram in this world? She murmured, activating her special abilities to trace the origin of this phenomenon. Moments later, she coughed up blood. Kalos region. These were the words the woman uttered after regaining her composure before fainting. Serena approached, cradling the newly hatched ice dragon, and gazed at the miniature Reshiram, its familiar features striking a chord within her. Ash, could this egg be the one you obtained in the Unova ruins? Serena pondered, her memory slightly stirred, having only glimpsed it a few times. The three dragons of the path? Indeed, this little one is named Reshiram, Ash confirmed without hesitation. Citron, upon hearing this, gasped, Reshiram? In the Unova region, Reshiram, one of the three dragons of the Tao, alongside Zekrom and Kurum, is renowned. Ash and Serena nodded in acknowledgement. That's a legendary Pokémon. How did you come to possess its egg? This is unprecedented. I've never heard of a legendary Pokémon egg existing. Where did you acquire it? Citron exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, as Ash's revelation left him momentarily speechless. It's a long story, Ash sheepishly replied, scratching his head. His explanation was rather simplistic and lacked detail, leaving Citron and his sister somewhat bewildered. Congratulations, host. You have successfully hatched Reshiram, the first juvenile of a level 1 deity. Reward, special ability to freely alter body size when reaching the level of a champion. Upon advancing to level 2 deity, the main quest will commence, involving trials from the guardian of the Unova region. 1 Master Ball, not counted among your 6 Pokémon, and a unique item, a Radiant Stone. Is that all? The main quest only unfolds at level 2 deity? You're quite a handful, little one. Host, please note that Reshiram cannot carry learning devices, and all double experience cards are ineffective. You may either exchange for rare candies or unique experience cards. Are you out of your mind, system? Reshiram can't carry learning devices? I suppose being a legendary Pokémon comes with its peculiarities, Ash mused, dismissing his concerns. However, the pricing seemed excessive. Reshiram's unique experience card, permanent, earn a 15 experience boost when engaged in battle. If Reshiram participates, the experience gained is contingent upon the opponent's strength and will not trigger double experience effects. Redemption conditions. Defeat 4 regional champions, restricted to the Kalos region. Others are not applicable. Requirements. First, engage in a full team battle. Second, no use of Charizard or Zeraora, and Reshiram cannot be summoned for assistance. Third, only Pokémon captured from this region may be utilized, including Pikachu. Rare candy. Unconditionally elevates a Pokémon's level, with a cap at level 99 beyond which it is ineffective. Redemption conditions. 1 million alliance coins or 3 compulsory tasks. Upon reading this, Ash's eyelids twitched, nearly collapsing under the realization that he hadn't captured a single Pokémon in the Unova region yet. Wait a minute. Isn't Greninja and the Ride Pokémon from the Kalos region? The Ride Pokémon, sensing Ash's eager gaze, quickly scurried away in fright. If Greninja can bond evolve, I can certainly train the Ride Pokémon as well. Pikachu may be out of the equation, but I can still prevail. Host, your luck is extraordinary. However, a bit of pressure is necessary. Additionally, Note that battles against the Elite Four can only be attempted once. Failure results in the item being permanently removed. System. You're absolutely insufferable. Do you have any Pokemon recommendations? I wouldn't mind starting anew. Host. You must seek them out yourself. There are no shortcuts. Pika Pika. At that moment, Pikachu emerged, cradling a purple egg adorned with various circular decorations. It placed the egg into Ash's hands. Checking the details. Woobat, unhatched. Level, 0. Potential, unknown. Skills, Supersonic, Echoed Voice, Dragon Pulse. Oh, Pikachu, I adore you. Whatever I lack seems to arrive in abundance. Even if this isn't the tearful Woobat from the anime. I refuse to believe that with proper training, you won't achieve great heights. Ash was elated. Having found 2 treasures in a single day, the hatching of Reshiram and the appearance of the Woobat egg. He wondered if Elon was prepared to face his wrath. Chapter 11. The mischievous Reshiram begins training after hatching Reshiram. Ash dedicated more of his energy to the little one, inadvertently depleting the food supplies in his backpack. Eureka, armed with a small comb, attempted to groom Reshiram, but the little creature darted away, unwilling to submit to her persistent efforts. It simply could not tolerate being relentlessly pursued. Serena's Frost Dragon hatched around the same time as Reshiram, but due to bloodline suppression, the Frost Dragon kept its distance, avoiding Reshiram. Reshiram, enough playing. We must commence training. Ash insisted, eager to begin various training exercises. The little one had been born for 5 or 6 days now, a period characterized by playfulness and mischief, making it impossible for Ash's words to reach it. Ignoring the distraction, he focused on training the Ride Pokémon and Bagon. Bagon unleashed Dragon Pulse at the Ride Pokémon, which attempted to counter with Leaf Tornado. Ash began the training with foundational skills and moves. Dragon Pulse struck the Ride Pokémon directly, but it withstood the assault without a hitch. The Ride Pokémon then initiated Leaf Tornado, forming a whirlwind of leaves that ensnared Bagon in its center. Despite numerous attempts, Bagon could not break free from the Leaf Tornado's onslaught. Ash observed, Ride Pokémon. Try attacking Bagon from various directions and angles with the leaves. The Ride Pokémon nodded, its eyes glowing blue as multiple leaves shot towards Bagon from different positions. Initially, Bagon dodged with ease, but as dozens of leaves surged forward, it retaliated with Flamethrower, incinerating the leaves. However, Bagon subsequently directed Flamethrower towards the encircling leaves. But the effect was minimal. Ash nodded, satisfied with the outcome. This was precisely what he desired, to confine Bagon in a position where it could not escape. Observing how it would dismantle the situation without any directives. Suddenly, a streak of azure flame erupted into the Leaf Tornado, shattering its defenses. Ash groaned. Knowing Reshiram would cause disruption, it had previously interrupted training sessions with Pikachu and the Ride Pokémon with its sudden appearances. Scooping up Reshiram, Ash rubbed its nose. Expressing his discontent, little one, this is training, not playtime. Could you refrain from causing chaos? If you wish to play, seek out Pikachu or Zeraora. Reshiram, feeling slighted, wondered if it was truly so unwelcome. Host activates Reshiram's fighting spirit. Humph, I suppose I can manage you. Are you ready to train? Ash inquired, glancing at Reshiram, who nodded enthusiastically, brimming with determination. Pikachu. Ash called to Pikachu, who was engaged in play with Deden. Pika? He then handed Reshiram over to Pikachu, instructing, take it into battle and train diligently. Pikachu is my first Pokemon and my most trusted partner. I am confident in leaving it in your care. Ash explained to the bewildered Reshiram. Meanwhile, Citron was tinkering with something in his backpack, which contained a portable mechanical arm capable of extending up to 3 meters with a simple press of a button. Selena took the opportunity to utilize Heatrian's computer to peruse various fashion materials and design proposals. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment at not encountering Miss Barry's upon her return, she diligently kept herself informed about Miss Barry's latest developments, ensuring she was well prepared for their next meeting, unlike a novice who knows nothing. Yuliga, on the other hand, was cozily entwined with the ice and snow dragon, providing a refreshing chill amidst the sweltering heat, akin to a walking air conditioner. Not far off, Team Rocket was observing Ash and his companions. The keen-eyed Kojiro was the first to spot both the ice and snow dragon and Reshiram, promptly snapping a few clear photos with his portable camera. Kojiro murmured to himself, how peculiar. This white, feathered Pokemon bears an uncanny resemblance to Reshiram, one of the legendary dragons from the Unova region. He took out some cards for comparison, noting that aside from its significantly reduced size, its other features increasingly resembled Reshiram. Hence, he promptly sent the information back to headquarters, exercising caution as he was uncertain about the implications of Reshiram following the young trainer. Better to err on the side of caution. At Team Rocket's headquarters, in the intelligence department, a series of knocks echoed against the door of the department head's office. "Come in. What special intelligence do we have today?" The man, with his back turned to his subordinates, inquired coldly. "Report. Kojiro and his team have sent a series of photos capturing a miniature version of Reshiram. They are uncertain of its authenticity, hence the report." One subordinate succinctly explained the situation. Aren't these three supposed to be in the Kalos region searching for information and habitats related to Xerneas? How could they encounter Reshiram? Surely, there must be a mistake. The leader expressed his skepticism, deeming the odds of such an encounter highly improbable and suspecting it was a jest. "Take a look, Chief." The subordinate handed over the photos and notes, prompting the leader to scrutinize them closely. Upon inspection, he was convinced, this is indeed Reshiram. "This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. It must be reported directly to Sakaki." In Sakaki's office, he was affectionately stroking his beloved Persian. "You mean those three encountered a trainer with Reshiram?" Sakaki initially scoffed, thinking the head of the intelligence department was joking. "Boss, I assure you, the data relayed is from the trainer Ash, whom you instructed us to monitor closely." The head of the intelligence department asserted, no longer willing to speculate. "Instruct them to tread carefully and avoid alarming the target. We are unaware if the legendary Pokémon has indeed shrunk and is following him." Sakaki's expression turned pale, pondering the extraordinary luck of those three and eager to hear about their past adventures. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions, through outdoor battles and practice among themselves, had reached the threshold of evolution with their dragon-type Pokémon. With just a catalyst, it could evolve into a Shelmet. The Pokémon had mastered Dragon Pulse through training and battles with their mount, successfully utilizing it to escape the confines of a leaf tornado. During this time spent in the wilderness, they endured the rigors of camping, facing inadequate food and sleep. Yet, despite the hardships, they managed to persevere with relative ease. Hetrian, being an inventor lacking physical exercise during this period, engaged in his peculiar inventions, which, when they failed, left the nearby Selena and others with hair resembling explosions. Camping under the stars at night proved to be quite the challenge. Reshiram accumulated considerable battle experience, leveling up from 0 to 7. Its growth rate being double that of ordinary Pokémon. Otherwise, it would have long surpassed level 10. Ash observed the gradual growth of Reshiram with satisfaction, but lamented its voracious appetite, as their supplies were dwindling. They needed to conserve enough food for the journey ahead. Chapter 12. In Bay City, the rhythm of rendezvous beckons. Ash and his companions, with a series of stops and starts, finally arrived at the location of the second gym, Bay City, a bustling tourist destination. The hotels and inns near the Pokémon Center were fully booked, leaving them with no place to stay. "What should we do? It's utterly crowded everywhere. And there are no vacancies," Ash lamented. Hetrian shook his head. "I never anticipated it would be this bustling, apart from the core city of Lumios. This is the second largest city in the Kalos region and a popular travel hub, so the full occupancy is hardly a surprise." Selena, overwhelmed by her own unpleasant odor from days of camping, felt a pang of despair at the realization of the city's overcrowdedness. Pikachu, Ash, Selena, Hetrian, and Yuliga sighed in unison, astonished at the booming tourism industry. "Shall we visit the Bay Gym and see if we can freshen up there?" After a prolonged silence, Ash suggested. "Sounds good." The others agreed, and thus they decided to gamble on their luck at the gym. Approaching the gym, marked by its coastal architecture, Ash trekked for over 2 hours before finally reaching the site. Positioned near the seaside, it was evident from the exterior that the battle platform was set upon the water. Just then, a middle-aged man exited the gym. "Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. I am here to challenge the gym. May I ask if the gym leader is present?" Ash politely inquired. The man, with dark circles under his eyes, apologetically replied, "I'm terribly sorry. The gym leader is currently away and is scheduled to return tomorrow when the gym officially opens. I must ask you to return another day." Ash and his friends were momentarily taken aback, their hopes dashed. "Is that you, Ash?" A voice called from behind. Ash turned to see a girl with braided hair, dressed in a white sundress, wearing sunglasses and flip-flops. She looks somewhat familiar, Ash thought, struggling to recall her identity. "Do you know her, Ash?" Selena tugged at his sleeve, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Removing her sunglasses, the girl revealed her face. "Long time no see, Ash. I can't believe you forgot me. I'm quite disappointed," she remarked, feigning hurt. "Are you Miss Amity?" Ash finally recognized her. "Let me introduce you. This is Miss Amity, the gym trainer from Azalea Town in the Johto region, who specializes in Steel-type Pokémon." Ash engaged in light conversation, introducing Miss Amity to Selena and the others. "Hello, everyone. I'm Amity," she greeted warmly. They found a nearby cafe and settled down. What brings you to the Kalos region, Miss Amity? Ash inquired, curious about their fortuitous encounter after their previous meeting in Sinnoh. Amity smiled. I've stepped down from my role as a gym trainer to embark on a journey of my own. Ash chose not to pry into her reasons for resigning, deciding it was best to remain discreet. So, are you here to challenge the Bay Gym? Amity asked with interest. Ash produced his badge case. I came for my second badge, but I didn't expect the hotels and Pokemon centers to be so packed, leaving no available rooms. Amity nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ash's statement. With a mischievous smile, she proposed, how about a battle? I'd like to see how much you've improved. All right, Ash did not refuse. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Ami immediately proposed, how about we settle this with just one Pokemon? She then produced a Pokeball. Sounds good, Ash replied, also retrieving a Pokeball. I choose Gagote. Gagote faced off against Steelix. Ami commanded, Steelix, use Iron Tail. Ash countered, Gagote, unleash your Heavy Slam. The formidable power of Gagote's Heavy Slam effortlessly withstood Steelix's Iron Tail. Ash pressed on with fierce determination, instructing, Gagote, use Solar Beam. Ami quickly reacted, Steelix, dive underground to evade. The Solar Beam attack was successfully dodged. Ash chuckled, rubbing his nose, such tactics won't work on me, use Earthquake. The effect was magnified, sending Steelix soaring out of the ground without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded, use Heavy Slam. With that decisive strike, Steelix entirely lost its fighting capability. The battle concluded with Ash emerging victorious. Approaching Gagote, Ash affectionately patted its horns. Well done, Gagote. Me, Gagote replied. Ami, recalling Steelix, stepped forward. Ash, it's been a while. Your skills have grown immensely. You truly deserve to be the champion of the Unova League. Thank you, Ash responded. This is the result of our collective efforts. The credit is not solely mine. Is there anywhere to stay? Ami inquired, noticing the group's disheveled appearance. None. Ash and his companions shook their heads in unison. Come on, I have a place nearby, Ami cheerfully stated, taking their hands and leading them in a particular direction. The group felt it would be rude to decline, considering the state of the city and the rarity of encountering a familiar face with a place to rest. Their only thought was to find a spot to wash up and get some sleep. Arriving in front of a standalone house, Ash thought, this location is in the heart of Baytown, merely 5 kilometers from the beach. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Upon entering the house, Eureka excitedly explored, marveling at its spaciousness and the tropical decor that lent a unique charm to the standalone residence. Ami, is this your new home? Ash asked, slightly astonished. If he had imagined such a house in his previous life, he would have deemed it unfathomable, especially one located in a tourist district. It's nothing, it's my own place. You all should hurry and clean up. You look like a mess, Ami remarked, noticing that her friends had clearly not had a decent rest in a long while. So she promptly arranged for them to rejuvenate. Ladies first, Ash said as he contacted Professor Oak. Ash, are you in Baytown? Professor Oak asked, somewhat surprised. Yes. The Baytown gym leader is absent, so we're staying with Ami for a few days. The city is overcrowded. Even the Pokemon Center is full, Ash explained, expressing his discontent with the current situation in Baytown. He lamented, had I known it would be this crowded, I would have chosen another place to stay. By the way, I received news that Miss Barry's fashion show is being held in Baytown, but I don't know if she's present, Professor Oak added before concluding the call. Okay, Professor. Thank you for the heads up, Ash said before quickly hanging up. After a swift shower, Ash entered the room assigned to him by Ami and fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted from their recent wilderness journey, especially with the little Reshiram proving to be quite a handful. He slept soundly until the clock indicated it was already past 9 in the evening. Stepping outside, Ash noticed no one was around and wondered where Serena and the others were. He decided to prepare his Pokemon for the upcoming gym battle. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Encounter with Shota. After grabbing a quick bite, Ash soon drifted back to sleep, completely fatigued from the relentless training and nights spent outdoors, often disrupted by sudden downpours. The following morning, Ash was awakened by a furry creature. Reshiram, why did you wander out again? Quickly, return to your Pokeball. Ash groaned. Seeing Reshiram had popped out once more, he was somewhat displeased. With so many people in Baytown, if the little one were to be captured, he wouldn't know where to find it, so he promptly recalled it. Good morning, Ami, Ash greeted as he busied himself in the kitchen. Seeing that everyone else was still asleep, he had not cooked for himself in quite some time. Unable to resist the fresh ingredients and diverse toppings, he began preparing breakfast. The delightful aroma eventually rousing Ami. Ash, you can cook? Ami asked incredulously, watching Ash skillfully prepare breakfast, unsure if she was seeing things. What's so surprising about that? Ash chuckled, it's just breakfast. Ami, having just woken up, was drawn in by the enticing scent, initially thinking it was Serena preparing the meal, only to find Ash donning an apron in the kitchen. "Not many boys can cook," she remarked. "Ami, I'm here to relax for a few days." A voice interrupted their conversation as a man and woman entered, laden with bags. "Xiaoxin, you're pregnant, and you still came here? Brock, you should have stopped her," Ami exclaimed, rushing to greet her friend, astonished that her close companion had come for a vacation despite her condition. "Brock, what brings you here?" Ash asked, gesturing toward Brock, who stood nearby. "Ash, what are you doing here?" Brock was equally surprised to see Ash. "I'm here to challenge the Baytown gym, but it was closed. And the Pokemon Center and hotels are fully booked. If I hadn't run into Ami, we would have been sleeping on the streets," Ash lamented, recounting the circumstances. "Everyone knows each other, so let's be casual." "But wait, what's that burnt smell?" Brock casually remarked, yet his keen nose detected a charred scent, prompting him to ask. The others exchanged glances. "Oh no, my breakfast." Ash suddenly remembered that breakfast was still cooking on the stove, having completely forgotten due to Brock's arrival. Brock, witnessing the scene, broke into a cold sweat. "Ash, let me handle this. I can't tell when your breakfast will be ready," he said with a hint of disdain, suggesting that perhaps it was best to leave the cooking to someone with expertise. As they gathered in the living room, Ash learned that Ami and Xiaoxin were close friends from school, even sharing a bunk bed, which explained their strong bond. At that moment, Eureka emerged from her room in her pajamas, oblivious to the situation, and asked, "Ash, is there any food? I'm hungry." Xiaoxin, curious about the little girl in pajamas, inquired. "Who is this?" Ash introduced. "This is Eureka, one of my traveling companions, and also the sister of the Mier gym leader from the Kalos region." Eureka, realizing there were unfamiliar faces besides Ash and Ami, quickly dashed back to her room. Meh. At that moment, a white figure burst forth from Brock's pokeball, drawn by the scent of food. "Is Rez Hiram feeling hungry? It will be all right soon." Brock merely cast a cursory glance at the Pokemon and immediately exclaimed its name. "Wait, where did Rez Hiram come from?" Brock suddenly realized that Rez Hiram is a Pokemon native to the Unova region. How could it be found in the Kalos region? "You little glutton, why are you so disobedient?" "Brock, do you remember the egg I obtained from a ruin back in Unova? This is it." Ash had unwavering trust in Brock, and with just a hint, he expected Brock to recall the memory. Upon seeing Ash's serious expression, Brock had no choice but to accept the astonishing coincidence. Had he ever heard of a legendary Pokemon laying an egg? Serena and Citron had yet to awaken, likely exhausted from the past few days. So Ash chose not to disturb them. "Professor, I would like to exchange some Pokemon." Ash connected with Professor Oak to transfer a few Pokemon, realizing that it would be impractical to deploy Pikachu or Zeraora in every match at the Bay Gym. Thus, he decided to rotate them for a change and offer other companions a chance to shine. Ash exchanged for a recently evolved Totodile and a Dragonite, unsure of how many Pokemon he would rely on initially. The Bay Gym specializes in water-type battles, so the challenge shouldn't be too daunting for them. Zeraora and Pikachu were also on standby, just in case any surprises arose. Strolling along the shoreline of Bay City, Ash enjoyed the splendid weather, lamenting the absence of swim trunks, wishing he could dive into the water for a refreshing swim. In the distance, he overheard the sounds of a battle. Trico. Use Bullet Seed on the little elephant. The little elephant counters with rollout. Ash, ever the enthusiast for excitement, approached to investigate. A short boy with bangs was engaged in a duel. Is that Shota? Ash recalled him as his opponent in the semifinals of the Kalos League, the one who possessed a Mega Sceptile. It was a surprise to encounter him here. Evidently, he was also after the Bay Gym badge. Shota waved his small hand. Trico. Use Pound. The little elephant succumbed, unable to withstand Trico's attack, which appeared somewhat juvenile. Ash stepped forward and proposed, "How about a battle between us?" Shota, eager to accept the challenge, replied, "Sure." He recalled Trico and tossed out another Pokeball. "It's your turn, Dragonite." Ash anticipated this move, promptly releasing his own Dragonite. Then it settled, Dragonite. Shota was taken aback that his opponent also had a Dragonite, noticing that Ash's was significantly larger. Shota seized the initiative. Dragonite. Use Iron Head. Ash observed the attack and thought, this won't do. Dragonite. Respond with Dragon Claw. Noticing Shota's Dragonite was only around level 20, Ash shook his head, thinking it needed a lesson. One swift Dragon Claw sent Shota's Dragonite flying. "Are you alright, Dragonite?" Shota fretted. "Let's retaliate with Dragon Pulse." A wave of dragon energy surged forth. Use Hyper Beam. Ash aimed to conclude the battle promptly. Although it was merely practice, he hoped Shota would learn from it. Shota's Dragonite, unable to evade, was struck directly by the Hyper Beam. "Host, are you bullying a novice trainer again?" The system chimed in. "I didn't even use Charizard. Battling with Dragonite is fine, Ash replied nonchalantly. I am Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto. You are also a challenger for the Kalos League, right? Ash inquired of Shota. Oh, hello. I'm Shota from the Hoenn region. Nice to meet you. Shota quickly realized that Ash was quite approachable. The Bay Gym is reportedly closed until tomorrow. Make sure to rest up, Ash kindly advised. Thank you. As Ash walked away, Shota seemed to grasp something important, quickly jotting it down in his notebook. Meanwhile, Ash strolled around with Dragonite before heading back. Chapter 14, Bay Gym, The Raging Waves, Part 1. The following day, Ash, Serena, and Brock made their way to the Bay Gym, while Citron declined the invitation, seemingly preoccupied with some invention. Ash decided not to disturb him. As long as Citron didn't blow up the place, it was all good. Ami joined them in the morning to observe Ash's growth, while Xiaoxin, due to her pregnancy and drowsiness, opted to stay behind. Upon returning to the gym, Ash fortuitously encountered the familiar uncle. Ah, it's you. The gym leader is currently engaged in a battle. Please wait a moment. The uncle recognized Ash immediately and apologized. Ash nodded in understanding. As they entered the gym, a refreshing sea breeze greeted them, invigorating their spirits. Ash had an unsettling feeling since the weather outside was overcast, threatening rain. Could the battle arena possibly be over the water? Just as they approached the battle arena, a voice rang out. Dragonite has lost its fighting ability. Clawitzer wins. Since all of the Challenger-S Pokémon have fainted, the match goes to gym leader Selena. Ash felt a surge of elation as the gym battle had just concluded. The door opened, and a dejected Shota emerged, catching sight of Ash. You're Ash? That trainer is quite formidable. I barely managed to defeat one Pokémon, Shota lamented. Ash comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll win it back. Shota nodded, contemplating for a moment before following Ash inside. The gym leader, Selena, possessed flowing blue hair and a slender figure, standing at 175 centimeters. Miss Selena, this is Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto. He has visited before. The uncle introduced Ash to the lady. Selena nodded, appraising Ash. I know you. You're the one who quelled the rampaging Garchomp in Mier City and owns a Mega Charizard. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Ash felt a bit bashful. Do you have Charizard with you? I'd like to have a battle with it. Selena stated directly, revealing a keystone dangling from her ear. I'm afraid Charizard isn't here. Perhaps you could choose another? I have Sceptile or Lucario as options. Ash hadn't anticipated facing such a formidable opponent. In that case, I'll choose Sceptile. I remember you have a Trico. It'll be a good opportunity to see Sceptile in action. Selena glanced at Shota, who had just faced defeat. Ash utilized the gym's teleportation device to summon Sceptile. The gym battle at the Bay Gym is about to commence. Each side may use 3 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon are all unable to battle. Only the challenger may switch Pokémon during the fight and Mega Evolution. Z-moves or Dynamax may be used, but only one at a time. Let the battle begin. A beautiful woman took on the role of referee for the match. Ash cast a meaningful glance at Karina, pondering how it was possible to utilize Dynamax here. Moreover, how did she know that he possessed Z-moves? A technique he had only employed once during his time at the Viridian Gym? Was this information readily accessible? Little brother, do not look at me like that. I am friends with Hamika, and I learned from her that your Pikachu can unleash Volt Tackle and Mega Evolve. So I have no choice but to engage you in this manner, Karina elucidated. Ash mused to himself. Are these gym leaders overly familiar with one another, sharing everything? Karina gestured invitingly, and as Ash had surmised, the gym's arena was perched above the ocean. With a graceful leap, Karina landed on the platform, signaling Ash to commence his performance. Ash maintained his composure. This battle was becoming quite intriguing. Karina produced a Pokeball, declaring, my first Pokemon is this one. Go, Swampert. Swampert. Ash was taken aback by this choice. Could it be that this gym leader could Mega Evolve it into a Mega Swampert, or perhaps a Blastoise? He glanced apologetically at Pikachu, realizing that even on the water's surface, the water ground type Swampert would be resistant to electric type moves. Lucroc. It's your time to shine, he decided, calling forth his Totodile. The little crocodile, now more composed than before, was less prone to mischief. Karina raised an eyebrow at Ash's choice of the water-type Totodile, expecting him to send out Pikachu instead. Swampert unleashed Water Gun, while Totodile retaliated with Shadow Claw. In an instant, Ash devised a counter-strategy upon witnessing Swampert's attack. The Shadow Claw struck Swampert, sending it tumbling in another direction, and Totodile followed up with Bite. Swampert swiftly dodged and countered with Mud Shot. Karina commanded Swampert to dive underwater, and Totodile promptly followed suit. The Mud Shot was unleashed from beneath the waves, striking Totodile directly. Totodile, do not fear. Use Water Gun while submerged. Ash urged, aware that this maneuver would certainly deliver a heavy blow. Totodile's water gun propelled Swampert out of the water, incapacitating it upon landing back on the surface. Brock nodded in approval nearby, noting, Ash has become far more composed since his time in Unova. He has truly changed. Amit added, I remember this Totodile. It was once a mere crocodile. It has grown significantly stronger. Karina's expression soured as she retrieved Swampert, recognizing its potential as a future trump card despite not being her primary Pokémon. Swampert has lost its fighting capability. Totodile is victorious. Please, Gym Leader, send out your next Pokémon. The referee announced. Take a good rest. Perhaps we underestimated you. Karina said, gently reassuring Swampert. Ash, you are formidable. My usual Pokémon for gym battles are not suited to face you. Please bring out A4 and A9. She instructed her staff, reassessing Ash's capabilities. Ash observed this unprecedented moment of a gym leader swapping Pokémon mid-battle. My second Pokémon is this one. Go, Milotic, Karina declared. Releasing her second Pokémon. A stunning serpent-like creature emerged, recognized by many as the most beautiful Pokémon, Milotic. Return, Totodile. Pikachu, you are up. Ash swiftly recalled Totodile. Knowing Pikachu was necessary to confront Milotic, having previously triumphed over both Adam's Milotic and the one at the water pipe gym. Pikachu, crackling with electricity, perched confidently on the floating platform while Milotic elegantly groomed itself. As the sky gradually darkened, the wind over the ocean intensified. Karina remained poised on the platform, unfazed. In contrast, Ash felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that future gym challenges would require more careful consideration, especially those held over the ocean. Milotic. Let us greet Pikachu with Dragon Tail, Karina commanded, and Milotic dove beneath the surface, its graceful tail launching an attack from the depths. Pikachu seized the tail and unleashed Thunderbolt. With a leap, Pikachu grasped Milotic's tail, delivering a powerful Thunderbolt that struck true. Little brother, you are still rather inexperienced. Karina taunted as Milotic deployed Light Screen. She waved a finger dismissively, underestimating Pikachu's abilities. That won't do. This defense seems rather formidable. Ash commanded. Use Thunderbolt while in the water. With the ocean surrounding them, he was determined that electricity would surely prevail. The Thunderbolt struck Milotic, causing discomfort, but it swiftly utilized recover. Emerging unscathed, the winds over the ocean grew even fiercer. Chapter 15. The Bay Gym, The Tumultuous Waves, Part 2. Ash glanced skyward, noting the ominous clouds that threatened a downpour at any moment. The battle could not be prolonged. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. Furthermore, Milotic's ability to recover and its defensive moves placed Pikachu in a precarious position. Pikachu unleashed Volt Tackle, and Ash observed the standoff, contemplating that it was better to take the initiative rather than remain passive. Water Tail. Karina remained unfazed by the deteriorating weather, exhibiting a calm demeanor as she navigated the battle with ease. Just then, Pikachu made a daring jump, landing atop Milotic's head and grasping its two tendrils. The heavens seemed to favor Ash as the rain began to fall, soaking him thoroughly. Pikachu, now is your chance. Use Thunder. This was indeed a fortuitous moment. The rainy weather coupled with a guaranteed thunder strike while battling over the ocean was a perfect opportunity that Ash knew he must seize. Milotic, use Sunny Day. Karina quickly countered, recognizing Ash's intentions. The weather shifted dramatically. The thunder crashed down, but for Milotic, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Enveloping itself in a whirlwind, Karina sought to conclude the battle swiftly. Ash contemplated his options, feeling the urge to take a risk. Pikachu, unleash your most powerful Thunderbolt. The whirlwind intertwined with the Thunderbolt, obscuring the situation from onlookers. Ash silently prayed for no mishaps. As the whirlwind dissipated, Milotic collapsed into the water, while Pikachu struggled to maintain its footing on the floating platform, visibly exhausted. Milotic has lost its fighting capability. Pikachu is victorious. Please, Gym Leader, send out your next Pokémon. The referee proclaimed. Simultaneously, Pikachu also succumbed to fatigue. Pika. Ash leapt onto the floating platform where Pikachu lay, noting its battle scars. This fight had pushed them to their utmost limits. Rest well, he consoled, handing Pikachu over to Brock as he returned to the battlefield. Karina remarked, impressive. No wonder you were the recent champion of the Unova League. You possess remarkable prowess, and she applauded. Meanwhile, Shoyuta, observing Karina's words, found himself at a loss for words. Ash undeniably demonstrated his exceptional strength. I shall not concede defeat. Miss Karina, I am determined to claim your second badge. Ash declared with unwavering confidence. Karina nodded, noting that this young man was far more courteous than the previously boastful Tooba. This is my final Pokémon. Come forth, Gyarados. Karina released her last Pokeball, and a crimson Gyarados materialized before the onlookers, its tail adorned with a mega stone. A shiny Gyarados? Ash exclaimed in surprise. According to his research, the gym leader's trump cards were a Blastoise and a Swampert. It was peculiar that she would employ a seemingly ordinary level 68 Gyarados instead. Pokemon, Gyarados, type, water. Flying, qualification, near champion, level, 68. Ability, intimidate, held item, Gyarados Mega Stone, moves, Rain Dance, Flamethrower, Aqua Tail, Ice Beam, Hyper Beam, Ice Foam, Hurricane, Self-Destruct, Water Gun. Bite, all appeared quite standard, with nothing amiss. The Steel Arm Shrimp, which had previously faced off against Shoyuta, was similarly present, yet this shiny Gyarados was somewhat unexpected. Ash adjusted his cap. Lizard King, it's your time to shine. With a decisive command, Lizard King emerged onto the battlefield, visibly eager after a prolonged absence from combat. Ash has a Lizard King? Shoyuta gasped. Indeed. Ash's Lizard King has evolved step by step from a Trico, just like yours. Brock pointed out to the astonished Shoyuta. Ash cast a glance at Shoyuta before directing the battle. Lizard King, use Quick Attack followed by Leaf Blade. The advantage lay in Lizard King's speed. And Leaf Blade was primed. Karina observed, impressed by the swift training. Gyarados, use Flamethrower. A pillar of fire erupted, narrowly missing Lizard King's advance. Yet Lizard King sustained a slight burn. Unfazed, Lizard King shrugged off the minor injury. Ash recognized that the warm-up was over. It was time to get serious. He produced the keystone and declared, the prelude is concluded. Let us proceed to the main event. Lizard King, Mega Evolve. With a brilliant glow, Lizard King underwent Mega Evolution. Interesting, you are quite spirited. Karina nodded, activating the keystone on her wrist. Gyarados, Mega Evolve. The crimson Gyarados immediately radiated light, its form expanding dramatically. Lizard King, use Frenzy Plant to restrain Gyarados. Ash commanded, aiming to control Gyarados' movements first. The arena fell into silence as Lizard King hesitantly regarded him. What? Did I say something wrong? Ash pondered, confused about the battle's pace. Ash, this is a water-type gym. There is no land for Lizard King to utilize Frenzy Plant. Brock reminded, face-palming at Ash's oversight, considering Ash was a champion of the league. Realizing he had overlooked the battlefield's terrain, Ash quickly adjusted his thoughts, recognizing his earlier frustration had been misplaced. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam to finish this. Karina, unwilling to prolong the battle, commanded Gyarados to unleash an orange beam of energy. Lizard King, Sunny Day, then Solar Beam. Ash countered, knowing that under sunny conditions, Solar Beam would be instantaneous. Lizard King absorbed sunlight rapidly, and mere moments later, a brilliant white beam fired forth. The two powerful moves collided, and Ash watched anxiously as smoke enveloped the arena. Just then, Yulia approached. Serena, how's the match going? Did Ash win? Yulia inquired, sensing the match was still ongoing. The group remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. As the smoke cleared, Gyarados lay defeated, and its Mega Evolution state dissipated. Relief washed over Ash. He had emerged victorious. Gyarados is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Ash from Pallet Town. The referee announced the final verdict. Well done, Gyarados, Karina said, recalling her Pokemon. Serena and the others gathered around to congratulate Ash on earning his second badge. Ash, that battle was truly remarkable. I hope you can maintain this momentum. Karina acknowledged Ash's prowess with a nod. Thank you, Miss Karina. Ash replied gratefully. Here is the wave badge from our Bayou Gym. Congratulations on acquiring it, Karina said, handing Ash the badge that her assistant had presented. Thank you. The second badge is finally mine. Ash placed the badge in its case. Have you decided where to go for your third badge? Karina asked regarding their next destination. Ash shook his head. Not yet. That was to be expected. Exiting the southern forest leads to Sinnoh City, where there is a formidable fighting-type gym leader. I hope you find success there, Karina added. Upon hearing this, Ash glanced at Serena and the others, who nodded in agreement. All right then, our next destination is Sinnoh City. With that, Ash and his companions departed from the gym, returning to their hotel. Brock prepared a sumptuous lunch, and after deliberation, they decided to head to the beach for some fun. Chapter 16. A day at the beach following Miss Ami, Ash and his friends arrived at the beach. Bustling with tourists of all ages, engaged in playful revelry. Having changed into swimwear, Ami brought along some inflatable rings and a beach volleyball for their enjoyment. She even invited Hitron, who had been cooped up in their room, to join them. The two relaxed on beach chairs, basking in the sun, utterly content. Pikachu, Blastoise, Croconaw, Zeraora, and Lapras frolicked joyfully in the ocean, while Reshiram remained in a unique situation and was not released. Don't wander too far. You might lose your way back. Ash cautioned, knowing these mischievous Pokémon required supervision. Ash reclined on his beach chair, savoring the sun and the gentle sea breeze. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the noise. Blastoise and Lapras? Those are Pokémon I don't have, just what I need. Pokeball go. Camerupt. Blastoise was struck by a water gun, splashing its trainer, Dogao. In the process, Swablu, take him down with thunder. Dogao retorted defiantly, tossing out a Pokeball to reveal Swablu, which did not use thunder but instead unleashed a thunder punch aimed at Dogao. What are you doing? I'm your trainer. Dogao protested, attempting to dodge the thunder punch with a roll, hastily recalling his Pokemon. Hey, isn't that the guy from Unova? Serena remarked, recognizing Dogao as she glanced at him with her Pokeball in hand. Isn't that the person who doesn't need to battle to catch Pokemon? Dogao, noticing he was recognized, looked up and immediately recognized Serena, though his memory of her name escaped him. Serena, uninterested in the unfolding drama, decided to walk away. Gao was naturally unwilling to relent. Previously, during his time in the Unova region, he had been apprehended twice, and not only were all his Pokemon released, but had it not been for his father's intervention and connections, his training base identity would have been revoked. Little did he expect that this place would become a site of enmity. He sprang to his feet, seizing Selena's braid in an effort to prevent her from escaping. Selena, caught off guard by the grasp on her hair, stumbled and fell onto the beach. You. Selena slowly rose, glaring furiously at Gao. Let go. She was not one to tolerate such behavior. She swatted at him, attempting to free herself from his unwelcome grasp. But her efforts proved futile due to her lack of strength. Selena retaliated with a kick, which not only missed its target, but also resulted in her falling to the ground once more, finally liberating her from his hold. I want to let this go, said Shinado as she prepared to retrieve her Pokeball, only to remember that her backpack and Pokeballs were with Ash. Meh, Camerupt, Buniri, the Electivire, Blastoise, and Buniri stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively around Selena. Gao was taken aback by the presence of these Pokemon guarding Selena. It appeared that none of them would be easily subdued. Dare to bully me? I shall repay you double, commanded Blastoise, unleashing Water Gun, while Buniri launched Rock Wrecker. An Electivire executed Thunderbolt. Selena, thoroughly incensed, issued a direct attack command. Yet, none of the three Pokemon moved. It was expected for Blastoise and Electivire to refrain. But Buniri's lack of cooperation was puzzling. Woof woof. A speedy Houndoom intervened between the two parties, baring its teeth and demanding they both step back. Cease this at once. A casually dressed Miss Junsha approached, having been on vacation at the beach when she stumbled upon this chaotic scene. Can someone tell me what is happening here? Miss Junsha looked at Gao and Selena, hoping they would provide her with an explanation for their disruption, which was certainly a nuisance to the law enforcement present. Miss Junsha, it's like this. Selena stepped forward to explain. Gao approached me, attempting to forcibly capture my Blastoise with a Pokeball, which resulted in him getting splashed with cold water. Then he proceeded to tug at my hair and mentioned his criminal record. Miss Junsha quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Gao was the instigator. With nearby witnesses ready to corroborate the facts, the evidence was overwhelmingly conclusive. So Gao, is it? Please accompany me. I have unfortunate news to relay. I was one of the officers involved during your previous incident in Unova when you were first taken to the police station, so you'll need to come with me. Miss Junsha gestured for him to follow. Gao was taken aback. He anticipated that this seemingly ordinary Miss Junsha would have such a history with him. And now she was prepared to take him away. You think you can take me? He scoffed. Suddenly, a massive Fiero appeared, and Gao flipped away, attempting to escape. The Fiero took flight with remarkable speed, soaring into the sky as Gao exclaimed, You think you can catch me? You're too weak. Ugh, how infuriating. Selena stamped her foot, surprised at how swiftly he managed to flee. Her pride was wounded. Fear not. He won to escape, Miss Junsha assured, having just contacted the local police about their aerial units, capable of bringing him to justice. This time, it would be impossible for him to evade capture. Selena felt a sense of relief. The police in Bay City acted quickly, intercepting Gao and Fiero, forcibly taking him away. Coupled with his previous misdeeds in Unova, this would certainly be a significant consequence for him. Later, they learned from Bratano that Gao had his Pokemon trainer identity revoked, permanently losing all his previously acquired Pokemon, which were returned to the wild. Ash and Scythrin remained blissfully unaware of the commotion, enjoying their sunbathing in utter serenity. As evening approached, the group returned to their lodging, where Brock produced an invitation. Ash, Selena, Scythrin, and Yuliga, here's an invitation. There will be a wedding in 2 months. Please be sure to attend. He handed each of them a card. Yuliga looked at her brother with exasperation. Unlike someone who only knows how to invent, and stays cooped up at home. You should consider bringing a sister-in-law back. The group assured they would attend the wedding in Nibby City, having also received Miss Ami's invitation. Ash, continue to give your all in your upcoming journey. I'll be keeping an eye on your progress and hope you achieve great success, Brock encouraged Ash. Leaning in to whisper, you and Selena should hurry. You're both not getting any younger, so it's time to take care of business. I'm looking forward to your wedding feast. Ash's cheeks flushed at this remark. By the way, earlier today, Shota came looking for you to learn about training Pokemon techniques, preparing for his gym battles, Brock mentioned after dinner while they were on the terrace. Shota? I intercepted his Lizard King's Mega Evolution Stone, and he came to consult me for experience, but that is unlikely, Ash replied. And the two continued their conversation for quite some time. The next day, both emerged with dark circles under their eyes, leaving others to wonder what they had been up to. Ami approached. Selena, if you're heading to Sinnoh City, there's a small town along the way that will be hosting a fashion exhibition. I know you're quite interested in that area. You should go take a look. Really? Selena exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yes, after heading south, you'll encounter a fork in the road. Take the left path, and that's the town I mentioned. Chapter 17. Sinnoh Gym Trainer, Corny, New Companion. Ash and his companions continued their journey, with Selena particularly exhilarated by the news of the fashion exhibition, which presented an excellent opportunity to view the works of various regional fashion designers. She completely forgot about the incident with Gao. Ash, having heard Selena mention it, inquired about Blastoise, confirming that it wasn't that it refused to obey commands, but rather it had seen Miss Junsha, thus felt no need to engage. Selena had grown quite fond of the fluffy Pokemon in Gao's possession and sought to see if Miss Junsha could gift it to her. Upon hearing this, Miss Junsha was taken aback and sincerely apologized, stating that she had already returned all of Gao's Pokemon, including the fluffy one and Fiero, to nature. Selena's strongest combatants were Blastoise, Shinado, and Buniri, while her long-tailed Vulpix and Glacian were adorably gentle, one freshly hatched and the other quite reserved, rendering them unsuitable for battle. Selena's Blastoise, like Ash's, originated from the Squirtle squad, and Ash's Squirtle had returned to his side after retiring. Selena's Blastoise had, from the very beginning in Pallet Town, stubbornly insisted on accompanying her, unexpectedly turning out to be a battle enthusiast. Scythrin had with him only a stubborn Buniri and an Electivire he had been training from the gym, which, while somewhat dull-witted and prone to getting lost at night, provided light when needed. Sinnoh City, similar to Bay City, was also a coastal city, reputedly the ancestral home of the Sinnoh Gym, where the first discoverers of Mega Evolution Stones and Keystones had completed their own Mega Evolutions. Scythrin busied himself preparing lunch while Ash gathered ingredients, and Selena tended to her Pokemon, grooming them by a nearby stream. What is this surge of aura? Ash sensed an energy, pausing his actions. Jellicent, at 3 o'clock, utilized a wave missile. Ash, though uncertain of the intruder's intentions, preemptively launched an attack. A blue spherical wave missile was discharged towards the underbrush. Lucario. From the thicket emerged an agile Lucario, its expression one of discontent, demanding an explanation. Lucario. Level, 66. Qualification, near champion, descendant of a champion-level Lucario. Ability, inner focus. Special ability, aura power. Held item, none. Affection, 100 max. Moves, Bone Rush, Power-Up Punch, Quick Attack, Earthquake, Swords Dance, Close Combat, Flame Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Bulk Up. Description: this is the Pokemon of the Sora Gym's trainer. What a coincidence. Could it be that Corny is nearby? Lucario. Ash's Lucario leaped forth, having returned this individual and Greninja to his side in preparation for a battle against the Sora Gym. Lucario. The opposing Lucario immediately noticed the Mega Stone on Ash's Lucario's arm, signaling it to engage in a spar. Ash offered a reassuring glance to Lucario as aura power was activated, entering battle mode. Is this a wild Lucario? Eulogia inquired, lacking insight as she approached. Ash raised his arm, signaling her to keep her distance. Lucario, be cautious. You are 12 levels lower. It is a near-elite Pokemon. Lucario acknowledged the warning. The opposing Lucario initiated with Swords Dance, followed by a Flame Punch. Quick Attack, Wave Missile. Ash communicated through aura power. The two Lucarios were evenly matched in strength, neither yielding. Dragon Pulse, create some distance. Given the proximity, it was prudent to widen the gap. The opposing Lucario executed another Swords Dance, preparing Bone Rush for a direct strike. A formidable opponent indeed. Lucario, Mega Evolve. Ash, invigorated, retrieved the Keystone for Mega Evolution. Upon Mega Evolution, Lucario's attributes saw a comprehensive enhancement. The opposing Lucario, witnessing this transformation, widened its eyes in astonishment. At that moment, the sound of roller skates echoed through the forest, accompanied by an anxious voice. "Lucario, where have you gone?" A girl with yellow hair, clad in roller skating gear, emerged. She glared at Lucario. "Where did you run off to? You scared me to death. Please don't wander off." Lucario ignored her, gesturing towards the opposing Mega Lucario, urging her to take notice. Huh. Only then did the girl realize the presence of others. She hastily apologized. "I'm so sorry. My Lucario has caused you trouble." Yet, upon seeing the Mega Lucario, her eyes widened further. Ash, recognizing the futility of continuing the battle, called, "Return to your normal state." Lucario reverted. Ash stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Ash from the Kanto region. Your Lucario is impressive." "I am Corny, a trainer from the Sora Gym, currently in training," she replied, signaling for her Lucario to return. "This girl is the trainer of the Sora Gym." This revelation startled everyone except Ash. "Your Lucario was just eyeing my Mega Stone. You are also trainers capable of Mega Evolution," Ash remarked casually, unfazed. Corny nodded, revealing her keystone adorned with white gloves, expressing regret. "I lack a Mega Stone for Lucario, so I am still at a disadvantage." A rumbling sound echoed in Ash's ears. Clearly, these two were hungry. "Our lunch will be ready soon. Let us eat together." Serena approached, inviting Corny. Eagerly, Corny sat down, slightly embarrassed, while Ash and his companions learned that Corny had come to seek a Lucario knight, unexpectedly encountering Ash. "Ash, your next gym challenge isn't going to be my Sora Gym, is it?" she inquired, eyeing Ash's Pokémon. "Isn't that the legendary beast, Zeraora? And isn't that white Pokémon with small wings, the legendary Reshiram from the Unova region? Why are they all here?" Ash discerned Corny's unease. "Miss Corny, your third gym is indeed my destination. Rest assured, Zeraora and Reshiram will not be participating. I aim to train new companions." Ash offered Corny a reassuring look, causing her heart to race, fostering a budding affection for him. Corny's affection level increased to 95, the system suddenly announced, and Corny's cheeks flushed, clearly betraying her feelings. Ahem. Ash awkwardly cleared his throat to ease the tension. Inquiring about Corny's next route, they aligned perfectly, as Corny intended to visit an elderly woman for guidance regarding her training and the clues to obtaining a Mega Stone. The group readily agreed to travel together, though Serena felt a twinge of jealousy. As night descended, an unexpected visitor intruded upon their camp. A small litten. The little creature bore a striking red hue on its head and nose, with patches of light brown fur on its face, ears, paws, and the tip of its tail. This was a Pokémon from the Kalos region, Litten, which ultimately evolves into Incineroar. Litten male. Level, 15. Ability, Intimidate. Status, extremely fatigued, hungry, dehydrated. Type, Fire, normal. Qualification, Elite, needs improvement. Moves, Ember, Tackle, Lick, Flame Burst, Fire Spin, Swift, Heat Wave, inherited. Flare Blitz, inherited. Description, its lineage boasts the leader of the Incineroar clan, a Pokémon of elite status, yet it is the smallest of its kin, often overlooked. However, its potential is boundless, with qualifications far exceeding those of its ancestors. Ash grew increasingly fond of it. Was this not the perfect opportunity to gain a new companion? He swiftly scooped it up, borrowing Serena's Fennekin to start a small fire, covering the little creature with a blanket and preparing food, awaiting its awakening. Chapter 18. The joining of Litten and the resolve to grow stronger. The following morning, Ash was roused from his slumber by a series of roars. Drowsily, he waved his hand, muttering, "Reshiram, stop causing a ruckus. Let me sleep a little longer." He rolled over, completely forgetting about the Litten he had rescued the previous night. Eulogia's voice chimed in from the side. "Litten, how about I play with you?" Litten turned its head away, clearly uninterested in Eulogia, remembering that this boy had saved it, provided food, and built a fire for warmth. Glancing at the time, Ash noted it was already past 9. He couldn't recall when he had fallen asleep. "Litten, come here." Ash hastily rose to his feet, gesturing to the nearby little lion Pokémon to come over. Upon being called, it dashed toward him without a hint of fear or trepidation, nuzzling against his hand affectionately. "How about becoming my Pokémon? I promise to provide for you lavishly and help you grow stronger," Ash proposed, hoping to win it over. The little creature, however, displayed a hint of stubbornness, acknowledging Ash's offer but insisting on a battle first. Truly, a headstrong little one with a distinct personality that Ash found endearing. "Choose your opponent wisely," he advised, pointing to Pikachu and the others engaged in training nearby, cautioning against claiming to have been bullied later. The little lion Pokémon observed the battling Pikachu, Zeraora, Blastoise, Greninja, and Lucario, realizing their formidable presence was beyond its capabilities. It then noticed a Reshiram lazily resting atop a rock and pointed to it, declaring, "That one." This choice was hardly surprising, given that Reshiram's size was quite similar to its own, making it seem an ideal contender. Without hesitation, the little lion Pokémon unleashed a flamethrower attack. Reshiram, seemingly unfazed by the assault, opened its mouth and absorbed the flames, retaliating with a blue flame that struck the little lion directly, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Ash felt a twinge of frustration. He mused that Pikachu would have been a more suitable opponent, as it would have gone easy on the little lion Pokémon. Instead, it had chosen the strongest opponent, a legendary Pokémon's descendant no less. "Go, Pokeball," he exclaimed, tossing the red and white sphere. After a few shakes, it clicked, indicating a successful capture. "Did you capture the little lion Pokémon?" Corny, who had entered with her Lucario after some training, inquired. Ash shook the Pokeball in affirmation. "How about a battle?" Corny suggested after Ash had finished his breakfast. He nodded in agreement. Knowing that with only a couple of hours left until the Pokémon Center in the nearby town, it was prudent to conserve supplies. But a battle was an opportunity not to be missed. Both Ash and Corny selected Lucario for the duel. Corny initiated the offensive with a Thunder Punch. Ash promptly activated Aura, responding with Lucario's Shadow Clone, while simultaneously launching an Aura Sphere. Corny observed Ash's silence as his Lucario executed the move. Feeling uncertain about the unfolding battle, Corny's Lucario dispatched Ash's clones with bone attacks, while Ash began to enhance his Lucario's power. Unwilling to lag behind, Corny commanded, "Let us use Power-Up Punch 2. The silent, strategic commands from Ash made the battle even more unpredictable, adding an element of fear. Seizing an opportunity, Ash darted in swiftly, attacking with a flurry of bone strikes. He adeptly countered, though the exertion of maintaining the aura was draining his focus and stamina. As battling seasoned gym trainers was no small feat, the two Lucarios engaged fiercely, their bone attacks clashing repeatedly, demonstrating that even with a disparity in strength, the bond and coordination between Pokémon and trainer were indispensable. Heatran, analyzing the battle on his computer, drew the attention of Serena, who was curious about his observations. The screen displayed that Ash and Lucario's synergy had reached its peak, along with Ash's inherent prowess as an Aura Guardian, allowing him to wield Aura with remarkable skill. Even in a battle against a stronger opponent, he was more than capable of holding his own. Realizing Ash was sweating profusely, Corny decided it was time to end the battle, understanding how taxing this ability was on him. Ash collapsed onto the ground, recognizing that he should conserve his Aura energy. Notification, Limit Breakthrough, Aura level elevated to advanced, overall stamina and mental capacity enhanced. The system's voice announced, surprising Ash with the news that his Aura could indeed level up, wondering why he hadn't received such notifications before. Host, you inherently possess Aura. It has fully awakened within you as an Aura Guardian, granting you communicative abilities, leading to your initial breakthrough to intermediate. This recent advancement occurred as you were on the verge of a breakthrough. The system's explanation seemed reasonable. Could this Aura be a legacy from my father, whom I've never met? According to my mother Hanako, my father was the strongest trainer in the world, silently safeguarding it until he had to leave for some reason. Furthermore, he was a student of Professor Oak, among the first batch of new trainers, and won the championship in his inaugural journey. However, details about my father remained elusive, as my mother was reluctant to share more. Despite my disbelief, I had to accept this reality quietly. Later that night, passing by Hanako's room, I noticed the door slightly ajar, revealing her quietly wiping away tears. I chose not to intrude. Some truths were meant to be discovered in due time. Thus, I prepared for the upcoming Kalos League, aiming to achieve remarkable results and earn the opportunity to challenge the Elite Four. According to regulations, those who competed in 2 league championships and emerged victorious would qualify to challenge the region's Elite Four. Defeating all 4 would allow a chance to battle for the championship title. Winning would grant me the opportunity to ascend to the throne, while a loss could lead to becoming one of the Elite Four, or simply continuing my training. If I could claim the Kalos League trophy, I could meet the conditions required to expedite Reshiram's growth. After spending 2 days by the river, Ash trained daily with Corny, preparing for the gym battles ahead. This time, he resolved not to challenge Corny, but her grandfather, the previous gym leader of the Sorrow Gym. Though some might consider it disrespectful, Ash found little interest in battling Corny, preferring to face a stronger opponent. After 3 days of travel, they finally arrived at Corny's destination, Leaf Town, renowned for its stunning scenery and pristine air, making it an exceptional tourist destination. Chapter 19. 2 Mega Evolution Stones and the Mysterious Elder. An elderly woman, wearing a straw hat and reading glasses, was diligently watering the flowers in her garden. Paying no heed to the group that had arrived, she continued her task undistracted. Corny, feeling somewhat lost in this unfamiliar town, approached the watering woman. "Excuse me, do you know where Mutual Mountain is located?" she inquired, seeking guidance as they were uncertain of the exact location. The old woman chuckled, replying, "My dear, what do you intend to do there? It is not a place one can enter casually." She continued watering the flowers, seemingly unperturbed, and casually posed her question. Kearney said, "There is something of great importance waiting for me, so I kindly ask you to guide this junior." "Thank you." The old woman seemed to sense something, turning around to scrutinize the group. "Do you possess the power of aura?" she inquired, gazing at Ash. Despite the aura energy emanating from Ash remaining dormant, it was perplexing how the old woman could perceive it so distinctly. Ash did not conceal the truth. "It is I. And I am also a trainer of Lucario. You must be the child that fellow spoke of. Walk approximately 3 kilometers along this path, and you will find an entrance. After traversing through a tunnel, you shall arrive at your desired destination," the old woman directed, pointing towards a specific direction. "Thank you." The group expressed their gratitude and continued onward. As the old woman watched them depart, she muttered to a nearby stone, "You old rascal, how can you be so trusting, allowing your granddaughter to venture forth?" An elderly man emerged, replying, "I never anticipated that this girl would encounter someone with the power of aura, particularly one with a Pokémon capable of mega evolution. Such strength." The old woman chuckled heartily. "You old codger, it has been ages since I have heard you praise anyone so." The old man followed suit. The old woman murmured, "I did not expect this child to inherit your abilities. Are you still intent on remaining there, avoiding direct confrontation?" Following the old woman's guidance, Ash and his companions indeed discovered the entrance she mentioned, shrouded in darkness, where one could not see their hand before their face. Yulika, being naturally timid, tightly grasped the tail of the illuminating ampharos in front of her. Along the way, they encountered various obstacles such as Zubat, Golbat, and Geodude, seemingly guarding something of great significance. Beep. Host, please note that there is a Mega Evolution Stone for Blastoise and a Lucario Knight at different paths ahead. The system's prompt startled Ash, who was highly focused. A Mega Evolution Stone for Blastoise. "Are you certain?" Ash questioned, skeptical that 2 Mega Evolution Stones could be present in the same location. Seeing that the system ignored him, Ash began to explore using aura. The others noticed Ash suddenly halt, seemingly probing for something. They too became alert. Guided by the aura, Ash located the item he sought within a cave. But it was not in the anticipated direction. He needed to take an alternate route. "Blastoise," he called, as the Pokémon burst forth from its Pokeball. "Blastoise, have you sensed something?" Ash followed Blastoise's gaze, noting that the Mega Evolution Stone resonated with it. Blastoise confirmed there was indeed something it desired. "What is going on?" Citron asked, observing Ash's demeanor as if he had made a discovery. "Let us continue moving forward. We can discuss it later," Ash replied. After walking for over an hour, they finally encountered light. They found themselves in a vast cavern, where an orange stone emblazoned with the Mega Evolution symbol stood atop a grand staircase. Ash also gleaned a clue indicating that if they circled to the right, there was an entrance that would lead to what he sought. "Kearney, the item I desire lies ahead. I will proceed first," Ash said apologetically. Kearney nodded, and the Citron siblings remained behind, while Selena, feeling a bit anxious, closely followed Ash. As Kearney advanced, she was confronted by a Machoke and a Blaziken that obstructed her path with Lucario. Intrigued, Kearney thought to herself, "I knew this place was not simple. Indeed, there are Pokémon guarding it." She had anticipated resistance, thus prepared herself by tossing another Pokeball, summoning a Monferno, ready to battle alongside Lucario in a swift showdown. Meanwhile, Ash led Selena into the cave indicated by the system, arriving at an area nearly identical to the previous one. "Blastoise, Pikachu, prepare for battle. There is something in this water," Ash declared. He utilized his aura to sense something swimming beneath the surface. "Pikachu, Blastoise." Ash instructed them to remain vigilant while he dashed towards the location of the Mega Evolution Stone. Just as he reached the center of the staircase, 2 figures sprang forth. Blastoise unleashed a Dragon Pulse, while Pikachu executed a Volt Tackle. The assailants were Swampert and a Slowking, presenting a rather intriguing combination. Slowking effortlessly nullified Pikachu's Volt Tackle with a psychic move, while Swampert retaliated by redirecting the Dragon Pulse back at Ash. "Ash, be careful," Selena called out loudly, aware of Ash's penchant for reckless adventure. Ash waved dismissively, indicating he was fine, urging Selena to focus on her own safety. Feeling exasperated, he thought, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" ISNT Swampert counter a bit excessive. He swiftly threw out Lucario's Pokeball, unable to reach it himself, hoping his Pokemon would take care of it. Ash pointed at the Mega Evolution Stone, signaling Lucario to dash over and retrieve it for him. At that moment, an old man appeared. "Youngster, cease your actions," the elder commanded, tapping his cane firmly, signaling Ash to halt. "Do not attempt to take shortcuts." Curious, Ash inquired, "Who are you?" Old man. Realizing he had to stop, he wondered if this was not Kearney's grandfather, but rather a guardian of the area. The elder gestured. "Youngster, do you wish for this?" Ash nodded, contemplating what the elder intended. The elder continued, "Return Pikachu and Lucario. You may only use Blastoise. Defeat Slowking, and I shall allow you to take the stone." With that, Swampert returned to the elder's side, leaving Slowking to face the challengers. Pikachu and Lucario understood that the task fell to Blastoise alone and expressed their inability to assist, encouraging him instead. Meanwhile, Kearney found herself in a 2-on-1 situation against Blaziken and Machoke, with battle imminent. Lucario launched a powered punch, but Blaziken and Machoke coordinated seamlessly, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Blaziken accelerated, gaining speed, which Citron quickly recognized as its ability to enhance its agility. With a powerful Blaze kick, it came barreling toward Lucario. Lucario attempted to brace itself with a Bone Rush, but the force was overwhelming, forcing it back several steps. Machoke seized the opportunity to strike from behind with a cross chop, but Lucario, displaying remarkable reflexes, executed a sweeping kick to trip Machoke, just as Blaziken's Blaze kick landed a direct blow on Machoke. Kearney seized the moment, exclaiming, "Now is the time, Lucario. Go retrieve the item." Lucario charged forward, when suddenly, a shadow descended from above, revealing another Lucario standing before them, taller than Kearney, adorned with a wristband, effectively blocking their path. It seemed an inevitable confrontation loomed. "Corny, I never anticipated you would reach this point. Still yearning for the night, Lucario. Let us exchange a few moves." An elderly man stepped forward, evidently the trainer of Lucario. Corny stood before him, utterly astonished. "Grandfather? What are you doing here?" Corny was taken aback to see her grandfather in this place. "Humph, I orchestrated your quest for the night, Lucario. Achieving it without your own effort is utterly implausible," the old man said with utmost seriousness. The two Lucarios engaged in a fierce battle. Corny's Lucario was clearly at a disadvantage, as they were of different tiers in terms of power and explosiveness. The old man's Lucario seemed to be effortlessly dominating the encounter, exhibiting a demeanor akin to that of a mentor guiding a novice. Hitron began to analyze the situation via his computer, noting that the bond and synergy between Corny's grandfather and his Lucario far surpassed that of Corny and her companion. Corny waved her small hand. "Lucario, use Shadow Clone to seize the opportunity and obtain the Night Lucario." She aimed to outsmart her grandfather, knowing that a head-on assault would be futile given the formidable strength of his Lucario. Dozens of clones of Lucario materialized, yet the old man's Lucario swiftly swept through them with a bone club, failing to uncover the original. The elder, realizing something, called out, "Use Quick Attack to catch up." He had discerned Corny's strategy and intended to thwart it, but alas, it was too late, as Lucario successfully acquired the Mega Evolution Stone. "Clap, clap, clap." The old man approached, saying, "Very good. The synergy and bond between you and Lucario have significantly strengthened since our last encounter. Your training has evidently paid off." The group was elated, finally obtaining what they desired. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from a nearby cave, causing the old man to grimace. He scanned the area and noticed two individuals were missing. Could it be? He dashed off, with the others hastily following. On Ash's side, Blastoise unleashed a barrage of moves, but Drowsy effortlessly countered each attack. "Old man, you've gone too far. Why aren't you using Swampert?" Ash exclaimed, exasperated by Drowsy's resilience. "System, what are the conditions to exchange for Source Wave?" Ash grumbled, dissatisfied with Drowsy's ineffectiveness. "Host, do you wish to obliterate this place? The Source Wave is not available for exchange." The system retorted, clearly displeased, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. "Ash, Drowsy is proving to be quite troublesome. We should retreat," Serena urged, observing the futility of their efforts. However, Ash was resolute, ignoring her pleas and commanded a rocket headbutt. As he watched Blastoise charge forward, Ash devised a clever plan, utilizing Aura to communicate with Blastoise. At the moment Drowsy evaded, Blastoise swiftly altered its trajectory, darting toward the elevated platform. The true objective was not Drowsy itself, but rather to seize the item. Success! Ash beamed at Blastoise, now in possession of the Mega Evolution Stone. "Well done, Blastoise. He praised as the old man vanished in a flash. Ash prepared to depart with Blastoise, while Serena, linking arms with Ash, congratulated him. Their close relationship evident and devoid of shyness. Just then, Corny entered with a group, and upon witnessing Ash and Serena's interaction, they instinctively averted their gazes. The scene slightly awkward. The old man, having experienced such moments before, cleared his throat, prompting Ash and Serena to hastily separate, embarrassed by the onlookers. The group exchanged curious glances at the couple, confirming their suspicions, and then departed. They arrived at the small town where the elderly woman had been waiting. "This is Granny He. I am friends with her," Corny's grandfather explained to his granddaughter. "Granny He, everyone." They greeted in unison, eager to avoid inciting the old man's ire. Corny attempted to facilitate Lucario's mega evolution. "Indeed, my dear," the grandfather affirmed, handing the mega evolution stone to Lucario. At this moment, the stone remained unaltered, still a sizable gem, which Lucario effortlessly cradled. "It's time," Corny declared. With a surge of vitality, the mega evolution commenced. As she pressed the keystone, a radiant light illuminated, resonating with the mega evolution stone in Lucario's grasp, revealing Mega Lucario. However, something seemed amiss. Mega Lucario kept its eyes firmly shut, not opening them. Corny rushed forward, embracing Lucario. At last, we succeeded. "Lucario, please guide me." Yet, at that moment, Ash shouted, "Quick, retreat, Lucario. Something's not right." Utilizing his aura, he sensed the imminent danger. This Lucario, post-mega evolution, was prone to going berserk, disregarding any commands or directives. The old man regarded Ash, intrigued by his insight. Upon noticing the blue glow surrounding Ash, he quickly understood the situation. "What?" Corny's reaction was slightly delayed, as Lucario pushed her aside, causing her to stumble. Corny's mind blanked. What was happening? Ash released his Lucario, followed closely by the old man's Lucario. They positioned themselves to intercept the rampaging Mega Lucario. Having undergone berserk transformation, Mega Lucario's attributes had surged drastically. Thus, the two Lucarios stood firm against the rampaging Mega Lucario. Ash's Lucario executed a shoulder throw, toppling Mega Lucario. Both Lucarios exerting their strength to restrain it. Moments later, the Mega Evolution was undone, and they released their hold. The two Lucarios exchanged a high five, signifying their excellent teamwork, promising to continue their collaboration next time. Corny, however, felt dejected. Her first attempt at Mega Evolution had gone awry. She had grown up alongside Lucario, their bond seemingly unwavering through numerous battles. So why had it unfolded this way? Corny pondered where things had gone amiss. Ash approached the old man, saying, "Good sir, I am Ash from Pallet Town, and I wish to challenge you to a battle at the Sorrow Gym." Ash spoke earnestly. The old man was not one to be underestimated, possessing both Lucario and Alakazam, capable of Mega Evolution, thus undoubtedly formidable. He shook his head, declining the challenge. Understanding the reluctance of the elder generation to involve themselves in trivial matters, Ash respected his decision. As night descended, the old man presented the Mega Evolution Stone to Blastoise, this time to be worn on its head. Blastoise was evidently uncomfortable, expressing its discontent vocally, prompting the old man to give it a gentle pat to quieten it. "Indeed, it seems that your strength has grown, yet you still complain incessantly. Perhaps I should retract my offer." At this moment, Blastoise has also settled down, having witnessed the formidable power of Charizard, Lizardon, and Lucario, and thus exercised restraint. Chapter 21. The Promise, returning once again to Bay City. The following day, the training for the rampaging Lucario continued. As soon as it entered Mega Evolution, its eyes turned a sinister crimson, unable to distinguish friend from foe. In the distance, the trio from Team Rocket observed the Mega Evolved Lucario, with Meowth expressing immediate interest, pondering, "So this is Mega Evolution? How striking." Meowth's eyes sparkled with greed as it envisioned capturing the formidable creature. Jessie remarked, "This Mega Lucario seems rather off. It's in a rampaging state and has dramatically increased in power." James added, "During our training sessions at headquarters, we learned about Mega Evolution, which requires specific bonds, a keystone, and the corresponding Megastones for Pokémon. Besides, that kid had previously used Mega Evolution with Charizard and Latios, which was utterly terrifying." The three nodded in unison, each movement cautious. That kid was no longer the naive novice they first encountered. The Pokémon were no longer mere beginners lacking combat capabilities. Now, that kid possessed both mythical and legendary Pokémon, which was a source of envy. James sensed something amiss and waved his hand, saying, "Meowth, don't touch me." Meowth, equally puzzled, replied, "I'm not moving." James turned around, only to find an unfamiliar Pokémon behind him. a creature resembling a bipedal rock with eyes on its palms. This Pokémon, known as Tortuga, was quite displeased that its territory had been invaded by 3 strangers, and it protested vehemently. James pulled out the Pokédex issued by headquarters to investigate. This Pokémon is called Tortuga, a rock water type, level 32. According to the entry, its final evolution is Caracosta. Quite an impressive Pokémon. Tortuga, type, water rock, level 32, potential, unknown, ability, swift swim, moves, tackle, water gun, ancient power, rock smash, protect, cross chop. During his time in the Kalos region, James had only captured a Duskull and a Spiritomb, but he found this Pokémon particularly appealing. James, this Pokémon claims we've invaded its territory, Meowth remarked. Unbeknownst to Meowth, James had already formed a bond with Tortuga and was determined to capture it. James resolved to throw a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Pokeball." The Pokeball was swiftly knocked away by Tortuga's claw, and a blast of ancient powers surged toward James. Feeling invigorated, he commanded, "Duskull, use Dark Pulse." James' attack intensified significantly. As the smoke cleared, Tortuga vanished from sight, and James, dissatisfied, began searching desperately. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a Pokémon he fancied, and he was determined to add it to his roster. Meanwhile, Ash, Serena, and Lucario concluded their training. And under the guidance of the old man, the bond between Lucario and Serena was finally solidified. The moment of farewell arrived as the two clasped hands. "Hurry to the Sorrow Gym. I will await your arrival," Serena said expectantly. This journey had allowed her to mature, preparing her to take on the role of gym leader. "It's a promise." The old man approached Serena, observing, "I've noticed your keen interest in fashion design. I've received word that you should return to Bay City. There are opportunities awaiting you." Serena and Eureka's eyes lit up. As young women, they were immensely interested in attire and adornment, and this news was unexpected. "Thank you, old man." Serena expressed her gratitude. Ash, along with Serena and Eureka, earnestly requested, and Ash, feeling a bit troubled, acquiesced. 3 days later, the quartet returned to Bay City. Seeking the venue for the upcoming fashion show, which appeared rather unassuming with no promotional material, and the doors were still tightly locked ahead of the grand opening the next day. At that moment, a woman clad in black, adorned with a top hat and oversized sunglasses, approached, accompanied by a shiny Gardevoir. "Isn't that Ash and Serena?" the woman whispered, startling the group. "Miss Karuna, what brings you here?" Ash inquired, taken aback. "Why the elaborate disguise, champion of this region? It seems excessively cautious." Karuna rolled her eyes. "Do you think I enjoy this? The fans are overly enthusiastic." "Surely, you're attending the fashion show?" Ash questioned out of curiosity. "Indeed," she replied, glancing at Serena. Fortuitously, both I and Karuna are models this time. A renowned designer, Barrios, along with a fashion designer from the Hoenn region, is hosting it. I'm uncertain who else will be attending, so do your best." Serena hastily responded, "Thank you, Miss Karuna. I will strive to learn well." "Is that Ash again? What brings you back?" Brock suddenly appeared. "Brock, weren't you supposed to have returned?" Ash asked, surprised by Brock's presence. Karuna remarked, "Isn't that the Brock who recently made waves at the Nibby gym? Who are you?" Brock was unfamiliar with her, but her reputation was known, as many trainers hesitated to challenge the Nibby and Hualan gyms due to Brock's formidable Pokémon. Brock found Karuna somewhat familiar, having seen her a few times, but not enough to recognize her immediately. Ash whispered a few words in Brock's ear, and realization dawned upon him as he hastily apologized, charmingly causing Karuna to laugh heartily. Even trainers from other regions were scarce in obtaining badges from challenging the gyms. "Am I really that famous?" Brock asked, slightly embarrassed. If it weren't for wanting to return home to his wife, he wouldn't rush things. Ash felt a slight headache, but let it be. Brock mentioned that he and Misty had heard about the fashion show and decided to attend, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. He also handed Karuna an invitation to his wedding, acknowledging her busy schedule as a celebrity, thus not expecting her attendance. The four of them shamelessly returned to stay at Amity's house. This time, everyone had a shared goal, to attend the fashion show being held in Bay City. Miss Karuna provided them with VIP tickets, allowing them to enter via the express lane. That evening, Ash expressed his disinterest and planned to stay behind to train his Pokémon, allowing Serena to attend with the others. Sithrin, this time, did not decline and joined them, while Brock opted to remain behind, feeling like a third wheel among the girls. At the Bay City airport, a girl accompanied by an ICE EV and another with a Gothitelle exited the terminal. "I've arrived at the fashion show." It appears that the two individuals share the same destination, to witness the grand fashion exhibition. This time, it is rumored that an array of new garments will be showcased, and the anticipation among everyone is palpable promising a visual feast. That evening, Ash perused the fundamental information about the Kalos region. As he ventured into this new territory, it was imperative to cultivate new companions. He could not rely solely on his trusty Zeraora for every battle. Currently, his Pokémon roster included Litten, Gagote, Greninja, and an unhatched Zubat. He decided to set aside the idea of capturing a fletchling and thought better of pursuing a Tapu Koko. It was essential to swiftly enhance the battle prowess of his new allies to assist in his quest for Reshiram. Thus, Ash pondered this throughout the night, eventually succumbing to slumber while resting his head upon the table. Chapter 22. The Dragon Brothers Seek Trouble and Intruders from the Black Market. The following day, Serena and her companions proceeded to the fashion exhibition, while Ash commenced his daily training regimen. He set forth a series of tasks. Firstly, Litten, being the newest member of his team, was assigned primary training tasks focusing on technique and speed, as speed was currently his Achilles heel. Meanwhile, Dragonite, having de-evolved from its previous form, sought out Zeraora, hoping to engage in training that would temper its abilities. Lucario found a tranquil spot to meditate, honing his mastery over Aura. Pikachu and Gagote, on the other hand, lounged beneath a tree, relishing the comforts of a leisurely life. Well, isn't that Ash? A voice dripped with sarcasm as two remarkably similar men materialized. Isn't this my defeated foe? What brings you to the Kalos region? Shouldn't you be recovering in a hospital? Ash merely cast a glance their way and continued sipping his tea. The newcomers were none other than the Dragon Brothers, Yulongqing and Yulongfeng, who had previously suffered defeat at Ash's hands in the Unova region. Yulongqing's temper flared. This was the most humiliating chapter of his career, one he wished to forget. Were it not for the meddling of his family's elders, he would not have spent a month in the hospital. Upon learning from his uncle that Ash was now traveling in Kalos, he resolved to confront Ash in a bid to reclaim his honor. Unexpectedly, during his visit to the coastal city to challenge the gym, he stumbled upon Zeraora and deduced that Ash must be nearby. This particular Pokémon was rare, with only one residing in the Lightning Gym alongside Ash's own. Enraged, Yulongqing threw forth a Pokeball, summoning Charizard, ready for battle. Trash. Ash dismissed Charizard with two curt words, not even bothering to glance at it, knowing full well that this Charizard paled in comparison to his own. Yulongqing was taken aback by Ash's nonchalance. Charizard, unleash a powerful attack, he commanded, but Yulongfeng was powerless to intervene. Zeraora, send this little lizard to the hospital, Ash remarked casually. Zeraora was far beyond the capabilities of this Charizard. Only Ash's champion-level Charizard could truly dominate. In terms of power, unless the opponent was immune to electric-type moves, Zeraora would emerge victorious. 3 minutes later, even with Charizard's Mega Evolution, it lay defeated, battered, and bruised. Noting Yulongqing's clenched jaw and simmering fury, Ash couldn't resist adding, "Be careful not to cough up blood." At these words, Yulongqing fainted. What a heartless act. After dispatching the two brothers, Ash continued to guide the training of his Pokémon, which was yielding some positive results. Just then, a figure clad in black entered the courtyard. "Are you Ash? Here is an invitation for you. I hope you can attend." The mysterious figure extended a card toward him, and before Ash could respond, the individual swiftly departed, leaving behind a black and gold card. Ash blinked in confusion, pondering, who was that? The card seemed familiar, and after rummaging through his system's inventory, he finally unearthed a blue card. The black market, Ash suddenly recalled. "Host, this is a new auction invitation. Tonight, there will be an auction at the underground black market in the coastal city." The system's notifications swiftly chimed in. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The invitation displayed 3 significant auction items: a keystone, a legendary egg, and an unidentified stone. Ash scrutinized the items, aside from the unknown stone. He was uninterested in the others. A keystone? He already possessed one. Although Citron's Electivire could mega-evolve, he lacked a keystone for it. Best to keep it for another time when he felt the need for battle. After all, giving one to Brock after their long companionship seemed fair. As for the legendary egg, he already had too many legendary Pokémon to care for, so acquiring another was out of the question. Yulongqing was taken to the Pokémon Center's infirmary, where Yulongfeng called his uncle, Yulongdu, who was bewildered as to why his nephew had again provoked Ash. Charizard was still undergoing treatment, battered beyond recognition. Meanwhile, at the fashion exhibition, Serena was entranced by the garments on display, unable to tear her gaze away. "This is Miss Bari's latest creation, and this one is by Master XXX. I am truly captivated." In one of the exhibition rooms, 7 or 8 individuals engaged in animated discussions. "Carly, don't you have enough clothes already? Why are you still here selecting new outfits?" Macaulay complained. "Mind your own business." Carly retorted, rolling her eyes. Can you two keep it down? Our teacher is here to critique the fashion this time. Please behave. Bari, observing the two uninvited guests, felt a tad exasperated. The room also housed other renowned fashion designers from various regions, all gathered for the occasion. With a soft click, the door swung open, prompting everyone to rise and gaze toward the entrance. However, it was merely a staff member who entered, causing a slight sigh of relief among the group. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed teacher seems to have gone missing. If anyone in the coastal city knows of his whereabouts, please assist us in finding him. Thank you. The staff member, visibly flustered, scanned the room with an apologetic demeanor. Everyone's eyes widened, and the designers, led by Bari, exchanged worried glances. How could their teacher have disappeared? All eyes turned to Carly, as Kalos was her domain, and it was only fitting to seek her assistance. Feeling the collective gaze upon her, Carly became a bit bashful and hurriedly began making calls. Meanwhile, Ash's training continued. With Lucario's Aura Mastery session concluded, he engaged in a spar with Zeraora. Despite the level disparity, Zeraora maintained dominance. Is that Zeraora? How rare. Ash heard a voice behind him, turning to see an elderly man with white hair. Ash was struck by a sense of nostalgia. Excuse me, sir, who are you? Ash inquired, assuming the elder was merely passing by. Just consider me a passerby. The old man replied with a warm smile, strolling over to Zeraora to examine it, occasionally gesturing as if to illustrate something. Ash offered him a cup of tea, asking, Elder, how do you know Zeraora? The elder remained silent, instead savoring the tea Ash had provided. Are you here to challenge the Kalos League? The two engaged in lively conversation, prompting a reciprocal inquiry. Well, isn't this a visit to the gym in Bay City? I've already secured the badge. My companions went to participate in a fashion show, but I am not particularly interested in that, so I stayed behind to train my Pokémon. Ash explained, pouring another cup of tea for the elderly gentleman. The old man nodded, reminiscing about some mundane matters, while Ash grew slightly wary. Just then, a phone rang, and Ash excused himself to answer it. Miss Karuna, is it? What does the person you're looking for look like? White hair and a hunchback. Why does that sound so familiar? Ash thought, his mind racing as he recalled the floral shirt, baggy shorts, and flip-flops. Wait a moment. Isn't this elderly gentleman dressed just like that? Ash cautiously asked, Sir, are you Mr. Koi? The elder replied, Yes, who is calling? Is it Bari's? I'll take it. He accepted the call, exchanged a few words, and hung up. 5 minutes later, 7 or 8 vehicles pulled up at the entrance, led by Miss Bari's, along with a group of unfamiliar faces. Teacher, how fortunate we are to find you here. A group exclaimed in excitement. I dislike crowded places. I just stepped out for a breath of fresh air, Koi chuckled. It's been a while, Miss Bari's. Ash approached to greet her. Ash, I'm surprised to see you here, Bari's replied. Before they could continue reminiscing, Koi interjected, Tell your fashion designing friend to come by tomorrow to try her hand at it. If she is capable, she may study under me. This declaration left those nearby in astonishment, wondering if he truly intended to take on an apprentice. Chapter 23, Serena's Fortuitous Encounter, Preparing for the Black Market. Serena stumbled upon tremendous fortune. Originally, she was to learn fashion design under Miss Bari's, but after Ash's unexpected encouragement, she became Koi's disciple. Bari's cast a slightly resentful glance at Ash, thinking, How could you be so talkative? You could have had a talented student. Yet now you've turned her into a junior apprentice. Back at the fashion show, Serena reunited with her friends, Shauna and May, as they explored the exhibition together. Are you Miss Serena? A well-dressed woman in high heels approached, courteously inquiring. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of her identity. I sincerely apologize. I am a staff member. Mr. Koi requests that you and your companions accompany me, she said, gesturing politely. Who is Koi? They all wondered, perplexed. Suddenly, Serena recalled something, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Are you referring to Miss Bari's and several renowned fashion designers' mentor? Indeed, you are fortunate to have caught his attention. Although he rarely participates in various events, he has an exceptional eye for talent. I hope you seize this opportunity. The woman nodded, indicating for them to follow her. Hesitant yet intrigued, the group trailed behind, baffled by how they had become entangled with such a distinguished fashion designer. Upon entering a room, they spotted an elderly man seated at the head of the table, flanked by Bari's, Karuna, and Mikali, who stood respectfully beside him. Apart from this elder, 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom they recognized, stood in deference, champions from the Fangyuan and Kalos regions, as well as a celebrated fashion designer from Kalos. Shauna and May nodded in acknowledgement towards Mikali and Karuna. It's all settled now. Koi waved his hand, beckoning Serena over. Young lady, don't be shy. I've heard from your companions and Bari's that you possess a keen interest in fashion design. As Serena approached, her legs felt weak. Everyone before her was an esteemed figure, and the pressure was immense. Mr. Koi, it is an honor to meet you. I have long admired your work. Your designs for XXX are truly remarkable, and the boldness of your bow ties and cufflinks is refreshingly innovative, Serena babbled on, unable to contain her enthusiasm. After she finished, Koi turned to the other students, remarking, "Look at this young lady. When I was your age, I never observed details so diligently. You all chatter on about trivialities." Their faces flushed, reminiscent of students being scolded by a teacher. Realizing how impolite it was to critique his work in front of such distinguished individuals, Serena quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have commented on your work like that." Koi waved his hand dismissively. "No need to worry. It's rare to find young people with such thoughtful opinions." His eyes brightened, indicating that he recognized Serena's potential in this field. Koi extended an invitation. "Would you be interested in becoming my student? Each of these 5 has achieved remarkable success in fashion design." Serena's heart raced. Yet she felt a surge of anxiety about how to respond. Observing her trepidation, Koi maintained a warm smile, showing no hint of irritation. "Take your time to consider. You can always come find me in Lioli City, Fanyuan District. I will likely reside there in the future." Finally, Serena grasped the significance of his words, "Teacher." Koi replied with a cheerful sigh. At 70, he felt fortunate to encounter a talented child after 2 decades of not taking on students. Little did he know, this outing would yield such delightful fortune. Meanwhile, Baris wore a displeased expression, taken aback that her mentor had intercepted her potential pupil. They all sensed the emergence of yet another fashion design master in the making. That evening, a group of individuals stayed for dinner at Koi's invitation, where a simple welcome gathering was held. During this time, Serena proposed that after completing her travels in the Kalos region, she would study under Koi, to which he agreed without probing further. He sensed the special bond between Serena and Ash and nodded in understanding, generously gifting her a plethora of fashion design sketches and invaluable insights, sufficient for a novice like Serena. Later that night, Ash dined outside, and as midnight approached, he stealthily slipped away. Clad in his nighttime attire and donning a mask to conceal his face, he followed the directions of the invitation. This time, the black market was located within the grandest commercial center of Bay City, the Tianhai building. Ash arrived, occasionally spotting individuals concealing their faces as they entered, all seemingly sharing the same objective. Inside, he noticed a pillar adorned with 3 rows of 3 stars, totaling 9 stars, directing attendees to the 19th floor. He had never seen such a blatant display before. Following the guidance, he approached a dimly lit elevator where an elderly man dozed at the entrance. Ash approached, rhythmically tapping a few times, presenting the auction invitation and the previously used blue card. "Ah, you understand the rules, I see," the elder mumbled, reclaiming the invitation. Scanning the blue card with a device to confirm Ash's identity, and gesturing for him to enter. Ash nodded and stepped inside. He ascended to the 19th floor, opened the door, and found a bustling crowd examining the stalls of the black market, with people mingling and congregating throughout the space. The system began to scan for any extraordinary individuals or valuable items. Ash sought assistance from the system, feeling overwhelmed by the prospect of searching individually. Ding! At stall 3 in area 1, there is a piece of charcoal. At stall 7, a Carvania. At stall 10, the 5th stall has an egg from one of the starter Pokémon, a fire chick with the qualifications of a quasi-champion. Additionally, the system continued to enumerate. But Ash's expression darkened. "Is there nothing else?" he muttered as he resumed his search through the various stalls. 10 minutes later, ding, in the corner of area 7. There is a decrepit old man holding an unopened keystone. Elsewhere, there is nothing of interest to you. The individuals who just entered are Karuna and Berries. The system's notification rang out. An unopened keystone? Indeed, the keystone differs from megastones in its rarity. Typically, one must wear away the exterior to reveal its true form. The system provided its explanation. Ash noted that both Karuna and Berries had arrived. And since the invitation only allowed for one companion, it seemed even champions had their leisure time to visit such places. Ash approached the 2 from behind. "What brings you both here?" Ash asked in a hushed tone, lightly tapping their shoulders. "Ash." Karuna and Berries recognized his voice, surprised to see him. "Let's catch up later. I sense many treasures around here. If you 2 need anything, let me know, and I'll keep an eye out," Ash offered, speaking quietly so that only the 3 of them could hear. The 2 reluctantly agreed, acknowledging that having an extra pair of eyes could prove beneficial. "I want this. I want that." They voiced their desires, but Berries' request struck Ash as peculiar. A Carvania for guarding her home? Ash was perplexed. Does your household truly lack a Pokémon for protection? I find that hard to believe. He resolved to seize the opportunity to acquire that Carvana. Ash also managed to obtain the unopened keystone, but another individual sought it as well, only to underbid, leaving Ash seething with frustration. He also acquired the Pokeball containing the Carvana, but the main event awaited, the auction. Chapter 24, The Black Market Auction in Bay City. On the 19th floor of the Tianhai building, an extravagant auction was about to commence. This was Ash's second time attending a black market auction, so he felt quite at ease. Observing the familiar faces around him, he realized most attendees were regulars. Each auction's timing was unpredictable, with the location disclosed a day in advance. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this auction. We have a total of 13 items for bidding, 3 of which are the main attractions, and 10 are relatively rare, yet more common items. A man donned in a red suit and mask stepped onto the stage to commence the auction as the auctioneer. Without much preamble, he gestured. Our first item is a Dragon Fong, an item that enhances Dragon-type moves, starting bid 100,000, with minimum increments of 10,000. Please place your bids. A staff member brought forth a box containing a singular Fong, which knowledgeable individuals immediately recognized as a high-quality Dragon Fong. The first bidder raised his paddle, 150,000. Another followed suit, 200,000. A somewhat familiar voice chimed in, 350,000. Ash chuckled upon recognizing the voice. It belonged to Yulongqing. To his surprise, he encountered him here. He decided he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Ash raised his paddle in response, 500,000. Yulongqing appeared momentarily taken aback, not expecting competition. I bid 650,000. 800,000. Ash was not one to back down, especially against someone like him. 1,000,000. Another voice joined in, presenting a round number. Ash recognized it as Yulongqing's brother, Yulongfeng. Since both brothers were present, Ash decided to withdraw. Yulongqing and Yulongfeng noticed Ash's presence and aimed to outmaneuver him. The Dragon Fong, which started at 500,000, had now doubled in price. Much to their chagrin, the auctioneer surveyed the room. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 1,000,000 going once. 1,000,000 going twice. Sold. The auctioneer hadn't anticipated such a swift sale, and the price exceeded expectations. Next up is the second item, an egg from one of the Sinnoh starters, the Chimchar. Starting bid, 1,000,000, with minimum increments of 50,000. The auctioneer displayed a red egg, announcing, Chimchar, unhatched. Level, 0, potential, unknown. Ability, Blaze. Moves, Growl, Ember. Scratch. Ash glanced at the details and promptly lost interest. His own Infernape was far superior. This time, the Yulong brothers did not engage in the bidding. Ultimately, the egg sold for 5,000,000 to a middle-aged man who sought to provide his child with a promising start. The third item is a commission from a client, detailing the recipe for a high-grade fire-type energy cube, which in our trials yielded identical results. The auctioneer proclaimed. Ash continued to keep his eyes shut. Disinterested in the stage, the auctioneer had changed, and he found no interest in the new presenter. That fire-type energy cube was sold for a meager price, and Ash couldn't help but smile, as it was an item he had previously acquired from the system, yielding him a substantial profit. The fourth item was soon introduced. Next, we have a Sunstone, Moonstone, Awakening Stone, and Leaf Stone, 4 rare evolutionary stones. Starting bid, 300,000, with increments of 10,000. Please place your bids. The box revealed 4 evolutionary stones. Apart from the Leaf Stone, the other 3 were quite rare. I bid 400,000. I bid 450,000. I bid 500,000. As the price soared to 800,000, Ash remained uninterested. I'll bid 880,000. No one else dare challenge me, a middle-aged man declared, confident that these evolutionary stones would soon be his. The auctioneer scanned the crowd. Is there a higher bid? 880,000 going once, 880,000 going twice, 880,000 going thrice. Sold. Without any further bids, the auctioneer swiftly closed the deal. The fifth item is a beautiful scale, an item required for the evolution of Phoeba into Milotic. Starting bid, 1,000,000. Please place your bids. The auctioneer produced a box containing a pink scale, officially confirming it as a beautiful scale. This time, no one rushed to bid. Not everyone possessed a Milotic, and the scale's rarity made its price quite volatile. I bid 1,200,000. You think you can take it for that? 1. 800,000. A wealthy bidder countered. 2. 300,000. At that moment, Berries significantly increased the price by 600,000. Evidently, she must have a Phoeba in her possession. During the auction, neither she nor Karuna had placed a single bid, seemingly strategizing to secure the item. The exquisite scales, after several rounds of fierce price wars, ultimately concluded at a staggering 5 million. The man cast a menacing glare towards Baris, as if he were ready to devour her whole. It seemed inevitable that he would seek trouble once the event was over. Item 6. The egg of a Delubi with king-level potential. Next was yet another egg, still of the Delubi variety, which was indeed intriguing given its king-level potential. Delubi, unhatched. Attribute, fire. Trait, unknown. Potential, near king. Skills, dark mist, flame jet, wave of malice, bite. How absurd. To auction something without having thoroughly tested its potential is utterly pointless. Upon hearing the term Delubi with king-level potential, the crowd erupted in chatter before the starting bid could even be announced. Delubi's egg, starting bid 1, 5 million. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100,000. Please place your bids. I bid 1. 8 million. Don't even think about competing with me. I bid 2 million. I'm not afraid of spending. I bid 3 million. A masked woman raised her bid, drawing the attention of all to her face. One by one, the others withdrew. Although the Delubi's future achievements were undoubtedly promising, the woman's formidable demeanor was chilling. As the auction progressed, Ash set his sights on a stunning set of jewelry, sparkling in a manner that left him curious about its craftsmanship. Without hesitation, he secured it, deeming it a valuable gift for Serena. The first 10 items consisted of Pokemon-related ordinary accessories and recipes for Pokemon food, which excited the crowd immensely. Soon, it was time for the final 3 items. I will preside over the last 3 items. The earlier man stepped down, leaving everyone puzzled, as a frail, elderly gentleman in his 60s approached with a cane. The first item, a near-deity iron dumbbell egg, starting bid 5 million. Please place your bids. Families of all sorts filled the audience, their identities concealed behind masks, some even altering their voices to remain unrecognizable. 8 million. The first bid came from a woman. With near-deity potential, could this egg possibly be any worse? Could it really be defeated in a single hit by a regular Pokemon? 12 million. Another woman's voice chimed in. And only 5 families remained in contention for this egg, making the competition quite fierce. 20 million. A younger voice declared, treating the sum as casually as if it were merely $2. 40 million. The woman immediately doubled the bid, leaving no room for rebuttal. 80 million. The man's voice carried a hint of anger. I'll double it again. Let us see if you continue this charade, you fool. The woman furrowed her brow. This price exceeded her expectations, and she deemed it unnecessary to engage in such a futile struggle, signaling her withdrawal. The seasoned host turned to the man, saying, please confirm whether you possess the funds to cover this amount. If not, we shall declare this bid void. The man suddenly realized he indeed lacked the necessary funds. He had aimed to ensnare her, but found himself ensnared instead. Ultimately, the iron dumbbell egg was secured by the woman for 40 million. The penultimate item was a keystone, a pendant hanging around the neck. The bidding soared beyond 100 million. This item was truly unattainable by mere wealth. Eventually, it was claimed by a mysterious gentleman for 200 million. The final item was an unknown stone, which the system identified as an ordinary stone imbued only with a faint ripple of energy. Ash, observing Miss Karuna preparing to bid, quietly advised her to forego the auction. The brash youth from the Yulong family escalated the price to 100,000, prompting Ash to mischievously bid 500,000. The two brothers, losing their composure, escalated it to 1 million. Ash signaled for them to cease bidding, and the host announced their purchase. After the brothers completed their payment, Ash couldn't help but chide. You just spent 1 million on a plain stone. It seems the Yulong family has money to burn. The two brothers stomped their feet in frustration.